I am a big shot in the underworld, with tens of thousands of little brothers under my command. As long as I show up, even the passing dogs have to take a couple of slaps. However, not only have I not been caught, but I am also adored by 8 billion people nationwide. All because in my previous life, I held a steamed bun and sang with tears behind bars, brothers wasted and dead. Now that I have a second chance at life, I have decided to lead my brothers towards righteousness and make it big and strong. At this moment, I was sitting at the entrance of the school, reminiscing about the past life. Just as I was pondering, 30 to 40 people surged into the campus. Soon, a group of people came in front of me and called out in unison, "Brother Feng." The leader, a handsome young man named Zhang, said to me, "Feng, these are carefully selected individuals, each brave and capable, promising talents that should be nurtured. They also have many brothers under their command, calling a few hundred people at a moment's notice. Once we consolidate them, we will establish a firm foothold on Academy Road, expand to other schools, develop internet cafes and KTV businesses, grow stronger, and create brilliance together." Listening to Zhang talk endlessly, I helplessly scratch my head. Grow bigger and stronger. Enter the classroom, create brilliance together. Brothers all perish. Zhang, originally named Zhu Zhang, followed me earliest in the previous life. He was a strategist-like figure in the gang and tragically died in a fierce battle in the previous life. I looked at the burly man on the left again, whose real name is Wei Biao, nicknamed 49, a top-notch fighter, and also my bodyguard. He was a vegetable in his past life. Then I looked at the others, none of whom had a good ending. Thinking about this, my heart was filled with mixed feelings. Zhu Zhang looked at me with a puzzled expression, but I was too excited and didn't pay attention. I continued, "Feng, Wahoo Village called and said they need 50 of us to stand guard, 200 per person. It's a big job. They'll send a car to pick us up tonight and bring us back tomorrow morning, with meals provided. Should I arrange it now? I'm not going." I immediately vetoed before Zhu Zhang could finish speaking. In my memory, in the previous life, I personally took people there. Although there were no casualties, the scale was too large and we were detained for 15 days. It was also this case that led me to completely embark on the path of no return. We've been reborn, who still relies on fighting to make money. My expression was firm. I won't participate in this gathering. Zhang, directly call Wulho Village to refuse, even if they offer more money. Okay. Even though Zhu Zhang didn't understand why I made this decision, since he acknowledged me as the big brother, he would trust me unconditionally. At this moment, I looked at dozens of brothers staring at me eagerly, fists clenched. If life is precious, then let's overturn our lives together and make a mark in the world. Let's go back. I plan to return and redefine my future plans. At night, in dormitory 401, 6 people gathered here, with me as the leader, and the others being strategists Zhu Zhang, CGO, Atao, and 2 other key figures in the group. Zhu Zhang spoke first. "Feng, I have already declined the offer from the Hidden Tiger Village. Their attitude wasn't very good, so it might be difficult to deal with them next time." I didn't care. No matter how future plans were made, at least I couldn't be a thug for others anymore. I waved my hand immediately to indicate that this matter was nothing. At this moment, Zhu Zhang continued, "Since we are all here today, Feng Ge, shall we establish a name for our group?" The eyes of 49, Atao, and the others lit up. Creating a gang was truly exciting for them, as it meant they were finally on the right track. In the future, when they mentioned their gang and certain individuals, they would be quite impressive. Atao was the first to speak up. "What about calling it the Heavenly Eye Gang?" Others chimed in. "The Assassin Gang sounds good. The Mighty Gang works too." Over a dozen names that sounded like they were straight out of a teenage fantasy were suggested. Zhu Zhang took out a notebook on the side and started jotting down notes, saying, "Once we finalize the gang's name, we can establish the rules, like the 3 strikes and 6 holes. Then it's about taking over territory, starting with the internet cafes. Once we gather enough strength, we'll move on to KTVs, bars, and other large venues. As our influence grows." Swipe. I directly snatched the notebook over, only to see densely recorded various plans on it. "Did you write this?" I looked at Zhu Zhang strangely. I had never seen this notebook in my past life. Of course, I didn't care about these things back then. Zhu's face turned slightly embarrassed. "Well, a lot of it is borrowed from movies. I find it very practical. Following this path, I believe that within 3 years, I can make a name for myself on Academy Road." I stared at him and asked, "And then?" "And then expand outward. Establish a foothold in the northern district." What happened next? Then afterwards in the whole Songjiang. And then? Zhu Zhang is a little speechless. His plan is only to the North District. Even Song Jiang did not think much, let alone then. Snap! Qin Jiang flung the book back. I'm telling you, and then you'll be arrested, sentenced, and separated from your wife. What? For 9 and other people are body stunned. Did not think that their own brother will be so, Jiang said. Zhu Zhang most surprised that up this look at their own plans to think for a moment. Jiang, is my plan a problem? I have compared the. No problem. Qin Jiang gave an affirmative answer. Nonsense. After a lifetime of verification is that these plans to help Qin Jiang step by step to mix out. But the end, holding a nest in the hand. Not a drop of oil in the dish. That? Zhu Zhang was even more puzzled. The region is different. Qin Jiang directly said. This is the mainland, not Hong Kong, and the system is naturally different. According to the future development trend of the environment, the fight against those who mix the Jianghu is the trend. Now mixing the Jianghu is 49 into they will certainly die. No way to live. Chapter 3, Licking Dogs? That's impossible. Rebirth. No love. There's no way out of the jungle. Mixed rivers and lakes must die. Brother Jiang. Zhu Zhang's body trembled and said with some difficulty, are you quitting? This statement was made. Wang Tao and the others also trembled slightly. In their people Qin Jiang is the backbone. Can now have the might of all rely on Qin Jiang? Not to mention the strongest force 49 is Qin Jiang's most loyal followers. Lose Qin Jiang, lose 49 what they still count? I am afraid that they will fall apart in an instant. River Lake. And not just anyone can mix. For a while the mind stirred, how the meeting was opened from bigger and stronger to fall apart. Overthink it. Qin Jiang directly said. You guys are my brothers. Yesterday, today, and in the future. As long as you guys don't leave of your own accord you can hang out with me forever. Brother Jiang, we'll always follow you. Wang Tao and the others let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly expressed their loyalty. Qin Jiang nodded with satisfaction. The last life of these brothers loyal to him, otherwise would not have been reborn back, still unwilling to give up. If he left without thinking of these brothers' probability of repeating the same mistakes and even worse than the last life. So, it's just a matter of keeping these brothers around. Who says more brothers can only be social? In the upcoming economic takeoff environment, how much more than mixing with the community to earn money 100 times stronger industry emergence? In this environment more brothers is not an advantage. Is it hard to raise dozens of brothers? East hundreds of thousands of brothers are raised. Of course he may not be a brother. Ahem. Qin Jiang also let Zhu Zhang and other go back to restrain the lower brothers. Simple deployment of the future planning. Being at this time, betraying my love, forcing me to leave, and finally, the table on the cell phone vibration issued a ringing. Leaning the nearest, Wang Tao immediately got up, the cell phone handed to Qin Jiang, face in front of the road. Brother Jiang, is the sister-in-law, said obediently answered. Qin Jiang took the phone and frowned slightly. 2 big words on the caller ID, goddess. Immediately, a voice came over the phone. Qin Jiang, why can't I swipe my card for money? Didn't I tell you to put $6,000 in it this morning? I even went to the cell phone store. Aren't you embarrassing me? If you can't do something like this, what else can you do? I think you're a waste. Qin Jiang, immediately call me for money. Listening to the phone came from the other side of the high and mighty voice. Let Qin Jiang face color a little black down. He guessed who the other man was. Ryu Ruyan, high school goddess. Qin Jiang last life, white moonlight. Meet for the first time, let Qin Jiang love without hesitation. Wildly chasing 2 years. And even for him to fight group expulsion by the school. In his last life, he didn't know where to draw the wind, and thought that he was expelled from the vocational school and was even more unworthy of a good girl like Lu Ruyan, so he spared no effort to offer his attentions. Money will be given if you want it. Things are done as they are said. Let the ordinary family Lu Ruyan live like a young lady-like life, but also contact with a higher level. After graduating from college, to give him a sentence. I'm sorry, I already have a boyfriend. He is a barrister. Thank you for all these years to take care of. Don't contact him again. I'm afraid he'll misunderstand. However, he really let go and stopped bothering, when he thought he was pure love. That the other side is still white moonlight. Until the prison for many years he finally figured it out. What a white moon. What a heavenly sun. If he hadn't provided for her, why would she have that kind of life? Why would she have married into a rich family? Just based on her beauty. Oh, unfortunately, it's already too late. It's good to start over. He'd like to see what this moonlight would be without him. Hey, did you hear me? I told you to call me immediately. Right now, or else. Ruyan Lu was interrupted by Qin Jiang before she could finish her sentence. Beat the out of you. Ruyan Lu, from now on you and I have nothing to do with each other. You don't want to take any money from my hands. And, The money I called you before is all considered a loan, and you have a deadline to pay it back in a month or wait for a summons. After saying this, without waiting for Lu Ruyan to react, he directly hung up. This, Zhu Zhang, 49, and Ah Tao looked at Qin Jiang incredulously, as if suspecting that they were hallucinating. What is the situation? Zhang's own brother is not to Lu Ruyan as a lifeblood. Pampered. Want to give what? Today. What's the deal? Such a tough attitude. Qin Jiang put down his cell phone and said disdainfully, just a stand-up woman. What does she think she is? Zhu Zhang, you go to get the transfer flow from me to him, and in finding a lawyer. If she doesn't pay back the money in a month, directly send her a lawyer's letter. Ah, yes. Zhu Zhang nodded his head frostily. Betraying my love. Forced me to leave. The cell phone rang again. Knock. Qin Jiang chose to hang up. Pull Black a Dragon. And by the way, the incoming ringtone to change the cost of the machine since the generation. What love or no love? All reborn who still loves. He had nothing else to think about right now but one word. Money. Inside a cell phone store. Lu Ruyan listened to the beeping sound coming from the phone inwardly furious. Qin Jiang, you dare to scold me and hang up on me. Good. This is you hanging up on me. I, Ruyan Lu, swear to never give you another call from today. Really gives you face. Pissed me off. Behind the sales counter on one side, the salesman repeated again with a smile on his face. Beauty, your Apple 4 has been packed, and the store is giving away a rechargeable treasure. Total, 5,999. Card, or cash, please. Listening to the sales clerk smile words but let Lu Ruyan face more embarrassed. Brush card. Her card where money? Just not already brushed no money? Both sides. A few girls who accompanied Ruyan Lu came and said, Ruyan, did you get the wrong card? Ruyan, didn't your manuscript fee arrive? Ruyan. An inquiry made Lu Ruyan's face look even more embarrassed. She maintains a goddess and talent persona at school, and buys all kinds of expensive items, saying that she earns money by writing her own books. Today, she purposely pretended in the dormitory that her money had come in to buy the newest model of Apple 4, but she never thought that Qin Jiang had not given her the money to make her fall into such an embarrassing situation. Qin Jiang. Phew. It secretly cursed half a day before saying, indeed take the wrong card. I'll go back to get the card first. Said about to go, but the salesman directly stopped. Beauty. The phone you have opened the box inspection machine does not pay cannot go. You have to take the wrong card. You can let your classmates go back to help you get. Lu Ruyan pinched the cell phone hand clenched. Fingers a little white. Go back to get the card. Where she has a card. And do not want to lose face in this confrontation. Not to mention that she does not take advantage of the situation. Can only take the cell phone to the side to make a phone call. She doesn't believe it. So many liquors will not be enough. Aha! It's hard to come up with money when you're just starting college. Basically, you can only come up with 300 to 500 per person. Really want to get together more than 10 people. She Lu Ruyan how to maintain the persona. Cannot help but more angry. Qin Jiang, you wait for me. But the hand was very honest to call Qin Jiang again. Dodo. I'm sorry, the number you've dialed cannot be reached at this time. Chapter 4, School Battle? Qin Jiang arrives. All of you are scared. 401. It is an 8-person dormitory. Or 4 bunk beds. Qin Jiang lying on the left side of the window bunk planning for the future. To dozens of brothers to change jobs is not simple. The first order of business, making money. After all, there are not many born to be a jungle. The vast majority have no choice. Those who can come to vocational schools do not have to think about the basic level of learning and can only do odd jobs after graduation. So, those who are not willing to do so can only find another way. And those who are bold will naturally take the road of no return. It's not that bad, Qin Jiang muttered. Now under the hands of dozens of brothers are bold, dare to think and dare to do. As long as the route is correct instead of a very good team, can make their own more choices. The next decade or so is the era of economic takeoff, internet, finance, real estate, short video. That one can't climb to the top. Unfortunately, it would cost a lot of money to venture into any of these areas, and he would have to plan his first few barrels of gold properly. Wait, Qin Jiang's gaze subconsciously glanced in a certain direction. If memory serves me correctly, there will soon be demolition. Excited for a moment, Qin Jiang calmed down again. Demolition can certainly make you rich, but only if you get the demolished place first. So, a sum of money is also needed. It seems that you need to earn your first bucket of money as soon as possible in order to not miss out on this fortune. Snap. Bedroom lights go out at 10 o'clock sharp. Qin Jiang also pondered how to earn the first bucket of gold, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Today he has just been reborn to consume too much mind. Early the next morning. Crunch. The door to dormitory 401 was opened and a young man tiptoed in with deep exhaustion written on his face. Who? Qin Jiang suddenly got up, body tense and cold gaze at the hand of the person who subconsciously grabbed to the side. Movements are made. 4-9, Zhu Zhang, Wang Tao, etc. are also violently awake. Get up first, look to the dormitory door in the sea clearly after the arrival of the person. Tao scolded, monkey, you early in the morning to do what the demon is not again packaged to go to the dormitory. Come back to the movement cannot be a little bit smaller. Known as the monkey youth full of aggrieved. He just moved very small. According to reason will not wake up a few people too, but looking at their own big brother Qin Jiang were awakened by their own do not dare to refute. Hastily changed the topic, said, that, brother Jiang, I just came back on the road to see the Southern school fight. Seems to be the engineering school and biology school fought. The number of people hula seems to have more than 100. Listen to this. Zhu Zhang and other faces calm. This kind of school fight situation in the college road is not rare. College road here. The school basically just established, and basically are colleges and universities, vocational schools, a large number of enrollments so that the students of good and bad quality, not only the students fight with each other, and even between the schools also fight, a small fight in 3 days, one big hit in 5 days, at one time they also often participate, but along with the status is getting higher and higher, the reputation is getting brighter and brighter. Has looked at these, and just when Zhu Zhang and others want to lie down again, however, he saw Qin Jiang get up with a gleam in his eye and said while putting on his clothes, Jiang, Seijio, I'm going to go on a trip, east side of College Road. Flapping, a group of a couple dozen people are walking, some full of resentment. Marred, Jun Lao, are you punk? Didn't you say you're very capable of fighting? Smash today are letting people open up. That's right, still keep a bald head. Thought you fought the fiercest. This head shape as anyone can keep it. You guys are good, but you don't let people beat you up. It's the same group that failed the school frame, the engineering school, where a few school jerks each opened up their dislike to vent their grievances, and so walked to the east side of College Road in front of an internet cafe. Just in time to see a loose green-haired little girl hanging lollipop from the internet cafe with sleepy eyes came out. Wait, you that school? Dean grumbled all the way. Cloud Elder looked at the incomparably familiar school uniform on the purple-haired little Taiyukai and drank. Biological. The little Taiyukai replied subconsciously, rubbing her eyes. Asterisk. Cloud Elder's foul mouth burst out, rolling up his sleeves and waving his hands. Round me up. Flapping. The others also grimaced when they heard the little Taiyukai burst out of the school and quickly stepped forward to roll up their sleeves. You, what are you doing? The little Taiyukai also noticed that something was wrong, apprehensively asked. At the same time, a voice came from the back again. What are you doing? Just see the hand holding a pancake fruit. Lu Yao happened to pass by to see the surrounded female students to go forward to stop. I'm a teacher of Songjiang Vocational University. You people want to fight a group of people? Teacher. All the students stopped moving when they heard this. Yun Lao Air scolded, she is not our school teacher, more chicken hair. Give her pull away from the dry biology school. Mud. Biology school, old man, C1 and fight one. Listen to this. This is a bit of retreat group of people. Anger is also once again born. Just been biological school hit a few miles, now have to retaliate back. A few students to go up to Lu Yao to pull away from the rest of the people will have to do to start the fight. The little sister out of the mixing will have to be returned. The moment. Not to mention the little sister. Lu Yao also confused. She is a senior student to intern as a teacher. Where after such a battle. Just then, a nonchalant voice came from the back. Who gave you the guts to dare not to take the vocational university teacher seriously? Who? Cloud Elder and the others subconsciously turned back. Only 3 figures stepped out from the corner position. It was Qin Jiang, Xu Zhang and Wei Biao, 4-9, God of War 4-9. Some people look at Wei Biao iconic height, bald head off the mouth. Other people also recognized at first glance 4-9, who let more than 1m9 height is not common. A lot of people cannot help but not to look at a few more eyes. This person can have a person chasing more than 20 people to fight the legendary record. A battle to seal the god. Also recognized the pigtailed Zhu Zhang. So, Qin Jiang's identity is also self-evident. Plus, Cloud Elder and the others had already known Qin Jiang. Jiang. Elder Yun hurriedly nodded his head and smiled in greeting. Both sides. A few other assholes called out. Jiang. Although it does not belong to the same school, is not with Qin Jiang mixed, but the person's name of the shadow of the tree. At most, they can only show off in their respective schools, but Qin Jiang has a number 1 in College Road. Who just said that? Qin Jiang didn't even bother, just calmly said, gulp. Elder Cloud and the others' faces changed slightly. Everyone unanimously looked at Cloud Elder. Seeing this, Cloud Elder's inner rage, martyr, do you guys treat your brothers like this? What? I put you in my pocket. You kicked me in the ditch. Looking at Qin Zhang's cold gaze towards himself, Cloud Elder could only smile sarcastically. Brother Jiang, misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Apologize. Qin Zhang calmly spat out 2 words. I'm sorry. Yun Lao Air immediately smiled at Qin Zhang, but see Qin Zhang pointed to Lu Yao. Yun Lao Air face hesitation. Shana C49 stretching his neck hastily to Lu Yao. Teacher, I'm sorry. What about you guys? Qin Zhang looked at the others still calmly and said, I'm sorry. A large group of people hooted and hollered and apologized to Lu Yao. Firstly, they couldn't afford to mess with Qin Zhang, and secondly, it wasn't shameful to apologize to the teacher. Get out. Qin Zhang chided. There is no need to give a good face to these gangsters. These gangsters, how the future has nothing to do with him. He was born again to save his brother is not to be a good guy. And so the Cloud Lao Air and others left. Lu Yao, the little sister, only a little bit from the panic within the reprieve. The rescue of the 2 men was deliberate and planned for the future. Never a case of seeing a girl and going off the deep end. Chapter 5, Big Earnings. Card Reader, going to Hangtown. The moment. Qin Zhang gazed at the 2 to be precise. At the little Tei Yukai, with the standard beanies, tight pants, and delicately dyed head of hair. Definitely a product of its time, the spiritual little sister. Even in this outfit, you can tell that the person looks good, but it's covered by eyeshadow and other heavy makeup. He came here for each other, the past life and today's big event. An internet cafe hostess was beaten to death by a group of students, causing a big sensation. Many people were arrested, and then he more unintentionally heard that the girl quite a background. His brother is the district police detective captain, but never thought that the party was a little girl. This, one can only speak of the horrors of the zeitgeist. He specially came to naturally want to get on the line, as the saying goes, no profit, even if the future does not intend to mix the Jianghu, but in this era to know a little bit of official people is always good. As for Lu Yao, it did not care. A kind of appearance outstanding some teachers only, but the other appeared to give him a reasonable excuse. Go! Qin Zhang did not talk to the 2. A little girl, a little teacher, are too young to waste words. Wait, Lu Yao intends to go up to say something, but do not know what to say. Plus she saw the time is not early. Their first day of work today cannot be late, can only first leave to the vocational school and go. The little sister, on the other hand, looked at Qin Zhang's back with her eyes full of little stars. Cool, so powerful, so domineering. Following Qin Zhang, the 3 of them rushed into the internet cafe. Inside the internet cafe, Qin Zhang piped into the net. Get a card reader. $5. The webmaster very neatly threw out a black card reader. Taking the card reader in the hand to see, Qin Zhang mouth corner reveals a trace of imperceptible smile. One side. 49 asked, Boss, do you want to place something? I happen to have a 64G memory card. Don't get down to the stuff. Qin Zhang shook his head calmly. And do what? Earn money. Making money? 49. Chu is looking at the card reader wondering how to make money. At this time, the little girl, Bai Lu, rushed into the internet cafe to Qin Zhang's face. Incomparable excitement. Said, are you on the road? Can I hang out with you? You take me as a little brother. I can pay the gang fee. He said, pulling a couple $100 bills straight out of his pocket. Apparently the family is well off. Qin Zhang did not take care to take the card reader with Zhu Zhang. For 9 out of the internet cafe, not waiting for Bai Lu to catch up, has a cab directly away, go to the Jiangnan Songhua shopping mall. An hour later, inside the Songhua shopping center, Qin Zhang came to the barber store, sat down on the barber chair and subconsciously shook down his hair. Aha! Otherwise the left I can't see the light of day. To the barber's amazement, he said, dye it back to black, shave in shorter, leave a centimeter on each side, and above. Half an hour later, Zhu Zhang, for 9 shocked, looked at Qin Zhang's new hairstyle. Very energetic. Just, not trendy. Brother Jiang, you, what are you? Sijio pointed at Qin Zhang's hairstyle and wanted to say something. Qin Zhang also did not explain. How to explain that his previous hairstyle is too. Not to mention the non-mainstream is currently popular. That he did not have his own scolding their own habits. You cut it or not? Qin Zhang looked at Zhu Zhangdao. Zhu Zhang subconsciously took a step back and touched his pigtails. I feel that pigtails are quite good. Qin Zhang also did not say much, even if another 10 years pigtail hairstyle is also considered more outstanding head shape. As for the 49, aha, he has no hair. Go, buy clothes. Not waiting for the 2 to ask again, Qin Zhang ran straight up to a certain mid-range brand clothes area on the 2nd floor. There is no service staff to look down on. Pretending to hit the face of the plot, spend $5,000 Qin Zhang to buy himself a suit, and Zhu Zhang, 49 to change a set. Looking at the mirror to change people a new 3 faces. Qin Jiang finally satisfied nodded, can be considered a bit of a person. If the 3 just looked like punks, now they are at least half of the elite. Out of them all after the 4-9 from time to stretch the clothes apparently a little uncomfortable. On the contrary, Xu Zhang is more natural, 4-9. You don't understand and so on after mixing big basically so where? How do you know? A Hong Kong movie. On Xu Zhang's mixed rivers and lakes obsession Qin Jiang did not say much. There are things that can only be submerged. Xing, how much money do we have in our hands? Linlin always have a total of more than 50. 000. Xu Zhang think down directly answer. These money are half a year to save up, the vast majority of which rely on the school dormitory selling food earned. Can be said that the vocational school dormitory every floor has them open the simple warehouse to buy. More than 50. 000. Not enough. Qin Jiang frowned and said, take out all of the reserve money for each warehouse purchase. Make up 100. 000. At least 80. 000. Not enough to let the brothers under the hand to make up. Make up before noon today. Good. Xu Zhang nodded his head solemnly. Even though he wasn't sure what Qin Jiang was going to do, he still had unconditional trust in him. 49. You go and book 3 tickets to Hangzhou Yiwu today. Yes. 49 nodded and went to buy the tickets. Online ticketing is not popular in 2010, but there are ticket agency stores in many places. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At the Songjiang railway station, Qin Jiang, Xu Zhang and Sijio have boarded the train to Hangzhou Yiwu. As for being in the middle of a class right now, LOL. Isn't it normal for VU to skip classes? Inside the sleeper, Qin Jiang 3 people playing cards to pass the time. Opposite the upper bunk a 20-something female college students holding luggage from time to look at the 3 people biting the lower lip, especially when looking at the 4-9 mostly. Dang. The occupant security officer knocked twice on the door of the room and walked in. Show me your ID. 4-9 by hand to the 3 ID cards to the passenger security officer. The passenger security officer focused on the 4-9 ID card to see more eyes before handing it back. Seemingly unintentionally asked a few words of information and said, welcome to take this shuttle. We will be 24 hours of passenger security patrol. There are trouble will be the first time to rush to the arrest and sent to the detention center. The safety of the absolutely guaranteed. With that said the occupant security officer turned and left. Qin Jiang, Xu Zhang, 4-9 are as usual. They naturally heard the meaning of the words of the police and the warning them not to make trouble. This 3 people have long been accustomed to. After all, 4-9 is more than 1 meter 9 tall. Fat and strong big bald head. Coupled with the fights over the years to develop a ferocious gas who see is not a good person. After that, the security guards would patrol the room every few minutes and look around before leaving. Often with 3 words in their mouths, don't make a scene. Sijio, why do these police officers keep coming to our house? Qin Jiang, it's not all because of you. 4-9, why? Xu Zhang, your looks alone are almost enough for 3 auxiliary police officers to be converted. You say why? 4-9, night. The girl sitting on the upper berth has been holding the luggage does not sleep, and in the middle even with the passenger security officer proposed to transfer to other rooms. But unfortunately there is no spare seat can only give up, and it's like that staring at the eyes of the night did not sleep. In between, there are 2 thieving youths passing by and seeing the 4-9 in the box turned around and left without any stop. Mud. I came here to steal something, not to get my ass kicked. Chapter 6 Stocking Card Readers, Quadruple Your Profits. Ewu. Electronic Street. Qin Jiang's trio walked into a certain store scanning around picking up a card reader from the left wall and asked, how much? The boss glanced up at Qin Jiang's trio, $2.05 apiece. Large quantities can be discounted. More than 1,000 can give you $2. $2. Zhu Zhan looked at the card reader secretly said, I remember this thing in the internet cafe selling $5. It is said that the cost of at least $3. The profit is not low. Qin Jiang, however, said, is there a cheap one? The owner differed. Cheap? How cheap do you want it? 50 cents? 50 cents. You amusement come on. The old man finished speaking and directly lowered his head to continue fiddling with the phone no longer paying attention. See this. Qin Jiang also does not care to go out to a store next to hand the boss who was sunbathing a cigarette. Asked, gentlemen, know where the 3 boys store? It is to sell small electronic equipment. 3 boys? The shopkeeper is also a hothead took the cigarette and thought for half a day. You're talking about the 3 electrons. This is the street that matches what you said about his house. It's the second intersection all the way down the street. Thanks. Qin Jian was not embarrassed to thank him and then led the 2 away. 3 electronics stores ago. The boss was lying on the Taiwanese chair squinting and humming. Suddenly realized that it was dark down opened his eyes to see a fierce face. Asterisk. The boss hung on for dear life and didn't fall out of his chair. 49. Qin Jiang shouted. 49 slowly walked back 2 steps. The youth only slowly sigh of relief gazed to Qin Jiang. 3 people, especially C49, cannot help but say, "You guys, come to collect protection money? I tell you, my second aunt's cousin's brother-in-law is the police station chief. You believe it or not, I report." Qin Jiang interrupted. "Business, boss, I only do serious business." "Xu Zheng, what are you talking about? Saying who's immodest?" 49. Qin Jiang stopped Xu Zheng's 2 men and looked at the frightened youth who kept retreating and said, "I heard that you have a batch of card readers in your hands." The boss looked at Qin Jiang slightly stunned. "Card reader? You're talking about?" Qin Jiang opened the door. "Cheap, you know." The boss watched Qin Jiang for half a day and then looked at Sijou, confirming that the 3 were not looking for fun before saying, "I have a batch of cheap goods in my hand, but the quantity is small and not for sale." Qin Liang stretched out 2 fingers. 200,000. How many? 200,000? Boss face a stunned face from just blindfolded moment into a smile. "You see, just also make a misunderstanding. Fast into the house. Drink tea. Daughter-in-law, bring out the good tea leaves. Longjing, must Longjing." Qin Jiang stopped, straight to the point. "The card reader, where to check the goods? This place is pandemonium, do not want to stay more." The boss once again looked like a bodyguard standing in the Qin Jiang left and right of the 49. Zhu Zhang, as well as the Qin Jiang body, is not expensive but very decent dress inside some speculation, 80% of a second-generation business out of the experience. The situation is not uncommon. A lot of the next generation of the value of the next generation will be trying to start a business at a young age. Step 1. Basically buying and selling backwards to accumulate funds. He didn't dawdle to bring Qin Jiang 3 people to the backyard warehouse. Opened the roll-up door. Inside neatly placed a lot of wooden boxes. Rip STH. The boss tore open a box of tape. Inside the dense mass of card readers appeared and from the house took out the laptop and memory cards, can be examined on the spot. Qin Jiang waved his hand. Xu Zhang and 49 then began to inspect the goods. Card reader is very simple, nothing more than plugging in the card to check whether you can download things. Transform the memory card, in which Xu Zhang, and then choose a few boxes to open and take out the card reader from the inside to verify. "See this?" The boss slightly valued opening. "See you on 200,000 at a time. I give you a honest price, 80 cents a total of 160,000. But the words I have to say in front. This card reader only 1 month warranty. The future out of the problem I don't care." Zhu Zhang snapped. "Just a month's warranty. You're handicapped." The owner retorted. "If it's not a defective product, can it be sold at this price? Ask around the market who doesn't sell for more than $2. Qin Jiang, 40 cents. Boss, what? Qin Jiang, 40 cents. You pay the postage. This is only the first cooperation. Not to hide you, I have a laying channels in the Northwest. This time to cooperate well. Not out of January I can come back to the goods and to more." The boss's eyes lit up, but his mouth screamed. "Brothers, masters really don't earn money. 80 cents is a loss. So look at your honesty. You don't want 40 cents and I don't want 80 cents. Just 60 cents. I'll pay for the postage. 40 cents. Not brother, you do not bite the price. Really cannot be sold. This has lost a lot. Just 40 cents. Why are you still dead set on it? Misty grass. Dare to bury, say my boss. You with who to it? 49. Just a word, not to death." 10 minutes later the boss compromised. He realized that Qin Jiang looked young, can talk. Old Jiang simply cannot pinpoint. Final sold price. 40 cents. Shipping not included. Qin Jiang also no nonsense. From the bag out of 80,000 with the boss to sign a simple agreement to reach a deal. And then called the transportation company to send 200,000 readers to Songjiang. When the boss deliberately sent business cards, looking at the departing trio, the boss's wife said, "Is what he said true? There are laying channels in the Northwest. This young man looks uncomplicated. There is no chance that he can become a big customer in the future." The boss shook his head. "Of course it's fake. You didn't notice that he filled in Songjiang as his receiving address. That's the Northeast, not the Northwest. As for whether it is a big customer is not important. I feel that the card reader will soon be obsolete. Not to mention our general quality as soon as possible to sell all the supplies. Do not smash the hand." On the train back to Matsue, without waiting for Zhu Zheng to say anything, 49 couldn't help himself first. "Boss, are you planning to sell card readers?" Qin Jiang nodded. "This thing you have seen, in Songjiang retail price of 5 yuan, they buy price is 3 yuan, and even in the lower counties to buy price of 3.5 yuan, and our cost of this batch of goods is only 40 cents. The transportation cost is negligible." Zhu Zhang on the spot calculation, that is to say that the freight back can be sold for 2. 5 yuan, and then not 2 yuan also line. Songjiang is very large under the county is also more, and then there are other cities and counties. The light of our province's major internet cafes will be able to eat this batch of goods. By then it will sell for at least 400,000 or more, 4 times the profit of 1 out and 1 in, and the channels are open. Said, go look at the boss's business card on the table, but see Qin Jiang hand in hand to the business card casually thrown to the side. In 2 people do not understand in the road, this is a one-time deal. Songjiang plus nearby market is able to eat so much goods can also be digested for a period of time. Not to mention that the volume of this line is not large profits but up to several times you think no one will do. The channels are not only available to us. Iwu is not a mystery. And I can't see myself in such a small business. I'm just preparing for the transition. Chapter 7, Qin Jiang Charm, News Discouragement. Zhu Zheng understood, but also understand that this business is not big will be doing. Even if the purchase price is higher then they will not be too much. That want to do long-term business will definitely fight with the other side of the price war profits will be greatly reduced is not worth it. Qin Jiang said, so the sale to surprise. Go back and gather people and so the source of goods to let the brothers go to the major counties. Be sure to put things all out in 2 days. Quick decision. Yes. Zhu Zhan nodded. 49 is on the side with the passenger security officer wide-eyed. The passenger security officer to listen to half a day did not understand what was said can only leave. While not forgetting to whisper in the intercom, currently no abnormalities found. The house also does not have a drink look safe for the time being. The walkie-talkie ripped off a half-hearted reply. On guard at all times. A day and a night later. Qin Jiang 3 people in the night back to Songjiang to find a hotel to sleep. A round trip more than 2 days without sleep. Asleep to the next day at noon before waking up back to school. Vocational University. Cafeteria. Qin Jiang just came in to hear a burst of clamor. Noise. Into the eyes of the crowd is densely packed with a meal tray walking back and forth. Songjiang University a vocational number of quite a lot of people. The light of the students have to have a few thousand people is now a mealtime naturally more people. Quite a few students saw Qin Jiang are frozen, staring at Qin Jiang new hairstyle. If not standing next to the inseparable 4-9 they are a little afraid to recognize. Ryoga made a sound. Jiang! Jiang! Of course, the vast majority of students chose to avoid or ignore Qin Jiang when they saw him and eat with their heads down. Just finished eating Wang Tao also froze for a moment when he saw Qin Jiang, and quickly greeted him after a reaction moment. Brother Jiang, you're back. He is also the core of the team naturally know that Qin Jiang 3 people go to Hangzhou just not clear what to do. Go get 2 meals. Qin Jiang was not polite, and casually found an empty seat and sat down. Accompanied by him to sit down on both sides are eating students rush to eat 2 bites and plate away. Soon around a large empty. In the dense cafeteria appears to be a very different eye-catching. Qin Jiang was indifferent to this. What can be done? Who let him hold the title of campus big brother, which might seem their name in 10 years, now has a huge deterrent effect, at least for students who dare not touch it. A moment later Wang Tao brought back 2 sumptuous dinner plates, gave a slightly smaller one to Qin Jiang, and gave the other pile up as high as a small mountain to 4th 9. This guy can eat a caddy of rice alone. Brother 4-9. I made you a special wood shuck persimmon soup. Okay. Siku took the dinner plate and opened it. Quite a few students in the distance looked towards Qin Jiang's location intentionally or unintentionally, with the majority of them being girls. Campus big brother. Yellow hair. Not anymore. A little money. Many buffs stacked so that Qin Jiang never lack of backward chasing girls, who also do not want to be a sister-in-law. Unfortunately, in his last life, Qin Jiang was focused on Lu Ruyan on the other people do not see. Over time to let most of the girls to give up can still be the focus of the school. Times featured. No way. Qin Jiang changed his hairstyle, and while it's awkward without yellow hair, I seem to kind of get his face. It's over. I was supposed to be sister-in-law dead heart rekindled. Who has his number? I want to send him color photos. No, I'm going to break up with my boyfriend. He's nothing but a good student to get into a major university. It can be said that at this moment in the vocational university, even the diamond bachelor is not Qin Jiang more attractive. To put it in 10 years' time, the 3 of them couldn't scrape together $10 in their pockets, but one phone call could bring in a dozen girls. It's just the charm of the times. Moreover, Qin Jiang monopolized the school dormitory business. In the school absolutely counts the existence of money. The only shortboard also make up the moment. Lu Yao and her co-intern best friend, Lu Lily, are having dinner not far away and see the scene. Lu Lily skimmed, Punksa can also be in the school to play the wind. After graduation to the community he still counts what? The best ending is also to go to the factory to play screws. 80% of the early morning and evening into the classroom, eat the gun are possible. Only these have not been out of society little girls can look at, said. She glanced over to a number of girl positions quite disdainfully. She is a graduate of a prestigious university to intern here. Used to seeing elite people. He looked at Qin Jiang as if looking at clowns. Can't get on the stage. Sitting on the fence is ridiculous. Then he said, Lu Yao, I heard that there is a rich second generation chasing after you, driving a BMW. Lu, what do you do? Where are you going? Before she finished her sentence, she saw Lu Yao carrying the dinner plate straight to Qin Jiang to sit opposite him. The scene, drawing many eyes in the cafeteria. Teacher, students, to be precise, trainee teacher versus campus big brother. Sheesh, that's a bit of an impactful image. Lu Yao looked at Qin Jiang and introduced herself. Hello fellow student Qin Jiang, my name is Lu Yao, 10th internship teacher in vocational school. Thank you for last time. Qin Jiang looked up and down at Lu Yao, looked at Qin Jiang and scrupulous eyes. Lu Yao slightly stunned. As once one of the school's top 10 school flower, she naturally does not lack of contact with the boys' experience. It can be said that every day there are a lot of boys around her, but those boys are not polite and courteous, generous, even if there is a little inside the surface of the gentleman, like Qin Jiang. So unscrupulous person is not at all. Lu Yao looked at each other for a few seconds and picked up her chopsticks and pretended to eat, while quickly opening her cell phone to play the video news. Manhwa City just broke up a criminal gang led by and arrested 35 suspects. There was a group fight in the outskirts of our city. The suspects have all been arrested, and awaiting them will be legal sanctions. Collar City, one by one. Qin Jiang frowned as he listened to the news. What? In your face? What do you mean? Qin Jiang asked as he opened the door. Lu Yao turned off her cell phone. Qin Jiang, that you may be small and unaware of the dangers of society. Qin Jiang frowned even more and had a worse impression of Lu Yao. Grandmas, I saved your life, and you call me small? With whom to it is? Looking at Qin Jiang's face, Lu Yao hurriedly said, do you have any plans for your future? College can also lead to a bachelor's degree. No more, learn a good trade in school and go out in the future with a skill better than Sobi. Although she did not finish her sentence, the meaning of her words was obvious, advising Qin Jiang not to continue to mix. Qin Jiang was secretly speechless. He counted to see that he did not know out of his last unintentional save her, or out of the status of teacher. She intends to persuade him not to continue to mix, so it is again put the news, and said the future planning. Once again, he surveyed Lu Yao. He had to admit that Lu Yao was very pretty and had a bookish aroma, but he didn't have the time to waste on the other party. He had to earn the first bucket of money quickly to develop. This kind of person, Qin Jiang muttered, although a good person can be troublesome. No, I don't have the time to surround myself with her. I need to get rid of her once and for all. See only. Qin Jiang smiled dangerously. Seeing this young cocoa dazzling rice 49 stopped. He knew that when Qin Jiang smiled, it meant that someone was going to be unlucky. Sure enough, I saw Qin Jiang looking at Lu Yao in a playful manner. In what capacity are you planning for my future? You wouldn't want to chase me. All right, I'll give you a chance. So, there's a 7 days convenience liquor right outside the school. Chapter 8, Sale Starts. Profitable Businesses. Snap. The chopsticks in Lu Yao's hand fell directly onto the dinner plate. Her face full of anger as she looked at Qin Jiang and got up violently. You. Then in the Qin Jiang playful eyes huffed and puffed away. His girlfriends see this hurriedly followed. Lu Yao, what's wrong? Did he bully you? I've told you before that he's not a good person. There's no need to bother with this kind of scum. Just ignore him. Nearby, many students saw this and muttered under their breath. Good guy. Worthy of the school's big brother level. Even the teachers can be directly pissed off. Keep your voice down. If you are heard, beware of being caught by the bastard. Introduction. Catching the bastard is a kind of school punks to beat people for fun. That is, after school to choose to see who do not like the eye directly go up to beat. In many local vocational schools are more popular. Popular in the 10 years ago. The moment Qin Jiang looked at the departing Lu Yao did not care. When he was for with the spirit of the little sister by Lu behind the relationship, Lu Yao at most counted as an add-on. It's inquired, what is the recent situation of Bai Lu? Bai Lu? Ah, which little sister are you talking about? Brother Jiang. Wang Tao sluggishly reacted and said, she basically comes to the school every day to look for Brother Jiang lately, and has followed the order not to drive away or pay attention to her. Qin Jiang nodded. Okay, no need to be too deliberate. Although the hand just can he shot cannot have no return reason. Safe people cannot save in vain. After all, he's no saintly mother. At this time Zhu Zhen came into the Qin Jiang side whispered, the goods from the south have arrived. The people sent to check the goods. Normal. Xinjiang, does that sound familiar? No, it's just a serious business. Why do you make it sound like some kind of shady business? Gather the men together. And if you can afford to go to a county alone, and if you cannot, go to a county in pairs, and tell them to ship out tomorrow afternoon, and to be quick, and to make haste. Yes, Xu Zhang nodded his head and left to make arrangements. In fact, these were already set up for him long ago only to come and report. He understands the way of up and down, and in his opinion for a group to rise the leading wolf has to be supreme. Overcomers. When the chase is on, immediately, Xinjiang once again commanded Tao 2 sentences turned to leave. He liked the current state murmured, fortunately did not choose to leave. Otherwise go to college and the business is not easy. This kind of just needing to make decisions and having someone to do the work is what a reborn person should do. Who is still fighting alone when they are all reborn? Cloud County, an internet cafe. Inside the space is not large, but place 20 or 30 computers. Each computer in front of the students are fighting. From time to time, voices came. Webmaster, a bowl of noodles, sausage and eggs. Webmaster, a Coke, a big one. Webmaster to bag redtails. The webmaster goes back and forth with freshly made noodles. Boo! The door of the internet cafe was pushed open, and two yellow-haired young men, who looked like rascals and were obviously not good students, walked in carrying large packages. See this. The webmaster was not surprised. How many good students can come to the internet cafe? Can be in the internet, most of them are jerks. Are not good. There are no machines. There are fewer charters tonight. There will be a spot available in about an hour. So if you can wait, wait. If you can't wait, go somewhere else. The webmaster said quickly to the two. A yellow hair came forward and said, "Where's your boss? You tell me." The webmaster said impatiently as he soaked his noodles. The youth reacted to the webmaster as the boss. This is the most common thing in the county internet cafes. Immediately, he stepped forward and put his arm around the webmaster's shoulder and whispered, "Boss, let's talk business with you and ask for a card reader or not." Card reader? The webmaster frowned. "I have a source of supply. There's no shortage of that. Look elsewhere." He said he was about to break free but saw yellow hair hugging him tighter. "Boss, there is still a reason to drive the god of wealth out of the country these days. I'm not hiding from you, we are from the south to the factory employees." The boss ran away with his sister-in-law. No money to pay wages. We workers from the factory to take goods to offset the debt. Card reader, authentic goods, $2.5. How much do you want? South. The boss ran off with his sister-in-law. Why does it sound so familiar? Wait, $2.50 apiece. The webmaster instantly grasped the point and looked at yellow hair to confirm. Are the goods authentic? Can you inspect the goods? No problem. Yellow hair directly pulled out 3 or 4 card readers from the package and handed them to the webmaster. Feel free to inspect them. These will be given to the boss. Buy it or not as a friend. The network administrator is no nonsense to take the card reader on the computer to verify that the real can use the mind to pan out. To make it clear that his card reader sources are 3.5 into the basic difference with the cost of $1. The card reader is hard currency. He can sell an average of more than 10 cybercafes every day, which is more than $10 of profit and loss. That's an extra $300 a month. Less? Aha! It's not much, but this stuff is all about small amounts. And who in small business would look down on small amounts of money? Thinking of this, it smiled up and said to, "Do the two brothers eat noodles? I'll add a sausage for you." Yellow hair, no. Want to give a word? Webmaster, if you want it, that's the price. Yellow hair, if you can have more than 1,000, I'll give you 20 cents cheaper directly, and 40 cents cheaper for more than 2,000. Webmaster, I can't take that much. A few minutes later, the webmaster buys 1,500 readers outright for $2.02. On the spot, money and goods. Go! Yellow hair finished pointing money in hand. With yellow hair be carrying a package to leave straight to the next internet cafe. Boo! The webmaster dropped the card reader package inside the counter and continued to work on the noodles, humming some songs in a good mood. I'll send you away, thousands of miles away. Night, 12 o'clock in the morning. Two yellow hairs squatting in front of the Yunxian passenger station. Smoking Chinese cigarettes in the hands cannot hide the inner exuberance. Yellow hair, a ruthless smoke. Good cigarettes are not the same. Are not too much law throat. Money put it? Yellow hair be exhaled a smoke ring. Don't worry, I stuffed it in my pants. It's absolutely safe and won't be lost. Yellow hair and you don't mind the smell. Yellow hair B, I'm not afraid of any mistakes here. It's $30,000. Can I not be careful? That's right. The two ran all the internet cafes in the county today. Card readers sold out. Sold more than 30,000. In 2010, more than 30,000 is not a small amount of money. Not to mention that for these punk students, they usually smoke only the cheapest cigarettes, and only occasionally can they have a good meal if they hang out with Qin Jiang. Yellow hair you say Jiang how so powerful? Just come to school more than half a year on the school road to break into the name, so that we can follow in the back of the flavor, and now even more casually get a card reader business, just a county on the nigh 30,000, plus the other counties. Yellow hair B was resolute, at least $400,000. 400,000. The two yellow hairs are silent. They heard Zhu Zhang said that the goods are very cheap, at least more than half of the profit. That's just one short night. $200,000 or more of pure profit came to hand. Silence. Both yellow hairs were silent. Ryoko. Snap. Yellow hair A threw his finger cigarette on the ground. Marred. From now on, I'll follow brother Jiang. Yellow hair B, yes. I feel like we can definitely make a name for ourselves by following brother Jiang. Make it bigger and stronger. Make it better again. Chapter 9, just call it, Black Dragon. Principal, why? Dormitory. 401. All the students who pass by the dormitory door do not dare to make a big noise, because Qin Jiang is sleeping inside. He slept soundly, and in his dream he led his brother to the right path, to the top, just in the nick of time. Brother Jiang, Zhu Zhang, Cgo, and Ah Tao quickly ran in from outside, with Cgo carrying a very large package in his hands. Boo! Towers closed the door to the dormitory and blocked the glass with a sheet to prevent anyone from seeing the scene inside. Qin Jiang was woken up and opened his eyes to look at the trio, basically guessing the situation when he saw the package in Cgo's hand. Sure enough, he saw Siku throw the package on a side table, and Zhu was opening the zipper. Crashing. Several stacks of $100 bills fell out, and at the same time inside the dense dozens of bundles of $100 bills were also presented in front of the eyes. Phew. Zhu Zhang and Ah Tao gasped and stared dead at the bills. 450,000. A few moments Zhu Zhang's smooth mind said, Brother Jiang sent out the vast majority of brothers back this morning. The light they brought back 45 million. Plus a few did not come back to report scattered more than 40,000. 50,000 more. The card readers sold nearly 500,000. This statement was made just after slowing down. Wang Tao once again gasped for air. Just kidding. He is the left behind children. From childhood to the big $100 bills have not seen a few times, and now all of a sudden hundreds of thousands of cash appeared in front of him. The impact can be imagined. Only the two were the most peaceful. The first, 49, whose brain doesn't allow him to think much and has no concept of money. The second, naturally Qin Jiang, jokingly in his last life. Not to mention 400,000 is 4 million in cash have seen. Of course, that is many years later things. In the student years cannot be so rich, but two lives make him very calm. Seeing Qin Jiang fade away, Wang Tao was even more impressed, feeling that his choice to follow Qin Jiang was incomparably correct. Zhu Zhang also in her exuberance, in his cognition big brother has to be like this. Taishan collapsed in front of the face without changing color. Anyway, that's how all the big brothers are like in the old school. Alright, Qin Jiang waved his hand and said, take out 50,000 of this money and use it to reward the brothers who went out to run away this time as a reward. The rest of the brothers also send some money down. Tell them to hang out with me, Qin Jiang, and they won't be treated poorly. Yes, Zhu Zhang nodded. See this. Qin Jiang himself frowned a little. How do you think that the scene just now is still very similar to a social mixer? Mud. One step at a time. Habits change slowly. It doesn't matter if the steps are right or not. Zhu Zhang, go run with my information and register a company. Incorporation. Right, Qin Jiang calmly said. Also, the brothers' ID cards also collected. The company in accordance with the shareholding system. I accounted for 70%, and enjoy the right to speak. You and 49 each accounted for 5%. The rest of the people in accordance with the mixed system only occupy the shares of dividends. Zhu Zhang listened with a puzzled face and quickly took a book to record it. After all, he didn't know much about this. Brother Jiang, Zhu Zhang said after recording, it's okay to register the company. Why should we be given shares? Just count them all as Brother Jiang's. Qin Jiang shook his head. Just do as I say. There are my reasons. Listening to Qin Jiang's unquestionable tone, Zhu Zhang also no longer refused but asked, then what is the name of the company? Black Dragon. Black Dragon? Yes. Zhu Zhang. Three people cannot help but applaud. That the name of this hegemony, a very social, very in line with the expectations of their hearts, and even more than they want to be more hegemonic. Qin Jiang, however, was calm. Previous life. He purposely gave his name as White Dragon, just to show others the results that did nothing. In the end it still falls into the abyss. He figured out that whether the group mixes or not is not based on the name, but on what he does. Both. So what if it's called the Black Dragon? Snap. Qin Jiang threw the money-containing package under the bed very casually. The scene. It also makes Ah Tao more appalled, hundreds of thousands of cash as if it were dirt. With Jiang absolutely have extraordinary life. Just about to go out. Zhu Zhang also more firm inner. Only this kind of not be swayed by small money will have a more ambitious future. And only by following a team of people like that can you go further and have a Godfather style with the movie version. Only. For Nine's face was calm. He didn't care about this at all. He cared only about following Qin Jiang all the time. Qin Jiang asked, "How's the investigation of the things I asked you to look into?" Wang Tao stepped forward and said, "Almost everything has been checked, and that place is currently in a state of abandonment." The next day, Vice Principal's office. The Vice Principal clapped his hands and said incredulously, "What did you say? You're going to set up a company and want school support?" See only. It's opposite Qin Jiang sitting on the sofa pouring himself tea, very calmly nodded. "How are you going to support it? Give you money?" The Vice Principal all gasped and laughed, looking at Qin Jiang with great disdain. "It's just the asshole students in the district. If it is not, the vocational university is currently in the development period, is rapidly expanding students, coupled with the belief that the mongrels cannot be on the stage as nothing, or else early to its dismissal, and now dares to ask for support in front of their own. The newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Self-importance. He would like to see what Qin Jiang can say. Really want to dare to get it again. Directly let the security guards drive away. Dismissal is not inevitable." Qin Jiang looked at the vice-chancellor and calmly said, "I've heard that many universities have been running programs to support student entrepreneurship recently. There are already some schools implementing it. So how come vocational schools aren't going to move with the times a little bit? Listen to this." The vice principal difference looked at Qin Jiang. He also just received the news that many first-tier cities within the university students start their own businesses, make a big name for themselves, and even a lot of companies have begun to take shape, to the school to bring a lot of influence. So a lot of local schools have also begun to blossom. Songjiang City is no exception. Not to mention those brand-name universities. Even vocational college president also said to him yesterday to get it a little bit. Sure, for vocational university is nothing more than a form. After all, other schools are getting you do not get not alternative. But vocational university is in the development period of funding is very difficult. It is impossible to really spend money to support students to start their own business, but also to do a look. Think about it. The vice-chancellor looked at Qin Jiang face color once again disdain. "I do not know where you get the news, but I can now clearly tell you, the vocational university is not prepared to help. What if I don't want the school to contribute a penny?" Before his words were finished, he saw Qin Jiang directly interrupt. "No money out." The vice principal looked at Qin Jiang as his gaze changed, accurately a bit unable to understand Qin Jiang. "Right." Qin Jiang opened the door. "I just need the school to provide those empty rooms on the west side as office space. In the future, when the company grows, I promise to donate a certain amount of money to the school. Even if it's not impossible to build libraries and school buildings for the school, it's a huge profit. Listen to the end." The vice-chancellor pondered for a moment a bit, but still subconsciously said, "On what grounds?" Chapter 10, talking about the black dragon in front of the playground, shocking the school. On what grounds? Qin Jiang was just about to speak. Suddenly, there was a cacophony of noise as well as exclamations of surprise from outside, and the vice principal froze and walked to the window to look out, only to see a large number of students gathered outside in front of the playground. Of course, the majority of them were attracted to watch the fun. At the forefront stood dozens of temperamental students, all of them with serious, exuberant and excited faces, and the two at the head were Zhu Zhang and Wei Biao. The moment, Zhu Zhang raised his head just in time to meet Qin Jiang's eyes. As for the vice principal on the side, he didn't even look at him. Brush. It raised its hand and drank. Black Dragon. Shasta. Dozens of people in the back collectively drank. Black Dragon. Black Dragon. Brush. Wei Biao, 49, raised his hand and drank. Jiang. A few dozen people cared to call out in unison. Jiang. Jiang. A time to call and sound resounded through the playground, and even a lot of students also joined the follow brush and call. These people are not the Qin Jiang group within the core characters, are also counted as some of the peripheral existence. At least, to be able to holler and holler if something happens. This is also the reason why Zhu Zhang said in the first place that he could call out 200 to 300 people with just one word. See this. The vice principal was shivering with anger. It looked at Qin Jiang and said, This is your bottom line. Qin Jiang. He was also a bit confused, but could guess why such a situation would occur. The probability was that the establishment of the company, coupled with the fact that all these people had shares in the dividend thing, made them too excited to have the current scene. It looked a little angry. Vice principal said, "Are so old." Steady focus. Black Dragon is I just set up the company name. These people are Black Dragon Company employees. Look at all the fine capable boys. Just so the company is formed they can have something to do and expend their energy. It would be good for the school, just as an early internship to increase employment. Qin Jiang chose to say it explicitly. He was going to use some words to talk to him properly. Has its decades of experience is sure to persuade each other? But since it has made this out, there is no need to dilly-dally. As for Somake, it will not let the vice principal rage to expel them all. This, Qin Jiang has full certainty. College Road major schools in the past 2 years is the era of grabbing people. Each student is a valuable resource. All of a sudden expel dozens of, even if the vice-chancellor is also very difficult to do. Not to mention that he did not have to do so. Everything, just as Qin Jiang had guessed. Vice president of this name, Wu Yu, only 35 years old this year. It is strong, have great prospects for development. Not to mention that he came to this school has a lot of special reasons. Naturally, do not want to risk anything, just want to get through safely. So pondering for a moment, he said, the school can give you support. A couple of houses for you to start a company without cost. I'm only asking you for one thing, keep your hands off the people under you and keep them out of trouble at school. Otherwise, the consequences are clear to you. Don't think you're hanging out at school. Its words were not finished. Then I saw Qin Jiang nod his head and say, it's a deal. Let's go. He did not talk to Wu Yu more communication ideas. Now the status of the two are not equal. A promising vice-chancellor, an outsider in the eyes of the punks, completely incomparable. Say anything superfluous will not have a role. To put it bluntly, today seems to Wu Yu agreed to support the compromise. In fact, more like sending the caller casually give some benefits to stabilize. Really continue to go on. Wu Yu will not care about dozens of students, but not to pay the price of it. Boo! Qin Jiang closed the door to the principal's room and murmured, next time, it won't be a situation like today. Wu Yu looked to close the door of the room as well as listen to the outside call and, his face slightly cold, I hope you can understand something. Marred. One's own really bad luck to be transferred to this crappy vocational school as a principal. It's not even as intimidating as going to the university as a director. Let's see if one can find a way to be transferred as soon as possible. Half a dozen times. It's picked up the phone. Have Secretary Yang come to my office. Inside an office. All the teachers also stood at the window and watched the dozens of people shouting scenes below. Their faces were different. There were those who were surprised, those who were angry, but more of them were disdainful. These students are crazy. What do they want to do by gathering and shouting in broad daylight? Where are the security guards? What are they doing not stopping them? No quality. Too bad. Nonsense. Who comes to the school as a good student? And besides, the school hasn't been around for long. So many of the rules aren't sound. The people were talking in tongues. Not to mention the vice principal. Even all of them teachers want to be transferred to another school. Lu Yao looked at the ho-ho scene below, as well as just down the stairs. Qin Jiang muttered, you are ultimately on the road of no return. In the end, what can I do to dissuade you? Lu Lily looked at Lu Yao's intolerant face and said, Lu Yao, what's wrong with you lately? Why are you always concerned about Qin Jiang? He's just a punk, pure scum, bullying his classmates, fighting, and doing nothing wrong. Lu Yao, however, gently shook her head. He's not like that. He also has a good side. That incident had touched her greatly, especially when she had heard the other day that the group that had first besieged them had rounded up 2 more people on the road after being scared away by Qin Jiang. Both were seriously injured. It made Lu Yao have several nightmares in a row, not thinking about what would have happened to her if Qin Jiang hadn't appeared in the first place, seriously injured. Or even, she didn't dare to think about it. So between constant flashbacks she was convinced that Qin Jiang wasn't incorrigible, but unfortunately she wasn't sure how to help. Downstairs, Qin Jiang just came out. Zhu Zhang and the others all cast their eyes over, very tacit understanding to shout in unison, Jiang! This scene with the Qin Jiang last life to cultivate the momentum, the dominance of the oil as if the social big brother, so that people produce a sense of trance. Qin Jiang looked at dozens of exuberant brothers in front of him also did not strike, telling them that these are very childish. Some things take time to change. Besides, such situations also have a catalytic effect on development. Brush. It saw a very familiar figure at the back of the group. Beanies, tight pants. Bai Lu. She stood at the back of the line is also very excited. Saw Qin Jiang put the eyes seen did not come up but high to the side. Zhu Zhang whispered, Brother Jiang, her side chased too tight. I momentarily slip of the tongue agreed to her to join us. If you don't like it I'll drive her away. Qin Jiang seemed to smile and look at Zhu Zheng a glance. This guy talk and do things rigorously. How to do such things? Must be to see their own on the white Lu heart will do so. Consider what it did not say. Anyway, the other party's initiative to join him did him no harm, even if that scout leader brother of the other party couldn't do anything about it. Instead, he looked at the people. From now on you are employees of the Black Dragon Company. The rules and systems of the company will soon be issued. We hope that you can comply with, and those who dare to violate the company's systems will be expelled from the company and bear the consequences. Chapter 11. The rules are, criminal law. License in hand. Yes, the men drank with great vigor. They didn't have any grievances. After all, there was that group without rules, and there was talk of 3 cuts and 6 holes in the cooks. Can be said to know Qin Jiang to set up the Black Dragon Company, and so that they can get equity dividends. Let these people on Qin Jiang incomparable conviction, not to say dead heart is almost, who makes, loyalty is the key to the world. Yes, Qin Jiang nodded and turned to leave. Rear, dozens of people followed closely and dominantly. Aha, at least in the eyes of the students. I don't know how many female students are soft and full of arousal. There are only 5 words in my heart. I want to be a sister-in-law. Brother Jiang, Zhu Zheng asked in a low voice, how are the rules set? Do you have any statutes? Rules, Qin Jiang directly said. You go ahead and buy some criminal law books, and issue one to each person who joins the Black Dragon Company. Tell them that this is the rule of the Black Dragon Company and that each of them must memorize it and understand what it means. What? Criminal law? Zhu Zhengxian froze for a moment, then reacted furiously. Yes, as long as they memorized the criminal law, their team development could definitely soar in the future. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will win 100 battles. Hi! Xu Zheng couldn't help but give Qin Jiang a thumbs up. It's really high. Brother Zhang's farsightedness makes me admire him, and was patted on the back. Qin Jiang is not clear that Zhu Zheng again misunderstood his meaning. Of course, even if clear cannot be corrected, there are things can only be one step at a time. North End, a mahjong parlor. Wow. Inside the smoke, so that people simply cannot see inside the appearance of people. Only through bursts of shuffling sound and clamor and sound know that there are many people inside. Boo! A yellow-haired, dry and thin youth quickly ran in and went straight to the innermost part of a certain box to open it. Inside, there were 5 or 6 people playing cards. There is a bald man sitting in the main seat. His face neat, bald head has a hideous scar. In the scar end position more tattooed a scorpion. It is this generation is very famous hooligan head, because of the early years of fighting with the top of the head to leave a scar. So, nicknamed Scar. The moment it looked at rushed in panting yellow hair young cursed, Grandma, small forced cubs, you are dead father or no mother. Who ing let you come in? No wonder lousy today bad luck. Are stepping on the horse you rushed. It seems a long time did not teach you the rules. A succession of curses scared the yellow-haired young man straight. He was only the little brother of Scar's little brother. How could he not be afraid? Yellow hair looked at Scar's unkind eyes and hurriedly said, Brother Sword, our business has been robbed. What? Boo! Scar directly clapped his hands. What did you say? Business has been robbed. What business? Someone went to the bar to cause trouble. Something went wrong in the game hall. Neither. The yellow-haired youth shook his head hastily. It's a card reader? A card reader? Scar was stunned before responding. It's that gadget that downloads things from computers. Watching the yellow-haired youth nod, Scar cursed in a low voice. Once again sat over the chair, while looking at the cards in his hand. Said, continue. The yellow-haired young man said, our guys went down to sell the card readers, as is customary, and found that the vast majority of internet cafes didn't want them. At first thought that they are not good sales, and then realized that they are a period of time ago just into a large number of cheaper than ours. Look at the amount of those internet cafes are enough to use half a year. Hearing this, Scar played the cards in his hand and scolded. Find out which little punk did it? No. The yellow-haired young man shook his head. Those people all said that they are raw faces. It is not at all clear where they came from, but it is said that the accent is also northeastern people, other than that it is not clear. Waste. Scar pointed at yellow hair and cursed. Can't find out who did it. Won't check the source of the goods. Tell Shue Si, if he can't find out who did it within 3 days, the consequences will be clear to him. Get out. Yellow hair young man dare not say more, turn around and run. Shuefor is its top big brother is also responsible for the card reader business exists. Scar snorted coldly, looking at his hand of cards put down. Do not play. Today is not in the mood. All go. A couple of poker players didn't dare to say much and left directly. Although the card reader business is not big, can also bring him hundreds of thousands of benefits a year, not to mention their own business is robbed if they cannot find their way back to the scene, then it will also make him lose some prestige. Thinking of this made him even angrier and he shouted directly to the outside, "Nana! Nana, get your ass over here!" Soon, an enchanting woman walked into the box. Then Scar's low voice came out from inside, "Lousy is a bit on fire today. Kneel down. North Sector Security Detective Team. Detective Captain by Mang just reported the case back." A youth came over close to its ear, whispered, "Things are clear. Not long ago Bai Lu was stopped by a group of student gangsters, just to be rescued by a person appeared. That person is a vocational college students, called Qin Jiang, is the biggest gangster of the vocational university, under the hands of a few dozens of small brothers, usually rely on helping people stand in line to earn money. Recently Bai Lu old absenteeism to run to the vocational university is said to be very close to his people. Said, it's also pulled a photo out of his pocket. Just see the photo is more than 10 people together. The leader is Qin Jiang, and is the yellow hair era of Qin Jiang. See this. Bai Mang was as gloomy as water, his face ugly and scary. After all, anyone who learned that his own sister was involved with yellow hair would be furious, and he even fantasized images in his mind. My own sister brought the yellow-haired Qin Jiang home. Old Den. I motorcycle parked outside peacefully. Old Den. You're going to be a grandfather soon. Olden. Shasta. This kind of image made Bai Mang's body shudder. He didn't dare to think whether his own father would directly split Qin Jiang's body in that kind of situation and then tell him, this person, when he came here, it was a piece of 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 a piece. Immediately, it's immediately picked up the phone. Tootsie, Bai Lu, wherever you are right now, whatever you're doing, come home immediately, right now, brother. I'll transfer you tomorrow if you don't come back. Snap, hanging up the phone, he said, call him and tell him I want to see him. Brother Mang, take it easy, the youth said, he's just a punk, there's no need to generalize with him. When that group of students committed a crime after, so that kid is considered to have saved Bai Lu. Just scare him, he kept persuading Bai Mang, not really care about Qin Jiang, but afraid of what Bai Mang would do on impulse. Humph, Bai Mang coldly grunted, I hope he understands, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. Whoever dares to touch my sister, I'm not done with him, and I must see him and warn him myself. The moment. The school is very relaxed. Qin Jiang does not know that there are two groups of people think about themselves. He is very excited, because Zhu Zhang has brought back the company license. Chapter 12, Black Dragon Base, Xianhe's Visit. Black Dragon Company, Incorporated, Xinjiang, 100,000 Registered Capital, Registered Address, No. 65, Academy Road, Songjiang North District. Scope of business, investment, construction. Looking at the hands of the business license, Qin Jiang is very satisfied. In 2010 can have this speed is absolutely fast. Brother Jiang, so anxious to do what? Zhu Zhang inquired. According to the normal process is also a month time. Just to speed up really spend a lot of wasted money. Naturally there is a use for it. Qin Jiang got up and walked outside saying, go, follow me to the guardhouse. One side. Lying down to sleep 4-9 snapped open his eyes and got up directly. Incomparably sharp to follow behind Qin Jiang just like a shadow. Brown Bear, Nursing Home. It's short for Pine River School of Nursing and Technology. Located next to the vocational school. Rear of the nursing home. There is a factory. To be precise, is an abandoned factory, originally a chemical plant. Due to the college road planning to move away from this factory on the complete abandonment of the establishment of the nursing home on the other side. But due to the nursing home has not been developed so unused. At this point, factory entrance. Qin Jiang quietly erected. Zhu Zhan was very confused, not clear what to do in the abandoned factory. Open up, Qin Jiang said directly. Boo. 49 stepped forward and picked up a rock to deliver a few blows to the iron lock of the factory gate. Dang, dang, ka chow. The already rusty iron lock was smashed. Cgio pushed open the door, and Qin Jiang walked in with big strides. The factory is very empty, even some of the scrap iron have been pulled away to sell, leaving only some dispensable rags. Covering an area of only a few thousand square meters is not very large. Plant to there are two. Soon, after turning around, Qin Jiang said, go find Yi Zhe and tell him that I want to see him and ask him to meet me at the company tonight. Yi Zhe? Xu Zheng questioned. It's that courtyard guard school captain Yi Zhe. Yeah, that's him. Qin Jiang nodded. Tell him there's a business deal to talk about. Night. The 3 rooms in front of the vocational school were lit up, and a huge plaque was erected over the 3 rooms with the inscription, Black Dragon. Students passing by can't help but stop and look twice, whispering in low voices. These punks of theirs really set up a gang. The Black Dragon Gang. Sounds quite domineering. The city is different from the countryside. Our Boyle Mixed Road are private. The city have dared to hang a sign. You say they occupy these houses and the school doesn't care. Are the teachers afraid of him too? Equally surprised were the teachers and staff as well as the security guards, who looked at the lighted location. Black Dragon? What the? You guys say that big asshole has made a couple houses his base? Who gave him the authority? Who allowed it? It's okay to show off on campus in the past, but now they all dare to on our heads. Outrageous. Only to see a young security guard with an electric baton about to charge straight into Black Dragon. But he was stopped by a couple of old security guards. Why are you stopping me? Can't it be that you guys received a bribe from him? The young security guard was furious, believing that duty does not allow crookedness in front of him. Not to mention this kind of using the school office building as a punk-based thing. Say what? The old king of security said, you are not clear. He hung a plaque when we also want to stop to come. The result of the security director personally called to let us do not care. Said this is the school agreed. Also said that is not what the Black Dragon Gang is. The Black Dragon Limited is a business license formal enterprise. Regular enterprise. The young security guard was full of disbelief, especially when he saw the scene in the room through the window. Inside, Qin Jiang sat in the main sitting sofa chair. The two sides of the sofa sitting Zhu Zhang. 4-9. A houser standing or half leaning, dozens of dyed hair, dangling cigarette students. You said this was a regular business. The young security guard questioned. It's just a bunch of ING gangster students. Look at the evening study time now. Do they go to class? Listen to this. A few of the older security guards looked embarrassed. Take a night study. Oh, do not say that these bad students, even if some honest students rarely go on. Otherwise the playground where so many students, for which the school did not control too strict. These security guards' duty is not to go out of the way in the school. In the end, the young security guards and a few old security guards continue to persuade, but can only be pulled back to the security room. Still put harsh words. You guys don't dare, but I do. From now on, if he violates the school rules, I'll arrest him. A couple of the older guards were not amused. They are all old oil. If ever they actually do not care too much about Qin Jiang. This kind of punks before the school is not no, and so on a graduation is nothing. There's no need to get serious with these punks, or else these youngsters will all go down without a fight. But since learning that Qin Jiang opened a company and get the school agreed, so that the senior management are personally said not to let them control, these old security guards on Qin Jiang attitude change. Smooth. The security chief, Su Dong, picked up a large teapot to drink, murmured, no wonder he is so rampant in the school. There are so many people to follow him. The original not only rely on the ability to fight, there is a background. It seems that in the future to change the attitude, at least do not offend. At that moment there was a scolding from the door. Who? From that school? Architecture school? What's the matter? Looking for Qin Jiang? Come back when you're on vacation. You're not allowed in now. Su Dong came to the school entrance, saw a few people standing outside. The only head is a tattooed flower arm strong young man, followed by 4 or 5 dangling behind. The younger brother recognized the identity of the people. College Road. A big gangster, Qin He. Because of the Shaolin Temple and the 2 years of learning to fight thieves fierce, people praise nickname, Lone Wolf. The only defeat was suppressed by 4-9, which was the battle that established 4-9's reputation as the school road god of war. The moment Qin He heard the security guards so say that they intend to take the little brother to leave. After all, he is only a student. For the school, security guards naturally have some fear. The two sides of the little brother also did not say anything more. Su Dong suddenly called out to him. Wait. Qin He turned back to Su Dong. What is it? Su Dong, what are you looking for Qin Jiang for? Qin, there's something to discuss. Su Dong, do you have an appointment? Qin, appointment? What appointment? He was very confused and looked at Su Dong, a little unable to understand the meaning of the words just now. Seeing that Qin Jiang also wanted to make an appointment. Seeing this, Su Dong contemplated for a moment, shouted to an obedient security guard. Lao Wang, you go to the Black Dragon Company and say that Qin He wants to see Qin Jiang. Ask him to see or not. Lao Wang nodded and left. The Black Dragon Company is right next to the school gate. Lao Wang did not go for a long time before returning. Qin Jiang said to see. Su Dong nodded and signaled old Wang to open the door and said to Qin He, come in. He also said to old Wang, you take it with you to save him from not recognizing the way. Just like this, Qin He was incomparably dumbfounded state with a few minions following the old king into the campus. Muttered, what is the situation? Why just not allowed to enter? Learn to see Qin Jiang is allowed. Is it? Chapter 13. Qin He shocked. This is the Jiang Hu big brother. Until, standing in front of the brightly lit Black Dragon Corporation, he looked at the word Black Dragon on the plaque above his head before he slowed down. The old king said, "Qin Jiang is inside. Go in." Said also did not wait for Qian. He asked what directly left. He will soon retire. Do not want to get involved in bad things. Boo. Qian He pushed open the door and let a few minions inside. Brush. Whether it is Qian He or a few juniors are frozen, only to see the smoke curling up in the house. Under the smoke stood dozens of ruffian students smoking cigarettes and laughing. See them come in all the eyes to look over. The face gradually icy cold, which some people sit down on the balcony. Some people shake their necks. Some people from the corner of the baseball out of the mixer. Among them, the center of attention is naturally the three men sitting in the center. On the left side of the sofa Zhu Zhang shook a folding fan in his hand, and on the right side of the 4-9 spun two round balls in his hand. Right in the center, Qin Jiang crossed his legs and sat on the sofa chair, holding a glass of wine in his right hand and gently shaking it as he looked at several people. Stay. Completely frozen. Gulp. Qian He brought a few juniors could not help but swallow their saliva. After all, they are a group of students who have never seen such a picture. Not to mention the fact that the scene in front of them was just too similar to the movie they were in, fantasizing about the Big Brother picture in their heads. The moment, in their eyes Qin Jiang seemed like a big man of the Jianghu, while he and the others had come to provoke the little Yakuza. Crunch, crunch. Ah Tao pinched his fist out of the column, looked at Qian He ice cold. What? To pick a scene. Really tired of living. Accompany it step by step. Other people on both sides also gathered towards Qian He. Several people. A few juniors were so scared that they couldn't speak. Although Qian He was shocked, he looked at Qin Jiang and said, "I'm not here to pick a fight, but I won't bring these people here, and to come to business with you. Listen to this." Qin Jiang was indifferent, still shaking his glass until the scene was about to open up, and then waved his hand. Brush. Along with its wave of the hand on both sides of all the people stopped and slowly backed up, but still dead staring at a few people. Sit. Qin Jiang pointed to the chair in front of him. Qian He also did not show fear, stride to Qin Jiang's face to sit down. Its back a few little brother, although scared to death, can also still clench their teeth and follow its back. See this? Qin Jiang nodded secretly. Qian He, last life is not a nobody. Not only in the college road, even in the North District have made a big noise, but unfortunately bad luck forces did not wait to develop out of the North District was Annette. In fact, the last life of Qin Jiang can rise so fast, also annex the remnants of its forces cause. Two people in their last life relationship is very complex. What to say? Sympathize and hope for each other's death. What is it? Qin Jiang's thunderous face and cold smile made people fearful of seeing him and terrified inside. Even within the Black Dragon Company there were only 2.5 people who dared to look Qin Jiang in the eye and speak normally. Zhu Zhang, 4-9, and Ah Tao, and the rest of them held in awe. But Qian He remained calm, only surprised at the development of Qin Jiang so quickly. In the school can be openly set up a plaque, and give their own group a Black Dragon hegemonic name. It's calming words. There was an agreement between you and me that as long as you, Qin Jiang, are present in the Northern District's villages battle platform gathering fights, I won't fight. A while ago I learned that you rejected Crouching Tiger Village. They called me, however I didn't agree. I came here to ask you about your attitude. If you don't do it in Crouching Tiger Village in the future, then, a flash of embarrassment flashed in his eyes before he finished his words. Obviously also feel a bit out of line, when the duel with the 4-9 lost on the agreement, and now personally door to say that this makes very good face of his uncomfortable. Qin Jiang was also slightly surprised to hear this. As a rival in his previous life he was also clear about his character. Love of face, love of justice, and speaking in one word. So, there seems to be a lot of reasons for both. So, Qin Jiang will not dabble in the gathering and fighting things, will not care about Qian He to do, but also not a good man directly promised to go out. Its left hand is very rhythmic, knocking seat. One, and another. The room fell into a bizarre and depressing atmosphere. A Tao and other people more cold gaze at the Qian He as if a group of wolves ready to tear the prey. Boo! Qin Jiang drank his cup of wine, looked ahead. Qian He laughed. Not only Crouching Tiger Village, other needs to gather bucket business can be given to you. From now on I Qin Jiang do not do this. What do you need me to do? Qian He spoke directly, understanding that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Do something for me. What is it? Not thinking right now. Yes, conversation is very clean. After getting a positive reply from Qin Jiang, Qian He got up and left with a few juniors. In its walk to the door when Qin Jiang's voice suddenly came, mixing with the jungle. There's no way out. Qian He's body was stunned and turned back to look deeply at Qin Jiang before leaving. Off campus, it took a long walk out for a few of the minions to come back to their senses. ********. Just now that group of grandchildren are also too able to pretend to still have to do it. If it is not to see that there are many of them I am not. But it should be said not to say Xinjiang which only came to the college road how long actually developed so fast. All have a base directly on the plaque. Black Dragon. Really trampled let people envy. This statement was made. A few people also looked a little envious. After all, this group of them is considered to be well mixed within the college road. So they are also based on the dormitory, or some nearby village where no one lives in the room, which was not much before, but everything is afraid of comparison. Today in Xinjiang's Black Dragon base than really heaven and earth. Someone suggested, brother why don't we get a stronghold as well and come up with a dominating name? This will definitely make the brothers exuberant as well as make it easier to recruit more people. The others concurred. Yeah, I feel fine. The name of the gang could be the Wild Bunch. Rampage is good too. Alright, Qian he interrupted them. Although I'm not sure how Xinjiang got those houses in the school and put up the plaque, but I'm sure our school will never allow it. Just the security guards are enough to make us drink a pot of water. They can stand behind the police. As for going out there and renting a house, there simply isn't enough money. All this nonsense will wait until later. The name thing is also talking about. Our first priority is to quickly get money. Without money everything is in vain. Said. It's direct order. Shunzi, you go to call those people in the nearby villages. Just say that in the future this kind of work I take all. To recent week then can give them a discount. School entrance. Su Dong and all the other security guards were chatting. I saw Ah Tao with his hands in his pockets holding 2 boxes upside down, throwing the boxes to Su Dong in his hand. Here. Huazi, Brother Jiang said thank you for today's event. If there is anything in the future, I'll call you. Right. There's another one looking for John later. Just tell him to come right in. Said. He didn't care how Su Dong and the others reacted and went back upside down. Chapter 14, Contracting a Chemical Plant. Grand Duke of Protector. The security guards watched the departing Atao's face change constantly. Only, Su Dong secretly pondered what? His inner little 999 has been in the brain to make up some things. Half a sound it's one of the Huazi pick up pointing to the remaining Huazi said, this you divided it. Don't forget to remember to open the door for people who come in a while. Said. Nor did they wait for the security guards to ask to leave. A few security guards no longer think much about joyfully divided Huazi. Such high-grade cigarettes they usually cannot afford to smoke. School security is not what oil and water department wages are not high. Plus they have no establishment. So they are rarely willing to mind their own business. So if someone comes in, they come in. Even if it doesn't let in. Just find a place to jump the wall if you want to. Otherwise how would internet charter students come back? Half an hour later. Yi Zhe was a little surprised to look at the completely uninquired on the door security. In the guide down to the front of the Black Dragon Company. Likewise, also subdued by the Black Dragon plaque. Boo! Push open the door to see the exact same scene with Qianhe. Let it in shock at the same time frown. At the same time constantly waving his hand to drive away the smoke. And his mouth cannot help but cough twice. Ahem. Xinjiang. You come. Cough. What business to talk about? So many people. What did I offend you? Said its eyes quickly scanning the people present expression. Mainly focused on observing the Xinjiang. 2 schools so close as the respective school figure of the weather naturally clear who is the main perpetrator. Unfortunately, he did not see any news on the face of Xinjiang, but the inner panic quickly dispersed. Its analysis of their own and Xinjiang does not have any grudges. Even if there is something to offend each other will not be able to trick themselves over to the beatings. This is definitely not Xinjiang's style. It's also absolutely embarrassing. Brush. Xinjiang lifted his wine glass and Zhu Zhang said, all of you go out. Flapping. Dozens of little brothers simply go. One by one all face proud and cold without any nonsense. Wait until it disperses outside. The talents could not help but whisper exuberance. Cool. So damn cool. You guys didn't see the way Yezer was scared when he came in. Yi Zhe counts as a fart. There are no men in the nursing home to let him be the boss, but also do some business to earn a little money. We have today's scene on the light of Brother Jiang himself can suppress him. It's awesome. This is the society I imagined. The moment. They could hardly suppress their inner exuberance. Once they have never thought of such a picture. At most a group of people hula together. Then think also quite domineering with today's scene is completely incomparable. All listen up. Wang Tao looked at all of them and said, all the prestige is given by Jiang. If anyone dares to disobey Jiang or betray him in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless. Towers, where are you going with this? A world of people. Brotherhood. With Jiang, must line. Even if I die, I won't betray Brother Jiang. They did not tell lies. Originally Xinjiang is very prestigious. Coupled with a series of means during this period of Xinjiang, selling card readers to earn big money, building companies to give shares, and even opened the company in the school so that the school leadership recognized. The security guards give face, as well as today's bullying picture. Staple STH, piece by piece. They can't find a more suitable big brother than Qin Jiang, not to mention the word righteousness in the Jianghu. Betrayal. It would mean a complete stench of reputation and no one would do it. But, others muttered in whispers, it's just that the criminal code is so hard to memorize. Inside the room, accompanied by the departure of all the little brothers, smoke slowly dispersed. Yi Zhe took a deep breath and sat opposite Qin Jiang. Directly, what business do you want with me? Qin Jiang looked at as completely calmed down Yi Zhe also cannot help but nod. This is also counted as a school road out of the storm, and counted the mixing of the better. Because of its start is the commercial road, the last life of its business territory to expand a large and subsequent conflict of interest with the Qin Jiang. The two groups have fought many times. After the fall of the Qin Jiang annexed business, when the Qin Jiang out of each other has become a famous business celebrities. Sure, this all cannot be separated from the other side of the background, but also to recognize the other side is capable of. Just look at the other side of the current temperament is not unusual, just adult men can compare. Contracting? Yezer was even more surprised. However, he saw Qin Jiang wave his hand. Xu Zhang pulled out stacks of papers from the lower drawer, looked at them for a few moments and then handed one of them to Yi Zhe, dropping the rest of the papers next to his seat in the process. Brush. Yi Zhe looked at the paper in his hand. Contracts. The content is not complicated. It's a contract to contract a factory. Party A, Black Dragon Co. Contract location, Wutie Chemical Plant. Length of contract, 10 years. You want to contract the 5 iron chemical plant? Yi Zhe looked at Qin Jiang in astonishment. That abandoned factory behind the nursing home. Right. Qin Jiang nodded. What is contracting a chemical plant for? Yi Zhe couldn't figure out why Qin Jiang was preparing to contract the factory. Own use out. Qin Jiang calmly tapped his fingers. This, Yi Zhe always feel wrong, but Qin Jiang color calm he simply cannot see what. For 9 with the tower seems to see nothing, can only subconsciously look at Zhu Zhang. Zhu Zhang shaking the folding fan color smile. Pure smiley face tiger also. Eventually, his eyes settled on a few sheets of paper next to Zhu Zhang's chair. The complete guide to gang training disciples. How gangs expand. How to set up a hidden base for a gang. Looking at the title of the text on the paper, Yi Zhe's gaze froze. He really was subdued. Accurately said unbelievable. What did he see? Could it be that Qin Jiang contracted the chemical plant to be used as a stronghold, thus training the minions fighting force and going out to grab the territory? No, he's sick. What era? Reform and opening up are many years still play this set. What? When the Republic of China, not pure and simple? What is the use of the little brother training to be able to fight again? You can beat the vigilante team. 3 sticks to break up all your Jianghu spirit. Let you know what it means. 12 pages of confessions, each with your name on it. For a time Yi Zhe kept slandering inwardly, and even intended to get up and leave without paying attention. But thinking of the Black Dragon Company plaque and the situation in the house, he vaguely guessed that Qin Jiang might have made a small fortune. So, for the lack of money he cannot give up. It's look at Qin Jiang directly open. Contracting fees intend to pay how much? Qin Jiang spoke. $200,000 a year. But sign a 10-year contract. 200,000. Yi Zhe deeply look at Qin Jiang seems to guess correctly. To Qin Jiang out of tens of thousands of him turned away. But 200,000 for today's times is not a small amount of money. Yi Zhe opened the door. I'm not sure why you want to contract the factory, but the factory is subordinate to the nursing home. Accurately speaking, the nursing home also only have the right to use. You want a contract is also looking for the school. Looking for me to do what? And I cannot do the main. Ha ha. Qin Jiang suddenly laughed out loud, his body slightly leaning forward to look at Yi Zhe, and laughed dangerously. You tell me. The Grand Duke of the Nursing Vocational College. Chapter 15, Preparing to Earn the Second Bucket of Gold. Decision of Ye's uncles and nephews. You. Yi Zhe looked at Qin Jiang's face stunned. Qin Jiang is incomparably calm and leisurely said, it's not difficult to guess, right? You do so much monopoly business in the nursing home, and not by force to suppress. Coupled with the nursing home principal is also surnamed Yi. Then you are bound to have a relationship with him. But the principal of the nursing home this year is only more than 30, by no means possible to have a son as big as you. Then the probability is that the nephew. So, what do you say? The corner of Yi Zhe's mouth twitched a few times. Looking at Qin Jiang with a more complicated gaze, he realized that he had somewhat underestimated the other party. Sure, he wasn't at all aware that Qin Jiang had extrapolated entirely from his previous life. Otherwise it would be hard to associate these. Xinjiang, the chemical plant can be rented to you, Yi Zhe directly said. But the price 200,000 is too low. Exactly how much I have to go back and discuss with my uncle. Xinjiang calmly sipped his drink. Be my guest. Yes. Yezer nodded his head and left with the contract. And he just did not go to the door. Zhu Zhang's cell phone ringing. Took the phone to cope with 2 sentences on. Xinjiang said, Zhang, the construction school letter that there is an intention to cooperate, so that we can go tomorrow to inspect the inspection. What was being said afterward Yi Zhe didn't hear, as he had already walked out of the Black Dragon Company and went straight to the nursing home with the contract, and from time to time to look back to the direction of the Black Dragon Company. Xinjiang, a good Xinjiang, before really underestimate you, cannot say anything to get a Black Dragon Company, and can come up with hundreds of thousands of dollars. It seems to have found a way to earn money. I do not know what is it. Extortion, blackmail, and can guess their own identity is obviously not a stupid generation, but it is a pity to take the wrong route. What era is still playing mixed rivers and lakes that set? Nowadays, society is an economic era. Only the rich are the masters, and the brave can only enter the classroom. It's not going to make it to the top either. Shake your head. It's not thinking about this. How Xinjiang's future has nothing to do with him. He only wants to get the contracting money into his hands as soon as possible. Inside Black Dragon, Xinjiang looked at the departing Yi Zhe with a cold smile on his face. Previous life, the government for some special reason suddenly decided to raise the nursing home from college to 3. Never must expand the campus chemical plant is bound to be in the expansion of the list. The results of Yi Zhe uncle and nephew forged contracting contracts to let Yi Zhe earned a lot of money. In this life, how could he stand by and watch this piece of fat into the mouth of the other side? Not to grab sorry God. Zhu Young took a lighter and set a couple of gang development plans on fire, turning them into ashes in a curl of smoke. On the other hand, Yi Zhe returned to the school and went straight to the principal's office without knocking on the door and pushed it in. Boo! Ding! Dang! Notice, the sound of a crash. See only. A tall woman crawled out from under the table in a hurry, covering her mouth with a flushed face of embarrassment. The principal of the nursing home, Yi Ji-kai, on the other hand, was filled with anger, but upon realizing Yi Zhe only sighed softly and said, You take the documents and go out first. Yes. The tall woman picked up the papers on her desk and hurried out covering her mouth. Boo! Yi Zhe came to Yi Ji-kai's table in a very calm manner. Uncle, you're playing quite flowery. TSK, just recruited a secretary. Right. He's here to take care of the paperwork. Yi Ji-kai said with a stiff upper lip. He can't do anything about Yi Zhe. First of all, the other party is his own nephew is also Ye's eldest grandson. And secondly, Yi Zhe's father is also his brother is the backbone of the family his principal position also rely on its support. So naturally, he could only love and care for Yi Zhe. Row. Yi Zhe also did not continue to flirt. How to say is also a family member of the pro-uncle. The face to give is not. Immediately, directly handing the contract in his hand to Yi Ji-kai. Brush. Yi Ji-kai difference picked up the contract and flipped through its contents. Opposite Yi Zhe then explained, Black Dragon Company to contract the chemical plant behind our school. By the way, the Black Dragon Company is next to the vocational school that big jerk Xinjiang opened. Xinjiang. Yi Ji-kai was full of doubts. Obviously he didn't know who Xinjiang was. After all, although the other party's reputation is very loud in the college road, but only among the students, not to mention the school's top management will not even recognize the ordinary people. But Yi Ji-kai didn't care to look at the contract and asked directly, You plan to contract out the chemical plant? Right. Yi Zhe nodded his head and said, Of course I want to contract it out, so that the school can have a free money just to support my business. Uncle, you are not aware that I am now starting a business that is in need of capital. Once there are $200,000 to $300,000 of capital to join, I am confident that I can directly make the company scale break $1 million within a year. Yi Ji-kai listened to Yi Zhe's words with a calm face. For his whole principle of the million, although not less can be so, the nursing home is not at all lack of contracting chemical obtained hundreds of thousands of benefits. But now the situation is special. He got the message next year the province will have a recognition of campus entrepreneurship conference. So, he naturally wanted his nephew to be able to attend. Startup capital will also have to come from normal sources. Private to give it is almost interesting. So we discussed a few days ago in the school senior meeting to allocate $300,000 to my startup company. Unfortunately, failed. Those school executives as well as the shareholders simply did not agree. And in the end, they reluctantly agreed to talk about it when there were additional benefits. After all, the school is not his place. Here's the deal, nursing schools are private schools more akin to group companies. And the president isn't the greatest. Dang. Yi Ji-kai tapped his fingers and said, It's not impossible to contract the chemical plant to him, but 200,000 is too little, at least 500,000 a year. After all, the area of the chemical plant is not small. Take your time talking to him. No, Yi Zhe directly interrupted Yi Jikai's words. He is clear that this uncle of his own family again to pull the negotiation to maximize the benefits. But when he was leaving he could hear Qin Jiang also about talking about other places. So, the moment you bid too high yourself you are likely to scare the other person away. Hundreds of thousands of dollars for the guard is nothing, but for now he is absolutely snowed in. Then it's directly put their own ideas with Yi Jikai out, but also put the guess what Qin Jiang intends to do out. Listen to the end. Yi Jikai also froze on the spot. Establishment of gangs. Hit the ground running. No, you've traveled, haven't you? It's the Republic of China. A long time Yi Jikai said. Go and talk to him yourself. How much money you set yourself? By the time the contracting is completed the school will be in the name of support to the money to you. This money no one dares to card. Thank you uncle. Yi Zhe hurriedly nodded his head, and left contentedly after chatting with Yi Jikai about a few family matters. Yi Jikai couldn't help but laugh out loud again in the room. Qin Jiang, really don't know the height of heaven little Yakuza. Rented to him in less than 2 years 80% will be arrested, and then the chemical plant will just be taken back. Shaking his head it's not thinking about this. To him these things really don't mean anything. Picking up the phone and sending it out. Let Secretary Lu come to my office again. Just as Yi Zhe's uncle and nephew were discussing Qin Jiang, Scar's team has also found Qin Jiang. Chapter 16, Scar's Revenge. Screaming in front of the school. Inside the mahjong parlor. Boo! Scar threw the photo in his hand on the table, only to see that the photo was a group photo of none other than Qin Jiang and the others. That's him? Brother Blade. Shuesi nodded. I personally ran to Hangzhou and talked to the boss for a long time before I got him to pull up the surveillance video. I came back with screenshots to ask around everywhere, and eventually found out that this person was Qin Jiang, a big gangster on College Road. Big jerk? Scar's eyebrows jumped. He's great. How come I've never heard of College Road? Shuesi explained. He's a student. He's a stick in the school. He has a few brothers under his hand. He earns money by filling up the nearby villages. He's said to be not easy. Few people dare to go against him in College Road. Scar's face was full of disdain. Not a ING student. If not for the College Road has just been established. A large number of security guards to prevent the entry of the uninvited people. Can let these student children mixed up. They count for nothing. Have seen blood? Have they ever seen blood? They still dare to rob business with me. Really not afraid of death obviously. It's not putting Qin Jiang in his eyes at all. Shuesi. Ugh. Blade. You take a dozen or so of your brethren on a trip tonight, and make him spit out all the money he ate in before giving a lesson. Well, Shuefor nodded. Originally he was a little worried. After all, that Qin Jiang in the College Road fame is really big. But after his own big brother explained that he reacted to the group of students over the family only. As long as they go to the name, in a few bluffing directly to the other side obediently hand over the money. He called and started to call people. Ready to get the money back tonight. Otherwise he has lost a lot of face by being cursed by Scar every day. And he has to earn his face back tonight. Bai Mang looked at the youth with a gloomy face and said, he still refuses to see me. Outrageous. Not even seeing me after abducting all my sisters. Youth said, fierce brother, you do not rush. Although your sister followed them to mix but look at that look should not suffer. These days that group of gangsters also did not fight but also set up a company. Your sister these days to follow the busy layout of the company to come. Forming a company? What company? White Mang asked. It seems to be called Black Dragon. The youth was astonished and uncertain. Now it's said that the entire College Road is rumored to be circulating Qin Jiang's nickname, Black Dragon. Black Dragon. Whose company is called that? And isn't that the name of the gang? Who does he think he is? Can suppress this name? Just how old is the child to mix that in society? Bai Mang angrily said. You continue to contact. Appropriately reveal some of my identity. I'd like to see if he sees or doesn't see. The youth nodded and left. Qin Jiang. Black Dragon. Bai Mang kept muttering these two words in his mouth. No matter what you have to try to get your sister out. The last time he got his own sister back with a strong tone. But who would have thought that he would go again in the blink of an eye? And not at all afraid of his threats. He called the other side either told him to leave it alone or hung up. Its subconscious picked up the phone again and called. Ringing for a moment. Toot toot. Still hanging up. Mud. Bai Mang had a bad feeling. It's not possible that this little ninny is in love with that yellow-haired Qin Jiang. At this point, a voice came from the front. Team White, the chief is calling you. Coming. White Mang no longer continued to want to greet and leave. Vocational school. Qin Jiang and the others were still gathered at Black Dragon. Classes are not allowed. Going to sleep anyway. This Qin Jiang did not drive away. Anyway, for the vocational school program on or not on, no difference. It's looking at a room full of dozens of people, all of whom had gone through layers and layers of tests and were incredibly loyal to Qin Jiang. It is also the hardest class. They had all been tested in their last life, and still no one chose to betray them under those circumstances. Nope, there's a couple of them too, but the other day he was marginalized for some reason. Qin Jiang shook his glass. Silence, Zhu Zhang said aloud. Shasta. The room was silent. Many people put out their cigarettes and looked at Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang said calmly, today set up a rule. From now on, where the Black Dragon Company core personnel register signing a labor contract, is the core personnel are not allowed to tattoo, before the tattoo does not count. The withdrawal of the company in accordance with the labor contract in advance of a month to apply. What? The faces of the men were surprised and puzzled. Surprise, their own leading elder brother looked at them and said so, apparently recognizing themselves and others as core personnel. They were also a bit worried these days. Anyone could tell that Qin Jiang was constantly dumping out some people. It looked like it was over. They were the ones who had been tested to be able to enter the Black Dragon. As for the company, contracts, filing a separation a month in advance didn't even care. I do not understand, why not allow tattoos? But this doubt in the Qin Jiang boundless power and the impact of the news in front of them completely thrown out of their minds are full of promise down. Aha! Qin Jiang nodded in satisfaction. Changing the group is going to be a step-by-step process. Tattoos are not necessarily bad people, but good people normally don't get tattoos, except for memorialization, or to cover scars. Jingle bells. Zhu Zhang's cell phone ringing. It's pick up the phone to simply chat 2 sentences on the choice to hang up. To Qin Jiang said, White Mang sighed and come to the phone. This time basically picking out the relationship to meet with you. It is estimated that it is not an unusual strips. The hands are likely to have this, said it's than a pistol pose. Just now on the phone more than the other side vaguely indicate that there is a security team boss. See Qin Jiang also vaguely came from the sound of gunfire. In this peaceful era, the city can shoot the gun is estimated to be only the security team within the range, and can be armed with a gun. Magistrates is by no means unusual can be compared to. Dang, dang. Qin Jiang tapped his fingers on the desktop with a calm expression. Of course he knows that Bai Mang is the captain of the investigation. According to the level can be much larger than the unusual police station chief, and he can guess why the other party to see himself, thank him for saving Bai Lu is the second. But to get Bai Lu back, 80% also worried about their own abduction of Bai Lu, the spirit of the little sister. Yellow hair, who can not be afraid? To this, Qin Jiang also understood that children from that kind of family would never allow their offspring to like punks. However, it still waved its hand and said, keep dragging it out. It's not time to use him yet. His sister can't be saved for nothing. Zhu Zhang froze slightly. He found more and more impervious to Qin Jiang, and even doubt Qin Jiang last time to save Bai Lu in the end in advance of the premeditation. Cannot be. That time is for the card reader business. To save Bai Lu is just in passing. Probably Jiang saved the other side to know its brother has a bit of a background before the follow-up action. That would make sense. This kind of can borrow all the power around Jiang. Really powerful. Can with him to create brilliant, honored. The Black Dragon, sooner or later, will take flight. Just then, there was a loud noise and cursing coming from outside. The security guard Lao Wang pushed the door in from outside and looked at Qin Jiang, who was sitting down, and said, Qin Jiang, a group of people outside are clamoring for you. At the same time a hefty voice came in along with the open door. Who the hell is called Qin Jiang? Get the hell out of here for fourth master. Chapter 17, Preschool Battle? Shut down surveillance. This statement was made originally in the period of exuberance. A Tao and other dozens of brothers face cold. Damn, even someone dared to find Jiang trouble. Practically outrageous. Not even waiting for Qin Jiang. A group of people hooted and hollered to take weapons to rush out. Someone called for me. Qin Jiang frowned slightly, then vaguely guessed something and muttered, it seems to be that thing that fell through. It's not really hard to guess. With his current prestige College Road, no one dares to trouble him, and it's not like he's offended anyone outside of College Road, so it can only be a matter of interest. And the only reason he knew that the card reader business made money was that he had learned in a previous life that someone had a monopoly on the business. The man later in front of Qin Jiang nodded and bowed to rely on, and boasted of their own history of wealth including card reader business. I think it's called something. Scar. Qin Jiang barely recalled that person's name. Immediately. It's a wave of the hand. Watch your step. He did not get up himself. Just kidding. Just a dozen people came and dared to be wild on his turf. Just because he wasn't going to mix with society didn't mean he was going to be bullied. Seeing Qin Zhang's order, at once, Ah Tao led dozens of minions out. School entrance. Shuesi with his little brother kept on shouting, but faced with a few security guards but did not break in. They know what can and cannot be done even in the rascal school, even if it's just vocational school. It's also not something these punks can mess with, and who knows how many big shots the school's top brass can know. Scream half a dozen times. Shuesi stopped, not that he was tired of shouting but he heard something. It's looking up towards the campus, only to see a lot of figures emerge densely under the dark night, and each of them seemed to be carrying something in their hands. It wasn't until these people approached Shuesi saw that they were carrying baseball bats in their hands and couldn't help but sneer. Oh, a bunch of little pussies, and the only thing they have the guts to carry is a stick. It's looking behind himself. Each of his own minions has a machete. Unable to help but drink. Who is Qin Zhang? Step forward yourself. Nade. Eat bear heart leopard gall dare to steal business with knife brother. Today you do not obediently spit out the money. In the kneeling kowtow to apologize. Otherwise, know your mom's ass. What a knife, a dog, is worthy of clamoring with brother Jiang. Ah Tao cursed angrily and took 2 steps forward to cross the fence in front of the door, and the baseball bat in his hand directly hit out. Likewise, dozens of juniors at the back also rushed out over the front fence and did not hesitate to strike. Fighting, a no-nonsense hit. The surveillance room. Su Dong, who is coming here to inspect, got someone to come to look for Qin Zhang to cause trouble, and looked at the monitoring screen outside Shuesi and others. Unable to help the darkness, Qin Zhang can really cause trouble. It's only been a few days since he stopped. How come he's caused so many off-campus punks to come looking for him again? With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that Shuesi and the others weren't students. And of course he didn't need eyesight to know just by looking at their age. Drink, communicate my orders on the intercom to evict them directly, and if they don't leave report them directly to the vigilante. Whether it was the possible existence of Qin Zhang's mysterious background or a group of out-of-school punks strutting their stuff at school, it was not something he could afford. Good. The security guard in front of the monitor nodded his head in agreement, and just as he was about to pick up his walkie-talkie a voice came from the back. Wait. See only. Zhu Zhan walked slowly, shaking his folding fan. See this. Su Dong cannot help but speechless, really looking at the student face of the person to make adult moves, and a tent, in charge of everything looks too contrasting. What are you doing here? Something wrong? Su Dong could not help but ask. At the same time, the security guard who was about to deliver the order had the good sense not to do so. Zhu Zhang said, why bother you with such a small matter? We can solve it ourselves. It's just this monitoring. His finger is pointing right at the school entrance monitor. Monitor. Su Dong did not say anything after reading Zhu Zhang. Zhu Zhang continued, don't worry, we'll be very measured with our hands, and there will never be any unforeseen circumstances. Besides, there are a bunch of outsiders coming to our school to seek bad luck. Wouldn't it be a shame to let them just leave? Said, it's intentional to look outside. Brush. Su Dong could not help but look at it as well. See only. Through the window he saw 2 men outside talking enthusiastically about something, one of them even resting on the other's shoulder, and so on. Suddenly its eyes narrowed. He could vaguely see who the 2 men were. Qin Jiang and the principal. He thought that Qin Jiang could make the school give in and directly open a Black Dragon company, but he didn't realize that the backer was the principal. Although he is only a vice principal, the principal has long been out of the picture, and this vice principal is said to have a very deep background. So, Qin Zhang's background. Think about it. It's no longer hesitant to say, the school entrance surveillance is down. Listen to this. The security guard was stunned at first, then reacted by turning off the surveillance towards the school entrance. Thanks a lot. Zhu Zhang looked at Su Dong and thanked him, at the same time without leaving traces from the back to take out 2 Huazi handover. Su Dong also no nonsense took over. In this era, this behavior is the most normal situation. After all, the Jianghu is not a fight. The Jianghu is the world of human feelings. Captain Su, do you want to go out and take a look together? This is a wonderful show. Zhu Zhang invited. Check it out. Su Dong did not refuse. He was also afraid of Qin Zhang under the gang of people without light. In case of a little accident he simply cannot cover. Wait for the 2 to arrive at the school entrance room. The battle has been fought. Little pussy brat. Just you students also dare to mix with the society. Give me a chop. According to death, give me a chop. Shuesi roared angrily, while raising the machete in his hand to fend off the baseball bat. Bang! The wooden stick and the machete made a violent collision sound, and the powerful force made Shuesi unable to stop taking a few steps backward. Immediately, directly towards Wang Tao. Next moment, It's brought more than a dozen. Little brother is not afraid to face rush to dozens of students, machete waving constantly. At first, with their ruthlessness and the sharpness of their weapons, they did gain the upper hand and cut a few people. But everything is not as they expected. The group of students in the sight of blood instead of fear in fear but very angry. Mud, eat my stick, beat these trash to death. Who think they are dare to come to our territory to show off? Crotch kick, monkey steals peach, immortals eat chicken. A variety of underhanded tricks were used by them. On the spot there are a few people lying on the ground. Wow. Wang Tao and other incomparable valor and tacit understanding. Plus these punks really do not dare to kill. So the tide of battle was soon reversed. Also on the head level, Shwe for fight experienced some. In the hands of the machete might not lose the wind. Brush. It's here all kinds of screams from the ear cannot help but turn back. A look does not matter on the spot startled. Since the family brought brothers basically all lying on the ground screaming. This, Shwe was unbelievable. This group of students is so daring to fight. And even see blood is not afraid. What is the situation? Turn the moment. It's made the decision to plan to turn and run. Ran. He had just turned around when he felt a darkness in front of him. Chapter 18 Arrest by the Sheriff's Department. Shin John's appearance. See only. Behind it stood the giant who was a full head taller than it. Brush. It's subconscious to strike with a machete. But just as he got halfway through the cut his wrist was grabbed. And an unimaginable amount of force caused him to let go. Tinkerbell. The machete fell to the ground. Then Shwe felt a light body, the whole person completely out of thin air. Below, the giant even grabbed the waistband of the pants and lifted it up in midair, constantly rotating. The scene. It made Su Dong, who had just rushed over, incomparably shocked. This is War God Wei soaring. This person whose name he had once heard for the first time was speechless and thought the exaggeration was pure pretense. Now he somewhat recognizes the name. Lifting a person up with one hand. Are you kidding? Even if Shwe wasn't heavy, it was just over 100 pounds, but also a human being, can be lifted up with one hand shows that its strength is absolutely far beyond normal people. Such a person in ancient times is absolutely able to be a battlefield charging general. It's not like warlord can't be called. Immediately, it's turned its gaze to the others, looking at the dozen or so punks on the ground who were constantly wailing in, as well as the Black Dragon personnel who had gathered together with disdainful faces. He had to sigh once again. It seems that I really underestimated these students' fighting strength. Looking at their fighting posture, they definitely had some training, knowing how to work as a team, knowing where to hit to instantly incapacitate but not kill, and going dark. These people may not lose to this group of machete-wielding gangsters even if they go one-on-one, not to mention the fact that the difference in numbers between the two sides is so large. The moment, he was even more in awe of Qin Zhang, not to mention the fact that today these students have shown their fighting ability is not comparable to other school punks. Brush. Boo. The 4-9 guard soared and threw Shwe onto the ground viciously, splattering a gust of dust and letting out irritating screams. Ah, my legs, my waist, my head, ouch, hiss. Shwe curled up on the ground and kept wailing. Even if he still had the strength left to run, he simply didn't have the guts to do so. On your knees, all of you. Wang Tao held up his baseball bat and kept chiding. Listening to his rebuke, these punks, even in the hard and uncomfortable, but also fearfully, kneel down. There is no vow of disobedience. It's not life-threatening now. It's just a loss of face situation they don't care about at all. Boom, boom, boom. A dozen punks all fell to their knees. A punk in the middle of the period even opened his mouth. Stop fighting. We're wrong. We'll do anything you want us to do. Just stop. Yeah, hit me again and I'm really going to be cut off. And also, what deep hatred not to. It's all in the mix. Save some decency. One time. These punks are constantly talking. Are in the jungle to mix the old oil. Naturally know the wise man. Anyway, the situation is very unfavorable now. Then there is no need to go down hard. To soften is the best choice. Which, Shwe, this leader, also chose not to make a sound after half a day of screaming miserably. Looking like a person under the roof, had to bow his head. How? Zhu Zheng looked at Su Dong and asked. Su Dong nodded with satisfaction. It can be said that the Black Dragon this land than he expected to do better. Not at all under the dead hand and strong suppression, so that not only do not have to make things bigger, but also let these dare to provoke the authority of the vocational school of shame. And more than anything else, it's hitching a ride on the Qinjiang line. Very nice, Su Dong leisurely said. No wonder you guys can develop so fast. It's not possible to not be fast with this comprehensive strength. Unfortunately, he did not go on. He wanted to say that socializing is not the right way. Sooner or later, he will have to pay back. Being at this time, tick-tock, a siren sounded. A sheriff's squad car drove quickly up to the vocational school and several sheriff's deputies got down and froze at the scene before them. Originally they had just gotten word that there was a mob fight in front of the College Road Vocational School. But what was the scene in front of them? A dozen or so adult punks dropped to their knees. Dozens of people dressed as students watched with cold eyes, one carrying a baseball bat in his hand. Several of the vigilantes were incredibly nervous. One of the team members pulled out a pistol and pointed it at Wang Tao and the others. "Don't move. Law and order is on duty." Brush. Wang Tao and the others did not have any reaction. Even when facing the vigilantes they were very calm. Seeing this the vigilante drank as if provoked. "Crouch down. Hold your head. Quick." It's constant reprimand. Kind of two sides around. The remaining few vigilantes also made the same move. Right or wrong, both sides look like bad guys. Let's suppress them all first. Unfortunately, in the face of a few black hole muzzle, Wang Tao and others are still laughing and ignoring. Only Shuesi and other people glowing with life constantly begging for mercy to let the security forces to rescue them. Shuesi more directly said, "Comrade members of the security forces, you look at this group of students simply did not put you in the eyes. They are some scoundrels, hooligans, moving to abolish others. Such a situation you have to manage." At these words, his men could not help but join in and ask the vigilantes to do the honors. At this point, the lead deputy chief, Lu Yong, stepped out of the car and frowned at the scene in front of him. Fighting in a group is unconscionable. Show me what's going on. Where are the people? He who dares to cause trouble on College Road will be punished by the law, no matter who he is. This statement was made. Shui and the others were instantly dumbfounded. Just kidding. True to form, they were the ones making a scene. Shuesi and the others kept on defending themselves by saying that they just came for a walk but were beaten up innocently, even backbiting that Xinjiang is a mixed society, to let the vigilantes severely punish all arrests. To this, Wang Tao and the others naturally cursed back in anger, and there were even a few who intended to continue striking on the spot. Here see Wang Tao and other people move. Lu Yong felt his majesty was constantly provoked. Angry, "All give me to take back to the good review. No matter who must be severely judged. This place is the College Road is not a place for you to spread wild." Yes, several members of the security forces to come forward to use handcuffs. The first is incredibly skillful Shuefor and others tied up, then ready to Wang Tao and others to start and are incredibly defensive for 9 Wei Sor. Although not heard of the name, but just look at the other side of the physique will know that once the other side of the resistance is very difficult to resist. So, the deputy made a point of giving a couple of the vigilantes a wink, apparently telling a few vigilantes to take control of 49 first to prevent accidents from occurring. And just as the vigilantes were about to handcuff 49, a calm voice suddenly rang out. "Dare I ask, I wonder what law my Black Dragon Company employees have broken to be arrested?" "Who?" Lu Yong looked toward the sound with a bad expression, and the rest of the people were also attracted to look by the sound. See only, a young man with a cold face, dressed in formal attire, with an impenetrable smile at the corner of his mouth, walked with a steady and unhurried pace, with a round object in his hand. See this man. Wang Tao and dozens of others all bowed their heads in unison in greeting. Jiang! Jiang! Chapter 19, Broken Surveillance, Bad Students? No, they're all good students. Xinjiang! Xinjiang? Lu Yong froze. One side, a member of the security forces whispered, "It's a big gangster from College Road. These students should all be hanging out with him." Lu Yong looked at Xinjiang and said, "No evidence, no evidence. Gathering people to be arrested at the scene, you still dare to argue. You won't get away with it if we find out you're behind it." He's really pissed. When College Avenue was first established, it was also communicated from the top to be more lenient with these students. Therefore, in the past few years, education has been the main focus in cases of fights between students. After all, can't be bad for students' future. At the same time, this is also an inevitable event of social progress. But today these students actually fight with off-campus gangsters, and fight so ferociously he was afraid of again regardless of really want to go to heaven. This, he must not accept it. Watching Lu Yong's expression change, Xinjiang also didn't sell a hardline, but opened the door and said, "Everything happens for a reason. Off-campus gangs come to school and cause trouble, assaulting students, security guards to stop them and even trying to storm the campus. So as vocational students were given permission by the campus security section before they officially evicted these punks. So that means they can all be 3 good students, seeing justice and defending the campus. Seeing justice, safeguarding the campus. 3 good students." Lu Yong pointed to dozens of students carrying baseball bats and said, "You say they are 3 good students? Who is a good student carrying a baseball bat? You explain to me." Listen to this. Xinjiang threw a round object in his hand and saw that it was a baseball. Our school has just set up a baseball club, and these people are all members of the baseball club, so it makes sense to have a baseball bat. For the institute's needs, I can provide a report on the formation of the baseball club and information on its members on my end." He wasn't lying about that. He has had a lifetime of experience. He naturally knows how to avoid risk. Even if you do not intend to continue to mix with society, can be the necessary means still have to do. The initial stage of the business will not be easy. When Black Dragon was established, Zhu Zheng applied to the school to open a baseball club, and the process and procedures were all legal. Brush. Lu Yong first importance to look at Qin Jiang. I thought it was a campus gangster, did not think that actually have this mind in advance to exclude the murder weapon. In the case of a party to use the machete can even be transformed into a victim. Of course, the premise of the off-campus gangsters really come to the trouble, as he said, and to be hard to rush the campus. It looked at a few security guards from the school's security office and said, "Please pull up the surveillance. We will look into the matter, and as long as what you did was reasonable and just, we will deal with it justly." At this point, Sudong suddenly stood out to meet him and stretched out his hand and smiled. "Mr. Lu, it's really been a long time. Team Su." Lu Yong also extended his hand to shake Sudong's. Although the other party is only the captain of the school security section, can also be public officials. And before these school security section captains are trained in the public security department of the two people also counted some intercourse. After a few pleasantries, Sudong Dao, Lu Xiao, the surveillance video you want may not be very good. The school entrance surveillance broke down not long ago. The surveillance is down. Lu Shou looked deeply at Sudong. Sudong continued, "And just now I was at the scene." Indeed. As Qin Jiang said, it is outside the school punks to break into the campus. You also know that the school security section is not enough personnel, can only let the students out of the top, or let these punks rushed into the campus on the trouble. There are also a lot of female students on campus, although the focus of the shot, but also can be considered self-defense. It cannot be beaten, not to fight back is not. This statement was made. Shui Si and the others looked desperate, only feeling that the sky was falling. Over. Damn, this Qin Jiang actually have backers. Let the school security chief completely open eyes say blind. Now the surveillance video is not available, and the school is talking to Qin Jiang, plus they are in an awkward position. So, the results speak for themselves. Sure enough, Lu Yong heard Sudong so said also no longer mandatory target Qin Jiang. At the same time, a security team members came over and whispered, "Liu, just found out that these punks basically have a criminal record. Have a record and still dare to break into the campus and assault students. Take them away." Lu Yong no longer have any scruples to drink. Yes, several members of the security forces promised to sound with handcuffs to Shui Si and other people in tandem to bring back to the police station. Campus. Lu Yao, who was running at night, also saw this scene. Of course, due to the distance is not far, did not see clearly. Only vaguely see Qin Jiang with dozens of people in the confrontation with the security forces. Lu Lily see this also mocked. "Oh, I said he sooner or later have to play finished. This is only how long to dare to confront the security team. Wait for it, certainly let the security team arrested. A couple years in prison, to say the least. When he gets out, he'll probably be out there, and his incarceration will clean up the school's morale." However, Lu Yao did not listen to her. Looking at the scene in front of her, she was in a bit of a trance, with a kind of expected and unexpected emotions, as well as some inwardly unstoppable worry. "Lu Yao, Yao Yao." Lu Lily called out several times that he didn't hear. Just when she was about to continue talking, she suddenly looked stunned and said incredulously, "How come all those vigilantes have gone away? Why didn't they arrest him? Why? What the hell do they do for food?" Lu Yao also exhaled deeply and continued to run at night, inwardly murmuring, "It's good that it's okay, it's good that it's okay, but it's a mess. Sooner or later, something is going to happen. What's wrong with you, Lu Yao? Didn't he save you once? You have already given him a wake-up call. The big deal is that when he enters in the future you can just go and take care of one or two." Lu Lily looked at running away Lu Yao, and looking at Qin Jiang orientation inside vaguely guessed what? Face resolute. "No, we must not let Qin Jiang have any chance to socialize with Yao Yao, otherwise my brother won't have no chance. I'm still counting on Lu Yao's connections behind her to elevate herself, and I mustn't let Qin Jiang, this punk, snatch her up. Damn, how could Yo-Yo be interested in her? Is this the charm of yellow hair?" But Qin Jiang has shaved yellow hair off. School entrance. Qin Jiang watched the people leave before looking at Su Dongdao. "Thank you." Su Dong waved his hand. "It's nothing. No matter what, they hang out outside. Daring to come to the school to cause trouble is not an option." Said also no more pleasantries. There are things mutual unspoken can. Dozens of Black Dragon brothers look at Qin Jiang are incomparable admiration. fought today to get the security forces to then in any case will be in the classroom. And even Atao is intended to go in and then say that all of their own instructions to take Qin Jiang out of the picture ran. The result was that Jiang had characterized them in a few words as 3 good students who defended the campus and acted courageously. At this point, under the dark curtain, Qin Jiang's shadow was continuously lengthened by the street lamp, and he was getting taller and taller in the hearts of Atao and the others. I don't know when someone suddenly shouted, "Brother Jiang is mighty." Next, it's the rise and fall that turns into a whole voice. Brother Jiang is mighty. Brother Jiang is mighty. Chapter 20, Scar's Invitation. Contract finalized. Second barrel of gold begins. Security room. The young security guard, Feng Zhao, is also watching the situation outside, but this time did not choose to go out to fight with Qin Jiang. Although these students are not good things, but those who beat up even more not good things, he is not so cynical so far. It murmured, "Today is not seen, but in the future, but let me see you in the school bullying others or collect protection money. That who stops not good enough to make sure to arrest you to the police station." Scar that night to get their own little brother was captured news. In incomparable anger immediately sent people to inquire what the situation. The next day, Qin Jiang had just finished breakfast in the cafeteria. Just see, Lu Yao carrying a dinner plate stood in front of it said, "You have not been to class for a long time. You do not count for their own considerations but also for your hands under the group of people to consider. Even if they cannot get into the university also need to go to class to learn a skill in the future so as to provide for the family. And then go on like this, when they get out of the campus after the survival of the will be a problem. Mixing in society. It's going to be really bad in the future." Its bitter words mustered up the courage to persuade. Lu Lily saw this and hurriedly had to go forward to stop it. He didn't want Qin Jiang to have too much interaction with Lu Yao. But, before she got to her heels, he saw Qin Jiang with a look of looking at a little cutie. "Look at Lu Yao, do you know where the Chuanfu is located?" Lu Yao was not sure why Qin Jiang changed the topic, but she still subconsciously replied, "Yes." Qin Jiang said, "You buy a ticket and take a train to Leshan, Chuanfu, where there is a big Buddha, and you tell him to get up and you sit down. It's none of your business whether they learn or not. You live by the sea and you're so broad-minded." Ha ha, ha ha. Nearby Wang Tao and other people cannot help but laugh out loud. This latter day has been used, bad terrain has not yet appeared, and now by the Qin Jiang so say since let a person feel interesting. You, Lu Yao also reacted, stomping her foot twice in anger and running with her dinner plate. Lu Lily in the back was very happy inside, cursing, "This Qin Jiang is really stupid to the extreme. Didn't see that Lu Yao already has a good feeling for him. Once you catch the opportunity that can be life-changing, it's a shame it's not appreciated. Then you can't blame me. Think about it." She raised her hand as she passed by Qin Jiang to point at the other party to curse twice to take the heat for Lu Yao in order to make Lu Yao grateful to herself. But her fingers just lifted. Snap! The chopsticks in Qin Jiang's hand gave a hard knock against the half-raised finger. Ouch! Lu Lily low scream in pain. Take a closer look at the outstretched finger break swollen. Qin Jiang obediently threw the chopsticks into the trash can and looked at Lu Lily and said, "Next time you dare to point to pouch your hand broken. You." Lu Lily's eyes spewed fire. "If you dare to look at me with that look in your eyes again, beware of a bad night walk." Qin Jiang spoke for the second time. Gulp. Lu Lily was scared back 2 steps, swallowed saliva. In the sea Wang Tao and other are ice-cold stare at their own words, also do not dare to put Gray slipped away to catch up with Lu Yao. To this, Qin Jiang lazy to see more. Lu Yao this person beauty heart good existence he is not used to, not to mention the district Lu Lily. And then his hand brother is not completely not in class. Just some of the useless evening study or listen to the class do not understand not to. All tertiary education. Who's still on the evening study? At this point, Xu Zhang walked to Qin Jiang's face and whispered, "Brother Jiang, Yi Zai's side has been finalized. 350,000 a year, up to a 10-year contract. Can sign tonight if possible." Qin Jiang nodded. 350,000 can be. Let him come to Black Dragon Company tonight. You go to Yunhua Law Firm to pick up the contract, send it directly to the nursing home, let their legal person sign and stamp the official seal and send it back. Yes. Zhu Yong turned away. Although he is not clear why Qin Jiang to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to rent an abandoned chemical plant, but Qin Jiang a series of means has convinced him naturally will not refute anything. Instead, there was that little bit of anticipation. Even if you do lose money, it's just a matter of getting back on your feet, as long as you have a goal to strive for and a brother to fight for. Far away, Lu Lily catches up with Lu Yao and keeps complaining bad things about Qin Jiang. Lu Yao unconsciously replied, until Lu Lily said, "Lu Yao, that Qin Jiang is scum. You don't even have to put effort on him. By the way, my brother came to say he's going to treat us after the break, so it's a good idea for you to come with me. My brother is very handsome. Lu Yao frowned, but in the face of girlfriend Lu Lily did not say anything. Mahjong parlor. Scar sat in his chair with a cold and angry face. Below, a little brother lowered his head and said, "Brother Knife has inquired clearly." Shuefor and a dozen other brothers at the entrance of the vocational school by Qinjiang under the hands of the brothers to the beatings. It is said that the hands of the black, and then the security team came to the crime of provoking trouble, the crime of gathering a crowd of people to Shuefor and other arrests. I asked around. That Qinjiang in the college road is very notable. Although it is a student can be a word can call to hundreds of people, the light can fight dozens of people. Yes, under his hand there is also a call for 9 under. It is said that the height are almost 2 meters. Strong with the bare blind like, easily a few people simply cannot get into the body, and Shuefor with more than a dozen people to go to the carelessness before there is that kind of situation. Boo! Scar slammed the table hard. Shut up! The little brother was scared and did not dare to squeak. It's take clear Shuefor reason to take more than a dozen people on. Scar ordered. Let the men underneath take a plunge. Wait. Before Scar finished his sentence a small leader hurriedly stopped it and persuaded in a low voice. Brother Scar, you can't be impulsive. College Road is very special all students. That Qinjiang is a big gangster under the hands of a large number of students. To really fight with him for fear that at least need to bring 100 or 10 people to go in. But so many people not to mention cannot go in under the eyes of the security forces. Even if they can go in hard not really hit the campus to Qinjiang those people in the campus waste. If we really do it, we'll be wasted. This statement was made. Scar also calmed down. Yeah, bringing 100 thugs into a school to beat people up. Not to mention him. Even those powerful big shots wouldn't dare to do so. Think for a moment. It's said, you guys go and contact that Qinjiang. Just say that I want to talk to him. The place is about to be outside College Road. Want him to come out then there's still talk. Want him not to come out. Then tell him never to leave College Road. Yes. The little brother nodded and went out to deliver the message. Boo! Scar sat on a chair and pointed at a few of his minions. All of you get out too. Let whoever that is come in. I'm going to let out the fire. Good. A few juniors saw Scar and anger naturally did not dare to say more, and fled as if they had left. Vocational School, Black Dragon Company. Xinjiang signed and sealed the contract, and the contract was handed to Yi Zhe in duplicate. Yi Zhe loaded up the contract, then picked up the backpack containing $350,000 in cash. Happy cooperation. Let's go, said. Leave without looking back. Xinjiang and other whimsical people he simply will not take care of anyway, sooner or later to go in. And even his heart has also hidden intention to secretly report each other at that time. Qinjiang looked at the departing Yi Zhe's face turned cold. Boo! It's give the contract to Zhu Zhang, locked in the safe. How much startup capital we can have next depends on this. Chapter 21, Detective Team vs. Punks. Qinjiang goes to the meeting. Zhu Zhang solemnly took the contract and put it away. At this moment, a burst of shouts and screams for mercy came from outside. Don't. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here to deliver a message. Agu. It hurts. It really hurts. I was wrong. See only. For 9 walked straight and carrying a man like a chicken. And no matter how much the man struggled, he couldn't break free. Brother Jiang, catch another one who came to cause trouble. Said. Throw the man straight to the ground. Boo. The man made close contact with the ground, and a burst of pain made him feel that his body was falling apart for a while. But the next moment he felt as if he was being stared at by some absolute ferocious beasts. Brush. He was locking eyes with Qinjiang when he looked up, deep, cold, and aloof, a look that was not at all age-appropriate for the particular eyes stunned its body. For his part, 49 said, this guy was outside clamoring to see Brother Jiang and saying something about Shuesi, so I arrested him. A single knife? Qinjiang looked at the punks on the ground. Come pick on me, Black Dragon. No, no. The youth hurriedly shook his head. I only came to pass the message. My family's oldest knife brother. That is, to make trouble Shuesi's big brother to pass the message to him. The knife brother tomorrow at noon in the Unicorn Street Yunlai Hotel dinner. To not go, after the College Road outside the, just, said the youth as he shivered. Being oppressed by Qinjiang Qi as well as just now 4-9 strong suppression, let him incomparably regret. Had known that he should not personally come to think of a way to get a phone to call directly how good. Sure, also didn't get the Qinjiang phone number about it all. Now it's very afraid of Qinjiang a angry order to give him a beating. Then their own really pure little cute scarab. Hotel Yunlai. One side. Zhu Zhan whispered. I've heard of that land. It's not within the Academy Road. I'm afraid. Qinjiang nodded silently. He naturally knew what Scar was going to do. obviously not dare to come to the college road to make trouble, but also not willing to lose face. So to get it to the college road outside at that time will be able to arbitrarily pin down their own. But they chose not to go, then the other side can really do not let him out of the college road. At the same time, and no loss of face. Dang. Qin Jiang tapped his fingers and muttered, kind of interesting. Scar, boo. He put down the wine cup and looked at the youth. Go back and tell Scar that I will go to the banquet tomorrow. Ah, good. The youth was stunned. He had thought that Qin Jiang would surely refuse, had not thought to agree so quickly, but now can not care about these. While Qin Jiang did not change his mind, turned around and ran out. Brother Jiang, I'm afraid it's a Hongmen banquet. Zhu Zhang inquired. Is there already some plan? Could it be? Right. Qin Jiang smiled and looked at Zhu Zhang. Then I'll do it. Zhu Zhang's eyes flashed surprise. He and Qin Jiang directly chose to agree to go to the banquet when he vaguely guessed what. See, Qin Jiang confirmed only admiration inside. Even he suspected that Qin Jiang, at first dead or alive, do not see Bai Mang just for today. True words. So, it would be horrible. Qin Jiang looked at the departing Zhu Zhang. Inner satisfaction. There is a smart person around is good. What things simply do not need to say to understand what in the end the intention of the last life of his late disheartened state of mind change. Also with Zhu Zhang. 4-9 encounter related. A man. It's always lonely. Man. It takes many brothers to accomplish great things. The next day. Hotel Yunlai. Second floor. Inside a box. White Mang and young investigators sitting in civilian clothes. White Mang waited a little impatient, whispered. Are you sure that the boy about us to meet in this store? The young team member nodded. It was the Zhu Zhang who personally made the call. He's Team Qin Jiang's number 2. Besides, he doesn't have to swindle us. Not to mention that I've already vaguely revealed certain information. And I've learned so far that he's not the kind of person who loves to scrub other people's existence. White Mammoth let out a ragged breath. It's not that he's not steady enough, it's just that the fact that his own sister is involved has messed him up a bit. Just as he was getting impatient waiting, boo, the door of the box was pushed open, and 3 people slowly walked in, none other than Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and 4-9. Bai Mang subconsciously looked at the 4-9. There is no way really 4-9 physique is too robust, for these originally trained physical ability scouting team naturally have endless charm. Gulp. The young players even subconsciously swallowed their saliva. White Mang looked at the 4-9 then spit out. You have no idea when the scouting team members, to be clear, now scouting some special enrollment quota, but the 4-9 have with its physical match strength as well as not lack of agility is possible to break the recruitment. Cgio didn't even look at him. Seeing this, Bai Mang reacted to his own out-of-shape gaze to Qin Jiang, eyes slightly shrinking, just because the 4-9 body attraction, so that he did not pay attention to Qin Jiang. At this moment, he saw Qin Jiang somewhat stunned. He has seen Qin Jiang photo as untamed and dyed with yellow hair, obviously gangster hooligan phase, but this Qin Jiang face color domineering and stable and non-yellow hair, a clean and sharp dress, especially those deep eyes are unforgettable at first glance yet, giving a sense of the extraordinary. Qin Jiang. Bai Mang got up and looked at Qin Jiang. Sit. Qin Jiang calmly waved his hand to signal Bai Mang to sit down. Aha! White Mang nodded and sat down subconsciously. Immediately. Reacting is not right. It's not. I'm a scout leader. You're a student. Why you order me around? And, why do I really listen to you? Bai Mang felt that something was wrong, because he had just felt the same aura of leadership in Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang very calmly came to Bai Mang in front of the big horse to sit down. Both sides of the 4-9. Zhu Zhang also slowly sat down, and so the atmosphere descended into eeriness for a short time until the waiter pushed the door in and started serving the food. Come on, taste it. Qin Jiang pointed to the dishes on the table. All of them are specialties of this restaurant, and this Szechuan sauce roasted shrimp balls is very good, he said, already moving his chopsticks to eat. The 2 sides Zhu Zhang, 4-9 also open to eat, especially 4-9 absolutely wind roll eat fast. This, White Mang very confused, really today neat scene and he expected completely different. Should not be yellow hair punks see themselves by the momentum of the town soft, or bold with their own against, then he has a full grasp of the suppression. But what is it now? The young team member also licked his lips slightly. 1. The dishes in front of him were really good, and 2. The 4-9s ate too much. Grumble. Its stomach couldn't help but make a noise. Eat, Qin Jiang calmly said, and then big things to talk about after eating. Nothing is more important than eating on time. The youthful team members looked at Bai Mang. Eat. White Mang nodded his head and stopped dwelling on it. Whatever. Eat first. He didn't believe that Qin Jiang could turn the world upside down. As a scout, this dryness is still there. At this point, below the Yunlai Hotel, Run STH, an old Mercedes-Benz stopped, a little brother attentive to open the door. The scar from inside slowly out. which looked at the hotel in front of the face of the cold and ruthless voice said, the hotel mouth blocked. Today never let the Qinjiang little brat escape. Chapter 22 Qinjiang's calmness. Several parties collide. Steady fish table. Wait for Scar to lead the men into the restaurant. Just see. Corner position Wang Tao picked up the phone and called out. Hello, I want to report in Yunlai Hotel. Snap. Hang up. Wang Tao snapped out the phone card and threw it into the sewer. And many people on both sides gathered around. And someone said, Towers, what do we do next? Wang Tao pointed at the hotel. Keep an eye on it. Once those gatekeepers want to rush into the hotel we'll follow. The rest is out of our hands. In Zhang's words, it's that we're the backup. Just in case. No need to gather. Spread out. Don't let the vigilante come and get us first. Inside the box, Qin Jiang and the others were eating happily. Boom. Suddenly the door of the box was kicked open. The sudden loud sound made by Mang reflexively jumped up. And one side of the young team members even subconsciously touched to the waist and found empty. And then remembered that they did not bring their guns at all today. And this time they came out only with the captain to do personal business. See more than 10 people pouring in. The leader is Scar, whose body has not yet entered the sound first, who is Qin Jiang. To the old man out. I want to see who gave you the courage to dare to rob the old man business. Dare to fight against the old man. Today do not pick you two hamstrings I Scar live in vain. Who? Come out. The words are gone. Had stepped into the box and looked around the room and froze. Only two people in the box stood leaning on each other. Their faces alert. Fists raised in a defensive manner. The three people in the center were sitting and eating their meal very calmly, as if they hadn't been affected by the situation just now. The scene. It also left White Mang stunned. It's looking at calm and self-contained Qin Jiang. In looking at the incomparable vigilance and anger themselves have a sense of absurdity. Mud. Who the hell is on the scout team? Who's been through a lot of storms? At the same time, he looked at Scar's eyes flickered, to seek trouble from Qin Jiang? Obviously he's a gangster. What's his grudge against Qin Jiang? Stealing territory? No, just said Qin Jiang robbed his business and hit his people. It seems that the grudge is not small. White Mang alert a few breaths to see clearly come in on more than a dozen gangsters, and no lethal weapons. Calm down. You're the little Qin Jiang pup. Misty grass. Scar in the difference of a few breaths after looking at sitting in the center bit Qin Jiang drank, but he did not finish his words to see the 4-9 put a plate with soup and water to its smash. Phew. The plate even caught a whistling sound. Brush. Luckily, Scar reacted quickly and subconsciously tilted his head to the side, and the plate smashed on the wall behind him. Breaking or snapping. The plate is in pieces, although it did not hit the Scar, but the upper side of the soup water dripping its body. Bursts of strange flavor straight to the nostrils. Asterisk. The old man's clothes. It's a sign. Bonello. Scar angrily pointed at Qin Jiang. What a face for you. I was going to make you kneel down and sing Conquest and break one leg, but now I've decided to break all 5 of your legs. Give it to me. Hit it hard. The dozen or so juniors in the rear were just about to draw their weapons from their arms and strike when they suddenly heard a burst of sirens from below. Dropping. Drop. You reported to the security forces. Scar's face changed slightly as he looked at Qin Jiang. Is it that the rules of this point in the gang don't understand? Who? Ha! Qin Jiang finished eating and sipped his tea looking at the angry Scar and smiled. Firstly, I don't mix with the road. And secondly, the security forces are not reported by me. Scar skeptical looking at Qin Jiang accurately said that he did not think Qin Jiang reported security forces. This can only let the two sides completely torn face. No matter who are not much good can only be a lose-lose situation is not as good as in the college road. Go! Scar gave his little brother a wink. Soon all the little brothers were very wise to gather all the things in their arms on a certain little brother to let him go. Scar calmed down. Today, there are no casualties and no weapons. Even if anyone comes, he will only say that he has come to eat. A moment. Lu Yong led a few vigilantes up and saw Scar with an icy face. Scar, it's you causing trouble again. What? You haven't had enough jail time. Scar smiled sarcastically. Lu said smile. How can I cause trouble in your territory? Just bring a few brothers to eat. Liu. Someone reported. He looked at Qin Jiang with intent. Humph. Lu cold humming. He simply do not believe that the Scar with so many people to come to the hotel will just eat. Not to mention that he just can get accurate reports of people gathering people to fight. It's waved his hand. All of you get out of the way. You guys check to see if there are any injuries. What are they all about? Get out of the way. Scar naturally didn't dare to block it, signaling his little brother to get out of the way. Immediately, several vigilantes rushed into the box. At the same time, Lu Yong also followed the road to open up to the box inside, and not what he expected full of wolves, but very normal. At most on the ground there are a few pieces of broken porcelain. Phew, Lu Yong exhaled. It's best if nothing happens. Recently this day-to-day is really a lot of things. Next moment, his eyes contracted as he saw an incredibly familiar figure sitting in the center of the dining table. Qin Jiang, and his two little brothers. Not to mention Qin Jiang, even Zhu Zhang and Wei Biao, 4'9", impressed and too unique for him. His gaze scanned over Qin Jiang and Scar quickly for 2 glances, and inwardly, he had already guessed what the situation was. Qin Jiang has a grudge against Scar. Scar sent Xue Si to take revenge. He was brutally beaten and imprisoned. Today I have come to take revenge. The cause of the matter is quickly reasoned out in its heart. He is also counted as one of the parties. Xue 4 is what he caught. The Scar certainly do not dare to find their own trouble, can only find the culprit Qin Jiang. Lu Yong looked at Scar ice cold. Now is the rule of law society. I remind you, wherever you dare to make the consequences of out of the ordinary events, you are clear. Do not think that no little people can escape the law. Go on, see if they have any prohibited items on them. Scar secretly bristled in disdain, but the surface is smiling. Lu really will joke. We come to dinner with what prohibited items? Do not resist. Let a few security team brothers search. Not waiting for the security team to check the box to see the mocking voice, open siren to even if there is a murder weapon, also early to transfer away. Lu Yong looked towards the source of the sound. This somewhat annoyed expression turned into dismay and confusion off the top of his head. Team White, what are you doing here? This statement was made. The whole room fell silent. Several members of the security forces also looked to the box, only to find that in addition to the 3 Qin Jiang actually have 2 people on the sidelines. Before, due to the Qin Jiang, 3 people are too dazzling. Sitting there to feast, magnificent, let people subconsciously look at them 3. Thought the 2 or little brother did not care. Now when the eyes shift to look at these 2, only to notice the extraordinary, especially the stout one, the face of rigid iron blood, and the eyes are very sharp, there is a very familiar atmosphere. Plus, Lu Shou bangs the white team and they understand. This man, one of our own, and the status is definitely not low. Scar's face was also stunned. White team, wait, Chapter 23, I want fairness. Scar shocker. Sure enough, the next moment he saw Lu Yong step forward and say to the burly youth, "Hello Team White, I'm Lu Yong." Hello? White Mang did not continue to say unpleasant words, just also on the head of it's also know that open siren is to let a person produce fear of psychology and thus do not dare to continue to murder. Seeing that Bai Mang did not continue to look deeper, Lu Yong cannot help but sigh of relief. Although the 2 people police different types can no matter each other level as well as the background are their own, impossible to compare. Bashi not too. Goodwill is necessary. Immediately afterward, he saw Bai Mang pointing at Scar and saying, "This person just brought someone with a weapon to commit a murder," saying that he wanted to pick Qin Jiang's hamstring, and it was only when he heard the police siren that he immediately shifted the murder weapon. I can testify. The young team member nodded in agreement. Testify as a member of the Northern District Scouting Brigade. How many people who get to be scouts aren't cynical? Lu Yong directly nodded. Rest assured that I will personally supervise this matter and will do my best to dispose of it within the lawful limits. Bai Mang nodded his head to understand the meaning of his words. Not to mention the matter of whether there is no evidence can make Scar admit. Even if Scar admitted that there are no casualties today, then at most can be detained. These big gangsters also know the law. The front foot was arrested and the back foot will have a lawyer to come. Take it all back. Lu Yong gave an order. Scar saw this situation, naturally do not dare to resist to let the little brother obediently follow. Anyway, the matter is not big. At this point, sitting in the main seat, Qin Jiang looked ready to take away Scar. Very calmly said, "Black Dragon, Qin Jiang, the river of fierce dragons." Scar froze. After, he laughed. Ha ha. Scar and woohoo. After Lu Shou left with Scar and the others, inside the box, only Qin Jiang and Bai Mang remained. Boom, boom. White Mang, hands on the face of Qin Jiang in front of Qin Jiang, looked straight into the eyes of the tone of bad. "You today I asked me to come over for this reason. For you to block the knife. Block that Scar." Qin Jiang was very calm about the situation. There are times when not owing favors is a good thing, isn't it? Bai Mang was stunned to once again look deeply at Qin Jiang. "Qin Jiang, tell me what you want from me?" White Mang gasped. "Get my sister off your team and tell him to go back to school and do well." "Qin Jiang, you as a brother cannot do things let me do. And besides, you and I have no friendship between what?" "Young team member, who gave you the courage? Do you know who the white team is?" "Qin Jiang, scout leader." "Young team member, how dare you when you know?" "Qin Jiang, have I broken the law?" "Why don't you dare if you haven't broken the law?" "Young player, young man." "Qin Jiang, since there's nothing to talk about, let's not talk about it." This statement was made. Dry Rice 49 violently got up and picked up the table to be overturned. Originally incomparably heavy table in its huge force under the untenable creaking sound, the plate issued a burst of loud noise. One side. Zhu Zhang shook his folding fan with a smile on his face. That's what happens when you come out. Raven. Never eats. It's the lifting of the table that shows the spirit. Qin Zhang corner of the eye twitching. Guess that 80% of the 49 did not less with Zhu Zhang to watch some kooky movies. Bai Mang immediately pressed down on the table. Qin Zhang, what are you doing? What are the demands say? Qin Zhang said, I can let your sister go back to class. As for letting him leave, the Black Dragon Company needs to fight her own application. I'm not in the habit of driving people in my company. Besides, your sister didn't do so bad. What's wrong with working for a decent company? You said. No, you call that a company. The youthful player became even more exasperated. White Mang stopped him and asked, what do you need me to do? Qin Zhang, justice for me when I am treated unjustly. I want fairness. By Mang inner surprise, he thought Qin Zhang to say some unreasonable requirements and even let himself do his umbrella. The other side so that he will never agree to. The anti will drive to force his sister to bring back. But the Qin Zhang requirements low beyond his imagination. Is that fair? By Mang, yes. This is my duty. To uphold fairness and bring justice. Happy cooperation. Qin Zhang didn't continue the conversation any further, bringing 49 and Zhu Zhang to leave on the spot. Inside the box, the young team member looked at the departing Qin Zhang trio. White team, we were used as a gun today, just let it go. White Mang shook his head and did not say anything more. It looks like Qin Zhang borrowed his power to suppress Scar today, but in reality, it made it very easy for him to return the favor. Since ancient times, human debt is the most difficult to get. This love to stay, but the future Qin Zhang let him do something against the principle of what he did or not. Some people may not care about his white fierce has been adhering to the principle of grace must be repaid. It's definitely going to be very hard when that happens. Therefore, he was extremely satisfied with what Qin Zhang did today, and even had an illusion, such a Qin Zhang might really be able to make a career, and it might not be a good way out for Xiao Lu to follow him. Shucks, I'm starting to think again. It's a quick interruption of inner thoughts. Qin Zhang stood under the hotel and looked at the sun with a smile on his face. Everything, all are progressing steadily according to his plan, but at the same time, it's helpless, compared to those who can make tens of millions of dollars by just moving their hands after being reborn. In punching Huatang and kicking Mayan, it's much worse. Mud, why is it still so hard to make money when you're born again? Zhu Zhang inquired. Brother Jiang, what's on your mind? Qin Zhang waved his hand. Next we're going to do something a little shocking and challenging. Zhu Yang, what is it? Qin Zhang, nailed it. Sheriff's car. Scar looked ahead and drove Lu Yong and asked, Liu, who was that white team just now? Lu Yong didn't hide it. After all, this wasn't exactly a secret, District Scout Captain. Sure enough, Scar nodded darkly. He muttered, I really didn't think that a certain punk student on College Road in the district could have such a strong network of connections. Even the scouting brigade can have acquaintances. The main thing he remembers very clearly. It's into the box when sitting in the main seat is Qin Zhang, and Bai Mang and the young players sit only on one side. The status of both sides is very subtle, and today Qin Zhang from beginning to end to appear out of the calm appearance, combined with today's circumstances make it difficult for him not to guess something. This kind of temperament, plus a huge network of relationships, there is likely a background and not a small one behind it. So, this man Qin Zhang should never be messed with. It seems, Scar muttered, let's forget about this grudge. Looking at its last appearance, it is obvious that it intends to end the grudge with a laugh. Not to mention how deep the background behind him is. Just a white team alone is not something you can touch. It's not worth it to take advantage of the card reader. Even he was planning whether or not to get on good terms with Qin Zhang, whether or not he could get on this line of the white team. College Road. The wind is calm. Only, with the passage of time, the name of Black Dragon Company spread more and more widely, and Black Dragon became synonymous with Qin Zhang. Ran. Likewise, there are people who are having bad luck. Chapter 24 Escort Promotion. Preparing for demolition. And Yezer comes to talk about buybacks. Inside the Yi Trading Company, Yi Zhe is sitting in the boss's chair in the air. After getting Qin Zhang to give more than 300,000 funds to quickly establish the company, in a short period of time to expand the business. According to the scale of their own business now, a year can easily earn hundreds of thousands of dollars. Yi Zhe murmured, and later can continue to expand the scale. In the increase of some new industries to form a chain so there will be mutual assistance, and even the formation of monopoly situation. Then, starting your own company would be outstanding even if you put it on the whole College Road, or even Pine City. the young entrepreneur name will likely be in the bag to take it to the next level. At this moment it's constantly fantasizing about the future. At the same time inwardly incomparable gratitude to send himself startup capital Qin Jiang. If he did not send money in time he cannot quickly catch the opportunity. I do not know that stupid generation to get the chemical plant how. Just when he was at the peak of his exuberance. I'm sending you away. Thousands of miles away. A bell rang. Yi Zhe picked up the phone and answered it. His face changed from exuberance to astonishment into unbelief. What? What did you say, uncle? The higher-ups agreed to the nursing school's application for upgrading to a third-base institution, and allowed the campus to be expanded immediately so that enrollment could be carried out in the shortest possible time. Just got the news. It is said that hospitals around the urgent shortage of nurses. The joint fight to apply, plus your startup company I have reported. The upper side of several nursing colleges in the choice of nursing school. The voice came over the phone with obvious exuberance. After all, upgrading from a vocational tertiary institution to a tertiary institution is definitely a heavenly good thing, and it can skyrocket his status as the principal. It is also that he is a private institution. Otherwise this promotion alone would have raised his administrative level by a large margin. It's not too much of a stretch to say that it flew off the handle. Yi Zhe said, a good thing is a good thing. But if we want to upgrade to a 3-benchmark institution then we need to expand the campus and recruit new teachers, which also requires a large amount of money, right? The phone came Kai bright voice, no harm. The school's several shareholders heard that can be upgraded to 3. Now even if they let them empty the family base are willing to. And then again, the upper side will also give subsidies, and we can apply for a loan, so that you quickly expand the scope of their company's business. This time the scale is not less sure to let your startup company eat the dividends, so as to completely rise. I heard that the upper side currently attaches great importance to college students' entrepreneurial projects. Yezer was also exuberant. It was as if he had fancied what he could gain by it, and it was definitely not a few $100,000 in small change. Suddenly, it was as if he remembered something. Hardware chemical plant. Misty grass. Uncle. To involve the school district it is necessary to involve the chemical plant, but the chemical plant we rent out. Listen to this. Within the phone Yi Kai calmly said, exactly why I called you. That location is important to the expansion. You go and find Qin Jiang and tell him that the school has a new arrangement for the land, and return the money to him. Then you'll redraft a contract to contract the chemical plant to you. So, the benefits would be all yours. Great. Yezer nodded in agreement with excitement. He did not think that the matter is how difficult. Anyway, he thought Qin Jiang to chemical plant is the building based on the land as long as he withdrew the money. At most, in a few tens of thousands of dollars in compensation, you can get the land back so that you can make a big profit. Think about it. It's with Yi Kai briefly said 2 sentences and hung up the phone, then directly dialed Zhu Zhang phone. Vocational University. Black Dragon. Still lit up and bright as day. Inside, dozens of minions stood in various positions, their eyes gazing at the center from time to time as they talked and laughed. There was a young man in a suit sitting on a cold bench. Exactly, Yezer. One side. Wang Tao half sitting on the left side of the sofa chair bar. Looking at Yi Zhe also did not say anything, only juggle with the hands of fruit knife peeling apples. The atmosphere was so depressing that one felt breathless. Corner position stood a bit dyed green hair. Feet on the soybean shoes of the woman is Bai Lu. She is very curious to look at the interior of all. This is her first time to step into the Black Dragon Company inside. Although before joining cannot come in. Now when she actually came in she was overwhelmed with excitement inside and thought she had stepped into the core circle of the Black Dragon. To be clear, the Black Dragon currently includes hundreds of peripheral members who can enter this house as only 30 or 40 people. It's safe to say that everyone put out there can be called a brother. It's almost time for one to be called sister. Bai Lu muttered. Sister Lu. Sounds overbearing. Really soon. Being in the midst of its fantasies. Boo. The door of the company opened, only to see a young man with dreadlocks and a folding fan walking slowly. Masa. Masa. Dozens of brothers have spoken out. Xu Zhang merely nodded with a smile and came directly to the center to sit in the left position of the 3 chairs. Yezer was just about to say something. Outside, Qin Jiang slowly came in with Sizhou. See this. The minions once again greeted in unison. Jiang. Jiang. This time the sound Qi sounds very powerful, and no one in the name of 4-9 brother. According to the Qin Jiang team subliminal rules, again Qin Jiang to the position only need to address him. This is Zhu Zhang set the rules, so as to highlight the supreme status of Qin Jiang. In this way, Qin Jiang brought 4-9 to sit at the first place in the center under the attention of all the people, while 4-9 sat at the right side. Corner Bai Lu and Zhu Zhang appeared after the excitement of shortness of breath. After seeing Qin Jiang, For 9 out of the picture even more feel something in the body in the awakening. This is this kind of scene. That is, the old man is acting like this. No, it's more sensational than the old man. It's too majestic. TV. You can't be there just to watch. She was watching it herself and was part of the inner circle, so naturally she could feel the glamour of it. And at this moment she couldn't even control it and felt her adrenaline rush. But fortunately no one was paying attention to her as the attention of the whole audience was focused on the center. At this point, Yi Zhe looked at the seated trio and nodded. He has some understanding of Qin Zhang's team. The man in charge, needless to say, is naturally nicknamed the Black Dragon. Qin Jiang, followed by Zhu Zhang, who was known as Little Zhuge, and Wei Biao, who is known as the God of War, right-hand man. 3. It's the Black Dragon team leader. Further down the line there are said to be dozens of core people. As well as the periphery there are more students. Should not say that any learned that the Qin Zhang team size is so big is also a little surprised. It secretly shook his head. It is a pity to be born in the wrong era. To have such leadership in ancient times at such a young age may not be unable to have some achievements. Put in the present, play this set. You see, the security forces do not get you on the end. Once you graduate, you go in early and late for a potluck. Think about it. He stopped thinking about it and looked at Qin Zhang and opened the door. I'm here to talk about a business deal with you. Chapter 25, Double Liquidated Damages. $700,000? That's too little. Business? What business? Qin Jiang said carelessly. It's about your contracted chemical plant, which is nothing but a Thai place. Yi Zhe dispatched. But then, some shareholders are not satisfied with the outflow of school assets, so they intend to take back the chemical plant land, and that bunch of old-timers are just ing sick. I didn't want to come. They made me come. What about me? It's just to pass the word for them that the contract is cancelled, and I'll try to apply for some compensation from the shareholders' side, and get you a few tens of thousands of dollars, to say the least. Said, a condescending I bring you benefits expression. However, Qin Zhang's face smiled coldly. A few tens of thousands of dollars, you're hitting on a screamer. Listen to this. Yi Zhe although froze for a moment but also did not too surprised. Qin Zhang can come up with hundreds of thousands of contracted chemical plants. Then tens of thousands of dollars are not in the eyes of the matter is not unexpected. He smiled and spoke. This way, how much do you intend to ask for? I'll go back and discuss it with the shareholders. Maybe those shareholders will give up when they hear about the high liquidated damages, so it's less work for you and me. His latter words were clearly intentional. In order to warn Qin Zhang not to ask for a large sum of money, he did not want to really pay any high price. Qin Zhang calmly sipped his tea. Black Dragon is a formal company. Naturally everything goes according to the contract. Show him the contract. On one side, Zhu Zhang took out the contract and handed it to Yi Zhe. When the contract was signed, the breach of contract clause was written clearly in it. Yi Zhe picked up the contract to check. He really did not look at it much when he first signed the subcontract. After all, he simply did not put Qin Zhang and others in his eyes. Of course, more than that, he did not put the chemical plant land in his eyes. Who could have thought that the school suddenly upgraded? Now look carefully at the contents of this contract. Found that this contract is written in great detail. In the last page to see the terms of breach of contract. Once in default, double liquidated damages according to the signed contract. Double. Yi Zhe's voice was a few decibels higher. Are you kidding me? Twice the amount of liquidated damages. You guys want to go to heaven. After all, double that can be hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is not at all in his plan. According to his preconceived notion of up to 100,000 to Qin Zhang can be dispatched. No way, Yi Zhe said categorically. There's no way the shareholders would agree to such a large amount of liquidated damages. Qin Zhang waved his hand at the lazy nonsense. Zhu Zhang drank. See them off. Immediately Wang Tao and the other juniors gathered towards Yi Zhe, as if the other party was going to throw him out if he didn't leave. Yi Zhe's face was angry. The lion's mouth didn't have you open your mouth like this. You want money to go crazy. Qin Jiang did not speak. Also look for more to say. Is that a big offer? Oh, I can only say that now Yi Zhe really has never seen anything in the world. Boo! Wang Tao's hand had clapped on Yi Zhe's shoulder. Let go. I'll walk on my own. But where would Wang Tao pay attention to him? Directly grabbing its shoulder and yanking it out towards the outside alive. Brush! Yi Zhe was dragged, almost fell down. Mouth wanna curse. People can see dozens of little brother intently watching himself and swallowed back. Intuition told him to say something else. Is very easy to get beaten. As the saying goes, a man under the roof has to bow his head. Yi Zhe could only choose to go back to school first to find his own uncle to discuss. Qin Zhang. 3 people are still sitting in the main seat is incomparably calm, as if just is to see insignificant small things. The remaining dozens of juniors were incomparably exuberant. Just now they could see things happen with their own eyes. Suppressing Yezer is nothing? They cared about just hearing about liquidated damages. Double. So wouldn't it be that as soon as Yizhe is ready to default on the contract, Black Dragon will get double the liquidated damages, which is $700,000. Plus, the cost of contracting the chemical plant itself is millions. Millions, do not say in 2010, even in the latter days, is not a small amount. At least for the students is not small. Not to mention from nothing to have time to come too fast. From Xinjiang absolutely do card reader business to today is only a month. Phew. Many of the minions were even gasping for air. Money, the cornerstone of all things. Money plays an integral part in the development of a group, and now they're about to have it. At this time, Xinjiang is very clear about what these people think, but also clear about their own team of loyalty. Courage are not lacking. The only thing is the lack of some insight. These, all can be cultivated. It spoke. I know what you are thinking, but I can tell you that a mere million, it's nothing, not to mention to the future Black Dragon. Even to today's Black Dragon it's not enough. All I can say is that within a month the Black Dragon will be off the hook and you will be stepping into a new class. A class with a great future. Gobble. Gulp. The crowd of minions couldn't help but swallow their saliva continuously, although they could not understand the meaning of Qin Zheng's words, but it was the unknown that made them uncertain. Xinjiang did not explain too much. Everything will be known naturally after some time. Some pussies have to be faked naturally to be enjoyable. That way, it will also leave a deep impression in the minds of your subordinates, thus strengthening their unconditional trust in you. All registered employees of Black Dragon are required to stay at the school and be ready for emergencies during this time. There's a big move. Xinjiang gave a direct order. This natural no one dares to refute, but instead an incomparable expectation of leaping up, since their own brother Jiang said that the big action will never be small. Brush. Xinjiang waved his hand. Zhu Zhang spoke. All go out. That. Bai Lu stays. All the little brothers were surprised to look at Bai Lu, then left. Only Bai Lu stood in place in a daze. It's looking at the only three people left in the room, mainly looking at Xinjiang. He joined the Black Dragon for two major reasons. The first is that Xinjiang saved himself, giving him a special feeling. The second is a great yearning for the Jianghu and society. However, since joining Black Dragon he had not dared to have too much contact with Xinjiang, fearing that the other party would want to expel him. Being left alone now made her apprehensive. What's the matter? Really deport yourself. That. Wouldn't her dreams of being a big sister be shattered? No, absolutely not. Even if you're dead set on staying, no one can drive her away. Thinking of this, he came to Xinjiang's face and directly said, I'm not leaving, I'm going to follow you. Said, even a little bit of aggravated tearfulness. The likes of you, socializing too. Xinjiang first flirted with Bai Lu before saying, don't worry, no one will drive you away. A company into the deep like the sea. Since I joined my Black Dragon company cannot say go. Don't let me go. Bai Lu was surprised and confused. Then what's the point of leaving me behind? Xinjiang said, since you have entered the Black Dragon you must know the rules. Bai Lu, what rules? Xinjiang, everyone has to contribute to the team. What can you contribute? Bai Lu, can I pay up? Chapter 26, Snubbing Bai Lu, Liquidated Damages, 7 million. Money? Xinjiang shook his head. Do you think Black Dragon lacks money? Not to mention that if you can become the backbone of the company by paying money. What is Black Dragon? Bai Lu's face was slightly white. She really wasn't sure what she could do for Black Dragon. Fighting? She can't do it at all. She's a pain in the ass. Advice? She's even worse. She wasn't born with that kind of brain. Growing up she had basically nothing to show for her skills except for her studies, which were passable. Wait, she plays Dungeon Thief 6. That. She was just about to say this specialty and then shut up, clearly aware that it was better not to say it. At this moment she is a bit desperate. Even herself cannot find can stay, reason is not willing, but no way. Just as she was about to completely despair, Xinjiang said, what did you study in college? Bai Lu, accountant. Xinjiang, how's the learning going? Bai Lu, it's okay. Xinjiang finger tapping table half a day before saying, I look at you very I also see you really intend to mix a bit of fame. So I give you a task. To be able to sit well, then from now on in the house may not be no seat for you. What? Bai Lu's sad face underscore. Her eyes widened to their limit. Xinjiang gave too much temptation. What does having a seat in the house mean? It should be clear that so far only 3 people in the whole team can have a seat. Even Wang Tao and other prestigious existences can only occasionally sit on the back of the chair. There are seats. It's the real team executives. Sister Lu will be at your fingertips. The thought of hundreds of people calling themselves Sister Lu in unison, she couldn't stop yearning inside. Then it looked at Qin Jiang and firmly said, "What mission do you have, brother Jiang?" "You say, on the mountain of swords and under the sea of fire to ensure that it is completed." Qin Jiang calmly stated the task: "Go back to school, study hard and get your accountant's license as soon as possible." What? Bai Lu even thought she heard wrong. Study. The mission makes itself well studied. Right. Just learning. Qin Jiang directly said. For a team to develop completely, it simply won't work just by having more brothers. Money is the king. No money is all nonsense. Money, brothers, are the lifeblood of the development of the Black Dragon. Loyal and righteous brothers Black Dragon is not lack of, but no money, and to the Black Dragon is very short of those who are dead. Now I am absolutely sure that the Black Dragon's second lifeblood to you, and so you learn to achieve the achievement, can be in charge of the Black Dragon financial power. At that time the Black Dragon seat will naturally have a handful of you. I hope you won't let me down. Bai Lu froze on the spot. Although she always felt that there was something wrong there, her brain was currently completely occupied by the big pie drawn by Qin Jiang, running the Black Dragon finances. Sitting in the Black Dragon's chair, her sister Lu will be an indispensable presence for the Black Dragon. Bai Lu felt that her dream of several years in her heart was about to be realized, so how could she not be excited? Big sister. I will also be a big sister. Bai Lu nodded. I go back to school to study hard, as soon as possible, to take the accounting qualification down. Will be in charge of the Black Dragon financial? Brother Jiang, you give me the opportunity. I am grateful. From now on I am your ma. Little brother, if there's anything you want, I'll do whatever you want. Aha! I'll watch you. Qin Jiang nodded his head to offer encouragement. Bai Lu is gone. I just want to go back to school and finish my studies and come back as a big sister. When she left, she asked if she could come back during her studies, and Qin Jiang did not refuse to tell her that she could come back at any time. She will always be a member of Black Dragon, and Black Dragon will pay her while she is in school, representing that she is learning for the company. Hear this. Bai Lu left again without any worries. Outside, Bai Lu had just come out. A few Black Dragon peripheral members passed by and saw her, had voiced out, Lu, Lu. There were only a few sounds, but they made Bai Lu smile brightly and happily run towards the school, taking off her flower-colored wig halfway. Jiang, are you painting her a big picture or? Zhu Zheng inquired as he looked at the departing Bai Lu. Look at her own. To really learn something, a bit of financial talent, Black Dragon finance to her also not work. Qin Jiang said indifferently. If she can't do it on her own, then just consider it a trade with her brother. Zhu Zheng nodded. Then he changed the topic and said, Brother Jiang, are you sure that the nursing school is about to be upgraded to a 3rd degree and to expand its campus? Qin Jiang, okay. Zhu Zheng was beyond shocked. No wonder my big brother had to contract the chemical plant. The original get inside information and get ahead of this school than the nursing home. He did not get to the bottom of the question about the source of information. Smart people know what to ask, what should not be asked. But said, as long as the nursing home to expand must be involved in the chemical plant, it is no wonder that today Yi came to seem to have also been informed. Brother Jiang, how far are you planning to go this time? Qin Jiang calmly said, Black Dragon is a regular company. Got it. Zhu Zhang nodded. Understand that Qin Jiang means that everything is in accordance with the rules and contracts. That is, let the nursing home out double the liquidated damages. Of course this refers not to double the cost of contracting for 1 year, but double liquidated damages for a full 10 years worth of costs. After all, the contract was signed for 10 years. That is, 7 million in liquidated damages. To Zhu Zhang, precocious psychology is also difficult to calm down. 7 million. What a huge amount. What's more, the first contracted chemical plant cost a total of 350,000. Turn half a month, 20 times the profit. This, who can fade away? Qin Jiang, on the other hand, was more calm. 7 million only. Besides, this kind of profiteering thing is only once. In want to play also not, but have this capital can also start other plans. Zhu Zhang pondered. The guards will never let it go. A few million benefits are enough for them to make a bit of a mess. Let's get ahead of ourselves. I'll arrange for someone to go to the chemical plant in a few minutes to keep watch in shifts, to prevent the guards from doing something doggy. Qin Jiang nodded his head in acquiescence. A little goes a long way. A little goes a long way. Can also be cited. Zhu Zhang means in any industry can make a career. Unfortunately, he was born to be a social mixer as well as a kook. Qin Jiang also did not tell him to develop his own business model in the future. There are things that have to be changed subconsciously. Next to it, Wei Biao, 49, remained calmly seated, spinning 2 iron balls in his hands, making a rattling sound from time to time. Qin Jiang cannot help but smile sweetly. Although the 49 looks formidable, a fierce and vicious, The security team to see the knowledge must check the ID card look, but there is a child's psychology in love. When I was a kid, I was often bullied and called a stupid big man. If not Qin Jiang cover him, he is not sure how. He is now showing the appearance of Qin Jiang deliberately let him show. Seeing Qin Jiang looking over cold dead fish face 49 revealed his naive face and said, Brother Jiang, I want to go to a cat cafe to jerk off a cat. That's right. CGO likes cats. A lot of that kind. Go. Now go. Chapter 27, the lawyer's letter arrives. Lu Ruyan's confusion. Nursing home. Yi Jikai sipped his tea and muttered, I really didn't expect that kid to be able to have such a big appetite. Are you revealing something? Yi Zhe shook his head. No. I said that the school's shareholders disagreed with the intention to recycle the chemical plant, compensating tens of thousands of dollars kind of thing. Whoever thought that he even lionized? Double the liquidated damages. That is big hundreds of thousands of dollars, he thought. Beautiful. Really think that the money is so good? It really want money want crazy. This, Yi Jikai pondered again. A moment. He said, you continue to talk to him, and strive to let him loose a little bit of the liquidated damages down as soon as possible to take back the contract. Really as a last resort double the liquidated damages to compensate him is. But, there's nothing to it. Yi Jikai interrupted Yi Zhe and said, escort elevated to 3 books of documents will soon be issued. Once that kid gets the news, it will be non-double the breach of contract can be resolved. There is no chance that it will cause some trouble. Said, he pulled a contract out of the lower drawer. This one is a redrafted contract to contract the chemical plant to you, dated half a month before. Yi Jikai, so that I can give you to fight for the maximum benefit those shareholders will not refuse. The school upgrading things for them too much benefit will not be catty about these. How much can I earn? Yi Zhe asked looking at the contract a bit greedily. 2 or 3 million won't be a problem. 2 or 3 million. Yezer was breathing a little heavy. Although he grew up in a rich family does not lack of money. But during the independent entrepreneurship to obtain 2 or 3 million benefits cannot not be exuberant. And with this 2 or 3 million funds, his business map will be crazy expansion. So, she will also rise in status in the family. Not accurate. It wouldn't be a bad idea to impress his dad. Thinking of this he did not hesitate to go out. Qin Jiang, count on your kid to shell out on a sum to give you some soup to taste. However, he didn't even know that Qin Jiang wanted not only soup but also meat. Even the bones and sinews were not spared. Polytechnic University. Girls' dormitory. Ruyan Lu was sitting in front of the windowsill drawing her eyebrows while a few female classmates on either side of her were chattering away. Ruyan, I heard that an off-campus rich kid asked you out and drove a luxury car. Is that true? No need to ask. It must be true. Can't you see Ruyan is putting on makeup? Maybe it's already. He. It's over. Our school beauty has been taken away. If the boys know about this, they'll be in tears all day long. For a while a few female classmates were getting more and more excited. The front Lu Ruyan did not answer even when she listened to their questions, only concentrating on painting her light makeup. A few minutes later, only then did he calmly say, you guys don't rumor? I'm just friends with that boy, also only had a few meals. Her eyes glittered with indignation. That's right. It's just outrage. Since the last time Qin Jiang refused to call her for payment so that she could use the next best thing to keep borrowing money from the licking dog. Let's have a little problem with her word of mouth. Some smart boys have come to their senses not to continue to be lickspittles. It was hard for her, who enjoyed the chase very much, to accept it. Coupled with the loss of Qin Jiang, a big money giver, she is already used to spending a lot of money and is stretched to the limit. In order to maintain her status as the high-flying schoolgirl at school, she also has to look for new targets outside. The new target is the one we're about to meet in a few minutes. But this target she is not satisfied, is a very difficult and a little buckled guy. Do not see the rabbit does not let go of the eagle a few dates down only to get a little benefit but also have to sacrifice a little sex. Simply make her a little nauseous. It made her incredibly nostalgic for the Qin Jiang who obeyed her words and was satisfied without even bothering to give a smile. Lu Ruyan thought of Qin Jiang in her mind and couldn't help but curse. Qin Jiang, you're so good. Ignoring me for almost a month. Good. I'd like to see how long you can hold out. If you have the guts to keep not contacting me, I'll count you as having the guts. Was thinking. Suddenly outside came the voice of the roommate. Ruyan, there is a courier for you, I'll bring it back to you. Hearing voices. Whether it was Ruyan Lu or the other housemates all turned back to look. Lu Ruyan has not received express delivery for a long time. In 2010 express delivery is not too popular. Deliveries were hand-delivered. Stagecoaches were rarely non-existent. And couriers were basically left in the school janitor's office. In the dormitory, only Lu Ruyan often receive express delivery. Everyone is clear about who those express mailers are. Lu Ruyan's most loyal licking dog, Qin Jiang. But since the delivery was cut off in January, there was a bit of speculation within these girls in the dormitory. Who mailed it? Ruyan Lu asked in a seemingly calm manner. Qin Jiang. Hearing Qin Jiang, a few girls with an expression of "I'm sure it's like that." Lu Ruyan's face was happy and quickly converged, calmly turning her head and continuing to draw her eyebrows. Open up. Inwardly sneered. He. Qin Jiang also thought you have much ability. The result is still not honestly continue to give me gifts. But you think cold shoulder me for a month to give some gifts can make me forgive you? Impossible. What do you take my mother for if I don't show you some color? Wait for the hemorrhage. At the same time, inwardly, I'm already calculating what I'm going to purchase when the dog-licking gold arrives. Package, necklace, bracelets, designer cosmetics. And she purposely opened it in public to realize that her prestige in the dormitory had collapsed a bit recently, to take this opportunity to regain the status it once held. While she was fantasizing, suddenly surprised scream scared her. Looking at the mirror to draw crooked eyebrows turned her head angrily. What's all the fuss about? Never seen a good gift. But then she sensed something was wrong. Only a few housemates around the gathering gift were seen to be fully coloring oddly, surprised, and looking at her with complicated gazes. Intuition told her something wasn't right. Ruyan Lu got up and walked over. What the hell is going on? What's in the courier? No one answered from a couple of the housemates. Only take the courier roommate silently to her to see. Looking at the thin courier, Lu Ruyan face a stunned. Express is too thin. It's like a piece of paper. What kind of gift could be inside such a delivery? It's hard not to have cash, but cash doesn't hold much, does it? With an incomparable mood of doubt, Lu Ruyan took the courier to open. It really is only a piece of paper. 3 large words at the top froze her in her tracks. Attorney's letter. To M.S. Ruyan Lu, Songjiang Jinoa Law Firm by the Commissioner Qin Jiang. On your overdue return of arrears, issued this lawyer letter. Based on the client's statement and the materials provided, she was no longer able to read the follow-up, and only felt that her body was almost paralyzed by 1,000 hammers. She simply did not expect Qin Jiang, instead of giving her gifts, to apologize, ashamed to beg for her forgiveness, but instead to send her a lawyer's letter to let her pay back the money, but also the amount of up to 50,000 yuan. Snap! The eyebrow pencil in his hand fell to the ground, but he didn't even care. His mouth just kept repeating, why is this happening? What the hell is he Qin Jiang going to do? Chapter 28, Ruyan Lu goes to vocational school and gets blocked out. Immediately, several people in the dormitory looked at Lu Ruyan with an incomparably strange gaze. In fact, they as a roommate, and Lu Ruyan spend time with is to know some of the inside story. Roughly understand that Lu Ruyan can have such a high consumption is not the book she writes to earn a fee. After all, she has never written a book since she was in the dormitory. Why would she get paid for it? So, the source of its money is also very clear, is Qin Jiang. At the same time also know that the last time Lu Ruyan bought a cell phone seems to conflict with Qin Jiang, after which its spending is obviously no longer generous. Cosmetics are saved. Once on the outside world is incredibly proud to start accepting some boys invited to go out to dinner, and even to watch a movie. Now see Qin Jiang sent a lawyer's letter. Naturally everything need not say, but this era of college students are more simple, and even think that Qin Jiang and Lu Ruyan is due to love conflicts. So, not to be advised. Ruyan, don't be too sad. Qin Jiang is just trying to scare you. He likes you so much that he won't really care about your money. You can rest assured that the money you spend is given by Qin Jiang is not earning a manuscript fee. To come to the matter, we absolutely keep our mouths shut. But Ruyan, you did spend too much of his money. $50,000. In the eyes of these students, it is definitely a very large number, and even many of their parents may not be able to earn so much in a year of hard work, and Lu Ruyan spent so much. And see the content of the lawyer's letter. These are only money transfers, not counting the usual. Qin Jiang mailed her some of the items. It made them not be a little diabolical towards Ruyan Lu. Lu Ruyan heard these comforting words as if she was a cat that had its tail stepped on and directly disliked them. Shut up, Wang Yun. You didn't even dare to let out a fart when you were interrupted by a third party. You are worthy of talking here now. Han Lu, you have a crush on the gym teacher. Don't think I don't know. And you, Sun Zhu, are as fat as a pig. It's hard to walk up the stairs, and you fantasize about falling in love every day. The string of words made several of the housemates blanch, and some had whimpered and cried. Immediately, a few of the girls turned around and left the dormitory. Inside the dormitory, only left Lu Ruyan and bring back the express roommate. Her name is Wang Qi. Counting with Lu Ruyan relationship is better. Lu Ruyan looked at her and opened her mouth, did not say anything, just clutched the lawyer's letter very tightly. Wang Qi said. A couple of them are concerned about you and none of them are big mouths today, things won't leak. Ruyan Lu didn't say anything. Highly arrogant. She wouldn't allow herself to be so humiliated or allow others to look at her as a joke. That's why she had just opened up her dislike for a few of her housemates. That's her protection mechanism. Wang Qi pondered for a moment and said, have you been too cold to Xinjiang lately? Or does Xinjiang have a situation over in the northern district? Songjiang is the capital of the province and has many beautiful women. Xinjiang, this person, although the study is not good, can be long also good. Once in our school are some girls like, plus you are not in her field of vision. Time long inevitably do not have some problems. It is not possible. Listen to Wang Qi. Lu Ruyan's eyes slightly condensed as if she guessed something. Since Xinjiang went to college they have seen one side. Or the summer coming back to have to see her to appreciate the face. After the two have not seen or each other to contact their own. Originally she felt nothing. Anyway, or Xinjiang unconditional licking habit. But after Wang Qi said only reacted to the two are not currently in the same class, cannot meet every day. So, it was natural for things to go wrong over time. And it was likely that Xinjiang had already been mesmerized by a certain Tai Hoof. No. Lu Ruyan shook her head. Xinjiang is his own licking dog. Can't let other people stain, must take back. Even she thought the lawyer's letter was also sent by Xinjiang on purpose. In order to be angry at herself for not contacting him. Msth. You've been out there a long time and you've learned to play hard to get. Humph. Although Lu Ruyan is a bit disdainful. But it is also clear that if you do not give some sweetness you really want to lose Xinjiang. Losing Xinjiang is not scary. The scary part is that no one continues to lick her unconditionally. Moreover, with her condescension she had long treated Xinjiang as a trophy, and could not tolerate her people snatching it away. At that thought she picked up the eyebrow pencil and walked over to the windowsill once more to straighten the brow she had just drawn crookedly. Getting up, he said, I'm going to find him. She decided to go to Songjiang immediately to correct the licking dog back. As for that dead stingy second generation, then we'll see. Ah. Wang Qi was first surprised and then turned into realization. Ruyan Lu, help me give the teacher a leave of absence. Just say that my pet dog died and I'm going back to mourn. Wang Qi, Sigma, surprised face, winky face. Your reasoning for this? Awesome. Vocational University. Lu Ruyan got down from the cab and looked at the scale in front of him, which is not a large college, with a contemptuous look on his face. She's not a bad student. Going to a 211 university still. For vocational schools such as college entrance examination, failure in order to go to college will not even put in the eyes. The same in the vocational college school. Xinjiang also naturally more worthy of their own. If not the other licked her very comfortable and spent money generously, she would not have had any intercourse with Xinjiang. He frowned, not sure how to find Xinjiang. Xinjiang has blacked out his phone. Brush. Its call to Wei Soaring found it was also blacked out. In the end, he could only come to the school entrance and inquire. Excuse me, where is the class? Old Wang, the security guard, asked. Are you the new trainee teacher? Do not blame the old king, so inquired. Really, Lu Ruyan dress does not look like a student makeup and sat on the purse. Lu Ruyan appeared also let the vocational school male students noticed. One by one looked over to its gaze hot. Lu Ruyan already exquisite face plus makeup to increase the color, as well as long skirts and high heels to wear. Like a city beauty. On the blood of the vocational school students simply have a fatal temptation. Even a few young security guards couldn't help but look at Ruyan Lu, and even blushed a little when they saw Ruyan Lu looking over. Ruyan Lu had long been accustomed to it. All she liked was the attention. Stroking her hair. I'm here to find someone? Security guard Lao Wang, looking for someone? The teacher of that class? Ruyan Lu, it's a student. Security guard Lao Wang, call him and tell him to come here. The school doesn't allow outsiders to just enter. Ruyan Lu's face was stunned. Calling again. She's got to be able to get through. 2. While she was pondering what to do. See only. A dressed in formal attire clip briefcase youth walked slowly, so that people cannot help but look at two more eyes. Although the other side of the lawn is not handsome, but the kind of elite offenders let her like. The person who came was none other than Yi Zhe. He also saw Lu Ruyan, also attracted by the other party's appearance to look at a few more eyes. Face subconsciously showed a smile, but stopping inside didn't say hello. All he had to do was finalize the contract. What was a woman compared to a few million? The security guard old Wang did not stop Yi Zhe when he saw him. Lu Ruyan saw this and pointed at Yi Zhe and said, Is he from your school? Security guard Lao Wang, no, he's from the school next door. Ruyan Lu, then why did he get in? Security guard Lao Wang, because he's here to find Xinjiang. Chapter 29 Ruyan Lu's surprise. Beginning of the demon's work. Lu Ruyan, Sigma, surprised face, winky face. What? Here to see Xinjiang? Can you just go in when you come to see Xinjiang? For a while, Lu Ruyan was incomparably confused inside. Her intuition told her that there were a lot of places that weren't right, but she couldn't care less and said, "I'm also here to find Qin Jiang, old king of security, and you are? Ruyan Lu, guess who I am? Old king of security. I'm guessing you're an asshole." He admitted that Lu Ruyan good looking, but he is almost 60 early did not have that impulse naturally do not care about the other side of the beauty. Under hesitation it's waved his hand. "Get in there." Lu Ruyan quickly rushed into the campus, chasing after Yi Zhe's back and watching him enter the room on the left side of the campus. Brush. It looked up at the plaque above it. Black Dragon. Below there is a vertical sign affixed to the wall, Black Dragon Liability Company. Black Dragon? How could there be a company in the school? Lu Ruyan muttered. And that person said he was looking for Qin Jiang but he came to the Black Dragon Company. It's hard to believe that Qin Jiang is working at the Black Dragon Company. It was as she kept guessing. She just entered the Yi Zhe was directly pushed out. It's indignation. "I came to talk about business." "What are you doing?" The lion's mouth. It is difficult to not $500,000 compensation is not enough. Not afraid of greed is not enough snake swallowing elephant. Asterisk 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 off. Zhu Zhang shook his folding fan impatiently and said, "A mere $500,000. You take us black dragons for beggars. Everything according to the contract. This time Jiang is merciful to give you some face to go by yourself. If you don't go again don't blame it on throwing you out." A few minions to his left and right. Lu rolled up his sleeves and prepared to step forward. Saw a few people gathering. Yi Zhe's face was incomparably embarrassed. Although he was hanging the position of the captain of the Guardian School, there were only a few dozen students under his hand. The vast majority of the guards are girls, and the profession of the school guards is to patrol the campus to protect the safety of the students. Dozens of students' team seems to be a lot of people, but it is the schoolboys gathered. Facing the unusual people still dare to do it. Face Qin Jiang. This school road is famous big bastard fart do not dare to put. So in terms of force he really has nothing to do. Really let these people throw out his face will be a big shame. Humph. Yi Zhe turned away with a cold snort, not even glancing at Ruyan Lu as he passed by. He was now filled with anger as well as thinking about what to do next. Likewise, Ruyan Lu didn't fail to look at him either. Her brain was constantly processing all kinds of information. Business? $500,000? A hustler? By virtue of her cleverness and eloquence, she already knew that the Black Dragon Company was not simple from just a few words. Hundreds of thousands of dollars don't even cross my mind. The moment. The Black Dragon Company caused great waves within her heart. Of course, let a person constantly thinking about the time Qin Jiang and the Black Dragon Company to do what? Just now that Yi Zhe clearly came to find Qin Jiang, why would he come to this company? Qin Jiang, Black Dragon, could there be a connection? It's hard to believe that. Qin Jiang is working for Black Dragon? Its mind 100 turns between the footsteps did not stop. Step by step toward the Black Dragon Company suddenly attracted a lot of attention. Is smoking in the doorway. Wang Tao looked at Lu Ruyan's face. Always feel a little familiar where I have seen. Until Ruyan Lu came in front and spoke. "Hello, may I ask if Qin Jiang is here? I'm his high school classmate here to look for him." High school classmates? Wait. Wang Tao instantly thought about who the person in front of him was. Ryu Ruyan, his own former sister-in-law. He had seen pictures of Ruyan Lu, and at one time Qin Jiang had often sent him out to buy gifts and mail them. Stopped buying just a month ago. Hearing Lu Ruyan come to find Qin Jiang. Originally staring at Lu Ruyan's little brother, our body is stunned. Immediately withdraw their gaze, no longer look. Forcibly divert their eyes. Looking for Brother Jiang. Wang Tao said. Brother Jiang isn't in, so go sit in the office for a while. Ah, good. Ruyan Lu nodded under hesitation. Wang Tao led Lu Ruyan into the office. Inside there are still 20 to 30 little brothers gathered. See, Wang Tao brought a beautiful woman and also put the eye seam. Wang Tao waved his hand. What are you looking at? Get out. The crowd of minions didn't dare to hesitate to turn around and head out. This scene made Ruyan Lu even more confused. Look, just form appearance. Wang Tao obviously status is not low, but he actually also tubed Qin Jiang called Jiang brother. It's hard not to be a Qin Jiang Jr. as well. So, just now the dozens of people are also Qin Jiang minions. How he collected so many minions in the vocational school. And what are you doing inside Black Dragon? Is it possible that you're not watching for someone? Aha! That's it. She took a quick guess at the plot. Wang Tao did not understand the other party's thoughts, pointing to the position opposite the central sofa. Duh. You sit. Brother Jiang should be back soon. Aha! Ruyan Lu sat down and began to calculate inside. She didn't care if Qin Jiang was a socialite or a showman. She only cared that Qin Jiang seemed to be doing well. Then it means there's no shortage of money. And you can make a good living again if you pull this lickspittle back. A little bit of time passes. Just as Lu Ruyan was waiting impatiently, Noisy greetings suddenly came from outside. Brush! She got up and looked out the window to freeze. See only. 3 people were slowly walking towards this, and on the left was a bald man with a height of more than 1.9 meters and a fierce face. Wei Biao. Lu Ruyan immediately recognized his identity. The other party was inseparable from Qin Jiang in high school, and then Qin Jiang was forced to leave in a fight and he followed. On the right is dressed in a white shirt and jeans, exuding youthful vigor young girl. It is Bai Lu. She went back to school to go back to school, and in Qin Jiang cautioned out of the little sister dress, for which Bai Lu was not too rebellious anyway, as long as someone called sister to wear what does not matter. Eventually, Ruyan Lu's gaze was fixed on the man in the center. A straight jacket, knife-like face, coupled with sharp clean hair and deep eyes to give a kind of indescribable sense of oppression. Where it has been the place on both sides of the people have bowed their heads. Jiang! Jiang! This is Qin Jiang! Ruyan Lu couldn't believe it. She couldn't connect this person in front of her with the yellow-haired, one-eyed Qin Jiang once. Completely different, but no matter the unchanged way soaring around him, or those who called him by his name proved this to be the case. Halftime. It's just off the top of my head. Time. Changes people that much? She fixed her gaze on Bai Lu again. It seems that this woman is the one who seduced Qin Jiang away and got so close to him? Could it be that the two of them have? No, absolutely not. She dismissed the conjecture outright. Even with her pride, she must admit that Bai Lu is very good-looking and has a lot of youthful vitality in her body, so she doesn't believe that Bai Lu can look at Qin Jiang 80% of the other party as a cash machine as well. ATM. How can two people share? Brush. She rushed out with her bag and faced Qin Jiang directly, looking at him as well as Bai Lu with a disappointed expression. Qin Jiang. In vain. I purposely came to the vocational university to see you, wanting to give you a chance, and as a result, you really let me down. Chapter 30, Qin Jiang, slap. Lu Ruyan, misery. The moment. Lu Ruyan's expression was as if she was seeing a negative man. Irritation. Aggrieved. Sad. Hated when it's not. And so on. After saying this, Lu Ruyan carried her small bag and ran off into the distance without looking back, as if she was determined to leave. Ran. No one noticed, when it turned its head for an instant, but the corner of its mouth revealed a smile. He, small sample, this time shall not let you regret to die. With her past understanding of Qin Jiang, as long as she was a little angry the other party would keep apologizing and begging for forgiveness, and now she reveals that this time purposely came to find him and give him a chance. It was evident that he was disappointed to be with another woman. According to normal deduction, the next step is Qin Jiang catching up and stopping himself, constantly explaining that he has nothing to do with that woman, and asking her to give himself a chance and so on. So, she can also take the opportunity to play a little sex so that the loss of licking dog pull back, and can take this opportunity to make each other hemorrhage begging for their own forgiveness. As for the next, Bai Lu was simply not in her eyes. A look at the stupid white sweet cannot be compared with her wrist. She ran a few steps out and froze abruptly, as there were no expected shouts or stops coming from behind her. Quiet. It's awfully quiet. Brush. It's looking back. Seeing that Qin Jiang was looking at himself with a playful expression. What was going on? Why didn't he catch up and instead look at himself with this expression? Could it be that he didn't understand the meaning of what he just said? What to do? She felt that continue to run is not run is not. And ultimately the importance of loyalty licking dog let her once again compromise. Turned back to Qin Jiang face pointing at Bai Lu, he asked, who is she? Qin Jiang's face was ice cold. What's it got to do with you? Ruyan Lu equals smiley face. What's the situation? When did the other party dare to talk to himself like this? Was he still the same Qin Jiang who didn't dare to speak up in front of himself? Qin Jiang. You. Lu Ruyan's body shivered a little in anger. I'm giving you one last chance to make her disappear from my sight immediately. So apologize to me now? Otherwise, I will draw a line with you and never care about you again. Qin Jiang laughed. Ha ha. Double happiness. I hope you do what you say you're going to do. By the way, what are you doing here? Paying back the money? Just hand it over to her. With that he pointed to Bai Lu. Lu Ruyan, Sigma degree. She even suspected her ears were mishearing. He said those harsh words. Qin Jiang was completely unmoved, just like a cow to a cow. And she looked at Bai Lu with a morose gaze. Making herself give the money to the other party was the ultimate humiliation. She really wanted to put down her harsh words and turn around, but her intuition told her that if she really dared to do so, then she would probably lose Qin Jiang completely and never get any benefits again. Lu Ruyan muttered. Could it be that he has really been too cold to Qin Jiang during this period of time? causing him to develop resentment, thus planning to use Bai Lu to anger himself? Or maybe he can't get any comfort from himself and has lost his patience and is tempted by other women. Ruyan Lu thought of her roommate's words before she left. Qin Jiang is a man. A man has dignity, desire, especially the other party is no longer in the county. If he can get something easily on the outside and you don't get anything in return, it's bound to be rebellious. This is a case of appropriate softening. Convinced of softness, this option wasn't even inside Ruyan Lu before. But looking at the face of indifference is not looking at their own. Qin Jiang, she gritted her teeth determined. She Lu Ruyan licking dog can only dump their own, cannot tolerate her people to snatch. Thus its expression changed from anger to resignation. Qin Jiang, I know it's my fault for ignoring you during this time. Wasn't I busy with the competition? I came to see you as soon as I had time. I heard that a new movie was recently released. Let's go see it. Okay. Us? Watching a movie? Qin Jiang looked at Lu Ruyan's body and leaned forward slightly. What's your relationship with me? To treat me to a movie? What relationship? Ruyan Lu froze and subconsciously replied. A friend. Ha ha. Qin Jiang couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was laughing at how stupid he had once been to be coaxed by a girl like Ruyan Lu. The other side in the end, how much to look down on their own. Even to today's point also said only one sentence, friends, right. Not willing to sweeten the deal at all. It can be said that among Lu Ruyan's many dog lickers the one who pays the most is definitely Qin Jiang. And the one who gains the least is also Qin Jiang. It's in the eye of the beholder. Really let Ruyan Lu play understand. Shake your head. Qin Jiang no longer look at Lu Ruyan. He is already looking at the hitchhiking each other, even unwilling to say another word. He's not born again to save love and children, but to lead his brothers, to make money. Brush. He turned and waved his hand icily. Let her go. Remember, she can't pay a penny less than what she owes, and she'll do what she needs to do if she doesn't. After saying this, he didn't care about Ruyan Lu's shocked eyes and turned around to leave. Lu Ruyan reacted hastily to stop it. Qin Jiang, what do you mean? Qin Jiang. But the way forward was blocked by Wang Tao, only to see Wang Tao blocked in front of Lu Ruyan face no longer just smile. Nonsense. Originally she thought that Lu Ruyan still had a relationship with her own big brother, and it is unlikely that she will become a sister-in-law again. That's why he will be kind. Since it has been determined that Lu Ruyan will not become sister-in-law again, Jiang obviously dislikes Lu Ruyan, then he naturally will not have a good face. Ruyan Lu, what are you blocking me for? Wang Tao, you owe Jiang $50,000. When will you pay? If you don't give a statement today. Lu Ruyan, argument? What argument? Those money was given to me voluntarily by Qin Jiang? And what also? Saying that, he shouted, Qin Jiang, are you still a man? Just bullying me. A woman. Let me pay back the money. Do you still want to be ashamed? Qin Jiang, come out here. Little Qinzi, give. Angry, she exploded on the spot. Ruyan Lu did not stop shouting, but instead increased the voice. Language is more outrageous, as if Qin Jiang is ungrateful, when the world Chen Shimmy and other existences. Immediately, Qin Jiang's icy voice came from inside the room. Slap, snap, pop. 2 crisp slaps resounded in the ears of the men. Ouch! Lu Ruyan screamed miserably and took 2 steps back and almost fell, covering her face and looking at Bai Lu incredulously. That's right, it was Bai Lu who had just made a move, causing Wang Tao, who had already extended his palm, to slowly retract it again. You dare to hit me. My mom hasn't even hit me. Lu Ruyan was going crazy with anger. Since childhood she had been favored and courted by countless people. When had she ever been slapped by anyone and in public? It's you that's fighting, Bai Lu said with a disdainful look on her face. Just by virtue of that, you deserve to call brother Jiang Shao Qinzi. I'll fight you guys. Ruyan Lu was about to go crazy and rush towards Bai Lu. Wang Tao waved his hand. A few minions came forward to set up Lu Ruyan, ignoring the other party's struggles, and threw them outside the school. Boo! Ruyan Lu fell to the ground and grimaced. At the same time, Wang Tao's voice came out. Just 3 days. If you don't pay off the debt after 3 days, you'll have to bear the consequences. Chapter 31, Qin Jiang, eat contract. Enough. Ruyan Lu looked at Wang Tao. I want to see Qin Jiang. Let me see Qin Jiang. I have something to say to him. Up to this point, Lu Ruyan also sensed that there was something wrong with what she had just said to Qin Jiang. Instead of letting Qin Jiang to her back to continue to lick, but instead to stimulate the other side of the inner rebellious psychology. So she intends to see Qin Jiang to say some soft words. Wang Tao lazily turned around and left, not forgetting to instruct the security guard. Don't let her in at all. Don't you go. I want to see Qin Jiang. Lu Ruyan got up and was about to continue rushing into the campus. This time he was stopped by the security guard. you can't just enter the school's important place. Hurry up and go. Even Hao Ruyan Lu said the security guard shook his head to prevent it. Who? Lu Ruyan forced herself to calm down, and her face lightened up as she said, Qin Jiang, count yourself cruel. If you don't make me feel better, you don't want to feel better either. You think you're so great when you show someone else a good time? She looked at the security guard and said, let me ask, who owns that black dragon? The head of the school? I want to report, Qin Jiang since childhood loved to fight. Petty theft often do. I want to report to the leadership to let him check the accounts. It is not likely that Qin Jiang in the inside has misappropriated the company's property. She thought of Qin Jiang dressed in obviously not expensive looks, not bad money. In her scope of understanding, watchers certainly cannot earn so much in a short period of time. So, likely to embezzle company property. She wants to report that even if she can't beat Qin Jiang to death, she will make him suffer. The security guard Lao Wan looked at Lu Ruyan with a cute little expression. At Lu Ruyan, pointing at the Black Dragon Company. The Black Dragon Company is run by Qin Jiang. You reported him. Oh, little girl, you better go. This year do something bad. You so beautiful, why bother? Don't waste the good years. Obviously. He also noticed everything happening in front of Black Dragon. Also see Lu Ruyan is likely to have a past with Qin Jiang, but accompanied by a friend. Even the old king of security are speechless. You come up here as a friend and you make people apologize and apologize. And you're so broad and condescending as a friend. What? If you're a pretty girl, people have to give in to you. Go. Hurry up. The old security guard, Wang, drove away impatiently. Ruyan Lu was driven away with a mute and shocked face. Qin Jiang, it's actually the owner of this Black Dragon Company that puts hundreds of thousands of dollars of business out of reach. What a joke. How long has it been and how did he get to be such a bull? Shasta, a bit of regret spread in its heart. Her intuition told her that she seemed to be losing something, especially remembering Qin Jiang's indifferent eyes gave her a guess. The other party most likely wouldn't really be working as a licking dog for herself, and it really does manage to get money for itself. Regret, resignation, sadness, anger, and so on emotions keep arising. In the end, her pride prevented her from turning back, and of course her turning back would not have any effect. Qin Jiang, don't think you'll lose anything by losing, you old lady. Sooner or later, old me will make you regret it. Brush. It picks up the cell phone and dials the number. I want to see a movie. Hooray! Hyperactive replied from the phone. Where are you? I'm on my way to pick you up. Okay, you wait for me. Snap. Hang up. Being passionate about the movement of the rich second generation to the car woman to give some money to drive down with wet wipes to wipe the face and drive away. Pray. Hooked. Inside Black Dragon, Qin Jiang sat in the main seat with a calm expression. He had thought that his rebirth would create some mental waves when he saw his former white moonlight, yet he found only disdain as well as disgust when he actually saw it. At the same time, he didn't take just now seriously either. The two would never cross paths again anyway, and it was none of his business whether the other guy was looking for a new lickspittle, or could climb the ladder. He wasn't the protagonist in certain novels, reborn back and constantly punching the white moonlight in the face, then constantly pulling and coupling with the white moonlight, and finally the green tea white moonlight transformed into the existence of the protagonist who loved the protagonist to death. This and other episodes. At the time he was reading the novel, it was incredibly offensive. Now in the presence of nature will not have any idea. Rotten white moonlight is even worse than a pile of dog. Those who can still accept again also really hungry. Do not mind dirty. Rebirth to them all for nothing. Wang Tao came back and said, just now Yi Zhe came again. The bidding has reached $500,000 was directly thrown out by me. Aha! Qin Jiang nodded calmly. Everything is in his anticipation, and he is also deliberately delaying the time. He can afford to delay, the nursing school cannot afford to delay. I'm sure that one will have to come back tonight. Sure enough, that night Yi Zhe once again came to the Black Dragon Company. Boo! Yi Zhe directly threw a parcel in front of Qin Jiang. Inside is 1,500,000. You count it. The contract is officially terminated. Bring it on. Qin Jiang, however, didn't even look at the package, but lit a cigarette. The smoke exhaled, making it impossible to see his face. $1,500,000. Just want to cancel the contract. What, are you kidding? Am I kidding? Yi Zhe looked at Qin Jiang with a bad feeling. Show him. Qin Jiang waved his hand. Brush? Xu Zheng took out the contract and handed it to Yi Zhe. Take a good look at what is written on the breach of contract clause. Yi Zhe frowned. Party A defaults on the contract and has to pay double the total contracting fee for the contracting period. Yeah, double contracting fees are not $700,000. With the contracting fee rebate, isn't that $1.5 million? Wait. His eyes suddenly froze as he stared at the terms and conditions and muttered, Double the number of years of contracting the total contracting fee. General contracting fee. The contracting period is 10 years, which means the total contracting fee is $3.5 million, and the double contracting liquidated damages are $7 million. It looked up at Qin Jiang incredulously and said, $7 million for breach of contract? You want $7 million? Phew. Qin Jiang slowly exhaled his turbid breath. It's not that I want $7 million, but everything goes according to the contract. Black Dragon. It's a regular company. You. No way. Yi Zhe angered to the extreme. Even if he himself did not intend to rake in so much money, and now Qin Jiang wants so much, how can? Play it. What kind of joke is this? Immediately, he looked at the contract in his hands, nail grip, eyes light flashed. The next moment, without hesitation, directly force. Rip STH. Rip STH. Quickly tear the contract to shreds. Signed and stamped parts into the mouth. Even if the choking straight rolled his eyes also do not care. With 7 million compared to eat some paper is nothing. Even if you eat or not cannot be considered. Hiccup, hiccup. Yezer barely managed to swallow the paper with several hiccups. But, before he could gloat over his wit, just realized that both Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang were full of calmness. Just like looking at the second little cutie. Like looking at themselves. Is it good? Zhu Zhang looked at Yi Zhe and said, I did not expect you to have a hobby of eating copies. Want to eat and, said obediently, took out 7 or 8 contracts from the drawer again. Qin Jiang exhales a smoke ring. Eat. Tube enough. Chapter 32, Demolitions, Nail-biters, and the fishy storm before the business empire set sail. What? Yi Zhe looked at the 7 or 8 contracts in front of him only to feel his stomach churning, almost spitting out on the spot. Qin Jiang, you even backed up. Do you have any integrity? Ha ha ha. Qin Jiang watches Zhu Zhang turn around and point at Yi Zhe, Season. Zidane pointing at people motion picture. Then he said icily, beat it out. Okay. On the spot, Wang Tao brought a few people directly forward, and without hesitation, he struck out at his abdomen. Ugh. Yi Zhe's reaction is not slow in the sea. Qin Jiang ordered to feel bad, turn around to run outside. That run called a fast, behind the Wang Tao with a little brother chasing to fight. Yi Zhe, don't chase. Running a big circle around the playground. Finally bursting with potential to cross the wall and jump straight out. Even so, he was hit several times, and the pain all over his body made him grimace. Mud. Damn it. This Qin Jiang not only dared to trick me on the contract, he also dared to have someone beat me up. Outrageous. Wait. I won't stop until I take this revenge. Agu. Ouch. Enduring the pain, he quickly headed towards the guardhouse, fearing that Wang Tao would catch up with his men. Of course, he is not clear that Wang Tao will not chase out. The Black Dragon Company has long had their own rules. The school, they can level the monitoring, can also let the security guards pretend not to see. But out of the school, outside the monitoring is too much. How many groups of people beat up a person? Beat up the problem is a violation of the law. Criminal law. They don't memorize for nothing. Inside the company, Qin Jiang didn't care if Yi Zhe would hold a grudge against him. Anyway, the two have long had irreconcilable conflicts. And how in heaven's name can you make money without offending anyone? Hello? I'm good. Everyone's good is complete bull. The mall is just a smile on the outside. But inside, it's a mom and pop. As it is, how could he allow Yi Zhe to pretend in front of him? Eat the contract. Who gave him the nerve? Zhu Zhang could not help but lament. He is also decisive enough. A 4-paper said to eat it is not afraid to give the voice la bad. It's a good thing we're guarding against him ahead of time. Qin Jiang nodded. His uncle and nephew are not oil-saving lamps. They won't willingly pay $7 million in liquidated damages. The chemical plant side of the extra manpower. 24-hour shifts do not allow any outsiders to enter and exit, so that the brothers in the school is always ready for some. Remember how I arranged before? Good. I'll make the arrangements. Zhu Zhang nodded and got up to leave. Nursing home, principal's office. Yi Jikai was equally embarrassed after hearing Yi Zhe's words. $1 million or $800,000 he doesn't care. But 7 million is not a small number even for him. Not to mention that it is given to an outsider who can't gain a single benefit, which is by no means acceptable to him. Yi Jikai shook his head. This figure, not to mention you and me, even if the school's other shareholders are not likely to agree. He really want to think of the beauty, the lion's share as well as who they are. Yi Zhe said. His attitude is very resolute. I always feel that there is something wrong inside. It can't be that he is also. Yi Jikai waved his hand. Should not be. This news has not been spread. Even if the city only a few people know. I also have an old relationship, plus it happens to be involved in our school to learn in advance. What makes him know? Yezer, but he doesn't know why his words are firm. Yi Jikai frowned. whether he knows or not. No, 7 million cannot be given to him. Really take the guard as a good Seongyu. You take the men and put the chemical plant on lockdown tonight. All the plants are locked and guarded. I'll contact the demolition team and tear him down tonight. When the time comes to care how much he wants. In the tug-of-war lawsuit is, he a student gangster still want to fight with me? Okay. Yi Zhe didn't hesitate to agree. Today was Qin Jiang so humiliated he has long been incomparable anger. The opportunity to retaliate back naturally happy. He could already imagine the scene tomorrow when Qin Jiang saw the chemical plant in ruins. I'm afraid I'll be in tears. And 7 million by then. Not even $700,000. Smug guy, wait for it. Immediately call for manpower, also known as the school guard. Escort team, a unique product of nursing school. The school is full of girls, and because they are at an impulsive age, boys from other nearby schools often sneak in over the wall. That is why such schools would gather the boys from each class to form a school guard to prevent boys from other schools from entering. Vocational school. Dormitory 401. Qin Jiang went to sleep on time. This night Qin Jiang's sleep is very fragrant, also very solid, but outside is not calm. The chemical plant side of the quarrel, scolding and the roar of the machine is endless. The nearby several school security guards are alarmed until the day is almost dawn, only to slowly calm down. Early morning, Qin Jiang woke up to look at little Qin Jiang. Aha! Being young is good. The fire is not to be trifled with. Brother Jiang, you're awake. Wang Tao saw Qin Jiang wake up before walking into the dormitory. Qin Jiang nodded without embarrassment and got up. Crap, what's there to be embarrassed about? He's got the confidence that he's only going to embarrass others. Wang Tao said directly. Yesterday the guardian of the Yizhe with dozens of people to occupy the chemical plant directly blocked by our people outside. In accordance with your instructions, as long as you do not step into the chemical plant, did not take action on them, stalemate for a long time. In the latter part of the night another wave of demolition squads came, and Masa with his brothers blocked the front of the car, and the two sides continued to stalemate, followed by our people secretly tampering with the car to make their cars all go out of business. He recounted the chemical plant incident last night. For these, Qin Jiang didn't have any surprises. 7 million. The caretaker would never give it willingly. He occupies the great righteousness. He has a formal contract. Everything in accordance with the contract can go, but that is only the ideal state. His real card is not the contract but the chemical plant land. Chemical plant, and he has the ability to fight with the nursing home. This is also why the nursing home to demolish the chemical plant overnight. As long as the demolition is completed and then talk about, not to mention what the initiative for fear of passive power will be lost. Who will also take care of you. Nail it. You have to nail it to call it nailed. Change the waves to watch the chemical plant and get last night's men back on break to keep the plant on 24-hour alert. Qin Jiang washed his face and calmly gave the order. Tonight is only the first time. There will be a second and third time next. Tell the brothers that in a few days or half a month, they will be able to secure $7 million in benefits. Anyone who participates in the guards during this period will have their wages tripled, and anyone who is meritorious in the process will receive an additional bonus and a promotion. He knows that last night's failure to protect the courtyard action will not be satisfied but will intensify, and the way of the imperial court cannot just rely on the painting of a big cake. The benefits must absolutely have, and groups absolutely have to be stratified in order to grow, so as to motivate those below them. Don't worry, Brother Jiang, Wang Tao patted his chest and assured. As long as the brothers are still in one, no one can demolish the chemical plant. Said incredibly exuberant departure. Qin Jiang washed his face and looked at the sky outside the window, muttering, primitive accumulation, always accompanied by blood and rain. Chapter 33, The Protector's Counterattack and Preparation for Demolition. In the next few days, the storm outside the chemical plant. Yi Zhe tried a lot of ways. Sneak attack, tough, tiger away from the mountain. However, they had no effect at all. Instead, they made themselves lose face. At the same time, the impending demolition of the chemical plant could not be concealed. News of the nursing home's impending upgrade is also spreading fast. Boo! Yi Jikai slapped the table and got angry at Yi Zhe for the first time. What are you doing for food? You can't understand such a small thing. That's all you need to be a star entrepreneur and a youth leader. You're leading my ass. You can't even handle a small chemical plant or a local gangster. Its curses are beyond unpleasant. These days he was busy with the school shareholders to discuss the school expansion. Expansion issues simply do not have time to take care of a small chemical plant. Thought that so long Yi Zhe has been fixed, which had thought that non-fixed in the end to turn around and lose people. Even, there has already been explicit and implicit mockery at the AGM just now. Yi Jikai angrily said, this matter to spread out will certainly be ridiculed to death by other schools, and one's majesty in front of the school's shareholders will also suffer a serious loss. Yezer didn't know what to say, just kept his head down. Ryoko, look, Jikai scolded, tired to sit down before saying, Uncle, you do not know how difficult those people completely is, the gangster scoundrels. Demolition team car as long as the chemical plant to drive them dry lying under the car. And there were so many of them. I tried to do it the hard way many times, but I was issued out before I could storm the chemical plant. I've used all the tricks I need to use. I've used the east and west. I've used the west and the west. But they're completely unmoved. I wouldn't dare really make a big deal out of it. The more it spoke, the more aggravated it became. Obviously this period of time really be made heartbreaking. His previous business are smooth. Even if a little difficult to use, the back of the relationship can be easily resolved. This time, I ran into Qin Jiang, as well as a large number of hooligan students under the hand. Do not care about the threat. Do not care about his background. As long as he dared to enter the chemical plant is a real fight. Alright. Yi Jikai looked at Yize, aggrieved expression, waved his hand. You are still too small. Did not deal with these unreasonable punks too? 80% of the demolition team to see your age is small, but also out of work. Anyway, they are counting money by the day. You need to sharpen your skills and realize that the mall is like a battlefield, and the situation of you and me being good to each other is only on the surface, and there is only filth and darkness in the shadows. Said, it's pick up the phone and dial out. Hey, old son, what kind of demolition team did you dispatch to me? No progress at all for so many days. What's wrong with you? You're starting to fool me now? Bullying my nephew. Okay, you guys are really good. Having said that, nor did he wait for the other side to speak to hang up the phone. Snap. Thunderous and domineering. Soon, the phone rang with a burst of ringing. Apparently the other party called, but Yi Jikai did not pick up, but calmly lit a cigarette, calmly smoking. Yize on the side did not say anything, just quietly watched. He understands that Yi Jikai to teach himself experience. That's all. A cigarette kung fu phone ringing, extinguished and then ring several times. Yi Jikai not slow to pick up. Who? Old son. What's the matter? You're wrong? No, you're not. I'll have the finance department send you the cost of the demolition crew right away. No need. I, Yi Jikai, am not bad with money. The opposite side came begging for mercy. Egu, my Yi big principal. This is not pure is a misunderstanding. Are under those little brats have no eyesight? Come back to me to let them get out of the way. So that these days all the wages do not count. You eliminate the fire. Not enough, Yi Jikai said calmly. 10 minutes later, after the opposite side kept compromising and giving up a lot of benefits, Yi Jikai hung up the phone with a satisfied nod. Yi Zhe's blood boiled as he listened. That demolition team with him dragged 2.5 million, but the result of a phone call from his own uncle, easy to take, and having negotiated the benefits of the subsequent school expansion issue. It's scary how many benefits he's hearing about alone. Compare with this, he thinks the chemical plant is really small fry. No wonder his own uncle did not care at all. The original really did not take this matter seriously, also blamed himself for the small things are not done. Yi Jikai calmly said, remember, these days who can bring benefits to others, who is the master? You spend money can still let the money earned bully minions. Do business without a little banditry cannot be. This point Qin Jiang is better than you. Of course, he is from the bottom of the mix-up. Coupled with the fact that this is a gangster origin, the future of the future is worrying. Not to be feared. You're going for the con, but no less banditry. Remember. Aha! Yezer kept listening with an open mind. Yi Jikai said I've already asked them to resend the demolition team, so we'll settle in once and for all today. Said, it's continue to dial the phone. Old Yuan, find me some people from the road. The more people the better. The location is at the College Road Hardware Chemical Factory. Hang up. It's looking out at the dark clouds rolling in. Mumbles. The city is about to be destroyed by black clouds, and the armor light opens to the sun with golden scales. The sun has not set. Dark clouds have taken over most of the sky. A few swallows are flying low. Frogs have stopped chirping. Inside the chemical plant, Wang Tao and the others are playing cards. 4 9s and who else? Pipe on him. Aircraft hang wings. Report 1. Each brother's face was incredibly exuberant. Not only because of their recent successive battles, but also because all of them knew how much they would gain by holding the chemical plant. 7 million. A number they once wouldn't have dared to think about. After learning about this matter, they simply worshipped their own brother Jiang to the extreme. Originally on the contracted chemical plant, a lot of juniors is very incomprehensible. After all, did not find what use. Only under the might of Qin Jiang no one dared to oppose. Until Yize came to breach the contract and constantly raise the liquidated damages so that they lamented Jiang had foresight. And now know that Jiang set the liquidated damages at 7 million naturally to be more than exuberant. See only. A little brother got up to look at the sky outside the chemical plant. In walked into the plant to Wang Tao said, Brother Tao outside to look at the immediate rain. Estimates that today can be calm. Do you want me to go to buy some duck goods? Beer? The night we whole point. Duck stuff is fine. Wang Tao said as he played cards. Beer is even better. You can't make a mistake at this very moment. Okay. The little brother nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to go out, Wang Tao abruptly threw down the cards in his hand and got up. Not only him but also the rest of the people, because they all heard the same sound. Boom. Boom boom boom. This is the roar that only large-scale machinery can make. But now there are a lot of large-scale machinery in the vicinity. Wang Tao grabbed a baseball bat and led his men to rush outside, shouting, take a copy of the weapons, each of them in their own way, defending all the entrances and exits. Quick! Chapter 34 Nailed Black Dragon. No one can tear it down. Just out the door. See outside the chemical plant densely open to a large number of large-scale machinery. Light excavators, bulldozers on more than 10. To understand the last few times is only 2 or 3. Looks like it's going to be for real this time. Wang Tao droned. Call Brother Jiang. Quick! He took the lead in rushing out of the chemical plant holding a baseball bat in front. Behind dozens of juniors also came out standing straight. Hands of baseball bats in the black screen exceptionally conspicuous. The same opposite side also emerged a lot of people. They are wearing engineering team clothes look as 40 or 50 years old workers. There was a limousine parked quietly at the back of the line. The back seat of the car. Yi Jikai sat calmly as Yi Zhe stuck his head out to check the situation ahead. Outside the car, a middle-aged man with a big belly walked to the back seat and took the initiative to hand over cigarettes. President Yi Good. I am the demolition team of Chu Guohua. You call me Old Chu on it. Yi Jikai nodded and took the cigarette. Chu Guohua hurriedly lit. Accompanied by a smile he knew today must serve the principal. So the nursing home expansion project to fall to engineering company. He the contractor to drink soup in it. Is there any confidence to take it? Yi Jikai pointed to the chemical plant. No problem. Chu Guohua looked at the direction of the chemical plant. Although there are dozens of people holding baseball bats, but he can see that those people are very young, mostly wearing school uniforms. He took it for granted that these people are paid to stand on the field, will not dare to do anything as long as a ruthless can be subdued. And he was afraid of the opposite of some of the old people. Those who cannot hit, scolded, thieves pull difficult. And most of the family for the demolition of the interests of the family is really dare to fight for their lives. As for the contracting contract and the Black Dragon Company, they were nothing in his eyes instead? Watch it you. Chu Guohua finished taking the intercom and said, push me forward. Whoever dares to get in the way directly hit the side. The old rules. The hands of the person rewarded $200 in cash. Today after the demolition of the chemical plant each person in the reward of 200. The evening big fish and meat casually suffered. Give me to push. With its command, rumble, more than a dozen machines issued a burst of roar. Like a beast to the chemical plant pushed horizontally. A large number of workers on both sides of the fist all muscle gnarled, looking at dozens of young people with baseball bats in front of the face of mockery. Yikes, just these little pussy boys and they're named Black Dragon. You're not afraid of the wind blowing your tongue. A group of brats do not study well to learn others to come out to mix with society. Your parents so teach you. Who is the boss I'll see in the end which turtle grandson so rampant? Wang Tao did not have any fear on his face. Fighting. It's never about who has more muscles or more strength. It's pulled out a black cloth from its bosom. Sound of a crash. Black Boo slowly wrapped the baseball bat around his hand and droned. Brothers, someone is trying to step into the chemical plant. Someone wants to foot John's dignity. Someone doesn't take the Black Dragon seriously. You guys say, what to do? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dozens of people yelled in unison. The roar of the machine couldn't be masked, startling all the workers and then turning them into anger. Wang Tao to the side of a few little brother to make eyes. Those few little brother hands and no baseball bat rushed straight forward. The mouth constantly cursing, but the sound is not big by the machine to cover up, but the workers who have been enraged by wear can withstand this. Asterisk 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 that. A worker yelled. A dozen or so workers came forward and kept beating on several students who came forward, and a few of them let out screams of pain. Goo. It hurts so much. Ouch. Jesus. It's going to kill. Help. Who the hell are you? Which engineering company is so overbearing? Don't fight. Stop fighting. A dozen or so workers did not how out of hand to see the students lying on the ground constantly begging for mercy, tears streaming, expression that called burst, and even some holding the thighs, said the legs were broken. See this. The dozen or so workers couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, the student's egg, thin skin and inner flesh can't withstand a beating. Just this, I only put out 3 points of force. Little bastards, listen up. We are engineering team. From now on, call you once to fight once. These goons. A few people were beaten, so many people watched, not dare to take action, but also stepped on the horse to pretend to be quite imposing. All the people in the engineering team looked at Wang Tao and the others with disdainful faces. Just now also a little by Wang Tao and other people moved startled. Especially Flush a Voice now think these people outside strong, colorful, ran. The next moment suddenly froze in place. Only Wang Tao looked back at Sun Yuan, Monkey, also Qin Zhang's roommate and the core backbone of the team, who was hiding behind the chemical plant plaque. Sun Yuan nodded slowly to him, putting the camera in his hand into his arms and continued to hide behind it to keep quiet. Seeing Sun Yuan nodding, Wang Tao raised his hand and raised his baseball bat. Charge me. Press on. Cam. 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 Dozens of juniors yelled in unison and madly rushed toward the demolition team, baseball bat in hand. Hit. Brush. 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 A dozen or so of the first workers were knocked to the ground without reacting, and the rest of them break into a heap. Don't panic. A bunch of student eggs can't make a big difference. Naya, don't hit my balls. Hiss. Ouch. Van. Where's my knife? It's over. I feel like my arm is broken. That can't fight. These students are crazy. Completely crazy. Can't beat them. At first, the demolition team workers intend to resist the impact back, but the more they fight, the more frightened, the more they fight, the more they fear. They realized that these students were too good at fighting and had no qualms about hitting where it hurt. Instead, their hands are tied. Who can really sell their lives for the sake of earning a little money? Workers. So they are defeated and keep retreating after only a few shots. This scene caused Yi Jikai, Yi Zhe, Chu Guohua, and the others at the back who were watching this place to freeze. The last moment Chu Guohua was full of victory. Yi Jikai nodded his head in satisfaction, and Yi Zhe laughed happily. The next moment Chu Guohua was unbelievable. Yi Jikai's face was blue, and Yi Zhe clenched his fists. Retreat. Keep retreating. Keep backing up until you get behind the large machinery before stopping. Wang Tao waved his hand and did not continue to chase. Chasing up to be separated by large machinery is easy to affect the guarding of the chemical plant. Seeing Wang Tao and others not pursuing, these workers also breathed a sigh of relief, and one by one, they looked ahead with palpitations. At the back, Chu Guohua angrily yelled, "What are you doing? Push it up with machinery. There is no one to attack." Obviously all just by Wang Tao and other people ruthless to the town. A few $100 just play what life off. In the end, under Chu Guohua's anger, he barely managed to stand in front of the large-scale machinery to form a confrontation with Wang Tao and the others. The scene was a complete stalemate. Ryoko, Yi Jikai cursed as he watched the lack of progress. Waste. Although Chu Guohua face embarrassed, also no way. I thought it was a group of soft and fearful of hard students which had thought so powerful. Dare to fight. Dare not provoke. Just as the stalemate continues, a loud shout came from the back. Who's so bold to mess with Headmaster Yi? What? Don't put me, Scar, in your eyes. Chapter 35, Moment of Crisis. The shock of Qin Zhang's appearance. That bang. It was so sudden, and even more unusual under the dark clouds, that everyone could not help but look toward a certain location. See only. Several vans were parked in front of the chemical plant. Boom, boom, boom. The van door opened and dozens of social gangsters emerged from it, all holding machetes in their hands. At the forefront is a big bald head. Its headscar is incomparably illuminated, tattooed scorpion lifelike. Exactly. Famous asshole in the North District, Scar. Scar with dozens of people came to the car. Looking at the inside sitting Yi Jikai revealed a smile. Yi Principal, the old Yuan gave me a call. I did not expect that students are now so rampant. Even you are not in the eyes. What? The rest I solve. Yi Jikai nodded. Pay attention to the proportion. Although they are all jerks, but they are also students. Something's wrong. Something's not right. As for the reward, it will not be less. Don't worry. Scar nodded very calmly. Crap. Even if Yi Jikai let him play hard, he will not. He can come. One is to see the face of the old Yuan. The second is to look at the money. Not to die. Really put a certain student out of a good or bad. They are not clean in their own bottom of the people can be really wasted. And before he was ready to take the next step. Crashing. The far side is once again a group of people. These people are very young to see the vast majority of students. The leader is a burly man. His shoulders carrying a stick. Exactly. College Road big jerk, money. His voice arrived before his person arrived. I'd like to see who dares to not give great Headmaster Yi face. Soon. It's also led people to Yi Jidai's side of the car and said, It was Yuan's side that called me and asked me to come over to stand on the field. Listen to this. Yi Jikai nodded. Although he thinks that there is a scar, these people have been completely enough. But there is always no harm in having more people is no more than a little bit of money. Compared to the 7 million that Qin Jiang wants. This amount of money what can be counted? Not to mention that there is his face in it. Really let Qin Jiang blackmail a few million, he will not be reduced to a laughingstock. At this point, Scar looked at the I Qian, he skimmed his mouth full of disdain. For him this really in the community to mix out the name of the people naturally do not see the student punks. In his eyes are some students over the house. These people and so on after graduation can really continue to mix 1 out of 10. Can make a name for themselves, probability is very low. Likewise, Qian he also looked at Scar with a calm face. He admitted that he was not at the same level as the other party now. But 30 years of River East, 30 years of River West, do not bully the youth. Sooner or later, Qian would be able to make a name for himself, a name bigger than Scar's, an existence that could truly report his name. Brush. The two men turned their attention back to the front of the chemical plant, due to the darkness of the sky, dark clouds, so that people's field of vision is very limited, and did not see Wang Tao and other people face, can only see out dozens of young people holding baseball bats. But it was these youths who scared those large machines not to come forward at all, and even the workers kept retreating. To this Scar disdainfully raised his hand and droned. Go on, disperse them, just don't kill anyone. Qian he also waved his hand. You guys are also on. I guess it's also the academy falling to the students, don't come out too hard. He's here to collect money. Yuan told him he'd get 10,000 just for standing around and dispersing some people today. 10,000. It's definitely a lot of money for a 2010 student, and his money-starved existence is more than likely not going to let it go, and he's adhering to the principle of taking from others and not rubbing their noses in it. 2 waves of men pressed up toward the chemical plant at the command of the 2 men, machetes and throwing clubs emitting faint chills under the dark night. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of noisy footsteps was unusually clear in the darkness. Brush, brush. Many workers see this, have to get out of the way. They have just been at a disadvantage, someone to solve the problem. Happy to see. The moment. Wang Tao and dozens of others clenched their baseball bats and had no fear even when faced with hundreds of weapon wielders. The one who could stay and watch the chemical plant was not an old man of the Black Dragon. The one who had not stood out after countless battles, fighting the war. They were never afraid. Fear of war mixes with what society? Splat. A drop of rain falls from the sky. After, it's the second and third drops. Instant drizzle in the already dim heaven and earth. Depressing atmosphere pushed up to another dimension. Gobble. Gulp. Many workers were repressed, subconsciously swallowing their saliva. Inside the car, Yi Ji switched on the window to watch calmly. In his eyes, everything is over or doomed to end from the beginning. His hall school principal, real celebrities personally down with the school punks fight, do not have the reason to fail. Oh, it could not help but be dumbfounded. Qin Jiang, can let this principal personally appear, you are already proud enough. Immediately, he did not even look at the situation in front of him. A group of punks fighting, what to see? But thinking about how the next expansion of the nursing school students, how he can enhance his status and even whether the nursing school into the bachelor's degree. At that time, he may really carp leap dragon door, become the head of Songjiang. One side, Yi Zhe, on the other hand, poked his head out against the rain. He wanted to witness the Qinjiang's people's bad luck with his own eyes. Witness the demolition of the chemical plant. Witness with your own eyes Qinjiang's angry and helpless look. Zhu Guowo waved his hand, and all the large-scale machinery was slowly ignited, and a few gusts of wind illuminated the rain, just getting ready to push across the chemical plant. Suddenly, crashing. Once again a large number of footsteps stepping on the rain came from the distance, and this time they were much louder than the previous 2. At the same time, an icy voice resounded within the rain curtain. I'd like to see who can tear down the chemical plant today. Who? How rampant? Scar looked over with an icy face. Shen he then frowned slightly, he felt that the voice sounded a bit familiar. Next moment, the 2 of them froze in place, and not only the 2 of them, but the rest of the people also froze and stared at a certain direction. CSTH. Black pressure came a large number of people. The number of these people by no means under 200 or 300 break time has come to the front of the chemical plant. In the large mechanical lamp's shine let a person vaguely see who came. That is hundreds of arrogant students. Their faces solemn, not a word stood there quietly. Ahead, the 3 figures were incomparably conspicuous. On the left is a young man with pigtails, who holds a folding fan in one hand and an umbrella in the other. On the right side is nearly 2 meters strong man, in the rain like a ferocious beast, black bear erected there. Central, it is a cold face, sword eyebrow starry-eyed youth. Behind him someone half a step behind the umbrella to block the rain, standing there like a focal point so that people cannot help but look at him, but not incomparably scornful, especially in combination with the hundreds of young people behind it stood under the rain curtain did not say a word, but also to add a few points of majesty to him, so that people do not dare to look at him. Seeing this the people could not help but talk. Misty grass. Who is this? Who is this? It's like a big shot on TV. He doesn't even use his own umbrella. He's really something. Compared to him, the Scar and Chancellor made such poor appearances that they're not even on the same level. This is that big guy from Pine River. Chapter 36, Xinjiang's powerful appearance. Scar and Xian he retreats. Xinjiang? Yi Zhe saw this body slightly trembling. How did he come so also bring so many people? Cannot be resolved it. Although this place is not far from the vocational college, but from they stormed the chemical plant is less than 10 minutes. Scar, Xian he and other can come so fast as in advance to agree on the time and even they are still late. But why Xinjiang can also come so fast and get a few hundred people? It is so easy to mobilize. So what? They are not dressed and waiting for it. It really didn't make much difference what he guessed. In the past 2 days, Xinjiang guessed that the Guardian must have a big action, so he told all the people under his hand to be ready at any time. So when he got the phone call from Wang Tao, he gathered the personnel in just a few minutes. Snap! Yi Jikai patted Yi Zhe's shoulder and said calmly, how can you achieve great things with a steady focus like this? Remember to keep your face unchanged when a mountain crumbles in front of you and not be fidgety. It's just one Xinjiang, a few hundred students. Everything is expected, why worry? Said it's revealing an incomparably calm stance. He was also a little surprised that Xinjiang could gather so many people to come in a short period of time, but when he looked for the old yuan to let Scar, Xian he brought people not to prevent this thing. Money can't be spent in vain. Since you're taking his money you have to do the job. Seeing his uncle so calm Yi Zhe couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and said with a lowered head, Uncle, it's because I'm too hairy. Yi Jikai waved his hand. You are still too small. To have uncle such a steady mind is to take time to exercise. Picking up the walkie-talkie, he said, what are you all waiting for? Push these people out. The demolition team is ready. Tonight, to raise the chemical plant. Scar, Qian do it. But next the incomparably calm Yi Jikai also froze. CSTH. Whether it is Scar, Xian he saw the person in shock after all did not choose to strike, so quietly erect. It wasn't until Xinjiang came not far in front of the two and saw the two incomparably calmly spit out a few words. It's been a long time. The voice solemnly resounded through the dark and rainy night, the tone indifferent with the slightest hint of inexplicable emotions. Next, an unbelievable scene appeared for everyone. Tread. Xian he stepped forward and cupped his hands to Xinjiang. Many offenses. I didn't understand the situation today. Farewell. He vaguely guessed something when he saw Xinjiang, and also recognized the identity of Wang Tao and the others before he looked at the chemical plant. He couldn't help but blame himself for not seeing that they were all from the vocational school in the beginning. Can't blame him just now, rainy night dim can't see at all. At this time also borrow mechanical light. Since I know that the chemical plant is Xinjiang turf, naturally understand how to do. Not to mention that he owes Xinjiang favors. Said Xinjiang in the school road status is not its ability to provoke. Fear is not to be. Respect has to be given. Money, whenever you can be in the earning. Seeing Xinjiang nodding his head and waving his hand, he said, retreat. After saying that, he led dozens of people under his hand to hoot and holler and leave, quickly disappearing within the rainy night. It's not over yet. Scar similarly stepped forward and said with a smile, ha ha, brother Qin, why are you here? This is your territory. Saying that it's pointed to the chemical plant. Xinjiang calmly looked at Scar. My place. Scar clapped his hands. Look at this mess. Is it really the Dragon King's temple? Who are we with? It walked towards Xinjiang with a very familiar expression, looking a little awkward until Sigil blocked its way. Still smiling, he said, it's all my negligence. Given our relationship, can we still hit your turf? I'm not the one who was wrong today. How about treating Brother Qin to a drink some other day as an apology for today's recklessness? Xinjiang remained calm. Apologies are not necessary. Wine is drinkable. Scar's face loosened up. Ha ha. Brother Qin is refreshing. He is not really afraid of Xinjiang, but after knowing its background is really not willing to offend. Not to mention that today to come and not for their own interests there is no need for blood money. See Xinjiang to ease the words prove that there is no offense. Dead drink can also be pulled together. Think about it. He pointed at Xinjiang and shouted to the people under his hand. This is my brother, the Black Dragon Talker. Call him Brother Jiang. 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 Dozens of people hooted and hollered and shouted. The momentum was not more than enough but shocked the people on both sides of the heart. Scar, brother Chin, do you need my help today? Chin Jiang, Black Dragon can take care of his own business. Scar, then I'll take my leave first. Just say hello if there's anything in the future. I have to go beforehand. He was just being facetious. Even if Chin Jiang really asked for his help he would still bring a haha. Soon Scar disappeared into the rain with his men as well. The scene, leaving the rest of the people present completely dumbfounded. What did they see? Just now there were two groups of people up to 1 or 200 to push across the chemical plant, but in a split second there was a reversal. That looks unbeatable in the North District. Great reputation of the Scar. That college road called the wind and rain of the Chinhe. In front of this are scared to retreat, not dare to fight with the enemy. This man, it's actually so awesome. Chu, he, who is he? Demolition team worker, Chin Jiang. Chu Guowa, who is Chin Jiang? Demolition team worker, not sure, but it definitely looks like a big shot. The top kind. It's so imposing. The appearance picture alone is uncharacteristic. The chemical plant is contracted by him? No wonder the demolition team that came before was helpless. Are you kidding? Is this something that can be easily dismantled? The rest of the workers on either side couldn't help but nod in agreement. Chu, he felt a little alarmist under the hand, but just also let him punctually a little shock. See a lot of knowledge. He also have to admit that Chin Jiang appearance too powerful. Inside the car, Yizhe clenched his fist full of disbelief. Why? Scar and Qian he what to eat? Take our money not to do the job, said away. Chin Jiang, what makes him so intimidating? He was resentful and angry. He thought he was the real man of the college road. Chin Jiang simply cannot be comparable with their own. And now witness Chin Jiang might naturally incomparable jealousy as well as a trace of envy. What man doesn't have dreams of being a socialite as a child? What man doesn't want to make a name for himself as a child? What man hasn't dreamed of such images? Which, Chin Jiang at this moment the might, the state, the rain curtain, other people for its umbrella picture is simply the domineering, intimidating embodiment of the best, is an incomparable shocking loaded picture. Yi Jikai was equally shocked at the sight. No way! How can a mere student have such a deterrent effect? How can a student have such power? With that it's quick to pick up a cell phone and dial. Hey, Lao Zhao, I want to call the police. At this moment to say that the most exuberant belongs to Wang Tao and others. Looking at their own boss out of the picture cannot help but stay. After that, they were overwhelmed with excitement. And even the rainy sky could not annihilate the passion in their hearts. Wang Tao raised his baseball bat and drank. Brother Jiang is mighty. In a flash dozens of people behind it and even hundreds of people behind Chin Jiang drank in unison under the rain curtain. Brother Jiang is mighty. Brother Jiang is mighty. Chapter 37 Arrival of the Sheriff's Squad. False accusation. Chin Jiang's tactics. The moment, gusts of whistling resounded through the rain. The only head Chin Jiang set off more powerful. Many people have the illusion as if in front of Chin Jiang is from the movie out of the characters. Pretend. Yi Jikai spoke indignantly. Tap, tap, tap. Chin Jiang took a step forward. Rear. Hundreds of people neatly front pressure. This picture is too impactful. Scared dozens of workers keep retreating. Joking, just dozens of people can't beat, let alone face hundreds of people. And it's scaring the two main gangster groups out of existence. Top. Chu Guowa did not dare to clamor to push up. He suspected that he dared to clamor under the hands of the people will escape. And then these people are his folks, will not really let these people fight for their lives. That's it. They were pushed back and backed up at every step. Soon, to withdraw to the rear of the car. Gulp. Yize's body trembled in fear. Driver, drive. Quick, don't let these punks get close. Yi Jikai, however, calmly said, wait. Of course if you look closely at his hands you will see that his fists are clenched and he is obviously getting a little nervous as well. But just boasted or his own dignity do not allow him to make a move to escape. He knows that he escaped today's demolition will be a complete failure. He will absolutely be reduced to a laughingstock. This, by no means was it acceptable to him, etc. Keep waiting. Just when the demolition team workers had already pushed back to the end, Chu Guowa was anxious and Yi Zhe continued to urge. Tick-tock. One woo. A siren blared through the rain. See only. Several security team car quickly came to the front of the chemical plant. The car door opened inside down. A lot of security team members. Only the first is two middle-aged security team members. One of them is an old acquaintance, Lu Yong. Another standing in the center, obviously higher than Lu Yong position. Director Cho. Chu instantly recognized the head vigilante. He is a construction contractor. Naturally, can not only know the 3 religions and 9 streams, also need to know some official figures. The person in front of him is the chief of the nearby security bureau. As the chief of the sub-provincial city, its level is not low. At least, his status was nothing in front of the other side. It subconsciously looked towards Principal Yi. Only this one could be qualified to make it personally run a trip. The moment Zhao saw the scene in front of the director was also startled. Fought dozens of people fighting scene, but the pressure light randomly swept no less than a few hundred people. Well, did not see what the tragic picture let it breathe a sigh of relief. To be on his turf there are hundreds of people fighting and casualties may not be able to carry him. What's going on? Mr. Zhao said. What are you doing here? Why are you acting like a gangster? Who's in charge? Come out. Brush. Yi Jikai gave Chu Guohua a look. Chu Guohua instantly understood, quickly ran forward. To the director of Zhao incomparably respectful whispered, Zao **** engineering team of Chu Guohua, we have eaten together. Director Zhao frowned. I asked you what's going on. Chu Guohua embarrassment momentarily returned to normal. It is so. We normally come to demolish the demolition team. The chemical plant here is a place for nursing schools, but these students came out of nowhere to stop us from demolishing the building, and they even gathered together to beat up people, hold equipment, and are incredibly arrogant, saying that this place is his turf, and that he can beat up whomever he wants to beat up. It's constantly adding to the conversation. At the same time, not forgetting to wave at a few workers under his hand. The workers ran over quickly, each with a bruised, swollen nose and miserable appearance. Look, Chu Guohua pointed at them and said, how badly beaten by these people. Dozens of workers under my hands each with injuries. We are a legal demolition team, and these students are so big and lawless in broad daylight. That's them. The one leading is called Qin Jiang. Director Zhao looked at a few of the workers' injuries, then looked to the front of the chemical plant. In fact, from coming to this point he put most of his attention on Qin Jiang and others. After all, Qin Jiang and others are too dazzling. Might is also too much like a social mixer. Not to mention that the person who called the police specifically mentioned Qin Jiang. He didn't have any nonsense to raise his hand and drink. Gathering and fighting, take away. But a few members of the security forces were just about to step out with handcuffs when they saw Lu Yong drinking. Wait, a couple of vigilantes stopped. Director Zhao looked at Lu Yong and said, what's your opinion? Lu Yong, you can't listen to one side of everything. You have to let that Qin Jiang talk too. Director Zhao, it's raining on the ground. It's not convenient to talk to bring back. It's not better to solve it in the institute. Lu Yong, it's also troublesome to bring back so many people here. Asking a few questions on the spot doesn't delay anything. Director Zhao looked deeply at Lu Yong before saying, let the person in charge over there come over. Soon, a few vigilantes summoned Qin Jiang over. Qin Jiang is very calm. Security team arrival has long been in anticipation. He strides toward the security car. Zhu Zhang, for 9 followed by the side. Wang Tao has taken over the position of the little brother to Qin Jiang to support the umbrella. Others, all erected in the Qin Jiang several meters away position, quietly erect. Hundreds of people's solemnity to all of them bring pressure. Let Zhao director also cannot help but frown. He felt that just really want to forcefully take away Qin Jiang really easy to go wrong. You're Qin Jiang. Zhao director looked at the imposing Qin Jiang asked. He always felt that the other side has an indefinable aura. He had only seen this kind of aura on certain people. But those people were all the most powerful among the people who were already standing at the peak overlooking the city. But who is Qin Jiang? A gang leader? He's one of those students. What gives him the right? And he's got an umbrella. I'm Qin Jiang, head of the Black Dragon Company. Qin Jiang looked at Director Zhao and said calmly, you let your hands hit people and hit them so hard? Director Zhao pointed to a couple of swollen workers with bruises and swollen eyes. Qin Jiang remained calm. First of all, this chemical plant is contracted by my Black Dragon Company. There is a contract in place, said its waving hand side. Zhu Zhang pulled out a copy of the contract, as well as the Black Dragon business license handed out. Zhao director received a simple look at 2 eyes to understand non-fake. There are things simply no fake necessary. Qin Jiang continued. In the law, chemical plant has been the Black Dragon Company property. As a result of the nursing home now want to forcibly demolish and relocate the Black Dragon Company to stop. Very reasonable. Right. Director Zhao subconsciously nodded. Reasonable. And then instantly reacted. But you can't hit people. That is not called beating, called self-defense. Qin Jiang is still calm. It is they first assaulted our employees. Arrogant to the extreme. Our company to protect property for reasonable and legitimate self-defense. He waved his hand once more. Zhu Zhang took the video recorder from Sun Yuan and handed it to Director Zhao. Zhao, see, we're not just making empty promises. Director Zhao took it and saw the picture inside. It is the workers and the beating of several students. The mouth also constantly clamor. Said they are engineering company. Several students screaming endlessly, listening to the director of the Zhao face incredibly embarrassed. Chapter 38, Threats from the Sheriff's Department. Xinjiang, I'll let you answer the phone. This. Chu Guohuai's face changed wildly, unbelievably looking at Xinjiang. He never expected the other party to have this tactic, to capture the video of them doing it in advance. No. Who's a rogue punk would do that? The same Xinjiang's words rang out again. According to Chinese law, no. Citizens have the right to defend their property. No. Citizens can engage in reasonable self-defense when they are harmed. Today, our officers were acting in self-defense. Next moment, many students also came to the front of the people. These students are wrapped in gauze, walking to crutches, staggering, incomparably miserable. It is just the picture in the beaten people. Xinjiang continued. These engineering team people gathered to beat people and intentionally destroy citizens' property. According to Chinese law, one bite of the law, one sentence for one reason. Not to mention Chu Guohua, even if a few members of the security forces also listened to the stunned, incomparably shocked to look at Xinjiang. It's over. Chu Guohua despaired for a split second inside. Really just. I'm not afraid that the gangsters are bold, but I'm afraid that the gangsters are educated. Mud. Who's the big socialist who knows so much about the law? Phew. Director Zhao exhaled deeply. I've read the evidence you provided, and there is indeed a problem with what their engineering team did. We'll definitely take care of it. Whether it's self-defense or not, let's not talk about it. What do you want to do with so many people gathered here? Do you know the nature of the baseball bats you're carrying? What nature? Xinjiang pointed to the hundreds of people behind him. These are all members of the baseball club of the vocational school. Isn't it normal to exercise here today? Director Cho, working out playing baseball in the rain? Xinjiang, is there this condition? Offense? Lu Yong, no offense. So many people gathered here is not good to let people are scattered. Rest assured that citizens' property is protected by the law, and we will resolve today's matter in a fair and just manner. Lu Yong hurriedly came out to round off the conversation. However, neither Xinjiang Zhao director did not pay attention. Xinjiang saw how Zhao director today ran to him. The purpose is not difficult to guess who instructions are also self-evident. Director Zhao also had a headache. Today, the leaf principal to call him to start once the favor to let him help did not think it would be such a troublesome thing. But this thing he really can only continue to think of ways. It's again. According to what you said they came to play baseball. Now they can leave. So many people gathered to be seen by outsiders thinking that College Road is not well policed. Xinjiang waved his hand. Brush. Behind them, hundreds of people departed in the distance, leaving less than 100 erected in front of the chemical plant. Director Zhao, what's the point of leaving 180 men behind? Xinjiang, they are not only members of the baseball club, but also shareholders of the Black Dragon Company, so naturally they have to guard the Black Dragon Company property. And I can't forcefully order the shareholders, can I? He asked Zhu Young to produce a shareholders contract again. Above, there were dozens of names written on it. Director Zhao was completely dumbfounded. He hadn't even guessed that there could be dozens of shareholders in a newly established joint stock company. This is basically at the small shareholder limit. Play it. He felt that Xinjiang was as if he was an incomparably tricky hedgehog, completely helpless. Forceful arrests, with no evidence of his own plus so many people behind the other side. He was afraid that there would be a lot of surprises, but he can't return the favor by arresting him, leaving him with a dilemma and an internal struggle. At the same time incomparable regret. Marred. How did I beg Jikai in the first place? This favor is really bad to return. No way. He is also a security force and cannot do anything against the principles of the organization and cannot arrest people without evidence. Just then, ding, his cell phone rang with a text message ringtone. He looks down at the message, just get the lead 3 away for 2 hours, not by a great sigh of relief. Taking only 3 people he could do it and do it legally and reasonably. He looked at Xinjiang and said, from the evidence it looks like it's these demolition crews that are the problem, so that will take them back for investigation. I also ask the 3 of you to assist in the investigation. Don't worry, it's just a statement and you can leave right away. Said not forget to point to the chemical plant direction, whether you these people in the end is to play baseball or shareholders. First let them leave this place, do not continue to gather. Don't worry, the demolition team I also take away. No one can demolish your chemical plant. Ran, just when it thought it was done. Xinjiang refused on the spot. I'm sorry, I'm not going back with you. I can send you someone if you want to make a statement. Towers, you go with the vigilante. Wang Tao stepped forward and said, I am the person in question. I know everything about what you want to inquire about. No way. Director Zhao's face was slightly cold, adding you is fine, but the 3 of you, as the senior management of the Black Dragon Company, must go and make a statement. This is an investigative procedure. A regulation. Qin Jiang likewise had a slightly cold face. Then what if I don't go back with you to investigate? Director Zhao, every Chinese citizen has the obligation to cooperate with the investigation. Qin Jiang, according to Chinese law article. Citizens have the right to choose for themselves where to cooperate with their obligations. I choose to be here, or tomorrow again at Black Dragon. Director Zhao. He was furious, realizing that Qin Jiang was a stinky and hard stone in a latrine. At the same time, it is not clear why Qin Jiang is so determined not to go back with himself. It is hard not to really have any handle. That's right. These student jerks have probably done something wrong and are afraid to go in and get investigated. Qin Jiang also secretly sneered. Zhao, director of things seem reasonable, and reasonable also take the demolition team. But as long as no three of them to sit down Yi Kai at any time to call a new demolition team, then no time will be able to demolish the chemical plant, and wait for him to come out to say what is late. As for Director Cho's promise, he has what commitment, and even Yi Kai such behavior is not a violation of the law, is no more than a business dispute. Eventually it can only dissolve into a lawsuit. It goes without saying that a student punk fighting a lawsuit against a school, even if he can win, what's the point? Not to mention that he doesn't have time to fight with the school, he's still waiting to use this money to build a business empire. You can't go with the other side today no matter what. Zhao, director drank. Qin Jiang, I'm talking to you well. You are what you are, yourself clear. Don't make me do something, now follow away nothing, or I'll have to investigate you properly. Qin Jiang indifferently said. Investigating me is your right. I, Qin Jiang, including the Black Dragon Company, is always ready to accompany you. You. Director Zhao couldn't care less about pointing at Qin Jiang and directly ordering, take him away. A couple of vigilantes in the back are going to move up. Lu Yong continued to stop, but as the saying goes, the official level of pressure. His words naturally did not Zhao director good thing. Tap, tap, tap. Wang Tao and hundreds of other juniors saw this and stepped forward in unison. Mr. Zhao said, what are you doing? Qin Jiang still calmly picked up the phone to dial out the opposite side, quickly connected. In the exchange of a few sentences after reaching out his hand, looking at Zhao Shoudao, put you on the phone. Chapter 39 Yi Kai, what can you do to me? Qin Jiang, what about betting your life? While Qin Jiang was on the phone, a few members of the security forces also stopped forward. Have they perceived that the atmosphere is not right? Edge also have Lu Yong edge, as long as it is not a little cute. Can see that Lu Yong is very biased in favor of Qin Jiang. There are director orders have to be carried out, but can be accommodated will certainly be accommodated. Eyesight is there. See, Qin Jiang handed out the phone a few vigilantes eye to eye. More stay no longer go forward. Zhao Shou's brows were furrowed. He had a very bad premonition, but it seemed like it wasn't good to not answer the phone in this situation. Brush. It's reached out and picked up the phone. Hello, I'm Zhao Kailai from the College Road Security Office. Immediately, its face changed wildly when it heard the voice coming from the phone. Yes, well, I understand. I'll review it with you. Snap. Call length is very short. Phone came busy tone. Zhao director holding the phone in his hands, face is incredibly complex. The caller was none other than his top boss. The words also account for only one sentence. All fair and square. That. It made him vibrate inside, because he just seemed to take Qin Jiang to leave action is not illegal. Everything is also legal compliance, but it really does not count as justice. The end will be what he himself is very clear. As long as Qin Jiang was taken away from the chemical plant, will be forced to demolish and relocate. The follow-up and then want to make trouble to fight for more benefits will not be possible. 2 hours will bring millions of losses. It's the price he pays for returning favors. Of course, this kind of thing in this era is not a big deal to him, will not have an impact, but these prerequisites are Qin Jiang backed by powerful people do not support the premise. Now a phone call to let his top boss personally speak to himself. Fair each other background can be seen extraordinary. It's slight glare at Lu Yong. Just now the other party that helped Qin Jiang speak obviously know its background. Mud. He didn't even say a word to himself. Thought this Lu Yong and Qin Jiang have some kind of money deal. Damn. I should have been clear that Lu Yong, this person, does not love money, but more concerned about the upward channel. Phew. He kept breathing heavily to calm himself down. Calm down. What he needed now was to be calm. One side is one soda favor. One side is the top boss order. And Qin Jiang completely occupy justice. How to choose is not difficult. Even today is likely to let himself in the upper hanging. The road to rise has been blocked. And then dare to be bent on the security team cannot stay. Ha ha. It's suddenly bright laugh, since Mr. Qin is very busy there is no need to have to go to make a statement today. Send someone can. Xiao Zhang, do you guys eat the work? Those who beat up the students without any reason are still not cuffed. Yes. Several vigilantes stepped forward to control the engineering team workers. To this, Shu Guo's face was ashen. He found that Qin Jiang, this gangster, not only know the law, but also the ing background of heaven. A phone call to make Zhao Kailai soft. Go. Zhao Kailai also no nonsense, simple 2 or 2 sentences do not make trouble with the demolition team left. Wang Tao also led a few beaten students to make a statement, rules are to be spoken. Inside the car, Yi Jikai called and questioned, Lao Zhao, what are you doing? Why did you just leave? You even arrested the demolition team. Zhao Kailai, Lao Yi, we are also many years of friendship. You know me as a person. Favoritism I do not do. Yi Jikai was even angrier. I asked you to take him away for 2 hours. This is not illegal. Zhao Kailai, it's not fair. Old Yi, I'll tell you the truth, the people at the top say, to be fair, spending a little money may not be a good thing. Why fight someone to the death? More friends, more ways. The word is out. The favor I owed you in the beginning has been repaid, and today for you my way up. I'm afraid it's all broken. Having said that, nor do they wait for Yi Jikai to speak again to hang up on the spot. Tootsie. Listening to the phone busy tone, Yi Jikai froze. In fact, just now he also saw Qin Jiang to Zhao Kailai handing the phone. I hadn't dared to think that way, but now that I've heard the other party admit it in person, I naturally want to understand. Qin Jiang, there's a background, and today he still holds the reason. So, really anyone who dares to move him is afraid that the position will be unstable. He has a background? Yi Jikai looked at Yi Zhe with an inquiring face. Yi Zhe was dumbfounded. I haven't heard of it. He's just a poor student from the county to attend a vocational school? What background could he have? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Yi Jikai chided. He does not have the background to be able to scare Zhao Kailai away with a phone call. He does not have the background to know in advance that the nursing school is going to upgrade the junior college in advance to contract the chemical plant. You know nothing. Just Magnus. Rubbish. Yi Jikai thought of a lot of things. Before he was too busy and did not think in this direction. And now he linked things all together to come to a conclusion. Qin Jiang has a background and is definitely not small. Everything it does is also planned well in advance. Uncle, what should I do now? Ah, misty grass. Yezer exclaimed in an abrupt halt just halfway through his sentence, because he suddenly realized that the outside of the car was densely packed with silhouettes, and had been surrounded by the Black Dragon's men and horses. Boo! The car door was yanked open on the spot. Brush! A big hand was like grabbing a chicken to carry Yi Zhe out from it, letting him struggle as much as he wanted. Ah, what are you doing? Let go of me. Let go of me. In broad daylight. No black lights. You can't do this. The vigilante killed someone. Come back soon. Tot. Noisy. Seijo carried him and flung him hard toward the pile. Boo. Anum. Crashing. He fell to the concrete floor covered in dirt, but his voice came to an abrupt end as a minion gagged him. Even. He saw someone start to take off their shoes to get their socks. No. Yi Zhe roared low in despair. Even if the rain percolates and brushes him, he also vaguely smells the biochemical flavor, and does not dare to make any more noise for fear of being attacked by the biochemical. At the same time, the driver in front was also dragged out of the car by a couple of minions. Inside the car, only Yi Jikai was left sitting in the back seat by himself. Boo! The back door was opened. Qin Jiang slowly sat in the car under the umbrella of several juniors, and the door was quietly closed by Zhu Zhang. Closed space, Qin Jiang. Yi Jikai sitting in the back seat, who did not say just so quietly sitting. Ryoko. Yi Jikai was the first to speak. I really underestimated you. Qin Jiang, I've never underestimated you. Yi Jikai, how do you want it? Qin Jiang, Black Dragon is a legitimate company. Everything follows the rules. Yi Jikai, $7 million. You're not afraid to eat and die. Qin Jiang, $7 million. Aren't you afraid of a fierce dragon crossing the river? Yi Jikai, do you know my energy? Do you know how vast the heavens and the earth are? Do you know that the hearts of men are treacherous? Yi Jikai turned his head to look at Qin Ziji. I can make you in a dilemma with one sentence. 7 million. I can find how many relationships, from all aspects, to make it difficult for you to move forward. And what can you do about it? Ha ha. Qin Jiang similarly leveled his eyes at Yi Jikai. What about when I have to bet my life with you? Chapter 40, Yi Jikai's Fear. Qin Jiang's Strength. Yi Jikai was dumbfounded by the dislike. Bone-chilling coldness rushed from his heels to the sky, and he really felt the killing intent on Qin Jiang's body. Just brewed up all the momentum. All the deterrent here are all gone into apprehension. Even, kind of don't know what to say. Fortunately, it is also considered to have the presence of the city. In the sense that he lost his temper, quickly calmed down, calmly said, Qin Jiang, I remind you now is the rule of law society. Qin Jiang, on the other hand, laughed. Have you ever heard of it, drawing a dragon sign? Gulp. Yi Jikai's throat unconsciously shrugged twice. Draw the dragon's lot. He had said that in Songjiang and some of the gangsters' popular black words, is wherever encountered difficult to solve things then we'll start to draw the dragon sign, where the signer will have to go to solve things, or go to solve things that person, and the rest of the people must be given to the signer enough preferential treatment. Hello to their wives, children, the old and young. How to say? There are different similar situations everywhere. The most famous is that Xiangjiang carries things for the boss, and when they come out, they will be promoted directly to the top. Likewise in the south some families have similar blackened, as, dragon drumming, life and death sign, and so on, but no matter what it means is not Yi Jikai can withstand. He just said the threat in front of this is a joke. He's going to be ruined. Even if he can activate his bottom card to topple heaven and earth, what can he do? Man, there's only 7 million. How does it compare to your own safety and security? Besides, he doesn't have to pay all 7 million. Yi Jikai obviously faltered but the perennial city as well as pride did not allow him to soften. You want to do it to me? Brush. Xinjiang close to Yi Jikai scared the other body to shrink back. His hand patted on the other shoulder. Black Dragon. It's a regular company. Don't get yourself involved in a fight. Rat tail juice. The words are gone. Also ignoring Yi Jikai opened the car door and went down. Snap. Immediately a little brother came over to hold the umbrella. Xinjiang left with a dozen or so minions, and 4-9 stayed behind with dozens of minions to continue stationing at the chemical plant. Zhu Yang, will he be afraid? Xinjiang, will, but not willingly. Xu Zheng, black he did not dare to continue to get 80% to get white, although we have all the formalities can really check down the trouble. A principal relationship network can be non-trivial. Xinjiang, Black Dragon. It's not like there's no backer. The big cake our drawn-out vocational school principal cannot eat for nothing. Zhu Zheng, you mean? Feasible. Inside the car, Yi Zhe, covered in mud, came over and said angrily, Uncle, they are too rampant. Report J. Report what? Yi Jikai disdain. Look at you Harry look. You have injuries on the body on the report J. Children only play the trick you still play. With him then you really poor far. Really did not think that the college road broken vocational school can also be out of a character. Characters? Just him, a punk. Yi Zhe heard this and became even more furious. Yi Jikai said categorically, it's him. This son can make a name for himself even if he doesn't follow the righteous path. Although such a person will not be able to reach the peak in the future, they are often more difficult to deal with than those people, because there are times when they don't follow the rules. Yi Jikai was also a bit helpless. Rules. It was his once invincible divine weapon, and the loss of its usefulness today worried him. Yi Zhe still want to say something visible. Yi Jikai eyes can only stop. Whispered, then what to do next? Yi Jikai, continue to find people he speaks no rules regardless. Let's use the rules first pressure. It's best if he can be subdued. And if he can't be subdued, he has to let him know that we are not ordinary people, and he can't bear the consequences of breaking the rules. But, compensation of hundreds of thousands of dollars to demolish the chemical plant is impossible. Can only break the bank to give him a 3 or 4 million. This, Yi Zhe heartache to death. Originally are all the money he gained but all into Xinjiang's and how can be willing to accept. But the reality is so he cannot help. Until the latter part of the night, several workers were released to prepare for the removal of the large machinery. Hirsch realized that the machinery was all broken. It is self-evident who moved it, but there is no evidence or monitoring and nothing can be done. The heavy rain washed away all the culpability long ago, and eventually a couple of rescue trucks could be called in to pull the large machinery away. This night in front of the chemical plant made too much noise and naturally spread out to let the college road parties are shocked. A student was forced to protect the principal personally also did not solve the problem. Background, identity, the situation, are constantly being all kinds of people inquiring about. At the same time, Xinjiang, Black Dragon, thoroughly making a name for itself in the upper levels of College Road. The next day, principal's office, Xinjiang sat across from Principal Wu Yu. This time Wu Yu did not have any repellent disdain look, but instead smiled and poured a cup of tea for Xinjiang. Taste, a friend sent a new tea. Produce STH. Good tea. Xinjiang praised from the bottom of his heart. Wu Yu smiled and sipped tea glancing at Xinjiang a little strange. To be honest, half a month ago he did not take Xinjiang seriously even if the other side to get out of a Black Dragon company, as well as a few hundred little brother. For him it is nothing more than a child's play, if not to keep the stability of the school can be easily suppressed. But the battle in front of the chemical plant yesterday. Xinjiang name. Who doesn't know and who doesn't know on College Road? Yi Jikai established nursing school will soon be upgraded to 3. stepped on the threshold of higher education is the spring breeze. In the college road tugging 2,580,000 who do not serve. But in the hands of Qin Jiang ate a big loss. Even if the use of relations will not help, Qin Jiang would be extraordinary. Not to mention the size of the company it will be able to develop to after it is about to get the demolition money. Let's just say what background behind it can make director Zhao not to give face. Somewhat interesting. Wu Yu's eyes kept flickering, while also quickly guessing why Qin Jiang had come here. Qin Jiang didn't sell himself short either. Opened the door. Black Dragon Company is a vocational school support enterprises, but also committed to the future development prospects enough to give the school support. And now the development of the Black Dragon Company encountered problems in the school will not stand idly by. The Guardian is so rampant not putting the Black Dragon Company in his eyes. Where is it spanking the Black Dragon Company? It's clearly spanking your face. Wu Yu, Grandma, is that how you describe it? On the other hand, his mouth said, I see that you guys aren't developing quite well, so I'm sure you won't pay less for the nursing compensation. He is very clear that after yesterday's battle, the remaining probability is that the guards are constantly looking for relations with Qin Jiang negotiations. 7 million compensation may not give 3 or 5 million almost. Could it be that Qin Jiang still doesn't know enough? But he doesn't know enough to find himself to do what? To ask himself to stand up for him? On what grounds? Boo! Qin Jiang inverted his teacup on the tabletop. Crashing. Quite a lot of tea splashing around to scare Wu Yu. Qin Jiang directly got up with an icy face and said, I thought Principal Wu was a character, but today I see that he is really a rat's eye. That's all. You are also worthy of mixing a vocational university vice president. Compared to Yi Ji Kai, you, no way. Chapter 41, Principal, gambled. Qin Jiang, like a man. What? You can't compare yourself to Yi Ji Kai. By myself. No way. Mud. Don't you know that men can't hear those two words? At this moment Wu Yu's face steeply became incomparably embarrassed. He had come to this vocational school for a special reason. In his eyes Yi Ji Kai is nothing at all. A private school principal, is a businessman. Compared to him, can't compare. Qin Jiang said that he is not as good as Yi Ji Kai. How can he accept this? But Qin Jiang said a little bit of truth. Who let Yi Ji Kai has been upgraded to 3 schools? Who let the vocational school level still belongs to the college? Boo! Wu Yu slammed the desktop hard. What the? Angry. Qin Jiang leaned on the table and looked straight at Wu Yu. Anger. You can't either. Since ancient times, success and failure are the basis for heroes. Even if you don't see Yi Ji Kai, he is also the principal of the 3 colleges. Yu, Junior College, Branch School, and Vice Principal. Wu Yu, you. Qin Jiang, I. Listen, tomorrow I will move Black Dragon out of the vocational school. From now on Black Dragon has nothing to do with the vocational school, and I will not participate in any awards for future university ventures as a vocational school, including the upcoming Young Entrepreneur Award. Wu Yu, no, how do you know? The Young Entrepreneur Award is an upcoming competition organized by the North Province for certain provinces in the south of the Bloom, which is said to be very high and will give half of the places to university students to start their own business. For this many entrepreneurial star students in the school are ready to participate, and the end of this year is the pre-selection stage of the competition. This award, it's nothing more than a reputation plus for the top universities, nothing more than an opportunity to fight the top universities in the south, but for unusual schools it is nothing less than merit, heavenly merit, and a living target for enrollment. It can be said that vocational schools can really have students to get this award. That is not to say that the tertiary in situ up 3 at least the next year enrollment will be too easy. The upper side will definitely give greater support. Most of all, he will use this as a springboard to go to the next level. So, he thought a lot for a moment and even couldn't help but get a little excited, but then he calmed down in a flash. Young entrepreneurs, 10 places in total. Some of the community attends, and there are only 5 places for students and they have to compete with the prestigious universities. There are students there who have started online companies, and he understands that many of them have taken shape, earning millions of dollars a year or even more, and all of them have high-profile names. What? Future Technology Limited, Sky Dreams Project Ltd., New Life Investment Limited, and so on. Anyway, the name doesn't sound small just by the sound of it. When he saw the other side of a business card, that on the side of a large push title, CEO, Executive President, etc. Just a bunch of English introductions. Looking at the elite, compare it to them. Black Dragon, aha! It doesn't sound like a proper company, but rather more like the name of a gang in some movie. Boss, Qin Jiang. There is a nickname Black Dragon. Under the hands are still calling him a big brother, who also boss called Big Brother. Doesn't sound like a serious boss. that's all. What to compare with those guys? Thinking of this, he could not help but shake his head. He was actually the other side of the law to get shaken. It seems that the official city or not enough. It could not help but say, no need to provoke me. Useless. Stimulate you. Do you deserve it? Qin Jiang disdainfully said, that Yijikai know that I'm very difficult to deal with. Know that for a few million is not worth fighting with me. But it is for the illusory face. For a little bit of dignity may be lost, still want to use their own ability to try. And you? What are you afraid of losing if you don't even dare to try? What is infallible? Others will be grateful to you. Think you have control of the world. In fact, people like you are not destined for greatness. What I said. You don't really think that Black Dragon depends on you alone, do you? The words are gone. It's not even bothering to look at Wu Yu for a second before turning around and walking away. At this time Wu Yu froze on the spot. His mind cannot help but recall his struggle to defeat his father-in-law. Said to him, you is too reluctant to bet? What are waiting for the dust to settle down in the bet? So certainly will not bet on the wrong bet, but also doomed to not be able to make great progress. I have retired. The future of the road you still go like this will be the end of the road. Alas. For some reason he kind of father-in-law's words and Qin Jiang just words together. He seems to be really too forward-looking. Obviously help the Black Dragon Company through the difficult times for him is not any difficulty, but is unwilling to bet. What if the bet is right? Even if, what does it matter if the bet is wrong? Maybe we can use this to get in touch with some mysterious background behind Qin Jiang. If you don't even dare to gamble on a bet that you won't lose, then what will you do when you are really faced with a choice later on? If you are willing to stay in your current position for the rest of your life, how can you realize your ambitions there? Boo! It's once again slammed the table fiercely and looked at Qin Jiang, who was about to walk out of the office, and said, wait, brush. Qin Jiang stopped his steps and turned his head to look at Wu Yu without speaking. Wu Yu didn't say anything and picked up the phone and dialed out. Hello, old classmate. It's me, Wu Yu. It's been a long time. I have a student named Qin Jiang. That's right. Yes, that's it. Nothing else, just fairness. Okay, let's have dinner some other time. Snap. It hung up and continued to post. Hey, the old leader says hello. Hey, brother-in-law. 5 or 6 calls finished. Wu Yu stopped in the fight to look at Qin Jiang. I'll give you the fairness you want. I hope I won't be disappointed. And, as of today, a 3-story abandoned test site on the east side of the school is also given to you to use at no cost. Qin Jiang nodded with a calm face. Not bad. Like a man. The words are gone. Turning around, he stepped out of the principal's office. This time Wu Yu did not send away a trouble like last time. Instead, his gaze was incredibly complicated. Eventually, dumbfounded. Man. Of course I'm a man. From today onwards I'll never look ahead. What the hell? I can't make a name for myself in junior college. Reform in junior colleges. What auto mechanic department? Nurse department? Sounds low end. Just change it to automotive modernization. Medicine and health department. I don't believe that a vocational school can't beat a women's college and let him bully me. He didn't lie about it. It is reasonable to say that the size of the vocational school is not small. The light of the campus on too. The major departments are divided into categories, have everything. Of course, it is also too comprehensive and has little distinguishing features, allowing the nursing school, a specialized institution, to advance to the 3rd level. Say it and do it. Wu Yu immediately opened the computer and began to draft the program. Ran. He wasn't even aware of how much his unintentional bet on Qin Jiang would help him. Chapter 42, the guards admit their guilt, and Qin Jiang wants cash. 3 days later, nursing home. Yi Jikai hung up the phone with immense embarrassment. Yi Zhe's atmosphere did not dare to breathe. Just now Yi Jikai received several consecutive phone calls. Face became increasingly dark. Ryoko. Yi Zhe finally couldn't hold his tongue. Uncle, what's going on? Wow. Only to see Yi Jikai poured tea on his face. Angrily got up and pointed at him to scold. Waste. You do not think about the chemical plant are abandoned for so many years. Qin Jiang suddenly want a contract can be no problem? Also Baba rushed to contract to him. Sign 10 years. Why don't you sign up for life? What else can you do when you're being played for a fool? Besides your grandfather. Besides your father. Besides your mother. Besides me. What are you? Yeser, equals smiley face. Didn't you get rid of everything? What do I have left? Who made me a good reincarnation? Who made the Olji family value their eldest son? Who made my father better than you? Besides, when I told you about the contracting, you agreed with me, so why are you putting all the blame on me now? Of course it was just enough to think about it, and he could also see that Yi Jikai was angry and kept nodding his head in agreement. Yi Jikai cursed tiredly and coldly grunted a few times before sitting down. Said, "Don't even think about the chemical plant. Everything is according to the contract. Call him, 7 million. Give it to him. 7 million? All for him?" Yi Zei's incredulous voice rose several times. "Right." Yi Jikai nodded fiercely. Just a few phone calls is exactly what he was looking for to put pressure on the Black Dragon people called. The phone told him someone to step in to protect Xinjiang, so that he do not lose out on a small, now is the rule of law society. He understands. There was also pressure from someone behind Xinjiang, and Xinjiang occupies the reason. His relationship is not intended to help him for fear of causing a fuss. That's why he was so angry just now. 7 million is nothing? He cares about his face. Afraid that from now on will be someone off and take this to flirt with him. Unless one day Xinjiang's status far beyond his flirtation will stop. But that kind of possibility in Yi Jikai seems unlikely to exist. He only felt that his whole big principle was Xinjiang school punks to bully. Really bare buttocks pull mill, circle shame. A moment. Yi Zei also reacted to the general situation. I didn't expect that there is really someone standing behind Xinjiang. In the end, who is it? Can let his own uncle are defeated. He a country boy. Uncle. Why don't I go ask my dad? Yi Jikai's face was serious. No. Your father is in a critical position. You can't go to him. Your father is in a critical position, cannot go to him. Many people are watching. Plus a few million nursing home out of it. Remember not to occupy the counselor in the future, cannot let your father out. No. This is fundamental to the Yi family's survival. Oh, Yezer nodded with seeming understanding. Yi Jikai, go on. Yezer, I don't wanna go. Wait a little longer. Yi Jikai, cannot continue to wait. The official documents have come down. Construction team is about to start. The shareholders have also expressed the view that the delay will affect the momentum of the upturn and will cost them their fortunes. An ultimatum has been given, to be resolved in 3 days. Yi Zei, superstition. But also understand that things have come to this point and there is no other way to turn around and leave in a huff. Vocational school. It is nightfall. Xinjiang sat inside the Black Dragon Company flanked by Zhu Zhang and 49 were also there. The rest was empty. Doorway. There were 7 or 8 boys sitting on rattan chairs, chatting, and any student who dared to approach the company's vicinity would be greeted with their stares. Zhu Zhang set the rules. In his words, whether the Black Dragon is a regular company, or a gang, the headquarters location cannot be. Other people cannot come and go at will. There must be someone to guard in order to look like. This move scared few students dare to pass by, and even if they must, they will be in a hurry. In the mouth of these students, whether Xinjiang or the Black Dragon has been almost myth. The teacher doesn't care if you don't go to class. Enter and exit the campus at will. All of College Road goes sideways. Even rumor has it that the Black Dragon has thousands of juniors. Not long ago in the rainy night, Black Dragon boss Xinjiang under the command of thousands of juniors to the courtyard to surround the courtyard to the principal of the courtyard to beat the vigilante team came to no good. There were whispers from students who walked away. Are you telling the truth about that? Who knows? But I have a cousin who said he saw with his own eyes that day. Thousands of people gathered densely near the guardhouse, and the security forces were there, arresting a number of people. Then how come he wasn't taken? I'm not sure. Maybe there's someone at the top. Or you can see that the school leaders don't care enough to let him just put up signs for the gangs on campus. I heard that was their company name. Can you believe it? Whose company came up with that name? Also, for this argument Xinjiang nature is not clear. Of course, even if it is clear, will not care about some things. There is no need to explain. And in this era there is a layer of outer skin to do things is also convenient. Suddenly, there was a noise from outside. Let's break up. I don't think we're right for each other. The sound is not small and close. Brush. Xinjiang, Zhu Zhang, and 49 all couldn't help but look over. See only. 3 men stood in a location not far outside of Black Dragon. The left side of the person is relatively dry and thin. It is the Black Dragon Company backbone character Sun Yuan, monkey. On the right side is a general appearance. The face of a slightly fat girl, who looked at Sun Yuan. Expression is very unnatural, lowered his head and did not say anything, followed by a mean-looking woman, who pinched his waist and Sun Yuan confronted. Sun Yuan's face was exaggerated in disbelief. Xiao Rou, what did you say? Chubby girl, Its mouth was open and half speechless. The mean woman opened her mouth and said, what? Can't understand human language. Said to break up with you? Break up, understand. Look at you. You're a good match for my Zairu, but she's a high school graduate. She can go to a big company after graduation. What about you? Where are you going? Apprentice at the auto store. You two are not all the way. If it is not Xiao Rou, see you poor long ago broke up. You know? Sun Yuan couldn't say anything for a while. He and Xiao Rou are high school classmates. In high school on the acquaintance and love, but his grades are average college entrance examination failure. Repeat a year still can only go to college, and Xiaoro into a major university, and grades have been very good, but the two still maintain a relationship of nearly 4 years. In fact, he has been aware of what the last 2 months just cannot accept it for a moment. The mean woman said disdainfully. Look at you. You can't get into a good university, even if you can't get into a good university, and I heard that you're still a member of society. What's the future of socializing? Also all day long Black Dragon short, pure middle two teenagers, with my family Xiaoro can compare? Listen, don't contact my Xiaoro from now on, said, pulling Xiaoro away. Xiaoro, let's go. What's there to say with such punks? I guess it's hard enough to eat in the future. Not likely to be hacked to death one day. Your future is white collar. A high-end person who can earn money by sitting in the office. Although Xiaoro looked back at Sun Yuan, she did not stop and followed her best friend to the campus. Outside, some of the Black Dragon minions heard this commotion and gathered. What for? The mean woman drank like a furious hen. You want to beat people in broad daylight, don't you? Ah, Sun Yuan roared. Let them go. Inside Black Dragon, the three of them, Qin Jiang, also witnessed this scene. Jingle bells. The phone rang. Zhu Zhang answered as Yi Zhe called to agree to 7 million default terms, just when Zhu was about to nod. But see, Qin Jiang slowly spat out 2 words. Cash. Chapter 43. Cash in hand. All hands on deck. Moment. Zhu Zhang will say, remember, we only want cash. 7 million cash. I hope you deliver it on time. What? Yi Zhe's incredulous voice came from the phone. 7 million in cash. Are you kidding? Where can I get you that much at one time? How easy it is to transfer money. Just give me the company bank account and I'll have the caretaker's finance pay you directly. Zhu Yang, it's going to be cash. Yes'er, I'll give you. Xu Zheng, okay, that's it. When the cash arrives, when the chemical plant is allowed to be demolished, the words are gone. Just hang up. On the other hand, Yi Zhe was angry. Wow, but there is no way but to talk to Yi Jikai. The nursing home cannot wait to start. Plus the joint pressure of the shareholders, even if Yi Jikai can only pinch his nose to recognize. Immediately, call the Bank of Goodwill to get cash. In this era of 2010, 7 million in cash is not a small amount, and also requires several banks to prepare in advance. It should be said not to say that Yi Jikai energy is very large. In just a few hours to raise enough cash. That night Yi Zhe personally led people to drive to send cash. The two sides formally cancelled the contract. Everything is completely settled. It also represents the formal completion of Qin Jiang's second bucket of gold program, as his business empire prepares to launch. Qin Jiang looked at the front of the 7 million cash, remained calm, then breathing rapidly. Zhu was about to calm down a lot. As for the 4 nines, he doesn't care about money. Aha! To him money is just pieces of paper. 10, 000, 100, 000 makes no difference. He cares always only about his friends, or cares if Qin Jiang is beside him. A moment. Zhu Zhang also gradually regained his composure. Brother Jiang, you have to let Yi Zhe give cash as not to. Right. Qin Jiang nodded. Zhu Zhang realized. Understood. Then he looked at Wang Tao, who was standing next to him staring at the $7 million in cash with his mouth wide open and his eyes frozen. Go. Call all the core personnel of Black Dragon over here. Ah. Wang Tao unconsciously agreed to some. Zhu Zhang's voice raised a few points. Go on. Wang Tao barely regained his senses. Where to? Zhu Yang, I told you to summon all the core staff. Go. What the hell? Lose your soul. Wang Tao was stunned and quickly shook his head. No, it's just too shocking. My goodness, when have I ever seen so much money? It's enough for my father to plant land for dozens of lifetimes. After saying that, he ran outside. Outside, 7 or 8 Black Dragon brothers sitting on rattan chairs to watch. Due to the angle of the problem, cannot see the situation inside the house, so they did not show too much exuberance. Until they saw Wang Tao rushed out from the inside, full of exuberance, excitement, said, quickly go, separate letters to let the core members immediately to the company to report to. Come on, go on, run. Wang Tao kept talking. Ran realized that a few people stayed where they were and didn't make any movements, making him frown a bit slightly. What's going on? It's not good enough to speak for yourself. Before he could get angry, just see, a junior said, that, Brother Towers, do you think there's a possibility that it's faster to send a Q group message? Wang Tao, Sigma, surprised face, winky face, fog weed. How did I forget this myself? To be so stupid as to let someone run out to send a message. Shame on him, shame on him. He was embarrassed for a few breaths before returning to normal. Also not grading quickly took out his cell phone and opened the Q group. Black Dragon Soaring Group. Group Leader, Qin Jiang. Administrators, Zhu Zhang, Seijio, Wang Tao. Group members, dozens. Can enter this group are all the elite personnel of the Black Dragon Company? Initially only more than 10 gradually expanded to the current dozens of people. On weekdays, Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and 4-9 would not have any speeches, and even if they had to explain anything, they would let Wang Tao say it as a way to highlight the status of the three. It looks pretentious. The young people of today are eating it up. This is what makes the Black Dragons stand out as a cohesive team far beyond other student groups. It also allows for the gradual mythologizing of the trio. In particular, Qin Jiang is an omnipotent being and a born big brother in the eyes of the Black Dragon brothers. Charisma, drive, and strength all rolled into one. Tada! Wang Tao quickly edited the message. John's order. All members of the Black Dragon Corps report to the station immediately. This is also Zhu Zhang's setup rules, where Qin Jiang was present regardless of the three who order to say Qin Jiang order. So that can highlight the Qin Jiang unique, highlight the status of its big brother, but also on behalf of his absolute will not compete with the Qin Jiang power mentality. News flash. Drop. Countless messages came pouring out. Oh wow. The core brothers of Black Dragon were all on the campus, and even Bai Lu coincidentally came to eat near the vocational school, so in only half an hour, all of them had converged in front of Black Dragon. The scene. The security guards were not surprised. The Black Dragon Company was gathering in what seemed to them to be beyond normal. Not to mention the fact that the company is covered by the school leadership. Just say that since the establishment of the Black Dragon Company, the school atmosphere is much better, and once the fights will not appear. All because Qin Jiang ordered it. The Black Dragon will punish anyone who dares to fight in school. A word on this. Frightened many students quarrel red in the face. Spittle paste all over the face is not dare to really fight. The security guards are naturally happy to be free, and they only need to do a couple of laps around the campus every day to fulfill their duties. At this point, Security Captain Su Don looked at the Black Dragon Company gaze complex. He has a bit of a network of relationships in the school, but also know the general situation outside the chemical plant not long ago. Know that Qin Jiang let the caretaker principal Yi Jikai aid a defeat, and more contracted chemical plant to be compensated for 7 million. 7 million. He barely choked when he heard this figure. It was inconceivable that the school punks would dare to be so ambitious, favoring what seemed like a real success. And he had just received word last night that the school had decided to give the test building to the Black Dragon. A whole building, even if it's only 3 floors. It's a lot bigger than the security office's living space. It made him more aware. The relationship behind Qin Jiang is absolutely extraordinary. It's not even just the vice principal, Wu Yu, who is a backer. Thinking of this he changed only not to offend Qin Jiang idea, but intends to make a good friendship. No chance it'll come in handy later, but how exactly do you make friends? Just opening a door for the other person probably won't result in any favors inside the security booth. The security guard Feng Zhuo looked at the brightly lit Black Dragon Company as well as the gathering of mixed students with complex faces. He was very much disgusted by such scenes. In his opinion, the gangster party, pretending to be a social person, as well as Qin Jiang traveling before and after all let him very disdain, that this social bad style is necessary to combat things. However, these students are very disciplined in the school, and even in the maintenance of student peace and stability, so that he wants to stop these students cannot do only dry watching. Ryoko, he couldn't help but sigh. Students have to mix with society, their lives are ruined like this. Sad. It looks like I'll have to find a chance to talk to these students myself, and I'll count it as one if I can persuade one of them to come back. Chapter 44, Qin Jiang spreads money, creates guts for brothers. The moment, formerly of Black Dragon, dozens of key personnel, naturally unaware of the security guard's thoughts, were fishtailing into the company's interior. Suddenly, the line ahead came to a screeching halt. What's the situation? Why are the people in front standing still? Go inside. Speak. What the hell? They're all standing around not talking. Where's Jiang? What the hell is going on? It was only after a long time that the front group slowly advanced, and when all the key figures stepped inside they all collectively froze on the spot. The backers knowing exactly why they had just stopped, they all looked towards the center, and the scene in front of them was unforgettable for the rest of their lives. Center position. 3 chairs up. The left seat Ju is shaking a fan, holding a cigar. The right seat on the 4-9 turning the iron ball eyes narrowed. The center position Qin Jiang half leaning on the chair, left hand holding a glass of wine, the right hand on the armrests of the seat rhythmically knocking. Dang. The scene. It has been immensely impactful. Of course, The Black Dragon brothers are somewhat immune to this, so they are more shocked by the three central position on the table neatly placed stacks of $100 bills piled up in the shape of a mountain peak. Money, piles of money, and it's $100 bill. These students can have 1,000 or 800 in their pockets on weekdays has been good. After all, really rich families who will let their children read vocational school, now in front of a full 7 million cash impact on them simply cannot use words to describe. Boom, boom, boom. A number of people heard the sound of their own heartbeats. Quiet. The whole room was awfully quiet. Only the sound of Qin Jiang tapping his fingers, Xu Zhang smoking a cigar, and Sijio spinning an iron ball remained. Ryoko. Only then did the men barely slow down. All eyes to Qin Jiang. Three people have vaguely understand where the source of money in front of them. Sure enough, it was then that Xu Zhang calmly said, under the leadership of Jiang's decision-making, and with our joint efforts, Black Dragon officially completed its first business, obtaining the money for the demolition and relocation of the nursing home, $7 million. The cash is here. He pointed to the cash in front of him. This word out of the Black Dragon brothers guess into real, but also become more excited. Excited. Although I have long known that their own Jiang brother to manage the nursing home to 7 million in compensation, but anyone who has not dared to be true to see 7 million. These numbers are far beyond perception, not to mention the visible and tangible 7 million, and 7 million is their joint participation to get. This indescribable comfort makes them excited from the soles of the feet to the skylingi are slightly tingling. In the 7 million set off they also have a sense of pride. Said the mixed rivers and lakes have no interest. Said that these punks in addition to stealing chickens and dogs cannot do anything big. Now, the $7 million thing is big or not? Wasn't that what they had accomplished with their concerted efforts? Many Black Dragon brothers subconsciously straightened their backs. Among them, Sun Yuan, monkey, belongs to the straightest, head held high, eyes flashing light, completely living up to the disheveled, frustrated, broken up by his girlfriend during the day, turned into exuberant excitement. At this moment, everyone looked at Qin Jiang with admiration in their eyes, as if they were looking at an omnipotent god. See this? Qin Jiang secretly nodded. The reason why he wants cash for the purpose of achieving this, these people under his command are loyal enough also dare to fight, is the limited vision of the basic to maintain the small gangster mentality, accurately said that they all have some inferiority complex, also normal. All of them are not good at studying, love to fight, must have been ostracized by classmates, teachers, and even parents and relatives since childhood, and subconsciously think they are poor in their own hearts. This kind of mentality is difficult to change. Even Qin Jiang can only step by step. He chose the first step is money. Since ancient times money has strengthened the courage. No matter what, as long as the people under the hand know that follow the Black Dragon can earn money, can earn big money, real money in the hand, or clean money can really stand up. Think about it. Qin Jiang did not hesitate to grab a bundle of money on the mountain. The hand is very skillful, open to dozens of brethren ruthlessly spread. Take this. It's yours. Anum. Crashing, rambling $100 bills fluttered around the room, many of them snapping directly in the faces of the Black Dragon brethren, causing them to subconsciously grab them in their hands. The real touch, the touch of $100 bill. Qin Jiang continued. The second bundle, bundle 3. It kept spreading out 5 bundles of Qin Jiang before stopping to continue. More than 10 minutes after the Black Dragon brothers to the banknotes finished, which more brothers to get more than 10,000. Let's also have a few thousand. And did not appear to compete with each other coaxing appearance, but each other very tacit understanding, not to say that the equal share, but the gap between each other is not large. Great. Qin Jiang see this more satisfied and cannot help but look at Zhu Zhang. Black Dragon can have such rules, and outside the student gangsters some obvious difference all rely on Zhu Zhang usually set up rules. Have to say, Zhu Yang was born to be a social mixer. At this very moment, the brothers looked at the hands of a large stack of $100 bills cannot speak. These money than their families to give a year's living expenses or more, but by their own brother John casually thrown to himself and others, said it was for them. This, who can fade? And just now that such a spreading money rain picture is simply too impactful, so that they cannot forget for a long time. Even if they have seen a lot of the world, Bai Lu is also a bit lost in thought. Qin Jiang really get to 7 million in cash. The Black Dragon now has 7 million? No wonder Jiang let himself learn accounting without a little management is really not. Brush. Qin Jiang once again reached out and picked up 2 piles and threw them to Wang Tao. Send these to the rest of the brothers below, according to the number of more distribution. But must do everyone have a share of at least 500. Not enough to come back to me to take. Tell them to follow the Black Dragon. There's enough money to go around. He, Qin Jiang, was not a petty being. In his last life, the Jianghu career told him, stingy boss sooner or later to be finished. Only generous people will have loyal followers. Things cannot rely on righteousness but also to give enough benefits. So there are people to give you a life, who do not want to give up. The money will not last long. It can be said, short-lived splendor is not permanent, and benefits have existed since time immemorial. Sure enough, this scene caused all the brethren's bodies to tremble once again. Outside, Su Dong intends to communicate with Qin Jiang to exchange a few words to communicate feelings. Did not want to pass by this place just to see the scene of Qin Jiang's scattered money. Give him a shock. Almost paralyzed on the ground. Money. So much money? How much of this? A couple million? Wait. It can't be the 7 million that the caretaker gave. Really? Good lord, what a great background he has. The retainer completely softened? And the way he just spread the money was so cool. Hundreds of thousands of dollars just thrown out. Snap. Zhu Zhang closed his folding fan and droned. What are you all waiting for? Don't you think Brother Jiang gave you enough money? Dozens of minions returned to their senses. Immediately. In unison, they drank at Qin Jiang. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Chapter 45, Night City of Songjiang, Industrialization of the State. At this point, a burst of shouts and resounded through the room, attracting the eyes of many people in the neighborhood. But due to the fact that there were too many people inside them, by the distance was too far away to see the situation at all. It could only be whispered. It's not clear what they're hooting and hollering about all day. The whole thing is weirdly scary. Keep your voice down. People are so powerful now that the principal of the guardhouse doesn't even care. It's time to say no. Since the Black Dragon has spoken, our school is much quieter. Basically no one dares to fight. I feel safe to come out at night and make out with my date, said quickly leaving the vicinity of the Black Dragon Company. To them this could only be considered a tea-time interlude. Qin Jiang looked at the people who slowed down and said again, from today onwards you will all be registered on the Black Dragon book and will be the rightful employees of the Black Dragon Company. Remember, from today all your salaries are raised to a guaranteed 3,000, with no cap, with 5 insurance policies and 1 pension, paid to you on time. You are white-collar workers, the elite of society. From today onwards Black Dragon will also be scaled up and several orthodox divisions will be created. Phew, phew, a sharp intake of breath echoed through the room. Qin Jiang said all kinds of as if to these Black Dragon brothers constantly playing chicken blood. Not to mention the light 3,000 monthly salary in 2010 is not a small amount. Then the vast majority of graduates earn more than college students. Not to mention the payment of 5 insurance and a gold, full of benefits. To be clear, in the city of Songjiang, not to mention 2010, even after 10 years can pay 5 insurance and 1 gold are few and far between. Even, there are college students crying. What? Is it against the law to pay 5 insurance premiums in Matsue? 3,000 a month? The corner of Sun Yuan's mouth kept chanting. It's more than even Xiao Rou's monthly salary at her job, and she's only given 2,000 as a senior. And unlike the thousands of dollars in your hand, it's not dead money, it's money you get every month, so that you can send some proper money home yourself, and mom and dad won't be in the position of thinking you're uneducated. At this moment Sun Yuan's mentality changed. His sense of belonging to the Black Dragon reached an unprecedented peak, and at the same time, he dared to compare himself to those white-collar workers. It's not just Sun Yuan. Everyone else had similar thoughts. If they joined Black Dragon before only because of Qin Jiang's personal charisma, then now there is a sense of team belonging, a true belonging to Black Dragon, as well as an unlimited pursuit of Qin Jiang. We'll talk about the specifics later. Qin Jiang waved his hand. Immediately, Wang Tao and the others were also very sensible to leave, knowing that Zhang's trio still had important things to talk about. After leaving, there were 10 minions left to guard the outer entrance. Instead of chatting and playing cards like before, they all sat up straight and watched everyone coming and going. Serious, serious. One of them is still ridiculous, but 10 of them will somehow give people a sense of oppression. Zhu Zhang said, does Brother Jiang have any plans for Black Dragon's next development? Qin Jiang nodded. Yes, there is already a decision on what Black Dragon will do next, and there it is. He pointed to the location across from the vocational school. There is a piece of empty land as a vocational school area. Similar to the chemical plant has been vacant, but there is no building, there is purely empty land. Let Zhu Zhang a little confused. Is it going to be demolished there too? No, it can't be, and it's unlikely that even if it's demolished, it's not going to be in a position to let us contract it. Zhu Yong denied himself halfway through his sentence. Of course it's not demolition. Qin Jiang shook his head. This kind of profiteering business can't exist continuously, and Black Dragon can't keep going this route. What Black Dragon lacks right now is a business that can gain lasting income. So, Qin Jiang pointed to the rear. There's a panoramic map of Pine River there, and the location it points to happens to be somewhere in the north end. It's a few night markets in the northern district? Zhu Zhang looked at that location and couldn't help but say, Brother Jiang, you're planning to make a night market. Qin Jiang tapped his fingers and said, accurately said large-scale comprehensive night entertainment venues. Night market is the prototype is also only the most basic things. The real future is Songjiang Night City, Songjiang Night City. Xu Zhang's face changed abruptly, and he couldn't help but keep muttering the name in his mouth. Qin Jiang nodded and said, is Songjiang Night City? Can be combined with Songjiang snow and ice characteristics to create a real snow and ice city? As long as we control the light inside the various revenue share is enough for the Black Dragon to grow and develop, and even directly take off. This statement was made. Xu Zhang also couldn't help but be moved by his words. He is very business-minded, only before wandering in some gray business, but does not mean he does not know how to make money. Qin Jiang remembered the last life of Zhu Zhang mentioned a lot of network companies to get rich plan, but for various reasons did not make a big splash. One or two back to the betting also let Qin Jiang fresh in his mind. Money, earned as easy as a piece of paper. Qin Jiang in the road, of course. Songjiang Night City, that is the future planning. We now want to plan is the embryonic night market. A large collective night market with a special night market. That's right. This is the third bucket of gold strategy of Qin Jiang. 2010 network companies have a lot of rise. What, animerecap, microchat, and so on has long been on a firm footing. A number of new web-based software programs have also emerged, and it's time to enter the fray and compete with them. Even if Qin Jiang has confidence in the inside of a firm footing, but there is no need, and the network company has a biggest drawback, the need for highly sophisticated talent. But to go this model should be a large number of high-end programmers. So, let's not talk about how much money will be spent, but how will these brothers under our hands be organized? Even if the future of the network company to earn a lot of money can let these people under the hand to follow the food. This is by no means what Qin Jiang wants to see. But according to the development of this step, do not have to think of these brothers under its command will gradually marginalized, or even take the initiative to leave. The Black Dragon in power will be those programmers, professional managers. Qin Jiang firmly shook his head, absolutely not. To follow this step of their own rebirth, and what is the meaning? And their own real foundation is not money, is not forward-looking future, but dozens or even hundreds of brothers. As long as they have them in their own invincible, will always have the ability to rise again. This had been set in stone shortly after he was first reborn. His business empire was going to be primarily industrial, doomed to be a difficult road, completely different from the previous reborn belongs to his Qin Jiang's road. Qin Jiang got up and slowly walked to the front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. His eyes looked up at the starry sky as if he saw the brilliant network of the great world downstream bravely. He stood on the tip of the wind and waves choose to swim against the current. This way, destined to be difficult and dangerous, such as walking on thin ice. Can he succeed? Why not follow the world trend more relaxed? The idea just out of his eyes to the outside is slowly dispersed. All brothers cannot help but the heroic spirit of the sky. What's the harm in having a second life even if it's against the current? In this world, I, Qin Jiang, am going to industrialize the country. Chapter 46, Preparing for a Banquet. Going to buy a car. Shake your head. Qin Jiang did not continue to think about it. Industrialization of the state. This route cannot be completed overnight. His priority is the matter at hand. Brother Jiang. Xu Zhang came to stand upright next to Qin Jiang. How many halls is Black Dragon going to set up? Qin Jiang, degree V, corrected. It's several departments. Juzz, right. Department. But his expression told Qin Jiang it did not believe. What department? Hall in his eyes is nothing more than a name change. Even in his cognizance, what Qin Jiang set up to register the Black Dragon book, completely set up according to the gang model. To this, Qin Jiang cannot explain more. This life due to lead many brothers. Black Dragon Company is destined to be somewhat different from other companies, can only slowly adapt. Immediately, the two men discuss several upcoming divisions of the Black Dragon. Nothing but business, finance, etc. Zhu Zhang said, Brother Jiang, should we set up a, said it's lifting up his hand then a throat-separating motion. Qin Jiang immediately vetoed. No need. He was well aware that Zhu Zhang was talking about the department that handled dirty things, specializing in some rather obscure dirty things. In the last life, the team was established, and this department does play a big role, but it is this department that makes them ruined. Dirty deeds always have to pay back. In a new life, how can he bear to let his brothers do these, doomed to have no future, doomed to iron window tears things? Seeing that Qin Jiang is resolute, Zhu Zhang did not say anything more. Anyway, He thought it didn't matter whether there was a department or not, and that if there was something really wrong, a brother would naturally take care of it, and even he himself was in the middle of it. Qin Jiang continued, you send someone to customize some formal clothes, and each of the Van Core brothers will be issued 2 sets of clothes. Let them make it as soon as possible and within 3 days. Then go to the North District to pack the top floor of the Hentaying Hotel for a day. When the banquet Black Dragon Core team members, to periphery some potential, in the chemical plant incident meritorious brothers can also come over. In this life, the Black Dragon developed even faster than in the previous life, with as many as dozens of core members and hundreds of peripheral members under its command. Even the school wrote rumors that Black Dragon has thousands of brothers and is a bully in the North District, the core members of which are all certified brothers in Qin Jiang's past life. All for Qin Jiang have fought and shed blood. Of course Qin Jiang will not be completely in accordance with the past life to the old man. A group wants to have a big development is the most important thing is the upward channel, must not form a solidification. So he let Zhu Zheng pick some potential people gradually promoted up, but also to the lower side of the people to send a signal. Just follow him Qin Jiang. As long as you can contribute there is upside. Just get out of the way, and you'll be brilliant for life. Zhu Zhang nodded his head. I will go and do it. Yunding Restaurant is afraid that these little brats under the hand will go and be easily intimidated. Hentaying, it is the only 5-star hotel in the North Zone. Not to mention the students, even the business banquet would not dare to choose there easily. Not to mention the very top. Qin Jiang calmly said, the world, just get used to seeing it. What places can't my brother Qin Jiang go to? Not to mention the #1 hotel in the North District. Even the #1 hotel in Songjiang and the North Province can be counted on. The road ahead of us is said. It looked to the sky on the white clouds. At the top of the clouds, tread. For 9 also came to Qin Jiang 2 people beside. The 3 vertical window looking up at the sky dome cannot help but surging monstrous heroic. That's it. The 3 stood erect in silence for several minutes. Ryoko, Qin Jiang slowly said, go. For 9, where to? Zhu Young guessed what was going on and said directly, buy a car, Airport Road. It is the route from Songjiang to the airport, and is also the location where all the major 4S stores in Songjiang are stationed. Inside the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, several car sales lady is whispering exchanges. In this era has the strength to buy Mercedes-Benz is not much, and is not popular just look at not buy. Every day can come to see the car is not much naturally also not busy. The store is only 2 or 3 people in the car. There is a young woman who is memorizing the data of various Mercedes-Benz models, obviously a new car salesman. Just then, the main door automatically moves open. A few figures slowly walked in. It is Qin Jiang, Zhu Zheng, 49, and Wang Tao led 20 selected brothers and all dressed in formal attire. See this. A couple of car sales ladies were slightly stunned. Really Qin Jiang 3 people are too special. For 9 huge and brown bare body, an incomparable ferocious face let a person look at the fear. Zhu is tied pigtails in the hands of a fan shaking an elegant posture, but it gives people a kind of indescribable pressure. The central position Qin Jiang more special. He seems to have a special aura even if the 2 sides of the people are incomparable special circumstances. Still let people cannot stop looking at him. Aura. Incredibly strong aura. To be metaphysical is kind of confident. At this point, a few car sales ladies looked at each other eyes met. Someone whispered into the microphone. Manager, it seems that there are social mixers come to collect protection money. Come more than 20 people. Soon, a middle-aged man in a suit ran down from the upper floors, looking at Qin Jiang and others also slightly stunned, then turned into normal to go forward with a smile and stretch out his hand. Hello, I'm the manager of this store. I do not know a few bosses. Buy a car. Zhu Zheng closed his folding fan and said with a smirk, otherwise, what are you doing here? Collecting protection money? Ha ha. The manager smiled to ease the embarrassment. A few bosses really joking can come to me to buy a car puffy. Said cannot help but gaze at the back of a few car sales lady, whose turn it is to receive. I just kept reciting automotive knowledge girls out. A little afraid to look at Qin Jiang and others can drum up the courage to go forward. Said, welcome to Wanshi Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Then I'm the sales consultant Shui. Shui na. Then you can call me Shana. Then I do not know what price boss want to buy a car. And then I can help you refer to. It's a few words uttered a few then obviously incomparably nervous. The manager was just about to say something when Qin Jiang opened the door and said, is there any current car for the Mercedes 400? Ah, there. Xena nodded subconsciously as she froze slightly. Qin Jiang nodded. Now sign the contract. Today I want to take the car away, can you do it? Ah, Xena? She stood in place completely frozen as if she did not hear Qin Jiang's words, not to mention her. Even a few nearby car sales ladies also frozen. Apparently all were Qin Zhang's words to the town. Only the manager reacted with a smile and said, "Boss really have vision. Mercedes-Benz 400 is Mercedes-Benz Group is mainly for high-end people to build the car models. The internal structure of no doubt. Now pricing is also in the 1.35 million, and our store commitment to buy this car automatically for the boss to provide 38 license plate, to ensure that the service is satisfied with the car. The existing car in our store. At any time you can look at." He smiled throughout the service attentive but implicitly put forward the price of this car. Obviously also in the test Qin Zhang. To this, Qin Zhang naturally see and understand also no nonsense waved his hand. At the back, Wang Tao and a few juniors came forward carrying 2 large packages and opened them in full view of everyone. See only. Chapter 47, Cash brings shock. 3 words for the car. See only. 2 large parcels are densely packed with cash. This scene makes the world of car sales consultants cannot help but be surprised. Even Mercedes-Benz 4S stores rarely sell S-Class cars. Not to mention the fact that the buyer will pay by credit card. Cash. Who goes out with millions in cash these days? Aren't you afraid of being robbed? It's like, really not afraid. They looked at Qin Zhang and the others who seemed to be doing just fine without robbing anyone else and couldn't help but have the same thought appearing within all of them. The money. Is it from Goodway? Sure. No one dares to come right out and say it. Crap, who dares to mess with a social mixer who doesn't want to live these days? Ha ha. The manager has seen the world quickly calmed down. Looked at a few car sales lady said, "Go to the financial call to let them come over to count the money. Go to the VIP room to open the good tea air out. Your guests come to the door." Finished with a smile on his face and looked at Qin Zhang. His eyesight could naturally tell that Qin Zhang was the real master of the people. "I don't know the boss's name." "Qin Zhang." "Qin Zhang?" The manager of the inner secretly recall half a day also did not know the characters with the mind on. Still do not dare to take it lightly. This group of people do not seem to be too old. But regardless of the momentum and extraordinary. As for the source of money, whether there is a problem he does not care. Who can open 4S store these days does not have a little background. As long as the money is real money they dare to accept. Something will happen to the boss will naturally be resolved. Qin Zhang did not go to the VIP room but said, "Sign the contract first. I don't have the time to delay here." "Cool." The manager nodded. "Go get the contract." Soon the finance sent the contract. Qin Zhang signed it. The manager stamped it and said, "Xiana, you come and knock your name in the consultant's name column." "Yes, just write this." Zena signed her name in ignorance. To this, the other car sales ladies were beyond envious. Qin Zhang, on the other hand, couldn't help but murmur secretly, "It's true that one's life can't follow the rebirth novel idea. According to the rebirth novel formula, this female rookie will definitely be ostracized. Someone will want to rob her of her car sales promotion, and even the manager won't help her. And the main character will have to step in and bully her way out of it. But it seems that none of that is happening right now. Right. This is a reasonable situation. The whole 4S store must have their own rules. Whose turn it is to receive customers is who. If there is a competition for each other's customers, I am afraid that is not far from the yellow. As for the manager to grab the car building staff to enhance more mostly false. Their income is the total sales commission. Even if they grab their own name will not be more than a share of the commission. Why bother to do more? Shaking his head. Qin Zhang did not consider these. "Get up. You check the money. I go to other 4S stores to see. 2 hours to pick up the car, no problem?" The manager was stunned and looked to the finance who had already counted the money to see his nod and smiled. "Of course there's no problem." Immediately, he saw Qin Zhang turn around and leave with all his minions. And as he left, Wang Tao pulled out 4 bundles of cash from his package and left. Halftime. Only after watching Qin Zhang and the others leave did all of them return to their senses. The manager spoke up. "Is the money okay? Finance, so far the money is real. And it's not hyphenated. The number is 1,600,000. We have to wait for the counting to be completed. Manager, don't cover the cameras when you guys take inventory. And if anything happens stay calm and don't mess up." Intuition tells him that everything is not a problem. But the defense should not be lost. The moment. A couple of the car sales ladies, on the other hand, talked in amazement. Over $1 million for a car just like that. Has it been 10 minutes since he got here? It costs over $1 million for a few words. It's been an eye-opening day, but those guys don't look like they're good people. And the money's probably not coming from the right sources. Whatever, it's none of our business. I'm so envious of Zena's big bill after just 2 days here. I'll have to let her treat us tonight. The several car sales ladies all looked at Xuana with incomparable envy. Really just a few words to get a man to spend over $1 million for me. The luxury car commission is much higher than the normal car commission. Of course, to say that envy and jealousy are hate to not to, No one will not hand over a few $1,000s to make enemies, and even if they have a grudge with the Xuena enhancement will not have half a penny to do with their own. To say that the most confused absolutely Xuena. She stood in place and looked at Qin Jiang and other people left the direction of unbelievable. Sell your first car yourself? Still, the limo. Is it so easy to sell cars? A few senior sisters did not say that the industry elimination rate is very high. The newcomers 10 also no one can sell the car. Why they sell so easy? And the job market isn't as hard as you think. Just a few car sales ladies gathered around her. Congrats to Nana and the successful billing. Treat yourself tonight. Xiaona, you wouldn't know him, would you? Spending over $1 million on a car without saying anything. Wouldn't you? When these words came out, several other car sales ladies also looked at Xuena with flickering gazes. These days, those who have the money and ability to like youthful college students, just Qin Jiang in their hearts is by no means a good person, can be so dry or may not really have any special purpose. Zena's face steeped a bit. I can't help but fantasize in my head that the other person has an agenda for her and is blackmailing her into doing something with the sale of her car. So, should one agree or not? Of course not. She was a graduate student at the Polytechnic University. How could she fall for a commission? But think of Qin Jiang out of the picture, obviously non-good people. They will not wait for her off-duty force to pull the car to take away. Think of this Xuena more worried about the fear of the body or slightly trembling. Both sides. A few other women came forward to keep comforting her. The manager saw this and couldn't help but come over to check on the situation. His brow furrowed slightly as he heard the explanation from a few people that this possibility wasn't unheard of. And indeed, it's not rare, it's very common. Especially for some luxury car sales in the industry is also customary. There is a horse brand is to sell a car will have to re-recruit a new saleswoman. The manager pondered for a moment and said, Xuena, you first upstairs to find a place to hide the rest of me to solve. The commission that you will not be less than 1 point. Everything in accordance with the rules. Xuena hurriedly nodded her head. Thank you, manager. She ran upstairs as if she was fleeing. The manager looked at the rest of the car sales ladies. You guys can hide if you want to worry about it too. A couple of car sales ladies smiled and did not leave. Oh, for some people will never agree to things, for others may not dream of, can be out of the existence of more than $1 million, even if the mixed society they do not want to miss. A car lift is not enough to break the rules, but change your fate evening big money chance may not be. A few car sales lady began to make up in public to put the original spacious collar buttons loose again. See this? The manager couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Anyone has the right to pursue happiness, but still cannot stop saying, sister-in-law is not so good. Their own life to rely on their own fight. Why bother? Chapter 48 $1 million luxury car. Continuous purchase. After exiting the Mercedes-Benz store, Qin Jiang took Zhu Zhang and other to other 4S stores to continue the purchase plan. He came out this time to buy enough cars. People rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Travel these days to not have a luxury car really no face. Especially in Songjiang, this city, play low-key is simply death. Open a bread out of the door to talk about business cannot get in. But open a Maybach level Mercedes-Benz S level of the car to talk about business. The other side, even if you do not want to do business with you, will talk to you for a while. 1. Fear of offending some people. 2nd, try to make some connections. Matsue. It's not about fighting and killing, it's about people. With other cities in the south has a completely different business logic. Play the south that as long as the quality of not row completely does not work. Qin Jiang will not hesitate to take out 2 million to put on the facade, but also can have a great role for his next plan. Yeah, that's it. Never in a previous life to make a habit and to pretend. Xu Zhang on the Qin Jiang defeat but did not have any dissatisfaction, but very much in favor. He always thought that the money is used to spend is not used to save. To earn money all invested in the next business do not have to enjoy it is not meaningless. Not to mention the Church of the Black Dragon Company words of the person cannot have a luxury car. Soon, Qin Jiang led the crowd to purchase a few more ordinary cars. In the future, these cars will be used as Black Dragon office cars, and take some money to buy 20 motorcycles for the brethren to use. Yes, Zhu Zhan nodded. Wang Tao and the others were incredibly exuberant. In the college road, other groups can only rely on the fights to collect protection money, to support others when they set up a company. In other groups can only rely on public transportation to travel. At most a motorcycle to get a bread when they have opened the car. Motorcycles are even less in short supply. This, who can't be exuberant, who can fade away. Qin Jiang is very calm about this. The last life of a variety of luxury cars early to drive used to, if not for the current conditions, do not allow him to directly on the labor. In the Brotherhood of the Men, everyone with a car. Of course that's for later. 2 hours later, Qin Jiang led the men back to the Mercedes-Benz store. The store manager smiled broadly when he saw Qin Jiang. Ha ha, Boss Qin is back. At the same time, he also saw several cars stop outside. Although they are unusual, sedan can look like a pure new car. In combination with just Qin Jiang left the words which cannot be clear, just go out is to continue to buy a car. Buy a couple more at once. Really just, buy a car as if it were a cabbage. The manager quickly returned to normal. Boss Qin's car has been licensed. Insurance and other formalities have been completed. A total consumption of 1,550,000. There are still 50,000 left, he said, handing the remaining $50,000 to Qin Jiang. Wang Tao took it smoothly. The car is right here. The manager led Qin Jiang and the others to the center position of the exhibition hall. There, a luxury Mercedes-Benz quietly erected. Beside the car, a few exquisitely dressed car sales lady is greeted with a smile like a flower. Saw Qin Jiang over, all bowed hello. Spring color unlimited good. Gulp, gulp. Several male sales consultants in the showroom as well as a few new male customers to see the car. Eyes are straight. Absent-mindedly. This car is so white. It's real nice. Look at how sleek the headlights are designed. How sleek, how moist. A couple of the car sales girls couldn't help but tilt their bodies slightly sideways as they noticed the various hot gazes. It can be said, afraid that people will actually see it. And he was afraid that Qin Jiang wouldn't see it. Unfortunately, from the beginning to the end of the Qin Jiang did not look at them, but rather casually look at a few eyes. Car is not very different from the last life. Nowadays luxury car brands are very insular, rarely change their models easily until the era of the tram. Only then are they pressured to keep updating. License plate. North A, 33,888. The manager smiled and said, there happens to be an empty number. I looked at the auspiciousness and applied down. I don't know if Boss Qin is satisfied. Could be. Qin Jiang nodded. This number is definitely good for others, but having seen the world, Qin Jiang naturally won't care too much. In his last life he ended up with 5 consecutive license plates. Brush. Qin Jiang threw the key to Wang Tao. Wang Tao is very skillful to open the car door to start the car. Booming oil. Black Dragon team before the bread as he drove, but also within the Qin Jiang team will drive one of the people. Snap. Sun Yuan opened the backseat door. Qin Jiang slowly sat in. The other side, Zhu Zhang also sat in. 49, on the other hand, did not come in. Really, its physique is too special. Unusual sedan simply cannot sit in. This time specially buy a big off-road to him. Go. Qin Jiang said calmly. Great. Wang Tao skillfully drove from the 4S store to drive out. The rear 49 with the remaining minions also pillow to leave. Qin Jiang has been looking at a few car sales lady, not to mention that he does not intend to relive his life as a son or daughter, even if there is an idea will not be. Pick up rags. Mercedes-Benz store. Several car sales ladies looked ugly to the extreme, as if they had received great insults and were indignant. Humph, who does he think he is? He really thinks that my mother likes him. Mixed road is not likely to hiccup one day. Was killed by others in the street. Being rich and capable has nothing to do with us either. Okay, move on to the clients. Whatever. A few people stop after a few nonchalant words, obviously also a little bit afraid to be heard by Qin Jiang. This year mixed society cannot be messed with. Xuana from the collar down face a little bit confused. Everything with his expected seems to be not the same. The one who seems to simply do not care about him. On the way back, Qin Jiang fleet to trip to the motorcycle market, where once again to buy 20 motorcycles. Came empty. Back when the Mercedes-Benz open road, 5 cars follow, on both sides of the more than 20 motorcycle escort. 1 hour later, vocational school entrance. A few security guards were chatting and playing cards. They were getting more and more free these days. Have you heard? The Black Dragon is paying out over there. How did not hear? It is said that hundreds of brothers under the hand, everyone has a share of at least 500, 1 or 2,000 in the minority. I heard that the core staff to send more, tens of thousands of all. How can a company of assholes pay out so much money? Higher than even our salaries. TSK. One time. Security guards are incomparable envy. They are 30 or 40 years old. Hard work a month is more than 2,000. Not as much as the other students' hair. Naturally, cannot balance, but also on the creation of the Black Dragon Qin Jiang company also more than a few feelings. The security chief Su Dong has more feelings. When Qin Jiang sent money when he saw with his own eyes, more aware of how much money in the end to send out. At least there are hundreds of thousands of dollars. Hundreds of thousands. Even if he half his life savings out of all useless. Now Qin Jiang take out to his men share. So how can not let him feel? But also clear that the Black Dragon company is not what small play the existence of, at least for them, is the need to look up to. He is now to want to do only how to play good relations with Qin Jiang. Deepen the feelings. Just then, one of the security guards suddenly froze. pointing abruptly into the distance. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's Chapter 49. Attentive security guard. Lu Lily's cousin. This security guard is loud. Immediately, they looked over along with the place of their astonishment, and then they all opened their mouths wide as well. See only. In the wide road is a fleet of vehicles slowly forward. The fleet is a luxury Mercedes-Benz at the beginning of the license plate, north of 333888, followed by a few brand new cars, the fleet on both sides of dozens of motorcycle escort. The scene. It's just too powerful. No. Is there a leader coming to inspect today? Why wasn't there any advance notice? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How can it be a leadership inspection? How can a leader drive this kind of car? It's probably some big boss. So what's he doing on College Road? I don't know. Anyway, it has nothing to do with us. Stand up straight. In case we see and talk to the leader, we will suffer. In a flash, several security guards stood straight looking at the convoy leader's car with incomparable envy, and a security guard muttered, "It would be great if I could drive this car in my life." A security guard sarcastically said, "Just you still drive a car. In this life you don't even have the qualification to know the person who owns this car." Why didn't I? How did the convoy get here? A few security guards were arguing in low voices and immediately shut up, because they saw the convoy actually drove towards the direction of the vocational school. See this. Sudong, also slightly stunned, murmured, "The upper side did not say that today there are big people to come but also did not dare to delay to go forward." But the next moment he steeply froze in place. At this point, the motorcade has arrived at the school gate. In the convoy on both sides of the people they really know. Here are some students in vocational schools. Of course, unusual students of these security guards cannot remember. The reason why they can recognize the natural cause of these people in front of them are the core members of the Black Dragon. Wow! The front glass window of the luxury Mercedes opened. Wang Tao's head stuck out and shouted, "Old Wang, open the door. This is John's car. Remember the license plate number." At the same time, there was a finger pointing to the rear convoy. "These are all Black Dragon's cars too." This statement was made. The security guards were completely dumbfounded. They simply did not expect such a luxurious fleet of cars to be Black Dragons. And the Big Ben was Qin Zhang's seat. It's a very mysterious thing to hear. Until the luxury car behind the window slowly down. Qin Zhang iconic tough, deep face appeared in the eyes of the security guards to let them initially believe, but still no one to open the door. To the relationship between the Black Dragon and these security guards. Weekdays do not follow the rules of random access to the campus no matter what. Open back to 1 or 2 cars can turn a blind eye. But the size of this caravan is too large at all, cannot be hidden from the natural, not dare to risk opening the door rashly. Just as they were torn. Just see. Sudong quickly ran out from the school and shouted, "What are you looking at? Do not open the school door. Black Dragon is our school support enterprises. Their cars into the campus is naturally easy and bland things. Fast, quickly, open the door. Record several license plate numbers all over the system, and release all of these cars on arrival in the future." Hearing this, several security guards did not dare to delay, and immediately opened the school gate. Boom! Wang Tao drove the luxury Mercedes into the school with a kick of the gas. Rear. The convoy followed quickly. The front Sudong ran to lead the command. Originally with his heart will not be so, but just a few things rushed together, coupled with the fact that he really want to flatter Qin Zhang will be so. Formerly of Black Dragon, there was also a Mercedes parked. Before Mercedes, 3 figures erect, 2 women and 1 man. The female is exactly Lu Yao and its girlfriend Lu Lily. The male is Lu Lily's cousin, Lu Bo. It's a suit straight. Although the long is not particularly handsome, can also have a share of the elite model, but its eyes gloomy make people look a little bad. Lu Lily, Lu Yao. Let me tell you, my cousin is an executive of the big conglomerate Tingfei, with an annual salary of $500,000. He's only 30 years old this year, and has a bright future ahead of him. And my cousin is a graduate student from Polytechnic University. Aren't you about to take the exam for this school, just so you can communicate more with my cousin Otone? Lu Bo smiled and said, "No problem." Lu Yao just smiled and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Lu Lily gaze cannot help but change slightly. She vaguely guessed what. After all, she and Lu Yao spend time with Lu Yao, know that Lu Yao is still very concerned about the Black Dragon news. 80% are still thinking about that Qin Zhang. Lu Lily muttered, "It's not clear what's so good about that Qin Zhang that he can make Lu Yao pay so much attention to it. Or did something happen between the two of them?" She does not believe that the two people, if nothing happens, to have the situation now. Lu Yao in the university is not a lack of suitors. Many schools Yun figure cannot take down, actually interested in Qin Zhang. Lu Lily shook her head. Never let her delay too much on Qin Zhang. to facilitate her and cousin. This is the way to borrow the Lu family's power. Not to mention that her own cousin also said that the event will give her enough benefits. Think about it. Its gaze fell right on the Black Dragon Company plaque. Said, some people are overambitious. In the student years do not study well in favor of social mixing, which is just, but also learn others to open the company name also named so informal. The Black Dragon. Ha, really think who can be the boss. Said. Its gaze fell right on the Mercedes in front of it. Cousin, is this your new car? It's expensive, isn't it? Lu Bo proudly said. Newly purchased. Not expensive. Just over $400,000. Full payment taken. Lu Lily complimented. Cousin, you good. Cannot rely on the family to earn money to buy such an expensive car. Or a large group executives. Then those who think they are when the boss but go out can only walk people do not know how much stronger. That kind of person to cousin's shoes are not worthy. Its sentences are not devoid of sarcasm. Although the words did not name names, how could Lu Yao not hear who he was belittling? Lu Yao, although not willing to listen to, also did not say whether Lu Lily its identity of girlfriends or its words cannot be refuted, even if she disliked Lu Bo, but also recognized that the other party is the elite of society is not now Qin Zheng can be compared to. At least, her family will definitely prefer Lu Bo. Bah! Lu Yao secretly poo-pooed. What are you thinking about? It's getting outrageous. Even if Qin Zheng can't do it, it can't be that this one in front of him can't do it. What's the point of being good or bad? She always felt that Lu Bo gave him a very uncomfortable feeling. Lu Lily see Lu Yao face constantly changing is also clear that the fire is almost. The next step is to go to dinner first. First let cousin and Lu Yao communication feelings. She believes that as long as let Lu Yao know Qin Zheng is a punk future without any future. Since the cousin is suitable for her surely can make it understand over this moment, Lu Lily even think that the existence of Qin Zheng may not be a good thing. After all, there is Qin Zheng to do the comparison more can highlight their own cousin excellent. To be with those elite students within the university then the cousin advantage will obviously drop dramatically. Everything is the best arrangement. And just before the three just came to the Mercedes-Benz car ready to get on the car. Suddenly, Chapter 53 shocked. All schools shocked. Drop. There was a blare of horns. Brush. The three subconsciously looked away. See only. The security chief Su Dong brought a few security guards to run over quickly. Of course this was nothing. What surprised was that behind Su Dong and other security guards there was a convoy of cars traveling over quickly. The beginning of the convoy. It's a luxury Mercedes, followed by 5 sedans and escorted by 20 motorcycles on either side. It completely filled the deck. Lu Lily couldn't help but call in surprise. Which leader is this coming to inspect? Lu Bo, no. The leader will not open this luxury brand high-end car. 80% is a high-status boss. Come here, may want to talk about the project with the school. Lu Lily, cousin, you know so much. Lu Yao also couldn't help but look a few more times. Of course she is not looking at Lu Bo but the caravan. Such a row of caravans she has not seen for a long time. But the next few people were completely frozen. Cards. The convoy pulled up in front of Black Dragon. Su Dong kept directing, forward. Forward. This is it. This location is shady and suitable for parking. I'll have someone draw the parking space here in a moment. Okay, stop. After the convoy stopped, 20 motorcycles are also parked on both sides. Many juniors from the motorcycle down in the limousine beside the erection. Escort look. Boo. The owner's driver's door is open. Wang Tao quickly came down without any hesitation at all to the back door position and respectfully opened the door to cover the carport roof position with his hand. Immediately, under countless unbelieving gazes, a formal-dressed Qin Zheng out of the car. With the luxury car power plus many motorcycle minions on both sides of the addition to make its prestige to the peak. Lu Bo, asterisk. So, young? Could it be some second generation? Lu Lily, impossible. How can it be? How can Qin Zheng come down from this luxury caravan? It's fake. It must be fake. Lu Yao, it's him. It's really him. Qin Zheng. Lu Bo, Qin Zheng? What Qin Zheng? You guys know each other. Lu Lily, is cousin's car a low-end branded look-alike? It must be fake. Lu Bo is speechless, the car which has the appearance of goods. Besides, did not see his car with us a brand? Is the Big Ben. Lu Lily, then who's more expensive? His Mercedes or yours? Lu Bo's face became even more ugly, didn't say anything. Lu Yao countered. Qin Zheng's car is an S-Series Mercedes, at least $1 million. Over $1 million? Lu Lily completely froze. She couldn't imagine Qin Zheng being able to get off $1 million car, and that was under the premise that she had just demeaned Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng also noticed Lu Yao 3 people when he got off the bus. to his 2 life experience naturally see what a glance, but did not pay more attention more to go forward to exchange meaning, he is not a rebirth of novels to see women on the road protagonist. Brush. As he strides towards the Black Dragon Company, all the Black Dragon brothers on both sides who were originally standing at the entrance bowed their heads in unison. Jiang! Jiang! They are incredibly excited and thrilled. Just now Qin Jiang from the luxury fleet down appearance also stunned them. The other side. Zhu Zhang also got down from the car and did not go to the company. The Black Dragon Company is about to have a big action. He has to deal with things naturally more. A few Black Dragon brothers came forward to Wang Tao and inquired in a low voice. Brother Tao, these cars. Wang Tao said calmly, the Mercedes is Zhang's car, and those are all Black Dragons too. This statement was made. The blood of all the Black Dragon brothers rose in anger. Sure enough, they are all from the Black Dragon Company. Not to mention the car seat. Even the motorcycle is a dream. Who wants to travel by walking? Not to mention how no row. And now look at the many motorcycles as well as the front of the luxury Mercedes-Benz. Cannot help but have more confidence in the future of the Black Dragon. The whole room is more exuberant. Only, the 3 of them, Lu Lily, were more embarrassed. That, Lu Yao said too. I remembered that I still have a lesson to memorize in the afternoon. Why don't we eat another day? Lu Bo, another day? Why? My room. The hotel is all booked. Lu Yao nodded to Lu Lily and turned around. You. Lu Bo wanted to say something else but was stopped by Lu Lily. Cousin, what are you pulling me for? Not today. Some other time. Why wouldn't it fit? I told you I've arranged to have everything ready to go as soon as she goes. What are you arranging? Hotel manager and I know when I put something in the wine. You do not say that she is a very traditional girl. Home is also very important to the face. Both so that the rice is cooked absolutely no problem. The matter after the success of you can also follow the light. Ran. Lu Lily with look at the little cute. Look at him. Ryoga said. Cousin, you don't think that in 2010 you can still rely on this to keep people completely tethered? Not to mention the success rate of your plan, even if it succeeds. Have you thought about the consequences? It's important for families like theirs to save face. But who says you have to marry you to save face? Maybe. It's not continued. The meaning of the words was clear enough. Lu Bo looked horrified. It can't be. Lu Lily, today the situation is not right. You are not clear. Lu Yao and Qin Jiang is just sitting in that car is a little bit related to the situation today. You are completely then down. There is no need to humiliate yourself. Wait for me to see if there is an opportunity to say. Lu Bo looked at the Black Dragon Company with a complicated gaze. Lu Yao was associated with the person just now, and that person was also his competitor. So what are his chances of success? Who is he? Tell me about it. Lu Lily, is a gangster. 1 or 2 sentences cannot say clearly. I first go to see Lu Yao situation. Later, said also do not care about her directly away. Asterisk. Lu Bo face more ugly, really bad luck. It seems that today things cannot be done, that they do not take medicine for nothing. Thinking of this, it's on the Mercedes-Benz after driving out of the campus could not help but call, fast. Now come to my house. Do not come. You still want the bursary. Soon. The Xinjiang fleet then spread throughout the campus. Do not say that the students, even some teachers, are also incredibly surprised. Have intentionally or unintentionally go to the Black Dragon Company outside to see. At the same time, the Black Dragon Company millions of compensation news has been confirmed, so that countless teachers and students really lost their voices. Who did not expect in their eyes with the playful students like Punk Company actually earned so much money? That night, Su Dong led the security guards to take the initiative to paint parking spaces with white powder in front of the Black Dragon Company. Enough to paint 20. In Su Dong's words, the more parking spaces there are in the future remodeling and development of the Black Dragon Company, the better it will be. Some teachers were envious and jealous to reflect this problem to the school, but they were severely criticized by the upper side, thus making it clear to all the teachers that there was support from the school's senior management behind Black Dragon. That night, often students and even teachers sneak to the front of the Black Dragon to see the luxury Grand Prix, making noises of envy or jealousy. The next day, Black Dragon purchasing clothes are all made, where the Black Dragon Corps members are issued 2 sets each. Even the significance of the chemical plant guards and the merit of the peripheral disciples are also issued a set. Afternoon, the Black Dragon convoy departs from the school. Aim, Henteing Hotel. Purpose, pretend to have a celebratory feast and to establish the heart and soul of the brotherhood. Chapter 51, Qian has magnificent words in front of the hotel. Xinjiang's convoy arrives. Henteing Hotel, North Top Luxury Hotel, a real 5-star hotel, can be inside the consumer non-rich that is. Of course, to the northern part of Songjiang spending power can come to this consumption of customers is not a lot. So, there weren't many guests coming and going. Opposite the hotel there are a lot of stalls in the form of restaurants. A lot of guests come and go. Incredibly lively. In front of some restaurant, set up 7 or 8 tables. Each table is filled with young people. Most of them bare shoulders, covered with carved dragons and tigers, flower arms, black arms, all kinds of patterns are countless. Hair color is also a variety of colors, or one-legged on a stool, or directly stand-up beer bottles on the ground too many to count. Obviously, the stream of assholes, passers-by don't care. There is no shortage of students dressed up in these days, only the first table a few people more normal. Sitting in the first is a strong youth. Is the college road once with Xinjiang famous big gangster, Qian He. Both sides. Then the backbone of his team exists. The people at the 7 or 8 tables nearby were his minions, and were the kind of beings who dared to fight when called upon. It's these minions, coupled with fair prices that have made money incredibly popular in the stand-up market lately. Even not long ago there are KTV request him to watch the venue, every month to give $15,000 in favor of the fee, and give with 2 small car, even if it is only unclear how many hands of the small car. Snap. One of the backbone of the younger brother opened a bottle of beer. Brother we are also considered to be a mix of the head, can give others to watch the scene. Look at the Songjiang student gangster circle who has this kind of prestige. Now, not to mention you, even if I walk on the college road, who would not call me brother when they see me? This statement was made. Several other backbone little brother also have echoed the exuberance, constantly praising Qianhe put its fast into the college road bearer, and even the future of the entire North District, Songjiang bearer. They selectively ignored Black Dragon. Firstly, no one would mention a strong opponent at such a happy moment to give themselves more trouble. The second is, Black Dragon has simply disappeared from the college road circle during this period of time, neither participating in student fights nor giving battle stations, and basically seldom can hear any news about Black Dragon. Sure, they are not aware of the Black Dragon in the student gangster circle is fast disappearing, but in the college road high-level circle has made a name for itself. And even the North District of the various bigwigs are also vaguely aware of this number of people. Xinjiang. Qianhe couldn't help but feel relieved inside as he listened to the compliments. Being able to give someone a town hall in his student days was something to be proud of. Anyway, he considers himself the only one on college road. Cannot help but laugh. Qianhe can have today all rely on your brothers? In the future. But where there is a mouthful of food Qianhe will not let the brothers starve. Absolutely bring the brothers to mix out of the Hall of Fame. You know me as a person. And do not say anything else. It's all in the wine. I'm dry. Said. Grab a beer and take a drink. Several brothers were also incredibly moved to get up and drink. To big brother, Shasta. The 70 or 80 brothers who were drinking all got up and picked up their beers and drank in unison. To big brother. To big brother. Dozens of people call and the sound is very big. The nearby stalls people eyes all attracted over. Looking at Qianhe and other appearance cannot help but face different colors, which there is no lack of envy. There is no shortage of punks who can come to the stalls and drink. In the eyes of those 3 or 2 student gangster groups, Qianhe and other gangster groups is already mixed out of the state of fame. Qianhe that more has been counted in the Jianghu Big Brother level characters. See this. Chancellor Hyuk was magnificent. Boss, keep serving the skewers. Serve the wine. Today I'm going to get drunk with my brothers. Okay. The boss is also very quick. He is not afraid of Qian. He does not give money. These days can be in a good location to do big stalls who do not have a little behind the network. Otherwise it is also not at all do up. Explanation. Around 10 years ago, most of the owners of the stalls had some social connections and were fierce fighters, basically keeping weapons under the grill to prevent trouble. Brother Hyuk is mighty. Some of the younger brothers once again supported the scene, and they also had immense respect for their own boss, Qianhe. First of all, Qianhe is very much a big brother, a man of his word, a man of his word. A man of his word, 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 a man of his word and a man of his word, and not stingy, where the money earned collectively will be distributed in accordance with the proportion of their own take is not much, followed by such a boss natural also very much their natural willingness. Most of all, they see the road ahead. At this moment, a certain junior pointed at the opposite direction and exclaimed, "Misty grass, why are so many people gathering over there? Brush." The others couldn't help but subconsciously look over, only to see the Henteing Hotel gathered under hundreds of people all dressed in formal attire standing upright, as if they are all city elite white-collar, but many people have the wrong hair color adds a few points of oddity. Seeing this a lot of people have been talking about it. What's all this standing under the Hentaying Hotel in formal wear for? Needless to say, it must be some big group organizing their annual meeting at the Hentaying Hotel. I've seen it often, but whose hair group would have so many employees with dyed flower green hair? Obviously abnormal. This you do not understand. 80% is some big construction group. Their engineering department will have some of these people used to suppress the field. Otherwise the contracted project cannot be good to promote. This statement was made. Many people couldn't help but nod their heads. This move and everyone knows things. These days there is no means to get the building how to die are not clear. He and the others couldn't help but look emotional. Mixed society. The ultimate goal for them is to do engineering. And that's what they think transformation represents. And that's what money represents. Although these engineering companies are not in the eyes of the real head of Songjiang late, but for these gangsters is the need to look up to the existence. Engineering Wang Tianba, engineering Ma San, who is not a top famous big shot in Songjiang. Boo! Qian he poured himself a drink. A little drunken body slightly rose and said, brothers rest assured, not 10 years. No, 5 years, we can also have a new world. By then I also give brothers in the Hentaying Hotel dinner. Casually suffer. Cheers. Brush. 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 The other brothers rose again. The opposite scene as well as Chinha's words made them start to fantasize about mixing it up in the future as well. Ran. Just as they were about to take a drink. Dropping. Drip. With a honk of a horn. Incomparable dazzling fleet came. Immediately attracted the attention of the people over. That is a luxury Mercedes-Benz as the first car. A few sedans followed by more than 20 motorcycle escort on both sides of the fleet. Especially that more than 20 motorcycle escort is simply to pull up to the extreme, wherever the rest of the vehicle are fast to avoid. Hentaying Hotel entrance. Hundreds of young men in formal attire instantly parted to make way for the motorcade. In a greeting queue mode. Chapter 52 Shock brought by Qin Zheng. Change of mind before the hotel. Shasta. Countless exclamations of surprise. Look, there's a big shot coming. Can you see which group car? 33,888. And the license plate is impressive enough. Amazing. If I can have this kind of appearance in my life, it will be worth it even if I die. Handsome. So cool. Cool. So cool. This is the upper class. Songjiang belongs to them. Soon, the motorcade stopped in front of the Hentaying Hotel. Brush. More than 24 motorcycle formal attire minions have come down, escorted in front of Mercedes about. Boo. Wang Tao came down from the front, and Sun Yuan opened the doors on both sides of the Mercedes. In full view of all the people in formal dress, Qin Zheng came out of the car. Zhu is coming down from the right side. It's not far. All the big stall eaters also roughly see what the two look like. Can't help but lose their voices for a moment. Young. Indescribably young. Around. It's also right around 20. Misty grass. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. I can't be mistaken, right? This big shot is so young? Seems like he's just college age. But it's so imposing. It's extraordinary to look at. Second generation, right? Not the rest of the people also have almost the same idea. Cannot help but watch carefully with great interest. This is a long time in the future. They have a long time after dinner blowing great topic naturally do not want to miss. Only, Shen he and his dozens of different brothers all froze on the spot with eyes wide and unbelievable. They clearly recognized those who came down on the luxury Mercedes. Black Dragon. Qin Zhang. Someone they don't want to talk about. A group that could easily crush them on College Road. A presence they have chosen to forget. Who can be calm and not be shocked by such a shocking scene in the light of day? Qin Zhang? Black Dragon Qin Zhang. As well as Little Zhuge Zhu Zhang. God of War 49. Those are all Black Dragon's people too? How is it that they? How long has it been since they've been here? They brought so many cars. Especially the one in the lead seems to be a Mercedes. How much does it cost to be the top kind? Looked at Qin Zhang driving Mercedes 400 in comparable shock. With their own drive to two broken car then not to mention Mercedes 400 even if the back with a few cars cannot compare. Really just, people have to die more than people. Goods are better than goods and you have to throw them away. This, Shenhe was unable to speak for a long time. He thought that he had started to see the field in some ways had surpassed Qin Zhang. Turn around and be taught a lesson. Look at the brethren sitting and stepping in their school uniforms with a big grin on their faces, and look across the street at them standing up straight in their formal attire. Look at your own 2 crappy cars plus a whole bunch of bikes, and a couple of motorcycles, and look across the street at the luxury fleet. Look at his own family in eating a big stall. In looking at the opposite to go to the Hentaying Hotel to eat. As for why guess that Qin Zhang went to eat, well, as long as it is not a little cute, can all guess it. The moment. Xian He Shang got a little disheveled from his bravado. Gop. Xian He murmured, Instead of being pulled smaller by himself, he became as big as a chasm, impossible to surpass. Its eyes Qin Jiang constantly become bigger and bigger into the misty mountain peaks simply cannot see clearly more cannot cross. Opposite. Qin Jiang got off the car and did not notice Qian He and others. Of course, even if noticed will not be taken seriously at all, but directly toward the Hentang Hotel inside the walk. The two sides of the vertical hundreds of Black Dragon brothers brushed their heads. Jiang! Jiang! The scene. It made the few security guards at the door incredibly apprehensive. Hundreds of young men in formal attire startled them when they arrived at the entrance of the hotel. These people looked like an abnormal presence, who's an urban white collar with dyed hair and an unmistakable fierce look. Now, seeing Qin Jiang come to this power naturally more a little sure. Who calls the old boss? What's that? Are you kidding me? I don't think he's here to collect protection money. Well, when they were incredibly nervous, the words of the security manager came from the intercom. This is Mr. Qin Jiang. Mr. Qin's guest today. Everyone maintains the highest etiquette and must not make any mistakes. Phew, the guards breathed a sigh of relief. Snap, snap. These security guards saluted Qin Jiang in unison. Welcome Brother Jiang. Mr. Qin. Welcome, Mr. Qin. Aha! Qin Jiang calmly nodded his head and walked towards the hotel. His face did not change in any way and he did not tip as he did on TV. Unlike Qin Jiang who was calm, even Zhu Zhan was slightly changed internally. He was smart and urban enough, but life has not thought so soon to come to a 5-star hotel dining or contracted lair. Zhu Zhang is still so, not to mention the other little brother. These people just arrived at the door of the hotel seems to pretend to be calm and straight, but the inner early turned upside down. Hentang Hotel. Top luxury hotel in the North End. Learned that today their own brother Jiang to invite them in the Hentang Hotel. Simply cannot believe. In their eyes the Hentang Hotel is the North District big shots can only come to dinner place. Is the top people in and out of the place? Not to mention that they are these students punks. Even if the top of the North District bigwigs can seldom come to this place. Today they are going to dine here openly and honorably. And they have chartered an entire floor. Or the top floor. This, who can fade away? Wang Tao and the others only felt that their heartbeat was incomparably fast, and their brains were a bit blank, but out of reverence for Qin Jiang, and out of the Black Dragon's face, they forced themselves to remain calm, and followed their own brother Jiang into the Hentang Hotel with their heads held high and their eyes unblinking. The Black Dragon brethren all stepped into the hotel. Outside, Shen He reluctantly retracted his gaze, his single drink a cup of wine, face a little lonely, confused. The rest of the brothers to see this to say something but could not say anything. They cannot be calm in the heart. As the saying goes, it is not a matter of scarcity but of unevenness. People will die and goods will be thrown away. Just now the grandiose words, self-confidence and pride at this time are reduced to nothing, and even a little ridiculous. Ryoko. Xian He drank another drink and laughed at himself. Xian He, you still don't know what to be satisfied. Why should you compare yourself with others in this life? You may not be unable to get ahead if you have your own path and go by the book. He has his path which is different from yours. He vaguely guessed the source of Black Dragon's money, and he was one of the participants in the last chemical plant. Is it true that there is no future in mixing with society? More promising in business? No, can't do business for myself. Boo, it's hard a smashed wine glass. Originally decadent mentality swept away again into the bravado pointing to the Hentang Hotel said, brothers look at others can mix so well. What are we poor? Believe me, we can go later. This statement was made. The rest of the brothers have once again attached themselves to the state recovery. Of course, Xian He understands that after going back to the team is not good to lead. Will certainly be some people intend to leave to join Qin Jiang or choose other way out, but stay is the real base. North End. Inside a certain car, the rich second generation looked at Lu Ruyan and smiled. Ruyan, the Hentang Hotel, is the only 5-star hotel in the North District, where the food tastes good. I know the manager today for your birthday. Let's go there today to eat. Big brothers, new book on the shelf. Begging for hypes, attention, gifts, give the author some motivation. Chapter 53, Hentang Luxury. Brothers seeing the world. Inside the car, Lu Ruyan frowned slightly. Since the last time she went to Qin Jiang and humiliated herself she was threatened by Wang Tao to pay back the money. At first she was going to be tough and not pay it back, but Wang Tao directly edited text messages to her parents' phone number, her hometown address, and the location of her class, explicitly telling her that as long as she didn't pay the money back, then she would be notified one by one. For this move, Let incomparably proud of the main persona of Lu Ruyan cannot accept, can only mortgage to sell the hands of a variety of bags, jewelry, the remaining is not enough to choose to borrow. After whether it's the standard of living or the pressure to pay off her mortgage. She's burned out and has to continue to make contact with the rich kid who's pursuing her to see if she can scavenge something from his or her hands. Today she asked each other to say their birthday is intended to let it to buy expensive birthday gifts as well as send red packets, but Han being stingy let her very helpless. Mouth words that call a good sound is not to go to high-end shopping malls. Just now, it's so hard to go to a mall. Mantra is, it's not pretty, not for you, it's too cheap to be worthy of you. You can't choose a good one for your birthday. Don't worry, I'll definitely buy you a good one today. When it's time to go to dinner, she can sense that Han Bing is up to no good, and that the dinner is not real, but has some other purpose in mind. But could she refuse? Can't. She needed the money. She needed it badly. She had to start repaying the loan next month. She didn't have a cent in her hand. She had to get the money today no matter what. Not to mention that she was confident in herself as well. Smiling, he nodded. Yeah, all at your disposal. Han Bing laughed. You'll see, guaranteed to satisfy you. Delicious. Inwardly, he had long been rehearsing his plan once again in order to play it safe. That's it. The two men pondered each other's thoughts. Hentaying Hotel. Penthouse. The decoration was incomparably luxurious, with all kinds of paintings and calligraphy hanging on the walls on both sides, as well as inscriptions by some big names. Both sides have a Cheongsam figure, slim, beautiful face, service personnel, smiling 8 teeth, gentle and elegant. When did the Black Dragon brothers see this kind of scene? Constantly, wildly gulp. See the waiter wearing a Cheongsam to their own smile, hastily back to smile. The body is more straight for fear of revealing themselves to be found. Sure, they don't realize that this gesture is incredibly timid and immediately obvious, except that the waitstaff is professionally trained not to laugh out loud. This was evident by the whispers and odd looks on some people's faces as they passed through the halls. Xin Jiang didn't care about that. It's normal for some bottom-feeding punks to be a little out of sorts the first time they make the big leap to a 5-star hotel. Until the manager finished introducing today's dishes, took all the service staff out of the top floor box. The door completely closed when the 110 people finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, I'm suffocating. Egu, this hotel is too luxurious. There are more than 10 elevators alone. Don't you see those waitresses are like fairies? Their pants are open all the way to the waist. Those legs, they're even more attractive than schoolgirls. Up and down so many floors, but also decorated so luxurious. This installed down must not be 1,000,000 or 800,000 Bull asterisk 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 it can't be. At least 2 million. Countless words that would be laughed to death by people outside hearing them were constantly being said from the mouths of the crowd. Xin Jiang smiled calmly instead of stopping. 10 minutes later, the manager knocked on the door again and brought in the waiters pushing the dishes, and one expensive dish appeared in everyone's eyes. Lobster and abalone and other idleness. Bird's nest and shark's fin on the side. All kinds of unseen food, countless. See the crowd dazzled, jaw-dropping. The scent wafts. It made the crowd gulp again. Really say 5-star hotels inside the meal cannot be counted as top delicious, but to say then the ordinary restaurant is also crushed state. Basically color and flavor are complete. Meanwhile the manager kept introducing several signature dish names as well as practices, making the crowd even more horrified. An incomparably cumbersome procedure with ingredients that they felt were wasted to the extreme. Not to be lamented. Rich people, enjoying life like this? Sure enough, the joy of the rich. No one else can imagine. Snap. Xu Zhang said as soon as he closed his folding fan. Manager, tell us the history of the hotel. The manager nodded and said, Hentaying Hotel, built in 2005. Total construction area, by the famous designer. Total construction cost, 100 million. These inside does not contain the internal various decorations. What it said afterward Wang Tao and the others could no longer hear. Only 3 words remained in their minds. 100 million. Construction cost $100 million. Completely beyond the imagination of the figures. In their cognition within the house decoration is also 100,000 80,000. Just put this place to renovate 2 or 3 million has been counted towards the big say, but whichever thought are less than zero. At this moment they once again had a deep understanding of the gold content of the Hentaying Hotel, and were also more shocked by their own brother Jiang. A month ago, they are still school punks. At most do a little campus barn sale small business, earn a little pocket money. Nothing more than a little prestige in the college road student circle can who does not have low self-esteem, but only in January. Xin Jiang led them to continue to develop, selling card readers to earn the first bucket of gold, founded the Black Dragon Company, so that the school support, contracting chemical factories to force with the nursing home hard, not long ago, even more so that the nursing home to soften directly to obtain the regular 7 million benefits. Today, They were even allowed to come to this top luxury hotel in formal attire as human beings, and many of their eyes were slightly red. Brush. Qin Jiang waved his hand. The manager led the attendants away quickly. Before leaving, he subconsciously scanned the circle. To be honest, he was in front of these people secretly looked down on. A look is a bumpkin. Even if dressed in formal wear is not like what high-end people instead of point unorthodox, and can come to the henteing hotel consumption of the crowd is completely inconsistent. Only he looked at the location of Qin Jiang. This one he did not see the depth of obviously not very old but very imposing. Every move facial expression, especially the eyes contained in the depth is not at all able to pretend to come out, is definitely a person who has seen a lot of the world, but on the contrary, every one of these juniors called him Jiang, completely the name of the Jianghu, and the words, Black Dragon, were vaguely heard. Black Dragon. I've never heard of this company in Songjiang. Is it possible that it's a new underground force? Is it the second generation of society? Whatever, whether it's the second generation, or those who climbed up from the bottom, since they can come to henteing to spend money they are not the ones they can offend. Just make friends. He's self-aware. It is very clear that he seems to be in a high position many people give face, and even a lot of people would like to make friends with him, but everything is built on the henteing hotel manager sign. Waiting to lose the manager position will lose everything. Have seen a lot of powerful people does not mean that they are powerful. Always know your position, otherwise disaster will come. Said, this book, this, et al., is, and other ancient words are not pretentious. Is the author to write the ancient text like, is already being revised, and the follow-up will be business-oriented. Girls will not appear too often. Lu Ruyan this time appeared to plan the plot, after that she will rarely in the appearance. Chapter 54, My Qin Jiang's Brothers. Never shady crawlers. Inside the penthouse, Qin Jiang settled into the main seat, Zhu Zhang on the left, 4-9 on the right, and accompanied by several Black Dragon Corps members such as Wang Tao, Sun Yuan, and Bai Lu around them. Both sides, 12 dining tables are erected. 9 people were seated at each table, for a total of 115, only 7 at the main table. In fact, according to Wang Tao and others do not intend to sit at the main table, intend to go to the next table to squeeze, but it was outright denied by Qin Jiang. There are rules to be followed. It can't be a dead rule. Besides, today is the Black Dragon celebration banquet. To eat at the banquet also pay attention to so much as not sick. When the big brother, to know how to buy people's hearts. Qin Jiang this realization is there. Not complacent people have the experience of the last life. He understands that no matter when the brother is fundamental. The eyes of the entire room were focused on Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang said in a loud voice, with the help of the brothers, the Black Dragon is on the upper stage to hold a celebration banquet at the cloud top today. Not only to celebrate the great success of Black Dragon's contracting business, but also to celebrate the fact that I, Qin Jiang, can have all of you as brothers in life and death, and that Black Dragon is more than just my Qin Jiang's Black Dragon. It's all of my brothers' Black Dragons. Asterisk 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 asterisk, said raising his hand. Wang Tao has handed over the wine. Qin Jiang took it without hesitation and drank it. Xu Zhang got up and drank. To brother Jiang, cheers, Shasta, all Black Dragon brethren rise. Asterisk 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 asterisk, asterisk 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 asterisk, asterisk 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 asterisk. The crowd full of wine and the cup of booze in the sky. Originally by the henteing hotel luxury imposing pressure on the mood to disappear in an instant. They are John's brothers. How can you have stage fright and be afraid of what? Especially obtained to attend the banquet peripheral members. They are more excited shivering. Brothers in life and death. Jiang recognized them as life and death brothers. Respect. Unprecedented respect. The status gap is clear among these student jerks. And the higher-ups don't take the lower-downs seriously. The vast majority of gangster groups only the boss over the nourishment. Under the hands of the bitter on the pure mixing circle. And even some just to keep warm. To prevent the beatings. Money. Foo. Only the boss can enjoy it. The bottom man is all tool man. This is why the real mix out of the social bigwigs do not take the student gangsters seriously. Really is a plate of scattered sand. Usually fight the wind battle is not bad. Really meet the problem absolutely scampering. On the contrary, the Chinha group is considered to be relatively good. Giving money generously, otherwise there would not be so many people to follow. Qin Jiang is even more special. Instead of distributing the money equally, he has a larger, more cohesive hand. By what? Charisma. Maybe a little bit of that. And more of the fact that there's a lot of money shared. And even if only a portion is given out, it still gives most of the minions access to more money than even China himself earns at a high level. And the prospects for growth are still incredibly high. Money. It is the development and growth that is fundamental. He remembers very clearly that in his last life, Xianhak was stuck on the issue of money sharing for a long time and could not grow, and then a series of problems arose until it completely collapsed. Qin Jiang also noticed the eyes of the peripheral personnel and knew that from today onwards he would have some more diehard brothers. Naturally, he is happy to see things. Today let these people come not for this reason, the number of core members to grow, so that these people into the core members can also let the peripheral personnel have hope, so as to completely activate the Black Dragon Company. Qin Jiang waved his hand to signal the people to sit down, said, "Do not dilly-dally, today is a celebration feast everything and so on." After eating to say, I said, "Today no big or small can toast, eat." Well, the brothers shouted, immediately, began to eat frantically. 5-star restaurants and the wine and food is naturally delicious. The crowd feasted on the food, eat that called and not happy, from time to comment, "This dish is delicious. The manager just said it was made with that part of the fish alone. The soup is good too. That manager said it's made with water from a cold spring on a snowy mountain. And this, less than half an hour." The table in front of the dishes under 7 or 8 eating speed to ease down. Toast mode opens up afterward. At first they did not dare to come and toast Qin Jiang's wine, but also dared to toast Wang Tao and other backbone of the stream, until Sun Yuan took the lead in sampling. "Brother Jiang, it's my good fortune to follow you. You brought me to step into the cloud top. I thought this life would be a waste, a mishmash of food and death, and I'd be in Paris someday. It was Jiang who gave me a new life and allowed me to have Black Dragon Shelter, to have a proper job and something to look forward to. I figured out what a girlfriend counts as, lose it and find it again. Losing me is her loss, not mine. I drank a little too much today and talked a little too much. Don't blame Brother Jiang, it's all in the wine. I'll drink." After saying that, he picked up a bottle of wine and just opened it to show off. "Yes." Qin Jiang held up his glass. "I Qin Jiang, brother, why worry about women? Your future will soar." I Qin Jiang said. Again, one drink from the glass. See this scene. The rest of them were not far behind. Wang Tao and other core cadres took the lead in sampling, one by one, with Qin Jiang. Zhu Zhang, for 9 toasts, also said a lot of heartfelt words to vent their inner feelings. They've been repressed for too long. That's true from the time it didn't work academically. In today's times, the consensus of the parents in the Songjiang countryside is 360 lines. Only the high school. Any child who is well read is called a college student and can make their parents proud to know. Alternatively, the bad academics in the eyes of parents as well as the rest of the villagers will be wasted. Especially these students from childhood do not do a good job. Love to mix, but also the villagers in the mouth of the scum of the reserve. Now Qin Jiang brought them hope, real hope, as if they saw a path to heaven that they once wouldn't have thought of or dared to think of floating before their eyes. Even, Bai Lu, all with a toast. Today many people call her sister Lu, make her immensely flattered. Cheeks slightly red. 10 minutes later, after having the first peripheral brothers also toast with Qin Jiang on the completely open gate, countless people have come to Qin Jiang to toast. The vast majority of them are excited to say nothing but a sentence, to Brother Jiang, and then is to open the dazzle. Qin Jiang came to the rescue. Wine, cup after cup. In his last life, Qin Jiang's alcohol consumption was very good, and even better in this life. Plus he had asked the manager to change his wine into a lower degree wine naturally without getting drunk. In the eyes of the brothers, Qin Jiang like Tarzan sitting there still to accept the toast from all sides, watching Jiang to drink their toast to the atmosphere to the climax. Emphasis, unprecedented attention. The crowd was overwhelmed. Phew. Qin Jiang finished the last glass of wine and let out a long breath. Not drunk. It's the belly that really doesn't fit. It's a good thing the toasts were all drunk. He slowly got up and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling windows with a glass of wine, his eyes looking ahead overlooking the north end. Both sides, Jujing and Sijio, followed up the erection. Wang Tao and the others also came over in unison, and soon there were hundreds of brethren standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Immediately, Qin Jiang's voice resounded through the top floor. Remember, from today onwards you are no longer bad children in the eyes of your parents, waste in the eyes of your relatives, and even more so, you are not social edges or reptiles in the shadows. You are my Qin Jiang's brothers, the elites of society, the pride of your family, and those who can stand at the top of the heap in a bright and honorable manner. Chapter 55, Brothers Returning. Unlimited fervor. Han Bing's treat. Qin Jiang's voice got louder and louder. At last it had resounded throughout the penthouse, ringing in the ears of all the brethren, bringing them to tears. Bad children in the eyes of their parents, waste in the eyes of relatives, social edges, shadowy creeps, socializing, proud of yourself? No, not proud, or even in some ways simply unspeakable and unappealing. But now Jiang has given them a platoon, a future. so that they can walk the world with honor. The moment they could no longer speak, and no words could express the determination to serve Qin Jiang at this time. Aside, Xu Zhang couldn't help but nod his head when he saw this scene. Brother John's means of enlisting people is really getting better and better. Now even if we say that we let these people go out and do whoever it is estimated that there won't be any hesitation. Sure, he also saw that Qin Jiang's words were not false. From Qin Jiang recently do all sorts of things can be seen. He does not intend to let the Black Dragon brothers have a stain. Xu Zhang actually do not understand the mixed society which have completely clean. That is still called mixed society. Only at present, everything is moving towards a good situation. He also did not say anything more. Sure, he was not aware that Qin Jiang had decided never to mix with society. Qin Jiang overlooking the scenery of the North District, looking at a piece of prosperous area, looking at the gorgeous landscape, and did not look at the bottom of the mess of the stalls. Standing high naturally ignore some things. Previous life. It took him 2 years to go from being a bottom feeder to stepping into cloud top. This life, it took him only 2 months, and his path is clean in this life, at least relative to the last one which was downright outrageous. He couldn't help but feel a sense of bravado. There's the right way. Experience in heavy-duty work. There are hundreds of brethren. He, Qin Jiang, how can he be willing to be ordinary in this life? How can he let his brothers under his command do nothing? Why don't we make a scene and do something big? At this point, his original idea of just doing a large general night market changed and he had a bigger plan, one that may not seem promising to many but it just fits him now. Real estate. One is about to soar into the sky. Another industry about to fall into the abyss. However, for the unpredictable Qin Jiang, he can be completely in the abyss before the arrival of the withdrawal to leave, and can quickly transition to do other industries, relying on real estate to earn a strong capital. The dragon crossing the river. Moreover, his brothers under the banner of Light Songjiang Night City may not be able to fit, also did not fully appropriate. Real estate and the Black Dragon perfect match with the brothers under the hands of the degree of fit is also high. Soon Qin Jiang did not continue to think about it. Even if you really do this industry is not the current line. The real estate threshold is too high, a few million thrown and even the splash is not enough. His priority is to quickly put the night market frame up to put the Songjiang city on the agenda so as to accumulate a lot of money. Think about it, he said in a loud voice. Within a year I'll make Qin Jiang's name known in the Northern District, so that the Black Dragon will stand at the top of the Northern District. Gentlemen, can you help Qin Jiang? The words came out. The Black Dragon brothers were all flushed. Words. Middle childhood. It's very middle-aged. But a man is a teenager until he dies. Not to mention, they're in their prime. Brush. Qin Jiang raised his glass. Wishers. Let's do it. Around. Whether it was Xu Zhang, for 9 or the rest of the 100 people all raised their glasses without hesitation. Without any unnecessary nonsense. Bottoms up. Bottoms up. Boo. Qin Jiang drank into the cup of wine and slammed it hard. The wine cup fell to the ground with a crisp breaking sound. See this? The others couldn't help but slam their glasses. Boom, boom, boom. Constant shattering sounds resounded through the penthouse box. Ha ha. Qin Jiang looked up to the sky and laughed in bravado. Outside, the 10 upright waiting attendants turned white with fear as they listened to the crackling sounds coming from inside. Attendant A, no. What's going on in there? A fight? Is it that intense? There won't be any deaths. Attendant B, what should we do? Should we go in and stop it? It's not going to happen, is it? Service worker C, you're crazy. Inside the more than 100 people are obviously not the right people. Maybe the uneven distribution of the spoils of war to go in can be safe? If you see something you shouldn't, you won't even know how to die. We can't afford to mess with that kind of people. Attendant D, contact the manager quickly. Immediately, he said anxiously into the headset. Manager, this is Ding. There's a serious problem on the top floor. Come quickly. First floor. Inside the window seat in the lobby. Han Bing very elegantly invited Lu Ruyan to take a seat. I know the hotel manager. Specially let him leave a seat. 5-star hotel elegant seat is not good to get just right to see the river view. Next to the vast Song River. Said. It pointed to the river not far outside. Ruyan Lu nodded in satisfaction. Her family is ordinary naturally come to the 5-star hotel. Even if Qin Jiang is willing to spend a lot of money to invite her also do not want to. She cares more about getting money in hand and being able to use items. Eating doesn't give him much satisfaction. Who makes it not too popular to show his friends these days? Sure, she still also picked up the phone and began to take selfies. The flow is not popular and the circle of friends does not matter. At least the current she has to shoot down and then later sun is not too late. Now there are some network social software only in the student circle is not too much attention just. Witnessed. Han Bing secretly bristled. This location looks good to see the river view. In fact, it is also general. The first floor and can see what the river view can be. Fooled Lu Ruyan. This has not seen the world existence. Couldn't help but mumble. Pretending to be noble. Pretending to be simple. Pretending to be a cultured lady of the house. Not looking at their own few pounds and two, but also want to take things from me to keep from taking advantage of the situation. Not possible. Let's see how I, Han Bing, take you down today. Of course he smiled normally on the surface and handed out the menu. Feel free to order whatever you want. Your birthday is the biggest today. I'll treat and eat openly. Ruyan Lu didn't politely order some expensive looking ingredients to the menu. Opposite. Though Han Bing's flesh hurts immensely, he can only pretend to be light-hearted. Seeing Lu Ruyan wanting to continue to point hurriedly said, "These are no problem. Go get ready. Put on another bottle of red wine that I have saved." He quickly handed the menu to the waiter. As for his deposit of red wine, is nothing more than some not upscale foreign niche brand red wine. Said the deposit is nothing more than for the pretentious only. And when the red wine up he can blow how he wants. Anyway, no one will know the specific value of these red wines. Can make the vanity girls fooled. It's an approach he's tried 100 times. Soon the food and wine came up. Han Bing pretended to be an incomparable gentleman to serve Lu Ruyan, and explained his own history of saving wine. Sure enough, Ruyan Lu listened with fascination, also revealing an adoring gaze. At this point, the manager slowly walked out and said, "Good beauty, I'm the hotel manager and a friend of Han Xiao. Welcome to dine at Yunding. Yunding feels honored to have you. Don't wait for a beautiful woman to dine." Chapter 56, Qin Zhan's face. Two people pulling at it. Hear the manager speak. Lu Ruyan only felt that the people dining in the lobby were all looking towards her with envious gazes, making her incredibly flattered. Be clear. Anyone who could dine here was either rich or wealthy. A class of people she had once dreamed of being able to get, and now it's the center of their attention. Having the manager of a 5-star hotel personally send his blessings with her. Vanity, self-esteem, all pulled full. The manager then said to Han Bing, "I'll have the back kitchen send a dish in a moment, so the two of you can eat and drink well." Aha! Han Bing nodded in satisfaction. Lu Ruyan's gaze towards Han Bing also changed a bit. The manager smiled and left secretly bristling. Another cabbage to be swept away by a pig. But what does it have to do with himself? All he had to do was to pretend to pay a few compliments to Han Bing when he brought people here, and he could get a lot of money for sending a worthless dish. So why not? After the scene we just had, Han Bing could clearly notice that Lu Ruyan was much more enthusiastic, and couldn't help but be more satisfied with the manager's move. $1,000 wasn't spent in vain, and I'll be able to scrub up tonight. At the same time, he secretly poured the potion he prepared in advance into Ruyan Lu's cup. Come on, celebrate your happy birthday. Okay, I'll touch up my makeup later, so turn around and hand me that bag. Okay, here you go. Come on, cheers. Thank you for your hospitality. The wine is over. Lu Ruyan did not eat anything, mainly in the photo. Han Bing to eat the incomparable exuberance. Martyr, he spent so much money, must eat more. Not to mention tonight, must eat. Aha, just a little hot in the house today. Soon ate about the same. Touring a circle manager once again came forward. How do you two eat? Han Bing, it's great. Very good. The manager smiled and nodded, just about to say something else. Suddenly the headset came from the service staff. Anxious voice let his face changed slightly. Did not talk to Han Bing, turned to run upstairs. Both Han Bing and Lu Ruyan were a bit embarrassed. Han Bing, there must be something. We haven't eaten much fast either. Why don't we go upstairs and rest? I'll book a suite upstairs. He felt like he couldn't help it. Penthouse. The manager panted and ran up. Listening to a few waiters finished, also face changed cautiously, went forward ready to lie on the door to eavesdrop on the situation inside. Just ready to lie down to half of the top floor doors open. The manager unsteady feet on the spot planted in. At the same time, it is opening the door and Wang Tao and Sun Yuan are all ducking to the sides. Boo! The manager fell solidly to the ground, letting out a scream. Goo! My old back. He looked up to see hundreds of blazing eyes staring at him, and he shivered in fear. Well, in a split second to see the room. Although some messy, the ground also has a lot of cup fragments, and did not imagine the mess. Blood flow into the river scene. Phew! He forced to calm down, quickly get up and straighten his clothes. His eyes fell on the core position. Qin Jiang said, "Mr. Qin, I came to ask if there is any need for service. Hentang Hotel has everything." Qin Jiang pointed to a large number of broken glasses on the ground. Some broken glasses will be compensated according to the market price. The manager laughed and said, "Mr. Qin said what he said. Just a few cups of wine to let you pay for it will not hit me in the face, as long as Mr. Qin as well as the brothers did not get hurt on the line. He didn't have any borrowed ideas. Just kidding. Area point wine cups even if 5-star hotels within the items and how much money can be worth. Can with today's Xinjiang consumption then? What's more, these people in front of Xinjiang is obviously not good. Even if you really let the loss of money Hentaying Hotel is not afraid. But what about him? He is just the hotel manager. Out of the hotel is a higher wage to play workers. In case they are thinking about. The manager subconsciously shivered. Why make an enemy of himself for a little hotel interest when he's qualified to give the wine glass a free pass anyway with his authority? Besides, the hotel is also a service industry to talk about peace and prosperity. Cannot be chaotic because of small gains to offend people. Qin Jiang nodded, not surprised. The brothers at the back felt even more that Brother Jiang had a rowdy face, making the manager of the top luxury hotel so pleasing. Go! Qin Jiang said calmly. It had been more than 3 hours since we had entered the hotel, and all that should have been eaten, drunk, and said had been accomplished, and there was absolutely no point in staying and pulling the wool over the eyes of the people. Today's celebration is a lie. Give the Black Dragon brethren a heart and soul for the truth. Just from the fact that they enter the hotel is very formal and dare not look around to see the present bright, easy and natural state can be seen 1 or 2. Not to say that the transformation, at least the foundation has changed. From the muckety muck, the elite, today has served its purpose. Everything waits for the future. Downstairs, the two are pulling at the limit. Han Bing kept persuading Lu Ruyan to go upstairs to the suite, but Lu Ruyan kept refusing to go to the mall to shop. Pull for a few minutes. Han Bing's face became very embarrassed, but also a little do not understand why their own medicine did not work. Opposite Lu Ruyan very sober instead of their own a little fire. He is not clear Lu Ruyan out of caution in its turn to get something when exchanging wine glasses. Fortunately, the drug he administered was not a potent one, otherwise he's going to lose his mind in the hotel. But the potion makes his body constantly become hot temper, also followed by grumpy up. See several times pulling Lu Ruyan are refused, incomparably angry. The mall. The mall. You know the mall. Don't think that I don't know you want to go to the mall to do what? Shopping is right. Buying is right. Both can. Han Bing is not bad. Rich. 5-star hotels can be eaten casually, still pour your things. But before going to the mall must go to the suite. He said that he was going to go forward to pull Lu Ruyan. Brush. Lu Ruyan stepped backward, her face changed slightly. She also noticed that Han Bing's demeanor changed somewhat speculatively. The said not to say can do green tea female, gold-digging female also have some ability to see Han Bing fire gas on the head. So, she didn't say anything more about having to pee. I'm going to go to the restroom first. The suite will wait until I come out. What's Han Bing? Rich second generation? Playing very flowery rich second generation. Experience is incomparably rich. Even if the will is not awake, also guess that Lu Ruyan want to run directly to stop. Trying to leave. No way. Follow me upstairs. You're drunk. I'll just go to the restroom. There's also a restroom in the suite. Come on. I have feelings for you, but we've only known each other for so long. You have to prepare me. What are you preparing for? Lu Ruyan, eat you also eat. Drink you also drink. Red envelopes also sent you. Now go take me as what? You're just a loser. Or you're licking dogs. Either go upstairs with me, or, meal money AAM. I don't have any money, brother Han Bing. Next time. I'm really not ready. Don't pretend to be innocent in front of me. Even if you are, man, today I will let you become 6. He forcefully pulled Ruyan Lu towards the stairs. Just then, upstairs, there was the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Chapter 57, Lu Ruyan's shock. Xinjiang, her again? Sick. At this point, the many lobby diners were also attracted to the two Han Bing. Of course no one came out to stop it, and even though serving staff subconsciously avoided it, anyone can see that the two are not in the right state, and there are some knowledgeable guests who guess the plot. It's another drama of a young second generation with a hanging kaiju, but neither side seems to be very mature. I just saw the female mixing the drinks. I thought it was a bit of a skill, now it looks like it's just that. Who makes too many lovers of vanity these days? The crowd kept commenting on what was going on. Anyway, whether Han Bing or Lu Ruyan in their eyes are clowns, is the gossip after dinner? Just then, the unmistakable sound of footsteps coming from upstairs instantly drew everyone's eyes upwards. Next moment, all of them revealed a look of incomparable astonishment. See only, upstairs down the crowd of densely packed with formal wear. A cursory glance on the dozens of people and not to the head. What the hell? When did the Hentaying Hotel have so many people? Who's the top group meeting here? But it doesn't look like these people. Instead, they look like socialites. And, it's also too young. Bodyguard. Immediately some people think in this direction, coupled with the fact that these people down to the elevator quickly flocked to the sides of the past in an array pattern. so that the crowd is even more certain cannot help but all look in the direction of the elevator. It's clear to anyone. Inside the elevator is the real big man. Even our pulling Han Bing, Lu Ruyan also cannot help but put the eyes over. Face all change. Han Bing, what kind of big shot is this? Going out with so many bodyguards, can he act even better than my dad? Who the hell is he? Ruyan Lu, the next one to appear is the big shot, right? This is the only way to be considered as a real top person, and to be worthy of me. Ruyan Lu, what's a second-generation rich man? She, Ryu Ruyan, even as a second-generation rich bride, I'll never be a second-generation rich bride. As for age, no harm done. In the limelight, ding, the elevator doors opened. Inside, the identity of a few people also appeared in front of the crowd. First of all, the front is very humble hotel manager, on both sides of which are a few of the same dressed in formal attire. Wang Tao, Sun Yuan, Bai Lu and so on. They quickly out of the elevator likewise erected on both sides. Immediately, the three men in the elevator slowly stepped out. Exactly. Xin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and Seijio. Three people appeared to let the crowd face stunned. Regardless of the three people incomparably young age, or 4'9" brown bear body, Zhu Zhang pigtail fan, Xin Jiang superior might are too special. It's almost as if he was born to be the center of attention of the crowd, not to mention being set off by hundreds of formally dressed minions. Ah, Xin Jiang. Ruyan Lu opened her mouth wide and unconsciously let out a scream. She looked unbelievably at Xin Jiang, who was like a top man in front of her, as if she was hallucinating. Yes, it's just a hallucination. Brush. She subconsciously pinched herself hard. Ouch. Very painful. Really, everything is true. Xin Jiang, the dog he used to lick, the ATM he used to despise, the punk who was destined to never achieve anything, the student who would only get into fights and brawls and be scolded by his teachers for being a waste of space, could now have such power, making the manager of the hallowed 5-star hotel grovel, and being able to have hundreds of people follow him on his travels. What's wrong with the world? Why has it come to this? How long has it been since Qin Jiang came to Songjiang? Half a year? And you've made it this far? And why didn't I realize before? Qin Jiang is so very attractive, handsome, and seemingly born to be superior. Qin Jiang walked towards the outside of the hotel under the attention of the public, and all the juniors on both sides followed behind only after he had walked past his position, always keeping the juniors in front of him to open up the road. Bossy, nothing more than that. The moment, pretending, seems to be materialized. Boom, boom. Wang Tao and Sun Yuan intercepted the revolving door. Qin Jiang and the three of them stepped in, and all the minions quickly poured out from the small doors on both sides. To this point, the diners only exchanged whispers. Who is this? He's so big and so young? Why have I never heard of him before? Which group heir? It looks like it must have something to do with dry engineering, otherwise where would there be so many bodyguard minions? But isn't it too flashy? You look like a socialite? Don't tell me. It can't really be a social bigot. There are a few clean people in those industries. Obviously they all took Qin Jiang as some second generation of an engineering group, or to be precise, a second generation of society. The kind of second generation that had already made a name for itself. No one would believe that a 20-ish youth could be mixed up to the level of a social bigwig. Ruyan Lu, where are you going? Stop. Han Bing had just returned to his senses when he saw Ruyan Lu running out the door in a hurry to catch up. Eat my food, drink my wine, and you don't even know the rules of the AB system of rivers and lakes. If you dare to leave today, believe it or not, I'll report Jay, saying that you drugged me, as a meal support to escape the order. Ruyan Lu didn't even stop when she heard that. She is now full of only Qin Jiang. She wants to go after them to ask clearly what is going on. The other party is so powerful, why not tell her? Why hide it from her? What do you take her for? If I had told her earlier, I wouldn't have done that to him. Maybe they would have gone further by now. So, everything is Qin Jiang's fault. She wants Qin Jiang to make amends, to apologize, to explain herself, to continue to be the mention. Boyfriend. Boo. She crashed through the side door and rushed out. Reflections. It was a luxury Mercedes-Benz erected at the main entrance of the hotel, and Wang Tao was opening the rear door to make an escort maneuver. Mercedes. Luxury Mercedes. Lu Ruyan's eyes were slightly wide. She naturally recognized various car brands as a gold-worshipping fishing girl, and basically familiar with the general price. In the first sight of the Mercedes-Benz she knew must be more than $1 million. Millions? Qin Jiang's seat was $1 million. He's a good mixer too, right? What the hell did he miss all this time? Why do not know anything? Seeing that Qin Jiang was about to get into the car, Ruyan Lu couldn't care less and rushed forward. Qin Jiang. However, she was intercepted by a few peripheral minions before she could get close to Qin Jiang. What the? Get out of the way. Don't stop me. I'm Qin Jiang's friend. Ruyan Lu continuously struggled and shouted. However, the Black Dragon brothers continued to block her path to death, turning their attention to their own Jiang and other replies. Qin Jiang frowned slightly when he saw Ruyan Lu. It's her again. White Lotus. That's all with her. Kirikou. What the hell? It's not over. He also noticed that catching up Han Bing could tell by looking at his appearance that he was a rich man guessing the general thing. It's just the same old story, a green tea lady dating a rich second-generation man, who wants to belittle the former protagonist, but doesn't want the protagonist to turn over a new leaf so that he can pretend to hit her in the face and make the green tea lady regret it for the rest of her life. Even the protagonist is having some dewy-eyed affair with a green tea lady and develops the other person into his lover, thus psychologically satisfying. But these are the protagonists in the novel. He, Qin Jiang, would naturally not be like that. Woman. It only affects the draw speed. Chapter 58, Lu Ruyan chasing a car. Qin Jiang totally disdaining and not looking at it. Just see. Qin Jiang didn't even say a word and went straight into the car. Lu Ruyan's face changed slightly and shouted, Qin Jiang, why don't you say something? Forget about our past? Forget about the oath you made to me. Forget about saying that you will love and protect me for the rest of my life. Why did you never tell me that you have everything now? And what have you been through in the last 6 months or so? Why did it come to this? Qin Jiang, say something. She was hoarse and angry, as if a jilted woman was frantically questioning. The moment. Qin Jianghua is the one who started it all. Rear. Han Bing saw this scene, stopped his footsteps, did not dare to go forward to continue to pull. He is now a little fire but does not mean that completely lost his mind. Know what can do, what cannot be done. Lu Ruyan obviously has some relationship with this current mysterious social big brother. Listening to Lu Ruyan words, Qin Jiang may have pursued Lu Ruyan, then he naturally can't rush out now. In case, he will not suffer if they rekindle their old love. Thinking of this cannot help but once again look at the hundreds of positively dressed little brother to show self-considered and good smile, strong suppression of small Han Bing. Ahead, facing Lu Ruyan questioning Qin Jiang only felt raucous. With this kind of incomprehensible, selfish, never only their own interests exist, you look at her more or you lose. In her eyes everything can only be centered on her. The rest of the people have to surround her. Boo! Qin Jiang sat in the back of the car, and Wang Tao immediately closed the door to the main driving position to start the vehicle. Buzz! There was a slight gurgling sound of the car vibrating. Qin Jiang! No! You can't go! Ruyan Lu saw Qin Jiang getting into the car and struggling even more violently. All the recent changes had made her a bit frazzled, making her a bit struck by reality. Ever. She thought she was the pride of heaven, born to enjoy the object of universal admiration. But since Qin Jiang no longer give her money to spend, her life has become a mess. Although there is no lack of licking dogs around, the real spending power of very few, she has to maintain the persona and cannot take the initiative to ask for money. So, one can only set one's sights on the second generation of society. But Han Bing give her a lesson different from the school. Those suitors casually say 2 good words can cope with the past, and occasionally watch the movie with the new year. Han Bing, come up for a home run? The fact that she doesn't want to be seen without a rabbit in the hat makes her once proud tactics basically useless, and safe exits are becoming difficult. Coupled with the fact that he had seen Qin Jiang undergo a sea change today, it made him have a renewed perception of Qin Jiang. Out of instinct, she looked at the vehicle to be driven away as if she had made up her mind to shout, Qin Jiang, in the past, whether it is your own, or I have a little temper, can be passed. From today onwards I would like to try to socialize with you. The expected Qin Jiang surprise jumped down from the car and confessed to her. Embracing each other in crying picture did not appear. Wow! The rear window glass came down, revealing Qin Jiang's expressionless face, especially those eyes. Full disdain, indifference, callousness, contempt, even disgust. It's like seeing a piece of that you're sick of and want to stay away from, and there's absolutely nothing ecstatic about it. This, Lu Ruyan, what's that look? At first, he was not begging his grandpa and grandma, almost picking the stars in the sky and giving them to himself just to beg for his favor. You offered to go out and the other guy didn't give a? No. Who in the family understands? He gave the licking dog a chance and the licking dog didn't appreciate it. Boom! Wang Tao stepped on the Mercedes-Benz gas pedal, and the luxury car roared loudly in front of the hotel and drove out directly. The other Black Dragon brethren were quick to get on board, the vast majority having followed the group on motorcycles. Brush! Brush! A few Black Dragon brothers released Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan completely back to God, looking at the vehicle that has been driven into the distance, heart involuntarily twitching a little. subconsciously catching up. Qin Jiang, you stop it. Stop. Didn't you say you'd do anything for me as long as I was willing to be your girlfriend? I'm willing now. I'm willing. Qin Jiang, let's go to the movies, okay? Qin Jiang, without your money, I can't live without you. Jiang Zi, boo. She fell straight onto the front steps of the hotel, 2 lines of fresh tears running down her face involuntarily, pearly and touching. It even makes people think that Qin Jiang is some kind of fly-by-night messenger, and Lu Ruyan is some kind of infatuation. In the hotel, crowds of people have come to the floor-to-ceiling windows to watch the scene. Who said that rich people do not gossip? Making it sound like a TV show doesn't sound too much like that Qin Jiang started at all. It seems like this woman was once pursued by the other party, but at that time, she disliked Qin Jiang for being bad, and now she regrets knowing that the other party is so powerful. TSK. That's wonderful. It is not clear how this woman think, regardless of appearance. Momentum that Qin Jiang are not this rich second generation can be compared to. There are such characters as Qin Jiang Pursuit does not agree with, but also with this low-end rich second generation hooked up with 4. Deserved. Though, they don't know exactly what happened. But there are times when often what clueless knowing can be imaginative and more likely to make up stories that people want to hear. Gold-digging women can't recognize a real dragon. I don't want the good ones. I want the rich ones. Car-chasing girls self-cultivation. Needless to think, a lot of versions will be described out by these people already in various dramas at the next mini parties. Among them, the word Qin Jiang will also appear with great frequency. There is no way who let Lu Ruyan just almost use the word Qin Jiang as a comma. Just a few sentences appeared more than 10 times. Also let the word Qin Jiang appeared for the first time within the upper-level gossip circle. Service personnel also gathered at the door to look. Looking at the fall on the ground, Lu Ruyan whispering, especially male waiters, would a goddess take the initiative like this too? Shouldn't she be high and mighty? The pleasures of the rich are unimaginable. The manager frowned. What are looking at? Quickly go to work, and then dare to continue to look at the full attendance all deducted. Moment. The attendants left in a hurry without bothering to watch the fun. The moment. Regret surged within Lu Ruyan. She regretted it. It wasn't that he regretted not cherishing Qin Jiang or that he had a problem with his attitude before. Rather, he regretted why he did not advance the Qin Jiang this potential stock in the hands. More regret why he today with Han Bing out. 80% of the other side is to see himself and Han Bing pulling and thus angry. He is likely to really lose a potential unlimited, or even the current potential to become a big brother potential lick dog. Inside the car, Qin Jiang did not pay attention to the Ruyan Lu situation. Dog licking drama. Love above all else. It would never be in his vocabulary. Qin Jiang said, drive directly under the school building. I want to see Wu Yu. It's time for the Black Dragon to have an industry of its own. The big boys are asking for support, free swag points, followers, hypes, and added bookshelves. Chapter 59, Lu Ruyan, I am a woman who has been pampered by the eagle. Licking dog awakening. Before the hotel, Han Bing was also relieved to see Qin Jiang and the others leave. After all, Qin Jiang really pulling the strings with Lu Ruyan or even involving him, that's definitely a troublesome thing. It was a good thing that all did not go as he had expected. Then looked at the fall on the ground. Lu Ruyan fire again on the rise. To go forward to continue to pull him up the stairs. Up. People have not been looking at you. You really take yourself seriously. That kind of character is also you can climb on. With the old man has been counted as your honor. Don't say I don't give you a chance. $10,000. You're mine tonight. $10,000 a month from now on as long as you do as you're told. 10,000. It's not chump change in this day and age. And it's perfectly adequate even for a package deal. But Lu Ruyan, such as high-end gold-worshipping girl, refused to suffer the main how to agree. Especially see just Qin Jiang might. He used to lick the dog all that awesome. In his opinion Han Bing is completely unworthy of himself, but also want to adopt. Dream on. Let go. Lu Ruyan face cold to shake off Han Bing's hand. I do not have any relationship with you. 10,000 yuan to support me. You count what things? Han Bing, remember that a woman who has been pampered by an eagle is not a match for a fledgling like you. You. Ha ha ha. Han Bing laughed in anger. Mud. A woman who was not even looked at by others in the right way dared to be so rampant and contemptuous in front of herself. Outrageous and disgraceful. Han Bing's eyes were crimson as he said, Lu Ruyan, you're a ing. Seducing men everywhere all day long pretending to be something pure. Today you have to do it or not. He directly intended to use force. Just then, stop, only to see a wear-washed hair white student uniform youth quickly ran over. Its pull away Han Bing blocked in front of Lu Ruyan. What are you going to do in broad daylight? Han Bing, and who the are you? Youth, I'm Lu Ruyan's classmate, Su Ziyang. What are you doing? Telling you I can report J. With that he picked up the phone and gestured a few times. Han Bing's face is incredibly embarrassing. But look at the sober Lu Ruyan as well as blocked in front of their own Su Ziyang also know that today's events cannot be. He also cannot really do in broad daylight to rob people things. So the nature of things change. Huaxia. It is a society based on the rule of law. He was not qualified to fight against the rule of law. And what he had just done was only to scare Ruyan Lu into giving in. Good. Very good. Han Bing pointed to Lu Ruyan said, remember, my meal cannot let you eat for nothing. We'll see. After saying this, he didn't care about the two of them, but quickly ran to the parking lot and stepped on the gas to leave, heading straight to the famous entertainment club in the North District, Buckingham. Seeing that Han Bing was relieved to let go of the hand that was about to dial out the phone, Su Ziyang turned to look at Lu Ruyan and inquired, are you alright? Su Ziyang is also Lu Ruyan Lickdog 1. Can be said to lick the frequency is not worse than Qin Jiang is no money pure lick plus obedience. Today Lu Ruyan advance arrangements for each other in the vicinity of waiting for the purpose of preventing the Han Bing mess, and really sent to the big use. Ruyan Lu's mind is still in a state of blindness, did not notice that Su Ziyang's expression was different, just as usual, a little arrogant, take a car to send me back to school, remember, to special car, not the kind of collocation, and my cell phone is broken, get me one to use first. She raised her hand and shook the cell phone she had just broken. Su Ziyang didn't reply. It took a long time before he said, I don't have enough money in my pocket. Can I buy a smartphone? No money? By little voice. Lu Ruyan subconsciously raised the decibel face full of displeasure. She is the proud daughter of the sky by the eagle, Qin Jiang, pampered woman. Cannot use the little smart. What a joke. Immediately retorted. No, I can't use a small phone. It's too expensive for all the poor people there. Su Ziyang was mute and silent. Immediately, call and start borrowing money from your best friend. And almost cell phone starts at 1,000, which is a lot of money for a student, but for a long time to spend a lot of money for Lu Ruyan simply do not see. Even if she is now all over the body even $100 cannot get also does not prevent it so think. That's it. Lu Ruyan and Su Ziyang waited for more than half an hour in the gazebo near the hotel before finally getting enough money. During this time, Lu Ruyan constantly counts down Su Ziyang, completely using the other party as a punching bag not forgetting to count down Han Bing as well. And even Qin Jiang becomes an ungrateful, dumped by her existence in his mouth. Opposite. Su Ziyang did not reply only lowered his head to listen silently, his eyes in the aim to Lu Ruyan that once unplayable goddess seems to change. The image is collapsing. White moonlight. It's going to shatter. Lu Ruyan did not notice that Su Ziyang was different, or rather in her eyes. The other party did not deserve her attention at all, and would not consider anything for him at all. After all, in loyal dog licking is not as important as money. Besides, Qin Jiang and other rich in status and loyal licking dog she has had, cannot care about the poor Su Ziyang. The two of them buy an ordinary cell phone and take a taxi back to school, during which Ruyan Lu constantly dislikes the cell phone is too bad. Polytechnic University. Su Ziyang was sending Lu Ruyan to the dormitory to go to the cafeteria. He had not eaten anything at all for a day hungry enough. Inside the cafeteria, he purchased only 2 buns and found a corner to eat in silence, his mind constantly recalling the daytime images. Lu Ruyan desperately chased after Qin Jiang to beg for his forgiveness, promising to be his girlfriend and live up to his high-flying demeanor. Goddess image is constantly collapsing. Looking at the hands of the steamed bread he remembered the other side during the day to count down his appearance. $1,000. Much? A lot for him. Let him in the next 2 months can only eat buns, but the other side simply do not care. If Lu Ruyan still with the previous as he may be willing, but today to see that scene he mentality change. In the words of men, awakening. Of course the ultimate lickspittle awakening is hard. That night as soon as Ruyan Lu sent him a QQ and said something random to thank him he probably failed to awaken. It can be said, the first time you hear a message, it's all for naught, but not at all until waiting for the middle of the night Lu Ruyan still did not give Su Ziyang any response. As usual, towering over him, and occasionally pity him 1 or 2, let him do anything. Lie down on the bed. Su Ziyang fists clenched, hands on the phone constantly editing the message, deleted and changed and deleted, enough to play half an hour, followed by their own silent reading 3 times, 2 lines of tears in the eyes continue to flow. Eventually, press the send button. Next moment, deadly covering his head with the quilt trying not to cry out, his body trembling with silent tears. Next to it, the page of his cell phone, which had fallen on the futon, remained lit. Above, a message has been sent to reveal, you are a phoenix in the sky. I am like a sparrow on the ground. There is a difference between the clouds and mud. I cannot climb up. To marry you is my lifelong dream, but you already have a home in your heart. My queen. I retired. This retired is for life. Chapter 60, Shin Jiang to be in the package of land and demolition? Women's betting. Lu Ruyan back to the dormitory, face embarrassed. No matter how the roommate asked, is nothing to say. Today too many things happened. Originally planned to pit some money from Han Bing and did not reach, not to mention that they also saw themselves once licked the dog Shin Jiang's success. And, in her that humiliating situation, still choose to leave heartlessly. Let her incomparable anger, and even a little bit of resentment. At the same time, for the Shin Jiang changes brought shock, still cannot stop remembering. Lu Ruyan regretted. I should have known that I have been paying more attention in the last 6 months to be good. That way he will still be a licking dog. And today she can sit in a luxury Mercedes-Benz to enjoy the front and back. After. Another angry, damn Shin Jiang, a little bit of outside temptation is not to put my mother in the eyes. Do not think you have how great. I Lu Ruyan, this life is destined to be a human being. Sooner or later will surpass you. That's it. Her emotions shifted between regret and anger. Later, as if thinking of what to take out of the suitcase and keep looking for nothing, suddenly looked at his girlfriend, said, right. I gave you a pile of useless stickers last year. There are still a few photos inside, you remember? Quickly find out. Quickly. The girlfriend was Lu Ruyan, expression made full of confusion, but looked at Lu Ruyan like crazy expression can only rummage. Liang Jiao found a tattered cardboard box under the bed, which contained a pile of love letters, the vast majority of which were written to him by Ruyan Lu's suitors, including a photo. Shin Jiang and Lu Ruyan pictured together. The two are wearing school uniforms. Was when Shin Jiang failed the college entrance exams photographed, for which Shin Jiang spent thousands of dollars to buy a camera for Lu Ruyan. In exchange for the group photo was thrown as garbage, once discarded as if it were a piece of cake. The group photo is now cherished by Ruyan Lu, who carefully wiped off the dust, took out the book and put it inside under the pillow. A few housemates are even more collection of confused. Lu Ruyan simply do not care about them, just keep taking out the photos to see. A few housemates whispered, didn't Ruyan go out today to spend her birthday with a rich kid? Why are you back all of a sudden? Not sure? Godly, as if he's irritated by something? The picture she was looking for just now looked so familiar to me. I look familiar too. Just as they were exchanging whispers, above, Lu Ruyan's steeply body slightly cause, its face slightly twisted, looking at the cell phone in the incoming message. You, constantly dry, retching up. What's the situation? A few roommates looked at Ruyan Lu's move with incomparable horror. What's the situation? What's going on? There it is. Ah. Lu Ruyan slammed her cell phone on the bed. Stay awake in the middle of the night to send me disgusting messages. You backed out. Backed out? Your mother backed out? What qualifications do you have to refund? Who do you think you are? Shin Jiang? Vocational University. Principal's office. Will you to Shin Jiang personally pour a cup of tea? Flirted, Shin really unlimited scenery. And to the little brother to send money, and buy a car and eat in a 5-star hotel. The big group boss is not as powerful as you. Obviously have something to say? Also intentionally said, who let Shin Jiang do too much? Only to the hands of 7 million will dare to spend more than 1 million to buy a car. More dare to 5-star hotel package. He calculated that 7 million is estimated to have spent a small half. According to so spend not out of the 2 march on the bare eggs. Although from the beginning to the end of the Shin Jiang Black Dragon Group did not report what hope, but also do not want to waste the human favor. Has been flirting with the tone of voice to remind the Shin Jiang to converge a little bit. Shin Jiang knowingly did not have any explanation. There is no need to explain, a mouthful of tea said. Black Dragon has been under the next step in the development. This is the contract, you sign it. Said, taking out the contract directly and handing it to Wu Yu. Wu Yu, Sigma, surprised face, winky face, what the hell? Just let me sign it? Yang Bai Lao. You, brush. He looked down and giggled inwardly. Contracts. Quickly open it to view the contents. The general idea is that the Black Dragon Company is ready to contract the site opposite the vocational school. Contracting fee, $300,000 a year. Length of contract, 5 years. Let Wu Yu eyes slightly condensed, looking at Shin Jiang straight into its eyes. What insider information do you have again? Obviously. He thought that Shin Jiang was ready to repeat the same trick, learning in advance that the opposite side of the demolition before they want a contract. Shin Jiang speechless, he knew Wu Yu will think so. Demolition? Wu principal, you demolish the magic barrier. That what on the place to be demolished? Not to mention that place how to demolish. Even if the vocational school is promoted to undergraduate, do you think it can be demolished anywhere? As for building a building, oh, if I can change the nature of the site, I'll make a small night market? The words came out. Wu Yu's face couldn't help but stiffen, his old face slightly reddening. obviously also knows he's overthinking it. Schools across the vacant land is really no demolition value. It's attributed to the school as long as the vocational school does not expand will not be useful, but the vocational school in the short term will not be expanded at all. Even if the Horse Rose undergraduate also have a large number of vacant land behind waiting for the building. Oh, not to mention the fact that vocational schools cannot be promoted to undergraduate in a short period of time, can be promoted to even if there is to give some demolition fees, and what is the harm? Just as the two men in the principal's office were conversing, inside the hallway, Lu Yao and Lu Lily whispered, "Lu Lily, Yao Yao, my cousin said that he has already greeted the director and will definitely be able to keep you from bringing in new students. Being a counselor with freshmen is too tiring, and the school somehow thinks it has to implement a reform plan to make you switch. Yo, my cousin is too good to you. He said he gave up a lot of face to get the director to agree. I don't even have that fortune. It turns out that since Wu Yu plans to implement the reform has been some action, which is the original school's respective departments to enhance the forced name, but also let some of the more young college students as counselors, to give them the task of humanization to bring good class. This is good for the students, but tiring for the counselors, Lu Yao being one of them, who is about to prepare for graduate school, so she is a bit busy. So, Lu Lily took the opportunity to let his cousin to offer. His cousin with a variety of relations to find the director of the Fee Point interest to intercede. Or, forget it, Lu Yao didn't really want to go. She doesn't want to owe cousin Lu Lily, Lubo, a favor. But neither quitting her job nor giving up her exams is what she wants. And for some reason she doesn't intend to rely on her family. Let's go. Lily Lu pulled her away, continuously appealing to their cousin to be able to, at a young age without relying on the family, can now have the achievements of the network of relations a lot. With the Qinjiang that rely on luck when the tycoon is completely different. That's right. The source of Qinjiang's $7 million of funding has long been rumored in vocational university, and countless teachers and students are completely envious and jealous. Lu Yao was pulled by Lu Lily a little shaken and followed. The mind cannot help but think back to Qinjiang off the screen. Secretly, hopefully he won't be blinded by the money and will be able to walk the straight and narrow instead of continuing to muck about. It's not good for money to come too quickly, and Lily's right about networking being more important than money in today's society. Aside, Lu Lily added oil and vinegar, Lu Yao, not to mention that Qinjiang has 7 million, so what? He can help you? Even if he sends money to the school's senior management? Who would dare to accept it? Only elite people like my cousin can make the school's top management give face. Speaking, the two came to the director's office to explain their intentions. The director did not have any difficulties, nodded. Things I have been clear, but this is the plan set by President Wu. So you and I go to the principal's office. I talked to President Wu is not a big problem. Lead the two men toward Principal Wu's office. Chapter 61, Xinjiang's Reform Program. The principal shocked, confidant Principal's room. Wu Yu was also clear that he was overthinking after he calmed down. I couldn't help but say, I can contract it to you. But what do you need that land for? It's inhospitable. Night market. Xinjiang did not hide. There are things not no can do. To have enough foresight. Night market? Wu Yu frowned, slightly unable to understand. In his eyes, the night market is a little too pediatrics. Is not a business. Those college students to start, which is not this high tech. The worst is the Express Delivery Alliance and so on. Cannot help but persuade. I heard that the courier industry is good. The Southern District there are students do very good. There have been dozens of joining. The future is very promising. Why don't you also do this? Our College Road school is also a lot. And if it's a night market, there's one on College Road. There's several in the North End. There's no future in that. In his cognition, night market remains stuck in some vendors randomly placed. Xinjiang, even in that piece of land to build up the night market, not to mention the business, cannot be good. Even if it can be good and can charge a few booth fees, each person, and how much should be charged. So, only then put forward the courier industry. He has a certain research on this, know that the courier to do a good job in the future is very wide. Xinjiang refused outright. Express early 2 or 3 years is okay. Now in the business can only wait for the giant war when the acquisition. The development prospects are better than nothing. As for the night market, it wasn't as bad as Wu Yu thought. The latter-day Songjiang first night market claimed daily sales of more than 1 million. The most 3 or 4 million single-day performance. And Xinjiang to do is the night market collective model, promising will not only collect booth fees out of, prepare for the Matsue Nocturnal City. He believes that Pine River Night City earns much more than express delivery, and even brings in a large number of tourist crowds. So, his commercial value and social status will be infinitely elevated, allowing him to quickly gain an upper echelon position. Perhaps the future of Songjiang can be brought in advance of the snow and ice fire in advance. Of course, Songjiang City will not be built in the vocational school across the street and another location, when this night market is also dispensable, which is why Qin Zhang contracted the land for 5 years. Okay, Wu Yu didn't say anything when he saw Qin Zhang's insistence. Anyway, he said what is useless, not to mention his bet on Qin Zhang. Why interfere in the free development? Can let it. Can develop. The best development is not up, no loss. Current. His plan lies in school reform. Brush. Qin Zhang also saw the plan on its desktop. He remembers that in his last life, a year after the implementation of the vocational university, the implementation is also perfect to let the vocational university by the upper level of attention to advance to the undergraduate. It seems, Qin Zhang muttered, it's his own rebirth that brings about the butterfly effect, and some things can't be too step by step, and some business things have to make some preparations in advance. At the same time, it's doing a smooth job of pointing to the program and saying, planning to make changes to the school? Wu Yu subconsciously nodded. Well, vocational university development is too difficult is to change some. What is your opinion? He only said out in passing. After finishing his own, cannot help but want to laugh. And Qin Zhang asked, the reform school is not donkey lips do not match the horse's mouth. Ran. The next moment he was shocked. See only. Qin Zhang picked up his reform program and kept commenting on it. It's a good program, and it's a great way to raise the profile of the school. These competitions don't work. They're a complete waste of time. There won't be any heavyweight schools to participate in the competitions with the status of a vocational school. They'll only become a laughing stock. Instead of doing this, we should directly train a few students with outstanding skills to participate in the national skills competition. At first, Wu Yu was calm and did not take the Qin Zhang review seriously. Listen to the face of Salam up. He realized that the other side of many ideas with him, and even more than he thought, more perfect, but also to be more forward-looking. With immense importance he drew out a pen and paper and began to take notes, saying over and over, why not? Right. Why didn't I think of that? This is how it should be done. This method is too suitable for vocational university. Nonsense. These are the last life of the vocational school. Constantly reform. Summarize. The effective experience cannot be suitable, can be said to be for the vocational university tailor-made plan, especially that let the students to participate in the national vocational skills competition. In the last life, vocational university on the basis of the national skills competition has outstanding realization. The national technical vocational schools to make a name for themselves and thus the ladder to the academy. Ryoko. Qin Zhang stopped outputting when Wu Yu was still in the situation. There are times when it's important not to say things all at once, and selling out is the way to maximize the benefits. Said too easy instead of letting the other side think that things are not big. If the future development of the University of Vocational Education cannot touch any nail at all, then how can appear Qin Zhang has the ability to help the building will fall? Bad? It's just a matter of necessity. Snap. Will you put down the pen and paper? Looking at the above full of content, only feel that today's harvest is quite rich, while looking at Qin Zhang gaze constantly changing, as if encountered no causes asked, Qin Zhang, if you don't want to stay in school after graduation, I'll get you an establishment directly. There will definitely be development in the future. Qin Zhang immediately shook his head. He did not mix. The officialdom intends that the water is too deep, accidentally will be doomed. Plus, there's a hint of forward-thinking. Mixed mall is the way to go for him. All right. Wu Yu nodded. He was just about to say something else. Suddenly, dang, there was a knock on the door from outside. Immediately, not waiting for Wu Yu, opened the door. Actually opened from the outside. A middle-aged man with a big belly with two women walked in. The middle-aged man saw the principal sitting across from the individual, also slightly stunned. He knows that Wu Yu is serious. Many teachers are afraid of him. Coupled with the current power in the hands of the implementation of the reform, did not have any teacher dare to easily set foot in his office. But also he and Wu Yu a bit of kinship, as well as come to the University of Vocational University first, rely on plus busy before and after to dare to be so adventurous, rushed into the office. Now, the office is occupied. Sitting calmly on the opposite side of the table, there is tea in front of him. Although from the back did not see who, was also clear that it is not a small person. He couldn't help but say, the principal is entertaining guests? Then I'll take the men outside and wait, and report back later. Wu Yu's face barely eased up. Normal when the other pushed the door in. He will not blame. After all, he line is right. Sit straight, and no shame place. But the Qin Zhang on the opposite side of the river and just discussed his reform in the school to be steady and steady, cannot be too hasty or will lead to backlash. It's very not believed that they're prestige enough to suppress everything. The result of someone who dared to not knock on the door into his office is a bit of a slap in the face, so that he was very difficult to see the face of the face. Good on. The Lord, who also speaks on the other side, gives him a leg up. Waving his hand, he said, Director Wang, what is it? Speak directly. None of them are outsiders. He also intends to set up a thunderous style in front of Xinjiang, so that the other side to see if he can not town. Even if this method was incredibly childish, even if Xinjiang was just a student, he just had to do it. What to say? He no longer regarded Xinjiang as a student at all, but as an existence on the same level. Chapter 62 Xinjiang's face. Land in hand. District trouble. None of them are outsiders? Director Wang difference to look at the back of Xinjiang? Who is this man? Look familiar? Could it be some school exec? Or some new leader? Should not be low status. Director Wang secretly pondered. Otherwise it can't dare to stilt in the principal's office. After oneself and other people come and all do not turn around to look at. Does the principal reform feel that the manpower is not enough to transfer another crony? One moment. His mind constantly thinking about messy things. At the same time, said, it is so. This is our school new intern teacher Lu Yao. Just senior internship inexperience due to age in line with also go to take the freshman class as a counselor. I think it's too much of a risky thing in case something goes wrong to disgrace yourself, but I'm afraid it will discredit the school. Thought we might as well keep him on with the older classes, and there's no shortage of other young veterans on the freshman side. Boo! He hadn't finished his sentence. I saw where you slapped the table and drank. Shut up! The school assembly let's set the implementation program you think. What do you think? If you don't know, you can learn. If you don't have experience, you can train. But what's wrong with just giving up? If she doesn't do it, who will do it? Who else will do it? You? What? You. He wanted to ask Director Wang whether he received money, but due to the relationship between the two finally did not say anything but angry chest undulating. Punch in the face. Pure and simple facepalm. Just said that the program as long as the right to promote down there will be no resistance, but did not think the first to jump out of their own competent generals he could not be angry. A trainee teacher is nothing? But what credibility is there in letting outsiders know about him? Doorway. Director Wang stood in place, face rose like a pig's liver. Red and purple hate to find a crack in the ground. Shame on you. Pure disgrace. Just boasted to let Lu Yao not take the freshman class 10-9, but he was scolded by the head. The atmosphere in the room was oppressive to the extreme. Lu Yao and Lu Lily were mortared in place. Neither walking nor not walking, neither talking nor not talking. A voice suddenly rang out. Old Wu. You're so old. It hurts your body to be angry. Have a cup of tea to calm your nerves. See only. Xinjiang, who had been sitting across the table with his back to Director Wang's trio, got up and handed out a cup of tea to Wu Yu. Make you laugh. Wu Yu took the tea and said a little awkwardly, for Xinjiang old Wu Cole did not have any care. Just a short exchange has let him completely recognize Xinjiang. Xinjiang is a close friend. Not to mention the other side of the business in the future in the end cannot feed the vocational school. Just it's proposed a large number of improvement programs will be able to show their own hands. Wu Yu didn't mind. Doesn't mean others don't mind. The moment. Director Wang three people froze looking at the rise of Xinjiang open mouth, said in unison, Xinjiang. Just now. Xinjiang's back was turned to the three of them plus there were chairs blocking the way so that the three of them didn't recognize him. But now that half of his face is reflected in his eyes, how can he not recognize that he is the most popular person in the college road, the person in charge of the Black Dragon, and the person who has hundreds of juniors under his command? Xinjiang. Director Wang, Sigma, surprised face, winky face. Lu Yao, equals smiley face. Lu Lily, Sigma degree. Lu Yao, why is he here? Wouldn't he have seen his own humiliating appearance just now? Director Wang, he called the principal of the old Wu, to hand a cup of tea and said 5 see the joke. What is the relationship between the two? Lily Lu, why was the principal so polite to him that he dared to sit so brightly? All three were speechless for a long time. Even the least understanding of the world Lu Yao can see the problem. Xinjiang seems to be very good relations with the principal Wu, and even two people of the same generation on the same status. This, too surprising. A promising vocational university vice-chancellor. A big jerk among students. The two are completely unrelated. In the end, how to have a connection and how to be so good friends. Could it be? Director Wang muttered. Xinjiang background than one imagines deeper than even Principal Wu and other background of the existence of the same generation to talk about friendship. It is true that the legend is not an empty cave. He had heard that Xinjiang is not a punk. Behind the background of outsiders are not clear. At first did not care that are rumors even if some background is nothing. Today witnessed with his own eyes, let him change this cognition. Afraid of Xinjiang background is much larger than the outside rumors. Lu Lily muttered, in the end how the matter? Why I will have a very bad premonition. Is there something to happen? It will not still have something to do with him. He couldn't help but look at Qin Zhang's location. Qin Zhang also turned back to look at the trio, or to be precise, at Lu Yao with a slight frown, a bit speechless. Wu Yu froze and said, "You two know each other?" Qin Zhang said, "Theoretically she's taking the class I'm in right now." "Wu Yu, your class? Why don't you say so?" "That Lu what came? Lu Yao. Wu Yu, Lu Yao. You do not have to prepare to go to the freshman class to continue to lead the class now. By the way, to give you a task. Xinjiang students are our school focus on cultivating objects. He, usually will be busy. You try to get for him to get attendance. The end of the year the school is going to assess the 3 good students. You hit the application. I approved." The words came out. The 3 people completely froze, looking at Xinjiang full of unbelief. Him, a 3rd grade student? Who has hundreds of minions under his command? Who has the 3rd best student as a big brother? And, just now so righteously said that he wouldn't agree to let Lu Yao break the rules. And now he's letting Wu Yu take such initiative just because Qin Zhang knows Lu Yao. How could the 3 of them not be aware that everything was due to Qin Zhang? This, Lu Lily pupils wide. Pinch yourself hard to grimace in pain. How can it be? Cousin begged grandpa and grandma to get to the director of the Wang relationship and things did not work. As a result of letting themselves on this nothing Qin Zhang. Just stand there without saying a word to get things done. To not be so outrageous. The world in the end how? Wu Yu didn't pay attention to the change of expression of the 3 people. Lu Yao to take the new class or not will not affect his reform plan. Why not sell a favor? Besides, Qin Zhang is the object of its cultivation naturally to some care. Lu Yao can just help it to do an attendance and so on. Shake your head. He did not think about this. Pick up the contract to look at the weight of Qin Zhang said. I'll have someone approve the contract, sign and stamp it, and when it's done, let your people. No, I'll let Director Wang send it to you directly. Saying this, he handed the contract in his hand to Director Wang and said, you go and give the contract to the staff for approval and checking. And Qin Zhang said, by the way, that piece of land there are many residents of vegetable gardening. Neighborhood residents you know is very difficult to deal with. To school to help you out. Forget it. You solve it yourself. Qin Zhang nodded calmly. Are the residents difficult? Tough. Difficult to the extreme. But for everyone else, it's really nothing for Black Dragon. After all, Black Dragon is a legitimate company. Chapter 63 Lu Yao leaves. Expanding finance department. Gone. Qin Zhang waved his hand and turned to leave directly. Passing Lu Lily, eyes condensed slightly, turned his head to Wu Yu said. She looked quite energetic. Young people will have to be added to the burden in order to grow. Do you think? Old Wu. Director Wang's face was stunned. The fact that a student calls a teacher a young man, even if the teacher is only a trainee teacher, is still a bit odd. Lu Lily. Young? Put a burden on me? What kind of burden? Next moment, she then realized what the burden was. See only. Instead of having any surprises about the calm tone of old Mrs. Qin Zhang, Wu Yu attached great importance to it. In his opinion, Qin Zhang and other people are bound to be somewhat beyond the ordinary people each other, but also to be too much precocious than normal people. He is completely on Qin Zhang peer-to-peer. On Qin Zhang's words naturally will not be taken as a joke. Directly nodded, reasonable. So, what's your name? No matter what your name, tomorrow to report to the freshman class. The director of the Wang, this matter will be given to you to do, and the young man should be added to the burden on the added burden. Let him take the experimental class with any new program from the experimental class to start to assist them to grow, is not it? Lu Lily, Sigma degree. Don't. Director Wang could only nod his head when he saw Principal Wu speaking solemnly. Okay, Principal, I'll go back and do it right away. Boo. Qin Zhang walked out of the principal's office and looked at the students hurrying to class outside, and couldn't help but smile. A new life. So good. This is also where the Black Dragon will take off and have its first industry of its own. The Black Dragon Night Market. Yuck. Night Market. Wu Yu watched Qin Zhang leave and sat down waving his hand. There's nothing going on, you guys go too. Remember to come in and knock in the future. Good. Director Wang left with Lu Yao and Lu Lily like a frosted eggplant, just out of the principal's office. Lu Lily then grabbed Director Wang's hand. Director, I'm not going to the freshman lab class. I'm not going. Director Wang, the principal personally accounted for the matter. You do not go. Who will go? Either to play the resignation report, or go to work. Lu Lily, Director, you can't do this. My cousin is giving you. Director Wang, shut up. I'll send back what your cousin gave me. If you dare to talk nonsense again, beware of your internship certificate. Still want it or not? Lu Lily was dumbfounded. Proof of internship. For the teaching class, teacher trainees are incredibly important. But if anything goes wrong, it's unacceptable to say that let her lead the experimental class on the surface. Absolutely reuse. She, even if she sued, cannot do. But when she thought of Qin Zhang's conversation with Principal Wu, she completely despaired. Probably her future career in the vocational school would not be good. Humph. Director Wang snorted coldly. Qin Zhang just attitude has been very obvious and do not like Lu Lily. And Qin Zhang and Principal Wu relationship is very shallow. Then he is the principal of the direct line of Wu, naturally cannot be involved with it. As for Lu Yao, he said to Lu Yao, in the future you'll just manage the class Qin Zhang is in. If there's anything you can't figure out, or if it involves Qin Zhang in or the Black Dragon, just tell me, I'll fix it. That's your next task. How about Black Dragon is also our vocational school enterprise? Lu Yao nodded numbly. Ah, good. Today everything happened to her. Impact is very large. Her eyes switched to see just left the Qin Zhang. Also do not care about the director of the Wang. Speak quickly, catch up. Wait. Qin Zhang looked at Lu Yao, who was blocking in front of him, with a slight frown. What is it? Lu Yao's face was slightly embarrassed. That. Thank you for helping me today, but I still want to remind you of the mixed society. Qin Zhang said impatiently. Remind me? Lu Yao, what do you think you are? I'm helping you? Why should I help you? Because you have 2 pairs of meat on your chest, because you're old, because you don't wash. Ahem. Hurry up and get out of my sight. He's really kind of impatient. Grandmas, is it the aftermath of rebirth? Obviously he did not get involved with any girls, but these people overall inadvertently meet with him. He Qin Zhang is not what rely on women to pretend to be the existence of simply exploded. What a sense of trouble that you can't shake off. Lu Yao. She was scolded by Qin Zhang, a little overwhelmed, with glasses, eyes a little foggy, with its scholarly look, as well as exquisite face, can be described as icy pity. Aha! Qin Zhang really wanted to slap him when he saw this. Cry, cry, cry. Wailing. Pure psycho. What? Pure Madonna had to change herself? Immediately, he directly crossed over Lu Yao towards Black Dragon. Lu Yao froze in place for a long time. Tears could not stop flowing down a few drops, and was forced to hold back. She did not know what the situation in the end? Why with Qin Zhang not much interaction but always cannot stop wanting to help each other? Is it really just about being saved? Not necessarily. That incident was at most some kind of introduction. What really made her unable to forget was Qin Zhang's state, Qin Zhang's formal style, which was completely different from the education she had been exposed to since she was a child, and the 2 environments collided to produce a chemical reaction. For a few moments she made up her mind to go back to her office and write her resignation. Qin Zhang has just stepped into the Black Dragon Company. Just see. Bai Lu crossed his waist and held a document and questioned a little brother. Is that a tumor on your head? Look at the document you've been asked to draft. What's it all about? You use pinyin to type. You can type pinyin but not words? You can't even type in pinyin and can't type out the words? You can't even look them up in a dictionary. The tone was rude, but Qin Zhang listened to it more smoothly instead. Sure enough, Qin Zhang murmured, some things are carved in the bones easily, themselves cannot change. It seems to take the Black Dragon brothers to walk the road. A long way to go. He sat in the main seat. After Wang Tao handed over a cup of water, Qin Zhang drank it. Bai Lu's side also finished questioning. You go ahead. I'm choosing someone to redo it. Okay, Sister Lu. Just got incredibly frustrated. Little brother ran out with gusto. White Luan angry and laugh. Angry as this little brother completely did not take this seriously and not at all good intentions. Laugh as that a Sister Lu completely easy to take her to stop smiling. The Black Dragon, who doesn't know well that no matter how angry Bai Lu is, as long as she obediently calls out Sister Lu, she can be half demoralized. Alas, Bai Lu couldn't help but sigh. How come there's no willingness to enter finance? I can't even recruit anyone. Qin Zhang looked at Bai Lu, said, there is no need to pick in the core brethren. Peripheral brethren can also be, even if it is not the Black Dragons can also be. You look for in the school to find a suitable recruitment over the Black Dragon can be in accordance with the market plus 10% of the open salary. Bai Lu very solemn to Qin Zhang state, Zhang, you do not know the financial doorway more, but by outsiders to grasp the handle will never be recovered. Must be reliable brother to do. I'm going to specialize in dividing the Black Dragon finances into several grades. There are those who specialize in business in the open, those who specialize in business in the shadows, and those who specialize in getting taxes. Chapter 64, reported by Bai Lu. If you don't move in 3 days, you'll suffer the consequences. See only. The more Bai Lu said, the more excited. His mind is already recalling some time ago when the classmate recommended into a training course. The general plot. Trainer, it's okay to teach you how to reconcile your accounts, do financial statements, and tax accounting. Student, no learning, no learning. Trainer, how about teaching you to manage your money wisely and take inventory? Student, no learning, No learning. Trainer, how about teaching you to cook your books, cheat on your taxes, and turn public into private? Student, just learn this. After learning. Student, how can we repay the teacher for such great kindness? Trainer, talk about repayment. Out of this door I will no longer be your teacher. As long as after the accident do not give up for the teacher. Student, thanks a lot. Teacher. Bailu took it for granted that with the Black Dragon model will certainly involve these also pay $20,000. Prepare to learn tomorrow. That's why you have to select financial talent in Black Dragon to learn with you. Unfortunately, never found anyone with the gift. Opposite. Qin Jiang, _ He watched himself getting more and more hyperactive. Bailu had a black line. He never thought that Bailu would say such words. He really didn't know what the other party was thinking in his head. Dang. Qin Jiang knocked the table twice to pull back Bailu's thoughts. Looked across the table incomparably solemn. Remember that the Black Dragon will not be involved in those things. All taxes are paid normally. Bailu nodded. I understand. On the surface certainly won't be wrong. That teacher is old and powerful, said that just in the Telenkio high-end school further study. Easy not to accident. Easy. Nothing happens. Qin Jiang almost stormed out looking at the incomparably simple. How to say. Also counts some kind of simple. Bailu face cannot help but grim. I'll tell you again, the Black Dragon will not have a secret business. The Black Dragon all business will be put on the surface. Black Dragon is a regular company. The above words are not an exhortation. They are a notice. Remember? Black Dragon. It's a regular company. Bailu sat face _ Cannot help but look back at the door standing guard little brother. In retrospect Qin Jiang front and back picture. This is regular company. But see Qin Jiang face color grim. It's also cannot help but internal drumming. Just exuberance into nothingness. Lowered head. Oh, got it. Repeat 3 times. Black Dragon is a regular company. Black Dragon is a regular company. Black Dragon is a regular company. Go on. Qin Jiang was too lazy to pay attention to Bailu letting her figure it out on her own. Anyway, the Black Dragon system was under his control. Bailu walked out of Black Dragon. Until she was blown by the fresh breeze she was slightly refreshed. Although she was not sure why Qin Jiang did not agree with what she did not dare to oppose it. It seems, Bailu muttered, one's previously planned scenario has to be changed a bit. But having a sword not in use is different from not having a sword to use, as well as saving for a rainy day. Immediately. No hesitation in joining the course. Aha! I was praised by my trainer many times for my outstanding performance and for being at the top of the class, and I was told that I would be better than Blue. After leaving the division, Bailu left the training course and looked back at the very inconspicuous place where the training counseling was hanging. Silently picked up the phone. Hey, yeah, I'd like to report this to. The location is just. The flowers are divided into 2, each with a single branch. After Bailu left, Qin Jiang said to Zhu Zheng, who just came in, the land across the street has been contracted. The contract will be sent immediately. How about the people you recruited? Zhu Zheng nodded. Has recruited almost. Are some laborers? Also contacted a few companies to rent large machinery. 3 days after the official start. That's right. That piece of land construction Qin Jiang did not intend to outsource, but intended to let Black Dragon directly do it himself. 1. This architectural night market is not too difficult, although it is completely different from other Songjiang night markets. Secondly, I intend to take this opportunity to let Black Dragon get involved in the construction industry in advance, in order to pave the way for a future step into real estate. 3. No 3. Toe. In. Wang Tao stood to one side with his body straight and replied. Qin Jiang pointed to the empty lot opposite the vocational school. That lot now has some people from the neighborhood growing vegetables and fruits and vegetables. Wang Tao, understood. Qin Jiang, what do you understand? Wang Tao, I'm going to take my little brother to pull up all those planted vegetables. Whoever doesn't serve to beat up whoever. Guaranteed to complete the task. Qin Jiang, Black Dragon is a regular company. Don't old beat not beat. You first go to set up a sign to give them 3 days to prepare time to get rid of all the things in the ground. Wang Tao, what if they want to move or not after 3 days? Qin Jiang, either leave with dignity or help them with dignity. Wang Tao, got it. He nodded solemnly and turned away. Across the street from Vocational University, the area of vacant land is very large, as a newly developed area has a lot of vacant land, but the area of such a large person is also few and far between. It can only be said that Vocational University once energy is not small. Unfortunately, the subsequent promotion of the principal follow-up lack of power, currently can only slowly rise and wait for the opportunity to mention the 3 books. Open space, plenty of fruits and vegetables are grown. This kind of thing in the College Road and even the north of the vast majority of places are incredibly normal. Not to mention the empty land. Even if the new neighborhoods have a large number of demolition of households and the community garden planting, and even in the building to raise chickens, ducks and geese in the minority, no matter where there is no lack of people love to take advantage of a small advantage of the people. In front of the clearing, a dozen or so people, young and old, were fiddling with fruits and vegetables. The vegetables are growing well this year, and soon the cabbages will come down, refrigerate some, and sell for quite a bit more. It's not bad. Look at the radish growth. How vigorous. A lot of already can be picked. I let my family's mouth to contact merchants to come to buy. Those honest women who don't come to plant the land are cheaper than our old Wu family. How good. The Wu family. Not what big families. Our normal villagers is also rely on the family can be born plus can get together group in the countryside is also a bit of a position. Usually the whole family loves to covet small advantages. When the demolition of some money to move into the building can take advantage of the psychology has not been reduced in the slightest. In the community to plant some vegetables do not count, but also directly occupy the open space opposite the University of Vocational Studies. All year round, grow whatever you can. And over the years you've made a lot of money on this piece of land. Not ashamed of it but proud of it, showing it off wherever you go. In the beginning, there are also school leaders step in to stop, but they make a splash. Dead pigs are not afraid of boiling water. Love what you want mode so that the school leadership can do nothing. Plus also did not take that piece of land seriously before letting the Wu family to pick up the cheap. Ugh. A woman pointed to the distance and said, "Whose kids are those? I've never seen them before. What are they doing in our vegetable patch? Take a look." The others also looked over and were seeing several youths with wooden planks stuck in front of the vegetable patch. They quickly gathered over and saw white paper pasted on the wooden board, which blatantly read, "This land of 121 acres in a square circle has belonged to the Black Dragon Company, and any land that does not belong to the Black Dragon Company's property needs to be moved away within 3 days, or else suffer the consequences." Chapter 65 The River of Matsue. Future ground. What the hell? They were full of confusion when they saw the note taped to the board. Black Dragon? What Black Dragon? Isn't this land owned by the vocational college? How come it's turned into Black Dragon? And they were told to move out in 3 days. Seeing that Wang Tao and the others were about to leave after posting, a middle-aged woman hurriedly shouted, "Alas! What are you guys doing here? What does it mean?" Literally, a little brother reached in passing. The middle-aged woman yelled at the top of her voice, "Who are you talking to? Little brat, you won't speak properly." That little brother's face was cold, and his perennial fighting aura made his gaze become incomparably cold. "You beep one more time." If not for Qin Jiang has long explained, all Black Dragon employees shall not cause trouble without reason, shall not violate the law. He also memorized a lot of legal stripes have long gone up to the stinky face of the woman too anti-pumping. Mother asterisk 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 with whom tu wu hu shin shin it. Northeastern dialect, expresses anger and disdain in the face of other people's provocation. Gulp. The middle-aged woman swallowed a little fearfully and stepped back. Rear. A young man said, "What? You still want to beat people? We do not just ask the situation? I told you to see the school across the street. It is a vocational university. The door is full of surveillance. There are security guards. You want to make a move, no good fruit." Yo. Wang Tao looked at the young man. "You also know the law? However, you are blind and don't recognize words. So what? You haven't read a book. Illiterate." It's pointing to the board paper said, "Look carefully. This piece of land is contracted by the vocational school to the Black Dragon Company." Well, that's where we are. Black Dragon. Now Black Dragon Old. The head of the company. The chairman of the board of directors. You know. Home heart. Compassionate. Give you 3 days to get rid of these things in the ground. 3 days later I can take back the land. You guys, understand. He literally paraphrased to these people in the vernacular. After all, Qin Jiang also said that Black Dragon was a regular company, so it was normal to be polite first. What? The land is to be recovered in 3 days. How can a dozen men and women still not hear that the land they have owned for years is going to be gone? How can I get them to accept it? You can't take it. How can you take it? A middle-aged woman immediately shouted. This is the fruits and vegetables we worked so hard to grow. How can we sell them if you take them all away? Some of them aren't even ripe yet. An old woman said. Cooked also cannot accept. This is my lifeblood. What do you have the right to do? On what grounds? Wang Tao calmly said. Just by the fact that we have this right. Remember, 3 days, just 3 days. 3 days after not moving. Humph. He didn't bother to talk nonsense straight away and took his men away. You guys. The Wu family looked at Wang Tao and other people left angry straight stomping feet do not know what to say. They would like to go up to the theory of visible Wang Tao and other quite a number of people, and everyone does not look like a good person, afraid to suffer and dare not. Middle-aged woman, what to do? Wife, we can't let them repossess the land. The wife hasn't sold much in a year of hard work. Eventually the oldest old man in terms of age said, quickly, call Wu Laosan and ask him to notify the entire Wu family council. Yes. The youth nodded and called immediately. Inside the vocational university, Qin Jiang stretched his back and headed out. Outside, the 10 junior brothers immediately got up to greet Qin Jiang when they saw him, and Qin Jiang waved his hand to indicate that they didn't need to do so. Jiang! Sun Yuan stepped forward and said, are you going out? Qin Jiang nodded. Going out for a spin. Sun Yuan immediately picked up his cell phone. Jiang is going out. Prepare the Mercedes, in with 2 cars, and 10 mo. Stop. Qin Jiang stopped it. Just drive a Mercedes. In Songjiang, although pretend low profile is very stupid behavior, but hard to pretend high profile is never a good thing. I do not know how many lords died in the hard to pretend. He saw too many of these scenes in his last life. Before that, high profile twice is also to give the bottom of the brother to set up the heart, set up the spirit, set up the courage. And now, since the Black Dragon brothers no longer think that they are obscure bottom existence, then there is no need to be in every trip like that X. Just one. Sun Yuan was a bit hesitant and said, will Jiang look too little? Not to mention that it can't emphasize Jiang's identity. Let's just say that in case someone goes after Jiang, won't there be no one to take over? And there can't be no one to make use of when you go out. Rear Zhu Zhang walked out. Drive to it. Just 49 cannot sit Mercedes-Benz. Drive that cross-country over in bringing 3 or 4 juniors. Qin Jiang looked at the Justin the huffing and puffing 49 also followed out. Cannot help but smile, also nodded. Sun Yuan immediately gave notice. Drive the Mercedes-Benz, as well as the cross-country over. Afterward, he looked at the 10 gatekeeper brothers and ordered 3 of them. You guys follow. Okay. The 3 nodded gleefully. These days can follow the boss next to certainly have more opportunities for promotion. This point, just look at the white Luke and know. Obviously joined the Black Dragon not long ago because of the Jiang brother appreciation of the status of the constantly elevated. Soon, the 2 cars traveled out of the vocational college straight to the river. Matsue. The most prosperous place is the riverside. A few of the most common phrases said by people in Pine River. Have a good day. Go for a walk along the river. It's disturbing. Go to the river for a break. Go to the river. What you won't do when you get to the river is sit on the steps and watch the Pine River in silence. This is a romance that belongs uniquely to the people of Matsue. Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang. For 3 people stood in front of the river looking at the calm and wave-free Songjiang. The rear Sun Yuan with a few juniors relying on the car smoking cigarettes from time to time to look around. There's certainly nothing to see. This area is not a prosperous area of the Songjiang River, belonging to the North District riverside areas, but not prosperous and even a little desolate. The ground is full of garbage. The river is also a little turbid, but also every year during the ice festival this place will be a little bit of popularity. There will be some people to come to this skating in ice. Now winter has not yet come to the deserted, so it can be said, ahead. Siku picked up a rock and threw it hard. Whoosh! The stone rose and fell in the water and drifted more than 10 times in a row before it was completely submerged in the river. 49 once again throwing. Play very happy. The hands of the 2 iron ball is not active. Face with a happy expression. But unfortunately his face happy smile looks more vicious. Far away, an old man is picking up shells with a child. Suddenly, the child was so scared that he threw the shell in his hand on the ground and dug into the old man's arms. Grandpa, run! There's a monster. Bad people. We're bad people in broad daylight. The old man said. The child pointed in the direction just to see the 49 to turn his face to the wildly changing color, fog grass, which prison escaped. Originally hunched and straight, he picked up the child and ran toward the bridge without hesitation. 49, dash. What the hell? Running like a rat. Chapter 66, Future City Plans. Wu families fuss over land. At this point, Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang couldn't help but look at each other and smile speechlessly. There is no way who let the 49 appearance let a person at first glance is not a good person. Say he has a little bit of life in the hands of the estimated people believe. Shake your head. Zhu Zhang's field of vision turned to the Songjiang River and looking back at the huge open space by the Songjiang River, with a slight thought in his eyes, he said, Brother Jiang, this piece of land is the one in your plan. Songjiang Night City. Qin Jiang nodded. This piece of land is exactly what he wants to build the future development of Songjiang City area. Songjiang, even if it is only a second-tier city, downtown development is almost no place to continue to be developed on a large scale, and the city such as the establishment of the suburb is completely self-defeating. The best area to think about is this site, which is at the intersection of the south end, the north end, and the river, which is a perfect fit for the ice theme, as well as the building area. If it were not for the fact that the development of the North District has been hampered, and that many people are not optimistic about this piece of land, it would have been missed. If I remember correctly, Xinjiang secretly pondered, this land in a few years was contracted to a snow theme park, but unfortunately that company's internal chaos, management tolerance, the facilities are very poor. Even in the Songjiang snow and ice theme fire also did not fire. A complete waste of this land. One has to contract this land as soon as possible in order to do so. That is, the formalities are not simple. I'm afraid. Ground. It's desolate. As well as the fact that the soil quality is simply too poor to build a commercial complex. There is little commercial value to be had. Really. But it will not be contracted out at will. And it will take a little bit of maneuvering if you plan to contract it out yourself. An hour later, Xinjiang chose to leave after examining the land. Current. He's going to do the night market. And this time out he's just planning ahead. And there's not much to do anyway. He has nothing to do does not mean that Zhu Zhang and others are fine. Black Dragon due to the upcoming construction of the night market is crazy reform. The internal division of the construction department by Zhu Zhang temporarily in charge. Wang Tao, Sun Yuan Auxiliary. In letting some brothers to familiarize themselves with a variety of large-scale machinery. Although the Black Dragon will recruit drive-by workers as well as normal migrant workers, one of their own has to be knowledgeable. Otherwise, talk about management. Good in the Black Dragon underneath the brothers can be a lot of people. To let them read and learn a more than a Pollock Sun, can let them learn some weird and strange open machinery that one play Thief 6. In Wang Tao's words, all countryside children who do not farm, the family tractor at the age of 10 can drive to Pol Pod. Monkey, that guy, not to mention tractors, hooks, excavators, there is nothing he does not know. Do not go to college to drive a car can earn a few $1,000s a month, not worry about food and drink, but he believes that the diploma is very important. Said that no diploma is not worthy of his family's iru. Talk about shutting up in a hurry with this piece. Sun Yuan, monkey, smiled without saying anything and patted his shoulder. Nothing, it's all in the past. Wang Tao, I knew you weren't that petty. It's not just a, alas, ouch, ouch, don't break your fingers, can you not be so rude when you are a big brother? Sun Yuan, what's wrong with me being rude? A few minutes later, the two stopped jostling to continue picking skilled brethren. In going to exchange one or two with the new enviously open workers, began to familiarize themselves with the large-scale machinery that has been opened in advance. Zhu is coordinating the whole situation, directing the steady progress of the busy company startup Light Envy personnel records, salary matters, welfare benefits, punching cards and so on is very cumbersome. Let him cannot help but sigh. No wonder Brother Jiang always said to promote talent. Well, in the company is not short of people with management talent. Just take this opportunity to see who can be used. The Black Dragon steadily improves as it prepares for the start of construction. A neighborhood. First floor garden. 40 to 50 people gathered here hooting and hollering. Among them there are old and young, men and women. A closer look can be found that many people look similar. They are all people or relatives of the Wu family. Pedestrians to and fro see them all avoided. The Wu family. It has a very bad reputation in several nearby neighborhoods. Totally have a cheap not to take advantage of. No cheap hard to take advantage of pure bad eggs. Men and women lazy. Children trick or treat. What do you mean? If you mess with his family, you will be attacked by 40 to 50 people, like a dog's paw, and it is very difficult to deal with. Over the years, they have taken over the gardens of the neighborhood as their private space, and raised chickens, ducks and geese in the hallways, and so on, making the neighborhood a mess, and people are outraged. The vigilante has been here many times. These people will cry, make trouble and hang themselves, and even if they are arrested and released, they will continue to do so, but they will make more trouble for the people who reported them. In the end, no one dared to report it and only to listen to it. That's it. They unscrupulously occupy the vacant land of the district, until the hand to the vacant land of the vocational university, relying on a large number of intractable means. Relying on the school leadership is too lazy to pay attention to. Relying on the establishment of the new area of the security forces are also too lazy to manage a kind of 4 or 5 years. The area is also the more and more planting has been more and more large now to the 100 acres of the more. The crowd murmured, what's the point of bringing us here? I just took the free bus to get free eggs from the drugstore 13 miles away. I'm busy too. The pods have just come down from Old Wong's field, and my daughter-in-law and I are breaking them up. Third uncle, I just got a dog. Fat this. Just today we drink 2 cups. They looked to the middle-aged man sitting in the garden. He is the nominal leader of the Wu family, Wu Laosan. Since childhood, not to take the right path. Did not make a name for himself outside the home to catch up with the demolition of the whole family as well as the relatives of the family together to make a lot of interest in the family's highest status. All stop bickering. Wu Laosan waved his hand and drank. The sound goes down but there are still whispers. Wu Laosan angry scolded. The north of the land is going to be gone, you all still have the heart to pull the wife tongue. Ah. What? Dozens of people all stared in disbelief, and only a dozen or so who brought back news were calmer. Afterwards 7 words were spoken. Who dare to steal the place from our Wu family? Get him. That's right. I won't scratch him to death. Who the hell? What the hell? Wu Laosan scolded. What are all the shouting about? Lao Lu, you tell us what happened. Wu Laolu told the whole story about meeting Wang Tao and the others in the field today. After listening, the Wu family's crowd was first slightly silent. According to Wang Tao, that piece of land contracted to the vocational school to the Black Dragon Company is no longer unowned. People want them to leave to give 3 days' time reasonable and legitimate. But on second thought all angry again. Knock. An old woman on her crutches scolded. She said she contracted it? Is there a contract? Even if there is a contract, why should we be allowed to leave? We've been planting on that land for so many years, and we've familiarized ourselves with it, and they want to take it away for nothing. Even if we move, we'll have to wait until all the fruits and vegetables are ripe and sold, and then we'll be given enough compensation. The others nodded. That's right, I've been planting it for years and I have feelings for it. If he doesn't pay compensation, we'll make a fuss. Compensation. Compensation must be made. Make a scene. Must make a scene. Chapter 67, The Occupation of the Land begins. Xu Zhang pushed them all to the ground. The Wu family members clamored for compensation. The land. They have been planting for several years. Every year each family can get a few $1,000s from the land. It is completely for nothing. Have long regarded this land as their own land. And now the Black Dragon wants to take it away. How can they be willing to pay compensation? Must be compensated. The moment. They all thought of once when the demolition because of the disturbance to get a large sum of compensation. But not face or exuberant. If there is no Black Dragon Company meddling year after year to plan to earn a few $1,000s a year, but also have to sow every year. Tired. To be able to blackmail the Black Dragon Company a sum of money is not a bargain. Wu Laosan clapped his hands. Pop. Snap. Very well. It's settled. Regardless of the Black Dragon or the Black Snake. If you dare to rob our land you must pay compensation. Old 6. You take a few men to guard the land day and night to prevent them from suddenly attacking and taking it away. Okay. Old 6 nodded. I'll take a few of the physically fit ones and stay there these days. There won't be a single accident. Wu Laosan said again. Old 8. Take a few people to look around the neighborhood and see if there are any remaining open spaces. Far away is fine. That's right. He planned to blackmail Qin Jiang after taking his men to occupy open space elsewhere, and the cheapness couldn't be stopped. Yes. Old 8 nodded back. Wu Laosan looked at the rest of the people and said, you all wait at home these days, don't go anywhere. As long as that Black Dragon dares to come and develop, the rest rely on you. Can you do it? The crowd was in a state of disbelief. Why not? Old woman, I don't get a kick out of scolding young people who don't give up their seats these days, just when they bump into me. It's not good. No one in the neighborhood dares to curse with me. A bunch of little brats, I can't curse them to death. What's the point of talking about that? The security forces aren't afraid of them. The barefoot ones are still afraid of the ones in shoes. Only. A few youths looked a little apprehensive. Although they do not go to school on College Road, they also roam around the neighborhood as if they have heard the word Black Dragon. Black Dragon. Why do I feel that these two words sound quite familiar? It sounds familiar to me. I think I heard it mentioned the last time I heard some of my buddies talk. I'm just not sure if it's whatever, whoever. They discussed it for half a day and then forgot about it. After all, they don't mix with the society and don't know the name of the Black Dragon. To be precise, it is a few small rascal. Nothing 3 or 5 people gather pile. Chatting and farting, blowing awesome. In their eyes Qian he are social big brother level existence. Qin Jiang, Black Dragon basically only exist in the legend. Or the current Black Dragon in the College Road has gradually withdrawn from the bottom of the gangster stage. Not involved in any fights. Not involved in any gray industry. Just like a state of supremacy. So, it had been a long time since any bottom-feeding punks were discussing Qin Jiang. And even if they mentioned it, they couldn't say why. Of course, among Qian he and other students with status, or among the real heads of the College Road, the Qin Jiang and Black Dragon names are becoming more and more dazzling instead of disappearing. It's long since stopped being the usual student punk. Rather, it's a company word with background, status, money, and many employees, brothers, senior, president, Disperse. Wu Laosan waved his hand. The crowd left in droves, those who should have gone to collect their eggs, those who cursed the street, and those who stole pods. Even Wu Laosan himself tugged at the youngster, carrying the dog he had just fetched in preparation for making a hot pot to eat, all fantasizing about the beauty of how much compensation they can blackmail. Soon, 2 days have passed. Open space. Wu Laolu with a few youths were sleeping in a makeshift tent, full of tired colors. Fall has arrived. The weather is turning cooler. They slept in the tent these days naturally cannot rest well. A few young people are still better. Wu Lao's 6 black circles under the eyes have appeared, but the thought of the upcoming hand-to-hand compensation gritted his teeth and insisted. Boom! Boom! A roar resounded through the clearing. Brush! A youth sat up steeply. Misty grass. What sound? The ground is shaking. An earthquake? The same sound also woke up the others. Wu Laolu made a jolt to look at the sleepy eyes full of confusion of several young people, after hearing the roar coming from outside to pull open the tent to look out. See only. Several large machines were erected in front of the clearing, including hooks, excavators, shovels, and loading trucks. Nima, it's really here. No, hasn't it only been 2 days? Wu Laolu was incomparably surprised. He remembered very clearly that only 2 days ago Wang Tao came over to set up the plaque saying that he would give 3 days. What? 3 days includes that 1 day, and it's too early. It's only 5 o'clock at dawn. Uncle Six, what's going on out there? A youth in the back asked, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Wu Laolu, coming. Youth, who's here? Auntie Six to bring food? I'm not hungry. I'm taking a nap. It's hard to dream of a mother. Sleep my ass off. Wu Laolu hit him with a big neck slip and cursed. What's that? The black dragon is here to rob our land. Ah, 1 sound. Ah, 2 sounds. A few youths nodded their heads in confusion first, then all of them stared at each other with wide eyes and fully mentalized that the land grabbing was coming. Ding, ding, ding. Wu Laolu quickly called to inform Wu Laosan, third brother robbing the land in advance to come. Quickly gather all the people over. After getting Wu Laosan to stop them from arriving right away in reply, Wu Laolu hung up the phone, looked at a few youths and said, copy guys, dry with them, who do not act ground. Moment. Several youths took out their weapons from the corners. Machete, throwing stick, sword. That's right, it's the sword, or a famous fictional sword, a replica, bought at a stall by a middle-aged Wu family disciple to open his own blade. They all rushed out with hoots and hollers and cocky looks on their faces. Several large pieces of machinery in front of it. Wang Tao, Sun Yuan with more than 20 Black Dragon brothers are chatting with some foreman. Through 2 days of time to exchange they have been familiar with these people. Black Dragon brothers cannot learn to communicate with the absolute top, not to say that each social cattle is almost the same. At this point, Zhu Zheng came out of the vocational school across the aisle to the front of the clearing. Masa, Masa, Wang Tao and others all came over to say hello. Vacant land preparations for the night market building program in the early stages of the basic all by Zhu Zheng in charge. As for Qin Jiang is only responsible for the management of the moment to show up. Instead of losing Qin Zhang's authority, this would give him more prestige in the hearts of the brothers. After all, who's the big brother who spends his days getting chicken scratch? Aha! Zhu Zhang nodded, looked at the workers and said, wait a while, open space to me all pushed flat. The roller to compact. Do not require too much, at least 4 or 5 years cannot be a problem. Don't worry, 10 years is no problem. A couple of foremen patted their chests with assurances. They are clear. In front of Zhu Zhang is the Black Dragon Company in addition to Qin Zhang, the number 2 figure, and the Black Dragon Company is their food and clothing naturally do not dare to slow down. Plus, engineering and construction only require 5 years without problems, really too small to even call it a requirement. Chapter 68, Wu's family arrives, ready to make trouble. Zhu Zhang once again turned his gaze to a few youths with glasses and dark faces holding tools. You measure the land, see how much building material you need to have, and then get quotes from the major building material companies. Tell them that the quotes should be reasonable, and anyone who dares to quote a high price should be directly blacklisted to never be hired in the future. Yes, a few young people with glasses hurriedly nodded. This year, learning architecture students, not to say all over the place, is really not a lot. Unless the key universities can enter the state-owned enterprises, the rest can only enter the ordinary construction companies, and those construction companies give very little wages, very demanding, tired. Several of their students are not from prestigious universities or even undergraduate, just college students. Plus this year's bad luck did not enter a good company, just happened to run into Sun Yuan in the job market, and learned that the benefits of the Black Dragon Company is better than other companies. Do not hesitate to join. Zhu Zhang looked at Sun Yuan. Is everything done? Don't worry brother Zhang. Sun Yuan smiled and said, I've already sent someone to pick them up, and they'll be here soon. The family matters are all complete. Zhu Zheng didn't care about Wu Laolu and the others rushing over from the vegetable field, but just calmly said, clear out all of this land today, and officially start construction tomorrow. When the construction was set to begin in 3 days, it meant that the building would be officially constructed tomorrow, not that the land would be disposed of tomorrow. So Wang Tao's writing that the building must be moved out in 3 days referred to today. As for whether the Wu family would understand, he doesn't care. It is clear to everyone that the Wu family will not immediately hand over the land. It is nothing more than a courtesy first. 2 days, 3 days does not matter. Brush. Wu Laolu rushed to the large-scale machinery with a few Wu family youths and yelled, what are you doing? However, he realized that the crowd was not paying any attention to him. What is the situation? A few youths looked at Wu Laolu, who shook his head to signal not to be impulsive. Just look at the number of Wang Tao and others, not less than 20 or 30 people. There are also 20 or 30 workers. Really start a conflict will lose. They just need to hold out until Wu Laosan bring people can be. Until then, show these people what it means to be unreasonable. A few minutes later, just as Wu Laolu and the others were concentrating and staring, Zhu Zhang also finished arranging many matters. Boom, click, click, an odd mechanical roar came from the distance. Brush. A young man surnamed Wu pricked up his ears to listen for a few moments and said, it's a four-wheeler, and there seems to be more than one. Four-wheeled, that's what they call tractors in the northern countryside. They gazed off into the distance. See only, there were a dozen four-wheeled pulling carts coming up fast, and inside the carts were densely packed with people, men, women, and children, and all of them were carrying all kinds of tools. This, Wu Laosan and the others were full of blinders having a bad premonition. Sure enough, those four-wheelers came to a stop directly in front of the clearing, with men, women, and children quickly descending from them in the buckets. Sun Yuan looked at them and pointed to the empty space. The company welfare treatment. Just give half an hour. Can take away how much depends on yourselves. Time 2. Directly pushed flat. Flapping. These people don't say anything at all. They pick up their tools and rush to the vegetable field. All of them are like hungry wolves. Seeing this, Wu Laosan and the others hurriedly shouted to stop them. Stop. What are you doing? Stop it. This is all my Wu family's land, you can't pick it. You're robbing. Stop it. Dare to go against our Wu family. You don't even ask around. Gu. A woman pushed the young man of the talking Wu family on his heels and picked up a cleaver to chop radishes. Don't delay my mother from picking vegetables. What Wu family? 8 families. If you have the ability to go to Wangjiatan to look for me. These people don't care about Wu Laosan and the others shouting. Not to mention that before coming here, they knew that this piece of land had belonged to the Black Dragon Company, and had absolutely nothing to do with the Wu family. Even if there is no robbery, the Wu family in their own neighborhoods can rely on the number of people to play the bully. Really dare to the next few villages to blow up, completely is a death wish. Wu Laolu and others were pushed back constantly dry anxious. Really from the four wheels down too many people, densely packed no less than 70 or 80 people. A few of them cannot stop. Sun Yuan pointed to the many vegetable pickers and said, Brother Zhang, listen to your arrangement are recruiting workers' families. That's right. The vast majority of workers recruited by the Black Dragon Company are nearby villagers, or have family members working in the neighborhood. So Zhu Zhang arranged for Sun Yuan to bring his family members to divide fruits and vegetables in today's full, just in time for welfare. It can also let these workers know that following the Black Dragon, the benefits and treatment will never be bad. Sure enough, see loved ones constantly picking a variety of fruits and vegetables transported on 4 wheels. That is called exuberance. For the current workers can pay wages, engineering companies are considered to be on the top into what to talk about welfare benefits. Who could not be happy with free fruits and vegetables now? And it is best for the pure workers to see the benefits. Ouch! Wu Laolu constantly went forward to pull a few women. But how can a person pull over? First threatened to curse, I remember your appearance. Believe it or not, in the future to bring the whole family to your home to eat and live. Believe it or not, to your door to pour feces. Believe it or not. Sure. His threats were completely useless, and instead he was disliked by a few women who were speechless and outnumbered. He was so angry that he cried, You can't do this. What you're picking is my land. My wife worked so hard to grow it. She can sell it for money soon. You can't do this. This is not robbery. The moment, he even empathized a little. Couldn't help but think back to the sadness of that person when he had once broken someone else's pot himself. But this feeling was immediately discarded by him. Martyr, what empathy! Never only he took advantage of others cheap, cannot let others take advantage of him cheap. Cannot help but shouted, Sango, where are you? Come quickly. As if inspired by him, the distant hula and came a large group of people. It is Wu Laosan with dozens of Wu family people rushed over. They originally lived in the neighborhood plus all the preparations in advance. So when they get Wu Laolu passed the message immediately after getting dressed and rushed over. Can clearly see a lot of Wu family clothes are not dressed. There are men and women. There are old and young. Each hand are holding things. No lack of kitchen knives, machetes. These are Wu Laosan once mixed with the society brought back once seldom used. This time heard that the Black Dragon people only take out to scare people. Wu Laosan and the others had just arrived to see that there were 70 to 80 people constantly picking melons and fruits on their land. At the same time, also saw Zhu Zhang, Wang Tao and others as well as large machinery. Cannot help but eyes are a little red. Dare to move the land melons and fruits than to kill them all, hard not to gather over in anger. Wu Laosan at a glance to see Zhu Zhang is the main perpetrator. First to the 70 or 80 picking melons and fruits of the people yelled, all do not pick. Who is picking I today non-dry him. With him no end. Immediately, with the Wu family crowd hooting and hollering to surround Zhu Zhang and the others, Wu Laosan pointed at Zhu Zhang and drank. Who allowed you to move my Wu family's land and rob the Wu family's melons and fruits in broad daylight? If you don't tell us the truth today, don't blame me, Wu Laosan, for being impolite. Chapter 69, Conflict arises. Zhu Zhang, compare the number of people, then let's have a good competition. Wu Laosan finished. The Wu family crowd at the back followed suit and clamored, especially those middle-aged women who were clearly ready to curse. Just then, a large rear there is dressed in formal attire Black Dragon brothers with gloves. In the arms out of the slingshot to Wu Laosan outstretched fingers scattered, whoosh, snap, ah, hey I. Wu Laosan retracted his finger grimacing in pain. Who, martyr hurt me to death. See only, he just stretched out to the index finger quickly swelled up, the upper part of an incomparably obvious purple-black color. 10 fingers connected to the heart of this pain so that he could not speak at all for a time. Wu family people heard Wu Laosan screaming miserably, also all froze. In a short time surprisingly quiet. Sango, what's wrong with you, Uncle San? What the hell? They are incomparably anxious to ask. Due to just slingshot hit too fast plus incomparably hidden Wu family people did not see. Hiss. Wu Laosan is ready to speak but cannot help but pain and sucked in cool air, and then forced to endure the pain to look around. Martyr. Who sneak attack Lao Zi. Roll out. Play slingshot is not. Sure. There would be no answer to his words, and even the man who struck out even casually touched his slingshot in the vegetable patch. Brush. Wu Laosan looked at Zhu Zhang and roared. Say, who allowed you to come to the Wu family's vegetable plot to hobnob? This is encroaching on citizens' property, breaking the law, know it, and also hit me with a slingshot. This is also against the law. You're in trouble. You're in trouble. Zhu Zhang shook his folding fan in his hands when he heard Wu Laosan's words and calmly said, your Wu family's vegetable plot? Oh, vocational university's land when became your Wu family's. How come you are Principal Wu grandson? I repeat for the last time. This land has been contracted by the vocational university to Black Dragon. What the hell? What do you mean? Principal Wu's grandson? Wu Laosan froze. He simply did not know what Principal Wu. You just came to the vocational university a few months before, all simply did not put the heart in the college, naturally will not pay attention to this land. Likewise the Wu family crowd doesn't care if the school leadership changes or not, as long as no one comes to collect the land. What Principal Wu? Principal 8. Wu Laosan scolded. You say contracting on contracting. Empty words. What? He didn't finish his sentence. Just see. Wang Tao directly flung the contract in front of him. Watch it. Black and white. School seal. Legal compliance. Brush. The Wu family all looked at the contract. The content is actually very simple. Vocational university to 300,000 yuan per year price of the land contracted to the Black Dragon Company. The contract period, 5 years. They weren't really surprised by the contract. Black Dragon didn't have to lie at all. But naturally they don't care about contracts. Snap. Wu Laosan smoothly threw the contract on the ground. What contract or not? I do not recognize the words. Can not read. You don't have to say these useless things. Anyway, this land has been planted by my Wu family for several years. It is the Wu family's. Can't just let you guys say take it away. The rest of the Wu family followed suit and roared. That's right. How dare you let people pick my family's vegetables? I'll scratch you to death. How dare you hit my father? I'll fight you. Eat me. Get out. Get out of here, all of you. They were about to blast Zhu Zhang and the others out of the land based on the fact that they had more people, and each of them had grim faces. Wu Laosan listened to the high momentum of the Wu family crowd, and look at the opposite Zhu Zhang face secretly sneered. I do not know that the Black Dragon Company how to think. Sent a so young steward. What has he seen in the world? This kind of young man is the best to deal with a scare and then have to slip away. he decided to scare Zhu Zhang and the others away, before letting Wu family members guard the land to death to prevent the machinery from coming in. As long as the other party is forced to be anxious, do not believe that the Black Dragon will not negotiate with himself and the others. You can ask for damages in large quantities just by negotiating. Anyway, he thought that since the Black Dragon spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to contract this land, and also let large machinery come in, surely want to develop the land. No chance to build something. So, they absolutely cannot afford to delay. Self and others then have all the time in the world. The moment. It was as if he all saw tons of money beckoning to him. Inside the vegetable patch, the people who were picking melons and fruits also stopped when they saw so many people from the Wu family arrive. It's not that I'm afraid, but the Black Dragon can't solve the Wu family's problem, so they don't have to fight against so many people because of a little bit of fruit, and they can't take advantage of the cheapness blindly. Not to mention that this place was clearly the Wu family's home turf, and they weren't sure how much energy the Wu family had in this territory. At least it seemed to be quite a few in number at the moment. Everything. We'll just have to see how the Black Dragon works it out. The moment. Zhu Zhang looked at the crowd of Wu family gathered over his face, could not help but freeze down. More than people. Good, wow. Let's see who's got the most people then. His words had just fallen. Wang Tao put 2 fingers in his mouth and blew hard. Argusth. A loud whistle sounded. This cry was so sudden that the Wu family members froze a little, before they could react to what they were going to say. Suddenly, Wu Laolu exclaimed as he pointed in the direction of the other vocational university. Misty grass. Look guys. Brush. Wu family people also vaguely aware of what immediately to the vocational university to see. This look does not matter, all froze in place. See only. Vocational college doors open. Inside, hundreds of people came out in a dense mass, each of them carrying a baseball bat in their hands in their direction. It's. Wu Laosan looked at those people wearing costumes, and in looking at Wang Tao and others wearing costumes instantly guessed that they were a group. Crap, as long as they weren't cuties, all could have guessed, and sure enough, they saw the men quickly come to the clearing to watch them dead on. Wu Laosan was just about to speak. Drop. A luxury Mercedes with an SUV drove up from the distance and parked right at the front position of the clearing. Wow. Hundreds of Black Dragons all to 2 sides to retreat to make a road. First from the cross country down 4 or 5 people. The leader is naturally 4'9". That iconic physique Wu family people scared a shiver. 4'9" drove to the side of the Mercedes with a few juniors and stood quietly, just like a bodyguard. Brush. The rear window of the Mercedes-Benz came down to leak out an indifferent face, which was none other than Qin Jiang. Under the astonished gazes of the Wu family, hundreds of Black Dragons showed incomparable respect and neatly lowered their heads slightly. Brother Jiang. X hundreds of. Aha. Qin Jiang nodded. He just took 4'9" out to take a look around and have breakfast in the meantime, and came back to see the scene naturally. After all, Black Dragon is a formal company, and can't let Zhu Zhang do things too aggressively. Zhu Yang. It's always a little bit out there, and he has to always fix it to make this life safer. This scene subdued all the Wu family members. Really, Qin Jiang's appearance was too shocking and too cinematic. Completely. A big, pushy generation as well. Chapter 70, Rascal? Qin Jiang, throw them all out. Gulp. A Wu family youth murmured in a low voice. Misty grass. Who is this? How come it looks so tuggy and powerful? Couldn't be a socialite, could it? But it looks too young? It's only about 20 years old. Likewise, the other Wu family members had pretty much the same idea. The front Wu Laosan eyes slightly condensed. He also mixed a stage. Some life experience. So just Qin Jiang out of the picture, as well as Zhu Zhang and others bowed their heads to ask for good luck, basically some guesses. But it is this guess that makes him incomparable surprise. This one in the car. Obviously the bigwigs who developed the land. Definitely the high-level kind, if not the owners. Wu Laosan murmured, Black Dragon. Have not heard of Songjiang has such a construction company. This young man age? What, 2nd generation? And just look like they are from the vocational college out. These are hired? Or, this is all with which? In the end, what is the situation? His brain was a bit disorganized. No matter how he tried to run it through, there were so many things wrong with it, and it just got more and more confusing. And I don't blame him. The combination of Qin Jiang, the Black Dragon, and this age is hard to make sense of. Shasta. He suppressed all kinds of chaotic thoughts inside, looked at the car Qin Jiang drink colorful and said, Who are you? I told you that this is the Wu family and the Black Dragon Company? It is an economic dispute. You come over to do what? Still with so many people. What? To fight. Our old Wu family is not afraid. Who is not a coward? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who are you with 2 Wu slagging it? Wang Tao directly reprimanded, blind your dog's eyes? See clearly this is our Black Dragon Company old. Is the general manager? You again dare to stretch your that dog paw, believe it or not lousy give you chopped down. Wang Tao finished. Sun Yuan and the others also looked at Wu Laosan with incomparable anger, and one by one, they approached forward and drank mud. Believe it or not, you, old Biden, I think you're screwed up. Call brother Jiang. Call brother Jiang. Seeing this scene, Wu family people were scared once again, a shrinking neck, and even have the impulse to turn around and run. After all, these people in front of them at first glance is not a good person, and they usually like to bully those who are usually honest. Is completely different. Fear. Incredibly scared. Wu Laosan front also a little lost his composure. If not, Qin Jiang and others do not look old, and those who are always mixing with the society a little different fear really have to be scared to turn around and go. But he knew that if he left, all of his previous plans would go out the window, not to mention any discussion of asking for compensation. Zhu Zheng didn't bother to talk nonsense and commanded the engineering department to shout aloud. All hands on deck. Get to work. Boom. Rumble. Large machinery began to roar. The people who were picking in the land saw the Black Dragon calming the scene, and no longer hesitate to continue to frantically pick. Wu Laosan and the others returned to their senses, watching the fruits and vegetables in the ground being picked and the large machinery about to start leveling. Brush. They looked at each other. Wu Laosan said in a low voice, "It's not possible to play hardball. They're tougher than us. Old rules, playing rogue." The words came out. Wu family people understand. When they were demolished and relocated in the face of the negotiating cadres is to come to hard, and even use the stick to beat them out alive. But in the demolition of the team and the encounter on the rogue, play a cry, 2 haunts and 3 hanged mode, is completely unfavorable. Oh my god, you're not letting me live. A woman sat paralyzed on the ground and cried. At the same time, directly to the front of the large-scale machinery roll position, the voice continues to increase even over the roar of the machinery. Aha! It has to be. They witnessed in the demolition of someone rolled too fast, sound too small. The workers did not hear the open machinery press through. The scene. Hey, deflated. Instantly karma. Sure enough, the worker heard her voice and also saw her blocking the front of the machinery and was afraid to keep driving. See this. The other Wu family members were not willing to show any weakness. Robbing a wife's vegetables in broad daylight. The wife will fight you. Put my vegetables down. You're bullying the few because there are so many of you. You rich people are bullying us orphans and widows. I won't live. Someone come and take a look. Beating up. Robbed. One time. Wu family people are clearly divided. There are women with people in front of large machinery to stop the construction. There are wives sitting on the ground wailing and crying, wrestling crutches to die. There are middle-aged to intercept those who are picking the constant reprimand, threatening, but also responsible for shouting to let people come to the onlookers. Of course, too early in the neighborhood and no one. Occasionally a few passers-by saw this scene, did not dare to come over. Chinese people love to watch, but also divided into what lively. Only, VU security guards watched from the doorway. Security guard Lao Wang, it's getting rowdy. Listen to the sound, is quite tragic. Will not already start a fight. You guys say who can win? Security guard oldly, surely Qin Jiang can win. The Wu family's rotten garlic can only bully ordinary people, honest people, and meet Qin Jiang, these ruthless forks can count for nothing. The rest of the security guards nodded. They naturally know the Wu family virtues. That is, some love to take advantage of. No quality of the villain. Usually rely on the number of people plus play a scoundrel to bully ordinary people, as well as extorting some of the rich who are not willing to take into account or not a problem. Can run into the Qin Jiang, these ruthless people absolutely stop. Su Dong looked ahead. They deserved it for messing with Qin Jiang, and they haven't taken advantage of it over the years. Security guard Fengzhua, better make them spit some out. Su Dong, don't you quite hate Qin Jiang and his gang? What? You've changed your mind today. Fengzhua, I still know the truth that evil people have their own evil people. The Wu family. Social assholes. In front of the clearing, the Wu family crowd made a scene that was instantly a bit chaotic. Brush. Several Wu clan youths glanced at each other, incomparably having a tacit understanding to secretly move towards the back of the large machinery. After moving out of the crowd's line of sight, he quickly found a corner spot to remove the wrench tool from his pocket. Just as they were about to start removing important parts, suddenly he felt a blackness in front of him and looked up. Just see. Sun Yuan led 7 or 8 people to look at them with a dangerous smile. Dizzy, brother. As a veteran in this matter, these few youths just made a move and let Sun Yuan realize it. A few Wu clan youths looked panicked. You guys, what are you doing? We just came here to take a look. Gu, stop it. I'm sorry. You can't do this. It's not right. Car. Qin Jian looked at the group of demons in front of the Wu family crowd, face calm. In his last life, such people have seen a lot. In my last life the solution was simple and straightforward, flat out. In this life though I won't go the old way. I won't be spoiled either. See only, Qin Jiang said with incomparable calm. Throw them all out. Big guys, free swag, nods and attention. Chapter 71, Brother Black Dragon, on the standards of self-defense. It and be done with it. Okay. Wang Tao's Black Dragon brothers were waiting for these words. They did not hesitate to go towards the Wu family without any hesitation. Hey, you guys, what are you doing? Wu Laosan and other colorful. So many people really want to fight, certainly lose. So the sound of the more miserable. But unfortunately no one came to watch more, no one came to help them uproar. I tell you, Wu Laosan took the lead and shouted, we are Chinese citizens, are protected by the law. You dare to us how non-blackmail you. You can afford to pay. I have a heart condition. If any of you touch me, I will be sick and you will have to treat me. He roared madly. In the past, when he said this, the vast majority of people did not dare to approach. But today, no matter how scary he said, Wang Tao and others were not afraid but more exuberant. Wang Tao squeezed his fist and made a crunching sound. Scream. The more miserable you scream, the more exhilarated I like people like you. I feel it. Wu Laosan's sad face underscore. No, you've got a special interest. His buttocks subconsciously tightened to look at Wang Tao, gaze full of fear, as well as a hint of alienation. Flapping. As the Wu family crowd hissed, the Black Dragon brothers relied on their numbers to set them all up towards the center of the road, to carry them. Many of the women were unable to break free even though they kept stirring their legs, and they tried to use the grab and bite technique, but they found that the Black Dragon brothers had already taken precautions and had taken control of their arms, and their heads in advance. You guys spread my mom. I'll beat you all to death. A Wu family youth saw his mom being racked up, not caring about being in the middle of intercepting the vegetable pickers, raised his fist and hit at a Black Dragon brother. Brush. Black Dragon brothers have been prepared to dodge. See that the Wu family youth to continue to strike without hesitation to counterattack, and the mouth read, Chinese law. When the citizens encountered attacks endangering the personal safety of violent crimes, can take self-defense behavior, the wrongdoer injury is not criminally liable, said while raising his fist for an elbow strike. Boo! Ouch! The Wu family's young man was knocked back a few steps and sat down on the ground, his nose bleeding and screaming in pain. It hurts so much. Mama! Mama! The other side. A youth with a homemade sword slashed at Wang Tao, intending to capture the thief first. At first his target is Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, 493 people, but Qin Jiang is too full of momentum, especially the eyes look at a glance cannot help but feel weak, do not dare to rush up. 49, not to mention no matter the physique, appearance is not he dared to rely on, and even he suspected that dare to rush over to the other side can be screwed off his head. Xu Zhan was a good target, but the other side stood more than a dozen Black Dragon brothers as well as workers had no chance of winning. It was also just Wang Tao, a mid-level character, who was left alone, plus it was the other party who commanded the people to carry them away, so he didn't hesitate to raise his sword towards Wang Tao to kill him. Halfway. It's a set of combos you learn in TV and movies, mouthing words from the TV to increase the power. Long rainbow through the sun sword, out of the sword will kill the enemy, deceiving my Wu family, today's blood to replace, give me your life, brush, brush, brush. However, although he shouted with great vigor, his sword play was very messy, and he was afraid of the sharpness of the blade, so he kept shrinking his head and body when he played. What a long rainbow sword, really name it. Aha! More appropriate, sword of greed and fear of death. Opposite. Wang Tao also naturally noticed the sword-wielding Wu family youth who rushed over, and instead of showing any fearful look, he was incredibly exuberant, muttering, Article of the Chinese law, when the perpetrator is holding a lethal device that threatens a citizen's life, the citizen can fight back indefinitely until he is sure of his own safety. Finish muttering. It's no hesitation in the Wu family youth with a sword to cut directly, easily dodge. Wu family youth did not really dare to cut. Some usually rely on the existence of blackmail, others which can really have the guts to commit murder. Nothing more than to scare Wang Tao, the most law a few mouths. But he did not dare to Wang Tao but dared. In the dodge at the same time hand grabbed the ground brick up as the backlash. Boo! Sound of a crash. The bricks also broke down and fell to the ground. The youth was also smashed, full of confusion. Starry-eyed back a few steps and the hands of the sword fell unconsciously. The pain made him cannot help but shout, I'll kill you. How dare you hit me? I'll chop you. Chop you. He was not smashed up desperation mind, but was smashed at once, heart and liver cracked. Afraid of Wang Tao to continue to fight, he wanted to use this language to scare the other side, intentionally reveal some ruthlessness. But he revealed ruthlessness does not matter. A reveal to Wang Tao more excited. The perpetrator did not lose the ability to continue to perpetrate murder, but more maniacal can only continue to unlimited counterattacks to stop. Brush. He rushed out and raised his fist. Who is Wang Tao? Can stand out in the Qinzheng team. Nature is not simple. Brain enough to come to things is only one aspect. Fighting ability is also absolutely fierce. Last life is known as one of the two big red stick under the 4-9. Not to mention holding an open blade sword. Dare not use the Wu family youth. Even if he dare to use Wang Tao, dare to hard catch a sword to knock down the other side. Completely do not be too easy. Boo. Fist makes contact with Wu's face. Ouch. Boo. A second punch to the opponent's left eye to give him a panda's eye. And a third punch to follow up. The front symmetry is in order. Seeing that the Wu family youth was still going to speak, Wang Tao did not hesitate to punch him in the abdomen position. Pust. The Wu family youth's body was bent like a prawn, his eyes bulging out and his mouth spitting out a lot of saliva. But for some reason the long sword in his hand did not let go, and even because of the pain is still unconsciously waving. If not Wang Tao fighting experience is rich, really may be cut. Boo. Boom. Boom. Wang Tao, a fist constantly hit that call a hyperactive. Since Qinzheng reborn after the establishment of the Black Dragon Company set up a variety of rules, he has not fought for a long time. It is difficult to catch a chance to. Nature is not willing to miss the fight that call a vigorous punch flesh. Of course, also very well measured. All are not the vital part. Until the Wu family youth can no longer clutch the hands of the long sword. Arenga or arenga, loanword. The sound of a long sword falling to the ground occurred. Shasta. Wang Tao to continue to fight out. Fist stop. Chinese law. When the perpetrator loses the weapon, no longer continue to perpetrate murder. In order to ensure their own safety, should be terminated to continue to counterattack. Well, just in line with self-defense. And if you continue to fight, it will be an over-defense. Not good to deal with. Likewise, similar scenes continue to play out in the clearing. Long ago, hungry and thirsty Sun Yuan and other Black Dragon centaurs, on the initiative of the Wu family crowd, began to counterattack. And all of them were mouthed. WACL no. WACL no. Chapter 72, The Wu Family Suffers, Law and Order Revisited. One time, the Black Dragon brothers fight incomparably more vigorously. The Wu family people are Ziwa chaotic, screaming, crying and wailing. Of course, must abide by the rules, where the person who put down the murder weapon immediately stopped not to continue to attack. Also on several large machines, Sun Yuan commanded a few minions who were recording with a video camera, recording without dead angle, and accounted for. Record well, can't miss anything, can't record too much. You know, you guys are the biggest contributor this time. After the incident is accomplished, I'll ask Brother John to give you the credit, and the bonus will never be less. Okay, put it on monkey. Numerous video brothers nodded their heads, although also a little envious of the brothers who can go out and show off, but also know that there are many wolves and few meat. Really go down may not be able to have the opportunity to intervene, rather than on the top of the video to fix the evidence. In time, they won't be missing out on the reward. Soon, the Wu family members were all beaten so much that they didn't dare to continue resisting. Only screams and wails remained. Son, what's wrong with you? Don't scare mom. A woman looked at the bruised youth surnamed Wu lying next to the longsword and pounced on him to cry out. The more she looked at the wounds, the sadder and angrier she became as she looked at Wang Tao with a gaze full of resentment. Dare to hit my son. I'll kill you. Said, it's about to rush up. Wang Tao didn't have any intention of avoiding it at all. Instead, he leaped forward and clenched his fists and whispered, "Woman, beat them as they are." Brush. The youth of the Wu family straightened up half his body like a swindle, and took his own mother's hand. He could see that Wang Tao really wouldn't fight with those people who wouldn't fight if they looked at the woman's face. His mother was pulled back by its also did not in rushing out. Obviously also know what will be the consequences of these regular face by taking advantage of small advantages. Bullying honest people more clearly see the human nature. Therefore, the scene from just shouting to kill, crazy clamor to Qin Jiang and other people against the Wu family crowd, no longer dare to take the initiative to fight. More people lying on the ground rolling, or sitting on the ground, hands continue to beat the ground, pulling the voice of the public duck. Oh my God, come and see. Someone's bullying people. A big company is bullying ordinary people. Is there any justice? They beat us orphans and widows in broad daylight. God, I can't live anymore. No law. No more law. Murder. Ahead. Wu Laosan looked at the simply indifferent Black Dragon crowd. looking at the car sitting as if watching a clown drama. Qin Jiang is not clear what to do, but see their own family, many people injured, eyes turned but not sad but a little pleased, dare to hit, but also hit so hard. Good originally we are not very occupy reason. Now, the reason came. That's right, Wu Laosan is very clear that they just did not take advantage of the reason is hard to make a fuss. And now unlike them people are beaten can stand on the moral high ground crazy out. This time, Wu Laosan muttered, it won't be as easy as simply compensating a few dollars. You must be made to shed a lot of blood, or else you really won't know that I, Wu Laosan, am powerful. He's actually a little scared. By Qin Jiang and the others look like gangsters, but ultimately their age doesn't let him get away with it. Not to mention that times are different nowadays. His Wu family is not without a backer, even if the social mixing has to give face. Plus, he's got a point and he's scared. He couldn't help but shout, quickly give the vigilante Zhou Hua, quickly. Immediately Wu Laolu pulled out his cell phone and called, son-in-law, you quickly bring the team here. Someone beat up all of our family. Opposite Vocational University. Su Dong and the other security guards were a bit surprised looking at the situation across the street. Old Wang, the security guard, it seems like there's a real fight going on. Security guard Laoli, listen to the sound of the fight is quite serious. This old eyesight, how to see all the blood sprayed out? Old king of security, I saw it too. Feng Zhuo frowned and said, although Wu's family is indeed a scoundrel, Qin Jiang is also too impulsive. Hands to beat people to drive away is against the law. He thought the students with the students. Wu's family will surely report the security team, by then he has reason also become unreasonable. Su Dong also frowned slightly. He admitted that Feng Zhao said right, also think Qin Jiang too impulsive, but clear mixing society is like this. In addition, he knew that Qin Jiang's background is not ordinary. The Wu family cannot be helped, but if Qin Jiang's group keeps relying on violence to solve problems, then he himself should be careful in the future. Su Dong muttered, one must not become substantively associated with them, or else they may hitch themselves up in the future. There's no future in socializing. Soon, drip, drip, a couple of sheriff's squad cars drove by quickly, only to see more than 10 security team members from the car down. The leader is a two people and a young man. This young security team members in the car saw the Wu family people 7 twisted 8 crooked lying on the ground. There are crying, there are cursing, there are screaming, and there are a lot of people with wounds. He couldn't help but change his face furiously. Daughter-in-law, Dad, are you alright? Third uncle, old uncle, sixth aunt, 12th brother, what's going on? Who the hell beat you up like this? Call 120. At the same time, he turned around and anxiously said to the vigilantes, quickly call the ambulance. Hurry up. Can't you see my brother and my family members are vomiting blood? Be quick. Yes. The vigilante, first incomparably complicated to look at Qin Jiang and the others, immediately picked up the phone to call out, Zhou Hua, you've come. When Wu Laosan saw the arrival of the security team, especially seeing Zhou Hua leading the team, he was so excited, but on the surface, he pretended to be very miserable and said, if you don't come, we'll let someone beat us to death. What the hell is going on? Zhou Hua asked anxiously. Wu Laosan said, this piece of land has been empty. We planted some fruits and vegetables in the ground. This morning I heard someone say that they want to bulldoze this piece of land, so I came over to look at it, and they said that the land is contracted by them. Contracted, that's all. We cannot break the law, and thought of picking fruits, and fruits can be sustained for the winter. Then I thought these people do not allow to pick just up indiscriminately to beat, to the death. Look, your cousins are being beaten to death. This is a crime you have to take care of. He reversed black and white and avoided Emil saying, back. The rest of the Wu family chimed in. Little Huazi, you're old Sen. Your teeth are all knocked out. You can't even speak without a light. The vigilante must do right by us. This is a bunch of hooligans who bully others. Listen to the end. Zhou Hua's face was incomparably embarrassed, looked up at the Black Dragon crowd and drank, gathering a crowd to beat others. The situation is bad to the extreme. All control. No one wants to go without investigating clearly. Chapter 73, the sheriff's squad doesn't move. Qin Jiang, show them the evidence. Wu Laosan said excitedly. Arrest all of them, must let them be punished by law. Shozi, you must be severely sentenced. The rest of the Wu family followed in exuberance, as if they saw the scene where Qin Jiang and the others were captured and began to beg for mercy. When the time comes, according to the procedure, not only need to compensate for their medical expenses, but also need them to issue a letter of understanding. Letter of understanding. By then, you can have as many as you want, not to mention that there are still people inside them. Wu Laosan, it seems that the Black Dragon Company is not small in scale, just large-scale machinery are so many employees more. when the time comes what lost labor costs, emotional distress, medical expenses, and so on, add up to 1 million or 800,000 is not too much, can be too much stronger than the hard to get land compensation. It's time for the old Wu family to get rich. Instead of no longer feeling bad, he looked at his beaten and bloodied son with immense satisfaction. Well played, hit the crock and the money comes. Wu Laolu was even more excited. Zhou Hua is his own son-in-law. When he married his daughter, do not want any bride price now seems to be immensely correct. Let the son-in-law mobilized over the more correct. Look at this security team close more faction. There is a son-in-law when the security team members of his son-in-law who is still afraid of. He will not rob things or consider to be lost. But the next moment, the Wu family crowd just froze in place. And Zhou Hua was also a bit puzzled because no vigilante team came forward to take action after his order. Instead, they stood quietly in place. What the hell? Zhou Hua turned back to look at the crowd of vigilantes, who wanted to speak but did not. Right. The other leading vigilante looked at Zhou Hua, then shifted his gaze to Qin Jiang inside the car. Mr. Qin, what's the situation here for you guys? Is what they just said true? Unlike Zhou Hua, who was just assigned as a member of the security forces, the rest of the security forces knew Qin Jiang, and many of them had dealt with him during the last battle of the chemical plant. So naturally, they had seen Qin Jiang's might that day, and knew that he had a very deep background. Get him, if there is no full evidence. Not to mention what credit is likely to be a phone call to be eaten in the pocket. In addition, they have been managing this area for many years and naturally know what kind of behavior the Wu family has, so they will not listen to one side of the story. Sound of a crash. Inside the car, Qin Jiang looked at the vigilante and smiled. I'll give you guys trouble in the morning. Ah Tao, go buy some breakfast. Okay. Wang Tao promised to command a few juniors to buy breakfast. Lead security team members hastily waved their hands. Qin, no need to bother. Someone reported a case. We came to maintain law and order is the responsibility. Please you just after the incident. We are also impartial law enforcement. Rest assured that we'll never let any good people be wronged. He thought clearly. As long as Qin Jiang did not participate in the fight, do not easily bring it back. Failing that, it might amplify things. Hear these lines of dialogue. While the Wu family members were still in a daze, Zhou Hua guessed with a startled face that Qin Jiang's identity was not simple and had a background. But look at the wife and family members were hurt miserable look. And look at Qin Jiang and other people with the mighty and the same as a social mixer. Cannot help but angry. Who is he? Freshly decorated vigilante. At the right age to be cynical. Who cares what his background is? If he dares to beat up people and break the law, he can't, and no one can help him. Old Marquis. Wu Xiaoluizi directly to another leading security team members said, now this scene is not obvious enough. They are obviously some ruffians. Social scum. Public beatings of the masses. You see that big body, like a brown bear. Hand may not have a murder directly back to the arraignment. He has what background I am not afraid of. The accident I bear. Said, just punch it out. Brush. The old weight directly a hand Zhou Hua dragged back. Led a few security team members to watch. Low voice scolded, you just came what are not clear, don't blindly cause trouble. There are things can not just look at the surface. Forget our rules, law enforcement civilization. And since this matter involves your family, as a rule you have to recuse yourself. He was upset that Zhou Hua was impulsive. What? There's no sanity when it comes to your own family. No wonder the policy has a relative avoidance rule. If it is not, Zhou Hua has just been meritorious and is the new point over. With the director of a little relationship he would not want to control. Let him impulse to see how much trouble he can really cause. Immediately, he asked a few vigilantes to stop Zhou Hua. Zhou Hua. No. Who the hell is this group of people? The senior brother who had called himself brother in the morning clearly berated himself. The other Xian members who were incredibly polite to themselves stopped themselves. What? College Road. It's so dark? The old waiter didn't care about his emotions. After the last chemical plant incident, he is not only clear about Qin Jiang background deep, more clear that the other side will do things to grasp the balance. He couldn't help but smile and said to Qin Jiang, Mr. Qin, he just came and didn't know you. A little impulsive, I hope you understand. Can you tell me exactly what's going on? Qin Jiang smiled and waved his hand. Zhu Zhang shook his folding fan and said, what happened is very simple. First of all, this land belongs to the vocational university. Now it has been contracted to the Black Dragon Company. Legally it is the property of the Black Dragon Company. But these people in the Black Dragon Company informed in advance. Not only do not move the planted fruits and melons but came to make trouble. And even took the initiative to beat our company personnel. Our company personnel in the life of the threat to legitimate defense. Everything. reasonable and legal. Fart. Zhou Hua frowned and pointed at his injured relatives. Beat my family so badly. Self-defense, but also legal compliance. I see you just are not a regular company. Snap. Xu Zhang closed the folding fan with a bad face. This magistrate, you have to talk about evidence. Otherwise I will sue you for slander. You. Zhou Hua was just about to say something else. Lao Ho interrupted him and looked at Qin Zhang. That. Mr. Qin, there is no need to debate the nature of the land belongs to. I think no one has an opinion. Definitely belongs to you, Black Dragon Company. The words came out. The confused Wu family members didn't retort. For one thing, they're a little bit confused about the situation. Why the security forces aren't arresting Qin Jiang and the others, and seem to be treating Qin Jiang and the others very politely. Secondly, they know that the focus is not on the land, which is totally unjustified, but on the medical bills. Lao Ho went straight to the point. The main problem is that someone was injured, and the injury was not light. You said it was self-defense, but self-defense is about evidence, to examine the injury, and so on a series of circumstances, so it may be necessary for the person who just struck out to assist in the investigation. Rest assured it is absolutely just assisting in the investigation. There is no any. His words didn't speak. Qin Zhang directly interrupted calmly said, Black Dragon is a formal company, naturally talking about evidence and facts. Monkey, show the evidence to the vigilante. Chapter 74, Wu's family arrested. Qin Zhang, a hand in the world? Evidence? They have proof? Where's the proof? Lao Ho, _ Wu Xiaoluzi, C.O. Others, sigma degree, O. A few people were particularly baffled, especially those vigilantes. They have dealt with a lot of similar fights, and some say self-defense, but these days self-defense requires a very high chain of evidence. Check for injuries, what happened, witnesses, and so on. Better have surveillance video. Those few that won their cases into self-defense all had surveillance video, but they had just noticed that the area was barren open space, where there was no video surveillance. Opposite. There's definitely one in front of the vocational college, but the distance is very far, plus so many people here is impossible to shoot clearly. Not to mention the number of these injuries is quite a lot. Just maybe a melee even more cannot shoot clearly, just when they thought it was impossible. See only. Sun Yuan came to Lao Ho and the others with his head held high and handed out the video camera in his hand. Give. See for yourself. The complete chain of evidence. According to article, and of the Chinese law, you should know yourselves well. See. Lao Ho and other members of the security forces subconsciously took over the camera, looking at the inside of the video projected face odd. Let's see. Zhou Hua also went over to watch the video, and the more he watched, the more embarrassed, as well as unbelievable his face became. In the video, complete record of the Wu family crowd unreasonable, shrewish behavior, and really is the Wu family crowd initiative. The Black Dragon's people completely self-defense. No more counterattacks as long as the murder weapon is dropped. Just don't initiate nor counterattack. Most of all, the Black Dragon crowd didn't hold any murder weapons at all. Instead, the Wu family crowd was armed with all kinds of machetes, axes, even great sword. This, Zhou Hua couldn't believe it. You actually recorded the whole thing. Why did you record it in advance? You had a premeditated plan. Otherwise why did you bring so many cameras to the open space? Shut up, the old waiter hastily scolded. This kid is confused. Qin Jian looked at Zhou Hua as if he were a little cutie. Zhou Hua, where I go with the camera has nothing to do with you. There is this condition cannot? What? Is this a crime? Do you care? Zhou Hua opened his mouth not knowing what to say. Just now the video is too clear. Record is completely Wu family irrational. He also has no face to say anything else. He is clear that with this video evidence, even if this lawsuit to where the Wu family does not prevail. Besides, Black Dragon clearly has a background in which self-defense would hold up in a preponderance of circumstances. Lao Ho hurriedly rounded off the scene. You see, this is not to say open. The chain of evidence is complete. Is self-defense. I see. Break it up. He gave Zhou Hua a wink. Zhou Hua will be anxious to say to the Wu family crowd, all scattered. Go home. People's land you come to make a mess of what? Third uncle. You take people back. A few brothers' injuries go back to cure themselves. Wu family members, Sigma, surprised face, winky face, Sigma degree. What the hell? Why should we go home? A series of sudden circumstances so that the Wu family members did not react at all. How to let them go home? As if it looked like nothing happened when Black Dragon's men beat them up. Instead what? Justified defense of these vigilantes to let them go back and leave it at that? Forget it? Bull ********. The land's gone and the man's been beaten up? Can you let it go? Wu family members of the crowd would have been unreasonable to make a 3-point existence. And now their own family members were beaten cannot be counted. Have clamored. He Black Dragon Company's power to bully others to kill your several brothers even if. Can't be counted. Absolutely can't be counted. Little Huazi. Aunt really white pain you. Is this what the Black Dragon has a background you do not dare to mess with? Wu family people lying on the ground rolling to play mixed. Zhou Hua see this also head big up, but not waiting for him to think of how to appease. But see, Qin Zhang's face was steeply cold. Forget it? Who said to forget it? When did China ever have a rule of not being punished by the law for committing murder with a murder weapon? How? To bend the law. Or, Qin Zhang gazed at Zhou Hua. You're harboring a relative. Harboring a criminal. Zhou Hua's body trembled as if he thought of something. He looked at Lao Ho, and saw Lao Ho waved his hand. According to the video just now where the murderer with the murder weapon is arrested, put away all the murder weapons as evidence. Sound of a crash. A dozen members of the security forces did not hesitate to take out handcuffs to go forward to arrest just held unloading murderer. They have just noticed that these people seem to be full of blood. In fact, did not hurt the bones or traumatic injuries. Nothing more than pain, just don't have to send to the hospital directly back to deal with on the line. Wu's family watched as the security team came to make arrests and suddenly became numb. What are you doing? Why are you arresting us if not them? Don't arrest my son. He's been beaten enough. You can't do this. Can't. Little Huazi. Mind your own business. But they found that Zhou Hua did not say a word. As a member of the security forces he knew that he could not do anything. Otherwise not only could not save people but would add fuel to the fire to make things worse. See this. The Wu family is even more desperate. Oopsie daisy. It's too dark on College Road. The Black Dragon Company is bullying people and covering the sky with one hand. Bullying us orphans and widows. My son. How can mom live if you're taken away? A woman rushed up to snatch her son, and when she saw that she could not snatch him, she directly gave the security forces 2 mouths. Aha! The results were obvious and taken away. After seeing the security forces in action, Wu's family finally got scared and stopped screaming and all gathered together with a face full of fear. In front, Wu Laosan shivered and said, Xiao Huazi, what in the world? What the hell is going on? Ugh. Zhou Hua sighed and went forward to pat Wu Laosan's shoulder. What you guys did today is a bit excessive. Go back first. I'll help take care of Auntie 4 and the others. Although they were armed with weapons, they didn't really hurt anyone, so they won't be detained for too long. Detention. Several of the women were scared out of their wits. The kid is going to be taken into custody. That's the end of it, isn't it? You haven't gotten married yet? Seeing that the situation had stabilized and all the people who should have been arrested had been arrested, Lao Ho said to Qin Zhang, Mr. Qin, those who just defended themselves just now should also go and make a statement. Don't worry, we will enforce the law impartially. Qin Zhang did not answer. Looking to the upcoming car, Zhou Hua incomparably calm said, I report in real name, in the Sanshui district Wu family members to occupy public facilities, occupy the garden, as well as perennial electricity theft, water theft, private modification of the house, illegally digging the basement, the gathering of people to open casinos, that is, a small mahjong parlor, as well as illegally encroaching on the land of the vocational university for 5 years, causing economic losses of up to $120,000. I don't know if Officer Zhouan, do you accept it or not? Chapter 75, 3-day reply. Ambulances cost money too. The moment. Qin Jian looked at Zhou Hua and said with incomparable calm. However, the meaning of the words made all the people present inwardly shocked. Really, these words made Zhou Hua in a dilemma. As a public security officer, he reflects these problems. It is reasonable to say that he must be accepted to do, but this matter is all his family to do. He wants to accept and how to do their own family members? Righteousness. He can't do it. Helping a relative is not helping. Against principle. Brush. Zhou Hua was incomparably surprised to look at his wife as well as his family, as if he was also reacquainting himself with the general. He was really not sure that the Wu family was such a person. But the Wu family people look at him instead of guilt, but the expression is very disappointed, as if to say, small sick son, you lie nah, you're good, you don't care about us when you're successful. The old wait once again came out to round up, came to the front of the Mercedes-Benz to Qin Zhang said, Qin, you reflect the problem we must immediately verify. As long as it is true, certainly give you an account. You see whether I go back to verify. 3 days to give you a reply. What about him? Relatives have to recuse themselves, don't they? Qin Zhang looked at Old Ho without saying anything. Depressing. The atmosphere of the entire room suddenly became incredibly depressing. The moment. Old Ho only feel indescribable pressure to their own convergence. Qin Jian clearly calmly sitting in the car but as if a mountain. But he became very small. Rear. The dozen or so vigilantes were also a bit apprehensive inside. The truth is that today is completely unreasonable. Zhou Hua, as a member of the security forces, came up to enforce the law in a hard way. According to reason, everything is not against the rules, but bad in the parties involved in his relatives. Even worse, in his relatives also do not take advantage of the situation, but also ran into the unforgiving and have a strong background Qin Jiang, so that the security team are a little bit lifted up. Just as Old Ho was about to say something else due to the suppressed atmosphere, Zhou Hua was about to stand up and say something as well. Qin Jiang steeply laughed twice. Ha ha, what's wrong with waiting for an officer to give the word? Let's give him face today and call it a day. Phew, hoo. Old Ho and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In the crowd breathed a sigh of relief when Qin Jiang turned, but ugly words in front. I just reported to immediately implement the things you want to be unable to implement. I will let Lu Yong, Zhao Kai implementation. They will not be able to implement the two. I will continue to go up. I believe that Wachovia is a reasonable place. I also believe that no one can bully Black Dragon on Chinese soil. A legitimate company that is legally compliant and reasonable. Mr. Qin is joking. Old Ho hurriedly said. Someone violates the law, we will definitely implement and also definitely solve it immediately. No one can bully anyone by obeying the law. Having said that, no more nonsense to lead the team on the car pulling the Wu family crowd, as well as the Black Dragon, a few to make a statement to leave. Zhou Hua was also pulled into the car by a couple of vigilantes, afraid of what might happen if he stayed. Before leaving, brush. Members of the security forces cannot help but look at Qin Jiang, a glance full of complexity. Background is not scary. Social mixing is not scary. Scary is the background and the existence of the brain. Offended by such a person, he beat you half to death. He also accounted for. You say the gas is not. One time, these vigilantes secretly decided that they should not mess with the Black Dragon in the future without absolute proof. Failing that, it's easy to hitch yourself up. The only people left at the scene were Wu Laosan, and the others, who had just been a bunch of people who only made a demon but didn't put up a fight. They looked at the departing members of the security forces, and looked at the hundreds of Black Dragon employees gathered in the vicinity of Bensi. They only felt chills all over their bodies. Fear, worry, all sorts of emotions kept spreading within them. They are not completely ignorant of the law, and even if they are, the situation can be seen. At least, they now understand a fact. Black Dragon has a background. Qin Jiang is of high standing. It seemed like it was all for nothing to just hit them, and they were beaten, as if they were guilty of breaking the law. All sorts of things that they hadn't encountered at all before fell on them, leaving them a bit overwhelmed. Wu Laolu shivered. What's going on? What's going on here? Why is it like this? Zhou Hua are not good. Wu Laosan, let's go back first. He said this. The remaining Wu family members no longer refute. Nonsense, just made a mess like that to get a beating or no result. Who dares to go on? Suddenly, dropping, drip, two ambulances suddenly drove up from the distance. They quickly came to the clearing, and a few people came down from them shouting, "Who's injured? Do you need a stretcher? Where is it?" No answer. A few Wu family members subconsciously wanted to lie down and blackmail but were stared back hard with their eyes by Wu Laosan. The situation is obviously not right. Go to the hospital is likely to money. Blackmail cannot, but lead to greater trouble. Brush. A paramedic picks up his cell phone and dials out. Buzz. Wu Laosan's mother-in-law's cell phone rang on the spot. Today is a good day to do what your heart desires. Today is a good day. Whoosh. Several paramedics rushed toward Wu Laosan's wife like hungry wolves. You're the one who called the paramedics. Where is everyone? Didn't you say several people were seriously injured and dying? Right. Don't delay us from rescuing the patients. Wu Laosan's wife stuttered a bit. People. They have all been pulled away by the security guards. Pulled away? A few of the paramedics grimaced, knowing full well that the vigilante must have had a handle on the pulling of the men, which meant that the men weren't even seriously injured and could be handled by the team's doctor. Mud. Isn't it a proper waste of public resources to call an ambulance? The paramedic held out his hand and said, 2 ambulances coming at the same time. Total cost 600. Cash. Credit card? What? Money? Wu Laosan's mother-in-law reacted violently when she heard money, and subconsciously shouted, "What money do you want from me? There's no money. YouTube just hit people to ask. Just them." He pointed to the direction where the Black Dragon was. A few ambulance crews looked over and brushed their hearts, smiling kindly at Qin Jiang and the others, and then brushed their faces at Wu Laosan's wife, whose face became cold. Not to mention that this place should have been who reported to the pipe who want, or to the injured. Even if all cannot, they do not dare to pipe Qin Jiang Wan ah, that looks completely bad people, especially that long like a brown bear, hand may have a murder case, whatever he wants. What? Live long enough? Not to be exasperated. Just you, pay up now. If you don't pay up, I'll immediately report you to the vigilante, and you'll be legally responsible for reporting a fake ambulance. Wu Laosan's mother-in-law was just about to say something. Snap! Wu Laosan smacked his mouth over. You stinking! Who told you to report the ambulance? I've had bad luck marrying you. Pay out. Pay people. Chapter 76, Qin Jiang, the matter is not over. Continue to deal with him. Wu Laosan's mother-in-law was beaten with her eyes, but the physical pain was far from being more painful than the $600 she was about to shell out. $600. Ask her to steal and break as many of other people's pods as she can. Ask her to get up early and grab the eggs hundreds of times. Claim STH. Looking at Wu Laosan's eyes, as well as feeling not far away from the Black Dragon, hundreds of people to bring pressure can only pay out money. Ambulance staff to get the money. Cursing to warn the Wu family crowd not to make false calls. Not forgetting to subconsciously respectful nod to the Qin Jiang orientation before leaving. Just this subconscious. It made the Wu family's crowd only feel a blackness before their eyes. It's over. They know each other too. No wonder. These paramedics have no good looks and come up and ask for money. The Black Dragon has a real hand in College Road, and it's all his people. What have they gotten themselves into? Go! Wu Laosan looked at Qin Jiang, hurriedly pulled the Wu family members' hula left without daring to put more fart. In front of the clearing, only the Black Dragon brothers and 7 or 8 bowled away from the very far to watch the fun. Those watching to see the Wu family people leave also dare not stay down for fear of being Black Dragon attention, hurriedly left. Jiang! Zhu Zhang led Wang Tao and the others to the car. Qin Jiang calmly said, Zhang, you take the people to get rid of the empty land as soon as possible, and start construction tomorrow. Yes, Zhu Zhang nodded. The Wu family is a complete interlude on the table for them, and it's really the building that needs to be addressed. For the first time dabbling with Black Dragon, every step is a challenge to be careful enough. Otherwise, one step at a time, Qin Jiang calmly said as he looked at the direction the Wu family had left again. In. All these years of occupying the money must let them spit out. Dare to bully to the Black Dragon head should let him know what is pain, especially Wu Laosan family. Just 2 words, get him. I'll ask for one thing, no offense, and I'll have Job Datha ask for the acreage statement. Understood. Wang Tao nodded solemnly. These days it's not too easy to get a family that's already taking advantage and messing around, even if you don't break the law. Qin Jiang nodded without continuing to speak. He just suddenly thought of a thing. In the last College Road a college student jumped. Jumping cause is to help a cut to the woman by the car. The woman did not find the owner of the car blackmail on the students, due to the lack of monitoring, and ultimately the college students were sentenced to pay for the medical expenses. The results of the college students choose to jump to prove innocence, and if he remembers correctly, when that person had been discussed said, blackmail is a recidivist. What Wu Laosan's daughter-in-law, basically with today's Wu family on, he is not a bad person. If the Wu family didn't go against him also lazy, but touch also messed with their own real pure not to give some color or sorry for themselves. Wow. Qin Jiang calmly closed the window. Let's go. Boom. The car roared towards the University of Vocational Education and the security guard at the door saw the 888 license plate and did not hesitate to open the door to welcome. The large machinery of the open space roared to life and began to break ground. Those workers in the see Qin Jiang power but not any fear worry in the end to do the work very hard. These days, if the boss of the project is soft and has no background, then the probability of not being able to do it for a long time is more likely to default on wages. Like Qin Jiang, on the contrary, it is more appropriate. The startup benefits are not missing them either. All those fruits and vegetables in the field are worth a few tens of thousands of dollars when you add them all up. Far away, watching the fun leave in droves. Also spreading the word about what I saw today by adding to it, as well as making up stories entirely on my own. Old Wu's family is really unlucky. Several people were beaten half to death and arrested by the security forces. Let his family go wild. Silly this time. Don't even look at what Black Dragon does. Purely on the road. Qin Jiang. That's a big brother level existence. On the old Wu's family these few small yakuza also dare to provoke not pure death? The story gets more and more outrageous. What's this about the Qinjiang College Road? What Qin Jiang let someone beat up Wu's family but nothing happened, but also let the security team to arrest the beaten Wu's family? What Black Dragon has a hefty background? And so on. Anyway, the more rumors the more outrageous. The most outrageous 4-9 early inexplicably back a number of lives. It can be said that this incident directly let Qin Jiang, Black Dragon name resounded in the ears of most residents of College Road. Gossip traveled fastest these days, not to mention the Wu family, which was known far and wide as the most annoying. Card pool. You're blind. Lubo, a footbrake, stopped at the intersection. Looking at the intersection of a green boy, scolded. What? What are you looking at? In the look, believe it or not, I put the eyeballs for you to gouge out. Mud. I should have killed you. He was about to continue cursing when he did. Jingle bells. The phone is ringing. Lubo was originally looking for Lu Yao. Date was rejected today, is quite angry. And now almost hit a person even more angry. Pick up the phone on the incomparable anger. Grandma. Who? Ah. Sixth brother. There's another one. That. I can help with the laundry. Okay. Yes. No problem. Don't worry. I have shares in a couple of night markets in the North End. And I don't have much else in the night markets but running water. It's just that this draw. Well. Snap. Hang up the phone. Lubo, originally upset mood, are much better. This year can earn money is cool. As long as there is money he wants nothing. Lubo cannot help but scolded. Waiting for me to earn enough money will no longer have to serve in the big group that old hag, that old pervert, was saying. Jingle bells. The phone rang again. Picked up the phone came an old woman voice. Baby, where are you? Come on. I just bought a steel, small ball. I'm sure it suits you. It's so much fun. Snap. Hanging up the phone. Lubo's face was cloudy. He did not want to go but very clear. He can occupy shares in the night market and those big bosses to do business rely on the background of their own big group. And he can be in the big group is to rely on the old demon woman. No way. A woman's big brother is a gold brick. A woman's 30th birthday is a gift to the world. Lu Yao. Wait. Sooner or later, I'm going to take you down. Old witch. Sooner or later, I'll make you eat too. Boom. Lubo steps on the gas and speeds away. The green student looked at the departing Lubo as well as the intersection in front of him, and his heart could not help but flutter. There was an inexplicable sense of gratitude, as if something very bad had not befallen him. Vigilante. Lao Ho asked people to take Sun Yuan and others down to make a statement, while quickly coming to Zhao Kailai's office to report the situation. 10 minutes later, Zhao Kailai convenes a meeting to give Lu Yong full authority to supervise the case, and Zhou Hua voluntarily applies for recusal at the meeting. That night Sun Yuan and others were released after making statements. Wu family members where the murder weapon holders are temporarily detained in accordance with the process. When Zhou Hua put the news as well as the institute is about to investigate the Qin Jiang reported things when the Wu family wailed, but it is not clear that the next worst thing waiting for them. Chapter 77, Black Dragon's Revenge. What happens when you offend Qin Jiang? Crashing. Inside a mahjong parlor, a group of people were crackling with mahjong, while inside there was a small private room where several people were playing cards. Mud. $1,000. Who's with? Wu Lao Bai. Who are you looking down on? $1,000 is not enough for you to go out and blackmail a little. Stop it now. I heard that his mother-in-law has been opened up. Old Buster. Your mother-in-law was all like that and you're still out playing cards. How come you're so addicted? That middle-aged man known as Wu Lao Bai had an iron color on his face, but he could only skim his mouth and casually retort a couple of sentences. For one thing, they are telling the truth. The bullying of the Wu family yesterday has spread to all neighborhoods in the square. Secondly, these people in front of him are all some jerks, and many of them are quite ruthless, and he did not dare to be complacent. The only reason I came out to play today is because my mother-in-law kept complaining about his uselessness when she came back yesterday. Blah blah blah. He'd come out here to get away from the rest of the world, and to see if he could win some money here and get back what he'd lost on the vegetable patch. Even stupidity knows that the vocational training university's land is not likely to come back or be compensated in any way. Come to think of it, he couldn't help but think of his mother-in-law's injuries. His face was already in a bad shape, and it swelled again. Snap. He gave himself a hard slap in the mouth and cursed himself for not being human. Mud. How can you get distracted playing cards? Come on. An additional 3,000. Who with? Looking at the hand of good cards, Wu Lao Bai completely forget about the other, and constantly add their own body weights. And just as he was about to open his cards, outside, there came a clamor. Boo! The door to the box was kicked in on the spot. Crashing. A few men quickly rushed in and shouted, Vigilante! Hands up! Quickly! Soon Wu Lao Bai and 7 or 8 other gamblers, as well as the mahjong parlor owner, were all arrested and escorted out. Just got out of the mahjong parlor. Just see. A young man in formal attire but hanging around with his hands in his pockets and a pad came over and looked at Wu Lao Bai with an 8-toothed smile. TSK. Hello again. Who are you? Wu Lao Bai looked at the youth with a face full of confusion. Similarly, Several members of the security forces looked at the youth with inquiring gazes, as well as a hint of deterrence. These days even small punks dare to pretend in front of their security forces. Ran. The next moment they collectively froze, only to see the youth casually comparing a salute to a few vigilantes. I'm the one who just called you guys to report. Several vigilantes, Sigma, surprised face, winky face, equals smiley face. No? What the hell? When did the whistleblower dare to appear at the scene of the arrest in a fair and honorable manner? What? Afraid that people won't know about it? Afraid that people won't retaliate? Whose ministry is this that is so brave? The youth, however, did not pay any attention to the vigilante's astonishment, but instead looked at Wu Laobai and said, "Dare to touch Brother Zhang's mold? Ha! Remember, this is just the beginning." He looked towards the other arrested people and the mahjong parlor owner. "As for you guys, I can only say that the point is backward." After saying that, he left without caring about the reactions of a few people upside down. Mahjong hall boss and a few arrested people, first stunned after all, reacted. Clearly Wu Laobiao messed with that what is called Jiang brother. Today the youth define Wu Laobiao bad luck. They are completely implicated. Undeserved disaster. Brush. Brush. The eyes of the mahjong hall owner and the others looking at Wu Laobai became incomparably cold and angry. "Good you Wu Laobai. You wait for me. Today's matter is not over. I'll kill you sooner or later. Wu Laobai. If you don't pay the fine back to me, poof, I'll beat the out of you and make you eat it." Several people cursed madly and even went to beat up Wu Laobai. It's not me. It has nothing to do with me. It's Qin Zhang. You guys go find him. He asked my little brother to report it. Of course the mahjong hall owner and the others didn't even listen to his sophomoric nonsense. They also probably knew who Qin Zhang was. Even if you don't know before you hear the gossip of the Wu family, also know that absolutely big brother level existence. Dry engineering. Have a company, under the hands of the little brother Gaga More. Just these bottom fringe punks of theirs still want to go after people. What the hell? They don't live comfortably enough. Plus, with a ready-made backstabber, how could Wu Laobai not use it? If it is not a security team to stop Wu Laobiao, afraid on the spot to be beaten all over the place. Even so, Wu Laobiao can also be clear about how he will end up. He knows too much about the temperament of these people. Will not be easy to let go of him. A couple of vigilantes looked at each other without saying anything. After all, it's good for Qin Zhang to take revenge. It's okay to have people report it. Instead of breaking the law, one might even say that it helps the good citizens of the sheriff prepare. Following STH, they also have to give just whistleblowing bonuses and awards to whistleblowers if they have outstanding performance. To Wanzi village, a loaf of bread drove slowly down the village road. Ka. The van opens. Wu Xiaoxi exposed his head cell phone, took out a hook. A copy of The Hand. A running yellow dog was directly hooked, even screamed without issuing a sentence, was dragged into the car. Wu Xiaoxi looked at the big yellow dog in the car and grinned, saying to his old brother who was driving, Go back and eat hot pot." The young man who drove the car said, "Fourth brother, you just released. Our father said to go out less in recent days, for fear that the black dragon is looking for trouble. Be careful." Wu Xiaoxi said angrily, "They are still looking for trouble from us. Why? I was beaten up and locked up for a night, but the young man who beat me up had nothing to do with it, and the land we worked so hard for was taken away. So what? They don't think it's enough. Besides, aren't I injured? Just in time to eat some dog meat to make up for it. Just tell me if you'll eat it or not." The driving youth licked his lips and said firmly, "Eat, Wu Xiaoxi, then hurry up and drive. Misty grass. Agu." His words did not finish the car. A sharp brake suddenly stopped. Wu Xiaoxi's head directly knocked on the front, involving the body injuries, pain showing teeth, asterisk 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 asterisk. "How do you drive the car?" Fourth brother. The young man driving the car trembled and pointed ahead. Brush. Wu Xiaoxi looked up. In front of them stood 20 to 30 villagers with farming tools in their hands, and they looked at the van with unbridled anger. A word directly surrounded the forced open the van door, looking at the already dying big yellow dog even more angry. Directly to Wu Xiaoxi, two people from the car dragged down. Asterisk 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 heck. Beat these dog thieves to death. Dare to steal my rhubarb. Give me a beating. These dog thieves deserve to die. Beat them to death. Coming here 3 times. He doesn't treat our village as a human being. Discard him. Chapter 78, Zhou Hua's warning. Wu family's search, Shuesi. Far away. Some wall. The 2 black dragon brothers were sitting with their legs crossed, smoking cigarettes and watching Wu Xiaoxi and the 2 of them get beaten up. TSK. It's almost fun to beat up these guys. Punch them there. Guaranteed kidney injury. Dare to seek John's trouble and make a fool of yourself. I despise dog stealing. Even if they were all punks at one time. Since the Hentang Hotel Qin Jianli Xin, Black Dragon brothers have long been transformed. Although many of the habits of the gangsters cannot be changed, can steal chickens and dogs and other scum of the low-end things have long been disgusted. What to say? Low-end and unappealing. Just gotta beat it. Let Wu Xiaoxi two brothers how to cry. All the villagers still do not stop. After all, half a year to lose more than 10 dogs. Today, if not someone notified them in advance to let the dog thieves run away. Boom, boom, boom. When the security forces arrived at the time of the two were beaten to speak difficult, and due to too many beaters and all sheltered each other, plus the Wu brothers stole the dog in the first. The security forces also dealt with the matter flexibly, criticizing and educating the two persons and many villagers. And before the two were about to leave, the two Black Dragon brothers appeared in front of them. Remember, offending Jiang is just the beginning. A motorway. Wu's family just touched the porcelain, then saw the Black Dragon employees with a video camera off the car. The whole scene to film them touching the porcelain screen. Report to the vigilante. Sue Wu's family for extortion. One-stop shop. The ground. The Wu family members are stealing pods of rice also ran into the main relatives. Black Dragon brothers just recognized the godfathers. Split head and face as a beating. Masked head beating before leaving still put hard words. Wu Senwazi, who had just finished grabbing eggs, returned to the entrance of the neighborhood. Brush. A passing Black Dragon youth threw out a garbage bag in passing. Anum. Crashing, the garbage bag ruptured in mid-air, and the yellow, hot liquid inside poured into Wu Sanposi's head. Similar things have been happening in a short period of time. Anyone who goes out Wu family members more or less all suffer. Light gray face, heavy skin, open flesh, even caught in the Paris sub, and not having gone out and not having ducked out of the way at all. The vigilantes started to have a go after checking it out. The Wu family was banned from opening mahjong parlors in the district. Housing enforcement officers were out filling in dug basements, removing unauthorized gardens, and issuing numerous violation tickets. And so the list goes on and on. The Wu family, for a while, the chickens flew, became the focus of the entire neighborhood, and were gloated over by countless people. Inside Wu Laosan's room, Wu family gathered here again, different from the previous, spirited but all incomparably disheveled. The vast majority of the body with injuries, even if not injured people, are downcast. Some of them are even tied up like dumplings. It's Wu Xiaoxi who was beaten up for stealing a dog, not by crying out, "Oops, mom." Third brother, what the hell? Xiaoxi is about to be beaten to death. It's just a head dog. That Black Dragon is so inhuman. Isn't it pure bullying? Yes, my family was captured by the Black Dragon. He was almost killed when he was ransomed. There's no justice. That Qin Jiang is screwing us to death. I went to the police and they said they couldn't do anything about it. It's too damn dark on College Road. I can't go on living. They cried that cry, completely forgetting the way they used to strut their stuff and tell those who came to reason with them that they could report them to the vigilante. Outside, just to the door, Zhou Hua could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. When you were bullying others, how not to think of others uncomfortable? And now it's their turn to be uncomfortable to no cry. Besides, what do you mean College Road is dark? The vigilante doesn't care. People report formally. Formally process. Everything is legal and compliant. How does the vigilante manage? That's just it. I'm sure something will happen to me if I stay involved, so I might as well just leave. In the past few days, he finally inquired through some old comrades in the institute to find out what exactly the existence of Wu's family was. These people are not at all as friendly as they appear to be in front of themselves, but instead are very nasty and despicable. Even, it can no longer be described as cheap, simply as social assholes. This time his wife Wu Xiaoai's constant persecution also let him see each other, but not regret why they will be blind to apply for mobilization to the local area. He did not dare to think of their own identity in this rampant, and the end of the Wu family will do what out of the ordinary things. A moment. A look of determination welled up on his face, and he dropped his knocking hand and turned away without hesitation. House. Wu Laosan's brows were furrowed. Originally unbeatable law in the encounter with the Black Dragon, but did not work against the Wu family, suffered. First a lot of people were arrested and then a succession of being found and so on. He looked at Wu Xiaoai and said, "What did the mouth of your family say? When will the few boys in the family be released? Why does the security team not care about the Black Dragon?" The entire Wu family looked at Wu Xiaoai, and their originally friendly gazes towards him were all transformed into skepticism, as if to say again, "This is the man you're looking for. Didn't you say he was good at the vigilante? That's all." Wu Xiaoai looked embarrassed. "My family that mouth did not come back in the past few days, said that the team is busy. I make a phone call to ask." Dropping. The call was quickly answered. Not waiting for Wu Xiaoai to say anything, the phone came. Zhou Hua voice. "I know what you want to ask. your family a few boys with a murderer hurt although it did not cause significant damage, but the victim has also applied for mental compensation and so on. They do not issue a letter of understanding. Probably will be turned into a criminal case squatting in jail. There is also an application by the VCU to make you pay for the cost of the site for 5 years, and you will either pay or wait for a court summons. The last couple I remind you, go to find Qin Zheng to give him an apology, so that his face can still have room for maneuver. Otherwise all break up. Words have come to this, listen to it or not listen to it as you. Snap. Zhou Hua hung up the phone. Tootsie. The busy tone on the phone made Wu Xiao AI froze. She always felt that Zhou Hua's tone to her seemed to be very cold, as if something bad was going to happen to her, because Wu Xiao AI phone open amplified. Wu family people also heard Zhou Hua words have stormed. Crackling began to accuse Wu Xiao AI to find a useless man. Let her on the phone must let Zhou Hua to fish people out, and even let Zhou Hua to lead the team to the Qin Zheng arrested. Follow up. Wu family members comprehensively bullied after 2 days cannot stand, can only choose to compromise compensation job big land fee, as well as the cost of the letter of understanding, but naturally not willing to give all let Wu Laosan use contacts to find a weighty intermediary Jinjin Xinjiang. 1 day later, jingle bells, Wu Laosan answered the phone. A poker-playing voice came from inside. I'll get you the man. You get the money ready. Don't worry about it gaga hard. In the North District have a number 1. On top and powerful big brother, under the hands of dozens of brothers, most of them from the inside out is not unusual punks can be compared to the North District who do not give 3 thin face, when the peacemaker is more than enough. Called what? 4th Shui. You can just call 4th brother. Chapter 79, White Family Situation. Preparing for investigation. Shui Si arrives. Some compound. Inside a high-class residence, a stalwart middle-aged man sitting on the sofa watching the news. An intellectual well-maintained woman packing clothes. The kitchen has a nanny is cooking gusts of food aroma wafting. It's cozy. It's harmonious. Until, breaking or snapping. The door to the room was opened and Bai Meng came in from outside, carrying a cake in his hand. Dad, happy birthday. The middle-aged man nodded casually, not taking his eyes off the TV news. On the contrary, when the woman who was cleaning up her clothes saw Gao Mang coming back, she put down the clothes in her hands and came straight over, taking the cake with one hand and touching Bai Meng's face with one hand. Aya, my baby boy has lost weight. Has he been working too hard lately? If I say I can't do the investigation, or transfer you to other easy departments. Bai Meng smiled and said, no mom, scouting is fine. Middle-aged woman, what's so good about it? Look at you, you're all haggard. It's good to go to an easy department. White Mang didn't wait to speak. The middle-aged man sitting on the sofa scolded, what do you know? He was born to be a detective or all those years of schooling would have been for nothing. What are you getting involved in? Transfer? You say transfer. Transfer, the security department as your home. The middle-aged woman also disliked as if the gunpowder had been ignited. It's not easy for my son to come back and even bring you a cake for his birthday. And you don't even look at him, and you come up here to scold him? Okay. I don't need you as a big leader. I will find someone to transfer my son. He has been working as a detective for so many years, and he should serve the country as well. He can already do it. With that, he turned to go back inside and make a phone call. No going. The middle-aged man slammed the table and angrily rebuked. Just go. Middle-aged women are also on the line. In the end, Bai Mang said all the good words, plus constantly persuade the mother that today is the father's birthday to let both sides put out the fire. Soon the nanny brought up all the food, and Bai Mang put the cake in the center of the table and inserted the candles. The middle-aged man has no intention of scanning in the clock as well as the room door position, eyes flashing a hint of disappointment. Calmly, he said, let's eat. White Mang, blow out the candles and make a wish. The middle-aged man chortled. Superstition. Brush. He fanned out the candle between his raised hands. Eat. The three sat at the dining table and began to eat. Due to the conflict just let the table atmosphere is very awkward. Even if Bai Mang several times to take the initiative to pick up the topic is not at all helpful. Inside the kitchen, the babysitter calmly cleaned up without any surprises. Suddenly the middle-aged man asked as he ate, what has your sister been up to lately? Bai Mang froze for a moment, eyes flashed a trace of unnatural but quickly disappeared. Laughed, sister recently very obedient, every day to go to school to study, all subjects exams all pass, and even the sister for the effort to study are in the extracurricular classes. I gave that tutor called, said sister on the financial a little bit of a pass. White Mang said evasively. Of course he said all the truth, although he is not clear that Qin Zhang in the end with what means to make his sister obedient to class. But the result is that his sister's academic performance plummeted. The teacher's feedback is also true. except that some time ago when he called the teacher again to inquire about it, he found that the teacher's phone number could not be reached, and he wondered if he had changed his number. The middle-aged man looked deeply at the white fierce did not speak. The middle-aged woman put down the chopsticks in the eyes of the hidden silk tears, viciously stomped. The middle-aged man turned around and went back to the bedroom. Bai Mang took 2 hard bites of his meal. This family was unhappy every time his sister was mentioned. A moment. The middle-aged man finished his meal and looked at the cake in front of him, carefully digging a mouthful with a spoon and eating it, closing his eyes to reminisce, and then opening his eyes to smooth out the cake. Snap! He put down his chopsticks. Mrs. Liu, pack up, I'm going for a walk outside. Having said that, directly got up and picked up a jacket to go outside. Walking in the neighborhood, he pulled out the phone and dialed out, Xiao Sun, help me to check something. Find out what Bai Lu has been doing lately. Hanging up the phone, he had a twinkle in his eye. Before he became a leader, he was also a criminal investigator, so he naturally saw at a glance that Bai Mang was unnatural when he spoke. College Road. Inside a restaurant, Wu Laosan with the Wu family people are waiting anxiously. A few of the grannies from time to time to look at the Wu Laosan purse full of reluctance. Inside, they're the ones who raised the 20,000 bucks. The money is to give the upcoming social big brother, so that he came to give them flat things. Not flat cannot. In a short time the Wu family members are arrested, beaten, intact and okay. People almost know. Now do not dare to go out easily. These 2 days every day to eat noodles, or cold water bubble. I don't know why the electricity is off. Sango, a woman said, we cannot spend 20,000 yuan in vain. A moment to let the social big brother to calm things down. It is best to let us not a penny out on it. Not to mention cleaning up that what's her name Xinjiang, but also making him put out the understanding for free, or else what's going to happen to my son? The other Wu family members also started talking. Years of penny pinching habits have made it physically painful for them to spend a penny more, yet they dare not continue to procrastinate. Line. Okay, I know. Wu Laosan waved his hand and chided. In a while you all talk less. Those real social big brothers have bad tempers. Soon, boo, the door to the diner was pushed open hard. See only, more than a dozen people pouring in, all fierce face, body carved dragons and tigers, waist bulging, the leader of the walkway slightly bobbing head, neck with an incomparably thick gold chain. Exactly, Shuasi, the last time he was arrested and brought back, although the nature of the fight was very bad, but because there were not many victims at all, no way, they basically pure beatings. After all, the difference in the number of the two sides is too big, so the Scar also valued feelings to him to spend money to get out. Originally due to this thing he was going to be marginalized, but as the saying goes, there will be a blessing after the disaster. He spent a big price to find a way to earn money, so the Scar instead of marginalizing him, but rewarded him to begin to see the field. One moment, he has a lot more minions under his command that he can manage. His status within Scar's group skyrocketed, and he went from being known as Shui Lao Si to fourth brother. Of course the brother of this thing is not good to do. To maintain the face of eating, drinking and spending money is often quite a lot. On the just when the platoon big brother of his incomparable lack of money with, can only think of ways to make money. There are only a few kinds of money to be made on the road. Ask for a debt, watching the yard and collecting protection money, as well as leveling the playing field for others. Just received the single Wu family. Of course, a total of 20,000. The middleman also scored a portion of the shui for such can look on the other big brother who cares. Sound of a crash. One of the minions pulls out a chair. Boo! Shuesi sat in the swing. Some sat down to look at some hotel environment. Martyr, looking for the old man usually this Thai place. Chapter 80, Shuesi, my Nima. You offended brother Jiang. At the same time, Shuesi and the others came in, and the several tables of people who were eating saw all of their faces change slightly. Sure enough, I saw these people hooting and hollering and pointing at the others. If you haven't finished eating, all go. Accounts, settle what scores, put it all on his head. The punks pointed at the Wu family and said, see this. Several tables of guests turned away without hesitation. Soon the Wu family and the people Shuesi brought with him, as well as the restaurant owner and his wife, were left in the restaurant. The boss's wife watched the customers leave without checking out to stop them, but the boss reached out and pulled them to the back kitchen. Boo! Shuesi looked at Wu family members continue to curse, grandma. Not to mention what the Hentang also have to be the Grand Hotelet. On this fly hall you fooled a ghost. Wu Laosan looked embarrassed. He is clear that the social mixing is most concerned about face. Set the dinner place in a small restaurant is definitely not good. But the Wu family members were to give up to eat in the big hotel. Cannot help but say, rush. It's really a bit hasty, as long as things are too urgent. Shuesi cursed a few more times before shouting, "Boss, what are your specialty dishes? Count up. Pick the expensive ones." "Okay." The owner, in the back kitchen, hastened to oblige. Immediately, Shuesi Tsai looked to Wu Laosan and extended his hand. "Where's the money?" "Here it is." Wu Laosan was very reluctant to hand over the purse. Shuesi did not even look at it and threw it to the little brother behind him, who took it by hand and clapped it in his armpit. Shuesi looked at his little brother's eyes. Marred. Really no eyesight. When the big brother is not good at counting, you do not know how to count. Snap. His glared at his little brother and whispered, "Count." Ah. The little brother opens his purse and counts. Bah. 1 north, 2 north, 3. Snap. Shuesi couldn't wait to kick his little brother to death, but he could only sit and not say anything in order to pretend to be his big brother's face. A moment. My little brother counted it and once again held it in his armpit. The thing. Look. Wu Laosan saw that the number of junior brothers completely looked at Shuesi and tried to say, "Isn't it just a matter of leveling things?" Shuesi was very unconcerned. "I heard from Lao Ping, the intermediary, that you offended a small builder, and the land you planted was contracted out to them, and then they demanded the money for the land you planted before, right? It's just a matter of words." He really didn't take it seriously. This period of time he also helped others to level a number of things. There is no lack of some involved in the builders. Of course, are some small builders? As for the Wu family, offended is not a big builder. Nonsense. The builders will not care about the two jujubes, not to mention the conflict with the Wu family. Certainly not large scale, but out of caution, he subconsciously asked, "How large was that builder?" Wu Laosan contracted more than 100 acres of land. There are more than 10 hookers, diggers, workers, dozens. Listen to this. Shuesi's face became more confident. This level of builders, Shuesi face is absolutely good. Not to mention that behind him there is a big brother, Scar. Scar in the North District is also a famous presence. Although not involved in the construction of the town, can be quite a lot of charges. For others to town at least a few 100,000 and have to identity enough people. Shuesi struck a flat hand pose. None of it is a problem. Don't we just let them have less of the previous occupation fee? Little Carla, feel free to level. Wu Laosan nodded in satisfaction. He also inquired about Qin Jiang during this period of time. Of course, with his ability to only inquire about the other party is a student gangster. Lucky contracted land demolition to get compensation. The people under his hand are also students, with Shuesi and other real gangsters cannot be compared. The Wu family pretty much thought so too. They didn't dare to go against Qin Jiang, but Shuesi was obviously different. Not by the way. It's better to keep him from getting a penny. A couple of us in the family are in jail, and it's only fair to get him to come up with a free letter of understanding. Yeah, it would be nice to teach him a lesson in. What the hell? Shuesi's face was a bit ugly. $420,000 you're asking me to do so many things. Less money? Give you a letter of understanding? Help you teach someone a lesson? What? You have more money than anyone else. What? But, it's more calming when you hear an understanding. Letter of understanding. Isn't this stuff only needed if you give someone a beating? That is to say, the Wu family beat up that builder's man, reported the vigilante to be arrested and need to produce a letter of understanding. A builder who can be beaten up by the Wu family and other such lowly people can be what kind of powerful existence? Thinking about it, I couldn't help but say, damn, so many things to give $20,000. To do it is fine. Have to add money. 50,000 snapping hammers. 100,000 a leg. As long as the money is there, the north end is all add up. The words came out. The Wu family's crowd couldn't help but lay down their heads. Money, plus money, sounds like a crime to his family. Wu Laosan licked his old face and said, "Fourth brother, I used to be on the road, and I was given the nickname, Three Dogs." Shuesi looked at Wu Laosan and smiled contemptuously. Never heard of it. Nonsense. Looking at Wu Laosan's deplorable demeanor, he knew that even if he had really been around, he hadn't made a name for himself. Wu Laosan, that, old Ping and I. Shuesi, no need to mention him, he has no face. Wu Laosan had no choice but to get together with Wu's family to discuss in a low voice. The restaurant owner also served up the dishes, did not fool all the big fish and meat. Eat. Shuesi is in a good mood. He feels that the Wu family still has oil and water. Today at least can squeeze 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. As for the builders, casually give 3 melons and 2 jujubes on the line. The real strength of the builders who do not build buildings, and then do not help to build a plant or something. Who can contract a piece of land, but also let the Wu family hit The only bad thing about it is that the land on College Road is unlucky, having planted myself on it last time. He looked at Wu Laosan and suddenly asked, by the way, that builder, what name do you know? Before Wu Laosan could speak, boo, the door to the diner was pushed open again. Crashing. Come in, more than 10 youths dressed in formal clothes. The leader is a handheld folding fan. Tied pigtails youth. Exactly. Zhu Zheng. The left Wang Tao came in and drank. Martyr. Wu Laosan, you also dare to buddy brother Zheng clamor. Who gave you the courage? Your father, me? Still looking for social big brother. Come to me to see what that social big brother looks like. It turns out that Wu Laosan sent people to about Qin Jiang. Of course, cannot see Qin Jiang with a little brother said, they Wu family to find people. Social big brother. Gaga powerful kind of let Qin Jiang over. Do not go. Then the social big brother over the leg to him to break. If the Wu family members sent there hadn't run away after shouting, they would have been beaten by Wang Tao and the others and had their legs broken. So, being in charge of construction, Zhu Zhang then brought someone over to take a look. The moment Zhu Zhang, Wang Tao, and the others saw Xuesi and the others when they came in and froze, recognizing their identities straight away. After all, the two sides just fought straight up not too long ago. Similarly, Xuesi and the others recognized faces such as Zhu Zhang. Wu family people heard Wang Tao's scolding, all scared, all over the body a shiver. There is no way recently have been fast to get out of the psychological shadow, but when looking at Xuesi and recovered, they have someone to be afraid of. What? Wu Laosan told Xuesi to go up and point at Zhu Zhang. It's this group of people, but this one isn't the main guy. The main guy is a guy named Qin Jiang. You take care of them first. I'm taking you to that Qin Jiang. I know where he is? Xuesi looked at Zhu Zhang and the others, then at Wu Laosan. The one you offended was Zheng. Wu Laosan, what Jiang? Xerxes 4, that builder you're talking about is Black Dragon. Wu Laosan, yes, it's called Black Dragon. Do you recognize it? Fourth brother? Xuesi, I'm yet. Snap. Chapter 81, calling brother Zhang. Xuesi, take care. Bring it to brother Zhang. Snap. Xuesi turned his hand as a backhanded hard hit on Wu Laosan face. Hit Wu Laosan almost in the planted heel. Ah! Wu Laosan screamed miserably, covered his face and looked at Xuesi just to say something when he saw his eyes splash again. Pop! Snap! Xuesi once again hit 2 hard counters. Boo! Wu Laosan was directly hit and paralyzed on the ground, covering his face and grimacing in pain. Agu cannot help but open his mouth and spit out blood foam visible. Xuefor in the end hit how hard? Sango! Uncle Sam! 3. Wu family members have flocked forward to check Wu Laosan's situation. At the same time look at Xuesi, unbelievable, not at all clear just fine why suddenly hit people, but out of fear of the big brother of society, they dare not say anything, only to keep asking Wu Laosan's situation. San, don't scare me, you can't die. If you die, how can I repay the debt my family owes me? San, you seem to have lost an incisor. Wu Laosan, no, if you don't speak up for me when I'm beaten, why do you have to curse me? So what? I have to die because of a couple of slaps? Brush. He looked up to Xuesi, who was also filled with confusion and was about to inquire about something but suddenly froze in place. However, he saw Xuesi simply ignoring the Wu family's reaction, but instead transformed from anger to a smile as he looked at Zhu Zhang. You are little Zhuge, Zhu Zhang. Zhang brother, right, I am Xuesi. We just didn't fight at the previous stage. Xuesi? Zhu Zhang looked at Xuesi, repeating the other party's name. Of course, he also recognized the other party's identity at the first glance, but as if he had just recalled that day in front of the school with people looking for Zhang's trouble. Isn't that young and foolish? Xuesi hurriedly said. Brother Scar told me long ago that we are our own people. Our own people. Saying that, he yelled at his subordinate minions. What are you waiting for? Call Zhang. A bunch of eyeless guys. Moment. The dozen or so junior brothers hurriedly said respectfully. Masa. Masa. Zhu Zhang did not respond but looked at Xuesi. What? The Wu family asked you to press Black Dragon and press Brother Jiang, and you took it? You're going against Brother Jiang. Ouch. Xuesi hurriedly clapped his hands and said, Brothers, I'm also a victim. It's all his fault that his hands didn't figure it out, and it's also all his fault that the damn Wu family didn't say in advance that they were offended by Brother Jiang. Mud. Said he went up and gave Wu Laosan a hard kick once again, kicking Wu Laosan and his family to the head. Xuesi continued, to know that he offended Jiang, that is, lend me a few guts, I do not dare to come over. And then again my family Scar brother and Jiang, what is the relationship between the pure water washed the Dragon King temple? A family, all family. His tone was very respectful. After the last time I'd heard about the hotel and their own scarab brother and Qin Jiang meet things, also know the chemical plant incident, the same more no Qin Jiang background sky, even if their own scar brother also have to give face dare not easily offend. So, he just got on the top of the small card Mimi natural more dare not offend. Really messed with Qin Jiang estimated that do not need each other to get their own. The scar brother will be able to chop him chop 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 like Qin Jiang sent. So his attitude is so friendly and humble. Juzz, not standing up for him? Shuesi, only for Jiang stand. You a word. I now chopped him again to apologize to Jiang. Zhu Zheng, Jiang doesn't have the time for this. Shuesi, yes. Wouldn't a big shot like brother Jiang have the time to bother with these little yakuza? Brothers are hungry. Boss. What? Quickly serve food. Good wine and meat to my positive brothers up. You guys off. Shuesi called out to the boss as he scolded his minions to let them make the empty table. Zhu Zheng waved his hand. Dinner is not necessary. Shuesi, is it that the restaurant is too poor and unsatisfactory? So I'll have someone go outside the restaurant to set a table. Let's have a drink. Zhu Zheng, I appreciate the sentiment. I won't drink the wine. There's still a whole lot of things for me to do on the construction site. Shuesi, that. John's place. Zhu Zheng turned back and waved his hand. I haven't seen you today. Do you think so? Yeah, haven't seen it today. Shuesi smiled and nodded. Although Zhu Zhang is much smaller than himself can favor him to feel the pressure on the other side. And Talk is not at all this age should have. There are words a little bit. Let's go. Zhu Zhang led Wang Tao and the others away. And before he left, he looked deeply at the Wu family and sneered. You want to play, right? Then let's have some fun next. Shuesi shouted from behind. Take care. Say hi to Jiang for me. Let's drink together sometime. Hello brother Dai Jiang. Until he took a few juniors to the entrance of the restaurant. Watching the roads on both sides of the hundreds of young people in formal dress also followed Zhu Zhang to leave. Could not help but secretly wipe cold sweat. Mud. It's so suspenseful. So close. It's going to be planted here again today. Why say again? Rear. At first there are a few juniors do not know what Qin Jiang, Black Dragon, do not quite understand why their own fourth brother so respectful, but look at the number of people from both sides of the outpouring also sucked in cool air. Good guy just to really conflict in the house. These people rushed in for fear that they will have to play finished. Fourth brother. A junior asked. Who is he? What brother Jiang was mentioned just now? Who's Jiang? And what's Black Dragon? Does he know Scar? He. Snap. Shwe4 big neck slip hit out. Ask. Just no ask. What? You blue cat naughty 3000 ask ah? Look at their own under the banner of the little brother left arm. He could not help but more admiration for Qin Jiang. Look at the team of others. Under the banner of the Zhu Zhang let him have to be treated with caution. The feeling of imperceptible, even followed by those who follow the little brother is also standing straight. Extraordinary momentum, a word and action are orderly. A comparison of a few of his command is not at all comparable. Inside Wu Laosan cannot care about the face and body pain, just stupidly looking at the door orientation. Positive brother? A great flood of water rushes through the Dragon King's temple? How dare I? Bring it to Jiang? Their minds kept recalling all the things they had just done to themselves, as well as Shuesi's incomparably respectful and friendly attitude towards Zhu Zhang. This, or just that flaunted, what money in place, the legs are for you to break the big brother of society? This is not pure licking dog, little brother to hold the existence of the big brother, but Shuesi is not a social big brother. This is undoubtedly, not to mention the intermediary will not lie to him. He himself these days also went out to inquire about Shwe4 in the North District recently also counted a famous. Some of the big mongrels to see him have to call the fourth brother. The existence of those unusual businessmen do not dare to offend. Just now, Shuesi clearly treated the other party as an equal being. No, Quasi said as if they were all one level lower. So, what's Zhu Zhang's status? Behind him Qin Jiang that black dragon in power. Shuesi are constantly called Brother Jiang and what is the status? The big brother of society? Chapter 82 Wu family serves to ask for forgiveness. White Father Pro College Road. Crashing. Shuesi returns with his men once again, and a few of his juniors quickly put away the weapons they brought with them, just now. Shuesi gave them a look to tell them to put them away, fearing that they might make Zhu Zhang misunderstand them. At this point, Wu Laosan looked at Shuesi wanting to speak but did not know what to say, even if he is stupid. It is clear that Shuesi cannot be helping himself to calm things, or not dare to help himself to calm things. It was only when he saw the purse clipped to Shuesi's little brother's arm that he reacted. Fourth brother. That money. His meaning is very obvious since Shwe4 cannot calm down the money has to return it. The words, attracting the gaze of Shuesi, who was already in a bad mood. He looked at Wu Laosan and scolded. Money? What money? Mud. You're making trouble for me, aren't you? Who do you think you're messing with but Brother Jiang? What the hell are you? What the hell just you also dare to touch with Brother Jiang? I think it is Brother Jiang is too kind. Today I will clean up for Brother Jiang. Give me a beating. He gave an order. Sound of a crash. A dozen or so juniors started a fight against the Wu family. What kind of Wu family exists? The bottom of the hooligans are not even counted as trash. Plus a few youths who can really fight are still inside the prison. Facing the gangsters simply cannot block. All you can do is keep lying on the ground and wailing. Oops. Don't fight. Don't hit. You're killing me. My old waist. How can you beat a woman? I'm still a 30-something-year-old girl. Don't hit my face. Wrong. We were wrong. A bunch of punks don't have a lot of mercy. Certainly not when it comes to women. 10 minutes or so later, Shuesi waved his hand for the people to stop. He squatted down and patted bruised Wu Laosan's face with his hand. Who hit you guys? Wu Laosan? Who? You. No one hit us. We accidentally fell while walking by ourselves. Shuesi, Egu, not stupid yet, but just no eyesight. Don't know who can and can't be messed with. You've been on the road too, you know the consequences of daring to report the vigilante. Wu Laosan nodded. I know. Shuesi got up and left with all the minions. Looking back at Wu Laosan before leaving the door, for the sake of $20,000, I'll give you a reminder, no matter what Jiang, that is, the Black Dragon boss you have offended, what he wants you'd better give it right away, or else, looking for someone, to hell with it, no one on the road can even things out for you. It can only bring you disaster. There are people you can't mess with. Be careful how you die without knowing. He certainly puts Qin Jiang on the same level as his own Scar, or even higher. To offend this level of existence to find someone to calm things can be calm? Can you get even? But that can give you peace of mind. 80% of this life you do not have the opportunity to see, let alone get on the line with the Wu family. After saying that, he directly led the people to leave. The Wu family members looked at the departing Shuesi and the others wanting to cry. A woman said, "What should we do? $20,000 is just gone. He's too unreasonable. He obviously didn't help us get even, but he's still blackmailing us for $20,000. Shut up," Wu Laosan angrily chided. Is this the time to care about this? You still care about $20,000 when you're dead. What? Dead in the water? Wu family people do not care about the body injury pain. Full of confused look at Wu Laosan. Not clear why say this. Wu Laosan got up and grimaced in pain from the wounds on his body. Hiss. Didn't you guys see Shuesi's attitude towards that what's her name Zhang? That respectful, almost kneeling down and calling him brother. Wu family members subconsciously nodded their heads, recalling how Shuesi's humble attitude just now could have anything to do with being on the verge of death. Wu Laosan scolded. Still don't understand? To be able to make Shuesi so afraid proves that construction company is the road people open. Qin Jiang is the social big brother, more powerful than Shuesi's social big brother. Previously with him to grab the land will offend a wave. He just sent people to mess with us probably as a cat and mouse. But we're looking for someone to level the playing field and we're going to have to run into each other completely. So what do you think is waiting for us? Gulp. Wu family members could not help but all swallow their saliva, could not help but recall Shuesi's warning before he left, as well as Zhu Zhang's eyes and words before he left. No one is stupid or foolish. Waiting for them will be. How can they resist when Big Brother society really retaliates? And can they resist? Crap. Definitely can't resist. A woman could not help but say, how can this be done? I said we cannot offend them. Do you remember that Qin Jiang standing next to a person who was more than 2 meters tall? That person is fierce and vicious, obviously in the hands of a few lives. Do you think that Qin Jiang will not directly let that person come to us? This statement was made. The Wu family's crowd all couldn't help but tremble inwardly. The mind couldn't help but fantasize. 49 forcibly yanking open the door to their house and throwing them out by the window image. There's someone else behind the other side, so maybe they'll get an accidental fall after the fact? Who can we talk to? What to do? Sango, take a solution. What? Cold. Wu Laosan, listening to the twittering voice, droned, all listen to no other way. It is imperative for life can only be in accordance with his request to put the money compensation, the money for the acreage, and the money for the letter of understanding to be signed. The Wu family members wanted to speak. Of course they didn't want to pay the money. It was digging up their flesh. But regardless of the pain in their bodies and the fear in their hearts that suppressed the idea of gouging, they all nodded silently. Someone worried. Third brother, can he forgive us then? We can't get the money and retaliate afterward. Wu Laosan, so that the social big brother most love face. Tomorrow you all raise the money. We go to stop that Zhang's car. Remember to time all pretend to be miserable point. Beg him. The money must be paid. Only then can we perhaps escape. The rest is up to God. The Wu family members had no other choice but to agree. Money, important. Life, more important. You can't have both. It's important to save your life. Just about to leave. The restaurant owner comes out. What? Eating for nothing? Wu Lao-san, we didn't eat either? Whoever eats it asks for it. Diner owner, I'll report it to the vigilante then. Wu Lao-san, how much? The next day. Inside a compound. The middle-aged man listened to the phone report, frowning more and more. Face gradually darkened. Qin Jiang. Black Dragon. Student jerks. Snap. Hang up. Buzz. His cell phone received MMS. Looking at the MMS inside the picture on the center of the yellow hair, Qin Jiang only feel the blood crazy upward. Eyes are a little red. Who? He forced himself to calm down. Come. Brush. Quickly picking up the phone and dialing back. Xiao Sun. You drive here to pick me up and take me to the North District. Right now. Quick. Chapter 83 Preparations for the Night Market, Vendors, Qin Jiang's Travels, Vocational University. A huge black dragon plaque hangs on the 3-story office building, and 10 black dragon minions still sit guard downstairs. That's right. The Black Dragon office has been relocated to this location. After all, along with the continuous expansion of the scale, once the place has long been insufficient. Good thing the principal in advance of the use of the laboratory building. It should be said not to say that is just built not long ago school. Inside each building is very new, as the experimental building construction of the 3-story small building inside the decoration are ready-made. Therefore, Xu Zhang only let people go to purchase some office supplies, sofa, carpet, desk and so on. Inside the 3rd floor, 1st floor, general staff offices, all Black Dragon outfits, and storage for miscellaneous items. 2nd floor, core staff office areas, such as Bai Lu Finance Department, Wang Tao, Sun Yuan in charge of the project department and meeting rooms. 3rd floor, the boss area, belongs to Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, 493 people. Usually the rest of the people can only report to come up. Inside the building, a lot of people are busy coming and going, including some people from outside the university, the foreman, and some machinery leasers who have come to talk about cooperation. It can be said that at present the Black Dragon really some big company model. The only come and go a lot of ferocious. A look is not a good person of the youth. As well as the door standing guard 10 youths on behalf of this place with unusual other companies is not general. 3rd floor. 3 plush sofa chairs were erected beside the huge desk, one in the center and one on the left and right, representing the 3 chairs of the Black Dragon. The moment. Qin Jiang sat on the end of a sofa chair half lying down with his eyes closed. The right side of the 4-9 also sat on the sofa chair, did not turn the iron ball, but in his hands holding an incredibly well-behaved civet cat. If the cat is not a scar on the eyes will look more docile. If there are school students see will also be immensely surprised. This civet cat is a school bully, beating people, cats, and dogs, commonly known as the school bully funeral puma. However, today, he was in the arms of the 4-9 meowing, and from time to time licked the palm of the 4-9 as if to please. Boo! Wang Tao pushed open the door to the top floor. Xu Zhang walked in with a big stride. Wang Tao once again closed the door behind himself and stood in the doorway. Xu Zhang came to the left chair and sat down and said, Brother Jiang, the land has been paved with cement. A huge stage has been built in the center, and the 2 sides have been reserved. Traders' carts have been booked purchases. This is a few types of pictures. Jiang selected after the production can be shipped in 2 days. Said. He pulled out 2 stacks of photos and put them on the table. Qin Jiang didn't look at the photos. You can set these. How are the preparations at the traders? Traders. Does it matter for the night market? It's important. If a newly created night market does not have enough traders to move in, then it is impossible to play. So recruiting vendors is definitely a top priority for Black Dragon. Black Dragon to do the night market is not the kind of small scale only 30 or 40 stalls, but hundreds of stalls, and these stalls to be the kind of not too similar. So, naturally, it takes a lot of work. Merchant. Xu Zhang face is also a lot of solemn, has been in accordance with the Jiang command to find a lot of intermediaries in the publicity. Those intermediaries in accordance with our provisions so that they all go to the hentang party at 2 o'clock this afternoon. This time the light intermediary spending is not small. He wasn't too concerned about money though. However, the development of the building is all through his hands. Naturally, he is aware of how much it really costs to build the night market. The cost of land, laborers, machinery rental, and building materials are all prohibitively high. Xu Zheng cannot help but doubt, spend so much on getting a night market in the end, is it worth it? Can recover the capital? At least at this point in time even the busiest night market in the North End can't support such a huge expense. Of course, out of unconditional trust in Qin Jiang, he did not put forward any counter-arguments, but instead all the implementation to the end. Yes, Qin Jiang nodded. Recruiting traders a large number of natural can not unusual way. Doing business in 2010 to not play a little set would not be a waste. He nodded the table. Zhu Sheng will be shouted. To, boo. Wang Tao pushed the door and looking at Qin Jiang's trio and nodded. Jiang, Qin Jiang said. You now go to the finance to withdraw 1 million in cash and record it in the investment entry fee. Yes, Wang Tao nodded and left. Treasury. Bai Lu frowned at Wang Tao's words. 1 million. It's not a small amount. And, during this period of time, the Black Dragon had spent so much money and all the expenditures had made her a student of finance and economics, stupefied. But there wasn't any nonsense about directing a couple of schoolgirls to start counting and boxing up the money with a money-checking machine. Watching Wang Tao leave carrying $1 million, Bai Lu turned back and looked at several schoolgirls and said, Our company is doing big business, moving millions of dollars. You follow Sister Lu well. The future is great. A few schoolgirls froze and looked at the departing Wang Tao. In looking at some of the second floor coming and going constantly Black Dragon Core brethren. Ryoko, someone asked in a whisper. Sister Lu. Is Black Dragon a regular company? Drop. The Bensi convoy pulled out of the school again, though without motorcycle escort and followed by 4 or 5 Volkswagens. It was a double holiday and a large number of students were coming in and out of the college entrance, and they gave way to the Bensi convoy when they saw it. The faces are different. Look, Qin Jiang's fleet. I heard that the car he's riding in is $2 million smaller? So rich. I heard there's going to be some kind of night market across the street from the school, and it's going to be so big. I see the cement being hauled in trucks. The same tertiary student, why is he so powerful in school? Driving a luxury car, little brother front and back. I can only do 3 donkeys, a kind of 3-wheel trolley, more popular in 2010 or so. The cost is usually $3 to $5, and have to bargain. If I can be a sister-in-law and sit in the car, even if I have to travel every day to eat lobster and abalone, I'll accept it. Recruitment and envy abound. Hate, didn't, or dare not. Not to mention a few wannabe defectors. Corner position. A young man wearing a hat and mask Wu family heard a clamor. Subconsciously looked up to the vocational university in the Qin Jiang fleet of vehicles from the campus drove out of the body shook. Immediately, without hesitation, he ran toward the far side of the restaurant. In the restaurant, dozens of Wu family members gathered. Unlike the past days of the wind they are incomparably miserable today. There are a lot of body wrapped in gauze. There are also a lot of crutches. Wait. Some of them are camouflage, some are really injured. The leader of the Wu Lao San wrapped with dumplings. He did not disguise but was Shuefor and other people hit too bad. Accurately said that the vast majority of injuries on their bodies is Shuefor and other people hit out. After all, Wang Tao and other beatings are still in jail waiting for a letter of understanding for assault with a weapon. Boo! The door to the restaurant was opened, only to see the youth of the Wu family with a hat and mask running in, calling out to Wu Lao San and the others with a gasp. Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang he came out, drove out in a convoy of cars. He's sitting in the luxury car in front. Chapter 84, The Car Begging for Forgiveness. The End of Compensation. And Father buys anger. College Road. An AOD is driving. The rear of a middle-aged man sitting in the end. Face cold. The front youth driving. Looking at the middle-aged man cold expression could not help but say, Leader, I may not have said to you on the phone to understand. Bai Lu students recently plummeted in academic performance. All grades are excellent. That Qin Jiang saved Bai Lu's classmate in a group fight situation not long ago the two of them became acquainted. The Black Dragon is not a gangster gang name either, it is a registered company name, registered within the vocational university, and it is rumored that they also have an office building, a small 3-story kind of building on campus. He took the free time at the stoplight to hand the middle-aged man in the back the papers on the passenger seat. The middle-aged man took the file and opened it. Inside is exactly the Black Dragon information, which has the Black Dragon first gold from the card reader, and the second bucket of gold how to get. All sorts of things, not to say immense detail, should have all. Read all about it. The middle-aged man's face slightly eased a bit, as a superior person has a mountain collapse in front of the face without changing the color of the psychological, but anyone who cannot accept the daughter and yellow hair involved in the situation, not to mention the students of the mongrels. Good on. The information in the file relieved him slightly. Drive a small Lucy middle-aged men face easing continued. Now white Lu students is in which the Black Dragon Company working. I heard that the management of finance when the financial manager, seeing that the middle-aged man didn't say anything, Xiao Lu hurriedly changed his words. Of course, Bailu students have not graduated, surely their studies are important. It's best to talk to Bailu's classmates first. Rear. The middle-aged man looked at Xiaolu's gaze slightly cohesive. Xiaolu. Yesterday and Bai Mang went to dinner. Xiaolu's face instantly stiffened, and quickly recovered and smiled. The leader is really perceptive. Immediately. No more words. A long time Xiaolu pointed ahead and said, the front is the vocational university. Next to his moving is the Black Dragon Company industry. Is said to build the night market, has been in the department for the record. Front of the door. The Xinjiang convoy had just driven less than 100 meters. Crashing. 50 or 60 people rushed out of one side of the diner. Card pool. Is driving. Wang Tao instantly brake rear, followed by a few cars also full brake stop in place. Wang Tao subconsciously to the seat to go down to take the baseball bat. The rear of other vehicles quickly under the people. However, the next moment, they were all slightly stunned. See, in front of them rushed out dozens of people, each with injuries, either around the gauze or crutches. Wang Tao also quickly recognized some of them. It is the Wu family people. Cannot help but curse. *******. The Wu family still dares to come and cause trouble. Qin Jiang calmly said, not here to cause trouble. Xu Zhang also seemed to react, nodded his head and said, they don't have the guts to dare to continue to make trouble for fear of coming to beg for forgiveness. Sure enough, the sound of crying and shouting came from outside. Boss Qin, Chairman Qin, Boss Qin, we were wrong. We shouldn't have offended you. Please forgive us. We won't dare to do it again. We're just ants on the ground. Just let us go like a fart when your big shot foot can trample us to death. We'll pay whatever you want. We've brought it all today. Really, it's all here. Take a look, said Wu Laosan directly in the hands of the purse high up to open. Inside the brand new $100 bill is obvious. One time, Wu family members around the Benzi car constantly begged for mercy, crying misery, do not dare to make any more requests, and do not dare to have any bargaining on pure misery. This scene, it happened not far before vocational university. So, countless students witnessed the scene before them, looking at the many Wu family members crazy pleading, constantly crying. Still soften the picture, cannot help but say, misty grass? What's this? What kind of people are these? Why are they surrounding Xinjiang and constantly begging for mercy? This still need to ask, not eyes open to pose it? These people offended. Xinjiang was targeted, now afraid. If I remember correctly, these people are the Wu family, right? To be scared so badly is worthy of carrying Xinjiang. His might is admirable. One time, countless students couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Many of these students have more respect for Xinjiang might. Before just between students, now it is all through. Student A, is this the legendary brother Jiang of our school? What kind of person does he have to be so soft? Student B, it's really awesome. I know these people are all scoundrels in the neighborhood, but they are so scared that they seem to have suffered a lot. Student C, did you see the injuries on those people? They can't even stand up and you can't tell? Obviously they're all scared and now they're frantically begging for mercy. At this point, not only were the students talking, but there were also some people watching the fun, and they were even more in awe of Xinjiang. There are things that just hearing about them doesn't really conceptualize, and the only way to make them more impressive is to see them with your own eyes. This time is to let them awe picture. Xinjiang mighty simply cannot be described in words. Inside the car, Xinjiang's face was calm as he listened to the Wu family outside begging for mercy. Everything was exactly as he expected. Wu family, after all, just rely on the rogue to start gathering body. Even cannot be called a family. Such an existence is not worthy of Xinjiang attention. Also know that the other side will be compromised. So, he didn't put the Wu family in his plans at all. Garbage. It's never going to make it to the top. Even though Xinjiang knew that the Wu family members would definitely come to beg for mercy, but in the Wu family members of this kind of behavior let him face cold. There are times when the colder the attitude but the more awe-inspiring. Aha! Sure enough, in the face of Xinjiang's disregard, Wu's family, instead of any anger, cried more and more miserably. Spare us. We wouldn't dare. Why do you need to bother with us if you're such a big shot? Just move your hand and point out a letter of understanding. Inside the car, Xinjiang's face was ice cold. Expel them all. Money should be given to the vocational university. How much money should be paid for the letter of understanding? All in accordance with the rules and regulations. Laws and regulations. Flapping. Numerous Black Dragon minions got off the bus and went forward. They separated and expelled the Wu family from the convoy to begin. Come on, get away. Trying to negotiate to get to the vocational university. Go. Wailing, if you don't leave, I'll give you a good look. Don't give face to face? Intercepted by the countless minions of the Black Dragon. Wow. The convoy drove quickly out of the blockade into the distance. At the same time, There are also small brothers in Zhujiang commanded to lead the Wu family to go with the vocational university, and other compensation, according to the rules of distribution, should be given to the vocational university The letter of understanding money on the letter of understanding money. Wu family down the line. Brush. The convoy wiped the floor with OD. The middle-aged man looked through the window at the departing Bensi. Face was cold. Colder than when he just came. Ryoko, he said in a cold voice. Go back. Notify the North District Security Department meeting. College road schools have just been established. Mixed fish and dragons should pay attention to security management to create a good learning atmosphere for students. Chapter 85, Visiting Henteing again. Gathering of traders. School entrance. This scene allowed countless students to witness Qin Zhang's fearsomeness once again, and also changed the definition of the Black Dragon once again. Similarly, there are nearby residents, as well as the people who are eating saw. To the Chinese people love lively psychology have gathered over to watch, after seeing the Qin Zhang fleet left, while looking at the miserable appearance of the Wu family, not by a flurry of words. OMG. Who is this? What's going on? What's going on? You don't know. I've long heard that this Wu family offended a big man, and let him get away with stealing land from others. I didn't expect to get so miserable. TSK. I didn't expect it to be so miserable. TSK. What does the goose call it? That. The old Wu family is completely to blame for what happened to them. Many people couldn't help but secretly gloat. Sure, for the topic of that Wu family offended the big man, Qin Zhang, as well as the Black Dragon Company, also 3 salty. In any case, they would not even dare to look at the vacant lot where the building is being developed before passing by. I'm afraid of being misunderstood and attracting disaster. Aftermath. Black Dragon acted in accordance with the provisions of the land money transferred to the financial office of the vocational university. The vocational university to give the money to the cafeteria, so that free to improve the food. The same Qin Zhang also ordered the Wu family to compensate for the letter of understanding of the money also sent to the cafeteria. This move let vocational university cafeteria food quality skyrocket. Also let Qin Zhang and vocational university students more and more prestige. Who doesn't like a big social brother who never bullies his own people, keeps the rest of the school from bullying, and helps improve the food for free? No. What about the senior? One moment. It made Qin Zhang's reputation in the school grow by leaps and bounds. Henteing, the Xinjiang convoy arrives again. This time, although not as powerful as the last time, but the row is still full. The younger brothers have to get out of the car in advance to follow the side of the car. Boo! Wang Tao immediately got out of the car and opened the door to cover the roof with his hand. Qin Zhang walked down from the car. The other side of Zhujiang also, and the little brother pulled open the door to come down. Wang Tao closed the car door and from the trunk to prepare in advance to load the money box to carry on. Brush. He threw the car keys to a hotel security guard in a smooth manner. Park it and clean it, by the way. He then led the other juniors to enter the hotel after Qin Zhang, Zhu Zhang, and 4-9. The security guards at the entrance were used to this kind of scene and said respectfully, "Welcome Mr. Qin to Henteing," inside the hotel. Many people also noticed this scene and could not help but look at Qin Zhang and the others twice, full of doubts. Who's this? He looks like he's got a lot going for him. Whose kid is he? Don't you think he's got a lot of swagger? Really can pretend. So pretend so easily. Invisible offend who? Who do you want to provoke? TSK. My boy did this. You see, I don't him. It always looks a bit jaded. 80% is the second generation of some engineering group. I don't know if it's a dragon that crosses the river. Their mouth refers to the river dragon is naturally foreign large engineering group. Can come to Henteing dinner on no poor people? Many are large companies management boss, group senior. For them to come to Songjiang is so big. The North District is even more under their noses. A foreign group, no matter what business, is likely to affect their interests. So, he couldn't help but think more highly of Qin Zhang. One time, many people have asked the waiters about who Qin Zhang is. Of course those waiters, including the manager, are not clear about who Qin Zhang really is. What do? Only that they often pack the top floor of Henteing for dinner, and that there are a lot of people every time, and for these people having a name is enough. Follow up with them calling someone to check Qin Zhang. But when they found out that Qin Zhang was just a student gangster, who started his business by blackmailing the nursing home for $7 million, and was currently preparing to open a night market, they stopped paying attention to him, and even secretly mocked him. A student punk still learns that from a social big brother? Really think that blackmailing a guard is invincible? Martyr. Now really people are ghosts or pretending. 7 million worth of let him pretend 700 million effect. And a night market. No style. How much money can a night market earn? It won't kill him. Naturally, Qin Jiang was not aware that his appearance at the entrance of the hotel had allowed his name to circulate once again in the upper echelons of the northern district. At the same time, there are countless people waiting to see him laugh. Sure, even if he knew he wouldn't care at all, there are countless men, women and children dressed in plain clothes waiting in the top box, and they look incredibly formal. From time to time, he glanced over to a couple of middlemen, who were the very same traders that these middlemen had found for the Black Dragon. Traders, the vast majority of the bottom of the mixed life, even if some have seen the world, but never seen a five-star hotel. Look, it's coming, an intermediary said with a sharp eye pointing down. Instantly hundreds of traders gathered in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, and happened to also see the image of Qin Jiang's appearance below. I can't help but be amazed, and I feel that for the first time, the images in the movie have been brought into reality. One time, after all, no words were uttered at all. Ryoko, before they could react. The 3-meter-high door on the top floor had been pushed open by the service staff, and Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang and the others appeared within the view of the many traders. Ahead, the manager remained very humble, leading the way. Mr. Qin, please, Mr. Qin, we've just invited a 5-star chef from a foreign country to cook a special dish for Mr. Qin today. I wonder what Mr. Qin would like to eat. Pork in a pot. I can make it. As long as Mr. Qin wants to eat it, we can make anything. Soon, Qin Jiang and the others came to the center position. Sound of a crash. Wang Tao led a few juniors to pull out 3 chairs directly. Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and 4-9 sat down directly, while Wang Tao and the others all stood upright behind the 3. Standing straight. Brush. Zhu Zhang waved his hand. The manager immediately smiled and said, I'll go to the kitchen to rush the food. Saying that, he led a few service staff to leave. From start to finish, Qin Jiang 3 people did not look at the crowd of traders. In conjunction with the power of the crowd of traders, only feel inner drumming. Pretending? Very pretentious. But this is 2010. Many people's eyes have not been opened by the explosion of short videos, so for these vendors to watch these scenes will not be considered as pretentious, but rather as very impressive. Big Brother, second generation, Big Brother in society. For a while they were a little fuzzy about Qin Jiang's age, as if in front of them was not a 20-year-old youth, but a 30-40 in the North District, or even the top of Songjiang Big Brother. A moment. A few intermediaries reacted to come forward. They did not dare to talk to Qin Jiang directly, but with a few previous dealings with Zhu Zhang respectfully said that, Mr. Zhu, these are the vendors you are looking for. All the North District, first class, all types of course, are mainly some of the food category, grilled cold noodles, pancake fruit, water popping tripe. Chapter 86, Taking Care of Vendors, Publicity. And who says it costs money to hire stars? Zhu Zhang nodded, immediately, to Qin Jiang. Brother Jiang, take a look, there can be about. When he finished speaking, an intermediary immediately smiled at Qin Jiang and said, 121 vendors, most of them from the major night markets in the North District, but also from other districts, and some itinerant vendors. All of them took a lot of effort to find. Of course it's our honor to find someone for Mr. Qin. He nodded his head in waist to Qin Jiang with incomparable respect, and that appearance was completely dogged. To this, Qin Jiang nodded and did not speak. There is no shortage of such people in today's society, and they will naturally respect and subconsciously flatter and curry favor in the face of a superior person, whether or not they are directly subordinate to the superior person, for the sake of not even anything useful in the future. It may simply be to have a blow awesome topic. Other intermediaries, you're the one who's looking for the fewest people in this room, and you're the one who's saying everything. You're no good at finding people, but you're the best at kissing ass. What? You're going to the top, but also did not say much to say anything. Zhu Zhang initially promised as long as to find a trader to Yunding to give $500. They are here to ask for payment. Pay to natural departure. At this point, Qin Jiang swept his gaze across the room. Brush. Whoever he sees dares not look at him and lowers his head in silence, or clasps his hands in anxiety. Qin Jiang finger tapping C to open the door. Get a night market. Now the night market has been built up, ready for next week's official business. Meet that is fate. Today I give you a benefit. Next week you go to the Black Dragon night market stalls it. The vendors, Sigma, surprised face, winky face, underscore. What's the play do? We're going to set up a stall at the Black Dragon night market? Or give us a chance? What? It's going to be a tough sell. But before they could say anything, just see. Qin Jiang waved his hand. Wang Tao walked out with the box and slowly opened it in front of the crowd. Wow. red bills come into view. There is a red to be Huaxia red. There is also a red called bill red. Money, piles of money, millions of yuan. Who? The vendors could not help but breathe tightly, looking at the millions of bills in front of them, punctually hard to calm down. Snap. Xu Zheng, a folding fan, said, "These are all Jiang brother to give you the benefits. Ming told you stationed in the Black Dragon night market stall fees are free, and each stall to 3,000 stationing fee. Monthly income guaranteed 10,000. Less than 10,000. Black Dragon to make up. You may be advanced $10,000 in advance for a guarantee, and more or less refunded at the end of the month when you settle." Agreed. Now pay up. What? 3,000 entry fee, $10,000 a month guaranteed. Paying out now? Countless vendors think they have a problem with their ears. Really, this treatment is too generous. To be clear, now is 2010. Stalls can make money every month 10,000 certainly, but never particularly much. We can be introduced to the vast majority of these intermediaries are not good, can only be said to be unusual. A lot about of a month stalls may not be able to earn 3 or 4,000 only. Now someone is offering 10,000 guaranteed. What's the difference with handing out money? Don't say they. Even a few middlemen froze. They guessed that the Black Dragon summoned the traders to definitely pull together to give concessions. But there is no need for concessions to be so big. What kind of business is that? You'll lose your money. Seriously. Some vendors can't help but ask what's in their hearts. Brush. Wang Tao threw 10,000 yuan to him. Take it and it's yours now. More or less after a month. I'll give you 3,000 on the day of entry. Gulp. The vendor looked at the $10,000 in his hand and froze on the spot. Just give the money. No, you don't even ask what you're selling or your name, you just give me money? What? What a scatterbrain. This scene also put the other vendors to town. Money. Real money in the hands of money. A month of guaranteed 10,000. A year is a guaranteed 12,000. 10 years. 2010 12,000. For the vast majority of stalls are incomparably tempting. Qin Jiang looked at the many vendors once again, spoke. Things are settled. Agreed to stay to take money to register their names. First registered, first divided. Black Dragon night market, good location. I have things to do. Ah Tao. In. This place is all yours. After saying that, directly get up and stride to go out. Zhu Zhang. For 9 also get up and follow up like the wind. When he was about to go out, Zhu Zhang suddenly turned back and looked at the vendors and smiled. Brother Jiang is not poor. He wants noodles. If you take Zhang's money, you have to do the job. Whoever takes the money and doesn't do the job or skips out. 49 cooperated by turning around and heatedly smiling. This smile scared many vendors. Watching Qin Jiang's trio leave with a group of minions, all the traders lined up to collect the money under Wang Tao's urging. After all, Black Dragon didn't need their signatures and pledges. They only needed to register their names and the items they sold to collect the money directly. Final registered vendors, 89. The remaining did not register. Reporters have their own reasons. Some of the original location of the place is good. Business is good to come to see the face of the middleman, plus herd that can come to the 5-star hotel dinner. Some are not vendors to come to make up the number of them, just want to receive money. But think of the 49 smiles, cannot help but fear, did not dare. $10,000 is quite a lot. Nothing compared to life? Downstairs, the manager looked at Qin Jiang and respectfully said, Mr. Qin is going to leave so soon. The top floor box full scene video. And so on the end I will back up the video to your people. Qin Jiang nodded. That's right, the contract can be unsigned or unsigned. 10,000 guaranteed. It's only the first month, and I want more later. Oh, yeah. His appearance today is to give these vendors to create. He is very powerful, very rich, very status. In taking out the money to take advantage of these vendors will be for the money to set up stalls. And fear of his status, do not dare to be too fooled. A quick fight and a quick decision. Just in case anyone asks if it will always be a guaranteed 10K, though ask and he'll have something to answer. Pop. Snap. Zhu Zhang patted the manager's shoulder and said, just serve them some random high-class looking dishes. The good dishes made with the remaining money are packed for us to get people to take away. Smoothly stuffing a wad of bills in the manager's pocket. Understood. Promise to make them feel at home. The manager smiled and nodded. Outside, Qin Jiang rode in the car and Zhu Zhang drove. Zhu Zhang, brother Jiang. The concentric locks have been delivered in a batch of about 3,000. The remaining continue to rush. Vendors have also been in place. The Black Dragon night market will soon open. Do we want to make some noise? I let people do some fans. Tissue paper ads intended for students to send. But I'm afraid that the publicity is not strong enough. Do we want to advertise in the newspaper? Qin Jiang, just open the momentum to be. But the newspaper advertising effect is too poor. Do you know today's society to create the fastest and most effective means is what? Ju Young, star effect. Shin Jian, right. Celebrity endorsement, and not just one, but many, the more the better. Choosing, endorsements available. Shin Jian, who told you it costs money to hire a star? Chapter 87, Free Publicity. Preparation of water troops. It doesn't cost anything? Zhu Zheng's face slightly froze, a little confused. His brain turned a few circles, did not understand how not to spend money on celebrity endorsement. Could it be that? He couldn't help but say, Brother Jiang, you mean to come on hard, but that's not good, is it? I'm afraid the impact will be bad. Obviously he subconsciously thinks Qin Jiang intends to force those stars' endorsement, but also very simple is nothing more than to send people to capture over to force the shooting of advertisements. This in Hong Kong movies are not a lot of acting. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but say, this way, I'll think about what local stars we have in Songjiang, and send someone to inquire about their usual whereabouts. When the time comes, Qin Jiang, degree V, no, you're really a Jianghu material, how everything can be Jianghu that route. Do not spend money, you have to pure robbery. Of course he also understood that Zhu Zhang just always had a jungle mentality, and he couldn't do it for a while if he wanted to pull back. Directly said, do not spend money on celebrities, may not need to force them to endorse, as long as the other people think that they are endorsing us, or that they have come to the Black Dragon night market, and appreciated can be. Jiang, you mean, it was as if Zhu Zhang had guessed something. Aha! Qin Jiang nodded and pulled out a poster from his pocket. They'll be coming to Songjiang to publicize in a while. This is. Zhu Zhang's eyes brightened slightly as he looked at the poster. Come together to watch the meteorite rain? Morong, Shangwan, Duanmu. That's right. The poster is none other than the come together to see the meteorite rain stills. It's definitely the hottest drama of 2010, and it's a huge hit with students. What would seem incredibly stupid, funny, and low-rent in a later era is incredibly hip today, and several of the protagonists in it are taking the country by storm and are household names in this year. Xinjiang, go find a few people who aren't too different in size from them, then dress to stay the same. Show up at the Black Dragon night market at a specific time, in a specific place, happen to be captured by certain people, and quickly circulate the story. Micro B, Tianyu and other forums to hire some water army. How to exaggerate, how to. At least let Songjiang College Road everyone knows. This time we are preparing for our own water army team. Zhu Zhang nodded. Understood. He believes that this plan can make the Black Dragon night market instantly popular, attracting countless students to follow the trend. A hit, hand to pinch, and do not need to spend a penny on the star endorsement without risk. After all, they did not let the star really come. Everything is a rumor. Everything is a rumor. All the wind catching just high. It's really high. Zhu Zhang looked at Qin Jiang, gaze cannot help but also a bit of admiration. There is a city and money-making mind and charisma enough. Such a person is not the G godfather, is really the loss of society. Qin Jiang didn't care about Zhu Zhang's admiration. Such commercial publicity in the future is just saying it's very average. He even thought of letting so-and-so Hua endorsement, to be precise, is not notification of direct advertising to let its endorsement, and so the other side to fight the lawsuit with him to pull the skin. A pull can be 2 or 3 years, and ultimately, there are only 2 kinds of endings. First, pay compensation and apologize for the endorsement fee. Second, let the other side of the official endorsement fee double. Either way to get the traffic will also get all. Qin Jiang did not choose this. It's not that he's honest. Although this life does not intend to mix with society does not mean that he is upright. Only the current unnecessary to use means. Anyway, the first wave of traffic in the night market has a simpler way. This kind of tactic wait for Songjiang nocturnal city when in the use of, at that time to value which star even if he fell. Lucky. Qin Jiang tapped the seat looking out the window of the car constantly crossing the Songjiang River, pondering the next move after the traffic arrived. Night market. What does it take to be hot? Vendors? Good food? No. None of this matters. It relies on foot traffic. It relies on talkability. It relies on followers. It relies on I've been here before. Relying on the star effect can certainly pull the first wave of people, but to keep these people to let them recognize the Black Dragon night market, it is not possible to rely on the star a few effects. It takes 21 days to make a habit of it. A night market can only continue to fire a few months in order to completely establish the status of people subconsciously go, and continue to fire a few months naturally cannot rely on a little star effect, to be really so simple to go all the way to do. A moment. Qin Jiang's eyes stared slightly. Who is the main audience of Black Dragon night market? Naturally, it is the major school students. So what is the most popular among students? Of course, It is the selection of school flower and school grass. So, Black Dragon, as long as the selection made high, can be used to establish a real status? Coupled with the skybreaking post-apocalyptic publicity, not fire god, nursing home. Yi Zhe looked at the statement in his hand with an exuberant face. During this period of time he learned from the experience of failure. The more frustrated, the more courageous. In the Si Qin Jiang 7 million compensation after he did not have any hope of their own industry, the business to turn out to start doing the network. He believes that the network is the trend, and therefore recruited some of the university graduates to do a student forum site is very good. The number of registrations has reached 4 or 5 million. Jingle bells. The phone rang, he picked up and quickly hung up. Martyr. $500,000 to buy my hard work to establish a website. Delusional. Treat me as what the world have not seen white? Dang. Dang. There was a knock on the door from outside. Come in, Yi Zhe said calmly. A youth walked in excitedly and said, Mr. Yi, someone just prepared to advertise on our platform. Yi Zhe's eyes lit up. Really? The youth nodded. Not a bad bid? Yes'er. What type? Youth, some celebrity gossip information. Seems to say that when the time comes, they will pass us some photos of their dinner for us to send. Yi Zhe nodded. Good. No matter how much money they give to receive. Communication attitude has a good point. In his opinion, the site can receive advertising as the first step to profitability, as their first food and clothing parents cannot be friendly, and later, when their own ads remember more and more, by that time the network company valuation will be higher and higher. By that time he will become a real star entrepreneur as non-Xinjiang can compare. He couldn't help but have a small smile on his lips. He also heard that Xinjiang was getting some kind of night market. Oh, true, no fortune in life, destined to play in vain. It's also a mix of what can be good about entrepreneurship, and what can be good about the uncle telling himself to value the other person. A vendor. It is not comparable to a high-tech company. The youth on the other side said, there are quite a few students posting some funny videos in our forum, causing it to lag. Listen to this. Yi Zishin froze slightly. Funny video? How about the number of hits? Youth, the number of clicks is quite a lot. Is the server cannot keep up? To pass a little more afraid to update the server. Otherwise too lagging will certainly affect our absorption of new users. Yes'er, then delete the ban. The youth nodded just as he was about to leave. Wait, Yi Zhe said again. Keep some of the hottest videos. Delete the rest. Videos. Maybe it's a bit feasible. Chapter 88 Sheriff's Squad Mobilization. Black Dragon Night Market, Opening. Vigilante. Inside the office. Zhou Hua just finished Wu family members out of the formalities to return to his office. Colleagues look at him very strange. Sympathy, lament, regrets, and so on. Snap. Old Ho patted Zhou Hua on the shoulder and said, Xiao Zhou, the director asked you to go to his office. Ugh. You ah. Old Ho said as he sighed and eventually said leisurely, relax. How to say that you have also made a merit. Ah, good. Zhou Hua froze and nodded without saying anything. Got up and came to the director's office standard salute. Zhao Kailai saw him come, nodded and signaled to sit down. Boo! Zhou Hua standardly sat in his chair still in a mood. Zhao Kailai put down the documents in his hands, looked at Zhou Hua, said, the upper appointment has come down. You were transferred to the Wood County, Lotus Township Security as a director. Of course, the level will be given to raise a level, deputy section. Zhou Hua's body was shaken. His waist was still straight, but his eyes flashed with despair. Provincial capital city security institutes, local communal security offices, the two are completely incomparable. Even if he is the chief, what can he do? He is afraid that there are not even a few regular police officers under his command. Zhao Kailai saw his thoughts, said, this time your daughter-in-law's home is too bad. The state has long had a policy of internal investigation. If you do not wake up in time, if not that Xinjiang did not really sue you, if not you have just recently made a merit. By virtue of the video you led the team to say the words, afraid to be able to let you out of these clothes. Don't have any psychological burden. I heard that you are recently discussing divorce with your daughter-in-law, but the character of the old Wu family you see, can list you will never be easy to scatter? You continue to stay in the college road may not be they will continue to play your name to do something. It's the time bomb. Instead, it would be better to leave. First put their own level up. Officialdom 10 steps. Can go up one step is not easy. Zhou Hua's face lightened up a lot. Obviously also knew that his mother-in-law would never settle and divorce. It will never be that easy. Leave. No chance it's a good choice. As for Qin Zheng, not that he really hated the other guy, even a little grateful. If it is not the other side of the Wu family he has not yet seen the nature. May one day let himself be implicated. Not to mention the future. Even the job will not be able to keep. Zhao Kailai rejoined. You don't have to worry about the future either. I've also been transferred to Wood County as the chief of police. I promise you I'll have you transferred back to the county office within a year. No, I promise you I'll have you back in the county office within a year, not 6 months, and you'll have a future. Zhou Hua's face was stunned. Snap, rising to salute. Thanks for that. Thank you, director. Go on. Zhao Kailai waved his hand. As Zhou Hua was about to go out, he suddenly said, that Qin Jiang, you'd better not start any conflicts with him. His background, not simple. Zhou Hua's body was stunned. Astonishment flashed in his eyes, after which he nodded and left without speaking. A moment. Lu Yong came to the office. Zhao Kailai, congratulations on your upcoming promotion. Lu Yong, thanks for taking care of it. Director. Zhao Kailai, I know that Qin Jiang has a background, but I advise you not to have too much contact with him. His kind of person is not likely to someday have to plant a heel when you get involved. And, you have to remember that the vigilante is a national vigilante, not a service to some people vigilante. Lu Yong, please, director, don't insult my character. Zhao Kailai, haha, personality, very good. Snap, this is I just went to a meeting on the upper side of the notification. On the governance of the North Zone security, emphasis on the University City security operations. I'm going to go on you to lead the team to get it. Laps STH. The Black Dragon Night Market was built as fast as the eye could see, and the amount of work involved was not much, paving the ground, building a stage in the middle, making some artificial bridges inside, and other bits and pieces. Black Dragon, penthouse. Zhu Zheng said to Qin Jiang, Brother Jiang, everything is ready, and the publicity will start tonight. Qin Jiang looked outside at the nightfall, calmly said, tomorrow, the Black Dragon Night Market is officially launched. Zhu Zhang nodded. Good. The next day, on a campus, a couple is on an after-school date, making out and being sweet. Honey, I'm going hiking and picnicking with some girlfriends tomorrow, so I can't go with you. And will you still love me when you come back? What do you say, you son of a? Then you have to stay with me today. I'll book a room and prepare 3 boxes at the Tang Ting Hotel at the back of the school. It's only 4 o'clock in the afternoon to go to the hotel to do what? Let's find a place to go shopping first. I heard that yesterday in front of the school, someone sent out flyers to make a big noise. Said that today there is a night market in front of the vocational entrance. Let's go and take a look at it. I saw it too. More than 10 people were handing out flyers and talking about it, so it's good to go and have a look. Said, the two hold each other's hands out of the school door. A 3-bouncer, that is, 3-wheeled electric car, to go to the night market. Before the night market, the couple just got out of the car and were slightly stunned. The scale of the night market in front of them than they expected too much. 7 horizontal and 12 vertical. Light vendors on 1 or 200. Followed by a number of traders. Heard that there is money and guaranteed income have also come. The Black Dragon Company is not to be denied. Hustle, hilarious, and so on and so forth. And the number of people than they expected more. As far as the eye can see, for fear of not less than 1,000 people in the inside of the shop. Apparently they saw yesterday a large number of publicity not only in front of their school, but because the night market is so large, even thousands of people in there seem a bit sparse. Not really much. The couple headed for the night market. Just got to the door. A number of people were seen gathering at a certain location to keep taking pictures. The two looked in the direction of the photo shoot and saw the men taking a picture with a street sign. What kind of photo ops are there for street signs? Wait. They looked closely and realized that the street sign didn't say street at all. But, I miss you in Songjiang. Behind the street sign was a black dragon carved out of wood ready to take flight. The couple was incredibly surprised to look at a road sign they had never seen before, and the girl subconsciously said, I want a picture with it, too. Cut. After lining up for a group photo, the two men looked toward the main entrance of the night market. Epigraph, Black Dragon Night Market. Tap. The two of them entered through the main gate and saw that many vendors on both sides were already yelling, grilled cold noodles. Who eats sleep days? The old capital of water pop tripe? You just eat it. Medicated cheeky and pancakey for a set. Northeastern big skewer. 1 skewer down. Unique to the Northeast people's enthusiasm for yelling so that couples cannot help but smile. Of course, there is no special reaction. Such scenes in any night market in Songjiang is incredibly unusual. Selling things are similar, and even each night market inside the same snacks flavor will not have much difference, but the two remained frozen in place. Because of the placard erected above the horizontal and vertical corners of the snack street, if you don't visit the Black Dragon City in your life, it's futile to travel all over Songjiang. Couple looked at the words, subconsciously pulled out a cell phone to take pictures. On both sides of the other people are taking pictures of people abound. And along with the two people continue to move forward, Hurricane found similar slogans in the intersection of the night market can be seen everywhere. You can't lose weight anyway, so why not eat something good? I'll be waiting for you at the Black Dragon Night Market, Northern Snow City. Black Dragon Night Market in Songjiang. Chapter 89, Black Dragon Night Market. Marriage Bridge Fire. Couples can't help but take pictures of every sign that they see, and these signs are so new to them. There are even people who take selfies and send them to Q groups, in the wind and rain. I'm waiting for you at the Black Dragon Night Market. The couple continued on. Suddenly saw a few night market street intersection with a few artificial bridges appeared. Artificial bridge has a special booth by a large number of people crowded. Couples naturally also immensely curious to squeeze in to see stalls placed on a large number of copper locks and bright red rope. Really eye-catching. Sitting in front of the booth 3 people. The center is a crane-haired boyish old man holding a red book. Look, dress up with the legend of the moon. Old man is incredibly similar to the two sides of the station 2 children. Seeing this scene, these onlookers have been a little guess. After all, are college students mind? Looking at the old man dressed up. See the copper locks, red rope. Who will not be anything is not clear. Some know the king snatched the answer. Sell couple copper lock red rope chant. Buy a can lock life. Set is very novel. The lunar elder stroked his beard. Not really, king know-it-all, you don't sell locks? Elder of the moon, marriages are made in heaven, and money is not needed to tie the knot. King know-it-all, no money? What does that mean? How to get? Said he pulled his girlfriend next to him. The lunar elder pointed to the book in front of the table in front of him. Sign your name and do not deceive heaven. Understand that king signed his name with his girlfriend. Rear. Many of the couples who followed the hilarity were whispering. See what that means? I don't see the point. Anyway, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Now you don't want money. Then you want money. This young man, what a good liar. Ahead. Understanding king also vaguely heard the conversation behind him, couldn't help but sneer. Spend money. How could he be an ingrate? As soon as the moon man talks about money, he's going to show the other guy what it means. You don't know anything about gym student speed. After the Know Your King couple signed their names. Wow. The moon elder picked up a pen and quickly wrote the names of the two on the red book. Marriage is endowed to heaven, and 1,000 miles are linked by a thread. Fogweed. Someone pointed at the red book and suddenly said, look, that red book. No need for him to say that the others had already seen that the words that had just been written on the red book by the moon elder had slowly disappeared. What the hell? Is it really a heavenly book and has been reported to heaven? Far away, the central build platform, Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and 4-9 stood at attention. Rear, 20 or 30 minions stood silently erect behind. Zhu Zhang looked at a few directions where the crowd was gathering. Those are the places with slogans, especially that one, I miss you in Songjiang. So many people, and it's good for a photo card. These days, although a variety of dating software, show-off avenues are not as extensive as the latter days of the circle of friends, but the W-blog, Day Y and other forums are still active. Not uncommon, many people take pictures and upload them to become a big V. It is clear that these new never-appeared slogan has a great attraction, but Qin Jiang did not have any complacency. These slogans are very novel and very topical, can be subject to a lot of reasons, cannot be long, will soon be imitated by other night market, cannot do slogans with the Black Dragon Night Market completely bundled. After all, the current is the era of popular plagiarism. The real king of plagiarism has not fully risen to the occasion. It is good that he is going to take a different route from that one. Otherwise, even if there are a lot of new ideas, are not resistant to copying. Brush. Qin Jiang's gaze looked in a certain direction. There. People gathered very much. Zhu Zhang also looked over and said, that should be the lunar bridge. Does it look like it's very crowded? Qin Jiang calmly said, this is just the beginning. In the future, this bridge will be able to bring 1/3 of the foot traffic to the Black Dragon Night Market, and it will be hot for many years. Zhu Zhang was stunned. A bridge in the moon old can really do that? Sure. Qin Jiang did not explain and cannot explain. In any era of love is always the easiest means of circling the money, and often the woman most like romance, the man most like free. Lunar bridge. It's just both romantic and free items. It can attract countless couples to the Black Dragon Night Market in a steady stream. As to whether there will be enough couples, oh, don't forget what a location this is. College Road, University City. There's no shortage of couples in college, and it's the perfect place to hit the town with new couples every year. In front of the lunar bridge, the moon old man looked at the crowd, surprised expression, did not say anything. There are times, often mysterious, most people longing. Of course, there's nothing really to explain it, except that it's a special ink pen that dissipates when exposed to heat. Just see the left side of the child pick up a copper lock. To the left side of the stall there is a red cloth covered machine. Place the brass lock inside with a few quick clicks. Buzz, buzz. There were slight vibrations coming from inside, but these were muffled by the love music playing from the stereo on the red cloth. Brush. The boy took out the brass locks. See only. The name that the two had just written had actually been inscribed on the top. The child on the left spoke. Please hang the lock of marriage on the bridge of marriage, and the lovers will become lovers. The king and the couple took the lock and hung it on the marriage bridge according to the instructions of the boy. The right-hand child opens his mouth. A marriage for 1,000 miles. A love that's stronger than gold from now on. The moment. Understand the king coupled completely by a series of ritual words to make very longing. The girl more full of happiness as if their true love is really known by heaven. Already love than gold. Even king understanding. A being who is determined never to spend money in vain. Feels that as long as the money asked for is not outrageous it can be shelled out. But no one bothered to ask them for money after the ceremony was done. And the moonlighter went on to ask the next person who was destined to be there. King know-it-all, really, doesn't cost anything. It instantly set countless couples' excited eyes alight. As the saying goes, love costs nothing and is definitely sweeter than honey. Ahem. Just kidding, rather. The students of these times absolutely believed in love, were overwhelmed by the series of rituals that had just taken place and did not run into any setups as usual, and were asked to buy something instead of spending money in the name of pure. It tends to be more popular with these college students. Soon countless couples began to line up to write their names, and after they hung the marriage locks on the moon old bridge with their own hands and listened to the blessing of the children, all smiled happily. The moon lord suddenly spoke up. If there is a mistake in marriage, the copper lock will surely be broken. Come to check it at any time, and it is possible for people to triumph over the heavens. This statement was made. Many of the girls looked at the boys and grunted. I'm going to check in often. If the brass lock breaks, oh, I'll waste you. No breaks. Absolutely no breaks. I'm so sincere with you. If you don't believe me, we'll see you every day. Trust me, it's absolutely fine. A gush of words of reassurance were uttered by the boys as if they had no money. To this, Lunar Elder promotes a smile. Break. How can it be broken? That are copper locks. Decades will not break. At most rust. When the time to come over to scrape can be. He just said that just want to let these people off and come means only. Chapter 90, Star Arrival? The Black Dragon Night Market bursts into flames. The moment. At the same time as the lunar bridge attracts countless people. Once again, someone outside noticed that there was another cross bridge in the night market. The Friendship Bridge, Guangong was on it. Catch all the single students too. These days it is very popular dormitory, a lot of boys to worship, or ranking oldest and so on. And now there is free of charge and commemorative significance of the place. Plus later nothing to come over to see the bridge is not wow. So made. The Moonraker and Friendship bridges were fully staffed. After the free hanging of the copper locks also rarely choose to leave. Are in the night market to spend money to buy food. Even rational boys can rarely within the night market without spending a penny. At the same time, a number of students have already begun to publicize the two bridges. Sister, bring your boyfriend to the Black Dragon Night Market. It's a great place to get a movie and determine your marriage. Son, come to the Black Dragon Night Market. Don't ask, just come. Treat you to grilled cold noodles. Let's get an iron lock. In this way, the crowd continues to dance, so that many vendors are a little stunned. The night market hot degree than they expected, a lot better. Of course, they are prepared for the material is also a lot. Are clear that the University City just opened the night market. Even if even worse a few days ago will also be relatively hot. Suddenly the body of the girl who was buying roasted cold noodles froze. Pointing to the distance incredibly said, Misty grass, misty grass, misty grass. She bounced in place to say several grip grass cannot say. Brush, the boy said looking in the direction his girlfriend was pointing. Only to see the front of the Friendship Bridge there is a few with a hat, sunglasses. A look dress is very special. Very temperament of the people erect. Their hands stood more than a dozen similar to the bodyguards exist to intercept other people. Star? The boy didn't recognize it doubtfully. The girl was incredibly excited. It's them, it's them. You can tell by looking at the background. Watching the meteorite rain together. Shu Yusun, Shangwon, Duanwu, Mo Rong. Ah, I'm going crazy. Said. The woman didn't care that the boys were spreading their ducks and charging there. Wait for me. The boys quickly followed suit. The two just rushed to the gathering position to see a few people dressed in special costumes have been hanging iron locks on the bridge began to go out, while those who quickly separated the crowd of bodyguards kept shouting, all give way, do not take pictures. Thank you, thank you. These words, let everyone trust their judgment more. Crap, isn't this the favorite word of the star bodyguards? Not a star wrapped so tightly for what? And there are a lot of people have already put meteorite rainstar to Songjiang publicity things spread out. For a while the night market was completely abuzz. Countless people chased after the team and kept chanting, Duanmu, Mu Rong, I love you, I want to give you a monkey. Shangguan, voice breaking, on the high platform. Zhu Zhang, Wang Tao and the others couldn't help but look odd when they saw this scene. They were clear that these people weren't stars. They were just looking for people who had a very similar body to the stars. At the same time they couldn't help but be shocked at the craziness of the star chasers. 49 did not look there at all, but looked to the corner position. Stray Cat subconsciously revealed a smile. Whoosh! Stray cats run like hell. Qin Jiang was equally a bit emotional. He was aware that these stars had collapsed houses, had accidents, and were mocked in the afterlife, but that didn't stop them from being hot in the present, and absolutely on fire, especially for students. He waved his hand. Wang Tao will pick up the walkie-talkie. Action! Crashing. A large number of Black Dragon brethren in formal attire poured out, and they quickly intercepted the pursuing students to escort the party away. They were soon taken out of the night market to the entrance to a couple of limousines, rented, and left straight away. The entrance to the night market. Countless students looked at the departing stars, frustrated, until someone said, they came to the night market to eat. Also in the night market net red bridge hanging iron locks. Not I also want to hang. To be with the beloved Duanmu brother hanging on the same bridge. This statement drew countless voices of agreement. Immediately, once again, countless people flocked to the two Netflix bridges. Many vendors shouted up, Duanmu just clocked the grilled cold noodles. He also added an egg. Don't pay if it's not good. Morong comes to eat his intestines and break his heart with love. The superior officer ate the water-exploded tripe and boasted that his life had been fulfilled. One time, a large number of vendors were surrounded by countless starstruck students. Qin Jiang looked at the incomparably noisy picture below and calmly said, the first step is over. The second step is publicity. Tonight, the Black Dragon Night Market will resound through the northern district and resound through Songjiang. Zhu Zhang nodded. Understood. He quickly passed the photos onto campus posters, microblogs, and other sites where students are active. Jiang, Wang Tao was a bit puzzled and said, these stars are pretending and so on when it comes to publicizing that all. Will those real stars come out to refute it or even sue us for rumor mongering? The rest of the brethren were also a bit puzzled. Qin Jiang calmly said, rumor? What rumor? Even if the propaganda language did not name, everything is just other people guess. Black Dragon Night Market will not come forward to confirm. Even if the rumor spreads everywhere, not to mention whether those stars will care about the night market. Even if they step forward to clarify, it would not be a bad thing for us. As long as there is any accusation against the Black Dragon in the clarification words, don't blame us for filing a defamation lawsuit against him. Zhang Tao, Sigma, surprised face, winky face, other brethren, Sigma degree, underscore. Nice guy, pure and simple good guy. Isn't this purely a rascal? Taking advantage of someone and then biting them back. Hi, that's high. As for the means being a bummer or not, oh, they're not rotten people. Isn't there two words for doing these things? Base S. That night, a school dormitory. A is brushing the web page. Dead Fat Geek suddenly looked at the page, froze. Full of unbelievable face said, missed grass. Together to see the meteorite rainstars all come to our North District Black Dragon Night Market to eat, but also in the inside of the net red bridge to hang a copper lock. No, I also want to go to the Black Dragon Night Market. Tomorrow after school to go. Not, I'm going to the Black Dragon Night Market too. Tomorrow after school. No, I'm skipping school. A girl's dormitory. After an internet-addicted teenager swiped on the internet to see that her favorite celebrity had been to the Black Dragon Night Market, screamed. After. The whole dorm was just screaming when they found out. Then it was all firm voices. I'm going to the Black Dragon Night Market. Similarly, a variety of fire about the Black Dragon Night Market postings in a variety of forums online. Many postings are written in the first person as the background, said in the Black Dragon Night Market to eat the best snacks, and words outside the words of their own is a so-and-so star. And finally will deliberately add a sentence, I'm not a so-and-so, and it is the last sentence of the last sentence more so that countless people are even more convinced. All sorts of gossipy information and all sorts of novel and explosive headlines for Black Dragon Night Market make the topic of Black Dragon Night Market explode. That night the Black Dragon Night Market, 4 words on College Road, North District and even Songjiang various forums topic list top few. It's safe to say, overnight Black Dragon Night Market, bursting with fire. Chapter 91, continuing hot, daily traffic, 5000. The Black Dragon Night Market has become a topic of conversation, especially in the student community. These days, Those who have the most time are definitely college students, who have little pressure to study, are curious, have the most energy at their age, and will never give up if there is a hustle and bustle. So, on the second day of the Black Dragon Night Market, even on a Thursday, a large number of students were welcomed at noon, culminating at night with a daily flow of 5,000 people. The daily flow is 5,000 people, by no means a small amount in 2010. It's good enough for a night market. The most popular of these are the two Netflix bridges, the Lunar Bridge and the Friendship Bridge, and there are always people lined up in front of both bridges. At the same time, the huge flow of people has made many vendors earn a lot of money, and it even seems that the vendors are very insufficient. Be clear, a night market is fundamentally different from a mall. Shopping malls, shop more, buy less. 5,000 foot traffic can be real, consumers 10 not 1. Night market, come to all come, have to eat some. 5,000 foot traffic not consumer 10 does not exist. So, 5,000 versus 100, the number is totally insufficient. And there have been cases where people have not been able to purchase food. Those vendors were naturally incredibly satisfied with this. And who doesn't like long lines in front of their stalls? Day 3. It's on a Friday. Black Dragon Night Market foot traffic surges again straight through. 8,000 times. At the same time, the red rope and marriage booth at Yulao Bridge and the wrestling bull wine booth in front of the Friendship Bridge also exploded in popularity and climbed to the top of the topic list in various college forums in Songjiang. One time, students often talk to each other about the Black Dragon Night Market, as if they feel like they are out if they don't say a few words. Nursing home. Just drove back, Ize face grim and gloomy. He went back to the nursing home must pass through as the Black Dragon Night Market. Naturally saw the Black Dragon Night Market in the end how hot. The flow of people let him hate itchy teeth. Mr. Yi just stepped into the company, the nursing home, to provide him with a few offices. A lot of employees have to greet him, so Yi's face cannot help but ease some. But then he heard a few employees muttered from the back. A moment after work to go to the Black Dragon Night Market stroll. I heard a moon-old bridge, very spiritual stars are going to hang copper locks. Go, must go. A man's gotta drink big and drop bowls, you deserve it. I've heard it's busy, and it's supervised, and no one makes trouble, and it's safe and secure. These days many places are still a little dangerous at night. Drinking and making trouble is by no means lacking, but the Black Dragon Night Market guarantees absolute safety. Even if someone makes trouble, it will be the first time, a legal and reasonable and compliant solution. If you can solve things, solve things. If things are not good, solve people. Anyway, Black Dragon is a regular company. Yi's face once again angry that Qin Jiang in the end go what luck. The first day of opening can let the stars to come to support the scene. Those stars are also ing sick. How come have not seen the night market? Come to a just opened. The Southern District is not a large night market? Mud. Lunar Bridge. Friendship Bridge. What kind of middle-aged name? What's the point of pursuing it? Pure and simple sick. He didn't suspect that those stars were invited by Qin Jiang, didn't think that Qin Jiang had that much face. And likewise even more so didn't suspect that those stars were played by people Qin Jiang had found. Boo! He pushed his way out of the office and sat in his boss's chair. Who? It breathed deeply twice. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. No one will replace you if you get sick. And you will let people pick up the advantage for nothing. What is the night market? Even if the trader Luckin can fire a few days, the star to bring the effect will soon dissipate. At that time the Black Dragon Night Market will certainly be silent. And besides, he collects booth fees, can collect a few money. And a night market owner sounds low-end. How can he compare to himself, the chairman of a tech company? As long as one raises the popularity and registration of the forum, the market value will skyrocket, and the star entrepreneurs will have their own place. And then the district Black Dragon bumpkin will be nothing. Mental suggestion for half an hour. He floated mood to stabilize. Slowly opened the computer into the home forum page. Snap. An advertisement popped right up. The northern snow city is beautiful. The Black Dragon Night Market is in Songjiang. Below the ad, a beautifully dressed woman holding a night market marriage lock shouted, "In the wind and in the rain, I'm waiting for you at the Black Dragon Night Market." Boo! Yize was so angry that he stormed out and smashed the computer hard. I'm so angry. How come he's everywhere? Qin Jiang, voice breaking. Vocational University. Wu Yu is in his office reviewing documents. Dang. Director Wang knocked on the door and came in from outside, handing out some documents in his hands and said, "Principal, the major faculties and departments have begun their reforms. The names have been declared. This is the information." And also selected a number of skills outstanding talent. Is the establishment of experimental classes for teachers to open small cooking to improve proficiency? Listening to the report, Wu Yu constantly nodding. Watching the reform program is constantly implemented. This feeling is fascinating. After the report, Director Wang Si Wu Yu in a good mood hurriedly complimented, the school can be reformed to promote so fast everything depends on the leadership of the principal. By the way, the school-supported enterprise Black Dragon has just started the Black Dragon Night Market, which is also on fire. The principal is so discerning. Wu Yu's smile widened when he heard this. He naturally also knows that the Black Dragon Night Market is hot. Nonsense. Black Dragon Night Market is just opposite the vocational college. Now the flow of people a day up to a few thousand. As the principal of the school, how can he not know? Originally he was supporting the Black Dragon Company. Some leaders in the school, a little bit of microaggression only in the way of his face, did not dare to say anything. But now those leaders to see their own unparalleled complimentary 2 sentences. It made Wu Yu feel accomplished, but still calmly said, a night market just happened to run into a few public figures brought about by the effect of following the trend. How long can fire is not yet clear, also need time to precipitate. He didn't mean to be demeaning. It looks like the Black Dragon Night Market is hot, cannot occupy the novelty and location, star effect and other elements. But these days there is no short video support, a topic to follow the wind effect, and will not last too long. What's more, if Black Dragon can have 2 bridges, can't other night markets? As long as it makes money there will be no shortage of imitators these days. But, Wu Yu turned, Xinjiang students are very bold. The initial cost of 2 million to build the night market. This kind of cost, even if the other night market to follow the trend will have to adapt for a period of time. Students and schools like this need to be supported. The academics of students joining Black Dragon can also be appropriately tolerated. After all, we are a vocational school. Employment and practice are considered important courses. The extra credit should be extra credit. Director Wang hurriedly nodded. Understood. Only he has always been a bit skeptical. Invested so much money to make the night market can earn back? 2 million? That Xinjiang really doesn't think of money as money. Chapter 92 People's Traffic Surge. Xinjiang, I want 30% of the turnover. Likewise, the Black Dragon Night Market fire also affected the rest of the night markets in the North District, with the biggest impact being on the Tianhua Night Market. Tianhua Night Market is also near the university town to rely on students to eat. The main students all go to the Black Dragon Night Market so that his foot traffic has declined rapidly. The vendors are quite critical. The person in charge of these night markets replied that the flow of people would be restored in less than a week. Obviously, they didn't think the Black Dragon Night Market fire would last long. And these days students are as curious as they are forgetful. As long as the freshness of the past will naturally lose interest, then the flow of people will naturally return to normal. Even if more than one Black Dragon to steal the market is not as bad as this time. And there is a night market responsible person has secretly come to the Black Dragon. Looking at the 2 big red bridge ready to imitate, only the price is too high, some do not want to give up just. After all, free brass locks, that's all money. The money they earn is the stall fee. And since the stall fee is fixed and whether or not the vendors earn money does not affect their current income, it is natural that they will not be too concerned about it. All of them never expected that the Black Dragon would be hotter than ever, and that it would keep on renewing the flow of people. Day 3, Saturday. Black Dragon foot traffic climbed to another peak that day, 10,000. Day 4, weekend. Black Dragon foot traffic takes it to another level, 13,000 people. Day 5, Monday. Black Dragon foot traffic did not decline but increased to 15,000. The original hot thing by the student circle in the outward expansion, attracting many residents of the North District, young people to come to the night market. Henteing Hotel. Inside the 5-star suite, several popular stars are whispering and exchanging smiles on their faces. Anyone who becomes a hit with a TV series will be happy. Boo! The star agent came in and looked at a few of them chatting and said, tomorrow will be the last day of publicity in Songjiang, and the day after tomorrow we will go to South Province to publicize and rest early today. Yes, a few of the popular stars nodded. The agent suddenly said, by the way, you went to the night market the other night? When did you go? Night market? Several stars looked at each other. They were busy these days, how could they have time to go to the night market? Snap! The agent took out the tablet to board the forum. Directly to the passerby photographed celebrities shopping night market photos to show them. A few of the stars looked at the photos dumbfounded. And I have to say that in today's world of blurry photo pixels as well as severe wrapping and their iconic promotional get-ups, even they themselves were in a bit of a trance. What? They lost their memory? See this. The agent nodded. If it's not you guys, then it should be the Black Dragon Night Market that's up to no good. I have read the forum information. The Black Dragon night market did not respond positively at all. The information is ambiguous. I guess it is to use your free publicity. This kind of thing does not respond to the good. A few stars nodded. Even if they're a little uncomfortable, there's nothing they can do about it. It's not easy being a public figure these days. Soon, the agent left with his assistant. Brush. Several stars suddenly looked at each other, then smiled knowingly and began to quickly dress up. Black Dragon, Penthouse, Xin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and Sijio sat in their positions. Sun Yuan respectfully reported, Brother Jiang, this is the Black Dragon night market 5 days traffic, as well as turnover statistics are as follows. The first day turnover, 28,000. Turnover the next day, 42K. Turnover on the third day, $80,000. Turnover on the fourth day, 95K. Turnover on the fifth day, $130,000. Said. Sun Yuan took out the statement and put it on the table. Xu Shengkai punched and delivered it to Qin Zhang's face. Inside is exactly the Black Dragon night market's turnover statistics, foot traffic statistics, as well as the general situation analysis of the stalls. Of course, the statistics are not very accurate. Turnover is a large number of brothers in the Black Dragon in the observation of speculation. The flow of people is probably based on the time, the number of people calculated. There will certainly be a certain discrepancy but not particularly outrageous. Looking at the various data, Qin Zhang's face was calm. People flow. College Road is said to be sitting on 300,000 students. The hall of the Black Dragon night market in the past few days the highest flow of less than 20,000, which has not been removed from those nearby residents, as well as the existence of the North District. That is, the flow of people less than 1/20th of the students. More than that can only be said to be in the acceptance of the scope of the turnover. Even lower, it's even less than $10 per person. It's understandable. Of course, that prices in 2010 are not as high as in later years, and students are not as wealthy as in later years. 2010. In this era, many college students' living expenses a month is only a few hundred. With the latter days of the kind of moving $3,000 is not enough to spend then simply less pathetic. Natural turnover is also almost meaning. Of course the main reason for such a low turnover is too few vendors. The tricky thing is that even more foot traffic in the inner stalls is unlikely to result in turnover. Zhu Zhang said, Brother Jiang, the turnover is really disproportionate compared to the flow of people. The vendors in the Black Dragon night market are still too few, and a lot of places in the place we've built so big are sitting empty. As long as the stalls go up the turnover is bound to skyrocket, and it shouldn't be a problem to reach more than $10 per person. Expanding vendors, it should be on the agenda too. Ahead, Wang Tao also said, Jiang, recently many vendors to find us, ask them to have relatives also want a stall to come, and some of the remaining vendors themselves to find over to be stationed, said what the stationing fee, do not want to guarantee the bottom can be. Qin Zhang half lying on the sofa chair face calm and disdain. As the saying goes, once upon a time you loved the Black Dragon, you can't afford to reach the Black Dragon now. Want money, you may not even look at you for money. Towers, is the surveillance bought out? Buy it. Finish installing the surveillance tonight after the night market closes, and make sure every stall is illuminated. Wang Tao nodded. Yes. Qin Zhang, how about a TV station contact? Sun Yuan, Pine River Entertainment Radio said that they could co-organize a school beauty contest if they offered $100,000 in sponsorship. Qin Zhang, money can be given. Let them come first tomorrow to interview the Black Dragon night market. Black Dragon night market stall turnover can be widely publicized, or even Black Dragon night market turnover. Sun Yuan, I'll get on with it. Boo. Qin Zhang put down his wine glass and looked at Zhu Zhang. Is the contract ready? Zhu Zhang nodded. All right, he said, taking out the contract he had prepared earlier and handing it to Qin Zhang. The contract opens. It's not complicated in there. Party A, Black Dragon Ltd. Party B, vendor. Party A provides venue, management, and auxiliary operation. Party B has to pay 30% of the turnover to Party A as the operation and management fee, and at the same time, to ensure the catering hygiene, to maintain the good operation of the night market. Party A will keep the turnover for Party B for a month as a deposit, such as Party B's food is substandard, eating bad students, such as bad behavior. Will use Party B deposit compensation to the damaged party? Party B need to leave 1 month in advance to Party A application. Party A will return the deposit. Small print, final interpretation rights belong to the Black Dragon. Chapter 93 Financial Expansion. Stars in the air. That's right. From the beginning to the end of Qin Zhang simply do not intend to get the night market only charge booth fees. The district booth fee can charge how much? and the booth fee is fixed. So even if he gets the most awesome ideas out there, it won't increase his income. So, for other night markets maybe charging for stalls is great, but for the Black Dragon it's completely stupid. Xinjiang plan is to collect management fees, 30% no more and no less. After all, a certain group in the latter days is also about the same draw, and they are only middlemen. Black Dragon Night Market. In turn, they provide the venue, booths, marketing communications, and so on. The marketing campaign alone was worth too much, not to mention that the commission draw thing wasn't unique to Black Dragon, and he remembered well that many malls were currently doing the same thing. There are also small-scale places in the south piloting it, except that the large-scale ones similar to the Black Dragon Night Market haven't dared to be first to earn big money. As for the final interpretation in the contract, well, it's hard to do business these days without being strong. The moment Sun Yuan and Wang Tao also saw the contract on the desktop and couldn't help but open their mouths with just a cursory scan. Drawdown 30%. If the turnover is 100,000 a day, won't they draw 30,900,000 a month? More than 10 million a year. This, pure and simple profiteering. Wang Tao couldn't help but say, can those vendors agree to a 30% draw? I'm afraid they'll make a scene. Xinjiang, anyone who dares to make trouble will be thrown out directly, and they will be asked to return the money they paid for the guarantee before. Anyway, Black Dragon has not signed any contract with them. Everything, reasonable and legal. Zhu Jiang has an idea of the night market is different from other commercial body. Those stalls are not technical content. To put it bluntly, on the street randomly pull individuals can do. They don't want to do it. There are all people out there who want to do it. And there won't be a shortage of vendors if the Black Dragon night market can continue to burst into flames. Wang Tao, Sun Yuan cannot help but nod. Look at Xinjiang gaze more full of admiration. I thought that spending 2 million to build the night market is not sure which day can return to the capital. But according to this set of circumstances, at most 2 months will be able to return to the capital. Half a year doubled, a year 5 times. It's simply not too outrageous for a brick and mortar business. Xinjiang pointed to the contract and then said, here under the change, in order to ensure the health of the ingredients, so that students can eat at ease, from next month onwards were the materials required for the night market by the Black Dragon Night Market Unified Procurement. Tell them that the cost will not be higher than the market price. Meanwhile, Black Dragon set up a transportation team. Let the brothers who are done with construction work do the transportation. Zhu Jiang nodded. Good. He was worried about how to arrange the personnel. Along with the development of the Black Dragon core brothers have reached 60. The periphery to follow the dinner brothers as many as 200, many of which have been in the test period at any time to turn. The light of the Black Dragon night market really a little bit cannot be loaded. After all, nor can hundreds of people watch the night market every day. The establishment of the transportation team can at least divert some of them out. And he thinks that doing transportation and his ideal of mixing with the society is also very compatible. Xinjiang didn't pay attention to Zhu Zhang's thoughts. He wanted to set up a transportation team to naturally prepare for his business empire in the future. Whether it's Pine River Neverland, real estate, and other commercial entities that follow, they all need their own transportation department. He understands that no matter what business model, he has to make sure that his ecosystem is complete in order not to be constrained by others. Xinjiang looked to Bai Lu said, your financial department to be busy, every day to collect turnover inventory check, not to be missed. What do you need to hit the application? I will be approved. Your new financial room has been built in a while, will be able to move in. In addition to the financial department, personnel can be expanded to more than 10 people in a short period of time. Standing aside before reacting, Bai Lu hurriedly nodded in surprise, completely overwhelmed by happiness. At the beginning of the establishment of the Ministry of Finance under her hand, the size of the cat too only, although the grasp of millions of cash can still be a little confused. Especially the Black Dragon spending too much money is getting less and less. It was incredibly hard for Bai Lu. Now that she knows that the finance department will be able to earn millions of dollars every month and have millions of dollars in profits, and that the finance department will be able to expand again with a new office, she feels incredibly exhilarated. Couldn't help but mumble, your own Lu. It's very close to the goal Jiang set for himself. He will soon be able to gain a foothold in the Black Dragon and be willingly called Sister Lu. Soon. She understands perfectly. The Black Dragon brothers called her Sister Lu entirely for Xinjiang's sake, knowing that Xinjiang valued himself, not from the heart, and she has a pride that is uniquely her own. Soon, Xinjiang arranged for a few more tasks to go down. Subsequently, the three Bai Lu left. Sun Yuan went to the night market management. This time the night market is hot every day. There will be a lot of things to deal with. Wan Tao then took Bai Lu towards the second floor where the room had just been renovated and pushed open the door directly. This is the newly renovated finance room ordered by Brother Jiang. Look at what's still missing. Bai Lu walked in with a cheerful face. It's a lot bigger than the office we're in now, and it's got all new office equipment in it. I feel the air is full of good smells, and my brain is dizzy from the suddenness of happiness. Wang Tao, this is the smell of formaldehyde. You are smoked. Come out first. I'll let someone get some green plants in, and wait to let the smell you guys come back to the office. Bai Lu, plants. Whoosh. She rushed straight out of the room, quickly closing the door. Wang Tao, ugh. I haven't gone out yet. Midnight. The three of them, Qin Jiang, are having a late night snack in the office. Wow. A sudden clamor came from outside, as if countless people were shouting, making Qin Jiang's trio frown slightly. Be clear. Campus will not have any people shouting. Even if the vocational university across the night market hustle and bustle to this is also minimal. Now can be here to hear the hustle and bustle, absolutely big thousands of people in the shouting, and to be able to transmit that kind of sound. So, there's a problem at the night market. Boo! Zhu Zheng directly got up and went out and drank. What's the situation? Where are the people? Quickly ask what's the situation. Outside. Is on duty. Little brother also froze for a split second after also reacted. Hastily took out the walkie-talkie and shouted. Zheng inquired. What happened outside? Quickly call back. Salad. Intercom salad for a moment. Sun Yuan's voice came from inside. Cam. Those stars are really here. Meteorite rain. Duan Mu, Shangwan and the others. Now all these students are crazy and constantly crowding. Grandma, the night market is in complete chaos. As the top floor door was opened, little brother walkie-talkie Sun Yuan voice was also heard by Qin Zheng. Three people. Xu Zheng directly went forward to take over the walkie-talkie and said, immediately evacuate the crowd. As soon as possible to send those stars to the car. Be sure to ensure that there cannot be casualties. A large stampede. I will immediately let the brothers go out to support. Zira. Sun Yuan's voice came from inside. Zheng. Qing. I can't. There are too many people. The roads are blocked and we can't get out at all. Zhu Zheng froze. Is it that messy out there? Qin Jiang raised his hand and pointed downward. And Zhu Zheng understood. Bring them to the vocational university. Have the vocational university blockade the campus. Chapter 94, Star Surrounded. Entering vocational university. Crisis moment. The moment. Qin Jian looked at the situation outside with a solemn face. A stampede would be a fatal blow to the Black Dragon night market, so the crowd must be evacuated as soon as possible. Zhu Zhang also faced solemn, even if he is bent on social mixing, are aware of the seriousness of today's matter. 49 looked at the two. I'm going down to help. After saying this, he directly walked away. Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang did not stop. Nursing home. Yi Zhe heard the clamor outside, couldn't help but come out to see. After learning the news, first froze. Martyr. What's so good about this night market? Those stars like to come so much. When he looked at the large number of students from the protectorate who had also rushed out of the campus to gather over there, his face couldn't help but be stunned. Immediately, there was a meaningful smile on his face. Be messy. It's good to be messy. It's good to be messy. Security office. Just lying on the bed, Lu Yong telephone ringtone suddenly rang. Its subconscious phone answer on the ear. Fluttering or flapping sth. He suddenly got up in place and yelled. What? You said that a large number of celebrities appeared at the Black Dragon night market on College Road, causing large crowds of students to cause road congestion. An anxious voice came over the phone. Yes, there are a lot of stars, and all of them are popular stars, like the stars of that TV show Meteorite Rain, and a few other hit TV shows, more than a dozen of them. Lu Yong, how many students gathered? Around 10, 000 to 20, 000. And there's a large number of students from the nearby schools as well as residents who are heading there. Lu Yong, immediately organize personnel, all the security officers to cancel leave, all stand by to maintain order to evacuate the crowd. Remember not to let anything happen to any of the students, and I mean any of the students. Yes. This was followed by a cacophony of footsteps on the phone and countless phone calls to notify personnel of their return. Apparently, the sheriff's office was caught unawares and a bit off guard by the suddenness of the situation in the middle of the night. After all, tiny Pinehurst North College students, even the opening season has not seen such an emergency. Lu Yong hung up the phone to pick up the clothes on the outside run. Looking outside has been dark night color, face embarrassed. Darkness. Large gathering of students. If anything goes wrong he can't eat it. Mud. Those stars have nothing better to do than to come out and play in a group. Inside the Black Dragon night market, a shouting clamor resounded through the sky. Shangwan, voice breaking. Duan Mu, can you take a look at me? Mr. My favorite martial arts scene you did. Rain Seeker. Rain Seeker. Ah. In the center of the crowd gathering, more than 10 bodies wrapped tightly star face panic, was 7 or 8 bodyguards in the middle. They were warned by the agent instead of noticing the Black Dragon night market. Thinking about leaving the day after tomorrow, they plan to come to the Black Dragon night market tonight to shop, and when they go out, they happen to run into another group of celebrities who come to Songjiang for publicity, and both of them coincide to come together. It was good at first. The Black Dragon night market also gives them a good experience, whether it's the Lunar Bridge, the Friendship Bridge, or any other kind of sign, as well as the very special bowl wrestling and red rope pulling. At the same time, they had circular fans in their hands. The front of the fan is engraved with 2 large characters, Songjiang. On the back is a black dragon that has just taken off from the river, with a small inscription underneath, in the wind and in the rain. I will wait for you in the Black Dragon. There's nothing fancy about the jingle, but it's the simplicity of the image that makes it memorable. And then, well, it is their lineup is too luxurious, as well as bodyguard escort directly let people recognize. In the future will evolve into a large star chasing scene. These stars are accustomed to seeing the big scene, but suddenly faced with so many people close to chase block is also a little bit of numbclaws. A male celebrity, man, these students are crazy. They're yelling my eardrums out. An actress, they are so enthusiastic, should we say something? They were attached to the star. All my fans again know I'll sign them. You guys are good. Hey, I'm going. He had just waved his hand when he saw the bodyguard get squeezed and slammed towards him, knocking him nearly to his knees. A martial arts star yelled, "Don't yell. This is not the time to spoil the fans. It's dark and the road is slippery. No one can see who." So many students gathered. Something happens, we all have to be on the headlines. And then they all retired. This statement was made. A dozen stars reacted. They came out this time completely autonomous behavior. To appear tonight's stampede then will certainly be attacked by the group. The star path will be broken by then. Think about it. The face is even more miserable, also dare not say anything more. Can only continue to urge the bodyguards to take them to squeeze out. But 7 or 8 bodyguards face a few thousand crowded over the students are not helpful at all. Being a dozen stars in despair, he saw Sun Yuan with dozens of brothers crowding over and yelling, "I'm the management of the night market. All follow me. Hurry," said, followed by brothers forced to separate routes. Job great opposite crowded. Those stars see this also dare not hesitate to rush to follow. Outside, a dozen brothers didn't squeeze through. What should we do? There are too many people to squeeze through. And Brother Jiang ordered us to make sure we get the star on campus. Mud. What's the point of chasing these stars? A dry, thin youth, Zheng Qi, shouted. Spread out. Let's go in every direction and yell that the stars are on their own. After saying that, he didn't care about the others and rushed out shouting, Duanmu and the others are right there. Quickly go after them. Other brothers have followed suit. With the assistance of Zhang Qi and the others, smiley face, Sun Yuan finally broke through the blockade and stepped inside the campus of the vocational university with dozens of juniors. Crashing. Su Don led the security guards to quickly close the school gate, followed by hundreds of black dragons relying on the door to stop those crowded over students, constantly shouting to the outside. You can't step into the important place of the University of Vocational Studies. Those stars have gone through the back door. Disperse, quickly disperse. Zheng Qi once again led the brothers in the crowd constantly shouting, the stars are gone to the back door of the school to see if there may be a chance. East gate is most likely. I think I saw them drive away from the west gate. A time to say anything have led constantly to the vocational gate entrance. Gathering crowd quickly dispersed to other directions surging. Phew. More than a dozen stars standing in front of the playground, all loud gasping for air. Looking at the distance within the night, a little bit gradually dispersed crowd could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. It looks like the situation has been stabilized, but not before they were about to completely fade away. Whoa! Vocational University of thousands of students have just been notified of. The students have also flocked out from the major residential buildings. They must pass through the road as the playground. And the campus is some street lamps. They just ran to the door and found that these stars are also surrounded by all over. The faces of the dozen or so stars changed steeply and furiously. There are wolves outside and tigers inside. You won't get away with it. It's over. Happy Mid-Autumn and free gift points for author motivation. Chapter 95, Chaos. Schools can't control it. The moment, both the Black Dragon brothers and their bodyguards were in front of the school to block the crazy students and prevent them from rushing into the campus. So they had no one around them to guard them, and they had to face the crazy students directly. It's not that they're not used to it. Rather, it's clear how much of an impact a crowd stampede would have, let alone inside the campus. Or they came in of their own accord. In time. There are 8 mouths that can't say it all. Flapping. thousands of students quickly crowded over to chant, Shangguan, Duanmu, Shadow Emperor. A burst of shouting resounded through half of the campus, and because they were so loud, the gradual dispersal of students at the entrance of the school also caused a slight commotion, and it was clear that if the shouting continued, there might be a recurrence of the incident of impacting the campus. This and other movements also early alarmed the school senior. Today on duty Director Wang even clothes cannot wear to rush down to see the school playground. Thousands of students flocked to gather, and there are more students from the residential building to run out of the cool air. One side, a teacher on duty saw Director Wang and hurriedly said, Director, more than a dozen popular stars have entered our school, and now the students are going crazy. We have to stop it quickly or we'll all be in trouble if there's a stampede. Director, you know. Director Wang, mad. Use your words. Delta, how could so many people start coming to the school? This out of the way place, what are they doing here? Teacher on duty, I heard that I came to visit the Black Dragon night market and ended up getting caught, and was crowded by students who came to school to hide. It's all the Black Dragon's fault for not hurrying up and letting the stars leave, letting them come to our school for what? Not nothing? Director Wang coldly looked at the teacher on duty. Just one look. It made the teacher on duty's heart tighten, vaguely understanding that the Black Dragon's background was more powerful than he had expected. Director Wang, what's the point of talking about all this nonsense? Immediately notify the teachers at school to disperse the students. Notify the duty department to turn on all the lights in the campus playground, as bright as they can be. No stampedes. What the? Run in, quickly. The teacher on duty was stunned, turned around and rushed away to inform. At the same time, Director Wang quickly dialed Principal Wu's phone, while explaining the school's lack of situation, while quickly running to the playground. Principal Wu's face was grim. Director Wang must make sure that the students are safe and that nothing happens to the stars. Remember, everything is student-oriented. I'll be right there. Having said that, getting dressed and darting downstairs, his college renovation program is undergoing radical reforms must not be cut short here. Soon, those stars were surrounded by countless students in 3 layers. Outside 3 layers. Fortunately, a few bodyguards see things are not right once again rushed over to these stars to protect from being affected. Director Wang rushed inside the crowd and frantically went inside, shouting repeatedly, Get out of the way. All get out of the way. Let me in. No student paid him any attention at all. There was even a big-waisted student who grabbed him by the back of the neck and slid him to the back. Little Gadoozy, you're quite capable of drilling. First come first served understanding. Go to the back. Director Wang, you. Do you know who I am? Student, love whoever you want. You're much of a chicken. Director Wang, I'm Director Wang of the school's academic affairs office. Student, well, all say so. Just now there is a say their own principal to rush in it. All can go to college who is not a little cute. Thought to make up an identity can be good, all useless. Director Wang, look at me. Look at me carefully. The students came close to look at the color of the face changed slightly. Just black lights cannot see clearly. Close to look at Herrera also found that the director of Wang is not right. The other party is obviously not a student. See dress is likely to be really the director of Wang. Director Wang, see what's going on? Student, Director Wang, right? Do you know who I am? Director Wang, who are you? That class. Student, I don't know, you pretend to be a chicken. After saying that, he directly made a hard squeeze backward at Director Wang. Ouch. Director Wang was pushed backward several steps to exit the circle of students, when he heard a faint voice from the front, Mechanical Class 3, Yu Yunlong, his love rival's name. Director Wang, Yu Yunlong. Good. I'll ing remember you. Cut. 8th. Yu Yunlong, who was continuously squeezing in, subconsciously sneezed twice. Grandma, who the hell is counting on me? With that, he continued to rush in regardless. Just right. The teacher on duty, taking advantage of his short stature, also rushed inside and kept pushing forward. I'm a teacher. Let me in. Yu Yunlong dragged him behind himself. Like a rat, you're quite capable of drilling. Teacher on duty, I'm a teacher. I'm here to direct order. You, smiley face, quickly let me in. Yu Yunlong, what teacher? 8th division. Useless. All lose face. Teacher on duty, which class are you in? Believe it or not, I'll give you a demerit. Believe it or not, I'll call your parents. Yu Yunlong look at the dark night. Only some street lamps and flashlight lighting. Look back at the teacher on duty, immediately turned back, while continuing to squeeze forward while saying, Auto Class 3, Li Hua. Teacher on duty, Li Hua. Li Hua, I remember you. Although Director Wang ordered decisively, but because the students had already gathered, coupled with the fact that it was nighttime, those teachers, not to mention directing the order, dispersing the students, and even themselves were crowded to the east and west. so instead of controlling the scene, it is getting more and more chaotic. 3 floors of the school building. Lu Lily looked at the messy playground, did not go down to help intention, but secretly sneer. Messy is good. It's good to be messy. Something better happen. Then what the hell, Black Dragon Night Market? What Qin Jiang? What Director Wang? What principal? All have you good fruit to eat? Let you all bully me. I can't get better, and neither can any of you. He hated Qin Jiang very much. If not for the other party, Lu Yao would not have resigned. Her cousin would not have lost the opportunity, and she would not have lost the opportunity to use the Lu family to climb up the ladder. Now, instead of being successful, she has been assigned to lead a new class, constantly ostracized, and tired as a grandson day after day, which she is not convinced of and hates. Good on. The heavens opened their eyes and directly let her witness the revenge. Thinking of this, she picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Director, there's a problem with the power supply system, and the streetlights in the playground can't all be turned on." Director Wang, damn, what's the maintenance department doing? The school has emergency power. Go turn it on. Goo. Stop pushing. Who the hell stepped on my foot? Lu Lily, Director Wang, what did you say? I can't hear. Chapter 96, Qin Jiang, disperse. I like to be quiet. Chaos. It's a complete mess. Only a few minutes has almost reached the point of loss of control. Director Wang, listening to the noise, face a little desperate. He felt that today may really have to be in trouble. Likewise, the dozen or so stars inside were being squeezed back and forth, bumping into each other, and countless cell phones taking pictures of them. Breaking or snapping. Breaking or snapping. The shouts shook the stars' eardrums. They all heard a number of people who couldn't stand the squeeze yelling, "Stop squeezing, can't stand it anymore." But the voices were drowned out in the chorus of shouts, and even attempts to step in to stop and maintain order could not be done. Even if many come to join in the fun, students are now in a dilemma. Cannot get in or out, can only go with the flow. Crowded out there, crowded in more. Ouch. Director Wang climbed to a high position and took the loudspeaker handed over by the teacher and shouted, "Students, I am the director of the Office of Instruction, and I announce that each of you will go back to your dormitory immediately, or else you will be deducted credits." The unmistakable clamor was slightly weaker. Deductions for credit. It is more lethal for students. See this. Those stars couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Star A, finally, a school leader has stepped in. So this should be fine and we're safe. Star B, it's crazy. I don't want to come to this city in the future. It's better to be in a big city. Star C, deliberate. We still rely on these people to do data. Even if we pretend to be happy, I can't help but smile and wave my hand at the students. Be safe. Don't crowd. And thank you for liking it. Director Wang saw the effect, is also relieved. Once again holding a loud hailer, shouted, "Relitigate once again." By the Office of Teaching and Learning decided that all students who do not immediately return to the dormitory back to the hole. Goo. Before he finished his sentence, he was squeezed off the high platform by the students who just rushed out, and the horn in his hand fell to the ground. Click, click, on the spot by the students trampled. He was also squeezed to the side of the simply cannot continue to speak. In these newly arrived students to support, Director Wang lecture roll into nothing, the students again into a frenzied state. They are not stupid. As the saying goes, the law is not responsible for the masses. So many students in the school today to see the star. The school is not all the disciplinary action, not at all with fear. The situation has gotten worse, has vaguely heard the clamor coming from outside the campus again. And just as the stars are worried, Director Wang is desperate, and Lu Lily is rampant. I saw Siku carrying a huge projector light and placing it on the ground. Pressing the button to turn it on, snap, a dazzling beam of light appeared. It was incomparably dazzling under the dark and incomparable night, immediately drawing everyone's eyes over. Regardless of the stars, crowded students, including Director Wang and others, followed the light to see the light fell on the top floor location of the Black Dragon Company, where a piece of floor-to-ceiling windows. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, there stood a young man in formal attire, standing straight as if admiring the scene below. Exactly, Qin Jiang. Snap. A junior stepped forward and opened the window, retreating behind him once more, allowing the light to envelop only Qin Jiang's torso. The moment, Qin Jiang transformed into the center of attention. Truly his appearance was too bright. Well, even a little blinding, the only beam of light under the dark night. Qin Jiang stood in the center of the beam of light, looking so dashing and different. This is Qin Jiang. Below, the students who were close enough recognized Qin Jiang's identity. After all, Qin Jiang in Vocational University absolute figure, N01. In Vocational University you do not know the principal normal. Do not know Qin Jiang is not normal. Not to mention the three-story building is Qin Zhan's Black Dragon Company premises, can stand on the third floor of the identity of self-evident. Sure, the students could not see Qin Zhang's face from a distance, but the next moment Qin Zhang waved his hand to the back of the little brother to hand the horn. Qin Zhang's voice along the horn resounded throughout the scene. Silence. I am Qin Zhang. Nothing to yell about. Nothing flashy vocabulary. Just 6 simple words, but originally incomparably noisy playground. Countless crowded students all stopped moving, did not continue to shout. Even if there were a few shouting up, students were quickly shut down by the constant pulling of the surrounding students. Quiet. Very quiet. The quiet dozen or so stars were a little uncomfortable and equally more uncomprehending of what the hell was going on. Why just that self-proclaimed what one director existence shouting? These students zwa mess now but cannot say a word. But to make them even more incredible, things continue to happen. Qin Zhang looked at the incomparably solemn crowd and said again, disperse. I like quiet. I'll give you 10 minutes. The words were still very short, but the meaning of the words puzzled the stars as well as the teachers. Star A, if not him, who? He said it's not going to happen? Even Director Wang is no good? He. Star B, good lord. That's more pretentious and photoshopped and whatnot than I've ever been able to do on a TV show. Teacher on duty, he's crazy. These stars for Qin Zhang's words a bit scoffed. Joking, thousands of people gathered, you a word to disperse? Reality tends to hit them hard, just when they think blowing powerful. See, originally just incomparably noisy, constantly crowded students actually really began to no longer to them to continue to crowd but to the outside dispersal. Let's go. Let's go. There's nothing to see. Just a few stars. Hurry up, just 10 minutes. In case we don't get out and let the Black Dragons people remember the name, that would be a disaster. Brother Jiang has spoken. Give him face. Let's go. Many people in the crowd have voiced out. These people originally have a lot of Black Dragon peripheral employees, and some of them want to follow the Black Dragon to mix naturally. All support Qin Zhang's words. Thousands of students, originally the vast majority of the star, is not chasing, but blindly watching to see the preparation of the hand to sign. And now Qin Zhang sent word who dared not give face. After all, Director Wang's words are not listened to, at most a demerit. If you don't listen to what Qin Zhang says, you'll be in for a rude awakening. Moreover, Wang Tao and others were watching them from the periphery of the crowd, which made a lot of students leave their feet faster, and at the same time did not dare to make too much noise for fear of being remembered by Wang Tao and others as provoking Qin Zhang, and the consequences were not something they could bear. Mostly under the beam, Qin Zhang stood on the third floor quietly watching them. Many students turned around and felt as if they were staring at Qin Zhang. Scared, immediately lowered their heads and walked faster and lighter. 1 minute, 2 minutes, in less than 6 minutes, the square has been emptied, leaving only Wang Tao, the Black Dragon staff and a dozen stars, as well as Director Wang and others. The moment a dozen stars as well as Director Wang looked at the playground that had just been incredibly noisy and was now empty and quiet, and looked at the thousands of students who had left without hesitation with their eyes wide open. It's all gone. Time and space are as if they have been dislocated. The crowd's worldview is refreshed. Then all their gazes couldn't help but look at the third floor across the street, the one who stood under the beam of light in a straight figure. At the moment the other party seemed to be more dazzling and charming than the stars. Qin Zhang, Chapter 97, Stars Go Upstairs. This place has laws. Director Wang, Sigma, surprised face, winky face, stars, underscore, oh, the rest of the teachers? Delta. Director Wang. No, just now my shouting voice split to no avail, and he just casually said 2 words, and it fell apart. Playing? What? You're more powerful than me. The other teachers looked at him in silence as if to say, what's the point of asking? It's obvious that he's more intimidating than you are. These teachers originally also know that Qin Zhang and the students of high status, very intimidating, but those are all illusory, and now witnessed really appreciate this. It's simply a matter of ordering and following the letter of the law. Director Wang and others are still so shocked, not to mention the stars. They only feel that their brains are a bit insufficient at this time looking at the figure in the beam of light inner fluctuations. No? Who the hell is he? So powerful. One sentence made thousands of students leave of their own accord. What kind of image is this? Why does it look like something out of a movie? But where is the camera? I can't see it. I just felt a rush of air from the soles of my feet to the sky. These stars keep emoting. The image just now is so powerful that it's hard to feel that deeply about it unless you were there. And being there is too dreamy. Likewise, Wang Tao and the others were also incomparably exuberant when they saw this. Cannot help but look at the third floor within the beam of light. Qin Zhang. This moment Qin Zhang in their hearts sealed God. This is their brother Zhang. A word to settle the world. The figure is as stable as a mountain. the Black Dragon ruler, looking down on heaven and earth. The moment. Qin Jiang looked at the situation below and calmly said, "Ah Tao, have someone go and assist in the evacuation of the night market crowd. Then invite these people in." After saying that, his eyes could not help but fall on a youth. This just before the school move he heard in Sun Yuan intercom report, but is a living mind existence. Is Chang Chi? Obviously. He was also a vocational college student, so why was he so unfamiliar with the name in his last life? So smart he shouldn't have been. Did the late stage quit on its own? Shaking his head, he didn't say a word, leaving the floor to ceiling window and returning to his end of the sofa chair to continue sitting. Close the window. Little brother, Jiang is feeling a bit cold? Qin Jiang, little bites more. Little brother, Qin Jiang, go fetch some folding fans as well as pen and ink. Waste should be utilized. Not to mention the stars. Little brother, yes, outside. Wang Tao nodded in the direction of the third floor and said directly, all of you go out and help evacuate the crowd. A few of you, and that Zhang Qi right. Each of you lead the command. He pointed at the sweaty youth. He just noticed that Jiang and his gaze fell on the other party. Since Jiang valued it, then he had to reuse it. This was his principle. Zhang Qi equals smiley face. The face steeply ecstatic body cannot help but tremble. He knows that from today he may be more than just a peripheral brethren. The distance from the conversion is only in the morning and evening. Come out and mingle. Who doesn't want to mix it up? Today, he, Zhang Qi, finally out of nowhere. Snap. His figure straightened up and shouted, yes, voice breaking. This move did not attract ridicule, but only the core brothers agree. The opportunity to turn positive is not excited. So brothers are not worth training. Peripheral brothers more incomparable envy, can be turned in the status of the status will be much higher. In the outside walking will also be called brother, but also can begin to gradually manage a number of things. Not to mention, the welfare benefits will also surge. The base salary alone is 3,000. Wang Tao ignored the change of mind of Zhang Qi and the others and said to the stars, Brother Jiang, please, go upstairs and have a cup of tea. A dozen stars looked at each other and did not object, although they are still a little confused about the current situation, but just Qin Jiang to help themselves and others to solve the problem. Not to mention that there are still a large number of onlookers outside. The students cannot leave, since this went up to avoid refuge, save in case and the people found again onlookers. Go see, Brother Jiang. Qin Jiang? This doesn't look like a businessman. Looking at the scene just now and the people around him, he looks like. Several stars could not help but mutter secretly, especially looking at Wang Tao, and others could not help but all a little bit of inner suspicion. Starcy couldn't help but ask, that, little brother, can I ask, that what Jiang? Who is the person who just stood inside the beam of light? Wang Tao glanced at him. Qin Jiang, Brother Jiang, old Black Dragon, Chairman, Black Dragon Night Market is Brother John's property. Stars, degree. No, were you just about to say, boss? Nice guy, Black Dragon. Sounds less like a regular company and more like, think about it. Starcy couldn't help but secretly complain. I blame you guys for favoring to come. I told you that the Black Dragon. It just doesn't sound normal. Starby, weren't you happy when you were initially going to come? Now say this. Starray, it's not like we just got out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's lair again, is it? Star movie star, talk less on someone else's turf. Besides, it's a university. It'll be fine. This statement was made. The stars have stopped talking. They were a little resistant to going upstairs, as if there was some kind of flooding upstairs, but there was no reason not to go up there. Director Wang and the others did not stop them when they saw this. Teacher on duty, that. Let's. Director Wang, what do you mean we are not us? You are going to receive those stars. Where? Is it necessary to receive them? School is a place to teach and educate people, not a place to receive them. He was just worried that he didn't know how to deal with those stars. Since Qin Jiang took the initiative to take over, naturally he wouldn't care. Academic building. Lu Lily looked at the dispersing crowd with an incomparably embarrassed face. Asterisk. On what grounds? Are these students all rats? He just said one word and they all dispersed. Isn't he just a punk? Why does he have so much prestige? Why? Pissed off. Penthouse. Zhu Yang and Siku have also returned. Xu Zheng, everything is stable out there and there are no casualties. 4-9, the students all went back. None of them died. Qin Jiang, good. No more bull. Asterisk. 3 people have long reached a tacit understanding that no words are better than words. Say what compliments. Thank you words rather redundant. Wang Tao stepped into the Black Dragon Company with the stars. First floor. It's empty. There's no one. There's no machetes, axes or anything like that. The stars' faces eased. Second floor. There were a few people coming and going who were working, including a couple of finance girls. The stars are a little more relaxed. Second floor and a half. They saw the company rules and regulations posted in the hallway. Above the first clearly written, Chinese law is greater than everything, where the Black Dragon employees must familiarize themselves with Chinese criminal law, and even directly below the placement of more than a dozen criminal law books for people to take at any time. The stars were completely relieved. Aha! At least for now this place looks. There are laws. Chapter 98, we're all here. Let's sign the name. Dang, dang, dang. Zhu Zheng's voice came from inside. Enter. Boo. Wang Tao pushed open the door of the room. Please. The stars followed. Wang Tao stepped into the room, into the eyes of the wider area. And unusual in their cognizance of the office is completely different, and there are no desks, bookshelves, etc. But instead in the wall hanging a lot of weapons, Tang's sword, Stranger's sword, directly in front, 3 plush sofa chairs. In front of the sofa chair on both sides of each vertical 5 youths standing straight, Zhu Zhang brought back to prevent any unexpected situation, such as a student due to the star impact on the top floor, although the possibility of this is minimal, and there is no lack of to give the intention of the dismounted horse. After all, the stars are seen the scene, they cannot be too casual. Left side, Zhu with pigtails is holding a folding fan and shaking it. Right side of the 4 nines is still rotating the 2 iron balls. The central sofa chair Qin Jiang half-line fingers knocking chair surface. Behind the wall and no serenity. The sky is rewarded, but a black dragon from the river to fly. Black dragon face, dragon head looking down on the crowd, contempt for all. The stars in the eyes of the black dragon figure and Qin Jiang perfect fusion of intangible momentum pressed to the face. Gulp. Can't help but swallow saliva in unison. This has been put down, the heart once again lifted up. Really in front of the scene. Who will have a bad guess? The black dragon. Is it a regular company? Sit. Qin Jiang looked at the stars and calmly waved his hand, and immediately a junior brother moved out more than 10 chairs from the corner position. The stars looked at each other and sat down, and a star movie star said, "You're Mr. Qin, right? Thanks to your help in evacuating the students today, or else we wouldn't know what to do. Also trouble you to send someone outside to look down. To students scattered almost we immediately go, so as not to bother Mr. Qin." The rest of the stars did not refute. They can also see that Qin Jiang is not the same as the others. The others, even if Wang Tao look at their expressions, are more or less special face. Just like ordinary people see stars almost. But no matter Zhu Zhang, for 9 expression is too calm. Especially Qin Jiang, his eyes are full of indifference. Bland, and either pretend the kind of, is almost the same as looking at cats and dogs. Plus the interior layout of this office and the 10 penciled in black dragon employees on either side of them added to make them lose their star pride and their sense of star superiority. Go! Qin Jiang suddenly smiled slightly. This smile made the movie star's face change slightly. Often filming intuition told him that something bad was going to happen. As if he saw the Hong Kong movie when the social bigwigs want to do something bad. Look, Qin Jiang pointed outside and said, "Due to your uninvited presence making the Black Dragon Night Market almost have a stampede. Making the Black Dragon Night Market have to evacuate the crowds at the beginning of the day today. And leaving just like that. Do you guys think it's appropriate?" This, the stars would like to refute, and feel do not know where to refute. After all, Qin Jiang said all the facts, but usually they want to go to what trade market those places which is not ecstatic. Arrange manpower in advance to clear the area. Now Qin Jiang so not happy, anti-invasion a little unable to cope with, and they usually have an agent to get things done. Today things are too sudden and completely in the dark. Eventually, the still star movie star said, "That, it's our fault for not notifying in advance and causing such an effect. We can compensate for any financial loss." Qin Jiang, compensation is not necessary, but I have to give my men an explanation for causing financial losses. Leave 1 billion group photos and sign 1 billion autographs. Group photo, signature. The faces of the stars were steeply stunned with odd expressions. Boy, it's so scary all day long. Just this. It's not just group photos and autographs. It was nothing but the simplest thing for them stars. And looking at Qin Jiang also changed. I thought it was a big deal, and it turns out that, just this. Oh, Star A muttered. It's a small place after all. Just a few random autographs to get rid of. Star B, group photo, looks like a fan of mine too. Unable to help but nod their heads atmospherically. Isn't it just autographs and group photos? No problem. Sign as many as you want. Mr. Qin, how to take a picture? How many of us? But the next moment they were all dumbfounded. Just see, Qin Jiang didn't take a picture with them. One side, Zhu Yong claps his hands. Snap, snap. Once again, 7 or 8 Black Dragon brothers came in. Some with cameras, and the remaining brothers carried several large boxes. Moment. The stars had a bad feeling. Wow. The Black Dragon employee opened the box, and inside was a large number of Black Dragon Night Market promotional fine fans, as well as a number of gourmet foods. Qin Jiang calmly said, "Hop it, sign it, stars, Nima. You call that a point? College Road." Ka. Lu Yong footbrake stopped at the side of the road. Directly out of the car beyond anxious shouted, "People, where is the security team? Do not let them all gathered. Fog grass. Not right ah." He stopped abruptly in the middle of his shout. He found in front of him, although he did not expect a large number of security guards to maintain order, but also did not expect a large area of congestion. Although there are still a large number of students in the shuttle back and forth from the congestion, stampede is far from happening. What's the situation? Didn't they say there were more than a dozen stars coming? Why so quiet? He's well aware of the celebrity influence, especially the breakout star plus student combo. Director. A vigilante saw Lu Yong quickly running over to salute. "Lu Yong, what's the situation? I thought there were tens of thousands of students gathered here. Where did the stars go?" "Sheriff, Director, we just got the news that the situation is indeed what you said, but by the time we arrived the situation had eased up a lot, and it was the Black Dragon Company that mobilized manpower in time to get the star inside the vocational college and publicize that the star had left and dispersed the crowd. That's basically what it's going to look like when we get there." "Lu Yong, there was no stampede." "Sheriff, no." Lu Yong sighed in relief. As long as there are no casualties on the line. He could not help but look toward the crowd as maintaining order dressed in formal attire. No need to guess as the Black Dragon people. It's still Black Dragon who has a sense of commitment and responsibility. Lu Yong muttered. It's too much better than those who would bully their classmates, extort, fight and brawl if they were the king of the school. The university town can't accommodate those people. These people can still be accommodated. It's just that the name Black Dragon makes one's head hurt. Shake your head. Again. Are those stars leaving now? "Sheriff, it's all in the Black Dragon." "Lu Yong, okay, I'll go take a look. Just got into school." Lu Yong bumped into a sweaty head to run back to the principal Wu Yu, the other side of the same face full of happy color. The two smiled at a simple implicit two sentences. A 30 head of the security director, a 30 head of the principal are all promising. Afterwards, they traveled together to Black Dragon and were led by an employee straight to the penthouse, where they instantly froze when they stepped into the penthouse. Just see. Chapter 99, The Star Leaves. Lu Yong, you know the law too well. See only. A couple of veteran celebrities were constantly posing for photos. Not for pictures of course, but with snacks in their hands. Grilled cold noodles, pancakes and nuts, octopus balls, northeast big skewer, and so on. On the other side of 7 or 8 rising stars are lying on the table, writing to a fan, and there are stars also cannot help but mutter, "God, this is signed to what time? How do you boast of your own promise?" This, Principal Wu, Sigma, surprised face, winky face, Director Lu, oh, what the hell? These celebrities should not be hot and bothered, or constantly on the phone to the outside world. Now how do you make it look like you've been kidnapped? The moment, both of them giggled a little inside. It's not possible that Qin Jiang really used violence to coerce these stars to take nude photos, to sign some kind of contract of sale. No way. No way. This is a society based on the rule of law. This is the mainland. It's a place of laws. Hong Kong movies. Can't really watch that much. Lu Yong even face red. Really want to have a large number of stars in his territory to be coerced. Then he is really finished. Good on. The two quickly reacted that something was wrong. First of all, the penthouse door is not blocked, they easily come in. Secondly, the star shot is not a nude photo. Signed and not what? Contract of sale. Although the full range of bitterness but more for helplessness, and there is no coercion of what is coerced. Look. The two could not help but look towards the center of the room again. Also saw Qin Jiang 3 people sitting appearance, as well as behind a hegemony, Black Dragon taking flight figure, all once again the body was stunned. I can't help but look at the stars again. Mud. It's not possible that I just lost my eyes and was really coerced, right? Qin Jiang said at this point. Old Lu, you're here. Wu Yu, this does not hear that the school out. There is a star to come. Intend to come back to see the situation. This time Black Dragon handled very properly. To avoid causing a major impact, the school will be praised in the assembly. Lao, what old Lu? Who's Lu? I'm only 30, okay? Lu Yong in her constantly bellyaching. But so Wu Yu did not say anything. Also calm mind. This time the Black Dragon night market is handled very properly. The large crowded stampede things killed in the cradle. I represent the security office to express my gratitude to you. Qin Jiang, not a banner or anything? like a policing cooperative, a safe night market in the North End, or something like that. Lu Yong equals smiley face. I'll go back and apply with you. Wu Yu digressed. This is, he pointed to those who were busy stars a bit incomprehensible. Nothing. Qin Jiang calmly said. This is not. They think that the lack of notice to the Black Dragon night market caused a lot of trouble. As an apology they intend to leave some pictures, signed as compensation. This way the students can also be pacified. Otherwise the students won't get anything, or maybe they'll still have to storm the office building, and then the Black Dragon won't be able to stop it even if it wants to. After all, a society based on the rule of law. No one can restrict someone else's freedom. No. He made a double entendre. Let originally a few saw Wu Yu. Lu Yong came and already do not intend to continue to take pictures. Signing stars face a stunned. Keep starting to get busy. No way. In case of stopping this Qin Jiang and then let those students impact the office building out of something they cannot cover. As for whether Qin Jiang has that calling, oh, hasn't that just been proven? As for whether Qin Jiang dared to do so, don't say do this. Look at Qin Jiang, 3 people sitting posture. Especially 4-9 appearance say dare to kill them all believe. Sign it. Just a little autograph? It's nothing compared to the future of Star Trek? That's it. Wu Yu and Lu Yong stared blankly at the stars who were incredibly cooperative in taking pictures and signing autographs, and the two couldn't say anything? Whether what Qin Jiang said was crooked or not, at least it was reasonable. Threatening? Not really. After all, coercion of others to sign, photo, which in the court of law are afraid of not even a case. There is no precedent. Soon, those celebrities after the photo shoot and group photo, Wang Tao collected all the fans and said to Qin Jiang, Brother Jiang just got the news that those students outside have dispersed and won't be gathering in a short period of time. Stars? No. Did you just get the news? What do you know? You didn't come out of the house? You didn't answer the phone? Even if you're acting, why don't you do the whole thing? We are all actors, not cuties. Qin Jiang waved his hand. You're all busy people, so I won't keep you. Take the car and go. The stars looked at each other. Qin Jiang casually polite. 2 sentences also have left. This place they really do not want to stay a moment. Before leaving, Qin Jiang suddenly said, Don't worry, today's group photo, autographs will not be sold in any form. The group photo will not be publicized in the video medium. The Black Dragon will be in the name of the company to give them to their respective fans free of charge, which is also counted as a fan benefit that you give. Song Jiang will remember you guys. The stars were stunned. Did they really just have no idea at all? Not necessarily. Being Qin Jiang half coercion mode is ultimately a little uncomfortable. The heart did not leave to get back to the psychological, but Qin Jiang's words completely overthrow the idea of their retaliation. The Black Dragon does not earn a penny, completely given to their respective fans. To be in the caddy on the line, it is likely that their own people first bad luck. As for playing mixed, look at the Qin Jiang trio appearance. Think of Qin Jiang just a word drink back thousands of students' hegemony, as well as in front of the director of public security. The principle of the Qin Jiang attitude. Obviously in this area they cannot afford to play, and they are in the open. Qin Jiang in the dark. Really play up, completely lose more than gain. Think about it. These stars looked back at Qin Jiangquan and nodded. Thank you. X dozen voices. Qin Jiang, take care, don't see me off. Boo. The top floor doors closed again. Wu Yu, Lu Yong looked at the departing star. In looking at Qin Jiang, face color all a little complicated, inexplicable. Especially Lu Yong. He is also a public prosecutor and law enforcement agency. Sensitive to the law. Qin Jiang, just words make him more impressed with Qin Jiang. These days so familiar with the law is really not much. Bottom line, just nip the danger in the bud. And make those stars have to say, thank you, before they leave. What to say? Awesome class. Crooked rigged. Qin Jiang, what brings you two here? Wu Yu, Lu Yong want to speak and stop. Originally they came to have a lot to say, but saw just the scene so that they have nothing to say. Say what? That you did a great job? Kept us both clothed. Wu Yu, nothing. I will leave first. For the development of the Black Dragon night market, the school will fully support. Lu Yong also waved his hand to leave. Before leaving, looked at Qin Jiang. University City is strictly catching and cracking down on clearing the campus of unstable presence. Bad students. We're fighting and brawling. Forget it. You know the law better than I do. What to do it. Chapter 100 Publicity Upgrade, various hot searches, and a surge in human traffic in daily sales. Lu Yong said, shook his head. He thought up Qin Jiang do, although still Jianghu style, but the means of process is on the side of legal compliance. In his contact in the embodiment of the best, and even more than just him, see its lower side of the brother also open mouth, Chinese law, criminal law. Article. The team will not have a problem at all in the face of the vigilante sweeps. This. Also he presided over the work at all did not put Qin Jiang in the program reasons. Tube cannot be managed. Smiley face. Qin Jiang's eyes slightly condensed when he heard Lu Yong's words. He remembered that the last sweeping operation was in the next year. It seems, one's own rebirth has already brought about a butterfly effect, and one cannot do things in the future all by virtue of memories of the last century. Immediately, he looked at Lu Yong and said, "Thanks, old Lu." The corner of Lu Yong's mouth twitched twice, eventually leaving without saying anything. Soon, only 3 people, Qin Jiang, remained on the top floor. Zhu Yang, although these stars come uninvited and bring some trouble, they also bring conversation. Their previous publicity are ambiguous, and do not dare to really name names, but today such a mess in the publicity will be much more convenient, and tonight has seen too many star students. Even if the Black Dragon does not publicize them will help publicize. Besides, his eyes fell on the box full of signed photos. It's hard not to be on fire with this box of autographed photos. Qin Jiang tapped his fingers on the sofa and chair. Increase the publicity of the star event. Add some plots. What the star came for a certain snack. The star is here to seek marriage. Wait. Anyway, how outrageous how to make up on the line. It's just a topic of conversation. Zhu Jiang nodded. Good. Qin Jiang continued. Tomorrow notify the TV station to continue to come. Publicize the Black Dragon Night Market will soon be held in the North District School Flower Selection. The final will be selected in the North District Top 10 School Flower, where on the list of school flowers will be sponsored by the Black Dragon Company, 50,000 yuan scholarships, and will be awarded by the TV station, as well as publicity. Zhu Shang's eyes lit up again. This is good. It seems that the selection of school flowers to spend $500,000 may bring traffic will be immense. Selection of school flowers? Can you judge a school beauty for nothing? Surely we need to vote? How to vote? Who is qualified to vote? This can be done inside the article can be big. Sure enough, I saw Qin Jiang said, you go to find a few college students, let them first do a voting website. The overall scale to do with the forum is almost the same. In the future of the selection process wherein the Black Dragon Night Market consumption of every dollar will be able to get a vote, uncapped. Zhu Jiang was a bit puzzled. Brother Jiang, but it's not easy to differentiate who actually consumed and who didn't. Qin Jiang, didn't I tell you to order ticket dispensers? In the future, the Black Dragon vendors must be 1 per stall. As soon as one is sold, a ticket needs to be typed and the ticket number can be used as proof of voting. In the future, tickets can also be accumulated as points. When the points reach a certain level can be exchanged for Black Dragon Platinum membership, Black Gold membership, where members can enjoy different treatment. For example, in the future, the Black Dragon Night Market to hold a variety of concerts, dances, and other activities to give priority to participate in the activities. You can take up the front row of the members of the position, etc. Anyway, to mobilize their enthusiasm. It will also make it impossible for those booths to run false accounts. Of course these can't be done overnight. You have to get them out little by little so that others can't imitate them quickly. Zhu Sheng's face was stunned. His brain quickly analyzed the plan. Qin Jiang said. The more he analyzed it, the more shocked he was. The plan was really too powerful. As long as the plan is completed, in the future, even if those vendors intend to hide their income, it will be very difficult to do so, not to mention whether they can hide their income from the cameras or not. But the bills alone are impossible to lie about. Small votes can go a long way. 2. Online voting, redeeming points, and membership preferences make students want them voluntarily. Also increase customer stickiness. Simply, one shot too many. Ryoko. Xu Zhang looked at Qin Jiang and squeezed out a sentence. Brother Jiang is wise. Qin Jiang, degree V, 49, that night, pushing the envelope at Team Black Dragon. Forums, Micro B, etc. About the Songjiang boards all blew up. Even the top few on the Micro B regional heat list. No one, star movie star eating watery explosive belly in the night market. His wife is full of grudges behind the movie. And the two are suspected to be divorced. Breaking. No 2, Duanmu and Shangguan look at each other fondly at the night market and eat a grilled cold noodle together. Explosive. No 3, Star's private meeting with Hot Babe tonight. Latest clarification that the two are just friends. No 4, Northern Snow City. Black Dragon Night Market in Songjiang. Countless lace news inside. Black Dragon Night Market appears very high frequency. Even that night there are a few stars do not know for what purpose. In Micro B issued Black Dragon Night Market fan. Supporting text. A very special night market. Let the Black Dragon Night Market a few words completely burst up, and even climbed the national hot search list, although only go up a little down, but still represents its hot situation. The rest of the area is just a hoot to watch, but not the people of Songjiang, because the Black Dragon Night Market is in Songjiang. That catchy slogan, who can miss? Various forums blew up. Black Dragon Night Market. I just realized that Songjiang still has this night market. The stars are clocked. I have never been there. Go! Tomorrow! My boyfriend promised me to accompany him to the Black Dragon Night Market with his boyfriend. I'm so happy. Not upstairs? Your boyfriend has a boyfriend too? What kind of complicated relationship is this? This time, not only in the student circles, but even in other circles it caught fire, making the Black Dragon Night Market an overnight success. The next day, the Black Dragon Night Market just opened at 2 p.m., and the foot traffic far exceeded the previous days, reaching 20,000 people. And the numbers are still climbing. 5 points. The hosts of Pine River TV's Entertainment Online were on hand to report on the event and kept interviewing passers-by and vendors. Come to the lineup is very luxurious. Is more famous entertainment hosts in Songjiang? Visible more than just money in it. The Black Dragon Night Market heat also let the TV station begin to pay attention to, which in the interview with the Wrestling Bowl of Wine vendors, Wrestling Bowl of Wine bosses look at the shoot the long queue constantly Wrestling Bowl of Wine and drinking bravado of the students. The same bravado of the sky said, the Black Dragon Night Market is really good. GAGA moneymaker. I'm not hiding anything. If the water flow is 3,000 a day, it'll be 90,000 a month, a million a year. Ahem. His mother-in-law was pulling him not to cough low. Wrestling wine boss, you're coughing up $1 million too. The vendors on both sides of the street looked at the Wrestling Bowl wine boss with immense envy. Wrestling Bowl of Wine is definitely counted as the most fire vendors in the Black Dragon Night Market. Where to go to the Friendship Bridge padlock is basically no not drink Wrestling Bowl of Wine. Other hilarious drinkers are also a large number of people. Money. Real clatter comes. Who could not be envious and exuberant? But I have also heard that the vendor couple has a background, as if the relationship in the community is hard, and the son is quite powerful. Then do not care and more thought to continue to sell. Today came too many people are too busy. Looking at the hands of the ever-increasing amount of money, the same cannot close their mouths. It's not clear at all. Tonight, there is a Black Dragon Hongmen banquet waiting for them. Chapter 101, the gang leaders gathered. Called, Brother Jiang. The night market fire continues. Outside. Just come back to the luxury Bensi on Xinjiang, sitting inside looking at the direction of the night market with a calm face and without any surprise. Zhu Zhang said, it's true that the star effect is very useful. Today just the people who came with the trend take up more than half of the people. A lot of them aren't from the north end. Xinjiang nodded calmly. These days, although the trend is not as serious as in the latter part of the short video explosion, but there are definitely a lot of people who have money and leisure. In the past, you may have thought that the district's night market was not worth a trip to the north end, but now that the stars are here it's only natural to check it out. Xinjiang, the next step is the TV station publicizing the school beauty contest, as well as the live random distribution of celebrity autographed photos. Zhu Sheng, understood. I'll arrange it. Xinjiang, what about the trader arrangement? Jiazing, the vendors will be given notice tonight that the plan is normal and there will be no surprises. Xinjiang, even if there are accidents there is no harm. As long as the night market is on fire, Black Dragon will occupy the initiative who cannot be shaken. Tonight they agree to agree. Do not agree to agree. Zhu Sheng concurred. Other vendors are also contacted properly. Originally, the Black Dragon fire has resounded through the Songjiang night market circle. Countless vendors have long wanted to join. Coupled with yesterday's star driving to the Black Dragon night market can be said to be stationed in the Black Dragon night market. Vendors are countless. And even the current night market. Many tourists as the vendors to come to investigate. Xinjiang nodded. Ahead. Wang Tao just want to continue to gear up and step on the gas pedal to the school drive. Suddenly in front of the dark night to drive a few cars blocking the way. Boom, boom, boom. Doors open on each car down a lot of young people. They all face crazy, arrogant, head type flower green. Looks like it is not a good person. Boo. Xinjiang followed by the SUV door also opened. 49 with 5 or 6 strong little brother carrying a baseball bat down appeared in front of the Bensi car. Face is incomparably cold. At the same time, Wang Tao had his hand in his pocket ready to turn on the intercom. No matter Xinjiang, Zhu Zhang and others, or Wang Tao and other juniors did not have any worry or fear. To be clear, just at the main entrance of the post, next to the Black Dragon night market. As long as the intercom rings there can be hundreds of juniors rushed out. A dozen people in front of them is nothing. Soon, those people had then come to the front of the Bensi car. Lone Wolf? Second Baldy? 3 Knives? Red Stick? Wang Tao looked at the crowd in front of him and spat out several names. Xinjiang, Zhu Zhang, etc. Also recognized these people in front of them. It is the College Road in addition to the Black Dragon team of other famous names of the big mafia, each under the hands of a lot of little brothers, many of them in the Black Dragon when the rise of the fight of course. All were suppressed by the Black Dragon strong. Wang Tao, why are they here? So complete? What? To touch base with our Black Dragon. Zhu Zhang, no. If you want to touch one it won't be these people personally. At least they'll bring their minions. The Black Dragon has long since stopped participating in the various competing interests of the Academy Road, and there's no conflict of interest with them, so even if they're crazy and stupid they won't come to touch it. Wang Tao, so what's the point of coming? Said at the same time he was holding a walkie-talkie in his hand ready to guard against any emergencies. Only Qin Jiang looked at the flickering eyes of Qian He, Lone Wolf, and the others who kept coming, and inwardly speculated a bit. It seems, it's related to the sweeping incident, Lu Yong said. Sure enough, Qian He and others just to the front. Someone looked at the 4-9 standing in front of the Bensi cold-face watching their own people hastily said, 4-9 brother, we are not here to make trouble. In the College Road, who dares to make trouble in front of brother Jiang? We just come to say a few words. By the way, to say goodbye to brother Jiang, so that brother Jiang high hand. Just, this statement was made. The 4-9 as well as the crowd of Black Dragon brothers were stunned in their overall color. No trouble? Saying goodbye? You're not going to be able to do that? What the hell? Zhu Zhengze kind of reacted with a slightly odd face. Qin Jiang calmly said, let them come. Wow. 4-9 and other make way. Qian He and others came to the front of the Bensi, looking at the Qin Jiang sitting in the car face complex. The same College Road jerks. They struggle for many years, currently can open broken used cars, earn some money to watch the scene. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty. Just come to the College Road more than a year, driving luxury Bensi, blackmail nursing home 7 million, under the hands of the younger brother hundreds of thousands. They could not help but look back to the immensely lively Black Dragon night market. When they first learned that Qin Jiang spent 2 million to open the night market were thought to be crazy. Rich people are not resistant to so suffered, all waiting to see Qin Jiang laugh. Now Qin Jiang didn't become a joke, they become jokes themselves. Their gazes towards Qin Jiang were also filled with admiration, and sometimes they had to speak up. Jiang, although sparse and not uniform, except for Qian, he also all called Qin Jiang brother. Qin Jiang didn't say anything. Second Baldy opened his mouth. Brother Jiang, congratulations on your red-hot night market. This is a token of my appreciation, he said, taking out an envelope and handing it to Qin Jiang. Look at the thickness, there is a lot of money in it. Other people on both sides also took out envelopes, saying something like congratulations on the opening of the Xinjiang night market, fire and other auspicious words. Xinjiang didn't pick up or let the people below him pick up, and Second Baldy and the others couldn't help but look embarrassed. Second Baldy said again, Brother Jiang, we understand what you're doing. In this way, I, Second Baldy, promise you that I will never set foot on College Road from now on, and I will never spread wildness in your territory. Just please hold your head high. The chorus of approval continued. College Road will only have Zhang's voice from now on. I've applied for an early internship and will be going to the Southern District. Me too, leaving next month. It turns out that during this time Lu Yon led the crowd began to College Road bad event, strict investigation and crackdown. Naturally, College Road, these mixed more colorful big gangsters all hit, the vast majority of which were arrested and detained for a few days. The business was also completely destroyed. The College Road, the majority of which were arrested and detained for a few days. The business was also destroyed. It's not all about connections, but the answer is that someone has sent a message to fix them. The university town. After learning that Qin Jiang's team had come out unscathed from this rigorous arrest, coupled with the fact that Qin Jiang was already rumored to have a strong background, the security office couldn't do anything about him in the first place. So, they thought for sure that everything was done by Qin Jiang, who let Qin Jiang as the ultimate beneficiary. When they all left, Qin Jiang team can continue to expand, dominate the underground power of the university city. Angry? Very angry. Angry? Very angry. But there was no other way. No matter their status, background, or prestige, they had no comparison to Qin Jiang. Therefore, they can only admit it. Anyway, they are almost graduated, cannot stay in the college town, sooner or later have to leave. Today to come to Qin Jiang to show attitude. Afraid of Qin Jiang, think he and others hate each other before leaving. If just out of the development of the Qin Jiang again targeted, completely not worth the loss. Besides, they are all from the same place, so a little bit of love may be able to be used to save their lives someday. After all, Jianghu, it's not that good. Chapter 102, Daily Sales of 30, Annual Sales of Hundreds of Millions? Zhang's Decision. The moment Xinjiang looked at the expression of the people in front of him, could not guess what they were thinking, but could not help but speechless. Lu Yong? In the end, you have no intention to do it, or deliberately do it. He didn't believe that these people could be linked to him by mistake without any authorization from Lu Yong at all. The world. There aren't that many coincidences. Shake your head. He didn't think much on the matter, nor did he explain. He calmly said, I've received your thoughts, but take the money back. Remember, my rule is, if a person does not offend me, I will not offend him. If a person offends me, I will dig up his ancestor's grave. Second Baldy and the others were a bit hesitant though, but see Xinjiang's attitude is resolute, also did not say anything more. Have withdrawn the envelope to say goodbye and leave. Xianhe was the only one left at the scene who didn't leave. Xinjiang, are you here to deliver money too? Chan shook his head. I came to say goodbye, and by the way, I asked what it was that you asked me to do. Xinjiang, you're going to Huapu. Previously in his life, he remembers Xianhe just mixing up and making it big there in a piece of Huapu. Xianhe nodded in surprise for a moment. Yes, Xinjiang, I haven't thought things through yet. I'll tell you when I do. Xianhe. Xinjiang, anything else? Xin, can you lend me $30,000? I promise to pay it back in 3 months. No, pay it back in 1 month. Xinjiang, take 50,000. Wang Tao went out 5 stacks of $100 bills from the front of the car. Ben Si will always have $100,000 in spare cash in the car. Xinjiang, $50,000. Pay it back when you have it. He looked at the $50,000 in his hand and wanted to say something, but finally said to Xinjiang, I'll wait for your call anytime. After saying that, he turned to leave. Xinjiang looked at his back without talking. Some people are very difficult to persuade and cannot be persuaded, not to mention that he is not a bad person. See people who want to mix to persuade others not to mix. He couldn't be persuaded. It's not that idle. Boom! The car roared to life as the Xinjiang Bensi fleet drove into the school, blending perfectly with the noisy night market behind it. Opposite, Chan and the others left a bit forlornly. The scene. A very stark contrast. Corner position. The man with the duck-tongued hat held the binoculars in one hand and the phone in the other. Xinjiang has been locked and confiscated the black money. Pay attention to whether the Black Dragon annexed the empty gray industry. To annex the first time to report to me. Yes, it's okay, I'm hanging up. Let me ask, is Black Dragon a serious company? The company is a decent company. I'm not sure if the people are decent. That night, with the Black Dragon night market not closed, many interested parties have been informed of the two connections. The Black Dragon night market's foot traffic exceeded 30,000. Black Dragon night market daily sales breakthrough 300,000. 30,000 people? 300,000 a day? What's the concept? To be precise, in 2010, in Songjiang, simply unprecedented, even if there may be exaggerations in it, but also the envy of other night markets, as well as some trade bodies. Even a lot of large shopping malls are a little envious. Have been wondering if you can copy the Black Dragon night market explosion under the fire. Nursing home. Yizhe looked at the news headline just pushed out by his own website. Black Dragon night market sells 300,000 daily. Daily sales of 30. Yizhe muttered. Wouldn't that be 9 million a month and hundreds of millions a year? Nima. A night market with over $100 million of water a year? What a joke. He doesn't believe it. Moisture. Definitely watered down. Exaggeration. Absolutely exaggerated. His eyes can also see, even if there is water, there are exaggerations in how much. Half is enough. Half of it is also 150,000. Even if 100,000, according to the annual sales are more than 30 million. In Songjiang major night market can also be the first. A stall monthly rent of 1,000 is not excessive. Even if 200 or 300 stalls in the Black Dragon night market, a month of rent can be charged 300,000. A year is more than 3 million revenue. Over 3 million. Another number that makes Yizhe incredibly angry. After all, he spent a lot of effort to do the company valuation or less than $1 million. Yizhe was incomparably angry. What does he have the right to do? A night market can do so far. Why God is helping him? Why those stars do not come to my website for him? Boo! The door to the room was pushed open. The programmer was pleasantly surprised and said, Mr. Yi, our advertisement fee today exceeds 1,000. Among which that Black Dragon night market contributes 600. Definitely a big gold owner. Do we need to get a cover promotion specifically for him? Yizhe, degree. Roll. Get the out of here. Tianhua night market. The door is open to all. A large number of vendors look at the sparse number of people with a sad face. Clearly said that business will be better. But now the people are almost all gone to do a business. Some vendors were direct. Have you heard? That newly opened Black Dragon night market is on fire. People can't push or gush. My daughter was there and said there was a long line in front of every vendor. Thousands of dollars a day flowing from one booth? Isn't that purely picking up money? I hear there are quite a few empty stalls there. This statement was made. Many of the vendors' eyes changed. With that, a large number of vendors closed their stalls. No one could sell anything anyway, might as well check out the Black Dragon. The same scene is playing out at other night markets, with a number of vendors flocking to the Black Dragon in all the southern districts. Vendors are very mobile these days, and many unheated night market stalls are rented by the month and by the day. Go! It doesn't cost much. Inside a restaurant, a couple of middle-aged men drinking and cursing. Marred. The Black Dragon night market has snatched all of our foot traffic, and my Tianhua night market has the biggest impact. You count for nothing. A third of my night market stalls aren't even out, and I'm afraid they all have hearts. I heard that Black Dragon's daily sales are as high as 300,000. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. They are precisely several night market leaders in the North District. Being robbed of a large number of people by the Black Dragon night market naturally have a sense of crisis. Gathered here today to discuss countermeasures. Don't worry, a voice rang out abruptly. Brush. A few middle-aged men looked toward the young man sitting in the corner dressed in a suit, which was Lu Bo. He has shares within several night markets, as well as a background, rich women, and access to money laundering, which has made several night market leaders take him seriously. What do you think? Lu Bo calmly pretended to say, see him eyes high. See his building collapsed. It looks like his night market is full of flowers and cooking oil, but everything is false. It's earned by a lot of publicity as well as star power and free brass locks, and star power can't last long. Massive publicity costs money. Free brass locks cost money too. Policing also costs money. When he collects the stall fees next month, I think he'll be able to break even, and by then he'll probably have tens of thousands of dollars left in a month, and he won't be able to make it back in 3 years. The district night market makes such a big show. It's just a waste of time and superficial glamour. This statement was made. Several of the night market leaders laughed at the same time. Come on, drink. Lu Bo. Cultural people are different. No wonder Mrs. Wang likes you so much. 10 points. The Black Dragon night market is closed. Although the stall owners are tired and sweaty but incomparable exuberance. Today earn more money than usual half a month. Just then, get out of the way. Get out of the way. Chapter 103, Paying the Fee? Don't pay? Stall holders collectively go to the Black Dragon resistance. What the hell? Brush. The crowd of vendors looked away. See only. More than 20 Black Dragon personnel in formal attire approached, led by a young man with a spirited and flushed face. It's none other than the one who was just promoted, Jiang Qi. Today, he was recognized by Qin Jiang at the door, and he was personally ordered by Qin Zhong to come and do his job. It made Jiang Qi more excited than ever. Come to the center of the vendor. Jiang Qi took the microphone handed to him by the rear personnel and looked at the vendors, clearing his throat. Ahem. All listen. Jiang decision. From today, the Black Dragon night market for unified management. All stalls are not allowed to sell any questionable goods otherwise expelled from the Black Dragon night market, and will be transferred to the relevant departments for accountability. The vendors subconsciously nodded their heads. Although these days there is not too much safety, hygiene requirements, but the quality of food vendors are mostly over the top, much stronger than in later years. As long as the raw materials are not a problem, will not eat bad people. Jiang Qi continued. Health issues, every day after the market closes must deal with the stall environment. Health, where the stalls are dirty, but not past the hole to be punished by different levels. Repeat offenders will be expelled from the Black Dragon night market. Attitude problems, stall issues, commodity prices. Jiang Qi names 7 or 8 problems and adds a sentence at the end of each one. Violator, expulsion from the Black Dragon night market. Although the vendors were a bit reluctant, disliking the Black Dragon night market's many rules, but the thought of today's flow of people as well as bringing in revenue made them all silent and choose to acquiesce. Until Jiang Qi said, from today onwards, the Black Dragon night market will be reformed. In order to maintain the good development of the night market, will receive 30% of the turnover of the stalls as an operational management fee. What? Vendors, Sigma, surprised face, winky face eye. Charge 30% of turnover? Are you kidding me? Isn't this going to charge them a profit? Although the cost of various snacks inside the night market is not high, but at least there is a turnover of 3-4 into about. Only a very small part of the very special raw material costs can be compressed to 2%. That means they're only making 60 or 70% profit. The Black Dragon opened his mouth to ask for 30%. It's almost half chopped with them. It's practically digging into their flesh. On what grounds? Wrestling bowl wine stall owner, Lao Wang, was the first to come out and shouted, "We contribute people to the capital. Why do you dare to share 30%? You do not know how much effort I pull these drinks to the night market every day. You do not know how much energy my two mouths 8 hours a day hawking here. You want 30% of the turnover? No way." Other vendors responded, "Exactly. Why do you want 30% of our turnover? Isn't this open robbery? That's no way to behave. What did you say when you let me come and set up my stall? Didn't you say that you would waive the stall fee? Now you want money? You're going back on your word? Is this the way you do business? No delivery. No way. Whoever you want." Screaming one louder than the other. In fact, they were prepared for Black Dragon to charge. Who is not stupid? Dang night market. And spend a lot of money to build. In spending a lot of money to get 2 bridges is impossible not to recover the cost. But who did not have a fluke? What's more, they think that even if the charges will be first from the subsequent entry of the stalls, now it starts with them wanting it first and coming up with 30% turnover. Who can accept that? Not to mention the fact that they have just seen the money, thousands or even thousands of turnover a day, but they have to share 30% of the turnover with Black Dragon, and they have to pay 1 month's deposit to Black Dragon, which is simply a breakthrough of their bottom line. The wrestlers shouted, "No payment." The other stallholders followed the chants, "No delivery, no delivery." A chorus of hoots and hollers rang through the night market. Zhang Qi's face was ice cold. He took a step across and jumped onto a stall, holding a loudspeaker and drinking. "Silence, is it up to you to pay or not?" But Zhang said, "Those who don't make up the agreement tonight, they don't have to be at the stall tomorrow." "No booth tomorrow? On what grounds? Let them set up a stall if they want to. If you don't let them do it, you don't let them do it? What do you take them for?" And, as verified by today's Black Dragon night market foot traffic, a few thousand streams a day. Who could leave it at that? But Zhang Qi simply didn't give them time to clamor in and had a few Black Dragon personnel post notices. Notice, it is indicated that if the supplemental agreement is not signed tonight, the Black Dragon will be forced to evict the stall tomorrow as agreed. Then Zhang Qi said again, "Tonight, location Black Dragon headquarters, before 12 o'clock, no later." The words are gone. Lead the crowd directly away. Ugh, don't you guys leave. Stop. Wait, get this straight. You can't be this unreasonable. Zhang Qi and the others, however, simply ignored the shouts of the crowd of stall owners and quickly disappeared inside the night market. At this point, the stall owners looked at the departing Zhang Qi and the others with incomparable anger. Is Black Dragon really black-hearted? He wants to make 30% of the turnover? Why doesn't he just rob? I knew the Black Dragon did not have a good heart. Free booth fee? And here it is, just a few days of peace and quiet. If we don't pay him, he'll expel us. What should we do? The stall owners all looked embarrassed. Who would want to be evicted from a business that earns money? Afraid of what? I saw the owner of the wine stall shouting, "Black Dragon can't turn over the sky. I worked hard to earn the money. He can share it if he wants to. Who does he think he is? Who does he think he is? I'll show him today what it means that it's easy to invite the gods and hard to send them away." Really think anyone is afraid of him? I'd like to see if that Qin Jiang has 3 heads and 6 arms, and if he has 3 eyes on his head? After saying this, he directly untied his apron, slammed the small second hat he carried on top of his head, picked up the wine dipper and rushed towards the vocational university. His mother-in-law pulled him but could not hold him back, and thought about carrying a wine jar from the ground and rushing out after him. The other stall owners looked at the 2 men rushing out in full-color amazement. "No? So impulsive? Haven't you heard that Black Dragon has a background? And that Qin Jiang is a gangster? So you just rushed over there?" A stall owner said, "I've heard that the couple who owns the bull wrestling wine stall also has a background, so I guess they're really not afraid of that Qin Jiang? Have him in front of the charge. Why don't we go to see? Many people power. As long as we are united. It's hard not to. Qin Jiang dared to expel all of us, not afraid of his Black Dragon night market is only an empty shell. Negotiate with him. If he doesn't continue to let us set up our stalls for free, we'll collectively throw in the towel and quit. Go. Go together. Go." Some people take the lead in the charge. There are people to follow. They have a lot of people plus the interests of being robbed. As the saying goes, the mud people still have 3 fire. Not to mention that these days who do not have a little bit of Jianghu Qi stalls, even if you cannot be free, at least a little less payment is always good. Soon, all vendors rush towards VU. Chapter 104, Qin Jiang, if you go against me, you'll have a good time. But, the vendors were stopped by security guards just as they rushed to the school gates. Sudon, do what? You can just charge a university campus? Who gave you guys the courage? A question made the vendors all freeze on the spot. They watched the wrestling wine couple rushed into the campus. How did their own and so on was stuck. but then thought of people couple 2 have background, plus just 2 people with so many of them a swarm of different. Someone said, we need to see Qin Zheng, to talk to him. Yeah, just talk about. Su Dong looked at the vendors. See Qin Zheng? Okay, wait, I'll have someone notify. Although the vendors were not satisfied, there was nothing they could do. They did not have the guts to storm the university campus. 10 minutes or so later, the vendors, who had originally gathered in righteous indignation, were all a bit disheveled, and in the darkness of the night, they only kept quiet and didn't say a word. Zira, a voice came over the intercom. Let them in. The security guard Old Wang opened the campus door and looked at the vendors. Go in. Turn left and the first 3-story building is the office premises of the Black Dragon Company. Remember, this is a university campus, don't make noise. Crashing. The vendors flooded into the vocational university to follow the direction to the Black Dragon Company, and their faces changed slightly just before they reached the door. See only. 3 floors ago, hundreds of young men in formal attire were leaning against the wall smoking cigarettes, and many of them were carrying baseball bats in their hands, and they were looking at themselves and others coldly. Gulp. The vendors all subconsciously swallowed their saliva. They have naturally heard of the stall opposite the vocational college, Xinjiang in the college road, known as the social big brother, under the hands of hundreds of juniors. Personally saw so many people carrying baseball bats downstairs in the inner momentum cannot help but once again decadent 3 points. Bumpers, scream, rage, the whole thing came to a screeching halt. No one spoke, no one even took a step forward. It wasn't until Wang Tao walked out from inside the office building and looked at the crowd of vendors. Brother Jiang told you guys to go in. The vendors were speechless and didn't move. Wang Tao's gaze was cold. Say again, Jiang let you guys go in. It's fine if you don't. You don't have to set up your stall tomorrow. The vendors' gazes changed and they looked at each other wistfully as they surged into the office building. The moment. There's a sheep in the mouth feeling. The office building has a total of 3 floors. Wang Tao led the crowd of vendors to the top floor. Dang. Brother Jiang, the vendors are all here. The top floor door was opened directly from the inside, and Wang Tao led over 100 vendors to step inside the top floor office. Just come in. The vendors' entire bodies shook. As far as the eye could see, 10 young men dressed in formal attire and standing straight stood on each side of the empty office. Right in the center, 3 sofa chairs. Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and Sijio were sitting in the shape of pints, eating copper hot pot, and did not look up at them. In conjunction with the fierce dragon out of the river diagram behind him, he only felt that the pouncing aura was pressing towards himself and the others. And here's what surprised them the most, there was no sign of the wrestling couple who had first rushed in. Where are the people? Weren't they the first to come in? Wrong place? Although the vendors had countless questions in their hearts, no one spoke up first and stood there quietly. One time, the top floor air is a bit oppressive. Only the sound of Qin Zhang's trio eating hot pot remained. The good thing is that the top floor space is large enough and more than 100 vendors in the crowded but can stand down. Depressing. Very depressing. Many of the vendors kept making eye contact as if to say, you talk first. You talk. Why should I open my mouth first? You open first. There is no way around it. These stallholders from the major night markets are not organized at all, much less disciplined, and they are hardly willing to stand out in a small city mentality. The gun hits the head, and everyone knows it. Time passes. A few minutes passed and the vendors felt like it was a year, and they were a bit nervous. A stallholder couldn't help but be about to open his mouth. Suddenly, ouch, oh, it hurts. Gusts of vaguely miserable screams reached their ears. Instantly all the stall owners looked at a certain closed suite door location, where the screams came from, and at the same time instantly heard who the source of that sound really was. Wrestling bowl wine stall owners. Right, distinctive Cockney voice, definitely a wrestling wine vendor. Besides, they had just come in without seeing each other, and combined with the sound of screams, who would not guess that the couple who first rushed in to wrestle the wine vendor were inside the closed suite. So, why are they screaming? These stall owners all sprung up all sorts of guesses. Wrestling bowl of wine couple came to Qin Jiang, said do not agree to pay the management fee, and put themselves behind the background. They even want to get rough with Qin Zhang. As a result, Qin Jiang let people drag him to the suite inside the cleanup. And listen to, if there is no screaming, is obviously already breathless. It is likely to be cleaned up waste. No way. The liquor vendor has a background, doesn't he? Does he know any powerful men in society? And his son is a powerful man? Why didn't Qin Jiang give him any face? Or is it that this one has a much higher status than the wrestling wine vendor couple and doesn't care about treating the background at all? For a while they just felt that their brains were a bit inadequate. Boo! The suite door was suddenly knocked down. and many vendors subconsciously stretched their necks to see nothing. I just feel like there's something red on the ground. What is it? Blood? Is it bleeding that much already? What kind of fight would that be? He saw Sun Yuan walk out from inside the suite. He was holding a contract in his hand and said, "Brother Jiang, the Wang family couple has decided not to continue their stalls in the Black Dragon night market and transferred the wrestling bull wine business to Black Dragon. This is the contract," he said, handing the contract to Qin Zhang's face. Qin Zhang casually nodded and continued to eat the hot pot, as if what Sun Yuan reported was a trivial matter. But the words rang out like a bomb in the ears of all the vendors. "Mr. and Mrs. Wrestling Bull Wine will not continue to set up their stalls at the Black Dragon night market. He occupies the best location, sells a unique bull wrestling business. The water flow is as high as 3 or 4,000 in a single day. That's it. It's a money-picking business. You're not going to do it? That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Who can be trusted?" But when they look to the suite cannot help but understand. Surely Qin Zhang and other people with means to make the wrestling bull wine vendors yield. This has to be under how hard to let the two couples to leave, and even the transfer agreement to sign off. The vendors only felt a cool air from the soles of the feet straight to the sky. What momentum, what temper, all disappeared. Only panic, fear, apprehension. Pop, pop, snap. The three of them, Qin Zhang, slowly put down their dishes. On one side, Wang Tao stepped forward to hand over the fruits, while directing his junior to carry several boxes of fruits from outside, and said to the vendors, "Brother Jiang invites you to eat the fruits." But the vendors were in the mood to eat fruit, did not dare to move but also not willing to leave. The moment, Qin Zhang slowly peeled an orange in his hand, his gaze sweeping over the crowd of vendors. "I'm a nice guy to talk to. Work with me and I'll make him have a good time. Go against me and I'll make him have a good time too." Chapter 105, Get Out If You Don't Sign. Vendor, that once said guarantee? Gulp. All the vendors were once again shaken, and many of them subconsciously glanced at the direction of the suite. Fear, worry, all kinds of emotions kept spreading in their hearts. How can they not hear the threat in Qin Zhang's words? The previous lesson with Qin Zhang against the wrestling bowl of wine couples even transferred out of the stall, and now may be cleaned up into what kind of boo. For 9 slapped the table on the table and drank. "Brother Jiang invited you to eat fruit. You fell to eat ah." His incomparably scary face swept the whole scene, scared the vendors' collective shiver. And even some women scared legs soft want to turn around and run. Unfortunately, the door has been closed. Snap. Zhu Zhen closed his folding fan. "Send them down." Immediately Wang Tao led the crowd of juniors to give out fruits to these vendors. And the vendors took the fruits and ate them trembling. What chipper! What a crowd! At this moment they felt like they and the others were lambs to the slaughter, ready to be mercilessly devoured at any moment. These days, although the stall holders are a bit bloodthirsty, it doesn't mean they're really not afraid of the presence of society. Not to mention that Qin Zhang's 3 men were too powerful. 49 was sitting there like a brown bear, and by the look of his face he didn't expect to have a lot of lives under his hands. Although Zhu Zhang has been smiling, and look can give people invisible pressure, and they have heard of those social big brother is exactly the same. Pure smile tiger. Eat people, do not spit out bones. Qin Zhang is even better. This one they can't even relate to who in reality, but instead has the posture of those top big shots you see on TV, strategizing, controlling the whole situation, and having an unfathomable city, so that people don't dare to look at him directly. Such a presence that you even ignore his age. Gives you an illusion and a sense of unreality when you see him. Ah-num. Breaking or snapping. Ah-num. Breaking or snapping. Gusts of fruit-eating sounds resounded through the penthouse, but nothing else came out. The scene, incredibly weird and even a little creepy. Qin Zhang made a wink. Wang Tao said in a loud voice, "Upon Zhang's decision, the Black Dragon night market will reallocate stall positions starting tomorrow, and signing a contract in advance will allow you to get free celebrity promotion photos," said. Already a junior had come forward to bring out the stacks of photos. The vendors could not help but look. See, the photo was just yesterday to the night market. Those stars. These stars are holding a variety of snacks. Smile very happy. This. Many vendors bright. They are not stupid. No, as long as in front of their stalls hang this photo can definitely make the stall more hot. Not long ago those stars just came. The recent period of time to come to the Black Dragon night market. The vast majority of followers. These followers can come to the Black Dragon night market shopping. Naturally, will also be punched the star 8 snacks. There is no one can be more convincing than the star photo, which is the perfect selling point. Wang Tao continued. Starting tomorrow the Black Dragon night market will be upgraded to a new large-scale event, held in conjunction with a television station, the cost of which is also included in the management fee. Hearing this, the vendors were even more shocked. Black Dragon Night Market moves too much. Just started to spread the publicity. What the Moon Bridge, Friendship Bridge, and so on. More stars to bring a lot of people. Even if the Black Dragon now do nothing, at least can be fire for a period of time. Normally should not be digested after this wave of traffic and they get new means. But the Black Dragon Night Market is the opposite. They do not understand. But there is no time for them to understand. Only to see Qin Jiang finished eating oranges. Took Wang Tao handed wet wipes, calmly wiped his hands and looked at all the vendors, said, "Don't worry, Black Dragon is a regular company. Now want to cooperate with Black Dragon, stand left. Do not intend to cooperate with Black Dragon directly out of the out. All by voluntary, never forced." Boom, boom. The two juniors in the back opened the door, while Wang Tao commanded the juniors to take out a large number of contracts. The vendors looked odd. Black Dragon is a regular company? Mad. Who is a regular public? Hundreds of positively dressed minions. Who is a regular company called the Black Dragon? Who formal company dares to clean up the people, to give up the pure pick-up money industry? Pain Ziwa mess. And told us to get out. That's all. And you said let's make it all voluntary. How do we volunteer? They are hesitant. They are hesitant. No one wants to leave, not to mention whether they can leave. Just the interests of the Black Dragon Night Market let them give up, since the ancient interests are the most tempting. Wang Tao put a stack of photos in front of the contract. Whoever signs the contract first, receives the photos first. First come first served. Cut off when you're done with them, and the booths will be redivided. First come first served. Gulp. Many vendors swallowed their saliva. Some vendors couldn't help but take a step forward. Seeing this, a dozen or so vendors all rushed forward in unison. I sign. I'll sign too. Instead of the joint confrontational mentality they had when they first arrived, they were hostile to each other and afraid that the other one would beat them to it. Especially the vendors selling the same type of snacks. How can you do this? A vendor couldn't help but say. We all agreed on a common. Ugh. Don't grab. That movie star roasted cold noodles photo is mine. Wang Laosan. You give me, put it down, hear me. What your? Whoever gets to it first is whose. Soon 20 or 30 vendors signed the contract. The photo only 20 or 30 grabbed the remaining vendors and a little hesitant. Just at this time outside came the little brother report voice. Brother Jiang, about more than 600 vendors have arrived. What? The vendors face a stunned. All reacted. Must be other night market vendors see the Black Dragon Night Market traffic, greedy this piece of fat meat to come over to share a cup of soup. Who let the Black Dragon Night Market traffic with the number of stalls is not proportional to the number of people. Although the Black Dragon Night Market is very black, dare to directly want a turnover of 30%, but he does not want to rent. That is, those who vendors stationed in the Black Dragon do not need to spend any money on stalls who will not want to try. Perhaps, those who haven't had a booth will want to try it, right? So, once those people are in, what advantage is there for those who are in first, such as yourself? It's delicious. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Everyone tastes the same. Only location is king. Think about it. There they still with hesitation have rushed forward. Give me the contract. I want the stall near the Moon Bridge. Mud. No one's getting in my way. I want the intersection. One time. The crowd of vendors hung on for dear life. Fortunately, both sides of the Black Dragon personnel management to maintain order. Those stall owners do not dare to fight. The sound is not too big. Just whispered noisy face red neck thick signature that call fast. In a few moments, 80 vendors have already signed the contract. The remaining vendors are more or less hesitant. They do not intend to sign the contract, but intend to ask Qin Jiang guaranteed things. A vendor looked at the contract, did not sign, constantly looking for the guarantee clause, did not find. Hesitantly looked at Qin Jiang, asked, Qin, you once said that the guarantee. Chapter 106, Vendor 580, Father buys investigation. Wang Tao, Dad, Mom, Qin Jiang, guaranteed bottom. There's no bottom. Vendor, Sigma, surprised face, winky face. What? No bottom? Before he could say anything, Wang Tao yanked the contract from his hand. You don't have to sign it? Don't you understand what Jiang said? Get out. Vendor, what do you mean? Wang Tao, literally? You lose your eligibility to set up a stall in the Black Dragon Night Market. You are restricted to take away your private belongings from the stall by 12 o'clock tomorrow, and all of them will be thrown into the garbage bin after that. Vendor, I'm not moving. I'm just asking. Wang Tao, throw out. Immediately, two of his minions pulled him out, and the vendor kept struggling and begging. You can't do this. I want to set up a stall. I'll sign the contract. Can't I stop asking? Don't pull me. I want to set up a stall. Of course he moves to no effect, and the two bladdered Black Dragon employees easily pull him out. Wang Tao looked at the remaining 20 or so vendors. is there anything else you guys want to ask? The vendors hastily shook their heads. No, everything is all according to what Mr. Sheen said. I'm Mr. Sheen's soldier. I'll listen to whatever Mr. Sheen says. Soon after these vendors signed the contract, Wang Tao directly let them leave to let the next vendors continue to come up. When the vendors downstairs to look at the gathering of hundreds of vendors downstairs after the whole incomparably fortunate. Just now they do not sign the contract for fear that the stalls will let these people occupy. Who let the others Black Dragon to take the initiative? Especially saw with Qin Jiang to talk about the guaranteed stallholder in front of the school hugging headache crying when the mood is much more comfortable. What's bad luck these days? It's great as long as someone has more bad luck than you. Of course, the thought of handing over 30% of the turnover is still a little difficult to get out of the school gate with a full color of sadness. Money. It's all your own money for nothing. Outside, the duck-tongued youth's eyes twinkled at the sight and he picked up the phone. I've got something. So soon. What discovery? Just now there seemed to be some chaos at the Black Dragon night market. A stallholder with his wife rushed into the Black Dragon Company, followed by hundreds of stallholders all clamoring to rush into the Black Dragon Company. And then what? When these stallholders came out just now, I could see their faces were all very ugly, and there was one who crouched in front of the door and cried his head off. And the first couple who went in didn't come out. There's a problem. Why don't you find out what's going on? Understood. High Court Building. Father White sat on a sun lounger and looked at the sun. Xiao Sun hung up the phone and said, Leader, just a little bit of clues but currently cannot determine the situation. Aha! Father White nodded with his eyes closed. Not long ago, he ordered the rectification of the law and order situation in universities, and the effect was obvious in knocking down a lot of black forces on campus, making many university leaders say that they had done a good job. White Father is very satisfied with this. The only dissatisfaction is, Qin Jiang did not appear in the cleaning list. The answer given there, Black Dragon is a regular company, did not appear to bully students, protection money, and so on. Everything is reasonable and legal. Naturally, Bai's father didn't believe him, and he thought it was likely that Qin Jiang had some kind of mysterious protective umbrella behind him. Father White, how's the investigation going? Xiao Sun, Qin Jiang was born in Wood County, Lotus Township. His parents are ordinary farmers, and there are no officials among his relatives. But in the college road, there are some Jianghu people with Selim face, and vocational university president Wu Yu also very high regard for him. For him once with the guardian hard just. White Father pondered for a moment. Wu Yu, it seems that he should be behind the ghost. That side certainly sell his face. Really live more and more go back to their own career or almost cut off still support what gray forces. Not afraid of being devoured dead. No matter why he is. Anyway, it can't involve Bai Lu. And the university is a place of learning can't be pandemonium. As long as we find out Qin John's problem immediately report to me. Ah cut. Wu Yu touched his nose. Grandma, who the hell misses me? Dang. Director Wang knocked on the door and came in. Headmaster, this is the contract that Black Dragon just finalized for the stallholders. Wu Yu, contract? Lease contract. Director Wang looked odd. It's not a lease contract. It's a management contract? Management contracts? Wu Yu a little puzzled to take over the contract. The more you look at the more complex face. When finished reading he looked to Director Wang asked, how much publicity turnover in the Black Dragon night market today? Director Wang, $300,000. Wu Yu, $300,000. Then 30% is 90,000. A month is 2,700,000. A year is 4 million. Over 30 million. 30 million in profit. He's ing going public. Wu Yu's eyes glowed with excitement. Director Wang, Headmaster, Black Dragon Company is an enterprise supported by our school, but our school doesn't have any shares in it. Wu Yu's face turned cold. Shut up. He studied finance at school and understands the importance of business development shares, and that it's never good for a business to let the school get involved, and it can even lead to management chaos. And what VU lacks is development. He wants to make a difference, not just make money. Old Wang, Wu Yu said directly, remember, we're in education. Don't get all brassy. As long as the Black Dragon night market can maintain the fire annual profits of 30 million. No, as long as $10 million. Then this year's top 10 young entrepreneurs of the northern province will have a place for Qin Jiang. By that time, vocational university will stand out within the many junior colleges, and maybe it can be directly promoted to undergraduate. So you and I will really have development. Don't be short-sighted. Director Wang nodded. It's still the principal who thinks long-term. Wu Yu calmed down for a moment. You let the people below you make the resumes of Qin Jiang and the people at the top of the Black Dragon better. Especially Qin Jiang should be given more awards and recognitions. Didn't he just make a donation to the school cafeteria a while back? Something like that should be praised and rewarded. What? 3 good students, advanced individuals, outstanding league members, outstanding contribution award. All arranged. Director Wang sad face underscore. Understood. Black Dragon. The subsequent vendors have all finalized their contracts. One night. New vendors in Black Dragon, 451. Total Black Dragon vendors, 580. Sweet. The 2 little brothers were cleaning up the broken dragon fruit meat on the floor. Sun Yuan stopped massaging the middle-aged man on the sofa bed in front of him. Uncle, you have a problem with this waist. The middle-aged man rubbed his waist and sat up, and it was the bull wrestling wine vendor Lao Wang, tired from working in the early years. Next to the mother-in-law tearful, these years for the children of his grandfather to cure too much money. To pay famine, northeastern words, owed foreign debt. Lao Wang what hard work tired work all do. Lao Wang, what's the point of talking about that? It's not all the same. Plus the money earned in the past few days will be able to pay it all back. And your son will be successful. And you'll still be crying and holding it back. The mother-in-law wiped away her tears. Boom! The suite door opened and Wang Tao walked in and looked at the old Wang woman with a smile. Dad! Mom! Chapter 107 Wang Tao's heart. Night market explodes. Turnover increases. That's right, Mr. and Mrs. Wrestling Bowl Wine are Wang Tao's parents. It turns out that Qin Jiang guessed that in his mandatory promotion of 30% turnover management fee will be hindered. So in advance to arrange for Wang Tao's parents to come to the city to play a drama. So that vendors are afraid, worried about the accumulation of momentum all decadent down. Obviously very effective. At the same time, Qin Jiang also knows that Wang Tao's family is not rich. His parents have a lot of external debt, which he was clear in the late last life. But unfortunately at that time, Wang Tao's parents have already accumulated work into a disease. Present day, there is an opportunity to naturally make things easier for Wang Tao's parents in advance. Here comes the son. Mr. and Mrs. Wrestling Bowl Wine saw Wang Tao come in with a joyful look, especially when they saw Wang Tao in formal dress. They couldn't hide their smiles. In their eyes, their own son is a punk, stealing chickens and dogs. In the countryside dogs see all hate anyone who sees it and doesn't say, wasted. But the current manager of the Black Dragon night market, dressed in formal attire, the middle of the Black Dragon Corporation, pure white collar, who doesn't want their son to be well? And now they're both close to tears of joy at seeing their son change. Everyone has left. Brother Jiang is outside. Wang Tao briefly exchanged a few pleasantries with his parents, and then led them out of the suite and into the office. The moment. Father Wang and Mother Wang looked at Qin Jiang's trio with great restraint. Qin Jiang's 3 faces looked young, but that particular aura was incomparably intimidating. Especially Qin Jiang sitting there was like a big brother-level existence. What's more, their sons are making a living at each other's hands. Hello, Mr. Qin. Hello, leader. The king's father and mother could not help but bend down to greet them. Sit. Qin Jiang waved his hand signaling to sit down. Wang's father and mother didn't dare to sit at all. Wang's father, country people are used to standing. Xu Zheng, Ah Tao, bring your parents a chair. Wang Tao found 2 chairs for his parents to sit down, and father and mother Wang only sat on half of their asses. Qin Jiang's trio briefly exchanged a few pleasantries with Wang's father and mother, in which the main Qin Jiang trio was talking. The king's father and mother were just answering. Qin Jiang, can the family pay off their debts? Father Wang, basically no problem. These days just selling wrestling bowls of wine turnover of 20,000 to 30,000. Nothing cost, all pure profit. Wrestling bowls of wine. The liquor is completely blended, and low degrees to death. Anyway, drink is the atmosphere. Drink is sentiment. Qin Jiang, in fetch 10,000. Xu Zhang took out $10,000 from the drawer again and handed it to Wang's father. Father Wang, don't. I can't have it. I really can't have it. Qin Jiang, Wang Tao is one of my most valued employees under my hand. I appreciate him and will focus on training him. This money win the late generation to uncle. And gift. Ah Tao to give you 2 days off. Accompany your parents and Song Jiang good turn 2 days to play a little. The cost of hanging company account. Wang Tao, thank you brother Jiang. Wang's father and mother took the money and got up with immense excitement. Wang's father pulled over Wang Tao and said to Qin Jiang, Mr. Qin, it's my boy's good fortune and destiny to be valued by you. From now on, if he's not doing the right thing, just beat him to death. Then he looked at Wang Tao and said, if you dare not listen to Mr. Qin, believe it or not I will directly beat you to death. Wang Tao, equal smiley face. Dad, I know and surely obey. Wang Tao led his parents to say goodbye to Qin Jiang and leave. Wang's father, Wang's mother and did not play in Songjiang directly back to their hometown and told Wang Tao to listen to Qin Jiang. Send off his parents to watch them wave goodbye to his face overflowing with happiness cannot stop throbbing. This kind of father's kindness and son's filial piety feeling. He couldn't even remember when was the last time. It seemed like from the time he took the bottom one, from the time he dyed his yellow hair, and from the time he mixed with the society his parents never smiled at him, and sighed forever when they saw him. He could see the disappointment in his parents' eyes, but there was nothing he could do to learn. It really wasn't for everyone. Until today he has not only enabled his parents to laugh again, but to help and contribute to the family. The moment Wang Tao only felt that he had grown up and become an adult. Brush. Wang Tao looked in the direction of the Black Dragon night market with a firm gaze. Everything is all from Jiang. Whoever dares to go against Jiang, I'll get him and kill him. The next day, notices are posted by the VU Publicity Department. 3 good students, Xin Jiang, outstanding individual, Xin Jiang, and so on. 3 or 4 awards all have Qin Jiang name. Even Zhu Zhang and other important personnel of the company was also recognized. Many of these recognitions were just established by the vocational university, and for the sake of not being obvious also included many other well-performing students. Below the recognition, there's a penalty notice. Students, Yu Chenglong and Li Hua, ignored teacher's advice, verbally abused the teacher, punished with a public review in the school assembly. The number of words should not be less than 8,000, as well as a whole school notice criticizing them, and received a demerit once. Inside the dormitory building, many people are frantically pulling for battle. Stop fighting. You guys stop fighting. Li Hua, Yu Chenglong, you turtle grandson. You ing dragged the teacher. You reported my name for what? Yu Chenglong, same to you. You scolded the teacher for not reporting my name? I have to write 8,000 words of review? 8,000 words? What concept? Novels can write 4 chapters. I can update it for 2 days. Of course, the vocational university school recognition, not to mention in the university city, even in the campus, did not cause waves. Not to mention the university city, all eyes are focused on the Black Dragon night market. The next day, the crowd at the Black Dragon night market has increased again to 36,000. The turnover of the Black Dragon night market has doubled again to 500,000. Although the overall turnover of the stalls has decreased, the night market has also become more popular. After all, only if there are enough stalls can students stay longer and drive more consumption. Notices are posted at the Black Dragon night market, with the Pine River Entertainment Radio co-organized the North District Schoolflower School Herb Competition Selection, where the Black Dragon night market spending $1 to get a vote to purchase small ticket shall prevail. Select their favorite schoolflower. School herbs, unlimited school year. The move has brought the Black Dragon night market into the limelight. Selection of the schoolflower and schoolgirl. Students among the most favorite things, before they most in the various school forums to select the self-indulgence. Now there are television stations to do the endorsement of the natural more convincing, so whether holding a curiosity or other reasons, so that more students flocked to the Black Dragon night market. The Black Dragon night market foot traffic is also increasing every day. 38K, 39,000, until 40,230 when the stagnation. Although the flow of people is not increasing or decreasing, and even in the weekend 2 days can surge to nearly 50,000, basically become the North District students. Residents can think of going to the first place of leisure and entertainment. The South Side is also visited by a large number of people, especially during student vacations when countless people come by public transportation. Let the public transit be full every day. All kinds of carpooling, countless taxi cabs, and let the rental ones make a fortune. At the same time, turnover is also increasing. 550,000, 600,000. Chapter 108 continuing hot. Turnover, 4 million in 7 days. Boss, have some grilled cold noodles. $3. Hit the list. Yes. Soon the owner handed the young student the grilled cold noodles as well as the orders pouring out of the machine. The student took the grilled cold noodles while looking at the list in his hand, which clearly read, Black Dragon Night Market Booth Number 335, Cold Noodle King. Amount spent, $4. Consumption time 2010, 10:28. The young student nodded and solemnly put it away. There are 4 more votes. I'm going to vote for Wang Yining. She's the real school beauty. One side. A student passed by and retorted. Wang Yining is nothing. Xinyu of Finance and Economics is the #1 schoolflower. Young student, fart. It's the construction Wang Yueling. Passing student, what does a construction guy know about schoolflowers? You guys just get a dinosaur selection? Young student, what do you know about studying accounting? Just study how to get in. A student heard the fight and came over to say, stop arguing. Huahuayu from the nursing school is the #1 school flower. That leg, it's incredible. One time, the three almost didn't fight. However, they did not dare to make a move when they saw some Black Dragon personnel patrolling over, and they did not dare to make trouble on the Black Dragon ground. The passing student grunted coldly. It's useless to just argue. Look at the official data and who voted more. After saying that, he directly said to the stall owner, "Give me 2 roasted cold noodles?" Young student, "Can I finish it?" "You'll need 2. Passing student, "What do you care? If I can't eat it, I'll give it to my son." "What's it got to do with you?" Soon the boss once again made 2 roasted cold noodles and handed them to him. And he obediently handed 1 roasted cold noodle to his roommate who had just arrived. "Eat. My treat. But you have to give me the rest of your receipts today." Far away, there are people from the South District who came for the first time to see this and were a bit surprised. Just now those 3 people all quarreled like that, why didn't they fight? In the Northeast generally practiced is to be able to fight less quarrel. A sentence you see what can fight let alone quarrel like that. To this, accompanying the North District friend said, "Are you not aware that this is Black Dragon territory? Black Dragon, you know? The university town is the bearer. Boss Xinjiang, known as the Black Dragon, is said to be old and ruthless, under the hands of thousands of little brothers. This night market is his open. Who dares to make trouble in this old miserable?" A few days ago a stallholder disobeyed and was taken away never to be seen again. I heard they were sunk in the river. What? South Zone students, Sigma, surprised face, winky face, sunk in the river? If you don't listen, you'll be sunk in the river? It's also too hard. Doesn't the sheriff's office care? They're like brothers and sisters to the security bureau. So who dares to take care of them? It's said that Xinjiang's background is hard in that he took 1,000 of his men and beat up the principal of the guardhouse and nothing happened? Likewise, similar scenes can be found everywhere in the night market. There are quarrels for the school flower. There are also in the 2 big net red bridge queue. There are a lot of people complaining about the Black Dragon powerful. It can be said that this period of time about the Black Dragon legend, a lot of people, the vast majority of them to blackmail, can be the more outrageous the more people believe in a lot of people. Of course these legends keep the Black Dragon night market crowded by tens of thousands of people a day, yet no one makes a fuss. The moment, once again, the list with the grilled cold noodles handed out, vendors breathe a sigh of relief. Look down out of the list of machines with a complex face. When Wang Tao brought these machines to them, when they scoffed at their own, knowing that the Black Dragon night market to use this to supervise their turnover. But they have to think that whimsical. Who knows if so many booth tickets are given or not? Who would have thought that Xinjiang would combine the tickets with the school beauty contest and also add membership attributes to the tickets? Accumulating enough points to get black gold membership, get star autographs, get black gold cards, and get exclusive member viewing positions. Black Dragon has posted a notice and will soon be performing on the center stage. Least of all, points can be exchanged for raffle prizes, dolls, toys, posters, and so on. In this way, anyone who purchased items from the stalls basically don't want a ticket. Plus the numerous cameras in the Black Dragon night market bloom made it impossible for them to hide their turnover. Boss. The stall holder returned to his senses and continued to start working. In any case, one day here was better than 10 days of business outside. What's the point of thinking so much? Just do it. Drop. Teen Ben C returns to VU. Poor. Okay. Zhang Qi commanded the reversing car after the smooth to open the side door where Zhu Zhang. He is clear that the main seat to be just to the driver's seat. Wang Tao, Xinjiang and Zhu Zhang got out of the car and stepped into the Black Dragon Company doorway. 10 minions erected on either side nodded in unison. Jiang. Snap. Wang Tao handed the keys to Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi took the keys very nimbly out of the towel, began to wipe the car. In the sun, very seriously wipe. Occasionally a gas, gently wipe. Wipe finished in the beginning of a little waxing. None of the crowd of Black Dragon personnel had anyone who despised his actions. Shame on you for wiping your car? That depends on whose car you're rubbing. Car. It's Xinjiang's car. In the eyes of the Black Dragon staff, only those who can get into the eyes of Jiang can wipe the car. Not anyone can wipe. Love and hate are just a moment away. Raise your glass to the moon and love is like heaven. Hey, Dad, I'm cleaning the car. I'm doing my internship. You've started contracting. You've gotten big. What kind of work? Nothing. It's just a small renovation job. 2 boxes for a casino? That casino. What's its name? Buckingham. Penthouse. Xinjiang just sat down. Bai Lu came up to report, Brother Jiang, we've made a fortune. We're completely rich. Just 7 days. Income of more than 4 million. A month is more than 10 million. A year is a small 200 million. Listed. We can go public. Although she is keen to be a big sister. But how to say is also studying finance and economics major on the money. listed will not be completely indifferent, not to mention listed to mix social big sister. Listen to, how awesome. Shin Jian looked at the White Lu handed over the data table as very calm. And so White Lu exuberance finished said, cannot be calculated according to what you say. The Black Dragon night market is at its peak. And so after this period of time students to go into the period of fatigue crowd is about to decline. Even if the Black Dragon continues to introduce new styles of flow will decline some. Not to mention that we do college students' intention. The school is to have a summer and winter vacations. At least 4 months of a year of silence. Period. And what you just said is the turnover. The Black Dragon profit is only 30%. The remaining to be given to the major vendors. The Black Dragon will never owe any fees. By Lu, that works out to tens of millions of dollars in profit. QJ, there are also personnel expenses, equipment upgrades, and taxes, among other things. Bai Lu's eyes lit up. Brother Jiang, my teacher said that a lot of companies and even some listed companies would avoid taxes. There are a lot of ways to do it. Just the ones I know are 7 or 8. And they've been practicing it for years without a problem, so we can avoid it too. Shin Jian's face color, and then reiterate, Black Dragon is a regular company. Do not allow any problems in any tax. All procedures must be legal and compliant. He's clear. Regulation was somewhat lax in 2010. It also allows a lot of companies to take advantage of the loopholes. Tough companies that get their taxes to zero are out there. But don't look at the present call happy. In the future all will. You're going to get what you deserve. Chapter 109, Establishment of the Marketing Department, Planning for Major Night Markets. Bai Lu listened to Qin Zhang's decisive tone to understand that he spent money to learn the means temporarily useless. Can only nod and said, understand. I will be reasonable and lawful to pay taxes. Qin Jiang looked at Zhu Zhangdao, Black Dragon as soon as possible to set up the marketing and publicity department, the water army team into it, in addition to let the Ministry of Construction to spend half of the manpower to get the school flower competition. The remaining manpower in the college road, the major art schools to recruit personnel in the night market to report a variety of singing, dancing, iron flower, and other talents. Be sure to ensure that as long as the night market is open, the day must have the appropriate performance, and cannot be repeated. Zhu Zhang nodded. Understood. Qin Zhang then said, this thing can also unite TV stations, appropriate to get a rock, ballads and other events. Award a Black Dragon Award. Give some prize money. The best Black Dragon Award reputation out. Zhu Zhang's eyes brightened. Once the Black Dragon night market introduces these things, it will definitely give the night market an eternal conversation level, making a large number of students come whether for love, for friendship, or even to watch the fun. It will also be able to promote the Black Dragon Black Gold card again, which is only highlighted by the number of major concerts and the preciousness of the membership. As for, these costs are not much. After all, they don't need to hire any celebrities or entertainers, just students studying art in college. Those students usually have no place to perform and exercise, and now that Black Dragon provides the stage for free and gives prizes and awards, the performance fee does not cost a few dollars at all. Not accurate. All have come to perform workouts for free. Qin Jiang, the marketing department is under the charge of Sun Yuan, who was previously in charge of the transportation department handed over to Feng Lin. In the last life of Qin Jiang team backbone members, as a person of the 8 sides, do things decisive and measured, and very motivated, is one of the few adhere to the class professional members of the first few Black Dragon, the school selection of the 3 good students, Feng Lin on the face of the non-reliance on the Qin Jiang to obtain recognition, completely based on their own strength. After, Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang continue to communicate some of the future situation, the development of the main Qin Jiang said, Zhu Zhang listen, 49? Aha! Already lying in the sofa chair with his eyes open, he had fallen asleep. Along with the Black Dragon Night Market School Beauty Contest, plus the promotion of performance programs, the Black Dragon Night Market continues to be a hotspot. Turnover no longer continues to surge though. However, it did not decrease as dramatically as suspected, and basically maintained at about 500,000 daily sales. It also creates an incredibly dismal situation for other night markets. College students. The idea is that you'd rather go the distance to see something new. Tianhua Night Market and several other night market owners have changed from not caring to paying attention, to being shocked and angry, and there are already vendors gathering to make trouble and prepare to have their rent refunded, to which several owners can only keep excusing themselves. But what can be done about it but to gather together again to discuss it? Hotel. Still the same bosses. Lu Bo is still sitting in the corner position. His face is also very bad. Not long ago he swore that Qin Zhang's Black Dragon Night Market rampant will not be long to fall out of favor. did not think that the Black Dragon night market would not fall out of favor, but along with the time more and more fire. The owner of Tianhua night market cursed, "Grandma, where did he get so many new ideas?" and organized the school flower contest and stage performances. This crowd is almost letting him snatch all the people? It's not good. And he does not charge any booth fees, only 30% of the turnover of the contract is too ruthless. I heard that now the daily sales turnover of up to 500,000 to 600,000. That is to say, the Black Dragon night market one day profit of nearly 200,000. He is almost howling us bald skin. And this is not going to work, students, and to only recognize the Black Dragon night market. We simply close. Do not do it. The more you talk, the more disheveled you become. Lubo, don't you guys have any idea? He can make the school flower contest and you can't? You guys can act if he can. Tianhua boss, easy for you to say. Where's the money? Where does the money come from? We only make a few dollars a year. Besides, even if we mimic it, how much foot traffic we can really grab is unknown and too risky. Alas, Lubo cannot be clear that a few bosses indecisive, afraid to spend a lot of money. Imitation cannot get a reasonable return on this kind of people Lubo cannot see. But a few night market is an important channel for him to get money cannot throw. There is no other way. So big night market for such a long time cannot be out of order. Brush. Several bosses look at Lubo with eyes full of contempt. Lubo, Sigma, surprised face, winky face, what's going on? What are you looking at? Thinks I'm a lowlife. You think I'm going to use some cheap tactics? What? You're trying to be nice? Boss Tianhua shook his head. We understand what you're saying, and we've tried some of the tactics. But Qin Zhang's reputation in Academy Road is too strong. No one dares to go against him at all. Xianhe's group of existences that mix together in society. Now one by one all of them have been whisked out of the university town by Qin Zhang. The university town now, Qin Zhang covers the sky with one hand. He also pointed to the left bald boss. He a few days ago to find a southern district punks to go to the Black Dragon to cause trouble on the spot by the security forces arrested. Almost confessed him. Brother-in-law top mine in. Lubo, equals smiley face. Black and white through and through. Is Qin Zhang so fierce? He subconsciously recalled meeting Qin Zhang for the first time, and that time had left a very deep impression on him. Eventually, a few night market bosses looked at Lubo. A boss said, "Lu, we are a few of your wide network. You see if you can find someone to get that Qin Zhang. We really have no choice. It doesn't matter if the night market doesn't work, but we're afraid it'll affect you." Lubo's face couldn't help but look ugly. He realized that these night market owners not only didn't want to spend money to learn from the Black Dragon night market, but they even planned to make him work for free. But could he refuse? Can't. After all, it was his business, and the only way he could make money with the gang was if the night market was there. It is only possible for him to complete the primitive accumulation earlier. As long as the primitive accumulation is enough, he can also start his own business to be his own boss, and never have to be bullied by anyone or be bullied again. I'm going to go find someone first. Lubo got up and left straight away. Back. A few of the bosses kept saying flattering things, but when Lubo left after a few bosses faced disdain, Lubo in their eyes is a hold on the rich girl white boy. As for him to take that money laundering line, really think exclusive. Such a long time cannot be completely unclear for whom money laundering. The reason why not kick off Lubo for 2 points. 1. There is an intermediary in the future, they negotiate good talk. There is something can also directly let the intermediary to cope with. Second, really to one day they can let Lubo take the blame. Outside, Lubo just got into the car and took the recorder out of his arms to turn it off. This is his habit, no matter with these bosses which dinner exchanges will be recorded. Over the years he has too much evidence in hand. No matter who dares to take him as an outcast, he will let people know what is called 12 lines of confession, each with your name on it. Chapter 110, Evidence Found? Buckingham Strikes. Hiss. Ha! The duck-tongued cap youth ate a mouthful of spicy lamb kebabs and nodded. Authentic lamb. Not some duck meat shabu-shabu. Good. He couldn't help but look towards the bustling night market. This is also considered more formal in the entire Songjiang night market. The management is very strict. The vendors use good materials. Much better than those counterfeits. A pity. It's not the right path after all. Said. He couldn't help but look in the direction of the vocational Black Dragon Company and walked to a quiet position to make a call. Clues have been detected. What's the clue? Not long ago Qin Zhang beat up a vendor couple to force them to sign a transfer agreement in order to deter vendors from signing contracts. Is the information accurate? Hundreds of vendors were there. They all heard the screams in the suite, and I investigated that the vendor's business is one of the best in the night market, with a turnover of $100,000 a month. But since that day will no longer appear, Wrestling bowl wine business has been the Black Dragon Night Market official takeover. Inside there must be a problem. Who will give up the monthly income of 100,000 business not to do? Where's the vendor? I've been inquiring about their whereabouts for some time now, and have just determined that they are County Village, and have sent people to verify that there will be news soon, and whether we should take action. This statement was made. There was a moment of silence across the room. You wait for the news first. Leader, there's news. What news? My father sat in his office after signing the documents, looked up and watched Xiao Sun come in and asked calmly. Xiao Sun said the information he just got reported on the phone and waited quietly for Father Bai to speak. Bai's father, Bai Weigua, had an icy face, beating others and coercing them to sign contracts. Simply a black force? Who does he think he is? Xiao Sun reminded. The people under the hand have checked the contract and there is no problem. The vendors can withdraw at any time according to the law. The contract is not illegal. Bai Weigua, he gave people a beating when they tried to reason with him? And forcing people to sign a contract doesn't count? Little son, leader. That. Bai Weigua pondered for a moment and ordered this case to the North District Security Bureau to do. How to do not have to look at my face. Strict sentence. Impartial law enforcement. Understand? Little son, understood. Buckingham. Lu Bo entered inside familiarly, and the concierge ladies on both sides greeted him when they saw him. Brother Lu. Brother Lu. Soon, he was led by a concierge lady to the top floor, box 888, and just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard a gush of voices coming from inside. Brother Shang, you're so strong today, it's like you're on drugs. Asterisk. Shut up. I'll really eat it. I'm sorry Shang, I was wrong. It hurts. The gusts of sound were heard outside and Lu Bo's blood rushed up. 3 minutes later, inside the movement disappeared, and waited another minute before Lu Bo knocked on the door. Dang. Who? Brother Shang. It's me, Lu Bo. Wait. 1 minute later, the door of the box opened. A woman with a slim figure and clean appearance came out from inside and looked at Lu Bo and cursed straight. Grandma, he eats so well? Why do you eat stinky seafood every day? Box. A 30 or so gloomy man sitting on the sofa, shaking the bottle of wine, looked at Lu Bo. What do you come to do? The recent law and order to grasp the strict to be after a period of time in the wash. Don't get in my face for nothing. Obviously, he had nothing good to say about Lu Bo. Lu Bo is just one of his many channels, and rely on this kind of selling body evening rich women to the top simply do not see. If it wasn't for the fact that the husband of the rich woman behind the other party had some status, he wouldn't even bother with Lu Bo. Something. Lu Bo hurriedly nodded and smiled, took 2 steps forward and took the initiative to receive the bottle of red wine to pour it for Brother Shang, Zhou Shang. He didn't dare to show any disrespect in front of Zhou Shang. After all, this one was the big man of the North District Society in the early years. In the North End, who doesn't know the two brothers, Zhou Hua and Zhou Shang, well known for their prowess? It's only in the past few years that they basically stopped fighting and making money by opening casinos that they become a little less vocal. But it doesn't mean they are poor. These days can put the casino open wind and water to take a not a little Jianghu status. Heard that? Huaxing Group has begun to get involved in real estate. Asset size has long been hundreds of millions. Sound of a crash. Lu Bo to Zhou Shang pour a cup of red wine before he dared to sit down himself. Brother Shang, is the night market that out of the question? You have heard of the Black Dragon Night Market? Black Dragon Night Market? Zhou Shang frowned. I think I heard someone mention it. What's wrong with him? Lu Bo was stunned. It's not. Black Dragon Night Market recently made so much noise you are not clear, but on second thought the night market can only be in a small area. The lower and middle layers of the fire. The real upper characters on the night market and will not pay special attention. Especially Zhou Shang. This person is often soaked in the casino is not clear and normal. Lu Bo explained. Black Dragon Night Market is not long ago just opened the night market. The opening of the market on the fire unusually even attracted stars shopping. Now the daily flow of tens of thousands of people. Turnover hundreds of thousands. What? At first Zhou Shang did not care to listen, but when he heard the turnover of hundreds of thousands of faces changed abruptly. A night market. Turnover is hundreds of thousands of dollars a day. Are you kidding me? Fiercer than even their Buckingham? When did the night market get this much turnover and footfall? See Zhou Shang do not believe. Lu Bo hurriedly put the Black Dragon Night Market Wi-Fi, as well as the current situation to say again. Star. Propaganda slogans. School flower selection. Nightly performances. 30% of turnover. And so on. The situation led Zhou Shang incomparable surprise. He is also followed by his brother step by step from the bottom to climb up, naturally aware of a good idea to do business with how much help. The two people when they climbed up from the bottom to a small success on the cost of several years of time. That Black Dragon night market cost less than a month to go from nothing to hundreds of millions of dollars in annual sales and tens of millions of dollars in profits. How could he not be surprised? As well as jealous. One time, greed emerged in his eyes can be well hidden. Looking at Lu Bo said, "You said the Black Dragon night market is called Xinjiang Open." Xinjiang? Sounds familiar? Who said come here? Come to think of it, it seems that not long ago Lao-san said that there was a socially awkward pretentious youth on College Road. Lu Bo nodded in agreement. Right, it's quite capable of pretending, but also a bit of money, set under the hands of hundreds of minions. A call for 100 in the College Road only hand over the sky. He was well aware that Zhou Shan was very conceited. Sure enough, Zhou Shanghai's full of disdain, district a local gangster. Leading a few hundred small card has Nini only. He understands what is mixing society. Wait, I'll make a call. Having said that, he got up and went to the empty box to make a call. Bureau Zhang. Me, Zhou Shang. There's a guy you should see if you can handle. He's in our way. Inside the office. Zhang Bureau listened to the voice coming from the phone and frowned angrily. Who told you to call me? Who do you think you are? Who are we with you? Zhou Shang, Bureau Zhang. Don't forget. Bureau Zhang, you. Zhou Shang, just this once his name is Qin Jiang, boss of Black Dragon Company in University City. Not a big shot. Bureau Chief Zhang was just about to refuse again when suddenly his gaze coalesced and he slowly said, "Just this once." Hanging up the phone, his eyes fell on the table in front of him. Summons application is clearly written in two big words, Xinjiang. Chapter 111, Law and Order Decision. Zhang Qi, just watch the door. Xinjiang. Zhang Bureau looked at the application for subpoena form into contemplation. It is just the lower side of the person to submit up. And the reason for submission he also knows a thing or two. There is the upper side of the person to greet to check this person. And the evidence is about to be in place. Suspected of assaulting people, signing overbearing contracts, and seizing other people's properties. Xinjiang and Black Dragon night market. Zhang Bureau muttered. A local hooligan leader is not much of a good guy. So be it. Anyway, we have to let him bad luck both, so instead of going with the flow, can also get rid of the Buckingham entanglement, otherwise it will certainly be trapped in. His face also gradually became solemn. When a report came from outside, Bureau Chief Zhang, the meeting will begin soon. Got it. Zhang nodded and got up to pack his clothes before leaving to sign the summons application form and passing and hand it over to the policeman on duty outside. Waiting for Zhang Bureaus to leave, the magistrate took the subpoena application form and passing and just walked over to Wang Hu, the deputy captain of the third team. Captain Wang, this is the subpoena form your team applied for, right? Bureau Zhang has already signed it. Wang Hu took the summons form and nodded. He remembers his captain's application. It is said that the upper side of the people greeted to do things, plus the parties involved he has heard of as a University City a very famous gangster. As if in their bureau have some relationship. The local security office simply do not care. When he returned to his office and found the captain absent, he led a couple of sheriff's deputies in a car and drove straight to the University of Vocational Studies. Buckingham. Zhou Shang hung up the phone full of smugness. Done. As for the phone will not lose the Zhang Bureau this important line he simply does not care. As long as the boat is not disembarked reason. One thing is also to do. 10 things are also to do. He returned to just the box face grim looking at Lu Bo said, things can be done. I can find someone to deal with Xinjiang, but it's going to cost a lot, $1 million. This way I'm going to use your channel Buckingham for half and you for half. Lu Bo's face changed slightly. I'll go make a call. Soon he called back and agreed to pay $500,000. And apparently a couple of night market owners thought it was worth $500,000 to take care of Xinjiang. Lu Bo left the boxes very satisfied. One is, that he is very capable. Two is that Xinjiang is about to fall into bad luck he cannot help but exuberance. Xinjiang, you also dare to steal Lu Yao from me. If I can't get it, you can't get it either. I'm going to make you have bad luck. At that time, I'd like to see if that Lu Yao will regret having only you in her eyes and not me. Walking, he saw 2 compartments closed, and there were sounds of zipping and tapping coming from inside. Lu Bo, what's this for? Waiter, 2 days ago there are a few groups of people drink big fight. The 2 boxes made a mess. Sheng brother asked the decoration team to reconstruction is getting it. Box. Zhou Sheng humming a little song he felt very powerful just a few words to decide the fate of the annual turnover of hundreds of millions of night market boss. Xinjiang, after all, is too young. Can he cover such a big industry? If I don't care about it, someone else will. That's right. He has decided to wait for Xinjiang was down to send people to take over the Black Dragon night market. Such a big business cannot be cheap. And such a huge turnover of business. their group in the future money laundering can be easier and easier. Perfect. Black Dragon. Penthouse. Qin Jiang stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window looking at the sunny sky. Rear. Wang Tao said. Brother Jiang, the local security office wants to find my parents for questioning, has asked them to say what they should say. Xu Zhang said icily. It seems that someone has already set their eyes on us. Brother Jiang, you guessed it right, interest, fascinating eyes. And it came faster than even imagined. Who on earth can find Wang Tao's parents in such a short time? A couple other night markets? Qin Jiang, they don't have the ability to do that. It's simply impossible to find out in such a short period of time just by them reporting on Law and Order. The probability is that a greater power is involved in it. Not necessarily taking his business, but looking at ours. Zhu Sheng, Jiang, what are you going to do? Qin Jiang, soldiers come and go. Whoever dares to reach out will simply break his claws. He has the bottom line to say this. The Black Dragon, this life development is completely legal and compliant. Complete formalities cannot be complete. All means seem a little non-commercial, but it is all about commercial disputes, not at all involved in other bullying contracts. Oh, whose bullying contract doesn't even say liquidated damages? All vendors to go directly away. Talk about bullying. Downstairs, before Ben C. Zhang Qi is wiping hard. Security Fenghua came over and said, Zhang Qi, I have something to talk to you. Black Dragon may not be a good way out. Your academic performance is not bad. I heard in the class one of the best. As long as the heart on the academic may not be unable to specialize in the bachelor's degree. Bachelor's degree can find a regular job. Zhang Qi stopped wiping the car and took out his glasses from his pocket and put them on. I just didn't hear you. What did you say? Fenghua, Sigma, surprised face, winky face. No? Are you nearsighted or deaf? Can't you hear me without your glasses? Shang-Chi, I can't hear you without my glasses. That. Fenghua could only repeat what he had just said, hearing Zhang Qi's face look incredibly embarrassed. Zhang Qi, specialized education? Even if you get a bachelor's degree, what can you do? You'll only get a salary of more than $2,000 after graduation. All those really big companies have to have higher degrees, and besides, it's not like I'm going to get any good undergrad with my grades. I have now turned $3,000 base salary a month, and overtime allowance, bonuses. I'm very satisfied, said he. Pointed to the Black Dragon night market opposite the vocational university. And can't you see that the Black Dragon Company has great prospects for development? Brother Jiang is not an ordinary person destined to ascend to a high position. Follow him to have a future. Fenghua, I admit that the Black Dragon night market was a success, and I also admit that Qin Jiang is very tactful. He did not admit Black Dragon Company from nothing to today's monthly income of millions. Qin Jiang also from the school can only rely on the opening of a simple warehouse to buy the gangsters become a university town hot. One hand to cover up the sky. Big boss spent only 2 months, but Fenghua couldn't help but say, Qin Jiang's tactics are too much. Aren't you clear about him beating up bull wrestling wine vendors? And aren't you clear about him forcing people to sign contracts? It's against the law for him to do that. People like him don't end up well sooner or later. You don't need to get into the mud. It's not too late to regret. Zhang Qi almost laughed out loud when he heard it all. He was just about to say something when he saw Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and 49 come out and said directly, what I'm going to do has nothing to do with you. Just keep an eye on your school gate. Besides, Jiang just won the school's 3rd best student award. If you dare to say anything bad about Jiang again, humph, said also ignore Fenghua reaction quickly ran to Bensi back door open one hand to cover the roof. Chapter 112, Wang's father tells the situation. Wang Hu, Qin Jiang, please come with us. Before the night market, a woman crouched on the ground and cried, and the duck-tongued youth came forward to comfort her. What's wrong with you, woman? A boy has a crush on me. I want to see him. His friends won't let me, and they beat me up. Duck-tongued youth, what? You're going to be beaten in broad daylight? Who? How dare you? Woman, he, them. She gestured toward the security direction of the night market. The duck-tongued youth looked over. Recognize. All Black Dragon personnel, headed by none other than Sun Yuan. Wait, they're going to beat you up? The duck-tongued youth questioned. Who's the one with a crush on you? Woman, Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang? Duck-tongued youth. He looked up and down a few eyes of the woman's complexion. Are you sure? Woman just whimpers. Start saying she's not good enough. She's ugly. The duck-tongued youth kept reassuring. You're not ugly? You just can't dress up? And a beautiful mind is truly beautiful. Woman, really? Duck-tongued youth, really? The woman sized up the duck-tongued youth. Do you have a crush on me? Duck-tongued youth, misty grass. Don't you be gracious? Looking at the woman's cannibalistic eyes, he also had an urge to hit someone, then turned away. The girl's up to catch up. Mud. Sometimes vigilantes really want to report vigilantes too. Just ran to the corner position of the night market. He saw the vocational university door open. Xinjiang convoy appeared. To this, the duck-tongued youth shook his head and did not follow the intention. This period of time he had intended to grasp the trajectory of Xinjiang's whereabouts, and later found that Xinjiang's anti-surveillance awareness is particularly strong. There is no set area for either eating or whereabouts, making it difficult to assess where he goes from preference. The duck-tongued youth was overwhelmed with emotion. After so many years of scouting, there aren't many people who are this alert. Such a person definitely has a problem. Otherwise not so. As long as the message back to determine the evidence to arrest Xinjiang can ask him in the end what else to hide. Intuition told him, Xinjiang is an uncomplicated and unusual person. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly looked down the street to another sheriff's car approaching quickly. Sheriff's car. North Precinct Bureau car. Come to do what? To arrest someone. Xinjiang. He's in trouble. We've gotten word from the other side that there's hard evidence. That's not true. Why didn't you tell me? The duck-tongued youth, puzzled, was about to reach for the phone to call over, before he called himself ringing. Caller. Exactly, County Sheriff's Brigade. The words are split. In county, village, the two vigilantes were communicating with the king's father and mother. Sheriff A, the city council has told us something about you, so feel free to speak up. Father and Mother King. Magistrate B, don't worry, even if others are more powerful, they are still bigger than the law. China is a society governed by the rule of law, and whoever violates the law will be punished, and no one will be spared. Father and Mother King. Sheriff A, you can talk about any concerns you have. He looked at the king's father. The king's mother always feel wrong. There is no obvious injury. Only the king's mother legs and feet are not good? It is not possible that Xinjiang is so ruthless. To break the legs. Father Wang, I don't know what you're talking about. Magistrate B, you had a stall at the Black Dragon Night Market in Songjiang North District and sold bull wrestling wine, didn't you? Father Wang, yes, sold. Magistrate A, *** day. The Black Dragon Night Market to sign a bully contract. You do not agree to go to the theory? Father Wang, no. Sheriff B, and then they did it to you. Wait, you said no. You didn't go to Black Dragon headquarters. Father Wang, went, but not to theorize, but to massage. Magistrate A, massage? What massage? How did they massage you? You expand on that. Father Wang got up and started performing without objects, kneading, pinching, rubbing, hitting, patting. Security officers A and B, Sigma, surprised face, winky face Sigma degree. Ryoko. Magistrate A realized that he couldn't match the channel and had no choice but to open the door. We understand the situation. Xinjiang sent people to beat up your couple and forced you two to sign the transfer contract. We are ready to do it. And I assure you that you will be able to take down this gang immediately if you step in. Boo! Wang's father slammed the table and got emotional. No, Mr. Xin didn't beat us up at all. Mr. Xin didn't beat up our couple at all. Are you making up rumors? The queen mother was in tears. Mr. Xin is a good man. You must investigate the situation clearly. Thoughts protruded from the heads of the two vigilantes. Nima. Xinjiang really hard. So deterrent? Look at the couple scared into what? Are crying. But do not dare to report Xinjiang. Really pure social scum. Magistrate A poured a glass of water for the two men. Uncle, auntie, take it easy. It's alright. It's alright. We guarantee that you two will be safe. Leave everything to us. Just tell us about Xinjiang's crimes. Father Wang, didn't you two understand what I just said? How did you get into the police force with such poor comprehension skills? Two vigilantes. Queen Mother, you can't understand by talking to him. Call your son and he'll understand. Sheriff A, and your son is? Father Wang, Wang Tao, head of the Black Dragon Night Market. Magistrate B is writing a message just half written, steeply wide-eyed. Wait, what did you say? Your son is the head of the Black Dragon Night Market? Your son is the head of the Black Dragon Night Market? Father Wang, there are still fake sons? Sheriff A, auntie, your leg. Queen Mother, old cold legs. It's been years. The two vigilantes looked at each other for several times. Their faces were incredibly complicated. Good guy. Really pure and pure good guy. There is no need to ask further. Can be a vigilante. Basic logic is certainly not bad. Wang Tao is the head of the Black Dragon Night Market. How could his parents let Xinjiang send people to beat? Everything is nothing but an act. Security guard A, disturb uncle and we go first. Said to the magistrate B, whispered, pass the news to the city. I do not know the city where to get false information to let the two of us in this disgrace half a day. Duck-tongued youth listening to the phone just came back to report unbelievable. What did you say? Mr. and Mrs. Wrestling Bull Wine or Wang Tao's parents? How could he not recognize Wang Tao? He checked pretty much on the personnel of Black Dragon. Wang Tao, the second echelon leader of Qin Zhang's team, and he was in charge of all the Black Dragon night markets. His parents were beaten? Ridiculous to the core. Let Qin Zhang play the trick. Ducktongued Youth immediately clear that everything is all Qin Zhang's scheme, for other vendors to sign the contract scheme. Unethical. No offense. And when he looked ahead, the Xinjiang fleet has let the security car robbery stop face wildly changed. Immediately called, Sun Director. I have an important situation to report. In front of the Xinjiang caravan, Wang Hu with two vigilantes down to the front of the Benzi stride. Looking at sitting in the back seat Xinjiang is it? North District Security Team Wang Hu, please come with us. Chapter 113, Crowd Reaction, Countermeasures, a subpoena? The faces of the people in the car changed wildly. Boo! 49 directly pushed open the door to get down from the off-road. His eyes fell on Wang Hu's several people, and took a step forward, while the remaining several Black Dragon personnel on the off-road vehicle also got off. Brush! Wang Hu, as well as the two vigilantes behind him, changed their faces slightly, especially looking at the step-by-step approach to 49. That invisible sense of oppression made them feel that their hearts were contracting a little, as if they were being stared at by a fierce beast. Wang Hu, Murderer? Murderer? The university town hides this kind of ferocious characters. That Lu Yong in the end how to manage the place? Although he is also clear that people cannot look like, but the 49 long really with the textbook too much like. It wouldn't even be out of place in a criminal investigation textbook. Rear 2 security officers subconsciously put their hands on their waist but found no gun. This time out just for the summoning of the suspect did not meet the requirements of the gun. Gulp. A vigilante took out his cell phone ready to call for support. After all, just look at the 4-9 a person really want to get up they are likely to be unable to carry. Look fierce, not to mention the rest of a few little brother. They even saw a lot of people in the distance. Stupid move. 49. Qin Jiang spoke out calmly. Tread. 49 stopped his steps not to go forward, and did not retreat, just stood there quietly looking at Wang Hu. 3 people. Qin Jiang spoke out again. Zheng. Wow. Xu Zhang let go of the car glass, raised his hand and put the fan out to the direction of the Black Dragon night market and gently shook it. Seeing this, Wang Tao and the others stood quietly inside the night market and stopped gathering here. Phew. The 3 Wang Hu people breathed a sigh of relief. Look at Qin Zhang gaze also changed. This prestige and control of personnel under the hand a little strong. Such a person to honestly walk the right path are very scary. Really want to get a little bit of crooked thinking for fear of causing great harm to society. The moment, Wang Hu was a bit firm in his belief of capturing Qin Jiang. As for whether or not Qin Jiang is on the right path, who walks on the right path has hundreds of minions. Who walks on the right path can make such a big industry in just a few months' time. It is said that millions of profits a month. Dare to rob the money. Besides, the upper side of the subpoena application form are signed, obviously have evidence. So, people like that should be strangled early. Wang Hu stepped forward again. Please come with us. Outside, although it was a weekday, there were still a lot of people gathered in the Black Dragon night market. So many people noticed the convoy. Even some of the bold ones who went in the direction of the caravan could vaguely hear some sporadic conversations. Xinjiang, policing, subpoena, and so on and so forth. Information welled up within the crowd in astonishment. What's the situation? The security car stopped the Xinjiang convoy? Intuition tells me something big is about to happen. Xinjiang has committed a crime? I think we need to arrest Xinjiang. Then there's no need for you to see. It's to arrest Xinjiang. Soon the crowd was also hearing information from the mouths of those who had come close. Some disbelievers, some excited, and some spectators. Those who don't believe are naturally the Black Dragon employees. They can't believe that their own Jiang will be captured. Especially those core staff. They know too well their own John's style of doing things. What to say? Do exactly what the laws and regulations say. Not to say that not a drop of water will never be caught in the act. So, what exactly is being watched? Naturally, the vendors are the ones who are excited. They think that as long as Qin Jiang is arrested, the Black Dragon will be leaderless, and then they may be able to modify the contract if they make a fuss. What, 30% of turnover? Yuck. At most, I'll give you 2,000. No, $1,000 for rent. Love to be or not to be. There were whispers. I knew Qin Jiang would be finished sooner or later. There's no such thing as doing something so crazy. He really thinks no one can restrain him. I was asked about the wrestling couple the other day, so I guess I'm in the process of getting a clue. The murder pays for murder, I guess. This statement was made. Many of the vendors nodded their heads. and it was clear that they too were somewhat convinced by the rumors that Qin Jiang was likely to sink the wrestling bull wine couple in the river. Now the East Window, arrested by the vigilantes, and watch the drama of the most, they have nothing to do with Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang was taken away or not, it does not matter. But see Qin Jiang and so on in a short period of time, and the rise of the university city of the man of the moment in today's fall. Naturally cannot miss the wonderful picture, which can be all the future after dinner to blow awesome topic. Brush. Someone grabbed a cell phone and took a picture. In the night market. When the three dressed men saw this, the man with a birthmark on his face said, "Oops, arrest scene, or arrest a big boss. Young to earn such an industry, cannot grasp go see." The older one, "What are you looking at? There's a vigilante there, didn't see it, get some money while it's messy and hurry up." Man with dog skin hat, "Big brother is right." The man with the birthmark, "It's okay. How many years have passed? Who still remembers our brother 3? The face on the wanted notice doesn't even look like it anymore. What are you afraid of?" said, ignoring the older ones to stop them from coming over. "Ugh, don't go." The dog-hooded man went straight after him. Southern District, an office. "What?" Bai Weige's face was embarrassed when he heard Xiao Sun's report. "Are you serious?" Xiao Sun nodded. "I'm sorry, leadership. The lower people checked, the clues are all false. The Wang family couple was not beaten at all. They are the head of the Black Dragon Wang Tao biological parents. Now it looks like everything was all about Qin Jiang acting, scaring vendors and deterring them, and while it was unethical and unorthodox tactics, it was not illegal." Boo! Bai Weige tapped the table. "What I'm asking is, has the North District side proceeded to the summons to arrest? Who allows them to subpoena arrests without evidence? Son, just a summons isn't a violation." Bai Weige was very angry. He thought that someone in the North District to flatter himself before overstepping the bounds. Clearly evidence has not been returned to the subpoena in a hurry, completely out of order. And is Qin Jiang an ordinary person? Although it is not clear why vocational university Wu Yu to hold a punk student, but to arrest and summon Qin Jiang without the slightest evidence, Wu Yu will definitely make a mess to the time face or not good. Bai Weige, call the North District and tell them to immediately stop their actions. The legitimate rights of Chinese citizens are not allowed to be violated, and whoever signed the subpoena I want to publicly criticize. Little son, understood. I'm on my way. Vocational University. Wu Yu heard Director Wang report. There are security officers in front of the school to Qin Jiang fleet intercepted face ugly. Qin Jiang has committed a crime. He is the school just elected out of the star students. Has been preparing materials for Qin Jiang submitted to the selection of this year's top 10 young entrepreneurs in the North Province. And with the Black Dragon night market hot turnover, Qin Jiang ascended to the top 10 young entrepreneurs grasp a lot. How can something happen to Qin Jiang now? But since the security guards came to arrest him, they must have gotten hold of the evidence. So in the end, what's going on? One time, Wu Yu paces back and forth in his office, phone in hand, picks up, puts it down, picks it up and puts it down again. Chapter 114, One phone call. Qin Jiang, what are you looking at? What? Lu Yong's face changed slightly when he heard the report. Quickly, all personnel follow me out, said quickly rushing outside. He wasn't sure how someone like Qin Jiang, who did everything in accordance with the laws and regulations, could commit a crime, but he was afraid of arresting Qin Jiang and whether his subordinates would, even if it's not very likely. He's still afraid. Inside the car, Qin Jiang looked at Wang Hu on the other hand. The subpoena list face calm. What big storms in the last life have not seen? The subpoena list is not at all to let him worry about. The brain kept thinking. Normally a vigilante would have to have some kind of evidence already in his possession to subpoena someone influential, but he hadn't committed any crime at all in his own life, and everything had been done under the laws and regulations. Wang Tao's parents have already been investigated, they will definitely tell the truth. Then this report is naturally useless. Now that he's still here to summon himself, there's only one possibility that someone violated the law by signing the summons before getting a statement from Wang Tao's parents, and that someone is pressuring him. Who could it be? Qin Jiang's brain instantly pondered over many things. Outside, Wang Hu looked at the calm-faced Qin Jiang a little speechless. Not. I have said 2 times you did not hear. Just as he was about to say it a 3rd time, Qin Jiang said slowly, I'll make a call. After saying that, he dialed Bai Meng's phone. To this, Wang Hu did not stop. Qin Jiang was only summoned and not arrested. Natural civil rights. Outside, the crowd of onlookers saw Qin Jiang pick up the phone and whisper, why the sudden call? You don't understand? Why don't we look for connections? I've heard that Qin Jiang has a good background, but I don't know if it's good. Just heard the news, rushed out. Lu Lily looked at this scene, face excited in disdain. Qin Jiang, Qin Jiang, let you do all the bad things. This time to go in. Well, This is what happens when you offend my mother. Who do you think you are? The sheriff's department is run by your family, and it's not good enough to find someone. A moment. Just see Qin Jiang put down the cell phone. All the people eagerly waiting for Qin Jiang to be arrested. Just then, jingle bells. Wang Hu's pocket phone rang. He took it out and answered it. Bureau Chief Chang. I understand. Good. 3 good ones in a row. Hang up. Wang Hu slowly put away the summoning slip and said to Qin Jiang, Mr. Qin, excuse me, it's an oversight in our work. The summons has been discontinued. If you have any objections, you may refer them to the bureau and you will be given a satisfactory answer. After saying that, he waved his hand. Close ranks. The 2 vigilantes were in disbelief. What? Who did he call? One phone call and the team is closed. Wang Hu eyes flashing. He is from Qin Jiang nearest to see each other phone and did not get through in the busy line. Just Jiang Bureau called him and said, the evidence is wrong. Qin Jiang assault charges are not established. Let him immediately close the team. He understood that the probability of the procedure error. This kind of thing will not be explained to the 2 magistrates. Immediately, Wang Hu turned away with 2 vigilantes. Outside, everyone looked at the departure of the 3 Wang Hu face full of baffled. What is the situation? Didn't they come to arrest Qin Jiang? Why did Qin Jiang make a phone call? And he answered the phone and left? For a while they looked at Qin Jiang with a little bit of awe. This scene, even if they do not think about it more, is difficult to say that there is no cats and dogs in it or not believed. It was too similar to the movie. Phew. Wang Tao and other Black Dragon personnel saw this all relieved. They know the law to understand that not taken away to prove that Jiang is fine, but also the first time on the back of the criminal law to feel important. Facing the vigilante mixed again big and how. They just can directly rushed out to go against the vigilantes I can't, but do so in accordance with Chinese law all waste. Everything is within the law. No one can do anything about them as long as they don't break the law. Vendors, Sigma, surprised face, winky face, underscore. Does Qin Jiang really have his hands full? He called and got rid of them? What's the background? What? No one in college towns can regulate that. Stop it. They have their own reasons for being crazy. He's got a deep background. If you upset them that day, I'll sink all of you in the Song River. Can't afford to mess with it. Just do business. Said a few stall owners even gave out tickets that they secretly hadn't given out for fear of being found out. When the time comes, let alone sinking them in the river. Even a hike in management fees would be unacceptable. At the same time, closer to Black Dragon personnel such as Wang Tao. Son, old brother, eat or not grilled cold noodles, I will get you a copy. The crowd is afraid of what? I will get you first. You manage the night market to maintain stability and hard work. We all refer to you. Eat, drink, take off a little bit of the problem is not guilty. Of course the Black Dragon personnel didn't eat at all, and they had their own rules, and they were very strict. In the words of Zhu Young, a group can only achieve great things by strictly adhering to the rules set. Lu Lily, on what grounds? No, I want to sue. I want to report them favoritism. She's coming off the line. Just rush to Lu Yong and others to see this scene. Someone could not help but say, Brother Lu, you are right. His background is not ordinary. Snap. Lu Yong hit him. People walk the walk and sit up straight. The crowd nodded. Right. Believe it or not is one thing. Of course. Principal's room. Wu finally picked up the phone and was ready to call. No matter what the situation was, what exactly Qin Jiang had committed he had to ask. Anyway, Qin Jiang is a vocational college student. He asked not to ask, cannot get out of it. Not to mention this period of time contact down, he also has some understanding of Qin Jiang, although this person is still doing things gangster. Style is not too positive, but the law is incredibly cautious, and even to the extent of the perversion. All violations of the law things he will avoid. Such a person in the end to be able to commit what happened. Suddenly Director Wang once again came back to report. Said Qin Jiang made a phone call over there, has closed the team. Wu Yu, closing ranks? He put the phone away in deep thought. Qin Jiang called. Wang Hu answered the phone to collect the team. So, Qin Jiang's hidden background. It looks like this student is going to have to be groomed more heavily. I just don't know if the temple of the vocational university will be able to retain it. The crowd. Tire mark man, mad. These sons of ES rich people. I have to hide when something happens. His grandmother can be solved by a phone call. He even said 3 words, obviously very dissatisfied with the scene just now. At the same time looking at Qin Jiang gaze has become very cold. Inner plotting what? Qin Jiang. The next target is him. Inside the car, Qin Jiang's body was stunned. His past life experience told him that someone had murderous intentions towards him and was staring right at him. He scanned the crowd and locked on a hooded man. who subconsciously tilted his head sideways to avoid his sight and was ready to leave out of the crowd, out of the previous life. This life combined with instinctive reaction Qin Zhang directly drank. Hoodie that kid, just you. What are you looking at? Chapter 115, what do I look at you for? Live arrest. Brush. The man with the hoodie and birthmark subconsciously raised his head to meet Qin Zhang's eyes and disliked him with his mouth open. What are you looking at? The man to his left gave him a few quick tugs and the man with the birthmark subconsciously tilted his head sideways once again. See this? Qin Zhang's eyes stared slightly. Experience from his previous life told him, if someone with such a temper and murderous aura acted in such a way without showing his human face, then there was only one possibility. A crime has been committed, and there is a great probability that he is being wanted. Otherwise there would never be such a gesture. And he quickly carved the other party's likeness within his heart, while at the same time shouting at Wang Hu, member Wang'an. Wang Hu and Qin Zhang called himself before he heard the movement subconsciously turned back. The angle of the problem he just saw the tire mark man face. One glance, just one glance. At the moment of seeing the tire mark man Wang Hu's eyes coalesced, without any hesitation to turn around as a flying pounce. There was no shouting, there wasn't any yelling. Can't a vigilante arrest someone and give them a reminder? Boo! With a single tackle, he pinned the man with the birthmark to the ground, and the man with the birthmark's face changed furiously. What are you doing? Wang Hu droned. Freeze, vigilante! The man with the birthmark struggled frantically, but also put his hand to his waist and drew his dagger and stabbed it viciously in the back. Wang Hu moved faster than him. He held the palm of the stabbing hand with one hand, and fiercely broke it. Click! A slight bone crack sounded. Tinkerbell! The dagger came off on the ground. At this time, the tire mark man hoodie man also reacted to the hand drew a dagger to Wang Hu stabbed. While being pressed tire mark man forced to endure the pain in the hand struggled back to fight. But Wang Hu dodged the dagger to let go of the man with the birthmark. With the man with the birthmark just revealed his hands can certainly break free. So, with a large crowd of onlookers as a barrier to escape, there is a large night market nearby. No matter whether the two escape or hijacking students that the consequences will be very serious. Can't be loose. Wang Hu turned to dodge the dagger while instantly unlocking the handcuffs on his waist and handcuffing the man with the birthmark to himself. Pust! The dagger still stabbed Wang Hu, but fortunately he dodged in time and was not in any vital position. A hit is not hit. The man shot the same as the fastest speed to pick up the ground just dropped dagger again to Wang Hu stabbed. This hit is actually straight to the heart. The ground was handcuffed to the tire mark of the man's eyes. Ruthless also instantly get up to hold Wang Hu dead. This scene, it just happened too fast and too quickly. From Qin Zhang uttered the sentence, what are you looking at, to shouting Wang Hu only 2 or 3 seconds. Other people, including a few vigilantes did not react when Wang Hu exchanged many moves with the two. Team Wang. The two vigilantes reacted and rushed forward, subconsciously touching the waist again, empty. Who would have thought that coming out to do a summoning mission could have this kind of unexpected situation? Lu Yong's face also changed wildly. Misty grass. He took his pistol from his waist and charged straight ahead while shouting, evacuate the crowd. Hurry! At the same time, he raised his gun and prepared to aim at the armed robbers. Put down your weapons. But due to the distance, there are too many people cannot shoot. Duck! There's no hiding. No matter how Wang Hu struggled there was no way to push the man with the birthmark away immediately. He could only watch the dagger getting closer and closer. I should have known to come out in body armor. He desperately deflected to one side with all his might while stretching his legs as far as he could and planning to wait for the dagger to penetrate his body, instantly using inertia to yank the hooded man so that his colleague would surely be able to catch him. Outlaws. He saw the thugs. Never escape. A close call. Qin Zhang droned. 49. Brush. For 9 and the Qin Zhang words fell instantly raised his hand and threw. Saw a black light cut through the air vaguely with a sonic whistling to go out. Boo! Clunk! Ah! My hand! A scream rang out. See the knife man back footsteps paralyzed on the ground, covering his hand red, pain, grimacing, such as a careful look can see his hand has been irregular, has been swollen with the naked eye to see the speed, just as he forced the pain intense to stand up when Lu Yong and others have long been rushed out to hold him down. Don't move! Don't move! Cuffed and cuffed. Lu Yong commanded other security officers to quickly disperse the crowd. Onlookers full of confusion was dispersed. Lu Yong commanded people to take the 2 people on the security car first, walked to the side of Wang Hu and asked, Wang team, all right, in the end what is the situation? Wang Hu stood up a little pale and waved his hand. It's not a problem, only hurt the skin and flesh, did not involve the internal organs. These 2 are wanted criminals from outside the province, both have murder cases on them. I didn't expect to run into them here today. Then he covered his stomach and came to the front of Qin Zhang's car. How did you find out that the two of them are not right? Have you seen the wanted notice? He is very puzzled. To be clear that these two people are wanted many years ago, and is a provincial wanted. Not to mention Qin Jiang, these ordinary people, even within the security bureau, will not have too many people recognize at a glance. Even if he, if not inherently sensitive to the appearance of people, basically remember the appearance of all the wanted criminals, I'm afraid it is also difficult to recognize the two at a glance. After all, these two people's appearance and the wanted notice on a certain difference, obviously have done a disguise. But just now Qin Jiang showed the appearance of absolute intent to call him. How could he recognize the two? Could it be that? What is the connection? Qin Jiang calmly said. Intuition. He didn't explain much, everything was based on the experience of his last life, which had made him very sensitive to two kinds. The first, non-orthodox people. Type 2, stripes. Wang Hu looked at Qin Jiang twice and didn't say much. After all, people had just assisted themselves in catching two wanted criminals, so there was no need to pursue the matter anyway. He also looked to the 4-9. Eyes on the measuring, a few solemn. Do you have when the scout intends to? If you have the idea, I can apply to the upper side. To your physical quality as well as just parrying means only in the scouting team in order to carry forward. No way, just 4-9 distance so far on the basis of throwing things on a gangster, hit back a few steps. Arm fracture, regardless of force. Accuracy all staggering. Even the remaining two reconnaissance, as well as Lu Yong and others, did not say anything. Apparently recognized the strength of the 4-9. Can be described as a connoisseur of a shot to know there is no such thing. 4-9, no. Omega. Hiss. One who touched the pain stomach, although not stabbed to the vitals, can also be very painful, can only turn away. Before leaving, he turned back to Qin Jiang and Sijou. Thanks. I don't know if Xie Qin Jiang caught the wanted man for him or if Xie Sijou just rescued him. Qin Jiang, wait. Wang Hu, what is it? Qin Jiang, there won't be no recognition for cooperation with law and order enforcement. Courageous and cooperative units will not really have no right. Wang Hu looked deeply at Qin Jiang. I will apply. Soon, Wang Hu led the men to drag the two criminals away. Lu Yong looked at the Qin Jiang fleet of complex and did not come forward to speak. Just said, in the future, every day more than 2 teams of people in the night market near the duty, to assist the Black Dragon management to maintain law and order. Today we are also considered a joint arrest. You can dip a little credit. Chapter 116, Washing's reaction. Lu Bo's buying of murder. And layers of subcontracting. The crowd. A middle-aged man pressed his hat down and turned around to disappear into the crowd. Qin Jiang, then see inside. Qin Jiang looked at the Wang Hu car departure direction, eyes shrinking. He noticed that the two people were arrested, which tire mark man to the crowd to look at the eyes of the only gaze conversion quickly. He said, have towers go and pull up all the neighborhood surveillance. Anyone who was standing diagonally behind the two men when they were just apprehended is recorded, and I'll want to see it alone tonight. Zhu Zheng, brother Zhang. You suspect that the two of them still have accomplices. I understand, immediately let Ah Tao do it. 4-9, brother Zhang. My cell phone is gone? He pointed to the ground not far away. There are also some cell phone broken parts. The original just 4-9 on the cell phone smashed thugs. As for the broken cell phone has been taken away by the sheriff as evidence. Qin Jiang, okay, I'll go buy it. Boom. The convoy traveled off into the distance. At the moment, the crowd of onlookers just watched Qin Jiang leave the fleet of cars with different colors, but all full of awe. Soon things have gone viral and started to spread. What vigilantes come to arrest Qin Jiang? Qin Jiang solves it with one phone call. What a man looked at Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang, angry, directly let the vigilante arrested. What? Anyway, what to say have? And the more rumors are more outrageous. Past later, Qin Jiang have become a piece of heaven in Songjiang. These legends have also made the vendors completely dead, and one by one, they are doing business in a practical manner and do not dare to make trouble. Sure, some of the real bigwigs knew something, such as Wang, who had arrested 2 people who were wanted criminals. Only Qin Jiang was the first to recognize them, but they had to admit the fact that the vigilantes were indeed going to arrest Qin Jiang, and were temporarily called back by a phone call. Subsequently, some bigwigs get the news that ordered to sign the subpoena sheet. Jiang Bureau was notified and criticized this, keeping their Qin Jiang background secret. One time, a number of power talkers have ordered, I told you that there must be someone to support the Black Dragon night market if it can rise in such a short period of time. The annexation plan will stop for now. A night market isn't exactly stealing business from our mall, so don't use those tactics for now. Today's matter let the Black Dragon night market save a lot of open and dark trouble. Of course, inside also have Qin Jiang deliberately let the use of water army to push the spread of news reason. Although Qin Jiang is not afraid of trouble does not mean that there are simple ways not to use. Can easily deter others, why not use? Get some rumors going. no offense, right? Aha! Legal compliance. Buckingham. Zhou Sheng's face is incredibly embarrassing. Hang up the phone. Old Zhang does not answer the phone. To his secretary to play also do not answer. Boom! He clapped his hands. Marred. Let him do something to do not understand. But also dare not answer the phone. I'm going to find him to ask him face to face. He still want to be good. Sit down. A calm but full of unrefusable words rang out, only to see Zhou Sheng sitting opposite a kindly middle-aged man. He is flipping through the newspaper to watch the news. His face is very calm. He's Chao Hua, the man behind Buckingham, Zhou Sheng's own brother, although he looks like a gentleman, just like a teacher. But who dares not give him some face in the North District? Brother! Zhou Sheng did not dare to refuse to slowly sit down. Zhou Hua, who told you to deal with that Qin Jiang? Have you checked him out? Know anything about him? Zhou Sheng, isn't he just a student gangster? I've inquired about the rural area of the county below my hometown. Zhou Hua put down the newspaper and looked at Zhou Sheng. Where are you from? Zhou Sheng faced stagnation. His brother and sister were born in the countryside, and then came to the city by the stall started, of course. Can start relying on the two brothers are ruthless enough as well as encountered a nobleman. So, the two of you can meet a nobleman. What about Qin Jiang? Zhou Hua said again, when we just borrowed some momentum, we can do business. Qin Jiang directly from scratch more than 2 months, make a yearly revenue of hundreds of millions of well-known night market. You think he does not have backers? His backers cannot be hard. I'm telling you, it's not so bad if he has a backer, but it's more difficult if he doesn't. For a 20-year-old youth to build such a large foundation with his bare hands, his means are immeasurable. Such a person can either befriend or ignore, or he can't be offended, or he's a disaster. Zhou Sheng, available at. Zhou Hua interrupted. I know you've been offended, and since you've been offended there are only two ways, either fix him or pull on board. Zhou Sheng, brother, are you saying? Zhou Hua, right. Got a few more big fish. Have to widen the channel to get them to eat. Black Dragon night market is so crowded. Turnover of 100 million is quite a lot. 200 million is not outrageous. Pull him in. The profit can be shared more with him. Zhou Sheng, why always distribute the channel? It's not better to make our own channel. Buckingham opened a few more branches, and a little more gold stores. The big deal is that we have our own night market. Why share all the profits? It's a lot of money. Stupid. Zhou Hua scolded. Does money come from one person? The only way to be safe is to pull more people on board. Remember to find Qin Jiang to talk properly. This world there is no eternal enemy, only eternal interests. And you did not cause specific harm to him. The money to give money. Speak nicely. Go back some time later. Go now. The other side must be in anger. A lot of things are not good to talk about. Zhou Sheng is a bit reluctant. Just him. A 20-year-old kid. He's almost 30 and has made a name for himself. So why should he grovel? But looking at Zhou Hua's increasingly serious gaze he could only nod. Brother, I'll go. Deal with it twice and go straight out the door. Just came out to hear a burst of renovation noise coming from outside. Scolded, asterisk. The renovation to make so loud all the ING customers scared away. Let them compensate. Anyway, all forces quiet down. The Black Dragon night market continues to be hot. Although the daily turnover in the downturn can be maintained at more than 300,000 to 400,000, occasionally catching special days can surge some. Only a few other parties' night market is getting more and more dismal. There is no way to only let Lubo think of a way. Lubo found an online channel with a few night market responsible person to ensure that the Black Dragon can make a loss. Lubo, are you guys sure that $500,000 will bring down the Black Dragon night market? Phone, rest assured. You have to say that the night market to get hot I cannot do, but get down casually. But $500,000 can only use the following means. Cannot use the official face of the law. You know. Lubo, I understand. It doesn't matter what tactics you use as long as you can bring it down. On the phone, call the money first. Hey, come and get a job. A night market. And the employer is generous enough to pay $300,000 for the hard work. There's a job. For $150,000. It's $20,000 for a job well done. That's a lot. 5,000. Chapter 117, Yellow Hair looking for little brother. Target, Black Dragon? Little brother, a few $100s for me to play with my life. Labor Street. Located in the North End Development Zone. The reason why it is called Labor Street is that this place is full of workers who are looking for jobs. Working on construction sites, moving bricks, demolition and other miscellaneous jobs. So, a number of restaurants also reside here. Of course, the labor business is very slow. Laborers want affordable, expensive. No one will eat. So the profit of the restaurants here is very low, can only be regarded as a hard-earned money. Come to the restaurant often. Boo! A man in a hat pushed the door open and went straight in through the back door, and there was a gust of chicken coming from inside. Goo! Old brother Han is back. I'm leaving. This way. A middle-aged balding man is seen running out of the house inside, hurriedly carrying his pants and bare-chested, nodding to the man in the hat, Hanyu, and turning to run outside. Immediately, a disheveled young woman comes out of the house and doesn't panic when she sees the man in the hat, Hanyu, but instead grabs a handful of Mao-zi, melon seeds, from the table and gets high. Bah! Old one. Next time. The bald man didn't even dare to answer is to run. Hanyu ruthlessly slapped the table and took 2 steps forward to grab the young woman's collar to carry him to his own front. Scolded, "You stepped on the horse shaking Kara, who throws a coin can be shaken for a while." The young woman did not hesitate to spit out the melon rind. "I do not shake. The 3 of you, not to your brother one, what to eat? I say you should run. Those 2 may give you up at some point, and then you'll be in deep. There's money in the drawer in the house, so take it yourself." After saying this, he broke away from Hanyu's hand and went to the front room. "I'll go clean up and pack up the ready-to-open-to-sell food." Hanyu stood in place, fists constantly loosened, clenched, and then loosened, and ultimately can only disheveled sitting in a chair. He was precisely the first time by Qin Jiang recognized to arrest 2 criminals' big brother. He also has a hit on his hands. In the process of fleeing through a lot of life and death to meet 2 brothers, 3 people rely on each other until the escape to Songjiang, because he was the least image of the crime, wanted photos and very unlike himself, to find a place to work as a security guard to get acquainted with a woman of the world. After that it's a bad bridge. The windbag woman falls in love with the criminals and offers to harbor all 3 of them. In the future, several people join forces to open a restaurant, but due to the 3 are wanted do not dare to do out how long. All expenses can only be all pressed on the restaurant is naturally very frugal. It wasn't until 6 months ago, the 2 of them had a sick child and needed money, which quickly wiped out their savings. So the 3 of them headed to the recently exploded Black Dragon night market to see if they could smooth out some money. Unexpectedly encountering Qin Jiang directly folded 2 brothers in, leaving him alone to escape back. He was well aware that those 2 brothers were wasted. Basically, they would be sentenced to death, and he also believed that his brothers would not betray him, but revenge he will take. Originally he intended to find an opportunity to get Qin Jiang dead, but he knew that Qin Jiang might not be able to escape. Even if he could escape, he must embark on a journey of escape. So, what to do with your own daughter? No way. Hanyu muttered. He must get a sum of money as soon as possible and then go after Qin Jiang for revenge. But how in the world are we going to get the money? He constantly pondered how to earn money. Of course, all the wrong way. After all, can earn a lot of money in a short period of time. Business there are not a few do not violate the law. And then again, he intends to take out the Qin Jiang, and how can I care about the means of lawful or not? Just then he heard a gush of whispered exchanges from outside. What the hell? Yellow hair. You got rich? You can even invite us down the pipe. Seeing how happy you look you must have gotten rich. So I'm not going to be polite today. All brothers please you under a tube afraid of what? So the boss to get a small hot pot, to a free soup base, in the 2 pounds of mutton, do not take the rags to deal with, in the get some free cabbage, in the pounds of loose white, right, you in the get 2 free small dishes, boss lady, all free for you to get it. Yellow hair, that dares to be good. You're getting me 2 steamed buns. I see you have 2 ready-made ones on you. Boss lady, asterisk 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 off. Front. Yellow hair was sitting with 2 young punks. The 2 young punks heard the yellow hair point of things all cannot help but skimming the mouth. Martyr. It seems to have not sent much money. Soon, the trio pushed their way through the small hot pot of wine and food. Half an hour later, already drink high. Yellow hair began to blow awesome mode. I'm not blowing with you guys. Now I'm yellow hair is also considered mixed whole. In the southern district, in the Manhwa road who see me have to call a yellow hair brother. Under the hands of the younger brother are collected a lot. Pussy. That's more. All watery. The 2 young punks vaguely agreed to simply ignore. They simply did not take the yellow hair words seriously. Who the mixes well with such an order of food? What? Purely like to eat for free. See this. Yellow hair was immediately unhappy. What? Don't believe me. I can shake a dozen girls for you with 1 phone call. Shin shin shin. 2 young punks hastily nodded. This is not enough to eat it. More than 10 girls in the coming that shall not eat free pickles. Thought of this. 2 people to the remaining need crazy open food. Hiccup. Yellow hair hiccuped and then said, not just some meat? I'm telling you, I'm really rich now. I've got a big order. Don't say I don't take care of you too. So you 2 do it with me, and I'll give you 2 $500 each for this order. 500. The 2 young punks' eyes lit up. Quite a lot. It should be clear that they are the bottom of the barrel, not to say that they have no food, but almost. Their pockets are cleaner than their faces. $500 can be spent for more than a month even if you save some money, and you can even more easily hang a few little girls with that amount of money. Gotta eat, definitely gotta eat. There was a flurry of words. Done. Brother Yellow Hair, just tell me how to do it. We'll both whoever you say. Yes. Yellow Hair also face excited. He said behind the person behind him to do this single to give him $5,000, and later can follow the dry. That is the Hall of the Wind Street to carry the sun. It is said that if not recently in the deal with a big gangster from the college road out of the hand under the personnel tension simply cannot use him. 5,000 a pop. There's still a way out of the mix. Maybe then he'll actually have minions and be able to front and center and beat up whoever he wants? Until then, he can have as much free hot pot as he wants. Ugh, ugh, who eats for free when you're all rich? Shake your head. He sobered his head twice looking at the two young punks and asked, do you two know the Black Dragon night market? No, just get him. Ah. Two young punks' face wildly changed. Pupils wide unbelievable look at Yellow Hair. The Black Dragon night market? Mud. What's wrong with you? You want to buy our lives for $500? Have you drifted? Or Black Dragon can't lift his sword? Or do you think we're stupid? Chapter 118, End of Month Summary. Revenue, $13. 4 million. Net profit, $3. 61 million. The moment Yellow Hair is on the rise did not see the expression of the two youths, but continued to say, living is easy. That is, we call a few stalls in their ingredients inside the drug. Rest assured that it is laxative eating does not kill people. At that time, we can still take the opportunity to blackmail a sum of money, but instead, how much money can be blackmailed depends on our brother's ability. You guys say, easy. Saying this he looked at the two frozen young punks. Why are you frozen? Eat. Not enough, I'll give you some more. Boss, another free plate of noodles. Just see. Hanwoo walks out with a plate of meat and puts it on the table. Yellow Hair, no, I want free noodles. What? You're free with this mutton too. Han wo, we're all regulars. It's on me. Drink up. Yellow Hair, that would be nice. Sit. Hanyu first surprised to look at the eyes of the two a little stunned gangster youth. Then drink with the Yellow Hair. He is very suitable for the set of words plus the Yellow Hair would have been a little too much to drink. 2 sentences asked a lot of things. Check out the North District. Some people want to get Xinjiang. A moment later he got up and went back to the back once more, his eyes flashing with a cold light. It seems that there are already people who have Xinjiang in their sights, and to be able to go up against an existence like Xinjiang is definitely not a small person, and wouldn't be too short of money. 80% ran into the bin sowing son of the, and looks like turn to the Yellow Hair hands maybe a few hands. After all, behind him that Fenghua bearer with Xinjiang simply do not have any interest disputes. So, Yellow Hair's ability to do his job must be white knuckle. He analyzed that Yellow Hair wouldn't be able to do any harm to the Black Dragon night market, and it was even likely that he would fall on his face. To this, he didn't care at all. What he cared about was the person behind Yellow Hair, and he was going to find that person and negotiate with them for the money. In the passing hand to solve Xinjiang, he can mix the money to his daughter's treatment, but also for the brother revenge. Thought of this, put on the clothes from the back door out, disappeared in the night. The other side. Yellow Hair and 2 young punks blowing a few words of cattle, got up and said, tomorrow we do. I will wait for you two at the entrance of the university city. Follow my brother to mix food and drink without worry. After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the room not to shout back, boss, bookkeeping, back. The 2 gangster youths eye to eye exchanging Shakura all nodded their heads, and together they followed Yellow Hair. Brother Yellow Hair, I'll see you off. Brother Yellow Hair, let me hold you. Black Street. Yellow Hair was 2 youths around the support more exuberant. The mind has been fantasizing about the front and back picture. Along the way from time to time to both sides of the passing women whistling, as if they are the social big brother. Girl, follow me. I'll take care of you. Don't go. I have a number 1 in the south end. Until he came to a certain intersection. Yellow Hair by the wind a little awake. He looked at the surroundings. Hear that? The left side of the youth. This is not also do not know the Yellow Hair brother live there. The 2 of us in the neighborhood rented house intends to let you go over to live a night. Youth on the right, yes, our place is spacious and crowded. I guess you'll be treated with courtesy to brother Yellow Hair. Yellow Hair, you two have a future. Hiccup, don't worry, I won't treat you too badly in the future. Just move on. Soon came the entrance to the vocation gate. The youth on the left went up and said a few words to the doorman, who went in to convey the message. A few minutes later the campus gates opened, and the 2 youths stepped onto the campus with Yellow Hair in their clutches. Just into the campus. Yellowhair saw a lot of dressed in black formal dress youth eyeing their own, only to feel the body cold. What's the situation? Where is this place? Xiao Jiao. This. Yellowhair also realized that something was wrong and asked about the situation, but the two youths simply do not care about his reaction, also do not answer the bored head to lead him forward. Ugh. Yellowhair was racked full of confusion, and when he stood under the head of Black Dragon Limited's door his face changed wildly. Even if again stupid, there is nothing to understand about the background energy of the Black Dragon night market, but it is also clear that the Black Dragon Company must be associated with the Black Dragon night market, that now they are brought here. Brush! He turned around and wanted to run, but the two youths clamped down on him. Brother Yellowhair, where are you going? We're almost there. Don't worry, it's okay. You'll be fine if you bear it. No, you two let go of me. Don't hold me. What are you doing? It's broad daylight. In the dark, a Black Dragon employee looks around to see that there are no cameras, and gives Yellowhair a hard kick in the ass. Ouch! Yellowhair was kicked into the Black Dragon Company on the spot. Two youths followed with a few Black Dragon personnel racking Yellowhair upwards. Penthouse. The three of them, Qin Jiang, sat on the sofa chair. Ahead, Wang Tao, Sun Yuan, Zhao Shanhe, and Bai Lu are reporting back for an end-of-month summary. Wang Tao, the first North District School flower selection has entered the end of the several schools are competing fiercely. The past few days, weather, the flow of people, daily sales all show a rising trend. Sun Yuan, the propaganda department's website is constantly being improved, and due to the hotspot of the school flower selection that has caused the website's registrations to skyrocket, the total number of registrations has already exceeded 150,000, and it's still continuing to skyrocket. The two men reported back. Qin Jiang tapped his fingers on the seat. The Black Dragon night market is preparing for the ice and snow theme and getting some ice sculptures from next month, setting up a final elimination system, with an average of 2 months of all bottom 5 stalls losing their Black Dragon stall status. Wang Tao, understood. Qin Jiang, marketing department performances are all online, and when the school beauty contest is over go online for the daily interpretation contest, ordering doll clothes, in recruiting part-time students to liven up the atmosphere of the night market, and preferably adding a Black Dragon theme. The site continues to plan. You can expand other communication boards, as well as join the curriculum access, and strive to integrate all the major school curriculum into the site. As long as the site can be found on the schedule, the site does not have to consider any interest in the early stages, to only the registration volume. Sun Yuan, understood. As the head of the marketing department, is currently operating the school flower selection site. Is he in charge? He naturally know the site in the end to the Black Dragon night market to bring how much topic degrees. Can be said that the Black Dragon night market can continue to be hot for such a long time? In addition to the planning of the Qin Jiang, the site is a great credit. Fenglin, the transportation department has been constructed and a purchasing department has been established. The overall cost of high-volume purchasing has been reduced, and I believe that the purchasing department will be able to continue to reduce purchasing costs. Qin Jiang, remember quality first. Once there are any quality problems, you know. Fenglin, understood. Whoever dares to embezzle the 3 knives and 6 holes, I, as the Tang manager, personally abolish him. Qin Jiang. Bai Lu reported to said, as of last night, the management contract of Black Dragon night market was officially signed in January. The total turnover of the night market, 13.4 million. The total profit of Black Dragon's management fee, 4.02 million. Total profit for Black Dragon transportation, $600,000. Total earnings of the marketing department, 0. Of which Black Dragon personnel expenses *****. Marketing expenses *****. Purchase of goods *****. Other expenses *****. Total profit after expenses, $3.61 million. Chapter 119 Establishment of 5 major departments. Appointment of posts and application for the Black Dragon 9 Sons trademark. Gulp. There was a gulping sound. The moment. Even Wang Tao, Sun Yuan and the others had shocked faces. Although it is clear that the turnover of the Black Dragon night market is very high, but really here the total amount at the end of the month still cannot calm down. Total revenue, $4.62 million. Total income, $3.61 million. This, just 1 month of net profit revenue. So, wouldn't the revenue be over $40 million a year? $500 million. Billions. How strange the term sounds. Once upon a time, not just 3 months ago, 10,000 was a big word for them. 100,000. Even if they emptied the Black Dragon, they might not be able to get it out. Just over 2 months, Black Dragon gets $400. upfront to book the startup capital. In got $7 million in demolition compensation. Now, more like a night market that makes millions of dollars a month? Who can really be calm? Both sides. The eyes of the few Black Dragon personnel who stood guard were even more constantly shrinking. They were even worse than Wang Tao and the others. After all, Wang Tao and the others, as the backbone members and senior members of the Black Dragon, had some knowledge of the night market's daily turnover, only that they hadn't, or hadn't dared to, project it before. These middle and lower levels only know that the Black Dragon night market is very hot, should be able to earn a lot of money, private guess how much income, but even if they dare to guess that the monthly income of hundreds of thousands of dollars, and now personally here the White Lou reported monthly income of more than 4 million, net profit of more than 3 million only to be shocked by the Thunderbolt explosion confused, over $3 million in January, over 40 million a year. I've never used such a big ticket to visit my ancestors' graves on New Year's Day. Scene. It was only the three Qin Jiang who were calm. Zhu Zhang was originally a smiling tiger. It was hard to see emotions from his expression, not to mention that he had been clear about the turnover for a long time. 49. Aha! He's thinking about where to find funeral Puma later. Have fun with that cat. Have some fun. As for the money? What money? It's not as important as jerking off the cat. Qin Jiang will not be exuberant because of a few million profit. What scenes have not seen in the last life? A couple million a month? What's a couple million a day? Dang, dang, he said as he tapped his fingers on the seat. It has been 2 months since the Black Dragon was founded, and in those 2 months you have all done well. I'm so relieved. The company has no rules, no structure, no system. Today formalize the structure. Wang Tao and the others all straightened their bodies. They are clear that although the Black Dragon Company has set up many departments before, but all of them are ordered by Qin Jiang casually. Wang Tao and others rely on the prestige of the management of the lower brothers to do all sorts of things. The small scale is nothing, but with the growth of the Black Dragon Company has been a chaotic situation, and often there is no one to find the situation. Make sure that the architecture can be divided into levels as well. As for the brothers, do they want to be graded? Yes, we must. What's the point of being a gangster? To get ahead. Of course. How can you get ahead without distinguishing between brothers? Besides, how can you do a job without distinguishing between brothers in power? Who makes who do what? Who manages who? This point, it may seem a short time nothing. A long time must be a problem. Not to mention Qin Jiang, even if Wang Tao. These executives also feel the same way. Account for the following people to do things all depend on prestige. But in the face of Qin Jiang, they do not dare to say anything but to wait. The Black Dragon personnel on either side of them also had their ears perked up in full spirit. Qin Jiang said flatly, Black Dragon established 5 departments: night market management, marketing, transportation, finance, and security. Night market management department, Wang Tao is in charge. Marketing department, Sun Yuan is in charge. Transportation department, Feng Lin is in charge. Finance department, Bai Lu is in charge. DSS, Zhao Shanha is in charge. Wang Tao, Sun Yuan, and the other 5 all nodded their heads. Thank you, Brother Jiang. They have guessed their positions. The division of positions is that they are currently in charge. Nothing more than the establishment of a new security department, and once the security management is also responsible for Zhao Shanha, and now nothing more than to determine the department where he is still cannot help but be a little excited. It means that Jiang agrees with their abilities. Both sides. The faces of the crowd of Black Dragon personnel were equally calm. After all, Wang Tao, Sun Yuan, Zhao Shanha, Feng Lin is the core backbone of Qin Jiang's team, and is also able to live in the same dormitory with Qin Jiang 3 people. The reason why 7 people live in a dormitory with 8 people is that they are the most important people in the team. Why are there 7 people in an 8-person dormitory? 9 people have to take up 2 bunks. Qin Jiang continued. Asterisk. He named several names in a row, all of whom had been tested in a previous life, and asked them to be the deputy of each department. Wait for Wang Tao and the others to write it all down. Qin Jiang said again. Black Dragon set up a general manager, deputy general manager 2, general manager by myself, deputy general manager by Zhu Zhang, Wei Biao. Zhu Zhang is responsible for overseeing marketing, night market, transportation. Wei Biao is responsible for security. The 2 only need to answer to me. Understood. Wang Tao and the others once again nodded in unison. Zhu Zhengza smiled and nodded. Wei Biao heatedly smiled, apparently does not care about this appointment. Anyway, are the 3 of them in the group supposed to be the Iron Triangle? Qin Jiang, how many personnel does the Black Dragon have now? Juzzing, there are currently 76 core personnel records on the books, 157 peripheral personnel on the books, and the rest of the off-the-books personnel in the hundreds, including some from other schools. Although there are not thousands of them in the outside world, can have been very much, to be clear how many seemingly powerful help the company, but also dozens of employees remaining full outsourcing, and the Black Dragon where the record of registered personnel all by the Black Dragon unified salary. Qin Jiang nodded. A few of your departments divide these personnel up, with each department's personnel grinding specifically. Wang Tao and the others have all been in charge of a department for some time and know the approximate manpower needs of their respective departments. And in this way their respective managers will be able to determine the details and will not be confused as before. At the same time their 5 positions are considered completely secure. After all, each has a group of minions under their command. Qin Jiang said again. The Ministry of Transportation purchases transport vehicles tomorrow. A Zhang approves the note, and financial allocations. Marketing department to expand the size of the forum. What you need to apply directly to Zhang. Financial allocations are not capped. Subdivision of each department into refinement groups, selection of personnel by department managers, and submission for approval. From now on all departments within the staff who have outstanding contribution. Team leader application. Manager approval of the reward. Team leader has contributed to the manager application. Zhu Zheng approval of the reward. Quarterly by departmental development, labor, etc. To pay bonuses, benefits and entitlements. Any peripheral personnel with outstanding contributions can be admitted to the core staff with the recommendation of the group leader or above and the completion of the assessment. The official establishment number is tentatively set at 108. I am the first, Zhu Zhang, 2, 4, 9, 3, and so on down the line. 36 will be established first, and the remaining 72 will have core employees competing. Finally, Qin Jiang looked at Zhu Zhang and said, Zhang, go and apply for the company icon, River out of Black Dragon. By the way, apply for all the 9 sub-trademarks of Prisoner Bull, Jarius, Mockingbird, Puchong, Mythical Guybeast, Bai Shi, Quodid, Shi, and Spirit Kiss. Chapter 120 Enemy Buckingham, Murderer sent to Qin Jiang's face. Yes, Zhu Zhang nodded his head as if he understood, although he was not sure what he was doing by registering so many icon brands, but since Jiang wanted to do it, he did it. Anyway, it's definitely right to listen to Jiang. Aha! He loves to use his brain to face Qin Jiang or a bit lazy to use his brain. Before Qin Jiang what plan he will think whether it is correct to persuade one or two. Now experiencing a series of occurrences. Watching the Black Dragon transformed. He only has 7 words left for Qin Jiang. You say dry. Dry on the end. Qin Jiang is clear. In the next decade is the network explosion decade. Is the decade of economic takeoff. It is also the decade of the brand. Only their own independent brand. Have people recognize the name of the company's brand to be recognized as a success. Until then, the brand effect is the immeasurable value. The dragon begets 9 sons. Black Dragon's 9 sub-brands are the most appropriate. Now not to save for a rainy day may someday let others seize. Soon Qin Jiang handed down many decisions. No way the company's benign development upward channel to have must also be fair. As the saying goes, do not suffer from uneven, meritorious and not meritorious to get the same reward. Then overtime will naturally cause dissatisfaction. The water can carry the boat can also cover the boat. A ship, whether it can reach the other shore in the fastest way depends on the captain. The helmsman, whether the ship can sail safely and securely and whether it will capsize halfway depends more on whether the crew is in harmony or not. Half an hour later, Wang Tao and the others had left the top floor to quickly go about their business. Several departments are officially established. A number of mid-level cadres will be promoted in a short period of time. And there is a lot of preparation to be done. Outside, the accompanying message sent out to the Black Dragon personnel was incredibly exhilarating, with bouncing heads and core members spreading praises to each other. I heard that the Black Dragon totaled $5 or $6 million in revenue last month. Jiang personally ordered the establishment of 5 departments, each of which is to promote a group of mid-level backbones. I'm going up, too. I'll get a $5,000 raise in base salary for promotion to team leader, plus bonuses. Passed to peripheral members. Have you heard? Brother Jiang personally ordered the establishment of the 5 major halls, with Brother Tao, Brother Monkey, Brother Shanha, and Brother Foam all becoming hall masters, and a group of helmsmen will also be promoted. Follow Brother Jiang. Eat 9 meals in 3 days. All the time. Do it and be done with it. Conversion. Must be converted. Anyway, a message went out to let the entire Black Dragon Company personnel completely active. The state of exuberance with the chicken blood like. At the same time, Qin Zhang's prestige is also increasing day by day. Who are clear that the Black Dragon can have today all rely on Qin Zhang, only with the Zhang brother to mix in order to have a better future. Jingle. The phone rings on the desk. Qin Zhang picked up the phone to connect, leaning on the sofa chair, calmly said, "Let you check things clearly." The phone was silent for a long time. The opposite side came by Mang voice. "Qin Zhang, can you not use this tone of voice to talk to me? Make me as if your subordinates are reporting to you again." Qin Zhang, "Okay, go ahead. Did you find out clearly?" White Mang, "Someone is definitely eyeing your business. But who exactly? I didn't find out." Qin Zhang, "Did you not find out? Or you're not going to say?" White Mang, "What do you mean?" Qin Zhang, "It's nothing. Bai Lu seldom mentions his father, and has never said he wants to go home." On the other side of the phone, Bai Mang's eyes gathered and contracted. "I can't understand what you're saying. I'm telling you that my family can't possibly look at your business. My father is by no means a villain. You can't find out what's going on with you on the surface, but secretly it's really targeted probably." Buckingham. Buckingham. Qin Zhang's face was lightly suspicious. Another familiar name, top entertainment venues, underground casinos, the Chow brothers' estate. He remembers that the Zhou brothers quickly went from strength to strength and were brought to justice in 2012, when Zhou Shang was shot during his arrest and Zhou Hua was arrested and the group collapsed. In his last life, Qin Jiang and the other side have only one side, and no relationship. He really rose when the other side has hiccups, naturally, without any interest in the fight. This life, he developed in advance, can go business, and it is the night market, with the other side completely ate pole. Why the other side? To get himself. Wait, money laundering, night market. Qin Jiang, as if he thought of something. The last life he remembered the Zhou brothers and the crime of money laundering. A lot of money are not known where to go, and the night market is a large flow of people. The flow of water is enough money laundering a good way out. So, perhaps the other night markets in the North District are involved with Buckingham, and with his own rise blocking the other side's path to money laundering, Buckingham is eyeing the Black Dragon night market with the intention of taking it for himself. "Hey, talk to me. Damn cell phone. No signal again. Hey, Qin Zhang, you big. I'm listening. Ahem. What I'm about to say is just those. The Zhou group should be interested in your industry. He wants to launder money. How do you know? Don't pry into the world. You, don't get involved with him or think about revenge. The higher-ups have noticed that he will soon make a move." Aha! Qin Jiang did not continue to talk about this topic, although the upper side noted that the Zhou family brothers are also very cautious as well as other reasons, or in the last life will not be 2 years before the fall. "How's the wanted man thing going?" "Those two killed 2 people at the same time a couple of years ago and had no accomplices." "They're done." "Are you sure there are no accomplices?" "Where's the harborer?" "If no one is harboring them, they can survive in Songjiang undetected. Temporary surveillance didn't pick up their whereabouts." "Okay, call me if you need anything." Qin Jiang hung up the phone. "It's that hardcore." "No way. With Bai Mang and other straight people, the more pretentious you are, the less you will be treated by the other side." But when he thought about the look the 2 wanted men had given him when they were taken, he always thought there was a third. This kind of himself in the light of the other party and the dark feeling is very bad. He preferred to kill the danger in advance, but unfortunately the surveillance did not capture a useful picture, only a sideback. "Doh! Doh!" Listening to the busy sound coming from the phone, Bai Mang's face was stunned. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Unhumanized guy. But there was no look of anger on his face. He had been extra attentive to Qin Jiang since he had abducted his sister, and he probably knew more about Black Dragon matters than any of the Black Dragon insiders. The more you understand the surprise, this outside population of social big brother Qin Jiang do things very measured, all within the law. Seemingly dark appearance, clean in white color. A couple of sweeps went unscathed. Not long ago even assisted in the capture of wanted criminals. Wang Hu, that just people are applying for recognition for him. Plus, he was clear that the university town sweep had something to do with his own old man, and he felt even more guilty towards Qin Jiang. At this point, goosefeather snow fell from the sky. Bai Mang froze. "It's snowing. Looks like the transportation department will be busy again tonight. It's snowing." Sijou ran into the top floor holding the shivering funeral pio and said, "Qin Jiang." Zhu is looking out of the floor-to-ceiling windows. The sky fluttered down with goosefeather snow. The first snowfall of the year came a little later than usual. Dang, dang, there came a knock on the door. "Brother Jiang." 2 gangsters caught a guy and said he was instructed to harm Brother Jiang. Ask for support, free gifts, 5-star reviews, and a little follow for the author. Chapter 121, The First Snow. Lu Lily blocked. Snap. Zhu Zhen closed his folding fan. "Come in." Boom. The door to the room opened. Two young gangsters frame a constantly struggling yellow hair walked in, followed by 10 Black Dragon personnel in formal dress. This is Zhu Zhang set the rules. Where people come to have 10 people. One is, in case of any unexpected circumstances. Secondly, to deter others from the inner role. Aha! Very effective. Let go of me. What are you doing? Yellow hair shouting to half of an abrupt end. His eyes just saw the opposite end of the Xinjiang three people, especially see the 4-9 appearance scared him. Two legs are soft down, are so scared that they forget to struggle. It was as if they were being watched by a mountain beast. At this moment, not to mention the yellow hair, even if the two young gangsters are frightened, they are also the first time to face Xinjiang and others, before only seen from afar to know Xinjiang and the university city reputation. The left side of the youth is slightly more resourceful. In the dull environment immediately bowed his head and greeted, Brother Jiang. Good day Brother Zhang. Good day Brother Sijio. My name is Wang Bing. His name is Xiao Jiao. Both used to hang out with Brother Baldy. Right side of the youth. No, how come I only come with a little 9 names? You can have the full name. So what? Playing tricks with your brother. A brother's heart is with you, and you use your brain with your brother. But he didn't dare to say anything in this situation. He knew he could only nod along with his stupid mouth. Xinjiang three people listened to Wang Bing did not have any expression change. Two people look as the university city gangster before may follow the two bald. Only sweeping action to let the two bald leave the university city. These gangsters also scattered. Now there is no space to mix up the university town. These mongrels have a hard time. Not to mention as before to yell and shout. Maybe on the internet to charge a point card are difficult. Mixed up college towns like this are dwindling at a rate visible to the naked eye. Either returning to normalcy or leaving to find a way out, with the vast majority choosing to contribute money. Wang Bing continued, this yellow hair asked us to have dinner today. He said, how dare this Yakuza hit on you? He's looking for death. Who is Jiang? He's the one in Songjiang. Then a thumbs up, in my heart respect like a huge river continuous. I heard that he hit the idea to Brother Jiang. I thought even if I have to fight to the death to catch him, to Brother Jiang to bring. He quickly recounted what yellow hair said, in which the two arrests coaxed yellow hair to add to the matter heavily, as if at great risk. Having said that, not forgetting to kick yellow hair hard. Yellow hair, Agu, the youth on the right, Xiao Jiao, also immediately nodded. Me too. After saying that, he also added a kick. Wang Bing saw this and stepped forward again. Jiao immediately followed. 3 feet, 4 feet, the two instantly staged circle kick yellow hair, kicking that hard, very afraid to let Xinjiang three people cannot see. No way. Two people simply no way out. Since the big brother two bald left them in the university town on the food on the next meal, there is no way out of the next step is to go out to find a job. Can two people education, full of tattoos can find what good job? Serving plates? Scrubbing dishes? Into the factory? Mud. Into the factory do not have tattoos, and then are young and vigorous who is willing to do these jobs. So there is an opportunity to tie up with Xinjiang. Nature does not leave room for error. Not to say that directly on the throne, as long as the relationship with Xinjiang to get a Black Dragon peripheral members is the bottom of the monthly income of more than $1,000. Less, quite a lot. Many undergraduate college graduates also internship is about the same salary. Not to mention the Black Dragon has other benefits. The main thing, the right specialty, isn't it? Ouch, ouch, don't kick me in the waist. Yellow hair was kicked all over the ground, grimacing in pain. The wine has long been awake, cannot wake up. At this point, once again there was a knock on the door outside. Knock, knock, Brother Jiang. It's snowing. A lot of students want to come out and have a snowball fight or something. I want to ask your opinion. Xinjiang nodded. Zhu Zhang droned. Jiang has agreed. In the meantime, inside the study room, dozens of students were watching the self-study, each one either pretending to read or wandering off, but all were actually in place. Everything is due to sit on top of the cold as frost. Lu Lily. She does not allow students do not come to self-study. Even if a student is not feeling well, do not give leave. Report, I need to go to the bathroom. A student raised his hand and said, Lily Lu, no, hold it. Student, can't hold it in. Lu Lily, scientific verification. The big one can hold 12 hours. The small one can hold 6 hours. How? You are not human or beyond the science of holding? Students. Enduring until the end of class, that student darted outside and the others quickly prepared to leave. Fogweed. It's snowing, someone exclaimed. Instantly all students were boiling with snow. The special first snowfall means a lot to the northern students. A student said, such heavy snow. It's a shame not to have a snowball fight. That is. When these words came out, Many students also seemed to think of the color of despondency welling up on their faces. Seeing this, Lily was immensely pleased. She thought that these students were afraid that she was not allowed, and she liked to see the students love and control the students feel, which made her very accomplished. Said, "Don't look at it. It is not allowed to have a snowball fight." But these students didn't pay any attention to him at all. A student said, "I see that Zhang's seat is downstairs. Zhang must be upstairs. He likes to be quiet and have a loud snowball fight. I'm afraid." A student was reluctant. "Why don't we ask?" A student, "Who's going to ask?" A student, "My cousin is a Black Dragon member. I'll let him ask. The first snowfall is going to hit." Quickly he rushed out to find his cousin. Lily, listening to the student conversation, hanging nose, did not guess crooked. What does it mean? This group of students are not afraid of their own not letting the fight not to fight, but because Qin Jian likes to be quiet. This, just outrageous, stepping on a horse to open the door to outrageous to the core. Lily, what are you doing? What are you asking that Qin Jiang for? What can he care about as a problem student? Didn't I tell you to leave after class? Hurry up. No snowball fights, I said. The students couldn't help but secretly slander. A trainee teacher. The probability of getting a job is very slim. Is just a bachelor's degree? What is the point of dragging? Just then a shout came from outside. Brother Jiang has agreed. Go out and have a snowball fight. Let's go. Let's go. What? Agreed? Crashing. A large number of students rushed out frantically. Lily Lu, what are you doing? You guys stop? Hurry up and stop? Not allowed to go out and fight. She was furious and wanted to stop it, but she couldn't. And when she ran out of the classroom, she found thousands of students rushing towards the playground. A scene that made her feel desperate. Why? Why on earth? Chapter 122. Who instructed you not to say? Then you don't say. Soon, outside on the playground came a burst of noise. Thousands of students in the fluttering university under the cheering play. Thousands of people having snowball fights. A uniquely northern romance. No life is complete without going to school in the north and being involved in a 1v1000 war. I am the 3rd class ****. Who dares to fight with me? 9th class. Lead 40 men to fight you. ******. Not Marshall. The top floor circle kick still continues. Zhu Zhang lifted his fan. Some Black Dragon personnel came forward to pull Wang Bing and the two of them away. And Yellow Hair forced himself to endure the pain to get up and turn on the three of Qin Jiang. Flutter. ___. He is also not stupid. Though not mixing with the North District, nor had he heard of any black or white dragons at all. But just look at the downstairs, that a large number of young people dressed in formal attire. Looking at the 3 people in front of the powerful appearance, as well as just Wang Bing called Brother Jiang. Even if he is again stupid, is also clear in front of the person is his goal. Qin Jiang, the person in charge of the Black Dragon night market. Mad. Since the big brother does not say is to get a small night market. No background. Randomly drugged to blackmail. Yellow Hair inner curse. But this is a small night market? I saw no less than hundreds of formal wear underneath the building. In front of these 3 absolute North District Junhu Big Brother? Big Brother asked me to do him? What do you think? $5,000. Let me work for it. He kept bellyaching inside. At the same time, he cried bitterly to Qin Jiang. Jiang, Brother Jiang, your great name is like a thunderclap, like a fishbone. Anyway, I've heard a lot about you. It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Don't listen to them. I'm just drinking horse piss. I don't mean anything by it. Wang Bing once again stepped forward and kicked. Mad. Drink some horse urine and you dare to bury your big brother? I'll give you a little gun. Boo. Yellow Hair was kicked to the ground, but he couldn't care less about the pain in his back. An icy voice resounded in his ears. Just see. Qin Jian looked at him and said icily. Who told you to do it? Speak up and be spared from death. Yellow Hair felt his hairs stand on end, so scared that he knelt on the ground and kowtowed as if he were pounding on garlic. Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang. No one instructed me. Really no one. I just drank too much and talked nonsense. He did not dare to say, afraid to say it out of his own big brother cannot spare himself. Still holding on to the fluke of sophistry. Dang. Qin Jiang tapped his fingers. Don't say anything if you don't want to. Black Dragon is a regular company that never does anything to force others. On one side, Xu Zhang said to Wang Bing too, look at you two, the people kicked. Clothes kicked all footprints can still wear? Small 9 circle. Although Wang Bing does not understand but immediately went forward to pick Yellow Hair clothes. Small 9 mute to follow. Soon, all the thick clothes on Yellow Hair were stripped off. Zhu Zhang looked at Huang Mao, who was full of confusion. Since you don't intend to talk about it, just leave. Look at you, like this also did not go to college. Just the vocational college students outside the snowball fight. I believe that the hospitality of vocational college students will not leave you with regrets. Yellow hair, Sigma, surprised face, winky face, what do you mean? Why, I'm a little confused. I saw Yu Zhang wave his hand. Send him out. Let the vocational college students be nice and enthusiastic and passionate. Immediately, a junior brother stepped forward and dragged Yellow Hair outside. Ugh, I can walk by myself. Yellow Hair thought that the three Xinjiang people believed his words to let him go, and even kept shouting, "Thank you, brother Jiang." Xiaojiu, no, why did you let him go? He was obviously lying just now. What drunken talk about drunkenness? Bull asterisk. Wang Bing, shut up. If you don't understand, don't talk too much. Zhang does things naturally have his reasoning. There are things you cannot just look to rely on realization. But look at his confused eyes, it is clear that absolutely also not clear what the situation is in the end. Xiaojiu, equals smiley face. No? What's wrong with you today? Did you take your medication? Why sentence said so profound? Why feel pussy all let you a person to pretend? Suddenly, Xiaojiu then heard a gurgling scream from outside. It's Yellow Hair's voice. They both came to the floor-to-ceiling windows to look down in disbelief, only to see Yellow Hair being beaten in a circle by a large number of vocational college students. Aha! Hit it with a snowball. To be precise. Sure, very few snowballs are that billion points big. Below, Yellow Hair has just been dragged out of the Black Dragon Company is still a bit of exuberance. But he just came out to see outside a lot of vocational college students' eyes hooked staring at their own gaze is very bad. You guys are so, ouch. He had just raised his hand to say hello when he was hit directly in the face by an oncoming snowball. Snowballs exploded in his face. Snow ran down his cheeks. Cold. Bone-chilling cold. Phew. The cold wind blew through the Yellow Hair shivered. Plus the snowball just stimulated his body to tremble slightly with a bad feeling. Across the street, a vocational college student said, "That class, there's a snowball fight." No. Yellow Hair was just about to refuse, but it was too late. Dozens of snowballs were thrown at him to cover the sky. No good. Yellow Hair ran to avoid the snowballs, but there were still a lot of dense snowballs hitting his body. It doesn't hurt so much, but the cold is really cold. Next is the Yellow Hair crazy running behind dozens of people with snowballs wildly chasing, during which the Yellow Hair many times to run out of school always have a large number of students to stop his way. I don't play snowball fights. I don't play. All of you hide. I'm leaving. I'm not from your school. Get out of my way. I'm in a hurry. I'm really in a hurry. Yellow Hair kept hissing. There is no way that his body warm outerwear early to let Wang Bing. Xiaojiu stripped down. Only the remaining single coat was also a large number of snowballs to play through the cold. He could not tell how much snow in the clothes. Anyway, he quickly feel the temperature of the body. Hands are a little bit unable to clench. He raised his foot and kicked at the student directly in front of him who was blocking the way. His pupils wide and bloodshot as if he was crazy. Get out of here. Q. The boy directly in front of him had a disdainful face, and raised his foot to kick Yellow Hair the moment his body was airborne. Boo! Yellow Hair was kicked into the snow pile on the spot, completely pretending not to be able to get Ed prototype. He was immediately greeted by a large number of snowballs, which soon turned Yellow Hair into a snowman, in which he roared, screamed, and begged for mercy. Don't fight. Don't hit me. I'm freezing to death. I was wrong. You guys give me a break. I really can't. I can't feel the temperature of my hands and feet. Tell brother Jiang I'll say anything. Penthouse. Xinjiang's three people looked at the scene below with calm faces, while Wang Bing and Xiaojiu were trembling in fear. Black Dragon Officer A in the back said, according to article of Chinese law, gathering a crowd to beat others commits the crime of, but a snowball fight in the north is not considered a gathering, and a snowball is even less of a murder weapon. Black Dragon Officer B, from the time he came in, the Black Dragon officers did not take action against him, nor did we strip him of his clothes. Everything, legally compliant and reasonable. Wang Bing, Xiaojiu, Chapter 123, Phone Hanging. Xu Zheng, did we fight? The moment. Xinjiang waved his hand. Zhu Yong grabbed his walkie-talkie. Get him out of there. Soon the Black Dragon personnel went up to the frozen fast speech Yellow Hair hard to pull out of the snow pile. Oops. He is not the school. Do not fight again. Alright. Why don't you shout louder? We can also come over earlier to save you not. Yellow Hair, sigma degree. I'm screaming at the top of my lungs. You guys didn't come over either. Black Dragon personnel, to go upstairs to see Jiang or to leave. Yellow Hair, I'm away from. The Black Dragon personnel instantly scattered their hands and looked up at the sky. I don't see anything. It's time for dinner. I'm going to eat. Yellow Hair, see brother Jiang. I see brother Jiang. Black Dragon personnel, this is your initiative, and since you're so forthcoming, let's get going. Yellow hair, how dare I not take the initiative, but if you leave, can I go? I'm afraid there'll be more than one snowman here tomorrow. Penthouse, Xinjiang 3 people ate orange, again to sand sugar orange down season. For the northern people how can not eat? On both sides of the 10 formally dressed personnel erect, Wang Bing, Xiao Jiao incomparably apprehensive. The room is incomparably quiet, only the yellow hair below, wrapped in a blanket and shivering, his upper and lower teeth constantly clashing back and forth, thump, 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 gulp. Xinjiang finished swallowing the orange and leaned on the sofa chair to look at yellow hair calmly saying, "Say it." Yellow hair did not dare to pull the wool over the eyes, hurriedly said, "It's Tiger, Zhu Tiehu, the South District of Sanping Avenue bearer. He said to give me $5,000 to let me come to get the Black Dragon night market. To Qin, brother Jiang, teach me a lesson. I was blinded by the money. I was blinded by the money. I've told you everything. Please forgive me," said he shivered and trembled all over himself. $5,000. Wang Bing and Xiao Jiao looked at yellow hair with incomparable anger. "Grandmas, you're giving us 500 each for a $5,000 job? Are you kidding? Who are you looking down on? Take it all." It's also clear that no wonder yellow hair is desperate for $5,000. Quite a lot. A lot of white-collar workers make 2 or 3 months' salary. Xinjiang's face was calm. 5,000. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It is not that he Xinjiang boasts. With his current status and identity want to get him maybe a lot of people, but never for just 5,000. What kind of a man can you hire for $5,000? A lowlife. Get Xinjiang. It would be totally unseemly and counterproductive. It can be said that today without Wang Bing 2 people to catch yellow hair. Yellow hair cannot do anything big. 80% to go to the night market trouble instantly will be suppressed by Wang Tao. Then there's only one possibility. The person behind yellow hair ate the kickback. It's likely that the man behind yellow hair, Zhu Tiehu, is also just a middleman. There are people at the top who continue to take kickbacks. This kind of thing is not uncommon. Xinjiang and Zhu Zhang to a look. Zhu Zhang nodded, apparently also guessed the general situation, slowly got up to the yellow hair in front of the squatting, took out his cell phone, calmly said, "Zhu Tiehu phone number." Yellow hair, that. I don't have a Tiger number. Zhu Zhang, send off the guests. Yellow hair, 1504 asterisk asterisk asterisk. Zhu Yang, talk to him, figure it out yourself in your own tone of voice. I need his own name to come up on the call. His hiring you to get the Black Dragon night market. And Jiang. And pretending to know there's someone behind him. If you do well, I'll make sure that everyone in the Black Dragon won't give you a hard time and make sure that you get out of the Vocation University safely. Yellow hair sad face underscore. He obviously guessed that Zhu was asking himself to betray Zhu Tiehu, and that he didn't want to take the recording to Zhu Tiehu to ask for punishment. What are the consequences for him at that point? Will Tiger get him killed? Zhu Zhang smiled. See them off. Yellow hair, I'll fight. I'll fight. But this time Zhu Zhang did not wave his hand. 2 little brothers once again hard to invite yellow hair out of the Black Dragon company. This time yellow hair was smart enough to go out and make a mad dash for the school gates, and it worked out well, too, as another lifelike snowman appeared on the playground. 10 minutes later, Black Dragon personnel carried yellow hair out. Yellow hair didn't even use the Black Dragon personnel to lead the way to run frantically towards Black Dragon Corporation. 1 breath up to the 3rd floor. Aha! No effort at all. Entering the room, he nodded frantically to Xinjiang's trio. I fight, 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 fight. After more than 10 minutes of reprieve, yellow hair organizes his emotions, bites his teeth and dials the phone directly. Hey, is this Zhu Tiehu, brother Tiger? I'm yellow hair. The phone is broken. Can I borrow a friend's? I'm going to do it soon. But Xinjiang has a lot of power in the university town. So you asked me to get his Black Dragon night market, poison it, and give him $5,000. Isn't that a bit low? Yellow hair, you're crazy. Dare to bargain with me. Just $5,000. I'll take it or leave it. Zhu Tiehu, I'll quit if you don't give me a raise. I heard that you're also a middleman, and you earn more than me. Zhu Tiehu is also your name. I'll be the middleman. Where the hell are you? Tell me where you are. I'm not going to give you a break today. Snap. Zhu Yang hung up the phone. Gulp. Yellow hair swallowed his saliva. Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang. Big brother, he did not remember the name of the 4-9. Can only be called according to the body type. Phone call I finished. I can go? He was very anxious because of the clear just phone for the set out information has been Tiger offended. And so this group of people and Tiger against. Tiger will know to betray him naturally will not spare themselves. He just wanted to leave vocational university quickly, or even leave Songjiang, and go back to his hometown to hide for a while first. Xinjiang, go, of course you can go. Yellow Hair's face was happy. Thank you brother Jiang. Thank you brother Jiang. I will definitely return the favor. After saying that, he turned around and was about to walk out, but just turned around in frozen place, only to see the back of the two vigilantes are blocking the doorway. Exactly, Lu Yong led the team. What's the situation? Zhu Zhang stepped forward and said, he was instructed to poison the Black Dragon night market, assassinate Black Dragon General Manager Qin Jiang. This is a recording of his statement, and the recording of the phone call he just made with the man behind it. After saying this, he handed over the cell phone he had just recorded to Lu Yong. Lu Yong, equals smiley face. He received a call from the Black Dragon saying that someone had broken the law and asked them to come over to deal with it, but he didn't realize that the case was almost dealt with. People's confessions were handed over, also the person behind the finger recording evidence to get, but when he saw the yellow hair appearance face stunned, once again looked at Zhu Zhang. Zhu Zhang shook his head. I didn't use violence on him. He got this look from a snowball fight. If you need anything we can provide surveillance video to testify. Turning to Yellow Hair, he inquired. Speak for yourself, did we hit you? Yellow Hair shivered. No. I made it myself in a snowball fight. A snowball fight? Lu Yong can't make sense of it, but it is clear that already Qin Jiang several people, although there may be any dishonorable means, but should be legal and reasonable. So, there was no need to say anything more. Chapter 124, Ling Yunji, tonight's consumption will be paid for by Brother Jiang. Lu Yong waved his hand, and the people next to him came forward to handcuff Yellow Hair, who was still in a state of confusion. Yellow Hair, oh winky face. No, not that I'd let me leave campus safely if I did? Wait, being taken away is also leaving campus safely? What are you talking about? You're playing word games with me, aren't you? Can he resist? He can't. He had just told all the evidence himself. Can he retaliate? No. Not to mention whether he dares to retaliate or not. Even if he dares, how can he retaliate? Saying that Zhu Zheng assaulted him? Who did? The students outside? The murder weapon is melted away. And Yellow Hair thought of him offending Tiger and Jiang, so maybe he'd be safer inside instead. Take it away. Lu Yong low drink let the Yellow Hair press away. To Qin Jiang said, rest assured, we will quickly check the facts to find the mastermind behind the scene. Dare to buy a murderer to break the law is a big crime. Qin Jiang nodded his head. He believed that Lu Yong can quickly find out the murderer. Can make a constant turnover of two traffickers situation proves that the person who wants to get him nothing serious channels. Behind the scenes, nothing more than little chickens he didn't bother with. Wang Bing was careful. The two of us. Xu Zhang, you two will follow and run transportation for a few days first, and report to the transportation department tomorrow. Thank you Brother Jiang. Brother Zhang. Brother Sijio. The two brothers left happily. With the Yellow Hair to mix $500 still have to play life. With the Black Dragon mix month after month to earn money. And face, bet right. Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and 4-9 were in front of the floor-to-ceiling window looking at the spectacular scene below. Thousands of snowball fights. Countless snowballs lay in the sky. A student carries out a huge stereo and plays a powerful song. Hey, I saw Lu Lily stand in front of the playground and come out shouting, all stop. But who cares? Who does she think she is? A trainee teacher? Everyone is just tired of existence. Lu Lily look at their own inability to stop this snowball fight more angry look up in the direction of the Black Dragon. Just in time to see the floor-to-ceiling windows in front of the Qin Jiang trio. The gaze reveals anger, hatred. The moment, Qin Jianghua became the outlet for her anger. What makes her even angrier is, she can't do anything about Qin Jiang. The other party is the school's man of the hour. Principal Wu treats him like his own son, has won countless awards, and is also the president of the student union. Everything is managed by the executive vice president. Anyway, she couldn't pose any threat to Qin Jiang in vocational university, even if she couldn't tell her what to do when it came to her studies. Let her anger at the same time also a little lonely. The other party seems to be getting farther and farther away from her, as if a taller and taller mountain can only be looked up to. Suddenly a shiver ran through her body sensing something. Her eyes focused on the third floor landing. He saw Qin Jiang look at himself and make a neck-cutting gesture, while Zhu Zhang picked up his walkie-talkie. Up. Lily Lu, equals smiley face. What do you mean? Why it doesn't feel good? Ouch. Snap. A snowball slammed into her face, causing her already weak frame to nearly plant itself. Who? I'm a student. Before Lu Lily finished her sentence, she saw a snowball hit her right in the mouth to stop her from continuing to speak. After that, it is the sky covered with snowballs and don't want money like hitting her. Lu Lily got up and scampered away. Countless people in the back rallied. Can have such a good and bright revenge opportunity students cannot miss. The situation is as follows. Omega, 3 omega, O is identical to omega, 3 omega, O, equals. More than 10 minutes before Lu Lily ran out of the encirclement, shivering back to the dormitory to take a hot shower, Qin Jiang looked at the direction Lu Lily left. Find an opportunity to strangle this trouble in the cradle. Lu Lily, this kind of person is pure egoism villain. You will not be clear exactly when to offend her, but you have to be clear that offending her needs to be suppressed as soon as possible. Otherwise it might be a time bomb at some point. Of course a society governed by the rule of law cannot be suppressed by force. And what is most important in today's society? The mind. Zhu Zheng, understood. Qin Jiang, the first snowfall in Sanjiang, also go down to see, and have dinner on the way. With that, Qin Jiang, Zhu Zheng, and 4-9 descended the stairs, followed closely by 10 formally dressed minions. Downstairs Black Dragon personnel are all in. After all, the first snow in Sanjiang who will not come out to see. By Lumore downstairs to pile up snowman. Well, a very ugly looking snowman made her very happy. My mother's snowman is good looking. Look at this nose, these eyes, and brother Jiang. Not quite the same, she said halfway before noticing Qin Jiang. 3 people down immediately put the words back in her mouth. Qin Jiang did not pay attention to. Bai Lu looks like a little sister can be just the opposite of the bone. It is not clear why prefer to make into a sister, but he adhered to the should not be managed regardless. Not to mention the character of a big grin preferring to open and close the mouth of the old lady of the white Lu is more like wearing a mask, but the mask can be worn for a long time is difficult to take off. Qin Jiang, Zhu Zheng, and Sijio walked towards the playground against the goosefeather snow, with more and more Black Dragon personnel following behind. 20, 50 people. Soon hundreds of Black Dragon personnel all followed behind Qin Jiang. Black pressure forward constantly advancing. The playground snowball fight has been almost. Plus Qin Jiang appeared to let the people stop. Wow. Everyone couldn't help but move the road out of the way. And a number of people subconsciously followed behind the Black Dragon personnel, thus forming a scene where Qin Jiang's 3 men were in the front and thousands of people were in the back. Scene. There are no words to describe it. Suddenly appeared in front of a huge snowball. Snowball is comparable to the height of a person by a lot of students a little bit pushed out. The inside is so strong after many taps that even pushing it now requires 1 or 2 people to work together to make it work. Qin Jiang walks in a straight line. Snowball is directly in front of him. Want to take a detour? Of course not. His Qin Jiang's path in this life could not be detoured. So what if the front is bumpy? Crunch, crunch. Qin Jiang listened to the countless snow treading sounds from the back, unconsciously surging with heavenly bravado and drinking. 49. Tap, tap, tap. For 9 step to the front of the Qin Jiang accelerated 2 steps forward. Side of the front bet. Foot force, such as a brown bear hit the tree as hard as the snowball like iron stone. Give me. Drive. Boom. The huge snowball was as if it had been hit by a truck and exploded on the spot, with countless snowflakes bursting and splashing and blending into the roiling snow. Tap, tap. Qin Jiang stepped on the broken snowball and continued to move forward. Brothers, help me to reach the clouds, and together we tread the snow to the top of the mountain. Who dares to stop me from reaching Kunlun even if I don't have such luck in my life? Ha ha, ha ha. Zhu Zhang and Sijio laughed along with him. Ha ha, ha ha. At this moment, in the eyes of the many Black Dragon employees and others at the back, Qin Jiang's 3 men were like 3 giants treading snow and moving forward. 10 minutes later. Cafeteria. After the snowball fight, students consume a huge amount. The cafeteria early to the ingredients out ready to open the meal. Just when the administrator is going to open the meal, when the door came from a burst of commotion. Qin Jiang 3 people led a large number of Black Dragon personnel walked in, so that the already noisy scene quieted down. Qin Jiang waved his hand, and Wang Tao drank. Tonight the entire consumption will be paid by brother Jiang. Dry up. Chapter 125, Fixing the Cafeteria. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Wow. The cafeteria was a complete racket, with countless people shouting, "Brother Jiang is great! Brother Jiang is mighty!" A meal might not be much for a student, but the atmosphere in this situation was definitely enough. Not to mention that Qin Jiang's action showed that he was friendly to his classmates. Soon, the crowd then stood in a long line for food. One of the meal ports had no students lined up. That was subconsciously left by the crowd for the Black Dragon personnel to line up for their meals. Usually there would be no special treatment, and the Black Dragon personnel would not demand that after all. Zhu Zhang had set the rules, but today is different. Qin Jiang full bill. Black Dragon people alone meal mouth to play the meal reasonable not. Even if the cue to play the meal teacher did not say anything, they are also clear that Qin Jiang in the school status is different. The principal has just honored. Not to mention that they have been out of the school into the community, more aware of an annual turnover of hundreds of millions of company bosses on behalf of what? Wang Tao led the men to bring several dinner plates full to Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and 4-9. The food was nothing special. It's all home cooking. The flavor could only be described as average, but it was more than enough for the not-so-picky students, except for Qin Jiang, who was in deep thought as he looked at the dishes as well as gazing at the other students' dining scene. VU's top 3 dishes: bean curd stew, spare ribs stewed with string beans, buttermilk segments, made from chicken breast, eggs persimmon, counting meat dishes, as well as new dishes that come out from time to time, such as after mid-autumn, fried mooncakes with chili peppers, pumpkin kiwi, watermelon stir-fry, fried dumplings with dragon fruit. Anyway, it can make students eat a black eye straight. See the world. There are a lot of students spit out the cafeteria. Thin rice is thin enough to bathe in. Dry rice is dry enough to shoot birds. Some food is wasted the moment it comes out of the pot. Of course, the bad taste of the cafeteria is not a characteristic of the University of Vocational Education, but a generality of the university town, and basically there are few university cafeterias with good taste. I don't know what to say. It's a one-man business. The person in charge of the cafeteria, the contractor, doesn't care if the food is good or not, but you have to come and eat anyway, right? Qin Jiang calmly said. Have the head of the cafeteria come here. Wang Tao got up and went to look for it. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man came smilingly and looked at Qin Jiang from a long distance and stretched out his hand. Mr. Qin, I've heard a lot about you. Qin Jiang did not extend his hand to shake his hand, but pointed at the cafeteria. You contracted it. Cafeteria head, right. I contracted it. Then he looked at the Qin Jiang table, did not move dishes, heart guessing, came forward and whispered, Mr. Qin, why are you here for dinner? Go to the second floor. There are boxes. School senior leaders are there to eat. After Mr. Qin to also go to the second floor to eat. Said to the side accompanied by youth said, in the future, Mr. Qin, there are a few bosses all on the second floor to eat. Free of charge. The youth nodded. Understood. Little stove. Qin Jiang, no surprised expression. This kind of subterfuge early rare. Cannot say subterfuge. Which cafeteria does not have a small stove? This kind of situation after 10 years will not be eliminated, let alone now. Qin Jiang didn't chime in but pointed at the cafeteria and said, starting tomorrow the cafeteria is reformed. The chefs aren't of a good enough standard for them to learn. They can't learn well enough for them to get out. Don't use any nonsense in the ingredients. And I want to see the effects of the reforms in a week's time. This statement was made. The cafeteria head's face could not help but sink. Really, Qin Jiang's words were completely in command. On the basis of what? Who do you think you are? A night market manager? A billion-dollar turnover night market owner? What's that got to do with my cafeteria? Do you really think you're a dish? His Hall Vocational University cafeteria turnover also has tens of millions of dollars, and drought and flood insurance income. Can be worse than the Qin Jiang that just burst fire night market. Maybe one day the other side of the scenery is no longer. Thinking of this, the cafeteria head's smile ceased as he looked at Qin Jiang and said, Mr. Qin, in what capacity are you ordering me? The cafeteria is under the control of the vocational university, and with a separate operating contract. Which VU leader are you? The student president? He is not afraid of Qin Jiang, at least not in the vocational university. He is clear that the other side behind the principal Wu, but he cannot be no one behind. Not a little regard for the other side of the social background of the other side of the direct curses he has long been. What status? Qin Jiang looked at the head of the cafeteria and calmly said, the identity of the next head of the cafeteria? Enough is not enough. I've heard that your contract expires after the new year, and since you're not running it well, you might as well give it to Black Dragon to run the rights. When the time comes, I'll have the principal run a student survey to use for canvassing, and I'm sure Black Dragon is more popular. Head of the cafeteria, you. His face constantly changing, inner chaos. He did not expect Qin Jiang to this hand. Next semester his contract expires. The new contract is not set down. He has the background and confidence to continue to contract, but the premise that no one intervened in the case. But Qin Jiang to join the fight to the other side of the background of the students in the research. Their own will have no chance of winning. The smile that had just fallen from his face reappeared. Can we not listen to Mr. Qin's instructions? Change immediately. We'll change it tomorrow. Don't worry, the cafeteria food will be absolutely fine from now on. I promise. He patted himself on the back. and to the youth next to the split face scolded, "Look at how you manage the cafeteria. Bean curd stew ribs, stew lost? Youth, oh winky face, don't they all go to your house?" Qin Jiang, I don't want guarantees, I want facts. I'll come back next time. Saying that, he got up and led Zhu Zhang, Sijio and the others to leave. The person in charge of the cafeteria shouted after, "Don't worry, welcome Mr. Qin's inspection, and ensure that the reforms will be carried out tonight." This seemed to see a lot of students secretly stagger. How many times they have complained about all useless. The person in charge of the cafeteria let them love to go where to sue. The results of today's Qin Jiang sentence on the cafeteria head nodded and wasted to ensure that tonight to correct. Then the words of the school leadership are useful. Back room. Youth, boss, do you really want to change it? Head of the cafeteria, crap definitely changed. Immediately rectify. Quality and quantity guaranteed from tomorrow. Youth, change it to when? Cafeteria manager, change it until it's time to put a new contract in place and save the expense back then. Youth, understood. Cafeteria chief dials up. About the next cafeteria contract to be implemented immediately. Outside the cafeteria. Zhuzheng, I guess the cafeteria can be changed, but it will only be changed until his contract comes down, which I'm afraid I'm going to be busy getting the new contract down these days. Qin Jiang, I'll tell old Wu that the next cafeteria must be contracted by us. He's not a Madonna, nor is it nosy. First, in the name of contracting the cafeteria to give students additional meals, do ever return the school promise? Secondly, the cafeteria will give students a sense of belonging, and by doing so, the Black Dragon reputation will continue to spread among thousands of students. Two birds with one stone. 2. Chapter 126, Lu Lily arrested. Rotten shrimp with Long John. The next day, the cafeteria food has changed dramatically. The story of Qin Jiang reprimanding the head of the cafeteria spread quickly, and it also started to spread outrageously. Jiang smacked the rice not good enough to give the head of the cafeteria 2 mouths on the spot, making the other party straighten up and kneel. Why did the food get better? That's when Jiang sent word that if the food was bad, he'd sink the cafeteria manager in the river. The head of the cafeteria s his pants and dares not to improve. Of course, no one's sympathy for the person in charge of the cafeteria. No one thinks Qin Jiang is not right but think so, but also to Qin Jiang as well as the Black Dragon to change their views. They do not care whether Qin Jiang is a big man in society. Anyway, Qin Jiang did not bully their own anti-convenience. Then it is worth embracing. School entrance. Qin Jiang Bensi Drive. Both sides of the students willingly give way, and in Qin Jiang get off a lot of bold students also raise their hands, nodding hello. Hello brother Jiang. Hello brother Jiang. Even the girls have good intentions, but of course there is no lack of secret glances from those who want to be their sister-in-law. Only Lu Lily was full of gloom looking at Qin Jiang in the corner. She hated. She was angry. She was unwilling. She despised the fact that Qin Jiang was able to make such a big industry in a short period of time and was still embraced by the students. In the end, God is blind, or the students are blind. Just as she was getting indignant, she suddenly heard whispers coming from the backdoor location of Black Dragon. Come on, let's go eat. No way. I have to keep an eye on the archive room. An important batch of contracts has just been delivered, and the company will lose a lot if this is lost. Just lock the door. The locks are broken. The surveillance is broken. And I've reported it to the police so that someone can't come and fix it until tomorrow. What are you afraid of? Who knows the surveillance is broken? Besides, who dares to move Earth on the Black Dragon head in Vocational University? Also, let's go. See 2 Black Dragon personnel from the company's back door out quickly to the direction of the cafeteria and go. Lu Lily stood under the shade of the tree, eyes bright. She looked up to see around no one. After all, who are clear that this place is the Black Dragon territory, no one will easily come over. Heaven forbid. Lu Lily, face exuberant, tiptoeing on the back, quickly entered the archive room. Sure enough, the door lock was broken. When she looked up at the surveillance, she couldn't tell. Luckily she had just heard with her own ears that the surveillance was also broken. Contract. What a contract. Lu Lily, quickly looking around the house, quickly found the contract on the desk. She quickly picked up the contract, thought about putting it back to the original position. From the pocket took out a lighter, just about to light, the eyes fell on the table on a certain object. She put the lighter away again. Snap. She picks up the object, magnifying glass. Just see her holding a magnifying glass to the sun, focus on the contract. Soon the contract appeared curls of smoke. After seeing the contract completely burned up, Lu Lily quickly with clothes to wipe the magnifying glass a few times on a certain angle, and just as she was about to leave, she suddenly saw a pile of red bills covered by newspaper next to the contract. Money. At least $100,000. Lu Lily, eyes surging greedy color. Her family is not good or even a little poor, otherwise would not be flattered cousin. Will not look forward to their own, can borrow Lu Yao's momentum. $100,000. With her current salary, not to eat or drink to save 3 or 4 years' time is now within reach. Didn't hesitate, she quickly took the money out. Thought about only taking 50,000. The remaining 50,000 put back in place. Then she was burning contract pushed to the bills. After doing this, she turned around and ran out the door. In running her out shortly after, there was a clamor right behind them. Fire! Put out the fire! Hearing this, Lu Lily had a smug smile on her face. Qin Jiang, dare to offend me, Lu Lily? Humph. Penthouse. Zhu Zheng came to Qin Jiang and said, Brother Jiang, that Lu Lily is more cautious and greedy than we thought. Take $50,000 directly. It would have taken some maneuvering to get some fake contracts, but now it's simple and straightforward. Qin Jiang nodded. Go! Lu Lily was not in his eyes. If not for this life, he had to take the right path to solve. The other side is simply too easy. Of course, now also very easy. At the same time, also have to say Zhu Zheng's wisdom. Now things have been done according to reasonable and legal to do. As for morality, oh, bull asterisk 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 asterisk. What Qin Jiang adheres to in this life is letting go of personal qualities and enjoying a good life. Bottom line, don't break the law. An hour later, Lu Lily is talking at the podium, and even incomparably pleased in telling students that the Black Dragon Company deserved to be on fire. And just when she was talking hot and heavy, boo! The two vigilantes pushed the door in and looked at Lu Lily. Lu Lily, you are suspected of arson, theft of money, and commercial espionage. Please come with us. Lily Lu, what? Impossible? You guys got it wrong? It's not me. Do you have any evidence for arresting people? Sheriff, naturally, there is evidence. The entirety of your crime was recorded on camera. Hard evidence. Take it away. Lily Lu, oh winky face. No, isn't that monitor broken? Didn't you say that monitor was broken? Nope, it's not right. They did it on purpose. Damn, it was Qin Jiang. It's Qin Jiang who intentionally made me commit a crime. It's Qin Jiang. It's all him. Don't arrest me. You should arrest him. The two vigilantes simply ignored her clamor and went straight forward to take her away in handcuffs. All the way, Lu Lily kept crying and wailing. It's all because of Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang. Not that. I didn't. You've arrested the wrong person. I was wrong. You guys let go of me. I'll give the money. I'll return the money to Qin Jiang. Don't arrest me. I didn't dare spend a penny of that money. Outside, countless students saw being handcuffed and brought out of the school. Lu Lily was full of astonishment. Not clear what exactly happened. Of course, many students were a bit gloating, who made Lu Lily's reputation in the school very bad. Many vendors across the street also noticed this scene, but did not care, only as a hilarious casual look at two eyes. But the next moment they were all stunned. Just see. Lu Lily saw Qin Jiang's car drove out from the university. She barely broke away from the two to the direction of the car to chase and was pulled. Directly on his knees, tearing his heart and lungs, shouted, Qin Jiang. Qin. Mr. Qin. Chairman Qin. It's my fault. I shouldn't have messed with you. Anyway, I deserve to die. Give me a break. I'm the only child in my family. I don't want to go to jail. I'm only 22. She was in tears and kept begging for mercy. She was afraid. Knew exactly what awaited her if she was taken away. Prison, and it would be many years. She can't go to jail. She has a great future ahead of her. She's still her parents' pride, and she has a good life ahead of her. Wow. Rear window down half. Qin Jiang's iconic indifference face appeared but did not look at Lu Lily. Glance. Indifference. Complete indifference. The stinking fish and shrimp are not worthy of the dragon's eye. Chapter 127, Lu Bo's arrest, cousin's arrival. No, no. Lu Lily shouted at the back, tearing her heart out. Little girl. Not too tall, but quite strong. Take away. The security officer shouted and carried Lu Lily to the security car, not giving her any possibility to escape. Drop. The sheriff's car traveled off into the distance, out of view of the crowd. The only people left in the original place full of shock. They looked at being pulled away Lu Lily as well as Qin Jiang. Fleet of complex faces. Who else dares to offend Qin Jiang in the university town? He's got a hand in everything. Dare to move earth on his head. Alas, people can send us in with a word. So in the future, be honest and obedient. And don't move your mind. This day, it's so dark. Obviously, Lu Lily thing again deepened everyone's fear of Qin Jiang, but also increased all kinds of Qin Jiang legend. South Side. Inside a luxury hotel, Lu Bo was full of despair, while the rich woman on the opposite side was full of happiness. Lu Bo, / his body is a little trembling. Obviously clear what will happen next, is not very terrified, but do not dare to show it, can only pretend to be calm with a smile. No way. Who let him only rely on the rich woman's network of relations to do things? Can only give himself a constant cheer, eat the bitter? To be a man. Ah, wire ball only. I can do it. Just then. Dang, there was a knock on the hotel room door. Who? Lobby manager, come to deliver the wine. Wait, LOL. Who are you guys? How can you barge in here? Don't move. Sheriff, Lu Bo, you're suspected of buying a murder. Foggy grass? Someone wants to silence you. Arrest the murderer. Don't let her succeed. Hold her down. Shasta, it's a mess in there. A large number of security officers pressed the queen to the ground, and the other party struggled frantically and screamed, while some security officers came forward to untie Lu Bo and protect him. Half an hour later, Lu Bo is taken away. The queen is left behind, and Lu Bo explains that he was not silenced. Among other things, Cos is a little kinky, but it's within the bounds of legality and what you want. Lu Bo kept shouting to the woman, "Save me, save me." The woman looked at the face of Lu Bo who was taken away was full of gloom. She was angry, lungs are almost fried. Today in the face of so many people watching, the service staff was treated as a wild boar is pressed to the ground. And even some people directly said that she was harder to press than a pig. Aren't I just slightly plumper? I'm a little fairy and I'm being publicly humiliated like this. Outrageous. Lu Bo, I blame you. Obviously she counted everything all on Lu Bo. As for saving, Lu Bo is not even in her consideration. A suspected buyer of criminals is not worth her favorite. This year, as long as the money in place to what not. Then see inside. Snap. Xu Zhang hung up the phone to Qin Jiang. Brother Jiang. Lu Yong came to the phone, yellow hair behind the people caught. It is Lu Bo. Lu Bo. Qin Jiang did not accidentally nodded his head. This kind of underhanded and cannot be on the stage means 80% of Lu Bo and other small people can do it. Such things to him will not be on the heart. But said, auction side of the situation how? Xu Zhang nodded his head. I've already inquired. There's an upscale antique auction in the northern district that will be held in half a month from now. I've applied in advance. The invitations have been sent back. So let's just go then. Qin Jiang nodded. He has to remember correctly, in his last life he had to auction off a Ming vase at this auction. The vase is not important. What matters is that the vase comes with a sterling silver base. To be precise, the sterling silver base contains the trigger finger. The trigger finger is not the main thing either. The main thing is the young man auctioning off the vase. His name, Meng Yu, overseas Chinese, is an overseas big family side descendant. This person is now very down and out. Not good in the foreign mix back to the country and was coaxed many times on the body of the money left. But soon he will accidentally become his own family's only orthodox heir, and take over the business of the country. Sure, Meng Yu is not particularly important either. Living again, Qin Jiang is not an existence that is meant to rise by flattering others. But he remembers correctly at the auction last week Shang put the vase up for auction and befriended Meng Yu. It was only because of Meng Yu's help. It was only because of Meng Yu's help that the Huaxing group remained strong for 2 years under constant pressure before collapsing. In this life, since Hua Shang had already struck out at himself, no matter for what purpose he had to counterattack in order to do so. Not to mention that befriending a tens of billions of dollars of group heir wasn't a bad thing. Tink, ding ding, the phone rings again. The front driving Zhang Qi touched the pocket, found not his cell phone. Behind Zhu Zhang also looked down at the phone. Also not his. Only Qin Jiang calmly closed eyes for a long time, before hindsight forced calmness from the pocket to take the phone out. No way. Who let since the deletion of Black Lu Ruyan after his cell phone has not rung? Naturally fast forget their own cell phone exists. Besides, these days, cell phones don't have any entertainment facilities at all. Caller, father. Qin Jiang picked up. Dad, something wrong? Ever since his failure in the college entrance exams and his bad reputation in his hometown, it has kept the father-son relationship in a delicate state. Every time he went home his father always wanted to say something to him, and eventually turned into a sigh and said nothing. Rejoined a few months' time he also called home, but all to the Qin mother to call. A moment of silence. Father Qin, you, pretty good these days. Qin Jiang. Aha, pretty good. Snap. Qin's mother snatched the phone over on the other end. Xiao Jiang. Is it snowing where you are? It's cold. You need to wear more clothes. That hand of yours has frozen in winter before. Remember to keep warm. And, Qin's mother kept talking about various precautions. In the past has been Qin Jiang last life temporarily hang up too annoying. This life is not to hang up the phone meaning. Of course, not he likes to listen to but to learn to God outside. Anyway, know that the mother cares about their own on the line. Mother Qin, hey, you're having trouble with that signal. Qin Jiang, Mom. I've memorized everything you said. Mother Qin, so how many did I just say to watch out for? Qin Jiang. Sheen's father, okay, let's say those useless. He is how old these things cannot know. You're still afraid that he'll be wronged. If you want to urge him, you should urge him more not to bully others all the time. Don't fight if you can. Don't cut if you can. Sheen's mother chattered a few more words. Sheen's father grabbed the phone. That's all. It's a waste of phone bill to keep calling. Sheen Jiang, your cousin Sheen Ching sneaked off to Songjiang today. See if you can get in touch. This child has been stubborn since she was a child and I'm afraid she'll be cheated. Her parents are also stubborn with her. No way. Sheen mother picks up. She a girl in Songjiang, how dangerous. And not much culture. The family are anxious crazy. To call her she does not answer. This child. Chapter 128, Sheen Ching's arrival. Sheen Jiang, going to the train station. Inside the sheriff's office. Lu Lily is like a landed fish desperately begging for help. The fire was not set by me. It was set by the magnifying glass. I didn't take the money. I see that the money is going to be burned. Take it out early so I can give it back. Sheriff, don't struggle. It's no use. Your crime has been fully videotaped. I forgot about it if you didn't tell me. Among your charges is willfully damaging banknotes, which is an additional offense. Show her the video. Soon, Lily Lu sat paralyzed in her chair in despair after watching the video. Why? So well documented. So clear. Sheen Jiang. It must be Sheen Jiang who victimized me and deliberately seduced me. It's not my fault that you have to investigate. It's him who's setting me up. It's Sheen Jiang. Investigate him. Sheriff. Whether or not it was a deliberate design, at least the others didn't do anything illegal, and the evidence of Lily Lu's crime was overwhelming. Lu Lily saw that she couldn't escape the guilt. More panicked, she began to desperately think about what else could be done in the end. Quickly she thought of her only human connection, cousin, Lu Bo. She immediately said, I want to call. Sheriff, I'm sorry, you don't have permission for that? Lu Lily, on what grounds? That Sheen Jiang can call every time and I can't. You're treating them differently. I'm telling you that my cousin is a big conglomerate executive. He knows a lot of powerful people, and one phone call from him can. Her words came to a screeching halt mid-sentence as a disheveled man was being handcuffed across the glass window. This, Lily Lu, Sigma, surprised face, winky face, Sheriff, recognize? Lily Lu, my cousin. Sheriff, your cousin is a real god. You didn't even call and he's already here. Lily Lu, boom. She sat paralyzed on the iron chair as if she had been jerked out of her cervical vertebrae, her eyes dull and lifeless, and she muttered under her breath, it's over. I regret. Why I fought against him. Why? Regret. Lily Lu down the line. Opposite. Lu Bo also saw imprisoned Lu Lily, eyes surprised, but did not have excess reaction, only thinking about the current situation. By murder. The crime is not small. He'll be damned if it's true. He must do something, but the fat lady won't save him. Lu Bo's eyes coalesced. It seems that you can only activate the bottom card. Those who dare not save themselves do not blame him for the fish death net. He said aloud, I want to see the lawyer. Inside the car, Sheen Jiang listened to the words of his parents on the phone in a daze before reacting. Sheen Chang, his third great-grandfather, that is, Sheen father's third brother, daughter, and Sheen Jiang the same grandfather. Of course, the relationship between the two is ordinary, to be precise, due to the fact that Sheen Jiang has been a fierce fighter since he was a child. His brothers and sisters of the same generation in the Qin family seldom interacted with him. The most common thing that the 7 aunts and 8 uncles say to their children is, stay away from Qin Jiang. People like him will bring you down. If you want to play with those who study well. As a result, Qin Jiang is generally close to his siblings, and they are all a bit afraid of him. Qin Chang, 2010. Qin Jiang muttered. It seems that his family arranged another blind date, and the blind date opened a supermarket in the township. The family has some connections in the township. In the last life, Qin Xing came to Songjiang not long before she was taken back to get married. Then she didn't do very well, divorced in her 30s with 3 children. The ending didn't have a domineering president falling in love with her with 3 children, but rather being alone and struggling to get by with 3 children. Shake your head. Qin Jiang didn't think any further. Other people. Qin Jiang is also lazy, but Qin Chang, he remembered that in his last life the other party had seen himself in his most despondent and brought him a few $1,000s. Although a few $1,000s is not much for the despondent Qin Jiang, but compared to hiding far away from relatives, Qin Cheng has been considered good. Mother Qin, brat, hello, are you listening? Qin Jiang, got it, I'll fix it. With those words he hung up the phone decisively. Soon he called back. Mom, you give me Qin Cheng's phone number. 138 *******. Qin Jiang dialed the phone. Qin Chang, I'm Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang. I'm not Qin Chang. Hang up the phone and I'll break your legs. I'm Qin Chang. On the train to Matsue, window position, two women sitting together. They were ordinary age of early 20s. The left side of the woman tied a ponytail. The right side of the woman tied a double braid. It is Qin Sheng and her classmate Chengyu. Snap. Qin Sheng hung up the phone with an incredibly complicated face. Chengyu was full of doubts. Who called you? Don't you pull the plug on your parents' phone? Qin Sheng, my brother. Qin Jiang. Chengyu, your brother called you? Why do you look so scared? Wait. You said Qin Jiang. Is it the Qin Jiang who chased people with a sickle? Is it the Qin Jiang who beat up the local snake Wu Laosan to the point of shutting down and crying at home every day? Is that the one? He named several deeds in a row. Apparently Qin Jiang has a good reputation in the countryside. Just now Chengyu didn't react because Qin Jiang rarely went back outside these years. Qin Sheng nodded. It's him. Chengyu, what's he calling you for? Qin Sheng, he knows I'm coming to Songjiang to pick me up. Chengyu, to pick you up? To take you away? Qin Sheng, I'm not sure. He just said he was coming to pick me up. Chengyu, don't be afraid. This is Songjiang, not that small place in your hometown. Qin Jiang can still control you. Just now my brother sent me a message. He said he'll pick us up right in front of the station. My brother is a company owner and has connections. When the time comes, I'll let my brother talk to your brother and surely he can't do anything to you. Qin Sheng, Chengyu is the same classmate and fate is almost the same. Did not go to college to help at home for a few years, in accordance with the township situation to talk about marriage. Chengyu was unwilling. She reached out to her cousin working in Songjiang, who said she could find a job if they came. So Chengyu with the same unwillingness to communicate with Qin Sheng. Two people resolutely embarked on the train to Songjiang. Qin Sheng nodded woodenly. Her parents' life-threatening cereal buttons hadn't caused her too many psychological changes, but Qin Jiang's phone call had left her in a state of disarray. Qin Jiang, in the Qin family is a taboo name, not to mention these brothers and sisters of the same generation. Even the older generation is afraid. Chengyu continued to comfort, do not worry. My cousin said that by the time we find a job for us a small 2,000 a month, then in Songjiang can be stabilized. Perhaps also in Songjiang to settle down to buy a house and car, become a person in the city of Songjiang. Qin Sheng's eyes glowed slightly. $2,000. The temptation was great for her. She was only paid $600 a month for helping out at the township supermarket. She made up her mind. Even if Qin Jiang came to pick her up, she wouldn't go with her, letting cousin Chengyu go around. She's the sister. She's not afraid of Qin Jiang. Inside the car, Qin Jiang hung up the phone and said, to the train station. Chapter 129, before Songjiang Station, Qin Sheng's arrival. Songjiang Railway Station. People come and go, and as the capital city of the province, the train station is never short of people. Songjiang is like a huge monster that keeps devouring the population of other nearby prefecture-level cities and lower counties, and Songjiang is like a cowardly parent that is being plundered by other first-tier cities. It's the population siphoning effect. In front of the train station, there were quite a few people holding signs high in the air with all kinds of names and units written on them. These were all the ones who had come to pick up the people. Among them there was a young man holding up a sign with the following written above it, Chengyu. At this time, just out of the train station constantly crowded out of the crowd. There are two girls a little timid and confused to go out. Exactly, Qin Sheng and Chengyu. Girls in their early 20s don't have much social experience. Plus these days there is no influence of the latter-day short videos, and ordinary people are still in awe of the big city. Qin Sheng and Chengyu had just left the train station. A number of people were seen shouting at them. Zhejiazwang, suburb of Songjiang, go or not? Wang Guangtuan, suburb of Songjiang, go or not? Little sister, staying at the store? No. It's right around the corner, can be cheap. Come to work. This first find a place to settle down. The burst of noises caused Qin Sheng and Chengyu to be incomparably flustered and confused. Obviously a little confused about the situation. Those people see the two little girls do not speak, continue to persuade, and even have directly on the hand to help carry luggage. No. Qin Sheng hurriedly yanked over her luggage. There was still a small $1,000 in her luggage. That was what she had saved with great difficulty. As for the money earned in the supermarket over the years, most of it was kept by her parents. Those hotel touts continued to persuade. A few people near the train station also noticed Qin Sheng and the two of them, and many of them had glowing eyes. These days, the front of the train station was not a safe place. Immediately there were a few youths walking towards Qin Sheng and Chengyu. A youth said, "Are you here to work? We're from Enterprise, with a salary of 2,500 per month. Food and lodging are included. Just a few last spots left. Go or not? There's no store past this village. Just the car next to it has already recruited a few." Chengyu's eyes lit up. 2005? What kind of job? Youth, Grand Hotel. Of course it's possible to offer $2,500 with the requirement that you have to work 12 hours a day. Great hotel, $2,500. Chang Yu secretly staggered. To be in the county's salary is $1,012, or even lower. Can't help but be pleased with coming to Matsue, $2,500. That's high. $30,000 a year. That's enough to pay for a year's worth of gardening, and 12 hours of work a day. They are not afraid of a rural background with little education. And these days, hard work and honesty are not bad words. Seeing Chang Yu's heartbeat, the youth hurriedly said, "This is a lot of people. Let's go to the car to say. I'll talk to you about the welfare benefits, and you'll decide whether to go or not. It's all up to your own opinion." He said that he was going to take Cheng Yu and Qin Sheng away. Qin Sheng always felt that something was wrong and it was not clear where it was wrong. Cheng Yu subconsciously nodded his head. "Qin Sheng, you don't say your brother is coming to pick us up?" Cheng Yu, "Right. But you can also find out about the benefits first." Qin Sheng, "Then. That's fine." Just as the youth was about to step forward to grab his luggage with a slight smugness in the corner of his mouth, the man holding the sign came running from the distance. "Syo yeah. Syo yeah." Cheng Yu looked over to see the man holding a sign rushed over and couldn't help but say happily, "Brother," to Qin Sheng said. "He is my cousin Shan Lu. In Songjiang are mixed 7 or 8 years. Their own business, since childhood I have taken care of." Qin Sheng nodded. Chang Lu rushed over and didn't talk to the two but blocked the front. Looking at the youth, "Are you, Cheng Yu, he came to recruit labor? $2,500 a month." Youth, "Right. I'm here to recruit." Chang Lu looked serious. "I'm sorry. My 2 sisters have already found jobs and don't need you," he said to Cheng Yu and Qin Sheng. "Let's go." Cheng Yu, although a little reluctant to more than 2,000 wages, did not dare to say anything more, pulling Qin Sheng to follow. The youth looked at the departing trio with a cold gaze. Mud. So close. So close. Cheng Yu, "Brother, how big is your company? How much money can you make?" Chang Lu, "The company has 7 or 8 employees. It's still in its infancy. There's $30,000 or $40,000 a month." 30 or 40,000. Wouldn't that be over 400,000 a year? Cheng Yu and Qin Sheng looked shocked. So much money. Many families in the countryside could not earn it in a lifetime. Chang Lu can do it in a year. Cheng Yu, "Brother, you're a big boss. Take us in." "I don't want much. Just $2,500. Chang Lu patted her head. "Do you think money is so easy to earn? 2,500 can be earned casually. I'm telling you, the general wage in Songjiang now is only about 1,500. You just entered the society. How can give you such a high wage? Or pay problems, or the company has a problem, can't go. 2,005. You wish." Cheng Yu, equals smiley face. "Brother, you mean that guy just now might be lying to me?" Cheng Lu, "Either it's possible or I'm lying to you. There's no such thing as a free lunch. It's not like you're a relative of any big shot. It's your turn to get a really good job. Remember that Songjiang is a big city. There are big developments and big pits, so stay with me for 2 years first." With that, he looked at Qin Sheng and said, "Qin Sheng, right." Qin Sheng nodded. "Hello brother Lu." Chang Lu, "In this way I'll give you 2 options. First, I'll find you a reliable catering job, which can be 1,500 to 1,800 a month. But there's not much future in this kind of job. The best thing about it is that it's stable. Food and shelter are provided. How much you earn can be saved. The second one will go to my company. But since you two can only be considered as interns, you'll be paid 1,000 a month. I'll give you 2 a full-time job when the company expands. No food, no housing. Of course I can find a way for you 2 to stay. Cheng Yu, it's only $1,000. Chang Lu, quite a lot. And you two can learn something. Serving dishes even if served for 10 years is not experience. Later experience enough wages can be high. Cheng Yu, okay. Qin Sheng fell into deep thought. $1,000. $1,800. She quickly analyzed the pros and cons and quickly came up with the best answer, saying, "I'll go to Cheng's company." Cheng Yu hugged Qin Sheng. "Right. Go to my brother's company and hug my thighs. If my brother dares to treat me badly I'll cry to him." "Right. Didn't your brother say he'd come to pick you up? Where is he?" Qin Sheng, "I'll make a call and ask." Cheng Yu also said to Cheng Lu, "Right brother. When his brother comes to pick him up you should deal with it. Don't let his brother bully him. His brother is quite fierce at home." Cheng Lu nodded. "Don't worry. Didn't you tell me? I'll solve it. A student is just a student. How powerful can it be? When the time comes to invite him to have a meal, just talk to her briefly. It's a small matter. And besides, where under the sky is the younger brother in charge of the older sister?" Chapter 130, Qin Chang was blackmailed and extorted $20,000 to make an IOU. The 3 of them walked forward in a large bag. Boo! Ah num. Sound of a crash. Just see Qin Ching hand carrying the bag scraped in the hands of mean-faced woman in the hands of star asterisk K teacup. Teacup dumped in the other side of the mink grass. Scared the other side cannot help but scream out. Ah! The woman in fur pointed at Qin Chang and cursed. What are you doing? Don't you have eyes? Blind? I just bought a mink. It's worth tens of thousands of dollars. What do you want to do with it? I'm asking you. Can you afford to pay for it? She kept berating like a machine gun. Qin Ching froze on the spot and kept nodding his head in apology. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'll wash you. Fur woman, wash what? It's mink. Do you know what a mink is? Can you just wash it? What do you take for your country rags and second cotton pants? The move brought a lot of people together to see what was going on. Isn't this mink? It looks like it's at least $20,000 to $30,000. What a waste. It's not good. Even if you wash it out after ironing, it's probably going to be out of shape and worthless. Whoever got this thing paid for it. The woman in the sable heard the crowd react more meanly and looked at Qin Ching. Hear that? Pay for it? Lose money? Qin Chang was a bit timid and said, how much is the compensation? Woman in mink, how much? I paid 30,000 for it. There's an invoice you pay and I'll give you the mink. 30,000? Qin Ching, oh winky face. This was a completely astronomical amount for her, and her entire body added up to $1,000. $30,000. That's the total income of the whole family for a year. And it's not pure profit. There's not much left after expenses. She couldn't fathom that clothes could be $30,000, but as a northeastern sable she had heard of them. Qin Chang was at a loss for words with tears already surfacing in her eyes. Chen Yu also hemp claws tightly grasping Qin Ching arm. Cheng Lu at this time reacted to put down the luggage in front of the two. Looking at the face full of high and mighty woman said, you say there is an invoice? Invoice it. The woman in the mink looked at Cheng Lu full of contempt and took out the invoice from her bag and handed it to Cheng Lu. Look well. Cheng Lu took over. It is the invoice issued by Dongning Fur. Price, 30,000. Purchase time 2 months ago. Woman in sable, it's 30,000, isn't it? You think it's fake. I'm not lying to you. Cut. Cheng Lu, the ticket is real. But how can I prove that it's the same sable you have on you? Wash it. These two little girls are from the countryside. You as a goodwill. Adults do not remember the small man. $30,000. You couldn't afford to pay for it even if you sold her. So why bother with them? The words out of the onlookers, many people looked at Qin Ching two faces. Especially Qin Ching quickly cried out, eyes cannot help but soften. Just as they were about to say something, a couple of people in the crowd shouted, whose money comes with the wind? You'll have to pay for the people's good mink if you break it. Even if you report it to the sheriff, you'll have to pay for it. Cheng Lu's face appeared puzzled when he heard this and thought of something and whispered to Qin Chang, run, it's probably a trap. Qin Ching froze for a moment, although she is a little confused about what the situation, but heard Cheng Lu's words also subconsciously want to run. But just at this time wearing sable woman also guessed that Qin Ching to run directly shouted, bald brother, you quickly come, they bullied me to run. There was a commotion in the crowd, and a bald man walked over with a dozen young punks. Mard, who dares to bully my bald man's woman? I'll see what's going on. Get out of the way. The woman wearing a sable ran to the bald man. Brother Baldy, that's them. That bumpkin broke the sable you bought me without paying for it and still intends to run. You have to do it for others. Bald man, asterisk. There's still such a thing. He waved his hand. Stop them for me. A dozen or so youths came up to surround Qin Ching's trio, and the bald man wandered up to Qin Ching's trio. So what? You're going to run away after breaking something? Who gave you the guts? I think you guys just don't want to be cleaned up. No one can leave today until you pay up. Cheng Lu's face was grave. He fought in society for many years. Naturally from today's scene to see that something is wrong. Maybe fairy jump, but they do not take advantage of. After all, it is really Qin Ching to others where the sable to the bad, and in front of the bald man looks likely to be the road. Provoke such an existence is difficult to get out easily. Not to mention Cheng Lu, even a lot of onlookers can see that something is wrong. Really everything is too obvious, but no one stepped in to stop these days who do not want to get into trouble. In case the social gangs are definitely a big trouble. Chen Lu forced himself to calm down. Brother Bald, right. I'm a businessman on street in the North District, and I know brother in the North District. Baldy was stunned. He is also out of the North District, and really no Chang Lu mentioned people, but to be in the North District may also sell that person a face less points. But here is the South District train station, and then look in front of the person talking to the bottom of the air, certainly with the person is not familiar with the disdain. Do not have to mention people with me. He has no face. If you can afford to call him now, see if he dares to manage my two bald things. Not. Chang Lu heart thumped. He did not dare to call the one with him just one side of the edge. How could care about him? And the bald man in front of him is obviously not afraid of the one. The bald man said again, "Don't say that nonsense. Pay up." Chang Lu, "How much?" Woman in sable, 30,000. Chang Lu, "Can it be less? She just came to the city to work. Where did she get $30,000? Baldhead, "It's none of my business whether she has money or not. Just $30,000. She'll die without it." Chang Lu, wearing a sable woman, "Do not say we bully you. Look at her is also strange, poor old lady. I wear this sable more than a year. This way. Give her $20,000. Bald, you're just too nice. Woman in sable, "Consider it charity." Chang Lu, "She can't get $20,000 either. Bald, "If you don't have money, make a note. Work to earn money to pay back. Come on, get a pen and paper for her to sign." At the back, a little brother took out a white paper and skillfully wrote an IOU on it and handed it out. "Sign it." And also sent out the Indonesia, "Remember to sign your name and press your handprint." Chang Lu looked at the note, face ugly. Above clearly written interest, very high. It is comparable to loan sharks. Qin Xing saw the content of the note, face pale. 20,000. She just came to Songjiang, did not earn a penny, owed 20,000. She intuited that the sky is about to fall, but from a young strong character, so that she did not cry out to reach out for a pen. Chang Lu stopped. "Don't! You can't sign this IOU. The interest rate is too high. I'll pay for you. You will earn money to pay me back, so that the interest does not need to pay you back." Qin Xing, is this good? Bald, a few people cannot help but disappointment, but the thought of $20,000 will soon be in the hands of, also did not say anything. Just in Chang Lu to go to get money. Bald, a few people secretly happy when the change suddenly happened. Dropping. Drip. Chapter 131. Zhao Shanha arrives. Calls out, "Sister Chang." Dropping. Drip. A burst of car horns came from the distance, and a dozen cars were seen parked quickly in front of the train station. Due to the condition of the station steps, it was impossible for the convoy to come up and they had to park on the side of the road. Boom, boom, boom. Doors opened from inside down 40 to 50 young people in formal attire. They quickly rushed into the front of the train station square and blocked several entrances and exits, and in their hands all holding a photo constantly compared. Where they looked at all subconsciously bowed their heads. Someone couldn't help but say, "Nice guy? What's this? It looks like they're looking for someone." Such a big scene just to find a person is also too outrageous. The social big brother will not seek revenge, right? Anyway, it doesn't look like a good thing. Let's be honest and stay out of it, or we're liable to get into trouble. One time, the entire train station cacophony is quieted down a lot. All people are watching those who are rapidly shuttling the crowd of formal wear. Even the bald and other people did not dare to continue to act. Crap. You know you can't afford to be offended by the look of it. Soon, a formally dressed youth had already arrived in front of the bald man and the others. His eyes scanned the crowd. When he saw Qin Xing, his eyes shrank, quickly comparing with the photo for a few moments, shouting, "Brother Sean, here it is." The voice startled the bald man and the others. "Here it is. What's in here?" Particularly Bald, he was so scared that he shivered inwardly. Marred. It shouldn't have come to trouble itself. But just as he had this thought, he saw that a large number of young men in formal clothes had come over in the distance to surround them all. Seeing this, a lot of nearby onlookers all away from the point, but did not stand in the high position to see the fun. Wow! A face full of ferocious gas youth came. Surrounded by youth, have to move aside the encirclement circle, bowed his head and greeted. Shango! Shango! The person who came was none other than Zhao Shanha of the Black Dragon Security Department. Qin Jiang asked him to draw manpower to come at the first time. Qin Cheng was a runaway from home. Even if he was afraid of himself, he would most likely hide from himself, so he had to be caught on the way out of the station. See this. Many onlookers looked at Zhao Shanha with awe. Obviously in their eyes Zhao Shanha was definitely a social bigot. At least it's so much more powerful than the bald guy looks that blocking the train station right off the bat is comparable to a TV episode. At this point, Zhao Shanha gazed at Qin Cheng. "You're Qin Cheng." This statement was made. Qin Cheng's face turned pale. What the hell? The other party was actually here to find himself? When did he offend him? He only came to Songjiang today. In the end, what? Matswek himself? Chang Lu and Chang Yu were also scared silly. Especially Chang Lu. To be bald, he still dared to gather the courage to say a few words. But these people in front of him at a glance came to a great deal. He did not even dare to stand out and speak. Opposite. The bald man's face was stunned. Not to find yourself? That's good. And who did he recognize? Or an acquaintance? Zhao Shanha. The double flower red stick under Qinjiang in the North District. Once the two also had a few times to see each other. Of course, at that time he was the big brother. Zhao Shanha, or Small Card Nini. Apparently the situation is now reversed. It can be said, the time is also the destiny. He straightened his mind face and smiled up to look at Zhao Shanha. Brother Shan, why are you here? Me, second Baldy. I used to meet often in the university town, and you even beat me up late in the day. Zhao Shanha only gave her a cold look and looked at Qin Chang and asked again, are you the Qin Ching of Lotus Township? Bald inner indignation. When he was in the university city to establish a stick when Qin Jiang is nothing, but now Qin Jiang under a little brother he cannot afford, cannot help but the grievances of all on the body of Qin Ching? Went forward and pointed at Qin Ching scolded, Grandma, mountain brother asked you to talk. You didn't hear me. I take it you're more than deaf. You're blind? Saying that, she couldn't help but say to Zhao Shanha, she also offended brother Shan, and just broke my lover's sable. You don't need to do anything like that brother Shan. You tell me what to do. I'll do it for you. It's absolutely clean. Alas. He didn't finish his sentence before Zhao Shanha stepped forward and grabbed him by the shoulders and threw him out directly. Boo! He fell on his ass on the spot with a confused and angry look on his face. No, I've lowered my stance so low, and you're still on me? You really think I'm easy to bully, don't you? My too bald how to say is also a party boss. You again powerful is only a little brother only, and then this is not the North District. In the train station on my head can let you bully. Think of this not get up and ready to call the little brother code people. But before he waited for him to code people, he saw Zhao Shanha looking at Qin Ching slowly nodding under his own gaze couldn't help but grin, and then bowed his head under everyone's unbelievable gazes. Sister Chang is good. Back. Dozens of formally dressed youths nodded in unison. Hello, Sister Chang. Hello, Sister Chang. Dozens of Sister Ching's voices were unmistakably shrill in front of the quiet train station. Chang Lu, Chengyu, Sigma, surprised face, winky face, equals smiley face. Bald, oh winky face. Others, underscore, winky face. That bang, calling everyone all baffled. Chang Lu and Chang Yu looked at Zhao Shanha and other faces full of dismay. This ferocious-looking existence of a social big brother even managed to call Qin Chang as Sister Chang? What? Mistaken identity? It's not right. Lotus Fragrance, the old home address, is all right, but it's even more wrong if you didn't recognize it. The bald man was completely frozen in place. Zhao Shanha even tube in front of this woman called sister. This woman actually a bit of social background. And look at Zhao Shanha as well as the appearance of those little brother. This woman's background is not simple. Wait, Qin Chang, surname Qin, you don't think, fake, it's definitely fake. It can't be. It must be that it's too cold and I'm hallucinating. How could a country girl like Qin Ching be the sister of such a being? Even a large number of onlookers were equally unbelievable. They took a look at Zhao Shanha and the rest of the youngsters in their formal attire, and took a look at Qin Ching's countryside wear and the use of a urea bag for his luggage, as well as the hello screen now. Just, ing defiant, underscore. Qin Ching himself was even more confused as he subconsciously waved his hands. No, I'm not any Sister Ching. You've mistaken me for someone else. I'm really not. Just see. Zhao Shanha looked at Qin Chang and said, that's right. Your name is Qin Chang. Your father's name is, and your mother's name is, right? It's brother Jiang. It's Qin Jiang who asked us to come and pick you up. Qin Jiang. Qin Ching's gaze was stunned. You mean my third brother Qin Jiang? Zhao Shanha nodded. Right. Qin Jiang is brother Jiang. He's coming soon and we found you here in advance. Said. He gazed at Cheng Yu and Chang Lu. These two. Chang Lu. Cheng Yu scared body a shiver. Qin Chang also feel wrong hastily said. She is my girlfriends with me together to work in Songjiang. That is her brother to pick us up. Zhao Shanha once again looked at second Baldy and the others. These people are also your friends. Qin Ching, no, they are. Chapter 132 Two Baldy's Terror. Qin Zhang's Mighty Power. What? Qin Chang was actually really Qin Zhang's own sister. He himself had to blackmail Qin Zhang's own sister. Damn it. Why was he so unlucky? The second bald man only felt the hairs of sweat stand up. Did not wait for Qin Ching to continue to say lifting up the slap is to hit out ruthlessly. Snap. On the spot. The woman wearing a mink hit a heel and paralyzed on the ground, covering the red and swollen face incredulously looking at the second bald man. The second bald man simply ignored her eyes scolded. You blind walking to will not look at the road. Bumped into someone do not know? Apologize. Woman in sable, apologize. Apologize to whom? Second Baldy scolded. Who else could there be? Don't you know who you hit? Apologize to others. At the same time constantly to where sable woman wink. Where sable woman is also mixed out of the shrewd people also feel wrong. See clearly the scene hurriedly get up. Then to Qin Ching said, I'm sorry. I just walked did not pay attention to. Bumped into you. I'm wrong, said tears are a little bit flowing down. Not pretend. Rather, the second bald man hit too hard. Really painful. Ah. Chin Ching, that sable? Second baldy, what mink? She deserves to wear mink. Leather. It's leather. Chin Ching, then the IOUs. Second baldy, IOUs? What IOU? The second bald man gave his little brother a wink, and the little brother was very smart to turn around and forcefully swallow the note, choking and rolling his eyes. Chin Ching. She was completely frozen at all, not clear why just a few minutes two baldy change over and over again. Just now also on their own bad words to force themselves to pay for the money, now laugh with the chrysanthemums. And never mention the money again even. Sable are said to be leather, but also hit the mean woman, let her apologize. She froze. The second bald man thought he was not satisfied, especially saw Zhao Shanha and other people's eyes looking at their own internal austere, and then his face ruthless directly pick up the woman from the ground. Grandma, you apologize, really insincere. Know who you hit? That's John's sister. You can't bump into her. What's your status? What's her status? Are you looking for death? Ah, apologize, apologize, said the left and right. Pop, snap, snap, where sable woman hit open mouth. See not the road, and even beg for forgiveness cannot say. A moment where sable woman blood surging from the corners of the mouth to hold fire inside. Let me apologize for your ing poor to give the opportunity until the beating of the hands of the two baldy pain too bald only where sable woman thrown to the ground. Where sable woman does not also dare to hesitate, but also afraid of the two baldy continue to hit their own rush to get up on the Chin Ching crying. It is I who have eyes to see. I shouldn't have hit you. I was wrong. You're a big man. I'm just a little stuck up Mike. Just let me go like a fart. She cried, pear-shaped tears, sad face __. Seeing her miserable appearance, Chin Ching hurriedly said, it's fine. It was also me who bumped into you first. Sister, I should apologize to you. Saying that, he intended to bow and salute to the sable-wearing woman. The woman in the mink was so scared she ducked and shivered. Sis, Mom, Grandma, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I can't take another beating. My teeth are all knocked out. It hurts. Chin Chang was at a loss for words. Two bald man immediately from the pocket out of $2,000 up to the hands of Chin Ching. This is just she hit you to compensate for the moral damage. You take to drink some tea, pressure shock. Are from the family, misunderstanding, pure misunderstanding. I have many years of friendship with brother Jiang. In the future, sister in the train station have anything to report, my name is absolutely good. Just when brother's confused to say something about you. Don't mind, said, not forgetting to punch myself in the face a few times. Chin Chang held $2,000 froze. She was even more stupid at this time, also understand that in front of the bald is afraid of his own brother. Just a series of actions completely look at their own brother on the face. Thinking of this, she looked to Zhao Shanha. Zhao Shanha, take it. Take it as moral damage fee or he can't sleep for fear of being sunk in the river by Jiang. Listen to this. The second baldy blanched slightly and smiled twice. Chin Chang did not continue to pay back the money. The second bald man was relieved to know that today he barely passes the test, and did not dare to continue to stay. To Zhao Shanha said, Mountain brother, I still have some things to do on the first go. In the future, what command at your disposal? Words and left with a little brother Gray slipped away, wearing sable woman woefully up and followed together. The scene. It was an eye-opener for many onlookers. It's true that one mountain is higher than the next, and there's a time when the dang train station baldy is scared. Who the hell is that brother Jiang? To think that only one of his men would come and scare brother bald like this. It seems that in the future, country people can't be bullied at will. Who knows clearly if there are any big brother relatives behind them. Chang Yu was also subdued, especially looking at the Gray left. The two bald and so have the same question. Can be so fierce and vicious punks were scared into this pattern. The Qin Jiang in the end, how powerful. He really Qin Ching brother? Just then, drop, a hooter sounded. Countless people at the train station looked to a certain direction, and saw a luxury caravan is traveling. The front of the caravan, two sedans to open the road. Behind a number of cross-country as well as a few large cars to follow. And in the center of the car is a luxury C. Obviously, inside the luxurious Benz C sits a big man. The convoy traveled to the front of the train station. Wow. The rear window glass slowly dropped halfway down, and Qin Zhang's newspaper-holding face appeared within countless people's field of vision. Young. It can no longer even be described as young. Afraid to look at the age of 20 or so, but on the contrary, under the young face and full of domineering, full of people cannot look directly at the momentum, combined with the Benz fleet of vehicles so that people simply do not dare to look at him, and more pleasing to not on the light visualization of the person is too extraordinary. Seeing this, Zhao Shanha said to Qin Chang, it's brother Zhang's car, let's go. Saying that, he let his little brother go up to take the luggage and brought Qin Ching, who was full of confusion, to the front of the caravan. Qin Ching looked at the car Qin Zhang face complex. She could not connect this person in front of her with the impression of Qin Zhang, although the appearance is not different, but the aura is a world of difference. Qin Zhang did not take his eyes off the newspaper. Get in the car. Qin Ching, that. Qin Zhang, I don't want to say it a second time. Qin Ching did not dare to talk nonsense directly in the case of the little brother to open the door of the car. Boarded the co-pilot. Boo! Black Dragon personnel closed the car door immediately. Boom! The convoy roared off into the distance. Cheng Yu looked at Qin Cheng, who was pulled away, and looked at Cheng Lu. Brother, didn't you say you could fix it? Cheng Lu. Cheng Yu suddenly ran forward to catch up with a few SUVs behind her. Take me with you. Take me with you. I came to Songjiang with her. And now she can't leave me by myself at the train station even if she goes with you. Xiao Shanhe, come up here. Boom. The convoy roared away in full view of the crowd. Ahead. Zhang Qi looked in the rearview mirror. Qin Zhang eyes not slanting at the financial newspaper. He slowly put the rear window up. From the beginning to the end of the Qin Zhang eyes did not leave the newspaper. But bring the power but let the train station countless people will never forget. Chapter 133, Qin Cheng. Cheng Yu shocked. More powerful than the township's richest man. The moment. Cheng Lu, who stayed in the same place with his luggage, was full of confusion. Why don't you take me with you if you're not leaving? I want to go too? It was as if he saw a bright path heading away from him, and a big man waiting to befriend him. It's better to let my sister explore first. Shaking his head, it's hard to carry his luggage away. A moment. Watching the crowd disperse. Today's matter is enough for them to add oil and vinegar to say for a long time. Corner position. A few youths who had just spoken to Qin Cheng watched as second Baldy brought people over and came forward. Brother Baldy, who's that guy? What's your situation? They all had palpitations in their hearts, and just now they were planning to coax Qin Cheng away and send him to the red zone. The second Baldy face a plate said, set out to scare you to death, the North District Big Brother, the Black Dragon boss, under the hands of thousands of able to beat the younger brother, in charge of hundreds of millions of assets, the background of the sky. Who dares not give Zheng face in the North District, will be sunk in the river that night. What? Several youths' faces changed wildly. Originally saw just when the scene was very puzzled why the second bald man groveling, but after listening to the second bald man described to completely understand that there are people offended by the most unlucky. There are people offended by the possibility of no life. Thought of this, they looked at each other. Then they left, and the gangs that roamed the train station disappeared never to be seen again. The other side. Xinjiang's convoy traveled to Vocational University. Pop. Snap. The security guards at the gate saluted and quickly opened the gate to allow the convoy to pass unimpeded. Inside, the students also have to get out of the way. With the previous fear of different now willingly, after a short time ago Xinjiang remediation cafeteria can be improved. Countless students thus benefited. It can be said that Xinjiang's current reputation in the school is unmatched. Ka. The motorcade is parked in front of the office building. Snap. Zhang Qi immediately got out of the car and came to the back seat position to open the door and cover the canopy with one hand. Xinjiang slowly stepped out of the car. The door in front of the 10 positively attired juniors saw this and nodded in unison. Jiang. X10. Gulp. Just get off the Xinjiang. Cheng Yu cannot help but wildly swallowed saliva. Each other looked at the eyes from each other's eyes to see shock. Xinjiang looked to Xinjiang. Cheng Yu did not speak, waved his hand. Xu Zheng calmly said, first take them both around. Zhang Qi nodded. Understood. Xinjiang, Xu Zhang and other directly upstairs. As the company is expanding, especially the Black Dragon night market is carrying out a large planning to purchase a lot of ice stone for the Northern Unique Ice Sculpture exhibition. There were many ice carving masters waiting upstairs, and they were going to come up with drawings for Xinjiang to determine what patterns to carve. And there are a lot of contracts waiting for Xinjiang to sign. That kind of TV show idly out of the fart bully pure bull asterisk 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 asterisk. At least Xinjiang wasn't that idle. But of course for a being such as Xinjiang, there was no longer any difference between working and resting. As for Xinjiang, for Xinjiang is no more than an episode. As far as possible to see the face of the family to save can. Let him wholeheartedly arrange the other side of the rest of his life. I'm sorry, can not do. Relatives, clansmen, is going up the stairs. Xinjiang could not help but shake his head. The last life are not reliable things, let alone this life. Those relatives can only be considered a bit of kinship strangers. Not that he is desperate. To be clear, the overall family concept of historical issues in the north is not strong. Unlike the big families in the south who develop together and one person up to drive the whole family to prosper. One person in the north gets to take the family into business. LOL. the vast majority. Pitted. Zhang Qi handed the car keys to the janitorial youth. You have to have the effort to wipe the car once. Remember to first use a small water to wash down the dust to prevent getting the paint. Waxing must be clockwise. If you don't have time, you can get it when I get back. The janitorial youth smiled and nodded. Say what? You are busy. We'll just do this bit. Nonsense. Who's Zhang Qi? Don't look at it as only just joining the core staff and not having any important position, just driving a car. But it also depends on who he's driving for. Brother Jiang. Black Dragon number 1. Who was the last one who drove for Jiang? Wang Tao. He is now in charge of Black Dragon's biggest industry, Black Dragon Night Market, and is the most powerful person under the 3 bosses of Black Dragon. No. 36 ranking, 4th. He is also the first person in the second echelon of the Black Dragon group. So, Zhang Qi's future can be imagined. Even if it can't be compared to Wang Tao, he still has a bright future. Zhang Qi smiled and said to Qin Sheng and Shang Lu, let's go. I'll show you around. What could Qin Sheng and Shang Yu say, nodding their heads? I saw Zhang Qi pointing at the office building across the street and said, this is the Black Dragon office location. Right. You guys know about Black Dragon, right? Songjiang Black Dragon Co. Brother Zhang's company. Qin Sheng and Shang Yu looked at the magnificent 3-story building with horrified faces. 3 floors. It's all Black Dragon offices. How big is this company? A company of this size belongs to Qin Jiang? Zhang Qi did not pay attention to the two, surprised, as Qin Jiang driver naturally know more than others. Understand that these two have been living in the countryside. The outside world cognitive all from the TV is normal. Of course, Zhang Qi did not look down on. Not to mention that Qin Sheng is Qin Jiang's sister. Said he also came from the countryside, who was not better than anyone else. Zhang Qi led Qin Sheng and Shang Yu into the office building. The people in formal attire guarding outside are from the company's security department. The first floor is the office hall, where some of the people who come to the Black Dragon to sign contracts, talk business and unusual meetings are located. It's also a comprehensive office area for the Black Dragon, where all the major departments have reception positions. Afterwards, he brought the 2 men to the second floor, the second floor core office area. Here, in addition to the financial room, only a few department managers' office. There is no reason why other people cannot come up. There are a few core conference rooms used by the major departments to meet. That is the financial room. The idle people cannot come close to, said Zhang Qi, pointing to an office area. Brush. Qin Sheng. Shang Yu looked to see inside a lot of girls in a hurry to shuttle back and forth, very busy, but also see inside placed a lot of money checker. Each money checker is running. Wow. A gurgling sound of counting bills reached the 2 men's ears. Money. All bills as far as the eye can see. Into your ears to hear the sound of all the money. Both Qin Sheng and Shang Yu had a question in their minds, which was, how much money was in there? Shang Yu whispered, Xing, I see so many stacks of banknotes. All of them are $100 bills inside, more than the countryside bank. How much money must be inside? Qin Sheng nodded. It's more than a bank, and it's also much more spectacular than a bank scene. 2 people in the countryside have seen the bank cashier picture, then already feel very shocking. But with the picture in front of this is insignificant and completely incomparable. Shang Yu, so much money. It must be millions. Qin Sheng nodded. Got to have it. Zhang Qi said from the side. The finance department is conducting the end of the month settlement to send the vendors the last month's balance. It's probably going to have to be a small $10 million cash payout. Qin Sheng, oh, Shang Yu, settlement of $10 million. 1 month. $1 million is already the upper limit of understanding. 10 million. Completely beyond the scope of comprehension. The last time I heard, or the richest man in the township, rumors that the family can have 10 million assets, said that township residents have long stopped living in the township and relocated to the city to enjoy the benefits. That's all. The richest man in the township speaks well, and every time he goes home to pay homage to his ancestors. The scene is very grand. Even married 2 daughters-in-law, one in the township, one in the county. They don't interfere with each other. Zhang Qi, however, said that the Black Dragon Company will settle tens of millions of payments every month, is not more powerful than the richest man in the countryside. Qin Jiang, you can't compare yourself to the good guys. Chapter 134, if you don't listen to Qin Jiang, you'll be shot if you become a wanted criminal. Come on, come on. A voice came from the finance room. This is the most important battle for the finance department. All money must not be wrong. The data all checked twice. As long as there is no error, I guarantee to apply for a bonus to Jiang. Who want to make a mistake bonus? Not to mention, do not blame the old lady. Turn the other cheek. He saw Bai Lu sitting on the desk with 1 foot on the office chair, lecturing more than a dozen financial staff. Sister Lu, don't worry. Sister Lu, will never disgrace you. Sister Lu, wealth will win. Zhang Qi said. I Lu, head of the Black Dragon's finance department, in charge of the Black Dragon's financial power, likes people to call her sister Lu. So young? Xin Cheng, Chunyu looked than their own age or small by Lu cannot believe. Monthly tens of millions of water flow by a girl in her early 20s in charge. Big city girls so powerful? At this time, I cannot help but think of their own almost age in the family voice or not. Cannot control their own marriage, but others in the same age has been able to manage a department to coordinate 10 million assets. A call. Is the difference really that big? At the same time, I can't help but feel more determined to stay in the big city. The only place where I can take charge of my life. Zhang Qi with 100 turns Qin Chang. Chengyu continue to visit. There is the marketing department resident specifically responsible for the company's marketing, as well as the creation of the forum site, more than a dozen employees. Peripheral employees, dozens of it. There's the DSS office. There's the Department of Transportation office. Soon, Zhang Qi led the two men through the second floor. The second floor is dominated by offices, many of which are not accessible and are closed. But from Qin Chang, Chengyu has been fast to close their mouths can be known to her to shock how much. Zhang Qi pointed to the third floor and said, the third floor is the core area of the Black Dragon Company. Usually only Brother Jiang, Brother Zhang, and Brother Sijio work there, and the rest of the people can't come close at will. I wouldn't give you a tour. Qin Chang and Chengyu nodded numbly. Zhang Qi continued, let's go. I'll show you the main industries of the Black Dragon Company. With that, Zhang Qi led Qin Cheng and Chengyu downstairs out of the vocational university campus, pointing across the street to the Black Dragon Night Market, saying, Black Dragon Night Market, the first night market in Songjiang. It is also the industry of Black Dragon Company. As far as the eye can see, the stalls and vendors are all working for Jiang. The daily turnover of the entire night market is in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, and the Black Dragon Society collects 30% of the management fee. Inside the formal wear personnel are employees of the night market management department. A few large trucks over there belong to the Black Dragon Company under the coordination of the transportation department, and the rest of the people are here to visit the night market. Qin Chang and Chengyu looked at the luxurious night market with their eyes wide open. Great, can't see the end of the big one. 6 horizontal and 12 vertical. There were hundreds of stalls all over the place. The crowd inside is so dense that you can't even count them. A clamor filled their ears. But all they could think of was, all these people were working for Qin Jiang. Qin Cheng pointed at the night market. You said, these people are working for my brother Qin Jiang. Zhang Qi nodded. Yes, accurately speaking, where the people in formal attire are all Jiang's direct subordinates. The number of about 100 or 200. Those who are not in formal attire are counted as subordinates numbering a few hundred. And the vendors are said to be cooperative subordinates at most. Zhang Qi used what he thought were very concise words to explain. But it left Qin Cheng and Chengyu even more confused. Immediate junior? Ancillary minions? Co-op little brother? Why does that sound weird? Jingle bells. Zhang Qi's arm's phone rang. He looked at the caller ID to Qin Cheng too, said, I take a phone call. You two can go to the night market first stroll. I will chase you in a while. Ah, yes. The two of them nodded their heads and walked hand in hand towards the night market. Mom. What? You said my dad's been drinking every day lately. What's wrong? What happened? I'm not sure. He won't tell me even if I ask. Your father's bad temper seems to have something to do with the contracting work. Project? The project to renovate the casino? Roasted cold noodles. The same roasted cold noodles that the movie star ate. Who can come to the north and not eat sugar plums? Hey, authentic lamb kebabs. No money if it's not authentic. He. Qin Cheng. Chengyu just stepped into the scope of the night market. Feel the hustle and bustle of 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 the hustle and bustle. Watching countless large-scale night market than the rural fair grandeur. Let the two people a little forget today's shock. The two also joined the night market to look for food links. Of course, the two more shopping rarely buy and pick cheap to buy. A moment. The two stood in the corner with a serving of grilled cold noodles each and ate them. Chengyu, things are expensive in this city. A serving of roasted cold noodles and a few bites of something dare to sell for $4. Qin Cheng, there are still so many people buying it. Don't you say? The flavor is really quite delicious. Chengyu, do you think Qin Jiang will let you go back? Qin Cheng, I don't want to go back. If I go back, I'll have to get married. I'll have to work on the land. And I'll have to live off the land. And I don't want to live like that. Chengyu, right. Even if Qin Jiang looks powerful, he can't force it. Qin Cheng nodded. Yes, I remember restricting personal freedom is illegal. Yes, illegal. Suddenly, two vendors could be heard muttering on the ground not far away. Vendor A, you don't like the location? Vendor B, yes. It's not close to the two Netflix bridges and the center stage. and the foot traffic is much worse, and the water flow is even worse in a day, not to mention a month. Vendor A, it can't be helped. Who let us sign the contract late? Those good spots are for first-time contract vendors. Vendor B, to use some means. Vendor A, shut up, said. He looked around and found that there was no Black Dragon Patrol personnel before his face eased and whispered, playing tricks with the Black Dragon, you don't want to die. You really don't know the temper of that one. Vendor B, he's really as good as the legend. Vendor A, nonsense. You came late. Tell you who in the university town is not clear that Qin Jiang is a big man in society. Ruthless, thousands of minions under him, sinking people in the river at the drop of a hat. There was once a bull wrestling couple who dared to go and clamor with Qin Jiang, and they were given to sink the river that night. Vendor B, the sheriff doesn't care? Vendor A, control? Who dares? Qin Jiang's background is so powerful. It's not as if no one was in charge in the first place, but do you know the result? The one who gave the order was suspended, criticized, and that one, Brush. He pointed his finger at the pole across the street. There are notices posted there. The notice reads that the sheriff's deputies captured 2 wanted criminals, and that Black Dragon is hereby recognized. It also honored Black Dragon as a policing partner, a friendly unit, and a safe night market in the North End. Below, 2 portraits of captured and wanted criminals. Vendor B, what's wrong with this? Vendor A, what? You really think they are wanted criminals? They are wanted for going against Qin Jiang and not listening to him, and I heard that they are going to be shot in the next few days. Vendor B, Sigma, surprised face, winky face, Qin Chang, Chang Yu, Chapter 135, Trademark Completion, Arrangement of Qin Chang, Brush. The Black Dragon Patrol approached. Vendor B didn't see it and was still surprised. Really? Qin Jiang is so ruthless. Can a man in his early 20s really be that tough? He can shoot someone with just one word? Old A. Why don't you say something? Old A. What are you looking at? Suddenly he subconsciously looked toward the front of the booth and saw several Black Dragon personnel staring at him dead in the face. Fogweed. Done. Officer Black Dragon, sounds like you're not happy with Jiang. Ha? Vendor B, I didn't. Ask him if you don't believe me? Vendor A, I don't know. I was just selling pancakes. Nothing else? Vendor B, Sigma degree. You don't care what happens to your brother. Vendor A, degree V. Brotherhood is thicker than blood. I'll pretend to be deaf if something happens to my brother. Corner position. Qin Chang and Chang Yu's faces changed wildly. Sink the river. Wanted. Shooting. Waiting for words constantly ringing in the ears of the 2 people cannot help but sweat hairs. Social big brother. Qin Jiang is really a social big brother. Or the top kind. For a while the 2 couldn't help but think of the grouchy big brother picture inside the TV show. Aha! Don't tell me it's really similar to Qin Jiang's appearance. Chang Yu, no wonder I look at your brother Qin Jiang appearance screen a little familiar. The original and the Goo 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 Z have seen. No wonder that bald guy at the train station was so afraid of Qin Jiang. So Qin Jiang has such a high social status. And so vicious. Qin Qing, he swore to mix it up since he was a kid. And now, a prophecy has come true. What should I do? When the 2 of them were confused, Zhang Qi came back from the phone call and looked at the 2 of them and said, you 2 are pretty much done shopping. I'll take you 2 to see brother Jiang. Chang Yu, can I ask, is Qin Jiang, the general manager of your company, really the one? Zhang Qi, which one? Chang Yu, social mixer. Zhang Qi, alas, 2 voices. Black Dragon is a regular company. What society or not? He has memorized the criminal code, so he knows that it is against the law to be a member of society. Besides, Jiang always said that Black Dragon is a regular company. At this point, next to the transportation area in front of several trucks, Feng Lin drank. Marred. You guys say that you dare someone to mess with our goods halfway and steal the gasoline? Who? Give the old man the yard man. Take a plunge. A moment. A large number of Black Dragon personnel boarded the truck carrying baseball bats. Boom. The truck roared off into the distance. Zhang Qi, that's Manager Feng, head of the transportation department. Looks like he went out to talk and reason with someone else. Qin Chang, Chang Yu. No? Take a baseball bat. Dozens of people driving trucks to reason? And you say this is a regular company. Of course the 2 are not aware that what may seem like recklessness on Feng Lin's part is normal for today's transportation climate. Reasoning. Also need to have the strength to speak. Empty teeth purely rely on the mouth cannot open the market. Moreover, the Ministry of Transportation to expand the scale, not only contracted the Black Dragon night market procurement and transportation also with other companies to talk about business. So naturally there will be competitors. These days without some means really cannot stand. Of course, Feng Lin also know the importance of all the things to do under the laws and regulations. The most unethical, But these days, morality is worth a few bucks. Penthouse. Xinjiang to determine the completion of the various ice sculpture map, mainly in front of the Black Dragon Night Market, Black Dragon soaring ice sculpture, so that the ice carving master must be carved in the shortest possible time. At the same time, several more important core documents were signed one after another. Zhu Zhang said, the trademarks have been applied for, including the Dragonborn Nine Sons trademark, as well as some subsidiary trademarks. Said the trademark registration documents to Qin Zhang, he a little bit do not understand why to register so many. The Dragonborn Nine Sons also, why the many harmonic trademarks also registered down. Flower Dragon, Purple Dragon, Should the Dragon, as well as other Kuki Ryuko related trademarks. What to say? It looks completely useless, but he didn't ask too many questions. For Black Dragon these trademark registration fees were not worth mentioning, and since Black Dragon started paying taxes, and the support of the vocational university made the departments give Black Dragon the green light all the way, these things were not tedious to do. Qin Jian looked at the large number of trademarks and nodded. These things don't matter now. The current trademark has not reached its heyday, and Black Dragon is not large enough for those professional registrars to take seriously, but soon the logo will be in a big mess. Robocall, bumper sticker, harmonized terrier. How many companies have been made to suffer, and had to spend a huge price to buy the trademark back? And how many companies have been bumper stickers? How many companies have been bumper sticker? Let their market be robbed a lot for nothing. Dang. Zhang Qi knocked on the door and got Zhu Zhang's permission to bring Qin Shang. Sheng Yu came in, the two looked at Qin Jiang in comparable apprehension. Sit. Qin Jiang waved his hand. Qin Shang. Sheng Yu pulled hand in hand to sit on the opposite chair. Qin Shang wanted to speak again and again a few times, did not say anything. Finally summoned up the courage to say, I'm not going home. I don't want to marry. I want to stay in Songjiang. I want to be in charge of my own life. I want to be able to make my own decisions about everything. The more she spoke, the louder and brighter her eyes became. One side, Sheng Yu was so scared that she shivered and kept pulling Qin Shang. There was no way out. She was really afraid that Qin Jiang would sink her in the river as well if she got angry. Brush. Qin Jiang looked at Qin Qing in a four-eyed stare. In an instant, Qin Qing summoned up all her courage and lost it. Her head kept lowering. You can also decide. But, can I not get married? I'm afraid of the water. Afraid of water? What's afraid of water? Qin Jian lazily ignored. You two from tomorrow to report to the night market management department. Everything to internship. Also refer to adult undergraduate. Or night college. Eat in the vocational university cafeteria. Live in the vocational university dormitory. I'll have it arranged. Go on. Finished waving his hand, he did not have too much emotion for Qin Shang. Looking at the feelings of his last life to see himself a time he will help as much as he can, but also will not be the right hand. Qin Qing's face was ecstatic. What? Qin Jiang had no intention of letting himself go home or sinking himself in the river for speaking up. Great? For a moment he couldn't help but cry tears of joy. Sheng Yu is also a little tearful. She is completely scared. Just Qin Jiang did not say anything when her mind is thinking about what position when sinking the river a little bit better. Dai also died beautifully. Qin Jiang frowned. Go cry outside if you want to cry. Gah! Qin Shang held his tongue on the spot and followed Cheng Yu away. Qin Jiang said, tell it to Qin Sheng do not have to be too spoiled. What to do on how to do. She would dare to point fingers messing with things directly dismissed. It is honest in the school to learn to take the adult qualification. Until read out again. He did not remember the specific character of Qin Qing in his last life, not to mention that many people's character is also in disguise, and will appear new changes due to changes in the external environment. Qin Jiang will never allow his relatives to do things in the company in his name. Moreover, he did not intend to let Qin Qing stay in Black Dragon, and would let her out of the company after its diploma and experience. Otherwise it would be easy for problems to arise when the position rises. After all, in the end, Qin Zhong's sister is big. Or is the department manager big? Who do we listen to when there is a disagreement? And so on and so forth all over the place. If she is capable, she can get a subsidiary company to cooperate with the Black Dragon. If she is not capable, she can get an idle position to live a lifetime without worrying about food and clothing. Chapter 136. Zhou Sheng apologizes. Qin Jiang refuses. Manor meeting. The next day, Vocational University once again ushered in a luxury fleet, and the front vehicle is more luxurious than Qin Jiang. The central vehicle is incomparably tawdry red Faraday L, license plate number, North A *** 911. Seeing this fleet of cars outside the school, countless people cannot help but all pointing at the red coupe. This is the coupe, right? It's awesome to look at. Red color. Is it too flashy? Before and after a few luxury cars to form a fleet. More luxurious than the Xinjiang fleet. The university town and a big shot. What do you guys say about the men and women in there? A stall owner said. It's Huasheng, Zhou Shangzhou's car. 911 license plate. It's unique in Songjiang. Quite a few vendors also followed the nod. These scenes stalls naturally to love gossip. For the North District Buckingham Casino naturally will not be unaware of. Not to mention the red coupe. License plate, 911. Very iconic. Not much worse than the iconic Xinjiang fleet. A vendor was puzzled. What is Buckingham Zhou Shang doing here looking for Xinjiang? The two of them still have interactions. A vendor chimed in. It's normal? They're all social bigwigs in the North District. They don't have to drink with each other. A vendor nodded. We don't know much about these big shots. As for whether Zhou Shang came to find Xinjiang, no one suspected. Nonsense. The caravan parked at the entrance of the main gate. Not to find Xinjiang, to find who? Besides, Xinjiang is the only one in the university town who has the same status as Zhou Shang. Equal status means social status. Sure enough, I saw the coupe door open. A flowery green tawdry clothes Zhou Shang walked down from the side of a number of suits dressed in sturdy bodyguards. Some of them bodyguards hand-held gift boxes. Zhou Shang looked back to look at the eyes of the Black Dragon night market. Quite prosperous. Only 10 minutes before noon. There are already a lot of people come to shop. Winter is not too cold. But also to see the Black Dragon night market. Many places and other night markets are different. No matter the layout of the inside back and forth shuttle dressed in dolls, as well as other sights, so that people are very much the urge to go in to see. Sure, Zhou Shang did not have this impulse. He turned back to look at the vocational university inside. The complexity of the gaze. Since the last time his brother let apologize, he has been procrastinating. Not long ago his brother scolded him again before he had to come. He's not stupid. Know what's important and what can be put on hold. Zhou Shang muttered. Xinjiang, let's just let you be complacent for a few days. When this money is almost laundered and when the wind from above passes, let's see how I'll clean you up. He went toward the campus of the University of Vocational Sciences behind many bodyguards to follow the momentum. A forward. Unstoppable. Aha! Stopped outside the school gates. Su Don looked at Zhou Shang and said, no one is allowed to enter the university grounds? I don't know if there is anything I can do to help. Zhou Shang, me, Zhou Shang, loafers. He looked at Su Dong's gaze a bit cold, remembering his big brother's command before he forced down his fire and said, I'm looking for Xinjiang. Su Dong, looking for Mr. Qin, what is it? Zhou Shang was impatient, which is so much nonsense. You tell Xinjiang that I, Zhou Shang, came to find him and talk to him about a business deal. Go. Su Dong pondered for a moment and said, Old Wang, go ask. A security guard quickly ran towards Black Dragon. Many of the vendors outside came over to hear the conversation and couldn't help but nod their heads. I told you I came to look for Mr. Qin, right? This security guard also really dares to stop, is not afraid of offending people. What don't you dare? Which university doesn't have a strong network of relationships behind it? Afraid of him, Buckingham? It's not like security guards represent the university. Soon, Old Wang quickly ran back and said, Captain, Mr. Qin said he couldn't see it. Tell him to stay wherever he is cool. He said the voice is not small. Not to mention Su Dong even outside Zhou Shang and other also heard clearly. Zhou Shang's face instantly went cold. I don't see it. Xinjiang doesn't see him. Who does he think he is? If he doesn't see him? Brush. Zhou Shang didn't hesitate to turn around and get into the car. Boom. The convoy left immediately. That night, another reprimand came from Buckingham's top box. Day 2. Zhou Shang once again came to the university to find Xinjiang. This time he was very sincere to say that he came to apologize. Xinjiang once again refused to meet. Zhou Shang asked someone to bring in the gift. Xinjiang once again refused. An hour later Zhou Shang left with a gloomy face. Day 3. Zhou Shang again. This time he was prepared to know in advance Xinjiang out of the school halfway to stop the car. Xinjiang simply did not get off. In the face of Zhou Shang shouting outside with the convoy away. Obviously do not intend to get involved in any relationship with him. Crap. The Zhou family was going to fall soon in the last life. And now his family was the bogeyman who would have anything to do with them. Moreover, Xinjiang is not a generous person. Dare to secretly give him a trip will not have to give face reason. In situ, Zhou Shang was incomparably angry and ruthlessly slammed the gift in his hand. Breaking or snapping. The value of 100,000 jade cabbage directly broken. Zhou Shang does not hate and ruthlessly fall two things. The Xinjiang fleet left the direction of ruthless curses. Xinjiang, you really think that I'm afraid of you, and that I'm not going to do anything about it until I've toasted you? I, Zhou Shang, Am not finished with you. Not finished. The scene. It has left nearby vendors amazed and incredulous. Why does it look like Qin Jiang and Zhou Sheng aren't dealing with each other? And there's a sense of saber rattling. More than not dealing with. Obviously Zhou Sheng offended Qin Jiang came to apologize. Qin Jiang did not accept. Brother Jiang is awesome. Zhou Sheng personally came to apologize and ignored it. TSK. Scary. They witnessed Zhou Sheng come to vocational university for 3 consecutive days to find Qin Jiang to make amends and apologize. And even a fool can guess the general. Qin Jiang v Zhou Sheng. A social newcomer Qin Jiang, who has just risen to command hundreds of millions of assets and thousands of minions under his command, has just risen to command hundreds of millions of assets and thousands of minions under his command. A long-time fame has long been in the North District Standing Stick, Pine River Large Casino, underground Big Brother Zhou Sheng. The two are afraid that something big is going to happen when they go up against each other. The North End, I'm afraid, is about to change. Soon Qin Jiang and Zhou Sheng against the news in the North District spread. Many social figures have been concerned. Buckingham. Zhou Sheng scolded, "Give me to find Lu Bo." He thought he was very powerful? Open a night market to him powerful bad. I do not give him some color really cannot distinguish the size of the king. Are night market ideas great? I can't think of one without copying it. The other side. Qin Jiang's convoy drove out of the suburbs and eventually traveled to the location of a hidden manor in the suburbs. Inside the car, Zhu Zheng, Bai Mang suddenly contacted us to come here to meet someone. I'm afraid it's not quite right. What could possibly make him call personally? This morning Bai Mang called to say vaguely, said someone asked Qin Jiang to come to this manor? Qin Jiang pondered for a while and did not refuse to let people drive to come. Qin Jiang, who could have compromised him? The higher-ups, or rather his superiors. Zhu Zheng, what are you looking for us for? Currently, there are no mistakes in the Black Dragon business. Everything is normal. Qin Jiang, these people in the Black Dragon did not violate the law to find what we can do. Nothing more than 2 words, cooperation, aggravated tone. Zhu Zheng, can you? He saw his hand reach out and gently reverse back and forth twice. Qin Jiang, anything is possible. Chapter 137, 3v3, Not Falling Behind. Snap. Zhangqi got off the car and opened the back door. Qin Jiang slowly got off the car under the flank of a few juniors and was dressed properly. Opposite is waiting in front of the manor door White Fierce. See this cannot help but mouth twitching. Really ing carved in the bones of the pretentious. Then he quickly stepped forward and looked at Qin Jiang and whispered, "Waiting for you for half a day. Don't let you come with a lower profile? You this." Qin Jiang, it's already pretty low-key, isn't it? This. Bai Mang couldn't help but look speechless as he looked at the Qin Jiang fleet and the dozen or so formally dressed minions that came down from the fleet. You call that a low profile? But he thought of an access to information about Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang went out even more than a dozen motorcycle escort cannot help but feel is counted low profile. Qin Jiang's face was calm. The lowdown. Why the lowdown? The law in order to find himself and let himself lay low can be anything good. To come to be. May want to express the attitude. He came here does not mean that anyone to pinch. Chinese citizens have their own rights. Even if we do cooperate, it has to be equal. White Mang, let's go. The people inside are waiting for you. After that, he looks at Qin Jiang followed by a dozen or so young men in formal attire. There's no need for them to come in. It's safe inside. Qin Jiang nodded. Zhu Zhang shook his folding fan. Tap. The 10 formally dressed youths stopped where they were and did not move forward, leaving only Zhu Zhang and 4-9 to follow. White Mang, the two of them. Qin Jiang, brothers in life and death. No need for words. Having said that, also do not wait for Bai Mang to say more himself to the inside of the manor. Zhu Zhang, 4-9 to follow. The original place Bai Mang full of confusion. I don't think so. Why do you feel that you are the owner of this place? Soon, Bai Mang caught up to Qin Jiang. Why are you not curious at all about who is looking for you? Why here? This morning Bai Mang received an order to invite Qin Jiang to the manor. He was very baffled by this, but the party's Qin Jiang from receiving the call to come and no emotion. Let him explain the words did not say a word. Qin Jiang, what is there to be curious about? Which house your leader is in directly takes me there. White Mang. A few moments White Mang brought Qin Jiang 3 people to the core location of the manor in front of a room gently knocked on the door. Dang, enter. White Fierce pushed the door to bring Qin Jiang 3 people inside. See 3 people are eating hot pot. The central position is a serious face of 40 to 50 years old man. The left is a man with glasses. The right is an eagle hook nose. Eyes sharp strict man. Seeing the 3 people Qin Jiang's eyes shrunk. Stripes. It's all strips. With his eyes he could tell that the 3 men were not of low rank, and he even recognized the man with the sharp eyes. Captain of the Pine River Detective General Unit. Inside the future even solved a lot of big cases continue to be promoted. He has to remember correctly the Watson brothers is arrested by him. Qin Jiang had already guessed what was going on. It seems to have something to do with the Huaxing brothers. It's not clear why they dragged themselves into this life, but Qin Jiang's face was very calm. At this time as eating hot pot, three people also all looked to Qin Jiang. At the sight of Zhu Zhang, 4-9 cannot help but all frowned. They let Bai Mang to get Qin Jiang cannot let these two also come. There are things that not everyone can know. The chief of investigation, Wang Feng, glares at Bai Mang, who has no choice but to smile bitterly. The man sitting in the center position smiled. Come. It's winter and cold, just in time to eat some hot pot to warm up. Chongqing spicy pot, want to eat together? Of course. Qin Jiang calmly walked up and sat next to Wang Feng, smoothly bringing chopsticks from the table to probe into the pot. Wang Feng said in a meaningful double entendre, do you really dare to eat with us? Qin Jiang, as a Chinese citizen, I have the right to eat with anyone, don't I? He said as he picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. At the same time Zhu was sitting on the left side of Qin Jiang at the same time to take a pair of chopsticks. His face is equally calm although the depths of his eyes constantly contracted on behalf of his at this time a little surprised. Apprehensive can show incomparable calm. He picked up a piece of meat calmly said, called us not just intend to a pot of food? At this point, 49 froze for a moment as he looked at the table in front of him, because the table under the 5 seats today was not prepared to Zhu Zhang. For 9 seats now Zhu Zhang to Bai Mang's seat occupies already no seats. His eyes look around gaze fixed in the corner of the room location. There's a bronze bull ornament there, 1 meter high, 2 meters long. It just looks incredibly heavy. For 9 did not hesitate to walk toward the bronze ox. His hands grabbed the body of the ox and lifted it with force. The bronze ox that seemed to be embedded in the ground was moved up hard by him toward the dining table. Boom! Bronze ox was 4-9 placed on the right side of Qin Jiang. Heavy bronze ox to the ground are smashed out a deep pit. Looks like if this place is not a floor is likely to dry into a dangerous house. Boo! For 9 sat on the bronze ox, just like an ancient general as tall as 2 heads taller than the others. Good thing his arm is also long. Pick up a pair of chopsticks also deep into the pot directly clamped up 7 or 8 pieces of meat a bite to eat. Hiss. The flavor is good. More meat. This is enough meat for anyone to eat. At least under a 10 pounds 8 pounds. This. Wang Feng and the 3 of them were stunned in their overall color. Qin Jiang. Zhu Zhang calm as well as a word to break their purpose is very let them surprised. Who let the two seem to be in their early 20s? Can have this kind of city as well as insight is very extraordinary. As for the 4-9 needless to say, the 3 look at the 4-9 eyes are a little wide. They are the security department. For the 4-9 unusual strength as well as physical nature more concerned about the bronze bull looks like at least 300 or 400 pounds, and is very slippery and not good to grab. The 4-9 very easily grabbed and lifted it over, so that the force has been very exaggerated outrageous. To be a little bit of exercise put in the combat department that the effect of the absolute bar. But the 3 men are very deep, quickly shifted their gaze and did not say anything to solicit 4-9 words. Serve the meat. Wang Feng spoke up. Ah, yes. Bai Mang nodded. This room naturally couldn't have a waiter. The meat could only be picked up by him in the back kitchen. Qin Jiang, I don't eat beef. Zhu Yang, lamb. Lambs, tender. Sijio, take more at a time. Don't be stingy. And take some garlic. If you eat meat without garlic, you lose half the flavor. White Mang. No? You guys even ordered? Really take me as a waiter. But look at Wang Feng 3 people face he did not dare to say anything but to go to the back kitchen. A moment he took a lot of meat and vegetables. Garlic over on the table. But soon White Fierce found a situation he simply did not have a place to sit. Do you want to go out to get a chair? Wang Feng said. You go out first. 49 nodded. Is this almost enough to eat? Not enough to eat and call you. Said Cuckoo to down the meat. Bai Meng, eat. Live dad. Who could ever eat you? It just so happened that he didn't like being here either. And it felt like talking around a corner wasn't direct or pretentious enough. Out the door. Close the door to your room by the way. Inside the house. Only 3 people left, Qin Jiang and Wang Feng sitting opposite each other. All did not say anything or seriously eating hot pot. Chapter 138. Cooperation should be sincere and the right to be cheap. Soon. The fondue is almost done. There are 4-9 this food in. That completely cyclone chopstick shovel car mouth Cuckoo is dazzling. Several pounds of meat and vegetables in the blink of an eye to eat almost. Even if Wang Feng and other want to eat also did not have anything left. Not to mention that they are looking for Qin Jiang today to come as not to eat hot pot. Snap. Middle-aged man put down his chopsticks. Wang Feng too also put down their chopsticks. The 3 looked at each other with glasses. The man was the first to open his mouth. China is combating money laundering behavior. The city has just detected a huge amount of money laundering. The amount of money is huge, including the use of the night market money laundering behavior. I do not know if Mr. Sheen has heard of it. Qin Jiang, I've heard of it. The three of them were stunned. Originally thought that Qin Jiang would not know or pretend not to know even if he knew, but did not expect to admit it. Wang Feng, the city has seen a number of demolition households jump to their deaths, as well as people missing, you know? Qin Jiang, I know. Wang Feng's eyes widened steeply. Is there just a little wind? Wait, you say you know? Qin Jiang nodded. Isn't it just the Huasheng Group? He runs the casinos and launders money as well. Of course, those demolition households are not all Huasheng dry. Songjiang demolition of so many people can all be a big fat sheep. I do not know how many people staring. Huasheng can only say accounted for the big head. The man with the glasses stared. You're involved? Qin Jiang looked at the man with glasses. I want to participate. Can still sit here with you to eat. Besides a few big demolition households, that little money is nothing? Even if you get them all finished, how much can there be? A few 100 million. Ha! I don't put it in my eyes. Songjiang is a second-tier city. Even if the demolition did not get rich too many people, a small number of lucky people for special reasons to get a few hundred, tens of millions of assets. It's only fat in the eyes of the gray forces. As for obtaining 1,000,000 or 800,000 people is not a big deal. Most of these people change a house to buy a car will spend about the same. Even if they can lose their money, there is not much. Staring at these people is also on the ground hooligan gangsters. These people do not deserve to be valued by the three before them. Listen to this. Wang Feng. Three people look at Qin Jiang eyes complex. They would like to say Qin Jiang fart. A few 100 million dare not put in the eyes? But when he thought that Qin Jiang's development has only been 3 months now, and he has gone from being a warehouse buying gangster to the owner of a large company, with an annual water flow of hundreds of millions of dollars and tens of millions of dollars in revenue, there is really no problem for him to say this. The man in the center took out a cigarette, and the man with glasses took out a lighter and lit it. So what do you think of Huasheng Group? Qin Jiang also lit a cigarette, body half leaned back, blowing smoke to cover the middle-aged man's field of vision, and did not answer back to ask, intends to let me deal with the Huasheng Group. Said, why do I have to deal with him? And what can I get? Wang Feng, glasses man's body shock. The middle-aged man blowing smoke also solemnly looked at Qin Jiang. Obviously by Qin Jiang opened the door, as well as out of them from the more shocked, but in the three men of the city is very deep and did not show it. Boo! Wang Feng slapped the table. Every citizen has the obligation to cooperate. You also want to pay not. Shu Zhang, Chinese law. Every citizen has the right to defend themselves even in dangerous situations. Isn't that right? Wang Feng, what danger? You know there's danger before we even say anything? What's the point of talking about gains and losses? Juzz, I don't know which law says you can't talk about gains and losses, and I don't know which law says you have to cooperate at your own risk. The Huasheng Group. If you can really deal with no danger easily, why would you guys come to us again? The Huasheng Group has no relationship or affiliation with the Black Dragon, so we can't talk about cooperation in any case. Inviting a man into a jar doesn't allow you to talk about gains and losses? Adults don't have to be cuties. Coax it. Wang Feng, you. Shu Zheng, I. The two men were at war with each other. Ugh. The man with glasses stepped in to dissuade Wang Feng, turned his head to look at Sijou. The current situation is Wang Feng when the red face he sang white face. Shu Zheng sing red face. Natural 4-9 to sing white face. So the party is good to continue to talk down. But let him disappointed 4-9 crunching crab simply did not dissuade Zhu Zhang, meaning to look at the glasses of the man, looked over and said, Huang Duo, you eat not. Eat if let him in get a few. The sword is drawn. Zhu Zhang. Wang Feng is also a little confused. His own continue or not continue only. Qin Jiang and the middle-aged man looked at each other across the smoke with calm faces. And just as Wang Feng was about to continue speaking, the middle-aged man directly opened his mouth. Tell me your conditions. Qin Jiang slowly said. The right of cheapness, where anything will not be pursued until the matter is over. It needs to be formalized on paper, must be signed by the three of you and videotaped for the record. He said a lot of demands in one breath. No way. Wang Feng directly refused. What are you thinking? If you really give you this right, you will not turn over the sky. If you do something out of the ordinary, who can afford it? What a joke. The middle-aged man didn't stop. Not to mention that the 4 words of the right to cheapness alone are beyond his ability. Who knows what the other side will borrow this right to do? A small fight is nothing. Really make a big fuss about what hurt the innocent he cannot cover. Even if the insiders undercover will not be completely cheap, let alone let the cooperative enterprises to cheap, then there's no talk. Qin Jiang stubbed out his cigarette in the bowl. Citizens are also afraid of death and have to think about their own safety. Everything. legal and reasonable. Finished. Pat ready to lift the table 4-9 with Zhu Zhang turned around and left, without dragging his feet. Seeing this Wang Feng, three people did not say anything to anyone, until Qin Jiang third brother left the house. Silence for a long time. Man with glasses, I can't imagine he's only 20. Looks like he wasn't going to get into the mess from the start. Wang Feng, the one called Zhu Zhang, is not simple. Our temporary intention of the two of them cannot prepare in advance, can cooperate with how tacit understanding completely guessed what we want to do, but also memorized the law so skilled. Really, when are these young people so sophisticated and capable? What now? They do not cooperate to continue to find someone else or a different plan, just afraid of the delay and do not know how many people's homes are broken, and I do not know where the money will flow again. The man with glasses opened his mouth. It's not easy to find people. The money laundering channels they look for are very cautious. Some of the big money laundering channels are problematic companies. Those companies won't cooperate with us. Only the Black Dragon is a bit special. In Songjiang some name, those who exist also all default his position, but on the contrary, he is secretly white, is not afraid to cooperate with us. It's normal for him to be worried. I've read the information that this person is very strict about the law, and he won't do anything that violates the law. So it's normal to be afraid of getting involved in this and letting us out to prove it. Wang Feng, the right to cheap is so bull asterisk. I don't think he has any intention of talking to us at all. The middle-aged man shook his head. He has. Otherwise, he will not come. He said that is nothing more than roaming in Wang Feng. You go and talk to him. The right of cheapness is impossible, but as long as it doesn't involve human life or innocence it can be talked about. We need to eradicate this tumor of Huaxing as soon as possible, or else. Outside, the three of them, Qin Jiang, exited the manor and got into the car. Zhu Yang, it's not going to cost a fortune, is it? Qin Jiang shook his head and picked up his cell phone, slowly extending 3 fingers. 3, 2, jingle bells. Chapter 139, insisting on cooperation. Night market procedures. Whoever is full. Caller ID. White mighty. Snap. Qin Jiang directly hung up the phone and did not answer. Ring again. Hang again. 3 rings. 3 hangings. The phone fell silent and no longer continued to ring. Qin Jiang was very calm and fell into deep thought. Zhu Jiang is not going to cooperate? Qin Jiang, need to think about it. The last life he also cooperated. Of course, not this kind of cooperation. The result is not good. He became an outcast in the late stage. Of course, he cooperated in the follow-up, was also caught in the common singing Iron Window tears. And the last life to get Qin Jiang in is Wang Feng, accurately said he as well as the group behind the credit. This life, Qin Jiang does not intend to get involved with these people too much, plus a bit of resistance to Wang Feng and so on to just show, but he also did not completely reject. There are times when this kind of cooperation is not bad for the Black Dragon. The base color white is important. Some people think it's more important that you're white. Qin Jiang looked in the direction of the manor. Even if we cooperate, we can't promise directly. There should be guarantees. Although the last life of these word of mouth is good, but there are things cannot just rely on experience more to implement. Everyone will, not only the outside world, rumors that side. He waved his hand. Boom. The convoy roared straight away. Inside the manor, Bai Meng called 3 times, all hung up. Looked at Wang Feng a little embarrassed. He may have a problem with his cell phone. Wang Feng, degree V. Guess what I believe? At this moment, a voice came from the intercom. ZZ, report, the Qin Jiang convoy has left. Wang Feng looked at the direction outside the manor with a complicated gaze. It seems that this Qin Jiang is harder to deal with than he thought. At such a young age with such a city must have some achievements in the future. Just hope not to take a crooked path. Otherwise, such a person is even more difficult to deal with than Huaxing. With that, he looked at Bai Meng. Don't you think so? Bai Meng was stunned, subconsciously nodding and shaking his head. He won't do that or I'll personally arrest him. Boom, boom. Wang Feng patted Bai Meng on the shoulder. Trust you. By the way, I heard that your sister is graduating from college. Did she find a job? White Meng, should. Found it. Wang Feng smiled and turned to leave. Give me Qin Jiang's phone number. And by the way, tell me on your father's behalf that he's fine. Soon. Wang Feng and the others also left the manor, leaving only the middle-aged man to walk toward a certain fishing pond at the back of the manor, where a man of about 50 years of age wearing a straw hat against the cold wind was engaged in winter fishing. The middle-aged man walked to sit down. Did you catch it, teacher? Straw hat man turned back precisely, by Wagwa. He looked at the middle-aged man, shook his hand's fishing rod. Fishing is to be idle and elegant. Fishing did not catch the fish is not important. The hooked fish sooner or later will be hooked. Middle-aged man, Omega. If you didn't catch it, just say so. What's the point of talking some big talk? No wonder you can be a teacher. You can really talk? Baiwegwa saw that the middle-aged man's inner thoughts were not embarrassed. He didn't agree? Middle-aged man, not really, but making very harsh demands, and it looks like he's wary of us. Baiwegwa, normal. From the fact that he went through the process of rising to power, you can see that he is an incredibly cautious person. The weirdest thing is that he is from a Jianghu background, and in the northern province he is unique in that he is black in face and white in heart. It's a shame not to make use of it. Middle-aged man, the teacher intends to drive the wolf from the tiger. Baiwegwa, it's a unique situation. Nowadays, wolves aren't stupid and are afraid of being scapegoated, so it's hard to find the right one. There aren't many wolves that are on the table and dare to work with us and that we can actually give a commitment to. There aren't many. Hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded. Dying for a crime. It may be a little tempting to those who are caught, not tempting at all to those who aren't. But anyone who is caught is basically rarely of any use anymore. The middle-aged man frowned. There's not much benefit we can give him. After all, we can't go against the principle, can we? Baiwegwa, his line is a bit peculiar. The interests can't be impressed, but the conflicts will appear on their own. He's a fat piece of meat right now, and even if he wanted to stay out of it, no one else would allow it. We just have to show up at the right time. The middle-aged man nodded. Good. 10 minutes later, Baiwegwa retrieved his fishing rod and carried a very clean fish trap toward the back of the manor. The back door. Xiaosun saw Baiwegwa hurriedly went forward to take the fish basket and put it in the back, and opened the door to let Baiwegwa get on the car. Leader, going home? Baiwegwa shook his head. Go to the food market. Buy a 3 catty. No, 5 catty fish. Pick a wild one to buy. Little son, understood. Boom. He started the car and headed for the food market. Behind him, Baiwegwa closed his eyes and muttered, Xinjiang, night market. It's up to you whether or not you can catch a chance. The reason why he wants to pull Xinjiang in naturally will not be for no reason. One is, Xinjiang is very consistent with the program candidates. The future of the North Province, many large-scale programs will have a role. Secondly, he is also a bit interested in Xinjiang's white background and black body. Thirdly, Bai Lu. No way. Who let his daughter in the hands of others? That was why he would see if he could pull Xinjiang's strings and get him to hang on to the top so that he would be completely safe. It can also be under your watch not to go astray. Of course Xinjiang dared to turn black. Then no matter what the situation was he would resolve it by thunder. Even if Bai Lu was involved he would be punished accordingly. The White family. There can only ever be white. Front. Xiaosun heard his own leader muttering. Among other things, the words Xinjiang and night market hovered in his ears a few times. In the food market, Xiaosun bought a nearly 7 pounds of wild fish, when the phone in his pocket appeared to vibrate not by picking up. Hey, Bureau Yang. I can't say anything about your work. I'm just a little secretary, so don't give me a hard time. I can only say that recently this night market should also be rectified to rectify what kind of trouble there are. And remember that all legal compliance. The leadership hates the abuse of someone's rights. A regulatory office. Bureau Yang hung up the phone with a slight frown. Night market, management, legal compliance. He picked up the phone. Check the major night markets, and report any wrongdoing to me at the first opportunity. A few days later, the major night market intelligence is presented. The first one, the Black Dragon night market is all in order and fully legally compliant. He was staggered by all the formalities. The second one, Tianhua night market. Procedures are incomplete, and a lot of formalities have expired years ago, and recently also ready to build a big construction. Building a lot of things all unapproved. Third, the fourth. In addition to the Black Dragon night market, the procedures are not fully compliant, especially in the North District that a few night market is preparing for the new project is not approved at all. Not at all legal compliance. Yang Bureau eyes cannot help but a little angry. The lower side of the people are doing what to eat. It will not be because they do not act to make themselves not to be treated by the upper side of the bar. He directly picked up the phone, prepared to convene a meeting. Chapter 140, Other Night Market Imitations. Black Dragon's Sub-Branding. As time goes by, Buckingham. Zhou Shang stood at the box wine table and shouted, "Shake it up!" On both sides of a lot of slim beauty joyfully twisting. They all surrounded Zhou Shang's smile face open, but the eyes are also full of a trace of fear. Fear, the corner position of a girl shivering, wet body sprinkled with wine, face with blood. Apparently she was punished for offending Zhou Shang. Dang, dang. He saw Lu Bo poking his head in and looking at Zhou Shang with a very pleasing smile. See him. Zhou Shang, face slightly cold, waved his hand. The crowd of dancing women all stopped. The box wind and light was also closed. Those women as a relief to leave the box. The corner position woman was also pulled out. Sit. Zhou Sheng pointed to the opposite seat. Lu Bo did not dare to sit and stand in front of Zhou Sheng, in front of brother Sheng. Where do I have the guts to do it? Zhou Sheng's face sneered. You don't have a lot of guts. Wasn't I also taken by you? Lu Bo hurriedly shook his head. Brother Sheng, you can't say that. The recording I've already deleted, absolutely just one. I didn't record the tone. The young king did. I'll have someone look for him and he'll find it soon. I'll make sure to give Sheng an explanation when the time comes. Not long ago, Lu Bo involved in buying murder victims were arrested. He found a lawyer to special channels to contact Zhou Sheng, and put in the hands of a certain undercard recordings to let the other side to save themselves, just as Zhou Sheng is also sending people to look for him. In the end, Zhou Sheng used the relationship to let people for his top mind. Lu Bo was released. In the moment Lu Bo was going to leave Songjiang. After all, offending Zhou Sheng is not a good thing. But the thought of fighting in Songjiang for so many years, it is not easy to have this achievement. How willing to leave? Continue to stay in Songjiang. He has lost the shelter of the rich woman can let him earn money. Only Zhou Sheng, the so-called rich and famous, plus Zhou Sheng also sent someone to look for the two of them to work together again. Zhou Sheng smiled contemptuously. You don't need to find the person. He is no longer in this world. Lu Bo's body slightly trembled. Fortunately, when the choice of recording is not their own recordings, but other people recorded by their own secretly found, otherwise it is likely to die. Zhou Sheng, how about those night markets ready? Lu Bo, Sheng's blessing. A few night market comprehensive remodeling, completely imitating the Black Dragon night market and add their own ideas. Now construction is almost, not out of 10 days. No, at most a week will be able to test run. Zhou Sheng took a sip of red wine from his wine glass. Qin Jiang refused him 3 times to fold its face. This kind of hatred he cannot be unreported. Back to let Lu Bo contact other night market. To money, to resources. Anyway, according to the Black Dragon night market copy, not to say that the Black Dragon to Dry Dead also want to rob him most of the crowd, so that he can let him comfortable. A week is too long. Zhou Sheng stretched out 3 fingers. 3 days, it must be fully operational in 3 days. I remember the university city near a Tianlong night market. 3 days later, let him get the opening ceremony. Hard to me to publicize a variety of concessions to get up. The opening ceremony I will personally go. Let him put Qin Jiang also invited over. Boo! He put down his glass. Who does Qin Jiang think he is? Just a kid with a little bit of smarts in his good fortune. I'm going to tell him to pay the price for giving his face and daring to break the face of my Zhou family. Lu Bo nodded. I'll arrange it right away. Quickly leaving the box. He didn't want to have too much contact with Zhou Sheng during this time. Inside the box, Zhou Sheng looked at the departing Lu Bo, made a phone call, as soon as possible, to figure out whether there are other recordings in his hands. If necessary, can use extraordinary means. A message came from across the room. Brother Sheng, Brother Hua told us not to make too much noise lately. Zhou Sheng's face turned cold. Didn't I say that I would only use means when necessary? Letting you guys investigate now is not for you to use my brother to pressure me. If you can't find out clearly, get the out. Snap. He hangs up. Dare to threaten Hua Sheng. In his eyes Lu Bo has been a dead man. If not for the big brother asked to keep a low profile, he would have Lu Bo tortured to ask for specifics sunk into the Song River. Now, nothing but waste utilization. 3 days, Zhou Sheng muttered. 3 days later, I'd like to see if Qin Jiang dares to come and if he can still act tough. 2 days later, the top floor of Black Dragon. Zhu Zheng, Brother Zhang. Just now Tianhua Night Market sent an invitation saying that they're going to hold an opening ceremony tomorrow. Tianhua Night Market this time reform a lot. The Moon Old Bridge, Brother Bridge, as well as the slogan all original copy past, and also to get a singing competition. You say we want to not, said Zhu Zhang, face cold than a downward pressure gesture. Qin Jiang did not speak. This news has long been reported to him here. If someone dared to copy him in the last life, he was bound to be suppressed by thunder. And in this life, the route is different and many methods cannot be used. Of course he didn't have to use his last life's methods, he had ways to keep the Black Dragon night market continuing to prosper. Not to mention he never wanted to make the business a one-man show. Monopoly. This time of year is great, but the future is not a permanent one. He is also clear that those few night markets have such vigor must be behind someone. Self-evident, Huasheng Group, Chao Xing, the man he rejected 3 times. Qin Jiang, the Black Dragon night market will be upgraded next month and pushed forward according to the previously formulated plan. Doll clothes, theme clothes, and prizes, as well as the official launch of the ice dolls. Remember that our dolls have to be trademarked and individually copyrighted. Some things can be imitated and some things cannot. Zhu Zheng, understood. Qin Jiang, how about the development of several commercial brands under the Ministry of Management? Can they be launched next month? Zhu Zhang, milk tea brand preparation is almost done. Spicy hot pot, fried chicken, duck goods, and other brands are being prepared. Qin Jiang nodded. Night City, or the future of Songjiang. Night City is an important industrial component of the Black Dragon Company, cannot be promoted. The Night City in Songjiang can open in other cities is difficult to make the future of Songjiang. Night City can stand firm to find a few potential stocks to invest. Catering potential stocks have a lot. Qin Jiang pick a few, including milk tea is very potential. The future of milk tea brands such as Spring Blossoms Everywhere, listed several. Qin Jiang, milk tea brands are divided into two. One to do the high-end route. One to do the pro-people route. High-end called Overlord Tea. Low-end called Snowy Night Ice City. Zhu Zhang, blackmail. Good. Qin Jiang, as for the opening of the Tianhua night market, he was just about to refuse when the phone rang and the caller ID showed by Mang. Qin Jiang, trying to persuade me to cooperate again? By Mang, Qin Jiang, do you have a hidden background? Or is that one from the vocational university striking again? Qin Jiang frowned slightly but his tone was very flat. Can't understand what you're saying? By Mang, don't pretend. Tomorrow Songjiang to carry out large-scale night market sweeping action. Where not legal compliance night market full shutdown and reorganization. And on-site confiscation of non-compliant equipment, demolition of illegal construction. You say there's nothing in it for you? I don't know if others don't know. There's no one in Songjiang who has all the formalities except you. Those night markets just banded together to spend a lot of money imitating you. And tomorrow they open up out of this. Qin Jiang hung up the phone. Qin Jiang and Zhu Zhang looked at each other for half a day, quickly saying several possibilities and unable to determine. Finally Qin Jiang said, reply to Tianhua. I will personally go to the opening ceremony tomorrow. Chapter 141, next to the martial arts school. Dare to catch funeral Biao. Zhu Zhang, understood. Qin Jiang, the night market upgrade thing can be put on hold. The ice and snow theme will start as soon as possible, and the milk tea will be ready to go online. Zhu Zhang, I'll make the arrangements. Qin Jiang, what's moving next to it? Zhu Zhang laughed. That school on the left side is relocating. To relocate to a martial arts school. Qin Jiang's face was calm. He remembers that in his last life this martial arts school, although the noise made a big fuss. What Shaolin martial arts school? And even the legend of Shaolin martial arts monks personally teaching. The name is very loud but did not open up. Sure, a similar situation is not exceptional on College Road. Along with the development of the College Road, a variety of schools have sprung up, but many of them have fallen off quickly, and a large part of them would probably not be able to persist for a year or two if they did not have support. Shake your head. Qin Jiang began to think about the Nocturnal City thing. Wait for this year night market completely solid. Next year Nocturnal City will be online, so he can accumulate a lot of money in a short period of time and thus directly into the real estate. Otherwise there is no need to enter the real estate fall in a few years of delay. The next day, early morning, hoo, ha, a burst of hooting and hollering came from the martial arts school, and I saw 40 to 50 youths inside wearing short-haired undershirts in the snow were boxing, and the one who led the team was a 30-something years old shaved head martial arts monk. Opposite, there is a cage on the snow. There is a shivering cat in the cage as the funeral puma. It came to the martial arts school cafeteria to look for food just by the martial arts school trainees caught locked in the cage. Opposite, a couple hundred people standing at the fence location were watching the action. Martial arts school, for many students are very rare, especially in the name of martial arts monks. With the name of martial arts monks, so many students heard that the martial arts school newly opened have come to see the fun. Instead of stopping the martial arts monks on purpose near the playground to lead the students to play a game, these students are carefully selected out of his school to come to Songjiang branch for is to play the reputation, so that the branch to open up the situation of recruiting students, and is Songjiang branch first martial arts instructor. There will be a big development, and even become the first principal, not to mention that the light of the annual dividends on the unknown how much money. Think about it. The martial monk droned. Each of them disperse. Gu Yun, you lead them to start practicing. Phew, dozens of trainees dispersed individually. Snap, a trainee started splitting bricks. Boom, boom, a trainee started to backflip. Dang, dang, dang. Some of the trainees started passing each other. The outside viewers are even more glazed over with kung fu. You can only see real kung fu in movies. The martial arts monk saw that the fire was almost ready and said to a few resourceful trainees, Gu Yun, take a few of them to hand out flyers about the merits of the martial arts school. Immediately a couple of trainees went to the fence with flyers and handed them out to viewers through the fence and showed off their muscles. What do brothers learn? Haircutting? What's that? You're a pussy. You won't get anywhere. Come to martial arts school to learn kung fu. Dragon know it. Can learn. You can also become a kung fu master? or not to open a martial arts hall later to teach a few students can also support their families. We're an authentic martial arts school. See our instructor? Authentic martial arts monks, cracking golden stone, flying over walls, splitting bricks with bare palms doesn't even matter. These words with his splitting bricks somersault students, listening to a lot of watching students incomparable heart, especially those who have no way out students. They are not college but secondary school. Vocational. After graduation do not know what to do, and even fear of graduation. So, if you come to martial arts, do you graduate a few years late again? What's more, what teenager doesn't have martial arts dreams? What teenager hasn't been beaten with a wooden stick like on TV when he was a kid and never had a full leaf in the vegetable patch again? Which teenager? Immediately, there were just a number of nods. That brother, how do you charge for your martial arts school? How many years? Brother, can we graduate from our martial arts school with a diploma? Is there a martial arts certificate? Learn for a few years to be able to fly. Open the gold and crack the stone. Ask anything at once. See this. The martial monk couldn't help but nod his head in satisfaction. It seems that the choice is right. Instead of wasting your life in this school, you should come out to break in. Even if you fail to break in, what can you do? Big deal. Playing for nothing some years ago. Just then, there was a commotion at the back of the crowd of students. In the automatic dispersal to the sides, they saw 20 to 30 youths in formal attire walking towards the fence. The students on both sides could not help but look fearful. See this. A few martial arts school students were blindfolded. What the hell? What kind of person is this? Not very old but dressed formally. And, what are you doing here? Gu-yun, you are also here to enroll in the martial arts school. The fundamental person opened his mouth to answer. In Gu-yun and other shocked eyes saw a man came to the fence to lift a fence stick. The iron bar was removed in hand to remove the other one. Then Zhang Qi along the gap into the martial arts school campus. The back of the other young people in formal dress to follow. This, the martial arts school students all froze in place. Watching students are used to. Which school does not have some hidden entrances and exits? In the entire college road is basically standard. Learning bad students can know the location. The martial arts school students just came to the school situation is not clear at all. Gu-yun, wait, what are you guys doing in here? The formal youth calmly said, looking for a cat? Gu-yun, looking for a cat? What cat? Wait, how can you come in here so easily? Formal dress youth, what heavy land is not heavy land? This place belongs to the school. Your martial arts school procedures have not been fully processed down. In terms of jurisprudence is not the place of the martial arts school. Let us not come in by YouTube. Said simply ignored Gu-yun and walked directly toward the school, followed by 20 to 30 youths. Gu-yun couldn't help but be angry. Who is he? Hall Martial Arts School outstanding students. From this school to the branch school N01, he came before he vowed to break in the university city belongs to their own name. Let others hear the name of Gu-yun shivering. And now just come to the university city has not yet made a name for himself. Was a do not know a cat or dog youth looked down on in public. This, how can he be allowed to take it? I can't help but yell low. Stop right there. Ran. The crowd of young men in formal dress completely ignored his shouts. Eyes searching in the campus locked in the playground's no location. Just to see was shut in the cage inside the funeral puma face color cannot help but slightly cold. Not to mention that funeral biao is the 4-9 favorite pets. That is to say, in the vocational university is also a reputable senior. And many students are affectionate. But now it is locked in a cage on the snow. Young man in formal attire, outrageous. Gu-yun, outrageous. Brush. The young man in formal attire turned around and locked eyes with Gu-yun, and the two of them said in unison, who gave you the guts to grab morning biao into the martial arts school? Immediately, once again in unison, looks like someone is treating our martial arts school as a soft target. Senior brothers copy. Looks like someone doesn't take us black dragons seriously. Brothers copy. Chapter 142 April 9th arrives. Martial monk accepts disciple? Not interested. The moment. 4 or 5 martial arts school students have just opened the stance. See 20 or 30 young men in formal attire cuffs slipped out of the baseball bat. One in a triangular position standing face cold. These 4 or 5 martial arts school cadets couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Even in their rampancy they could still look wrong. Who goes out and carries a baseball bat with them? And it looks like these 20 or so people have wild faces and are completely fearless. Even Gu-yun saw leaping in the eyes of these people, as if he was looking forward to himself and the others making a move. He wasn't wrong, the Black Dragon brothers had been itching for a long time. They hadn't been in action for a long time since the rise of the Black Dragon, and it was only the security department that would often organize confrontational training. Seeing that the situation was not right, the opposite martial monk quickly led the remaining trainees over to provide support. Phew, Guyun saw more disciples coming over to regain their confidence again. Just now the difference in the number of personnel was a bit big. Now they have more people on their side. And all of them are masters of martial arts, they think they are. However, martial arts monks found in front of these people do not have any fear, but very contemptuous, not a freeze. To be clear that martial arts schools in many places have opened branches, and these branches of other not to mention students in their respective regions or a certain deterrent. Even if some of the Jianghu gangsters do not dare to easily mess with, but these people in front of them do not look old enough to favor no any fear. Most of all, he noticed that the students on the sidelines were also looking oddly at this, looking at them with astonishment. What the hell? Guyun was close enough to even hear the people outside exchanging words. Fog grass. These martial arts school students are just fierce, daring to go against the Black Dragon. Really, the first calf is not afraid of the tiger. He's a martial arts student. What if he's really good? Even more powerful than the Black Dragon. Against Jiang. Not to mention this martial arts student. Martial arts school shall not give him pushed flat. This statement was made. A number of students nodded their heads, clearly recognizing this. Guyun was filled with confusion. Black Dragon. They're too bold? Pushpin martial arts school. What's going on? However, the next moment they understood. They saw the leader of the formal dress youth with an icy face. What? To compare the number of people. One of the Black Dragon personnel put 2 fingers in his mouth and blew hard. A loud whistle going out. Flapping. Across the street from the Black Dragon night market gushed out large dozens of young people in formal attire, as well as hundreds of miscellaneous young people quickly rushed here. Soon, more than 100 people rushed to the fence and surged directly into the martial arts school to surround Guyun and the others once again. This scene made Ben's incomparably confident Guyun and other faces change wildly, posing a bit disheveled. Martial arts student. It's thinking you can fight, can also be relative to ordinary people? And before these people all strong not to say, people are too much to add up for fear of 1 or 200, and each face ferocious, to really fight, shall not beat the teacher to death. Even the martial arts monks are slightly changed face is not clear why things have developed into this. Hala. The crowd dispersed slightly. Zhao Shanha slowly entered. What's the situation? Zhang Qi, Brother Shan. Brother Sijo's pet cat was lost. We came to look for it and found that it was caught by the martial arts school and locked in a cage. And it turns out that instead of letting us take the cat, the martial arts school people won't let us? They even surrounded us and prepared to do it. Said. He gestured to Morning Pyo, who was trapped in a cage in the distance. Zhao Shanhai gazed to look, nodded. He naturally also recognized Funeral Puma. After all, 4-9 often hugged. Then he looked at the martial monk. What? Just arrived and you're planning to touch Black Dragon? Brother 4-9's cat dares to grab it. Monk, equals smiley face. What's going on here? I don't get it. What's the point of making such a big fuss over a cat? What kind of person is that Brother 4-9? He can make so many people look for his cat. Gold cat. Silver cat. Before the martial monk could say anything, Guyun stretched his neck first. What's your cat? That's my cat. Zhao Shanha, your cat. Guyun, how else could it be in my cage? What proof do you have that he's some kind of the cat? Zhao Shanha, ha. Evidence? He looked at Guyun with a face full of disdain. Speaking to you about evidence. Are you worthy? Go. Get Morning Biao here. Who dares to stop? Do what you have to do according to the Black Dragon rules. There's no need to hold back. Okay. A couple of the boys agreed and went to fetch the cat. Guyun was trembling with anger and was about to strike. 7 or 8 juniors blocked in front of Zhao Shanha. The hands of the baseball bat has been ready to read what the mouth. The back has been Black Dragon personnel sneak out of the video equipment. Stop. Martial monk hurriedly led a few students to stop Guyun. He saw out in front of this group of people is not ordinary. Really fight up is likely to suffer losses. Even if the fight won't have any benefits, will probably also offend what characters. But the fight is lost. Martial arts school afraid of, and the college road is not much of a foothold. Soon, a couple of minions retrieved the cat. At this time behind the crowd once again came the commotion. 4-9 and Brown Bear like strides into the martial arts school. The two sides of the onlookers saw 4-9 full color fear not dare to look directly at, and Zhao Shanha and others saw 4-9 to come have nodded. Brother Sijio, see this. Guyun and others how can not be clear that the person is just the mouth of the crowd in the 4-9. Also saw the 4-9 appearance and physique cannot help but torso stunned. They think these people practicing martial arts has been a very strong physique. Can be compared with the 4-9 just like a brown bear vs wild dogs. Naturally there is no momentum to speak of. Monk Wu's eyes were bright. In his eyes, Sejio was unrivaled in terms of figure, line and gaze. Someone like that would definitely shine with training and could make a name for the martial arts school. He looked to Siku to get up. Snap. The cage opens. Meow. Morning Biao rushed out of the cage on the waist of Sijio and jumped to his shoulder, eyeing Gu Yun intently. 49 turned to go. The martial arts monk spoke. 49, right? I see that your bones are amazing and you are a rare talent in practicing martial arts. I wonder if you would like to join a martial arts school to learn authentic kung fu. Zhao Shanha disdained. You're ing sick. Brother 49. Authentic college students. You martial arts school can give what diploma? Besides, with what strength 49 brothers use you to teach? The martial arts monks listened to this no surprise. 49 just look at the physique is clear that the strength will not be small. Plus look at Zhao Shanha and other attitudes towards him can also guess the other side may be the big brother of this piece. Hit. Must be very beatable. Martial monk, education is nothing. You can come to martial arts school part-time to learn. I can accept you as a disciple. As for strength, I believe that you have a few strength. But fights rely on strength alone is useless but also rely on kung fu, as the so-called 4-2 to 1,000 pounds. Seeing that Zhao Shanha didn't believe the martial monk pointed at the 49 confidently. This way I'll demonstrate. Come on, you punch me. 49 is like looking at, I hit you? Martial monk, yes. 49, I'm not interested in beating you, and I'm even less interested in joining your martial arts school. With that, he turned around and walked away. See this martial arts monk anxious, not to mention the 49 such disciples would have been difficult to find, said he also want 49 to open up the situation, and he thinks 49 such people learn skills absolutely like a tiger to add wings. No chance that the division will be more than a powerful lay disciple. He couldn't care less about rushing straight to Sijio. Watch the move. Chapter 143, 49V Martial Arts Monks. Taping testimony, obeying the rules. Just see. The martial arts monk pulls the stance taekwondo against the 49 directly pounced on the fist wide open to fight the tiger wind. Look at the wind of the fist can feel this punch is powerful and heavy. Missed weed. Sneak attack. Brother Sijio. Watch out. Mud. Looking for death. Zhao Shanha and the others saw this and cursed angrily, baseball bats in their hands lifted up to be swung at the martial monk. But 49 was faster than them. He didn't even turn around to directly grab at the back with one hand. Boo! Fists and palms clashed with a dull sound. The martial arts monk's face changed slightly. In his fist touched the 49 palms instantly felt as if touching the mountain peaks. The fist force always recoiled back so that his chi and blood surged, body sluggish. No good. The martial arts monk was about to punch back immediately. But the 49 will give him the opportunity to turn palm into claw like iron pincers pinched the fist of the martial arts monk. Brush. Martial arts monk is trying to draw punches but simply can't do it. He then felt an indescribable force coming from his fist, his body couldn't stop retreating. Tap, tap, tap. He took 4 or 5 steps back in a row before stabilizing himself with his back heel hard on the ground, subconsciously shaking his arm to feel that he had been sprained and sore. What strength? Much more than even one's own expected strength. It is not wrong to say that one is born with divine strength. A guy like that can definitely be 10 out of 10 with a little training, and can be more effective when he goes out and performs. One time, the martial monk looked at Sijio with an even hotter gaze, but he can accept each other as a disciple, and then train for a year and a half with each other to sweep the major martial arts halls to make a name for themselves, may be able to leave their own name in the history of martial arts monks, but also to drive the commercial value is absolutely incalculable. Master, are you alright? Master, what's wrong with you? Gu Yun and other have come to the front of the monk to ask. At the same time also some do not understand. Their own master in this school strength inside the monk is outstanding. Otherwise cannot have the opportunity to come out to take charge of the branch school. But today suddenly attacked the situation is still called 4-9 big guy threw back with throwing chickens like. Siku is incredibly fit. The martial arts monks are only 5 feet 7 inches. The height difference between the two was obvious. It looked like the martial arts monk was more than a head shorter than 4-9, really comparable to a chicken. It made it impossible for people like Gu Yun, who had immense admiration for martial monks, to believe it. Mud, dare to move on the head of a Teyukai. Old Biden, I think you're tired of living. Asterisk. Looking too, Zhao Shanha and other carrying a baseball bat pointing at the martial arts monk questioning. They are 4-9 can throw the martial arts monk flying is not surprised at all. The entire black dragon who is not clear 4-9 is a monster, the strength of the inhuman, and is not a stupid form of existence of the body is very flexible. They are angry that the martial arts monk even dared to take a shot at the 4-9 brother, is simply in the provocation of the black dragon. The moment. Sijio waved his hand for Zhao Shanha and the others to stop. Then he looked at the martial monk and said, "What do you mean? Martial monk, I want to take you as my disciple. 4-9, what can you teach me? Martial monk, kung fu. Real kung fu, not fighting like a punk like that. 4-9, kung fu, like you just did? Martial arts monks. I wasn't prepared just now. I admit that you have a lot of strength, but sometimes it's useless to have a lot of strength. You have to use skill. As the saying goes, 4, 2, 1,000 pounds. Have you ever experienced the feeling of your fist hitting cotton? Have you ever experienced the feeling of not being able to use your strength? Skill. It's important. For 9 listening to the words of the martial arts monk's eyes flickering. Apparently there is so a little heart. After all, are young people who will not care about martial arts? Of course, he remembers Qin Jiang told him, the vast majority of existing martial arts are flowery. Martial arts. Flower racks. 49 calmly said, are you sure you know martial arts and not fancy tricks? Martial monk. I am the regular martial monk. I have been serving in the martial arts school for 10 years, and many of the students I have brought out have won medals in national martial arts competitions. If you don't believe me, I can show you their photos. 49, it's useless to say all that? Monk, how to prove? In this way just now I was going to test and did not use real kung fu. You really want to see today? I'll open the fight with you against. Let's show you what is called real kung fu. And when you're done you think you'll willingly worship the master. 49 face calmly nodded. This person in front of him opened his mouth and closed his mouth. Real kung fu is to not know the true nature of the skill. Gu Yun, arrogant. My master is a nationally certified kung fu master with all sorts of countless certificates. Take out any one of them and it can scare you to death. Don't think that just because you have a lot of strength you are powerful. My master just let you go. If you really dare to fight with my master, you are not afraid of being beaten to death. The martial monk waved his hand to stop Gu Yun from continuing, but of course he was still flattered by Gu Yun's bragging. Martial monk, empty hand or weapon. For 9 carried morning biao, you use whatever you hold. As for me, you can't use weapons to beat you? Martial monk, it doesn't do a young man any good to be too wild. He now wants to go up to a fist to 4-9 dry down. Really 4-9-2 can pretend to make him leaf cannot stand. But think of just 4-9 strength also dare not be careless. Thought to go to the weapon rack to take the wooden stick. Wooden stick this thing is most suitable for 4-2 to 1,000 pounds. As the saying goes, an inch long and an inch strong. Face 4-9 such strength existence. Cannot be close to the use of long weapons to deal with it better. Brush. Brush. The martial arts monk juggled a stick and was about to take a stance against Seijo. 4-9, wait. Gu Yun, what? Regretting? Scared? 4-9 did not pay attention to Gu Yun but looked at Zhao Shanhe. Follow the Black Dragon rules? This statement was made. Monk and the others were all colorful and confused, not sure what was going on. Zhao Shanhe, on the other hand, nodded next to the 2 minions, took out a video recorder and said to the martial arts monk, in view of the fact that you personally and openly challenged the deputy manager and chief security officer of our company, the deputy general manager of our company, Wei Biao, agreed to the challenge, and is now leaving a video recording as evidence in case someone does not recognize it. Monk, equals smiley face. What do you mean? Why don't I get it? Reacting to half a day he only understood a little bit and looked at Zhao Shanhe and said, did you say to sign a life and death contract? Zhao Shanhe, that thing has no legal effect, so that you follow what I say. Guarantee that everything that follows is a fair match, and no matter what injuries are sustained by both sides, they do not belong to a fight. The martial monk repeated Zhao Shanhe's words in front of the video camera according to his words, and his gazes changed as he looked at Zhao Shanhe and the others. To not be so strict. What? Afraid we'll blackmail you? Report a law and order brawl. Zhao Shanhe did not pay attention to the ideas of the martial arts monks and other people. To determine the video footage of the regular after the 4-9 whispered, 4-9 brother. The legal effect of this thing is only in the case that you did not seriously injure him. Hand, try to stay a little hand. Too many people are not good to hide. You want to be really angry, we can find a place without cameras at night in. Chapter 144 easily killed in seconds. That's all for martial arts. How strong is Zhang? Zhao Shanhe's voice wasn't very loud, but both the martial arts monks and the students of the martial arts school are always exercising and have a good ear to hear a generalization. The faces were all very odd. What do you mean? Tell him to be careful with his shots? What? Afraid of breaking the law by beating their master. Monk Wu, to death. And, you guys are being too strict here. To be clear that these martial arts school students fight is also a common thing. After the fight are each back to their own home, never such a situation. Cannot help but all a little speechless. The martial monk felt even more insulted. Good. Very good. It seems that if I don't show my hand today, I'm going to lose the face of the martial arts school. Watch this. He said that he was in the same place up stick flowers. Gusts of stick shadow in midair with a whistling sound. Look at the fence outside, the students constantly shouting. Good guy. The stick is even hitting residual shadows. Is this a real martial art? It looks awesome. More shocking and awesome to watch than in the movie. Do you guys think Sejio can beat this martial arts master? Definitely can't beat. Don't look at the martial arts masters are not high. Can just hit the wild box dark power, open the gold crackstone. 4-9 again powerful. Also haven't practiced martial arts. Surely can't. Not necessarily. 49 is the god of war of the university city. One time. There are those who think who can win, with the majority of them thinking that the martial arts monks can win. There are still a lot of admirers of martial arts these days, not to mention that the monks don't look simple. At this moment, Zhao Shanha said to the back, "Pay attention, once there is an unexpected situation, no matter what, give me the job." The minions behind him nodded. Understood, understood. Although on their own 4-9 brother has full confidence, but the martial arts monk stick shadow also looks really imposing, so really want to out of the situation they have to go out. As for the more people bullying less people Dao immoral. Oh, the black dragon has laws to obey, not no morals. Look at the stick. The martial monk roared out a strike of the jack stick at Sejio with a sweeping motion. Sweep the 1,000 armies. Boo! Sejio raised his hand and grabbed the club in his hand, pulling it hard towards himself in the process. Brush! The martial arts monk Ju body airborne to the 4-9 and face wildly changed. 2 feet to stand hard but simply cannot do. Hands constantly moving to borrow 4-2 pivot 1,000 gene skills from the hands of the 4-9 to take the stick over, but it is simply no help. He cleanly let go of the stick, and with the momentum of the impact of being pulled, he raised his leg fiercely. Watch out! Whip leg! Kung Fu is all about technique. Ah! Before the martial arts monk finished his words he saw Sejio as if he had anticipated in advance to be faster than him lifting his leg to give a vicious kick to the leg he was about to throw. Boo! Powerful impact so that the lower plate of the monk is not stable. Kicked out half of the leg was kicked back by the strong vaguely have a slight bone-crushing sound. A wave of pain so that the monk's eyes filled with blood cannot help but to scream. Fortunately, years of practicing martial arts cultivated perseverance let him hold back the screams, and taking advantage of the inertia of the whole body forward instantly taekwondo punch to the head of the 499, powerful Vajra fist. Fists out. Wind whistling. The sound shook and the people were shocked. Closer. When the fist is 1 inch away from the 4-9 face can no longer be close. The monk subconsciously lowered his head, and saw 4-9 leg did not retract but once again raised into the top of the knee right in the middle of his abdomen. Was blocked by this he could not continue to move forward. The pain in the abdomen surged into the whole body. Next moment, the unshapable force erupted from his abdomen, and the martial arts monk's eyes went black with only 2 words left in his mind. Finished. Whoosh! He saw his entire body shoot out like a cannonball and fall hard onto the snow. Boo! Splash a large snowflake. All the people in the stagnation. It seems that just now the two seem to be over a few moves, but the speed is too fast in the eyes of others as a martial arts monk with a stick to the 4-9 rushed. Was 4-9 a grab the stick kicked back? On the ing outrageous I thought it would be a dragon fight. Not to say you and I fight for hundreds of rounds but also a few moves. It turned out to be just that. Seconds. Pure and simple seconds. Has it started? It's over. Master. Gu Yun and other rushed forward to help the martial arts monk. The martial arts monk waved his hand to say that it is fine but the abdomen turned over the pain so that he simply cannot speak. Directly open his mouth. Pus. Gouts of red liquid spit on the snow. Eggs and persimmons for the monk's lunch. This scene startled Gu Yun and the others, shocking the onlookers outside even more beyond words. No? Whether the martial monk is too good or the 4-9 are too fierce to give a kick and spit out blood. Definitely 4-9 fierce. You do not see just the appearance of the martial arts monk must not be bad. Not to mention that you have seen a normal person fighting spit blood well? What does it mean? It means that 4-9 brother is also a martial arts expert. I told you. Otherwise how could brother 4-9 be so powerful? One person can fight dozens of people, so he's also an expert. Why doesn't it look like blood to me? It looks like vegetables. Someone muttered in a low voice, but no one even chimed in. People only like to see what they want to see. Boo! 4-9 stuck his stick in the snow. From beginning to end his feet did not move, his shoulder funeral puma did not fall, and the opposite side of the sprawling in the snow kukui spit out vegetables of the martial arts monks in stark contrast. Zhao Shanha and the others shouted loudly. 4th-9th brother is mighty. Brother Sejio is awesome. God of war. Brother Sejio. The moment. 4-9 looked at the martial monk and shook his head. It's true that Jiang was right. Martial arts are basically all flowery and fancy. Same as you as a person. This statement was made. Let easily stop vomiting. Martial arts monk almost really vomit blood. He was barely Gu Yun and other help up face slightly twisted. Just momentary exchange of hands let him left leg injury. Abdomen looks like also have to raise a stage. even if he does not admit also have to admit, he and the 4-9 gap is very big. The 4-9 then he thought to be too much and not just the strength of the big drop. The sound of a car honking came from the street. I saw Xinjiang's convoy erected in front of the martial arts school's gate. At the same time, the walkie-talkie rang out in the hands of the little brother behind Zhao Shanhe, who said a few words to Zhao Shanhe, who said to 4-9, "Brother 4-9, Brother Jiang is calling you." Yes. 49 nodded and turned to leave. See this fence outside, the students make way, all incomparable awe, can say now 4-9 in their eyes is the absolute master, and his ruthless little brother many kind. Then the eyes cannot help but look at the fleet, accurately said Xinjiang seat driving. It is well known that the 4-9 is the number one fighter under the command of Xinjiang, but how in the end Xinjiang 4-9 submissive? 4-9 such absolute murderer, how to serve Xinjiang? Could it be that Xinjiang is also a martial arts expert? It's a better martial artist than Sijio. Not only outside the students, even the martial arts monks, as well as Gu Yun and other martial arts school students are also full of horror. Look at the fleet. Just 4-9 mentioned what Jiang said, and now Jiang appeared to look like 4-9 is his little brother. That in accordance with the normal logic, the strength of this Jiang is absolutely stronger than the 4-9 to be right. The moment, even the martial arts monks can't help but think, if the little brother is so strong, how strong must Jiang be, who is the big brother? Chapter 145. 4-9, Kung Fu? The only thing that is right for the hand is a night market disturbance. At this point, the martial arts monk watched as he walked farther and farther away from 4-9 and couldn't help but shout, "What kind of kung fu did you just use? The 13-way bouncing leg? No, north leg, not right either. It doesn't look like." Apparently he thought that 4-9 was equipped with kung fu, otherwise how could he easily kill him in one move? And intended to ask where the kung fu came from so that he would not be ashamed of losing. Ahead. 4-9 spat out only 4 words without even returning his head. "Only the hand is familiar." Only the hand is familiar? What do you mean? The martial arts monk, slightly stunned to understand, the 4-9 points clearly say that the fights more. Will also be. How is that possible? Is it true that someone can be so good at fighting more than one fight? False. It must be fake. Must be he doesn't want to tell himself. Not only the martial arts monks do not believe, even Gu Yun and others, onlookers also do not believe that the 4-9 will not be martial arts. And even in their eyes has been Xinjiang is more powerful than the 4-9 martial arts masters. Of course they are not clear. 4-9 does not know kung fu at all. Just a series of completely rely on perennial fighting experience to summarize the routine, as well as super strong reaction speed. Doesn't the monk strike fast? Fast. But even faster is only one person. But the 4-9 fights are never more than 1v. Trained out of the reaction speed has reached the level of conditioned reflex. Boo! 49 got in the buggy. Inside the car, Xinjiang got the little brother to report just the situation, face calm. He can be very clear about the strength of the 4-9. In his last life, 4-9 also had many opportunities to spar with those martial arts masters, and invariably won all of them. He also intended to let the 4-9 learn some kung fu to increase combat power, but many martial arts everyone concluded, 4-9 is not suitable for learning martial arts, or his own conditioned reflex has been counted door martial arts, and is uniquely his martial arts. There is no need to learn the otherwise counterproductive, as long as you continue to summarize can be. But, Xinjiang muttered, this life 4-9 is far from reaching its peak. Even if this life does not intend to mix with the society or let 4-9 continue to be a fighter, but the strength has to be there. We have to get a training hall as soon as possible to let 4-9 strengthen his muscle reaction before he can do so. Xu Zhang saw Xinjiang's face as if he guessed something, thinking about the 4-9 actual combat. Right? If the traditional martial arts is useless, let's get a large martial arts hall to let the 4-9 a little bit to summarize the experience. 4-9 is the black dragon sign, and there will definitely be some double flower red stick matches in the future mixed university. It's a matter of facade. When the time comes, I'll have Wang Tao, Zhao Shanhe and the others step up their workouts as well. The body is the real capital. You can't come to a kickboxing tournament and rely on a group beating to win. Xinjiang. He admits that Zhu Zhang is very smart, is always chatting to get off the road, mixing society a bit carved in his bones. It's good to be influenced by yourself this life. Whatever you do, you also know to stay within the law. Inside the martial arts school, martial monks several times want to speak but finally did not say words. Gu Yun and several other people look at the departing caravan face complex. Today, regardless of the strength of the 4-9, Wang Tao and others look dress up, as well as the Xinjiang fleet of vehicles all bring them shock. The moment, they had a sense that the world was actually so vestigial. Go! Zhao Shanhe left with his minions in droves with an order. See this. Surrounding students also face, looking at the complexity of the martial arts school crowd, as if looking at the clowns. Don't look. Even if this martial monk is a martial arts master, it's not much use. He can't even beat brother 49. That's right. It would be better for us to join a martial arts school than to join the Black Dragon. Not only do we not need to pay, but we can also earn some money for our family. It makes sense. So I can also give my family an explanation. My family in the countryside cannot afford to pay tuition. Having said that, these onlooker students had dispersed individually. No one chose to stay and continue to inquire about any martial arts school matters. The martial arts monk watched the departing student nearly fall into the snow. He's clear. Martial arts school enrollment is feared to be very difficult to continue in. Today's battle he lost too bad. The face of the martial arts school clean. The entire martial arts school will be reduced to a laughingstock. He also became the stepping stone of that 4-9. He regrets it. I regret that I shouldn't be too impulsive. That I'm a bit contemptuous of the 4-9s. And even more so that I'm not very good at what I'm learning. It's already too late. Sure enough, along with the departure of these students, the story about today's 49 battles has been added to the story. What 4-9s is martial arts for martial artists? What 49 kicked the principal of a martial arts school and spit him out? What Xinjiang is even a martial arts master? What just came to the martial arts school in Xinjiang clamor? For 9 hands in the pocket 2 feet group pick martial arts school dozens of people. Hit the martial arts school all while spit blood begging, kneeling and begging for mercy. Anyway, all sorts of topics within the 4-9 are absolutely awesome. And even Xinjiang follows suit. Of course, the martial arts school has also become a laughingstock. Not only few students enrollment and even students go out to be pointed out. The Xinjiang convoy was just about to depart. Wow! Across the street, a clamor came from within the Black Dragon night market, as if some sort of brawl had arisen. Xinjiang frowned slightly. Zhu Yang, what the hell? Ahead. Zhang Qi hurriedly picked up the walkie-talkie and began to inquire about the situation. Inside the Black Dragon night market, dozens of vendors were gathering in front of the night market management office to say something, but of course they were quite disciplined despite their voices. After all, a large number of Black Dragon minions around them were watching them dead on, and if it wasn't for Wang Tao's suppression, he was afraid that they would have to fight on the spot. In the vendor, the leader is none other than Li San, the one who was taught a lesson by the Black Dragon officers for questioning Xinjiang, and was betrayed by his brother vendors, who had to set up their stalls in a more remote location and was fined for it, and who was furious at the fact that he was watching his turnover decrease once again. But let him go against Xinjiang to find the Black Dragon theory he did not dare, or not to mention not beaten. To expel him from the Black Dragon night market is not a little money cannot earn. Until half a month ago, the person in charge of Tianhua night market found him, promised him a lot of benefits and also drew him a lot of big cakes, which he ate. He ate it. He's a bold man, but he's a coward. In just half a month he secretly contacted some other vendors who disliked his bad position to make trouble today. In order to give Xinjiang embarrassment, to be able to take advantage of this opportunity to pull together to the vendors to Tianhua night market stalls, then every pull to give him $5,000 in favor of the fee. The vendors shouted, "Is it fair not to say that the Black Dragons are ultimately fair? Why should they be able to keep taking good positions?" Exactly. We pay all the booth fees proportionally, so they can take up a good spot, not purely and simply unreasonable. We need a good seat too. Otherwise we'll lose 30% of our turnover and have to change seats. Li San took the lead and shouted, "We're not here to cause trouble. We're not going against Jiang. What we want is just 2 words, fair." Behind the vendors listen to this also cannot help but become bold. They are not trouble. More not against the Xinjiang. And then the law is not responsible for the masses. Today so many stall owners come to ask for fairness, is not the Black Dragon dare to all the chastisement. And think of this cannot help but have shouted, "Fair, fair." Chapter 146. Expel them all. Leave no one behind. One time, a burst of harmony sound in the night market resounded. Such movement attracted more stall owners. Good stalls are so many, not many satisfied with the location of their own stalls. Vendors gathered more and more to reach hundreds. See this Li San and other stall owners more confident, poking and prodding to call for more stall owners to come to anyway. The bigger the better to make a fuss. Wang Tao listened to the words of the crowd of vendors with a cold face. Fair. He admitted that the stall locations were indeed unfair and the night market management department was looking into stall conversion strategies. But that didn't mean the vendor could question it. He raised his hand. Dozens of Black Dragon personnel took a step forward in unison. Wow. The frightened vendors immediately shut up. Fair. Wang Tao said icily. In Black Dragon night market Zhang's words are fair. Whoever is not convinced, hold it in. Listen to this. Many of the vendors blanched slightly, but Li San shocked instead of happy. He wants is the Black Dragon strong, really want the Black Dragon compromise other stall owners can all be happy, but as a leader of his absolute bad luck, as long as the Black Dragon's strong he can represent the interests of the majority of stall owners to make a scene. I couldn't help but say, on what grounds? Aren't you chilling the hearts of us stall owners? It's hard to believe that you're the only night market under the sky. The Tianhua night market in the university town is very fair in terms of the distribution of their stalls, and the management fee is only 20%. We didn't even talk to you about this, but you don't ask for fairness with us, said he did not forget to talk to other stall owners about Tianhua night market. What Tianhua night market spend huge sums of money to modify the inside than the current Black Dragon night market are good. There is a large number of lack of vendors to give a lot of preferential policies. Many stall owners couldn't help but get up in arms at these words. To be honest, they will not be completely unaware of the Tianhua night market thing. Some have received the Tianhua night market olive branch, only in hesitation. And now there are Lisan take the lead. A lot of stall owners cannot help but concur. Tianhua night market I happened to pass by yesterday. The new construction of the scene is very grand. Said that there is a fee to move in, so I'm moved. It's definitely not bad to go over there now to be able to choose a location. Mainly Black Dragon night market is too overbearing and unfair. To be able to change I wish to stay in Black Dragon night market. These old grease stall owners words and the words outside the attitude. Today the Black Dragon does not give a solution to the stall program they may have to put down to go to Tianhua night market. This period of time on the Black Dragon hegemony early dissatisfaction. But then dissatisfaction also dare not have other moves. Black Dragon master their economic lifelines who dare not serve. Now there are Tianhua night market bottom also naturally some of the bottom with the Black Dragon to talk about the rules. More and more stallholders gathered around. See this. Wang Tao also only frowned as he looked at the stall owner who came over and drank. What? You guys are also going against the Black Dragon? This statement was made. Many stallholders can't help but back off. Have to say that the Black Dragon special, first of all, the Black Dragon deterrent force can make these stall owners do not dare to do radical behavior. Even if the shouting voice so big no one dares to do it, even shove one or two also do not dare to. And secondly, each of their stalls have a month of marketing in the Black Dragon financial pressure. In case of really do something to the time when the money is not claimed not out of the end of the world. Seeing this, Lisan shouted again. What are you afraid of? We're not against each other. We're talking about rules. Besides, doesn't Black Dragon talk about the law? I'm still afraid he won't pay. The owner of Tianhua night market promises that he can pay if Black Dragon really dares not to. Wang Tao gazed at Lisan. Looks like you're here to serve as a lobbyist for the Tianhua night market. Lisan is it? Lisan's body shivered and forced his composure. He decided to leave Songjiang after this job today. Think about it. Lisan straightened his back. It's me. And don't you scare me. I'm not intimidated. And if you don't leave me here, I'm not here to stay. I'm here to stay. I'm here today to make a better future for my brothers. He shouted to the other stallholders. You should also fight for your own welfare. Not to mention the unreasonable allocation of stalls. Just bet a month's money is too outrageous. Are you willing to do so? Tianhua night market has just finished reforming. Opening tonight, the same day entry to give 3,000. Stalls of your choice, deposit free of charge. Here not open the money Tianhua boss will open. Wow. Many stall owners boiled over as they looked at Lisan and voiced their questions. Are you telling the truth? The Tianhua night market doesn't want anything? How can we trust you? Just, Lisan exclaimed. My words are guaranteed to be the words of the old president of Tianhua himself. I have a recording. He took out his cell phone from his pocket to play the recording. Almost the same as he said the welfare treatment is very good. At least with the incomparably strict purchase of raw materials all unified procurement. Absolutely cannot be substandard Black Dragon than too strong. Gutter oil is not allowed to be used in stalls. Stalls don't allow for stinky fish and shrimp. Do not earn black money which can have profiteering, but also on the Black Dragon too much foot traffic, high daily sales, as well as social big brother attributes to let these stall owners did not dare to make trouble. Now someone to take the lead they still dare to concur, but also a lot of up to leave the mind. Setting up a stall. Shouldn't Ben be mobile? Seeing that the crowd supported him, Lisan could not help but become more exuberant and looked at Wang Tao. Say, can you give us an explanation today? If you can't make a decision, bring Qin, General Manager Qin to call. He didn't dare to call Qin Zheng by his first name. Wang Tao from the beginning to the end did not stop these stall owners shouting. Communication. Until this time to look at the gathering almost vendors said, want to say right. Want to explain right. Good. I'll give you an account now. All stallholders standing in the 3 rows in front of me will collectively lose their eligibility to set up stalls in the Black Dragon. And all those who just shouted loudly behind them will also lose their eligibility. and all the remaining ones who have any opinions will also go away. So I'll give you 10 numbers to choose from. 10, 9, 8. Wang Tao began to check the number. A few juniors behind him began to count the names, where the first 3 rows as well as those who had just shouted loudly were all listed. The vendors collectively exploded. Especially the stall owners who were named were filled with dismay and disbelief. What's going on? We can't keep the stall? There were no hoots and hollers. What, just let us go? Who are you to let us go? I'm just watching. I'm not leaving. You're not qualified. We want to see Mr. Chin. We'll only leave if Mr. Chin tells us to. They are to talk about the conditions. Really ready to leave. The stall owners do not have much. Even if they want to go, also need to wait for the Tianhua night market side of the situation is clear and then say, how can you say go? The deposit has not yet returned it. Therefore, they all shouted Qin Zhang's name. Wang Tao was just about to open his mouth again when he saw one of his juniors coming with a walkie-talkie. Brother Tao. Brother Jiang asked, what's the situation? Wang Tao took the walkie-talkie very succinctly to tell the matter once again, quietly waiting for the walkie-talkie to reply. The vendors were also all glued to the walkie-talkies, knowing full well which one would decide everything. A moment. Qin Zhang's voice came from the intercom. Zip. Pull. Today's participants are all expelled. No one left behind. Chapter 147. Hundreds of stallholders leaving, defecting to Tianhua. Wow. The room was silent at these words. Think Qin Zhang will certainly look at the face of the big picture, not to say agree to their request to switch stalls, and will not be punished. Unthought. Wang Tao is ruthless. Qin Zhang is even more ruthless than him. Direct expulsion of all participants, no one left behind. Brush. 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 Outside watching, the stall owners did not hesitate to turn and run, and soon all returned to their respective stalls. Crap. They didn't want to leave the Black Dragon night market before things were clear. Who knew exactly what the future held? There were only 70 to 80 stall owners left at the scene. Not that they didn't want to run away, but the Black Dragon personnel were quicker than them, and under Wang Tao's order, they blocked the whole scene and surrounded them all. There are even some Black Dragon personnel who have pulled out their VCRs to record it all. Even if they run, it's ineffective. Wang Tao replied over the intercom. Roger that. Immediately. Looking at the crowd of stall owners ice cold, Jiang order, give you 20 minutes. After 20 minutes must all leave the Black Dragon night market. 20 minutes do not leave the items all thrown out. The crowd of minions in the back nodded their heads. Yes, they have long been impatient with these rowdy stall owners. If not for the rules in the body plus these people, dry noise did not do anything. They have to let these people see what is called under the stick out of good people. What? 20 minutes and we're out of here? How about that clean and fast? I signed a contract with the Black Dragon. You can't do this. It's against contract law. Right. We're under contract. Can't go. Determined not to go. The stall owners look at the Black Dragon personnel, fierce expression of natural, not dare to play hard, but let them just leave, cannot be willing. Not to mention that many stall owners is speculation in the crowd and did not speak. They thought of a successful but can follow the success of the soup. Even if it is not successful, can also be withdrawn from the departure. But who let the Qin Jiang is too ruthless, too decisive, where the participants are all expelled. This let them how to accept. Contract. Wang Tao said disdainfully, I'm reiterating, here Black Dragon's rules are the rules, and John's words are the contract. The contract you signed didn't have any years on it. You didn't pay any lease. Contract to Black Dragon. It was a management contract. Now if you don't agree to manage, then get out. All interpretations belong to the Black Dragon, said. A junior even went back to the office area and took out a formatted contract, nodding at the bottom of it. Brush. The crowd looked, and sure enough, at the bottom of the contract, it was written, the final interpretation right belongs to Black Dragon. This, a stallholder shouted. The words are too small. You are playing rogue. It is a bully contract. We do not agree. Bully contract. Bullying. Pure bullying. Wang Tao was too lazy to talk nonsense. Talking to these people would only lead to bull asterisk 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 and was not necessary at all. Expulsion in situ. Accompanied by Wang Tao's order, hundreds of Black Dragon personnel forcibly evicted the stall owners. Facing the strong and incomparable Black Dragon personnel, these stall owners could not resist but could only protest continuously. But the Black Dragon personnel didn't care about that, letting the decent ones leave on their own, and helping them be decent if they weren't. Crashing. Crackle bam. Many of the stallholders who were protesting watched all the stuff being thrown out of their stalls. Mom, I spilled all my spices. Come on, what's going on here? What the hell? The vast majority of stall owners were filled with regret. They were not willing to leave, but there was nothing they could do about it. See this. Li San raised his arm and shouted, Don't be afraid. We can go to Tianhua Night Market. I've contacted there. All the treatment will remain the same. If we don't stay here, we have our own place. There's not just one Black Dragon Night Market under the sky. The other stall owners also had no better way out. Hearing Li San's assurance, they all responded and followed him out. One time, Li San took 100 stall owners with him and headed towards Tianhua Night Market in great numbers, being pointed at by countless people along the way. What a show! Worthy of the Black Dragon boss, so powerful. One sentence makes hundreds of stall owners roll away in disgrace. If you're so overbearing, you're not afraid of chilling the hearts of the other stall owners, in case all of them leave, won't you? Apparently some people think that Qin Jiang expelled hundreds of stall owners at the drop of a hat is too much. It is easy to cause a backlash, and now rely on nothing more than force to suppress, as well as the Black Dragon Night Market is very hot, but there is external pressure is prone to disintegration trend. Soon, Black Dragon Night Market in Wang Tao command again to restore order stalls less than 100 or so also has no great impact. Today's crowd is obviously smaller than usual, at least less than nearly half. These crowds were diverted away by the reopening of the Tianhua Night Market, as well as several other reformed night markets. After all, the Black Dragon has been open for quite a long time. Those few night markets have just started and also get some fancy, and send a lot of coupons to the nearby college students, will naturally attract foot traffic. Loyalty. Single. Not for college students. They want new tricks. They want unique. They want cheap. And they want value for money. Li San took the 100 stall owners with him and left with a rosy face, calculating internally just how much money he would get. Suddenly, he felt a cold wind coming. Brush. Seeing the Xinjiang caravan directly in front of them, I couldn't help but feel a little panic and fear in my heart. The name of a man and the shadow of a tree. Xinjiang in the university city name is too ruthless, too domineering. They really do not dare to mess with. Of course, since ancient times, people die of wealth. In front of the interests they also dare to reason. Go! Li San lowered his head to avoid the caravan from the small road around. Simply do not dare to let the front from the caravan pass by. The other stall owners also do are a little afraid, worried, until they couldn't see the Xinjiang fleet. Li San and others were relieved. There were still stall owners who were worried. Today such a mess should not be Xinjiang autumn settling scores, or even give directly sunk in the river. Yeah, I hear he can be old and ruthless. I didn't even say anything today. I just watched the fun. It was totally unprovoked. Do you think I can go back and apologize and be forgiven? I'm really a little bit scared. Don't panic. Li San saw the crowd a little panic and hurriedly spoke. Why do you think I dare to be so wild? I do not hide from you to say that I and Tianhua Night Market has long been exchanged. Tianhua Night Market with the Black Dragon head on dry. Tianhua Night Market is nothing, but Tianhua behind the stand of who you know clearly? I tell you, Huasheng Group. Xinjiang publicly humiliated Zhou Shang. Huasheng Group is going to launch a counterattack on the Black Dragon Night Market. Instead of holding back in the Black Dragon, we might as well take advantage of this time to join Tianhua and make a fortune. Even if there's really retaliation, there's still the Huasheng Group to cover it. So what are we afraid of? Watson Group. The vendors couldn't help but settle down a lot when they heard this name. After all, it was the oldest social bigwig in the North District who should be able to hold back Xinjiang, and besides, they had nowhere else to go right now. Seeing that things were settled and relieved, Li San muttered, when we get the payoff tomorrow. No, we have to leave Songjiang tonight. Chapter 148 Yized Development. Tianhua opening countdown, 20 minutes. Nursing home. Yezer was glowing as he continued to organize his attire in the mirror, humming a song softly under his breath. This time the site and the continuous development of the company's size has reached more than 30 people, and registered users exceeded 500,000 is steadily increasing. He did not completely restrict the funny video so that the forum to increase a lot of vitality and new users every day, and as early as breaking through the geographical limitations of the development of other cities. Finish organizing your dress code. He looked to the desktop website report. Look at this user growth rate, it will reach 1 million users in less than a month. Are 1 million users a lot? Not much, compared to the latter tens of millions. Hundreds of millions of users cannot be compared. But in 2010, this year, the cell phone network has not been fully realized. The forum basically rely on the computer. How many computers? So 1 million users have been a lot. The pure advertising revenue alone can be $100,000 a month, and it's still increasing geometrically. Yi Zhe muttered. At this rate annual income of 10 million won't be very far away. He just received an investment company not long ago to angel investment, ready to contribute $1 million to take 20% of the shares. That is, his company is already worth $5 million. Of course he would not be so stupid as to sell his shares for $1 million. his family and eyesight are not very bad. Shares, even if you sell, you have to sell to a top pitching group so that you can borrow a little bit of the other team's momentum. He looked to the University of Vocational Studies. Not long ago I heard that the Black Dragon voting website was not closed, instead it was divided into the marketing department, expanding the site ever more and making some kind of headline for him. Spend money to get quizzes. Whole encyclopedia. I couldn't help but look contemptuous. Stupid. How dare you compete with those portals with such a small volume? Headline. You also deserve to get headlines. This overlap of the site who will invest in you in the future. The ceiling is capped, and he has set his sights on the video. Intends to later turn funny video by constantly absorbing users. Increase volume. Introduce major capital. Thus listed. Yezer left the office and went downstairs. Downstairs. A brand new BM parked there. The same million-class luxury car. Is a loan to buy. Still let him excited. Xinjiang. Even if you do not rely on the family, I am not worse than you. You are nothing more than a trader luck. Your night market will soon be imitated to steal away the flow of people, thus obliterated in the crowd. All because you are too rampant to pay the price. He was incredibly exuberant when he learned that Xinjiang was up against the Huasheng group. Huasheng. It's a big name in the northern district. He asked Uncle Tu. Uncle Tu had warned him that Huasheng was not simple and had a deep background. Don't mess with it. Xinjiang public face Zhou Shang. Zhou Shang, under the wrath of the joint's several other night market imitation of the Black Dragon thing, has been known to everyone. And just less than half a month has been prepared. The Black Dragon has been prepared. No. He went uninvited to prepare for the opening ceremony of the TWA. 1. He intends to watch Xinjiang's hustle and bustle and see how his night market business is being robbed. And 2. To see if he can make friends with some useful people to pave the way for himself in the future. Boom. The Baoan let out a roar as it headed towards the Tianhua night market. Just passing by the night market to see the expulsion of vendors seen. Inquired about clear. Cannot help but sneer. Sure enough, the countryside people a little ability to drift. Strong suppression can suppress how long? As long as the Tianhua night market can adhere to half a month, you have to go half of these stall owners. Without the unique night market advantage. Who's going to sign you to that high share management contract? Who is a mudblood to compare with my 3 generations of glory? Tianhua night market. Vertical edge of the university city. This is the most prosperous and lively area of the university city. But since the establishment of the Black Dragon night market has become very dismal, not to mention the people who shop at the night market even if the vendors are decreasing. Half a month ago, Tianhua night market announced the rectification. Spend a large price to hire 2 decoration team to carry out modification. Only in half a month to make Tianhua night market a new look. 3 new wooden bridges were built. Countless new titles have been added. Create a new stage. It looks similar to the Black Dragon night market except the layout is a bit different. As far as the grid goes, no way. The Black Dragon night market is blessed with a unique location, and the Tianhua night market is attached to the street and has limited space that can be utilized. That's all. Or spend the cost of the nearby shopping malls to get part of the barely established. To say with the Black Dragon night market as a whole then cannot be compared, but with the previous then absolutely new. In the night market, already vendors in the stalls. The number than the peak of Tianhua night market actually not bad. The Tianhua night market hemorrhage promised these vendors exempted from 10-day stall fees, and stall fees in the future only income turnover 20% less than the Black Dragon 10%, so naturally attracted many vendors again. Opposite. A hotel on the second floor of several boxes are booked. Each box as the North District has a face existence, which is not lacking in the North District social bigwigs. They all come to see the fun. It's clear to anyone that the Tianhua night market is going up against the Black Dragon night market. Or rather, the Watson Group wants to talk to Black Dragon. Zhou Shang v Xinjiang. Old and new society bigwigs collided, and they were going to take this opportunity to see just how much Xinjiang was worth. A certain box. An old man sat in a chair with a cane, and behind him stood a number of pencil-thin, strong men. A young man stood next to him and said, "Uncle Long, that Xinjiang counts for nothing, also worth you personally come to see. To give him face, and he may not be able to come." The old man's eyes glanced at the youth, scared. The other side did not dare to continue to speak, before calmly said, "He is a 20-year-old youth, bare hands, from the bottom in just more than a year. It can be said that in just a few months to kill up to get out of the annual sales of hundreds of millions of companies, under the hands of the people who can get together hundreds of thousands of people. If he's not going to count for something, what are you, bastard?" The youth bowed his head and dared not retort, muttering inwardly, "I'm a bastard. My father and my grandfather are bastards. Aren't you? Cursing yourself. What an old fool. Dang, dang." The old man tapped his fingers on the cane and continued, "And this is only the surface of the revealed. The main thing is his background. Who knows who stands behind him? People like him won't be limited to a small night market. Sooner or later he will expand outside. It's possible that one day we will have a conflict of interest, and now Huasheng is going up against him just to see if it's true. If it's strong, then we'll have to deal with it carefully in the future. If, his eyes flashed cold. Obviously, the Black Dragon Night Market is also a little mind. To Black Dragon Night Market can carry Huasheng Group then it. To carry not he also do not mind down the well. Swallow a piece of cake. After all, to do their line of work in the hands of a little bit of unclean money. The Black Dragon Night Market. This kind of flow of water, large cost of low cost of industry is simply in the right butt. The same several other boxes in the social bigwigs more or less have the same mind. Social play is the big fish eat small fish. Create a company where there is robbing the company to fast. To do business in a serious way mix what society. Uncle Long is playing with a black chess piece in his hand. The chess piece is not depicted as a general, but as Qin. It was clear to anyone who knew him well that anyone who was valued by him and had a vested interest would appear at chess. He glanced down at his Rolex. 1540. Only 20 minutes until the opening of the Tianhua Night Market. 20 minutes. Chapter 149, Stallholders Defection. Zhou Sheng's Rampage. Wow. A youth pointed downstairs. Look. The crowd looked to see hundreds of stallholders coming towards Tianhua Night Market under the leadership of Li San. The vast majority of them pushing carts containing items for sale. A few people inside the box were a little confused. The moment Tianhua Night Market boss saw Li San led so many stall owners in front, the face cannot help but ecstasy. He was not sure of today's opening. After all, the Black Dragon Night Market roots have been firmly established, and their imitation is only a few points similar to the Black Dragon Night Market is blessed with a lot worse than the place. Not to mention that the competition table is a few times smaller than Black Dragon Night Market. A large number of vendors to take the initiative to come to its cannot be happy that the chances of success greatly increased. Li San, boss, I've brought you the man. Can your promise count? Boss Tianhua nodded. Of course it counts. Crap. He is not stupid. At this time to allow out things cannot be reversed, even if reversed to wait for the situation to be stabilized. Hearing the promise of the Tianhua boss, all the stall owners who followed Li San were relieved. They were afraid that the promise was false. To Tianhua Night Market does not take in themselves and others. They in offending Xinjiang really will be very difficult to mix in Songjiang. Boss Tianhua, enter. With a wave of his hand, he instructed the hundreds of stall owners to take their positions and choose to set up their stalls at the Tianhua Night Market location. And soon the hundreds of stall owners also finished setting up their stalls at the Tianhua Night Market, making Tianhua look even more prosperous and lively, with a bit of a Black Dragon state. Opposite, Uncle Long and the others had different faces when they heard the news coming back from below. Xinjiang expelling hundreds of stall owners? After all, he's still too young. What's needed at this time can't be thunder and lightning. What's needed should be to stabilize the situation first. Thinking highly of him, he's just a brat. Before, it's just that no one went down to compete with him. And now Huasheng is going down to see if he can stand up to a few night market sieges. Although the president of the vocational university has a wide range of connections, but he can really die for a student with the Huasheng Group cannot. Not to mention that now is a business behavior and how he can interfere. One time, several northern district social bigwigs all do not look favorably on Xinjiang, especially seeing that the Tianhua Night Market has been gathering students in large numbers around. The number of not to mention tens of thousands, large thousands still have. It seems, Uncle Long muttered, even if Tianhua Night Market can't share the crowds equally with Black Dragon, it can still snatch away 2 to 3%. Add to that the fact that the remaining several night markets will also steal some of the foot traffic, as well as the natural slide in foot traffic after the novelty has worn off. And it would be good if the Black Dragon could maintain its current foot traffic of 30% to 40%. 40%. Annual sales of tens of millions of dollars. Profits are also in the 10 million level is also a piece of fat meat. I do not know how many will eat together. Huasheng Group appetite in the end how big. He is not worried about Huasheng monopoly. Huasheng the Zhouhua do things never is to share the cake. Make friends. Although the profitable business are going to be plugged in, there will be some leftovers for others. The community has a good reputation. Otherwise, there would not be so many social bigwigs who come to give Huasheng a platform in the open and in the dark. Sharing the cake is one aspect, and friendship is also one aspect. 1550. Only 10 minutes left before the opening of the Tianhua Night Market. Under the plaque of Tianhua Night Market, the boss of Tianhua was full of red face and shook hands with a lot of people who came to congratulate him, catching up with old times, and his smile was almost cracked to the root of his ears. Came to congratulate many characters as he once flattered not exist. Of course he is clear that these people are not to see their own face, but to see the face of Huaxing Group. Mr. Zhang, it's really been a long time. Mr. Lu, inside please. Tianhua boss smiled and greeted. Came to the boss all politely nodded and did not intend to speak. What's there to say? A night market owner. The annual income is 180. It was still a lower class existence in their eyes. Let's say the night market reforms and how much revenue they can generate. A few hundred a year. Or at most 1,000, then just barely enough to make them equal. But only when the Tianhua bosses make it that far. Today is entirely in the face of the Huaxing Group. And again, inside, please. A street night market, what are you inviting? What do you mean we go from outside the plaque to inside the plaque? Boom. The sound of a car roaring came. Just saw Zhou Sheng incomparably tawdry fleet of cars blowing up the street. The Farah coupe roaring through half the street. Drawing the attention of countless students. It made Zhou Sheng inside the car immensely satisfied. And he couldn't help but raise his hands and cheer. Oh, roar, box. Uncle Long and the other social bigwigs all frowned slightly at this. The two brothers of the Watson Group, Boss Chaohua, deep city, smart, rules and regulations, likes to share the cake, and is very low-key. The second, Zhou Sheng, is the exact opposite. He loves the limelight, loves to save face, but also loves to get into trouble and does things without rules. It is also Zhou Hua pressure to be much better. Otherwise Uncle Long these social bigwigs in the first few years all to have a conflict with him. After all, this kid really needs a beating. He's really tough. 2. Cards. The convoy stopped in front of Tianhua Night Market. A red-suit Zhou Sheng down from the coupe. He walked unconsciously shaking his head, tugging 2.5 million, looking very beaten. Of course, with a few bodyguards behind him is not white with. The boss of Tianhua was very respectful and hurriedly took 2 steps forward and extended his hand. Brother Sheng's great presence is really a loss to welcome. My Tianhua Night Market has Mr. Sheng come to picnic. Snap. Zhou Sheng backhandedly knocked away Tianhua's boss's outstretched hand. Don't organize all this useless bull *********. How did it go? Tianhua Night Market came close and said, Mr. Sheng, rest assured that overtime dry facilities perfect, not worse than the Black Dragon. Deliberately sent out a large number of coupons. Advertising. Not I blow, robbing the Black Dragon half of the business may be a little too much, but robbing 30% of the foot traffic is absolutely not a problem. 30%. A little less. But he is not rash. Know that the Black Dragon Night Market location is a special piece of large open space, and in the university city with Tianhua and other street night market is fundamentally different. 30%. That's a lot. Not to mention there are other night markets. That adds up to more than half of the business of the Black Dragon can probably be robbed. But of course the price to pay is not small. The preliminary modification costs are all the Huaxing Group advance payment. Where's Qin Jiang? Zhou Sheng looked around. Didn't you say he promised to come today? I'd like to see if he's still pretending today. Boss Tianhua, it hasn't come yet. I don't think he dares to come. Besides, what can he pack? Not to mention the crowds. Even the vendors, I robbed him more than 100 today. He added to the situation of Li San and the others by saying something about his unrivaled planning. Purposefully, these vendors came today and hit Qin Jiang in the face, and so on, giving Zhou Sheng a very satisfying listen. He is happy when Qin Jiang is in bad luck. If we don't give Qin Jiang some color, anyone who thinks they can ride on Huaxing Group and, at this point, Yi Zhe also drove to Tianhua Night Market. He ran to Zhou Sheng. Hello Mr. Sheng, I'm Yi Zhe. Yezer. Zhou Sheng frowned slightly. Yezer, my uncle is the principal of the nursing home. Zhou Sheng continued to frown. Yi Zhe, I also have a grudge against Qin Jiang. Zhou Sheng nodded and did not say anything more. Qin Jiang, that style of enemies will not be less at all. Yi Zhe faced Zhou Sheng indifference and did not lose heart, continued to say this compliments, and tried to communicate with other bosses. Chapter 150, Zhou Hua Plan. Joint Law Enforcement, Qin Jiang's arrival. Buckingham. Zhou Hua put down his pen after signing the document. The front assistant is reporting back. The moon over Buckingham runs water on the bright side. Water running in the dark. Total. Several service rooms fully upgraded. Construction chief you invited to dinner at Henteing tonight. The vice president of the bank invited you to a business banquet tonight. Said the leader will be there. Today's opening of Tianhua Night Market. Mr. Sheng set off with the fleet of vehicles should now have arrived at the place. The collective reform of several night markets. Huaxing Group total advances of 1,376,000 yuan, of which 584,000 on credit. A few undercover sources have come with news. Uncle Long. These guys are also all there at the Tianhua Night Market. Zhou Hua rubbed his temples and listened quietly. Ryoga spoke directly after the report was completed. Buckingham's other hall upgrades are temporarily suspended. Shifu shrugged it off. The business banquet is on time. Xing's place will be tossed by him for now. 10 minutes later. Assistant cleanly out. Zhou Hua is still rubbing his temples. Suddenly a pair of cold hands reached over. He did not turn around but retracted his hands, paralyzed in the boss chair. Cold hands rubbing temples so that Zhou Hua cannot help but unfold his eyebrows. Drink less at night. I'll try. Are things really this urgent? A sword hangs over his head, ready to be cut off. Although there is nothing to say, I feel uneasy in my heart. After all these years, not to mention those who are in power, how can we fall if they don't fall? Won't you let the people below pay attention? We'll weather the storm. Hopefully. Save for a rainy day and prepare for the future. I heard that Shaoxiang and the North District's new rising Xinjiang against will affect your plans, or I let him stop. It's okay. Just take this opportunity to see how big the cards behind the Xinjiang, if it is possible to pull on board the ship, can also be multi-layer shield. If not, to knock the mountain to shake the tiger. Uncle Long, those old things also noticed that not right dare not be too rampant, began to extend the tentacles to the same kind. Washing quiet for too long or fast to us as a sheep. It's good that you know in your heart. By the way, are you going to buy a house out there? There is this intention. I'll make the arrangements. If there's a real storm, I'll let you go first. So I can't help it. I can't help it. I'm too involved in the back. Rest assured that during this time I will be decentralized to the lower side of the cultivation of a sufficient amount of scapegoats, but also will strive to turn Huasheng white. When you and I have not tasted the possibility of ringing the bell in the Nasdaq, I believe you. Under the Tianhua night market, a large group of people are bulking at Zhoushang, and Xinjiang is not seen arriving as the time for the opening ceremony gets closer and closer. Zhoushang was very annoyed. Mard, didn't you say that Xinjiang kid was crazy? Why doesn't he dare to come? Dare to say he doesn't dare to come. Pure little Yakuza? No. The bosses on either side couldn't help but agree. Little Yakuza. Pure Yakuza. He's just a brat. You're flattering him by scolding him. You're too young to be a good boy. And you're still out in society. If you can sink someone else, try sinking me. These bosses are more or less involved with Huasheng, coupled with Xinjiang's sphere of influence in the university city, so the words are completely without regard to the immense disparagement. Among them, the Genesize said the most hate to make Zhoushang very satisfied. Don't talk about them. Uncle Long in the box, etc. Cannot help but Xinjiang was greatly disappointed. It seems to be really is the nest. In the nooks and crannies of the university town flaunted not dare to come out in Huasheng head-to-head. Youth, that's it? Not to mention sending people to smash the Tianhua night market. He doesn't even dare to come. Uncle Long, and you say he has gumption? Uncle Long, there are only two possibilities. The first, he did not put Tianhua night market in the eyes, but then he should not put out the word to come to participate. The second, since the word to come and not come to be for the humiliation of Tianhua night market. But this kind of children's trick is too under the adult. No matter what, Xinjiang, this son, no fear also. Soon, these social bigwigs to Xinjiang characterized as a bit ruthless. A bit of background luck is good late. Such a person can be a small fight, but master hundreds of millions of night market and with them on an equal footing absolutely not. Boss Tianhua, Mr. Shang, it's time for the opening ceremony you see. Zhou Shang, go ahead. I don't have the time to stay here. $1 million a minute can't be wasted on you. Tianhua boss. Other bosses. It's hard to smile. The crowd came to hang a large red cloth Tianhua plaque ready to cut the ribbon. Zhou Shang unreservedly stood in the center. Box. Uncle Long got up on his crutches and said, since Xinjiang is so useless, so be it. Let's go down and show our faces too. Brush. He threw the chess piece depicting Xinjiang in his hand into the garbage can. The man was no longer in his sights. And there was no necessity in leaving the chess piece behind, and he just took people out of the box to see the other boxes have opened. A few in the North District can call the shots of the social bigwigs all with people out, but cannot help but look at each other with a smile. Obviously guessed the other side of the idea, the face to do the project to be. At least show your face to Zhou Shang, look at their own and others to support him and would like to suppress the Xinjiang in the future when the force. Sure, they want a piece of the black dragon pie too. Please. A few of the bigwigs made an invitation gesture to each other and walked down the hotel with hundreds of minions hooting and hollering. A law enforcement brigade in the North District. The law enforcement captain gave the order. The Qingping plan is activated. Team 2 goes to the night market. Team 3 goes to the night market. Team 4 goes to the night market. And Team 1 follows me to the Tianhua night market. All non-compliant night markets shut down. All non-compliant buildings demolished. Within a 2-hour time frame, This joint law enforcement must ensure the safety of personnel. The scene will have a security officer to assist in law enforcement. The whole process of mutual supervision. There must not be any communication with the outside world behavior. Everything has to be steady, precise and hard. A few squad leaders below them chimed in. Promise to finish the job. Promise to finish the job. Although it is not clear why did not get any wind in advance. Now we have to make such a big action. But they are clear that this action who dares to delay absolutely have to be miserable. The captain gave an order. Depart. Boom. Boom. A large number of convoys were headed in batches towards the major night markets, with some large machinery in them, while several other departments were acting in conjunction. In front of Tianhua Night Market, Zhou Sheng proudly leads many flattering bosses to prepare for the cut. Opposite, in the restaurant, Uncle Long and other social bigwigs led hundreds of people out of the easy laugh. Can be less Qin Jiang such a rising star opponent who was not happy to see it? Not to mention the cake is about to be in the hands of. Just then, drop. A burst of sirens from afar. A luxury convoy coming. The center seat luxury Benz C. License plate number, North A, 33888. Chapter 151, Crowd Reaction. Tianhua's Mockery. Immediately, someone recognized the license plate number. 33888. Xinjiang's license plate. He really dares to come. How dare he? Just 4 or 5 cars. 20 or 30 people inside at most. So many people are not afraid even if they make trouble. I'd like to see what tricks he can play. Several bosses face sneer and concur. Zhou Sheng is very satisfied with looking at the Xinjiang fleet. Come on good. The face still have to face the most cool dare? I'm going to tell you offended Huasheng downfall. To you watch your own traffic constantly falling. Yeser, let's see how you get unlucky. Opposite. Uncle Long and the others were all stunned as they watched Xinjiang's fleet arrive. Mud. Don't come on time. 1600 hours sharp. It's like you're so powerful. So big. So what? You think you're better than us. Although very annoyed, but Uncle Long and other all choose to stop in place and did not immediately go out of the intention. Snipe. Fishers of men. Only if the fisherman isn't around. Otherwise he'll see the fisherman. The fisherman has to stand in line right away. In the night market, Li San and other former Black Dragon night market stall owners were also incredibly surprised to see Qin Jiang arrive. They set out behind Qin Jiang's fleet and ended up arriving earlier than Qin Jiang's fleet. Believing that Qin Jiang's fleet wasn't coming to the Tianhua night market but was going to some other place. It is not at all clear that the first stop of the Qin Jiang fleet, the food city, first eat a usual meal before coming. After all, Qin Jiang from the beginning to the end did not put Tianhua night market in the eyes. Since the first business to do night market he did not look at other rivals to Qin Jiang ahead of the 10-year vision. At least the night market will be able to push more than a dozen, will be only 3 or 4 back to lay the groundwork for the position. Of course, many points Qin Jiang intends to use the night in the city of Songjiang. On the Black Dragon night market pure waste. Cards. The convoy stopped in front of the night market. Zhang Qi got out of the car and took 2 quick steps to the back door position. Snap. Rear door open. Black formal dressed Qin Jiang out of the car. On both sides of more than a dozen Black Dragon stalwart youth erected on both sides. Xu Zhang and 4-9 also got down from the car to the 2 sides of Qin Jiang. One left and one right. One literary and one military. Very dazzling. The moment Qin Jiang looked up at the night market plaque, Tianhua Night Market. The plaque is an exact imitation of the Black Dragon, even with a similar font and a number of slogans on either side. The beautiful scenery of the north. Tianhua in Songjiang. I'll wait for you at Tianhua in the wind and rain. Completely replace the word Black Dragon with Tianhua. See this. Qin Jiang also had to admit that in this era of great plagiarism, 1 or 2 new ideas will be able to make some quick money, and then will be imitated by others, or even surpassed. Later generations do not know how many brands were copied to the body. Many people have long forgotten who is the original, who is the imitator. Backwards, say they are the pioneers are there. Good thing that Qin Jiang has a leading 10 years vision, and he route is not afraid of plagiarism. To even this difficulty cannot be solved, but also talk about how to lead the Black Dragon to step on the right path. Climb to the top of the clouds. Shake your head. Compared to the enemies they will face in the future, even Huasheng is nothing, not to mention Tianhua. Tap, 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 crunch. The sound of leather shoes stepping on the snow was unceasing. Qin Jiang led Zhu Zhang and 4-9 followed by a dozen Black Dragon personnel toward Tianhua night market. See this. Zhou Sheng face arrogant tilted his head. He even eyelids do not want to look at Qin Jiang. Qin Jiang is not arrogant? He wants to show Qin Jiang who is more arrogant. No one deserves to be arrogant in front of him. One side. Tianhua boss looked at to himself and others to come Qin Jiang and others only feel pounced on the sense of oppression. He is also in the vicinity of the university city, naturally will not hear the Xinjiang legend. One of the most famous lines, offend Xinjiang, sink tonight. If usual he would never dare to conflict with Xinjiang, doing business at least the surface to be peaceful, but at present he has boarded the ship of Huasheng, has been pushed to the front by Huasheng and Xinjiang against the people. Now retreat will only be two sides cannot be good. In that case it is better to direct the ruthless in the end. Think about it. He gritted his teeth and strided forward to meet Xinjiang. Gu, Mr. Xin has come to visit. Look at my Tianhua night market. It's not bad. It's all from the heart. Everything also depends on General Qin's Black Dragon night market. You are a senior. There is no place where you have to point out a thing or two. You don't say we're pushing the envelope. Look at me even getting a couple's punch card snowman. Looks good. If Mr. Xin likes it, he can also get one in Black Dragon. Business? Isn't it just you copying me and me copying you? Said, pretending to extend his hand very calmly but not bending his torso. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Boss Tianhua was clearly being sarcastic and hitting Xinjiang in the face. See what you can do if you just copied you, and let Xinjiang also copy their ideas. Xinjiang can copy? If you really want to copy, not to make a fool of yourself, but not to copy will be Tianhua night market to attract away a lot of people. One time, many of the bosses looked at Xinjiang ready to see him react in such a way. Opposite, Uncle Long and the others were likewise looking forward to it. They would like to see what this new rising social bigwig is capable of. To play the smiley face, or to come up and do it. How do you do it? Mocking and disliking. Snarky. This one falls completely flat. Directly dry. A dozen people simply cannot make waves. Even if that 4-9 in the fierce can be a dozen 10, or even 20 and so, really fight up, not to mention how many Huasheng in the neighborhood in the end to hide the minions, as well as the Tianhua night market people. Light said today's era with more than a dozen people in the light of the situation of the mob smashed others just open the night market, or have this Huasheng background of the night market is afraid to eat a big loss. The law is not vegetarian. Ugh, Uncle Long sighed. It's logical that the best thing to do is to ignore it at all. He's too young and angry after all. And now Songjiang too more and more strict. These people really fight up near a large number of students gathered for fear of causing mass incidents. Huasheng only need to push behind the waves will be enough to Xinjiang drink a pot. Alas, these days, society is getting harder and harder to mix. The regulations are also getting tighter and tighter, so a lot of things are no longer good to do, and it's hard to transition. A few other social bigwigs couldn't help but nod their heads. They've all tightened up a lot in the meantime, and the winds are turning more and more against them, and they're just barely keeping their bases covered. Some ambition is also planning some way out. No longer try to transform. Not many people in this category. After all, the habit of fighting for $1 cannot be willing to do business honestly, business which has to rob business fast. The vast majority of the choice to try to annex other small fish. As before that rampant and constantly set up pits rich people, and even rich entrepreneurs openly robbing things do not dare to continue to do. Otherwise there is no kung fu on the Xinjiang eyeing. Not only worried about the new rise of the big brother of the community to share the cake, but also think of the Xinjiang piece of this big fat cake. Just then, suddenly, a junior brother pointed in the direction of Xinjiang and the others, his face full of incredulity. Misty grass. He just went over. Chapter 152 Enforcement 2, Order to Close. I.E. Demolition. Brush. Uncle Long and other gazes looked away. See Xinjiang face to the Tianhua boss, outstretched hand simply ignored. Not even look at the Tianhua boss, so straight hook over the Tianhua boss continue to walk to the night market inside. At the same time the two sides of the Zhujiang, 4-9, as well as the crowd of minions have to follow. There is a minion directly open the freezing of the Tianhua boss's hand. There is a disease standing in the middle of the road. There is no eyesight. Roll. Tianhua boss, left semi-direct product, right semi-direct product. Despise. Complete and utter contempt. He was angry all over the body, is a little shivering. He said at least is also counted as a dignified figure. Xinjiang does not give face then, but a little brother also dare to so show off his power. This, who the are you talking to? Looking at Xinjiang and other forward momentum, he opened his mouth, froze, did not say anything. Even if the little cute can be clear that Xinjiang today is not good, he also did not want to continue to touch bad luck. Plus, didn't he just do enough? To this, Uncle Long and the others couldn't help but nod. Social bigot. You have to have a social big brother posture. Look down on contempt for a Tianhua boss is still qualified. Obviously in their hearts Xinjiang's social big brother status is more powerful than what Black Dragon night market boss. Opposite. Zhou Sheng head up afterglow also see Xinjiang just a scene cannot help but a little angry. Martyr. Hit the dog but also look at the master. This clearly does not give him face, but he held his head high and did not move. Internal calculations when Qin Jiang came over how to dish out the road. No matter Qin Jiang want to be tough. To compromise he should have a conversation early. The rest of the boss was not surprised. Qin Jiang not long before Zhou Shang face or not to give face to the boss of Tianhua cannot give face. A pawn only. But on the next Qin Jiang and Zhou Shang collision with what is going to happen to the sparks they are very much looking forward to. A large number of stallholders as well as clueless people who didn't even see the point of strolling through the night market also focused their attention on this. Qin Jiang versus Zhou Shang. Freshman versus veteran names. What kind of sparks are going to collide today? Ran. The next moment the collective froze in place. He saw Qin Jiang cross the Tianhua boss and then very naturally cross Zhou Shang and the others to a stall. Tohoku grilled cold noodles. Zhu Yang, let's have 10 servings. Nope. 20 roasted cold noodles. He glanced at Sijio in the middle of his sentence. Cold noodle stall owner, plants. No? Why are you in my booth? I'm just a small vendor. Will you make Tianhua think I'm colluding with you? But looking at the fierce and vicious 4-9 as well as the back of the brothers, he did not dare to refuse directly, can only whisper. The night market. The night market hasn't opened yet. 49 glared. What? You don't want to sell the stall? Give him the money and I'll see what happens. Brush. A little brother pulled out $100 and shoved it into the stall owner's hand. What are you looking at? Hurry up and find the money to make roasted cold noodles. Jiang is giving you face by eating your noodles. If you don't give face. Oh, listen to this, vendor thumped. Although he did not set up a stall in the Black Dragon night market, also heard the name of Qin Jiang. Are fast becoming one of the vendors to go back to chat farting favorite topic. Vendor, he did not say so. Myun looking for money to make grilled cold noodles. Whether to offend Tianhua can only be put on the back. He now has to get through the hurdle in front of him. Remember, there's one serving without vinegar. Sijio reminded in a rough voice. Remembering that Qin Jiang didn't eat vinegar, especially aged vinegar. Vendor, good. Opposite. Uncle Long and other faces were confused. That's all. You came all the way to the opening ceremony just to eat grilled cold noodles? What? Think it's pretentious? Aha! It is. It's just pretending to be too drop dead. Two-door. Likewise, the bosses are also slightly stunned to see this. Many bosses face a sneer that Qin Jiang in a bluff. Only dare to Tianhua bosses to vent their dissatisfaction but do not dare to offend Zhou Shang. Only to come here to eat grilled cold noodles down steps. Zhou Shang showed even more complacency. Vendors coming from the Black Dragon night market couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that Qin Jiang had gone soft and didn't dare to go head to head with Huasheng, so they wouldn't have to worry about anything. The only one who had a hard time was the Tianhua boss. And he was the only one who was injured and lost face from the beginning to the end. He came to Zhou Shang. Mr. Shang, let's. Zhou Shang, cut the ribbon. Although he is crazy but not so crazy to bring people up to fight with Qin Jiang. Now the situation is already very good. Boss Tianhua, well, what a sound. He had just nodded his head when he heard a burst of vehicles honking in his ears, constantly evicting the cars in front of him that were blocking the road. Looking back, 2 posted law enforcement vehicles approaching the Tianhua night market. What's the situation? Boss Tianhua had a bad feeling. Not only the rest of his bosses were also slightly stagnant. Even Zhou Shang's smug smile was converged. Cards. Law enforcement vehicles stopped at the entrance of Tianhua night market. The car down, a few law enforcement officers came to the front of Tianhua night market, looked at Zhou Shang and so on and asked, who is the person in charge of Tianhua night market? I am. My name is Matty Chung. Boss Tianhua apprehensively stepped out with his hand raised. From the city administration, Tianhua night market's formalities are unqualified, and it is now ordered to be shut down. Law enforcement officers took out their law enforcement documents and showed them down in front of the Tianhua boss. What? Ordered the Tianhua night market to shut down? What's going on? All of a sudden? Incomplete procedures? What paperwork? Boss Tianhua. Who? Smashed it? To shut down my night market. I'm just going to be brilliant and you're going to shut me down for the night. Don't you want me to die? But he didn't dare to clamor with the law enforcement officers. Well, you've got it all wrong. I have formalities. I've done it. Really? You can check. Law enforcement officer, I'm sorry. Your paperwork has long since expired and the Tianhua night market is not currently eligible to open. Tianhua boss face a black. Of course he knows that the procedures expired can be lazy in the renewal procedures. After all, Tianhua night market to put a lot of irregularities corrected might as well as not know. Anyway, the current management of this area of China is not strict, and then again, he has a bit of a background backing. Did not think that today's law enforcement agencies suddenly door to door? He thought about it, but not to take a step forward. Can I have a word? The law enforcement officer gave Boss Tianhua a cold look. Please don't hinder us from carrying out our official duties. Finished waving. Immediately, someone came forward to post the seal. No, can't post it. Boss Tianhua saw this and was almost ready to vomit blood, looking at Zhou Sheng to cast a look of help. Zhou Sheng's gaze towards Boss Tianhua was incomparably cold. Waste. You can't even get the formalities right. But Tianhua Night Market is he support up to fight the ring cannot care. Pick up the phone ready to dial. Just then, boom, boom boom, 7 or 8 law enforcement vehicles came, followed by a lot of large machinery, and many law enforcement officers came down from the vehicles as they arrived in front of the Tianhua Night Market. Urban Construction Management. You are suspected of illegal construction, encroachment on public land, and ordered to demolish. Health Management. You are suspected of municipal supervision and management. Chapter 153. Spare me. It's too dark in Songjiang. What? Tianhua boss incredulously looked at a large number of law enforcement officers standing in front of him, only to feel that the sky had collapsed. The many bosses in the back were equally filled with shock. Even Zhou Sheng also picked up the phone hand down again. He even in the crazy also understand that so many law enforcement agencies at the same time to come inside, in the end how deep the road. Not a phone can be resolved. The several law enforcement agencies did not pay attention to the shocked expressions of the Tianhua boss and the others, and directly waved their hands to execute the order. Pop, snap, 2 seals are affixed under the Tianhua Night Market plaque. The health department on-site evidence to issue a ticket. The order must be corrected within a week and paid back. The fire department ordered rectification. Environmental protection department. Rumble. The urban renewal department directed the entry of large-scale machinery to demolish various illegal structures at the Tianhua Night Market. The management checks the documents of the stalls and evicts the compliant vendors and collects the tools of the non-compliant vendors. For a while the Tianhua Night Market was crowded. No, you can't tear it down. Tianhua boss see their own spend a lot of money, spend a lot of effort building in the machinery under the broken icanthus, to pounce on the front to stop, but was a few law enforcement officers frame, can only continue to cry and plead. My moon bridge, my placard plaque, this is all my heart and soul. Don't tear it down. I'll pay the fine. I'll go and fill in the paperwork right away. Give me a few days. But the law enforcement officers simply ignored his words, and ordered from above that the top penalties be imposed on the major night markets, warning everyone in a thunderous manner that if it was not legal, it would not be allowed. The law does not tolerate it. Wouldn't it be a mess if everyone was first to act? Opposite. Uncle Long and others looked at the Tianhua Night Market, which was just blooming and about to open, with hundreds of vendors and attracting thousands of people, and in just a short moment it fell into disarray and fell into disrepair, and they all felt a sense of disarray and unreality. Then he subconsciously looked towards a certain stall, or rather towards the spirited and imposing youth in front of the stall. Xinjiang, the Tianhua Night Market has just opened and is ready to fight with the Black Dragon Night Market, but the result is so much joint enforcement by a number of departments. Who would believe that there is nothing fishy in it? These law enforcement agencies do not come sooner or later, but today, and the ultimate beneficiary is only Xinjiang's Black Dragon Night Market. That is to say, these law enforcement agencies were gotten by Xinjiang. So, who the hell is his background? He was able to pull this off today without anyone getting wind of it. One time, Uncle Long and the others looked at Xinjiang with eyes filled with scorn. Zhou Sheng, as well as the left and right bosses looked to Xinjiang also complex, are in the community so many years will not be able to guess. And then again, everything is too obvious. As for coincidences, oh, how can there be so many coincidences in the world? Coincidences are mostly man-made. The moment. I don't know whether it was intentional or not, but the law enforcement officers skipped over Xinjiang's stall and went to check other stalls first. The owner of the cold noodle stall was sweating and trembling as he made one cold noodle after another, muttering, "No vinegar, no vinegar, no vinegar, no vinegar, no vinegar." Soon, 20 servings of grilled cold noodles done. For 9 went forward and handed Xinjiang the grilled cold noodles that were made individually with extra eggs and no vinegar, picked up 4 more and put them in his own hands, gave one of them to Zhu Zhang, and ate the remaining 3 directly. Back, Zhang Qi and others have also come forward to fetch roasted cold noodles. Xinjiang took the grilled cold noodles and ate them calmly. Aha! Unique to the flavor of the Northeast, turned around and led Zhu Zhang, 4-9 and so on to the direction of the caravan and go. Although dressed in formal attire with a cold-faced Xinjiang with roasted cold noodles a little strange, but somehow out of nowhere to add a few points of the Northeast charm. Especially many grilled cold noodles emit hot air and the cold air continues to spread, so that Qin Jiang and other people's faces become blurred, and the sense of hazy atmosphere is more prominent. Crunch, crunch. More than 10 people followed behind Qin Jiang stepping on the snow, making a crunching sound that made people feel incomparably heavy. Passed by Zhou Shang and so on still did not look squarely at it, but those bosses in no just arrogant all lowered their heads to look at the snow for fear that Qin Jiang looked to them to remember and thus retaliation. Especially Yi Zhe subconsciously hide behind other bosses. Zhou Shang opened his mouth to say something but was next to the bodyguard pulled, pointing to the law enforcement officers. Obviously no matter what the situation is now is not the time to start a conflict. Tianhua boss crying and shouting his voice is mute is not much use at all, watching his heart's blood being constantly raked away. There was a gurgling sound in his ears. This bridge should be demolished quickly. Building a bridge in the alleyway really treats the state land as his backyard. The sanitary conditions are also too poor, so many vendors use all gutter oil. Mad where to get so much gutter oil. The fire space is not reserved at all. All kinds of wires are pulled randomly. The plug-in station is placed on the ground. In the event of any fire, there is no way to run. Must be severely punished. The top punishment. Boss Tianhua, no. Racked Tianhua boss law enforcement officers to see his crying appearance could not help but spit. If I had known that today, why did I do it in the first place? What he means is that you have to do the formalities earlier. All legal compliance. We do not have to do this. In favor of what you do not qualify. The top penalty without any fault by anyone cannot pick reason. But boss Tianhua couldn't help but murmur when he heard this. If I had known it would come to this, I wouldn't have wasted my time. Brush. He looked up at the convoy going Qin Jiang and the others. Right. Everything is because of Qin Jiang. Surely Qin Jiang saw himself hanging out with Huasheng and saw himself copying his night market to get where he is today. Think about it. He broke free of the law enforcement officers and ran toward Qin Jiang. Qin. Mr. Qin. Brother Jiang. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I shouldn't have imitated your night market. Just give me a chance to live. My entire fortune is in the night market. I'll be ruined if it's all ripped off. I can't even afford the fine. You tell them to let me off the hook. Brush. A few Black Dragon officers turned around and grabbed him so that he couldn't get close to Qin Jiang, who didn't even turn around or look at the Tianhua boss at all. The moment the Qin Jiang crowd walks in front of the Tianhua plaque with roasted cold noodles, and with the collapsing illegal buildings on both sides, as well as the Tianhua boss kneeling in despair and begging for forgiveness, and the crowd on both sides looking shocked, it creates a very shocking ambient image. Background music here. 9 heavens outside that Song Shang robbery. Sealing the gods chapter. Ask the dragon secret. Even if this person is born as a devil and evil, the 9 rounds of reincarnation turn into a colorful butterfly. Soon Qin Jiang and the others came to the front of the caravan again. Zhang Qi opened the door. Qin Jiang and the others got on the car. Boom. Cars roared. The convoy drove off into the distance under a gust of noisy smoke. A few Black Dragon minions dropped off Boss Tianhua and left. Boss Tianhua sat paralyzed in the snow with his eyes blank. It's over. It's all over. The sky in the north end. It's so dark. Background music. Snowflakes. Chapter 154. Shock of the crowd. Overnight fame. At this moment, he watched the Qin Jiang fleet completely disappear from his field of vision, and saw that the Tianhua night market plaque was all taken off. He knew he was finished. The fine alone would be enough to make him drink, and it would be hard to open a night market again. So what awaits him? Unpayable fines. Loans you can't afford to pay back. Banks are blacklisted. Big blank stare from Junior. In the future, not to mention the maintenance of college students. I'm afraid that the yellow-faced woman in my family will no longer be with myself. Everything is because he was confused to follow Lu Bo's advice to go against Qin Jiang. Who is a fart? Who's Qin Jiang? Social big brother. Thousands of minions. No way to take Huasheng to pinch themselves, not hand to hand. Snap. He ruthlessly gave himself a mouth full of unwillingness to get up and look at Zhou Shang. Mr. Shang, I'm all at your command. And now that it's come to such a mess, do you think you can give my losses to? I don't give a. Zhou Shang kicked the Tianhua boss to the ground and angrily scolded. You're not good enough to do anything. You can't even get all the formalities. So what if you can't get all the formalities? You didn't even get the news in advance. You deserve it. You deserve to die. Losses. You remember the money I invested in you must be returned to me in 3 days. Otherwise you know the consequences. After saying this, regardless of the Tianhua boss's stagnant gaze, turned around and brought his bodyguards to the car to leave this place of wrongdoing. Both sides of the boss will not say anything. They look at the ground sitting paralyzed Tianhua boss with a clown like a shake of the head also have to leave. Who have no pity. The shopping mall is so cruel and merciless. The moment before the scenery is infinite. The next moment of the body is broken. Only. Yizhe looked at the ground. Tianhua boss had a sense of destiny. Intuition told him that the future is likely to be the same. No. What the hell were you thinking? Yizhe dispersed this idea. But today things still bring him too much shock. Xinjiang behind in the end who? The president of the university? But even if the president of the vocational university has a high level of experience and a wide range of connections, it would still take a lot of work. So why stand up for him? The illegitimate son of the president of the University of Vocational. Bah. Ugh. Age doesn't match. He didn't understand, only remain stubborn. Xinjiang, don't think you're so powerful? The boss of Tianhua is nothing. Huasheng is what I call powerful. If you can do it, you can do it to Huasheng. And you can do it. If you can do it, I'll call you dad. Opposite. Uncle Long and others looked at the departing Xinjiang, as well as being demolished and dilapidated Tianhua Night Market face complex. For a long time Uncle Long spoke. Go and bring back the chess pieces upstairs that have Xinjiang engraved on them. Youth, ah. Uncle Long, what go on. The youth hurriedly led the men upstairs to find it. Uncle Long sighed. A hero is a young man? Never underestimate others until the end. The left side of the big brother can make such a big noisy background is not simple. It seems to be a careful investigation. The big man on the right, can't a real dragon be trapped in the shallows? Sooner or later someone like that will have to walk out of the college town. And by then, Uncle Long, whatever. Anyway, he and Huasheng have already gone against each other. Even if he comes out, there's still Huasheng to cover for him. The big man on the left, Zhou Sheng, is not to be feared. But Zhou Hua, this person's strongest tactic is to turn enemies into friends. Uncle Long, let's take one step at a time. A few moments youth with people from upstairs down to retrieve the chessboard. Uncle Long looked at the chessboard, solemn touch placed in his arms. Obviously on the Xinjiang importance of elevated to a degree. The youth wanted to speak. This chess piece he found in the upstairs slop trash can, which the service staff apparently treated as trash. Soon Uncle Long and several other social bigwigs left with hundreds of people in great numbers and did not stay here. The next thing they considered was not how to divide Xinjiang's piece of cake, but to investigate Xinjiang's background as soon as possible, as well as make preparations for Xinjiang to devour them. Behind some streetlight, late Lu Bo did not dare to appear to look at the scene in front of him. Looking at Xinjiang, looking at Zhou Sheng. For some reason he had a kind of Zhou Sheng dry but Xinjiang intuition, and he also perceived Zhou Sheng on their own seems to be up to the killing heart. Mud. Looks like the Chao Sheng thread can't be followed. That can only. He picked up the phone and dialed decisively. Hey, give me a copy of that list of rich women in Songjiang you're holding. Something of good quality and, yes, nothing special. Half an hour later, law enforcement officers finished processing and left. Those watching the students see no good also no longer stay. The snow. Boss Tianhua sat on the ruins staring blankly, full of despair. His heart was like ashes, as if the world had betrayed him, and today he was the only clown, the most miserable character. No, there's another one. Li San. He's being held down in the snow and violently beaten by the other stallholders. All because of you. I was in the Black Dragon Night Market stalls. Well, on the ing you have to sing with Brother Zheng, the old man, to swindle to this broken night market. Don't you say that Tianhua Night Market is powerful? Don't you say Huasheng has a hard background? Just this. Just opened and let someone strip it down. Who's Zheng? Sinking people into the river is no big deal. Don't bring us along when you're ing looking for death. These stall owners continue to beat Li San. There is no way originally in the Black Dragon Night Market, although you have to pay a lot of money, but a month on the million easy to earn a hand, and now do not say tens of thousands of dollars. Fear of stalls are very difficult. As for the return to the Black Dragon Night Market, oh, they just don't have the guts even if they have the heart. No chance of going back to be sunk in the river. These stall owners beat Li San even more ferociously, not to beat Li San half dead at all to relieve their hatred. Stop fighting. I was wrong. I'm really wrong. It was Boss Tianhua who promised me. I'm also a victim. I didn't know anything about it. If you're looking for it, look for Boss Tianhua. These stall owners didn't think much of it. Looking for the Tianhua boss? Oh, the other side has been difficult to protect themselves. They are not stupid to know that after this mess Tianhua Night Market do not want to open again. 10 minutes or so later, these stall owners beat Li San can only grunt and scavenge more than 10,000 yuan on his body. Apparently Tianhua bosses to give him a favor fee. Hundreds of stall owners to give a share. Ryoko. Li San got up from the snow. He was freezing and shivering, penniless and equally desperate. If I had known the result today, not to mention the more remote location of the stall, even if the stall in Gala. Unfortunately, no ifs. He staggered to the ground in front of the paralyzed Tianhua boss to help the other side up. The ground is cold. You need to find a floor to warm up or you should catch a cold. Don't be discouraged. You're a big businessman. You'll be able to make a comeback. I believe in you. Boss Tianhua's eyes barely glowed a bit. Really? Lee-san, really? That? The payment you told me about in the first place. I don't need more than half. What's in your eyes? 1/3, 20,000. No less. You're such a big boss. Oh, don't hit me. Lee-san was chased all over the snow by boss Tianhua. That night, the seizure of Guan Tianhua night market and several other night markets spread rapidly among the upper class, the Jianghu, and even the lower class punks, including ordinary people, and was no longer limited to the university town. One night, make Xinjiang completely famous in Songjiang. Chapter 155 Incident spreads. Yi Zhe goes home. Zhou Hua decides. Nursing home. Yi Zhe had just returned when Yi Jikai called him to his office. Uncle, you called me. Yi Zhe pushed open the door to first look around and realized that there was nothing to hide the female secretary before he opened his mouth. Yi Jikai, you went to that Tianhua night market opening? Yes sir, how do you know? Yi Jikai, conflict with Xinjiang? Yi Zhe, no. I'm not stupid enough to clash with him. He didn't dare to say that Xinjiang didn't care about him at all. Yi Jikai was visibly relieved. Xinjiang when he first pitched the nursing home 7 million. Let him become a very long-time laughingstock. He cannot not hold a grudge. It can be said that he is always concerned about Xinjiang, and in learning that Xinjiang offended the Huaxing Group, Huaxing Group is ready to support other night market to wage war against the Black Dragon night market is also exuberant. Even couldn't resist calling the secretary 3 or 4 times that day, but when the news came back from the Tianhua night market he was shocked. As a superior, self-confessed upper echelon, he knew very well how much effort it took to get to this point. Later, he kept calling to inquire about the situation to get the results. Several departments met overnight. Confiscated cell phones are not allowed to leave. In today's raid on several night market comprehensive inspection, there is only one possibility that something that seems normal and reasonable could have made it this far, a message from above. Otherwise the people below would have to check it wouldn't be so clean or fussed over. As for the upper side of the person in the end who he did not find out, can only guess that it is not a small person. Shake your head. Whoever that person really is, don't offend if you can, or it will be absolutely harmful to the future of the protectorate. Yi Jikai, in any case you have gone to participate. Not afraid of anything, not afraid of 10,000. Xinjiang is not a good person. Yi Zhe, uncle, what do you mean? It's hard not to intend to let me go and take the blame, isn't it? Who's behind him? A raid? What? If he doesn't inspect the Black Dragon night market, I'll report him. Real name, Yi Jikaige's disdain, since people dare to go out cannot have no bottom. Today law enforcement officers also came to the Black Dragon night market, but the Black Dragon night market procedures are complete. Law enforcement officers to give a high evaluation and send a friendly banner. Do you know what that stands for? Yes sir, representing what? Yi Jikai, on behalf of 2 possibilities. First, Xinjiang early to get all the various formalities for today's pit others than this, such as planning for a rainy day on the future ability to calculate so that people have to be in awe of, not to be on guard. Second, the possibility that his paperwork was expedited overnight to speed it out. More frightening. Yi Zhe was speechless. He had to recognize the means of clever. After this move Black Dragon night market absolutely solid. Other night market cannot open up another story. Even if it can open up also never dare to copy the Black Dragon. So, the Black Dragon advantage would have been there. Yi Jikai, in this case, you hide first. Anyway, the winter vacation is about to start. You go home early to accompany the old man, and also to avoid the wind when the school year starts next year. Xinjiang probably forgot about it by then. You'll direct the company by phone remotely, and I'll keep an eye out for you at school. Yes sir, He wanted to refuse but couldn't help but think of boss Tianhua's miserable situation, so he could only reluctantly nod his head. 10 minutes later Yezer turned to leave. Yi Jikai, wait. Yi Zhe turned back with a slightly happy face. Uncle, you're not going to let me go back home? Yi Jikai frowned. I'm asking you, do you have all the formalities for that company website? Yezer, complete? How can it be complete? In this day and age, there aren't many internet companies that have all the necessary procedures in place. They're all just trying to figure it out. How many companies have not waited to do the formalities have been yellow? A business license has been considered very good. Yi Jikai see his expression guessed the result, saving for a rainy day to be able to do all down. In case also let people catch pigtails a hammer to you to death. Yi Zhe, okay. I understand. Buckingham. Inside the office, Zhou Hua looked in front of him jumping up and down very angry. Zhou Shang did not speak quietly smoking a cigar. Who the hell is behind him? Just the president of that vocational university. Don't they say he offended someone and was relegated down? Even if he has some connections, why would he use them all on Xinjiang, and go out of his way to offend us for it? I'm not satisfied until I get this revenge. You didn't see that look in his eyes today. Scorn, completely ignoring me. The more Zhou Shang spoke, the angrier he became. If not for the bodyguards stopping him in the morning to go to have a physical fight with Xinjiang. Mad. Who are you talking to? At this point, the office door pushed open. The gentlewoman carrying a fruit plate came in and saw Zhou Shang stepping on the chair and couldn't help but say, Xiao Shang, how can you still be so fussy when you're a general manager? Put your feet down and eat an orange to cool off. Sister-in-law. Zhou Shang saw that the woman did not dare to continue to be reckless. No way, this woman seems to be gentle, but the means is very ruthless. He is a little scared in his heart, not to mention that the other party is his own sister-in-law, should have respect or to have. The woman came to Zhou Hua in front of, put down the fruit plate, first handed Zhou Shang a tangerine, and then obediently picked up a tangerine peeling, said to Zhou Hua, Xiao Shang is also so big, it is time to think about the family things. I see with my several sisters to say there is no suitable. Zhou Hua nodded his head. It doesn't have to be a family match, as long as Xiao Shang likes it, and reproduce the next generation for the Zhou family as soon as possible. The time will be next month. Young Nam, I'll leave this to you. Someone who is clean. You go and search for someone. The woman, Young Nam, nods. The two of them set up the Zhou Shang marriage with a single song. Zhou Shang opened his mouth several times to say something, but they were all suppressed by the gazes of Zhou Hua and Ying Nan. Zhou Hua said, whether you like it or not, the marriage must be concluded, and the Zhou family should have a next generation. Zhou Shang nodded silently. Zhou Hua, as for Xinjiang, his background is not simple. There is a big shot above covering him. I already have some eyebrows being verified. Zhou Shang, who? Zhou Hua, whoever is behind him can't be offended anyway. We need to ease the relationship as soon as possible. Zhou Shang, ease up? I've come to this point with him, how can we ease up? Let me go back to the hot face to the cold ass is impossible. Zhou Hua, you don't need to be worrying about this. I'll do it. There's nothing in this world that money can't solve. You've been leaving Buckingham less lately and focusing on getting all the grease blown out of those fat sheep as soon as possible. Zhou Shang, good. Zhou Shang left the office half an hour later. Inside. Young Nam, how do you feel? You're in a hurry. Zhou Hua, danger will come all the time. I'm afraid someone will be watching us. I'm not sure how long I can maneuver around. Now look at the person behind Xinjiang is not bad. To be able to pull him on board, maybe a lot of plans can be perfected. As long as we can delay for a few years, we Huaxing can go ashore. This is an opportunity. Ying Nan, you go investigate Xinjiang's recent trip. Chapter 156, Reflections of the Parties. Commercial Expansion. Milk Tea Empire. Vocational University. Wu Yu signed the document, looking at a variety of submitted up statements, very satisfied. Reform is very smooth. The various are steadily advancing. It looks like another semester will be able to get off the ground. When the time comes, I think I'll be able to get a better grasp of the situation when I'm allowed to apply for school upgrades based on my results in various vocational competitions. Dang, dang, there was a knock on the door from outside. Enter, Wu Yu said calmly. See, an old man pushed the door into his face and kindly give a very friendly exchange look. Seeing the old man, Wu Yu hurriedly got up to greet him. Principal, why are you here? Just let someone call me if there is anything. The old man is the principal of Vocational University North. Due to the upcoming retirement age, normal has no matter what the matter is fully handed over to Wu Yu. The old man waved his hand. It's not like I didn't grow legs and come by the way. It's still the young people. Your policy is great. Seeing as the vocational university is changing every day. His complimentary words flattered Wu Yu. His reforms. Once old man was a bit dissatisfied. Only in the way of his background did not say much. How can you not be happy to say that now? And likewise wonder if there's something else going on. Sure enough, I saw the old man say, I'm getting old. My grandchildren at home are always pestering me again. I plan to retire early. Already hit the application to the top, think will soon have approval. Then the North District Vocational University depends on you. Wu Yu's face was stunned at these words. What's the situation? It's backing off. It's retiring here. To be clear, that the old man from the official retirement at least 2 years. As long as the position, even if he does not care about things, he is also a hand, has a lot of power. The status will also be very big. Rights. Since the beginning of time there have been fewer who could let go. The old man did not pay attention to Wu Yu's surprised turn to leave the office, only to utter a sentence before leaving. This son of Xinjiang's old man is a bit impervious to the fact that such a person is a wolf. Wolf, it's a meat eater. It's not easy to control. Wu Yu, He sat in his chair and thought for half a day and didn't figure out what the hell was going on until 20 minutes later when he received a message from the Tianhua night market and guessed what, the eyes were blinking. CMSTH. The old principal thinks he is behind to help Qin Jiang. Do not want to get involved in the vocational university and Huaxing antagonism for fear of folding themselves in, but he is very clear that he did not go out of his way. In fact, about the Huaxing group to help the situation of the Tianhua night market, he also knows, and has not tasted to look at Qin Jiang behind the intention of who is in the end. Snap. He picked up the phone and dialed out. Find out for me who's really behind this one. Hang up. He fell into deep thought. It seems that Qin Jiang is more complicated behind the scenes than he thought, but how in the world did he come by his background? He's clearly clean inside his file. In the meantime, Bai Weiguo also incomparably puzzled. Qin Jiang behind is not in addition to Wu Yu, there are other people, so down forced to help him. Such a mess. His night market is afraid to be solid and unrivaled, and not many will dare to steal business from him anymore. Behind the back of the small sun mouth corner twitching simply did not dare to talk. He also did not expect things will develop into this, but does he dare to say it? What to say? Saying that you've been tipped off results in someone not getting it, and instead you're making a situation like this. Bai Weiguo, why wasn't the Black Dragon night market investigated? Xiao Sun also checked, but he has all the formalities can be said to be untraceable. He did not dare to speak blindly so that Bai Weiguo will be wrong in punishing others will not be offended. Bai Weiguo nodded his head to reveal a smile. In that case this Qin Jiang also knows the rules. It seems like he planned it right. Behind him, Xiao Sun's eyes trembled dramatically. Fogweed. What's going on? Why does it look like the leader is a bit friendly to that Qin Jiang instead? But instead, he is very valued. Not right, ah. A while ago not hate to get killed? What? Leaders are fickle. Could it be that? Thankfully, luckily, I didn't have good intentions. Xiao Sun's insides turned upside down while he was constantly chanting Qin Jiang's name in silence. This night, Qin Jiang name and Song Jiang can be said to be well known, who are clear that Song Jiang has a Qin Jiang is very powerful. As time goes by, Black Dragon and Huaxing head-on war was not staged. Huaxing laid down, but the Black Dragon night market in the absence of several other night market constraints continue to be hot. At the same time the Black Dragon night market launched Ice and Snow Body a hit reputation, so that more students, as well as other regional people to come to the crowd. The Northeast is never short of hilarious, and even attracted a lot of tourists. A lot of tour groups basically the Black Dragon night market as a tourist card place. So, keeping the Black Dragon night market foot traffic and daily sales high. Come, come, come. A tour guide holding a loudspeaker shouted, keep in line, too many people don't get lost. Here is Songjiang's biggest, hottest, most powerful night market. As the saying goes, the northern country good scenery, Black Dragon in Songjiang. If you don't come to the Black Dragon, it's futile to visit Songjiang. Back. The tourists listened to the tour guide. Blue Awesome did not refute, but instead looked straight in front of the Black Dragon night market. Hustle, gas, fireworks, it simply pounces, but these are not enough to make them surprised. Can travel to the major cities have had a lively night market also certainly seen, not to be shocked by the fireworks on Earth. They are shocked that there is a Black Dragon coiled under the Black Dragon plaque. Right, it's the literal Black Dragon, more than 10 meters long, looking up at the sky. The scales and armor were distinct, as if it was about to rise up in the air, and if he wasn't mistaken, this 10-meter Black Dragon was clearly carved out of ice. Ice sculpture, Black Dragon. The tour guide was very satisfied. You also see, this Black Dragon is carved from ice, taken from the Songjiang River water, plus ink. In the manual carving of 774, he once again exaggerated the rendering. These words, let many tourists cannot help but go forward to explore. In touch really pure ice carving cannot help but nod shock. 2010. Songjiang ice sculpture. Although there are also many, but like the Black Dragon so exaggerated person is not rare. Not to mention the dragon since ancient times to the Chinese people have an attraction. After that the guide led them on a stroll. Northeastern specialties, grilled cold noodles, pot roast. You just eat it. There's nothing that doesn't taste good. The next thing you see is the Moon Bridge, where the Moon Lord comes to hold the strings, and no one can cut them. Over there is the Friendship Bridge, NCOS. Tonight is a singing performance. It is said that the Huaxia-style song competition has reached the semifinals is very interesting. You can buy a cup of Songjiang specialties, Black Dragon Bully Tea. Enjoy the feeling of the bully meal. Too expensive and snowy night Ice City is also a Black Dragon specialties. A cup of milk tea for $4, or just 2 bottles of mineral water prices, with a guided tour. These tourists are very generous. Who can come out to travel these days? Who is poor? All pick expensive to buy. and constantly with the night market all kinds of ice sculpture snowman photo, including the Black Dragon is a must. Scenes like this play out every hour of every day at the Black Dragon night market and are gradually spreading across various social media outlets. Going to Songjiang and seeing the Black Dragon. The children of China Gaga line. Who's ever seen an ice sculpture of a black dragon over 10 meters? Little night market. It's a big shock. Black Dragon. Xinjiang issued a decision, draw funds 15 million to expand the 2 milk tea brands. Within a month, I want every district in Songjiang, every busy street all have Black Dragon Bully Tea, Snowy Night Ice City brand stores. Chapter 157 Preparing for Expansion. Vocational students, management students. 15 million. Zhu Zhang froze. To be clear, with the current volume of the Black Dragon Company, this money is basically to use all the reserve funds. All is not too radical. I understand the financial there is now on the account of about 2,000. Just buy a lot of large machinery, as well as send out the salary. To spend so much, next month and then send out the salary for fear of a little bit. Xinjiang waved his hand. No harm done. According to the Black Dragon turnover, as long as the flow of water is maintained, it won't be too much of a problem. After the last incident, I'm sure no one will dare to steal business from the Black Dragon night market in the short term. It's a good time. Even during winter vacation there are travelers who add to the mix. This plan is something he has planned for a long time. It is true that it was a bit risky and aggressive before. After all, a large part of the current $20 million of the Black Dragon's funds are stallholder deposits. But now different ice theme burst fire let the Black Dragon night market foot traffic change, which tourists usual people in the increase, so that even after the student vacation is not a plunge. So, this program can then be implemented immediately. Dang. Xinjiang knocked the seat said, Songjiang Night City next year will start on the horse. Even if not a bite to eat a fat early only part of the development. Cannot have a few hundred million is simply impossible. A few hundred million. How long would it take to get them with the size of the Black Dragon night market? 5 years? 8 years? Or, a few hundred million? Zhu Zhang, even if he had known that the plan of the City of Night is very large, but also did not expect Zhang to get a few hundred million to the inside of the preliminary investment alone. As if he guessed what? Brother Jiang, you're planning to take out a loan? Xinjiang nodded. It's a crazy time, the last dividend era of the 21st century, and every year is very important. Developing on a step-by-step basis is a complete waste of life. Then to grow by leaps and bounds, money is a huge issue. There are only two sources: financing, loans. The former is the vast majority of enterprises to choose the route, and in 2010 it is the investment fever. I do not know how many investment companies see the project regardless of the money into the reckoning. This is where many of the later big hit online companies financed their expansion and eventually became giants. But there are benefits and disadvantages. Financing. It means giving up most of the shares, or even sovereignty, and I don't know how many of the company's creative team have been kicked out by the investment company, and in the end, they can only get a portion of the money only. Money, is it important? To Qin Jiang it was just that. What he wanted in this life was to reach the top. The industry must be in his own hands. Then he's left with the second option, a loan. Loans are certainly risky as well. And if you can't pay them back when they are due, the company is going to be auctioned off by the bank. But as long as the loan can be paid off, then the company's sovereignty remains in its own hands and sovereignty is not lost. 2010. It is not popular to draw loans. It was the golden age of lending. It was also the era when banks dared to grant loans like crazy. Of course, even if the bank in bold has Black Dragon Company current volume, can loan $1 billion down top day. $1 billion. It's simply not enough for Pine River Nocturne. So from the beginning to the end of the Xinjiang get Black Dragon night market purpose, in addition to the Songjiang Night City to pave the way, is to borrow the night market a lot of water to accumulate reliable funds. Rapid incubation of several sub-brands. After expanding a few sub-brands, you can use them to get a loan from the bank for the Nocturnal City program. Milk tea. It was the Black Dragon who took the first shot. Half an hour later, Xinjiang and Zhu are finalizing the development plan. 15 million. Black Dragon Bully Tea, 50 homes. Cost 7.5 million. Snowy Night Ice City, 60 homes. Cost $5 million. Xu Zheng, so much. I'm afraid Songjiang can't swallow it all at once, and it's hard to raise all the personnel in a short time. Xinjiang, Songjiang cannot be swallowed on the expansion to other cities in the northern province. Milk tea brand expansion will not involve too much. Unlike the night market, not mixed, not involved in any gray matter. Trouble, as long as the formalities are complete. The rest depends on how to operate. As for personnel, VU is about to go on winter break, and the upcoming juniors did not start their internships. I'll get Wu Yu to talk about it. As for the remaining 2 million or so, divide it into the marketing department and have them make a strong effort to publicize the two major tea drink brands, especially offline. Hire me cues. Always make sure that the two main tea brands are in short supply. Zhu Zheng, understood. What? Boo. Principal Wu Yu, who has just been transferred to the university, looked at Qin Jiang and said incredulously, "You want the university to arrange all the junior interns to work as waitresses, and the university students to sell milk tea? What kind of joke is this?" Opposite. Qin Jiang sat in his chair facing standing up. Wu Yu did not have any surprise, spitting out a smoke ring. Phew. Panic. Dang college student. Old Wu, you can really put gold on your face. Our school content must be clear to you. In addition to the state, there are a few companies recognize our degree. In Songjiang, acres of land are not recognized by a few companies. Besides, I don't want interns to go all the way. I don't want good employment students such as electromechanical, nursing, etc. I want some kind of animation, computer, international economics and trade, business administration, financial management. It's not that I'm saying, what's the point of having these majors in a college? Which company is sick to hire a college student management? These graduated on unemployment students all get me there. This statement was made. Wu Yu, mouth twitching open mouth to refute, can finally did not say words. He can say what graduate unemployed is the fact that these professions, not to mention vocational, even if those three basic is also very difficult to find the counterparts and high wages, the probability of the line will be changed. But he still disagrees a bit with the idea of having him, a great principal, encourage students to intern as waitresses. Qin Jiang continued, where can they go when they graduate? Unemployed? Change careers and do sales. Sales, with a degree? Have to say in the Northeast, sales is definitely the vast majority of graduates end up going to. Especially for many college students, they find themselves after graduation the biggest competitor is not a college degree, or even junior high school graduates out of work. And many of them also became their leaders. This, what can I say? Sadness, or helpless. Wu Yu was speechless with dislike. More than half of vocational college graduates end up in sales, and of course a lot of third-year graduates go into it. Qin Jiang, or go to the south and enter a factory. Work as a general laborer in a factory as if you never went to school. Not true. Their 3 years of college is not just to read. At least they can go to school every month. More than 300 extra talent subsidy money. You said, is it really better than selling milk tea? Old Wu, aren't you overestimating vocational university a bit? Wu Yu's face heated up at the sarcasm. Boo! He sat down in his chair and stopped talking. Qin Jiang got up and came to the desk looking straight at Wu Yu. And who told you they were going to work as waiters? They joined the management department of Black Dragon. I gave them the status of pipefitters. Chapter 158, adding hundreds of new employees. The vocational training center gang takes shape. Rapid development. Tube trainee. Wu Yu was a bit puzzled by this name. In 2010, the concept of management traineeship was not popularized, and very few people knew about it. And in any case, it was basically unheard of in Songjiang. Qin Jiang solved the confusion. Management trainees. As the name suggests, the company wants to focus on training interns who will focus on the future management department and focus on training. That is to say, all of them have the potential to grow into mid-level, or even high-level leadership at Black Dragon in the future. Milkshakes. Just their starting point. The Black Dragon is the goal, the real place to grow. Qin Jiang, a meal output. Put Wu Yu listened to a blank stare. 10 minutes later, Qin Jiang left the office, and Wu Yu picked up the landline. Director Wang, prepare to hold a recruitment meeting for Black Dragon pipe trainees at the school. Director Wang, what? What meeting? Wu Yu, it's just advanced company management training. Director Wang, soon. Vocational University held a recruiting meeting for Black Dragon stewards, and Wu Yu made a direct shot to encourage juniors to enroll. Day 2. Stewardship Program Promotion. There was no resistance, and students signed up in large numbers with great anticipation. For them, there is really no good internship place after graduation. To put it bluntly, there are only a few companies that can come to vocational training university to recruit, and all they want are technical students. So they are incredibly confused. To join the Black Dragon instead is a good choice. To give the wages are not low. The internship on the base salary of 1,800 plus promotion, food and housing, although with the white collar cannot be compared to the 2010 is not the bottom. As for what waitress? Oh, they're tube students. Besides, the outside enterprises are not as good as their own enterprises. At least Black Dragon knows the roots. Senior figures can also say a few words, and even later due to the number of applicants or too many have to be selected on the basis of merit. Finance Department. Bailu was notified to mobilize 15 million funds to massively expand. The two major milk tea brands did not have any protests, but instead was very exuberant, looking at the other financial officers excitedly. This is Joan. Hundreds of stores at once. Do you know why? I'm sure I'm not growing fast enough. How many minions do you need for hundreds of stores? At least a few hundred. All of a sudden you can collect a few hundred minions. And I heard that all of them came out of vocational university. All of them are full-fledged. The more Bailu said, the more exuberant. His mind has been fantasizing that there are hundreds of people called their own Lu sister. At the same time, on the other financial personnel said, do a good job. The company is expanding. By then you can also be mixed up, but also can be when the sister. All the mighty wind in face. Treasury. Move it. Okay, Lu. Understood. Lu. Wow. 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 A large number of money counting machines are starting to run. And the current Black Dragon finances are gathering large amounts of cash. Upwards of $10 million. That is, the Black Dragon attribute is special. Unusual companies have these cash and the financial fear will not sleep. $10 million in funds counted and accounts done. Not a small project. The finance department is busy. It's not just the finance department. Marketing, equally busy. The injection of millions of dollars into the company has made them go crazy with publicity. Starting with hiring a large number of students to line up at the two major tea and beverage brands, creating an oversupply effect. The next step is all sorts of publicity. Forums, punchlines, photo ops, hype, vignettes, etc. on the internet. And they are responsible for making dolls for the two major tea drinks. Unique dolls that belong to the two major tea drinks themselves. 3 days later, the two major tea drink brand dolls were created, patted down by Zhu Zhang for production and put online the next day. The hottest topic in Songjiang on the second day, Snow Maiden, Snowy Night Ice City doll, violently beat up, Black Bully, Black Dragon Bully tea doll. As in the Black Dragon night market, a few streets, two tea brands are next to each other open. So the two brands' dolls all day long in front of the brand war. Fight that called the hot and heavy. Watching countless people come to buy milk tea also have to call. These days, is there anything more appealing and topical than hilarity? Special Snow Maiden. Not only do they beat up the Black Bully, they even beat up other night market dolls, claiming that the Black Dragon should skate. The popularity skyrocketed. Songjiang, many people may not know what milk tea, but the Snowy Night Ice City, Black Dragon Bully tea brand is not unfamiliar. The most important to the two major brands' trademark is too familiar with the day into a doll every day around the war. Ministry of Transportation. Within a few days to restore the construction sector. And a large number of procurement of renovation materials. Hundreds of stores renovation to spend at least millions of dollars. Fertilizer flow outside the field. The Ministry of Transportation just dry. Xinjiang intends to the future of Songjiang Night City building. Black Dragon also want to participate in it and become the leading force, so that in the future into the real estate play a pavement. DSS. Set up a training department to train the trainees. The training is very simple. Making milk tea is not difficult. What to say? Anyone who watches it for a few days can get it without any technical skill at all. The real thing to train for is execution. Xinjiang was not joking. The management trainees really plan to focus on training and have them join the rest of Black Dragon's departmental management in the future. These people are all vocational de gang when all is said and done. And he is not worried that the Black Dragon's future vocational de gang will have one hand on the other. Who let him be the vocational de gang leader? This led to a very interesting scene, a military training scene staged on the campus of the University of Vocational Studies in freezing weather. And in many study halls, students aren't reading books. They're reading criminal law. Black Dragon rules: do not memorize the criminal law, cannot be promoted. Who do not want to be promoted? Who do not want to increase wages? Department of Management. I'd say the busiest ones are them. This expansion plan is completed in the management department. The new hundreds of interns are also all in the management department. That is to say, Wang Tao management staff up to several hundred people. The real head of the figure. Wang Tao felt reused and did not dare to slack off. Directly deployed the elite in Songjiang and the surrounding cities to choose stores. One time, Black Dragon is completely alive. Every day is changing. Countless Black Dragon employees are full of energy. The company's scale expansion of hundreds of offline stores. The younger brother and increase hundreds of people. They are the staff and glory have at the same time also understand the future is bright. There are more chances of being promoted. Tap, tap. Xin Cheng, you happened to pass by the second floor. Saw inside the financial personnel continue to count a large amount of cash. Although not the first time to see, every time to see still cannot help but shock. Money that can be counted until your hands cramp up. Chengyu, Black Dragon moves really big. All departments are busy but we are a bit idle. Qin Xing, is a little, recently learned too many things a little messy. Wang Tao let us relax for 2 days and said that in 2 days let us follow the team to go out to inspect the stores. Chengyu, I'm going to my brother's place. He said he's busy with an auction setup. Are you coming? Qin Xing, it happens to be fine. The next day, the penthouse. Zhu Young, the auction starts at 3 in the afternoon. Qin Zhang, let's go. Boom. Qin Zhang's convoy drove out of Vocational Training University under the salute of security guards and the awe of countless students. Chapter 159 Meng Yu's appearance. Qin Zhang's rehearsal. North End. For C's auction is located in the core area. Across multiple provinces large auction house. Basically every month will be held auctions. Before the auction, parked a large number of luxury cars, coupes. Basically there is no less than 500,000 cars, as the so-called chaotic gold. Shengshur antiques. Currently, the antiques are popular again in Huaxia. Certainly can play antiques non-rich that is, otherwise easily dozens, millions of antiques who dare to play. In front of the door on both sides of a large number of dressed in suits security personnel with headset guards, who want to enter the person to show the invitation. Inside each auction items are worth a lot of unusual people cannot possibly enter. Normally each invitation can only take one person to go in. An unusual sedan parked in front of the auction house looked out of place. And 3 people came down from inside the car. Exactly. Chang Lu, Chang Yu, Xin Cheng. Chen Yu looked at the auction in front of him and exclaimed, "This building is oddly shaped, how to still make it look so good? Fog weed. All floor-to-ceiling windows. Fog weed. So many oddly shaped cars. Fog weed." She kept letting out exclamations of surprise. Really, to her who had not seen much at all, the auction house in front of her architectural style was simply fantastic. More special than what was shown on TV. Nah. I'm uneducated and a word of fogweed goes a long way. Then, without hesitation, I grabbed my cell phone to take a selfie with the building. The same Qin Xing with her almost, due to personality problems and did not stagger, only inner shock also shoot up the photo. Chang Lu did not say anything. He just came to Songjiang is almost the same. In 2010 from the countryside will have a lot of inferiority feelings to spend a long time to calm. But he looked to Chanyu. Qin Xing cannot help but envy. Relative to him and Songjiang so many years in order to stand firmly different. The two just came to run into a nobleman, and is to know the roots of the nobleman. Chengyu told him that the two to join the Black Dragon Management Department. The monthly salary of 2,500 commission is no another, but also immediately to be appointed to participate in the expansion plan. Expansion plans. Chang Lu also learned from Chengyu, Black Dragon wants to open hundreds of stores within a month. Aha! It makes his blood boil to hear it. Hundreds of stores. So how much did it cost? Shook his head, no longer think much. Looked at the two photographed. Inside the venue layout is the division one undertook. It is said that the auction will be auctioned all the Ming Dynasty antiques. The starting price is not less than 100,000. To see all those security personnel is to prevent someone thinking. He said, looking to the two waiting for feedback, yet realizing that they didn't look surprised in any way. To say that the building is oddly shaped, Qin Cheng. Chengyu may be a little surprised, but this time to see with their own eyes, cash are not less than 10 million. Naturally, will not be surprised at 100,000 figures, even if they can't get $10,000 at all. Also think 100,000. It's not a lot of money, at least not the kind that sounds shocking. As for the security personnel at the door, they were even less of a big deal, looking no different than the Black Dragon Security Department. Long ago. Get used to it. Chengyu, brother, aren't we going in to take a look? Changlu, wait. Chengyu, wait for what? Changlu, I'm the person in charge of the venue setup, surely I can get in, but I can't be bright enough to bring you too. Now that the investigation is strict, letting us go in and not letting others go in will cause trouble. When there are fewer people, I'll go and brush my face and the bouncers won't give me a hard time, so it's good for everyone. Saying that, he pointed ahead, and sure enough, he saw a fat man with two women being stopped and arguing. On what grounds? I'm the auctioneer. I have the invitation. Why won't you let me bring my female companion in? How can they bring a female companion in? What? Look down on me. Do you know what I am? Do you know how much money I have? He kept clicking on the bodyguard's chest with his thick fingers, and the bodyguard's face was calm and did not resist or give way. It just said, I'm sorry, sir. For C's rules, the auctioneer's invitation only allows him to enter by himself. He can't bring any female companions with him. Fatty more angry. What do you mean? Can't you just accommodate? It's not like I don't have an invitation to bring two people, can't. Many people also noticed the fat man movement to look at him, eyes full of strange, as well as contempt. Seeing this, the fat man gritted his teeth and looked at the security personnel. Each take a step back. You don't let one not to bring. I don't bring all of them. Just bring one. It's always okay. At the same time, he turned his head to look at the two female companions constantly scanning his face to show a very reluctant look, and finally gritted his teeth and pointed to the one on the left. It's not that you're not good enough, but Brother Meng's requirements are too high. So you go. Some other day Brother Meng will take you to a better place. He was about to walk inside with his arm around the other one after that. Brush. Security personnel are once again blocking the way. Excuse me, sir. The fat man is about to get angry again. Not waiting for him to get angry, two women first quit, pointing at the fat man to scold. You dead fatso. You're incapable of pretending to be a big-tailed wolf, letting my old lady be here with you to lose face. Mud. You're still letting me go. I let you touch my stockings, so why should I leave? Pay up. 500. One person introduced 500. The two women grabbed the fat man and started to ask for money, a scene that drew countless people to hold their tongues. Just then, the watching security officer suddenly gazed off into the distance. Just see. Directly in front of a fleet of cars came quickly. Security Captain Eyes Good first time to see the license plate body frame was stunned. Immediately picked up the walkie-talkie. Boss. Mr. Sheen's car has arrived. Wow. A voice came over the intercom. Reception with the highest courtesy. The security captain put away his walkie-talkie and called out directly. Assemble. All command routes and greeting positions. Immediately. Under the shocked eyes of many guests, more than 20 security personnel at the entrance quickly spread out to both sides of the line to meet. The security captain even rushed out to direct the traveling caravan. Cards. The motorcade pulled up in front of the auction house. Boo. Zhang Qi opened the car door. A black formal-dressed Qin Zhang walked down from the car, here to say, no matter Qin Zhang or Black Dragon, other people wear formal dress is not a suit, but similar to the new Chinese Tang suit, pure black kind. Boom, boom, boom. Zhu Zhang, 4'9", as well as 7 or 8 formally dressed juniors got out of the car and followed Qin Zhang on both sides as well as the position behind him. Tap, tap, tap. Qin Zhang led the people towards the auction house, and the 20 or so security personnel at the entrance saluted in unison. Hello, Mr. Qin. Hello, Mr. Qin. From the beginning to the end of no security personnel asked Qin Zhang to ask for tickets. Did not say that Qin Zhang with 7 or 8 people to go in is not in line with the rules. Qin Zhang and so on did not have any to show the invitation letter model. Everything just seemed so reasonably smooth. Many guests saw this, all swallowed their saliva. Some recognized the identity of Qin Zhang, saw Qin Zhang came to reveal a smile. Regardless of whether they like Qin Zhang anyway, such a person cannot be made bad. There are backgrounds and means. There are minions in battles. Who would dare offend such a man? What? I really want to stay in the river. Chapter 160, Inside the Auction. Qin Zhang versus Zhou Hua. No. Fatty pointed at Qin Zhang. He. Who is he? Which company is he from? He's rich. He's a second-generation guy. Security officer. What second generation or not? He's. Just don't mess with him anyway. What do you mean? The fat man was a little confused, not understanding the security personnel words, but he also understood that Qin Zhang must be extraordinary. Suddenly he was stunned to see Qin Zhang suddenly turned his head to look at himself, and he came to a 4-eye stare. Security captain, as if he was talking to Qin Zhang, said something. Qin Zhang said a few words. Security captain walked toward him, face full of strange color. The security captain came to the fat man. You know Mr. Qin? Fatty, equals smiley face. Probably, maybe, should, recognize. Security captain. Whether you recognize it or not, count your blessings. You can take 2 people in. He motioned for a couple of security to get out of the way. The 2 women's eyes are glowing. The fat man has no money, is not pretending they are not clear. But Qin Zhang is by no means immortal, but a really big man. And young, handsome. There are also so many men. Simply meet the criteria of the best boyfriend in 2010. They took a cat step to cross the fat man toward Qin Zhang. Aha! They were stopped on the spot by the 2 little brothers. No matter how hard they talked, it was useless. The 2 Black Dragon brothers did not even look at the eyes. The cause of this year is even more impressive to the hearts of men. The fat man's face turned from white to black, ignoring the 2 women, ran to Qin Zhang's face and stretched out his hand, very exuberant. Hello, Mr. Qin. My name is Mengyu. That's right. The fat man is exactly what Mengyu and Qin Zhang came to target this time. Qin Zhang did not reach out, only calmly said, Qin Zhang. Instead of being embarrassed, Mengyu said he was from abroad and had just returned to China. Finally rubbed his hands together and said, that, Mr. Qin, can you lend me $2,000? I have an auction item inside. As long as the auction is completed, I can immediately pay back the money. Qin Zhang calmly nodded down. Xu Zhang casually compared to a 5 character. There are small brothers from the bag carried to take out 5,000 to Mengyu. 5,000. Mengyu was stunned. Mr. Sheen, open. Took the money directly ran to the 2 women in front of the 2,000 drawn from it. One person 1,000. Do not think that the old man is blowing power with you. You do not inquire about what identity of Meng brother. The 4th generation of the Meng family of the large foreign families ranked the first long, known as the 9th Master Meng. Having said that, once again, he turned back and entered the auction house together with Qin Zhang and the others. The chaos at the door quickly disappeared, but the arrival of Qin Zhang scene still brings a deep impression. Can be said to come to today's guests in Qin Zhang is not the richest, but the largest row. Not many businessmen are so high profile. Likewise, Chang Lu, Chang Yu, and Qin Xing witnessed the scene just now and knew more about Qin Zhang's power. Chang Yu, your brother is so powerful. He's the center of attention wherever he goes. More rowdy than what's played out on TV. Chang Lu, 20 years old, barehanded to fight today's achievements. Under the banner of thousands of juniors, revenue of hundreds of millions, the North District rising star. Such a person is born to be the protagonist. And of course he had something to say that he didn't. Socializing, the top is fast, quick to the bottom. How many social big shots have fallen? He is not sure how the future of Qin Zhang, Chang Yu and Qin Zhang mixing do not know whether to stop. Everything can only let nature take its course. Suddenly, Qin Xing, brother Chen Lu, does your company have designs? Chang Lu, yes? What? Qin Xing, the Ministry of Management to a large expansion of hundreds of stores. Renovation of the internal cannot be fully digested and tends to outsource a part of it. You have to have if you can bid. I can go back and talk to Mr. Wang. Chen Lu forced himself to swallow, eliminating all thoughts of what the future holds. You and I are both dark horses. Qin Zhang 20 years old so powerful follow him will be right. Asterisk 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 it. Guests continue to come through the door. 10 minutes later, a crown arrived in a very low-key way, but not so low-key that the auction manager came out to greet it personally. The visitor was none other than Zhou Hua. Inside the auction house, brilliant, very atmospheric. Inside all kinds of decoration, paintings and calligraphy all antique, so that people look at the very heritage. There were already dozens of guests seated when Qin Zhang came in, and each location was an elegant unit area. Seeing Qin Zhang come in, quite a few people cast their gazes, and soon some of them recognized Qin Zhang's identity. It's Qin Zhang? Qin Zhang, you said, the one in the North District that just rose up to slap the face of the Huaxing group, the one with a very deep background. I've heard that this one is very arrogant in the North District, with thousands of horsemen under his hand, moving to sink people in the river. People and people really cannot be compared. The same 20 years old people have started from scratch in the North District. People praise the Black Dragon. My son's failure to accomplish just no hey, the whole a teddy. At the same time where Qin Zhang passes through the area of the guests all show a friendly smile. These days business should be peaceful to make money. Moreover, Qin Zhang, regardless of social attributes as well as the background of the whole, cannot be offended. Otherwise another Tianhua night market, that kind of multi-departmental joint law enforcement which company can afford. In the service staff led by Qin Zhang and others directly to the forefront of the auction, where a total of 6 seats, 4 of which are already occupied, leaving only 2 in the center. Qin Zhang was arranged in the center left position. Theoretically this is the core of the auction, C position. Qin Zhang looked at his own position, eyes slightly condensed as if guessing what. The auction is not particularly large scale, but the guests came to have the status of a few, not to mention the value of hundreds of millions of people have a few. The background of the deep there are also a few. What's the point of putting him in the C-suite? Pulling hate. Not true. Although he was not the highest ranking person today, he could reveal his means during this time, and his social attributes, coupled with a mysterious background. Even if those people look at him a little disgruntled and uncomfortable sitting in the C-seat, they won't target him for it. Even if some of Songjian's real business bigwigs were here now, they wouldn't go against Qin Zhang over the seat. Totally not worth it. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to mess with, but the little ghosts are hard to deal with. Obviously, Qin Zhang is not to be messed with and is difficult to deal with. Sure enough, the other 4 positions sitting big brother saw Qin Zhang position, all did not say anything, and even a few to Qin Zhang smiled and nodded. Qin Zhang and the others took their seats. Zhu Zhang whispered, "Brother Zhang, there's something wrong with the seating arrangement. It's not quite trying to pull hate. Instead it looks like." Qin Zhang nodded. "It should be. Huasheng." The words just fell. There was a burst of hustle and bustle coming from the back, and then I saw a middle-aged man walk in very amiably with a person right behind him, and Qin Zhang and the other people's aura was completely incomparable. where passing through the area to greet the enthusiasm is very high, and so this person came to the forefront. The remaining 4 Yajo Big Brother actually 2 people got up and greeted the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man is also very enthusiastic response to half a day to come to the right side of the position of the Xinjiang. There, a nameplate was erected on the table, Zhouhua, gulp. Many people subconsciously swallowed their saliva as 2 real social bigwigs collided straight on. Xinjiang vs Zhouhua, who wins and who loses? Chapter 161, Zhouhua's attitude. Mangyu's defection. Auction begins. The moment. With all eyes on him, Zhouhua walked towards Xinjiang. The whole auction instant silence down. Can come to participate in the auction who is not the North District and even the upper echelon of the Songbei characters. That the collision of the 2 social big brother in the North District cannot know nothing. Not to mention the Tianhua night market not long ago, as well as a few other night market was blocked off. Things can be not small, even if not informed of the exchange of other people from both sides of the situation before the Xinjiang. Zhouhua. Good guy, I said how come Zhouhua came to the auction? So he's waiting here? He wouldn't have come specifically to find Xinjiang. Do you think the 2 of them could fight straight up here? That would be a real hoot. 2 social big brothers in a physical fight. This statement drew a lot of blank stares. Social bigot. Not a landlubber. Fighting is not their turn to fight. You win the township. Those people act as a big brother in front of it. These really mixed out of the big brother who will do so classless things. Of course they were very much looking forward to what happened next, and couldn't help but all but stare at the 2 men's positions with dead eyes. Zhouhua came to Xinjiang's face and stretched out his hand and said with a smile, Mr. Xin, Huasheng Group Zhouhua. Xinjiang sat in place and did not get up, nor did he make any other move, as if he did not see Zhouhua at all. Ignore. Complete and utter ignorance as well. See this. Quite a few guests' eyes widened a little surprised to look at Xinjiang. Worthy of the new generation of social big brother is to have a temper. You. Zhouhua behind a little brother very dissatisfied. But was Zhouhua waved his hand to stop looking at Xinjiang said, Xin, I heard that you in the name of admiration for a long time. Today I really see a young boy brilliant. Then my incompetent, stupid brother strong many times. I am here today as on behalf of my unproductive brother to apologize to you. We win the boss of the unnecessary with the lower side of the people more insight. He was really complimentary to Xinjiang, and in his words, he belittled his own brother, lifting Xinjiang's status to a very high level and giving him a lot of face. Seeing that Xinjiang still did not have any reaction, he did not get angry, and did not continue to pester him to return to the seating area. The other guests also reacted to the fact that Zhouhua hadn't come to fight hard or against Xinjiang at all. Instead, they came to reconcile. They looked at Xinjiang's gaze changed again, able to force the boss of Huasheng Group to personally come to reconcile. This newly risen North Region Big Brother's Tao seems to be really deep. In the future, if there are any things that can be avoided to avoid, such a person easily cannot be offended also. Mengyu sat in the Xinjiang elegant seat area throughout the witness just situation, but due to the distance did not hear the other bosses exchange, but also concede Xinjiang is not simple. According to his foreign scene to see Xinjiang may be a big family disciple. There had been trouble with Chaohua before. Zhouhua came to reconcile with Xinjiang instead of taking revenge, and he gave Xinjiang a lot of compliments. Conclusion, Xinjiang is great in Songjiang. Thinking of this he was incredibly excited and looked at Xinjiang and said, that, Mr. Xin, is your company still recruiting? Recruiting? Xinjiang looked at Mengyu gaze calm. He came today no other purpose. Just to prevent Mengyu and Huasheng have contact, not to say with him to deal with Huasheng. Just based on his and Huasheng's current poor confrontation relationship also does not allow the other side to have any possibility of expansion. See Xinjiang did not speak. Mengyu thought the other side do not see their own hastily said, I am very capable. I am a foreign university undergraduate. I'm very capable of graduating from a foreign university. University you've heard of, 2 years undergraduate 1 year master. $100,000 guaranteed over. I'm pretty good at socializing, too, really. I just came to Songjiang and met a bunch of small, beautiful women, and they all complimented me on how handsome I think I am. I could be our company's PR manager. I have to admit that Mengyu is not clear life experience really funny, or natural fun people, talking about very funny. Anyway, Zhang Qi and the others couldn't help but listen. It was only the 3 of them. Xinjiang, who had long been immune to jokes in his last life, Zhu Sheng's smiling face, his ability to maintain a smile no matter what was said to him, and 4-9. His reflex arc was a bit long. Xinjiang didn't continue to listen to his nonsense and looked at Mengyu. It's not impossible to join my company, but the Black Dragon isn't something you want to get in and out of. Understand? Mengyu nodded cleanly. Of course. Secretly muttered, You say it is difficult to get out of a company can be forced to detain me not. Do not want to do my big deal wages do not on the line. That is, the Black Dragon. What do you mean? The name of the company? The company's name? It sounds strange. Shin Jiang nodded. Good. Go back and do the paperwork for you. From today onwards you are a Black Dragon personnel. He doesn't care if Mengyu is loyal or not. I don't think I have a king of the air. Let people see the head to worship. Let people willing to submit. So see the first face to join what can be a good beating. Collect each other for one. Let Mengyu completely lost with Huaxing have dealings with the possibility of the side look at this future 10 billion group family air in the end what means. In the future can make a lot of noise. Mengyu, how big is our company? Is doing what? I see out of the door with bodyguards so ferocious. Dry real estate. Is not it? I've seen them also like this. Songjiang Real Estate? The capital city of the province. It looks like they are engaged. He wowed and wowed a whole lot. It was only under Qin Zhang's icy eyes that he snapped and shut up. Then his eyes continuously scanned the auction hall, immediately revealing a smile and gesture when he saw some beautiful women. Big brother little brother. Beauty, roll. 10 minutes later. Snap. The auction hall suddenly lights down. The next moment the auction stage lights up. A slim woman wearing hate sky high. Chongsam walking long legs on the stage. Brush. Mengyu's eyes were constantly on the countertop floor. Chang Chi, what are you looking at? Mengyu, you don't understand. There was a reflection on the ground just now. TSK. I'm betting on red. Are you betting on red? Chang Chi. The beautiful auctioneer came to the center of the stage and picked up the microphone. Welcome, all bosses to the 4 Seas auction. The main body of this auction, Ming, as the name suggests all the auction items are all from the Ming dynasty. For Seas auction promises, all the goods sold have been identified as being from the Ming dynasty, such as fake original price back. The starting price of this auction is $100,000. Each increase shall not be less than $10,000. No upper limit. This auction. She quickly spoke of the auction rules, which many came to the auction bosses simply did not listen carefully. Are the auction of general rules to listen to do not matter, they come from a part of the really like antiques, part of the like to pretend, and a part of the more is to bring just pick up a girl to see the world, in front of each other pretend to be, so that the night is not, my grassland my horse, I want to play how to play. The auctioneer picks up the hammer and strikes. Snap. Lot 1, Ming Dynasty Night Patrol Token, Chapter 162 $800,000 vase. Zhou Hua delivers, Xinjiang throws. Snap. A Ming Dynasty Night Watch token appeared on the stand, and the auctioneer shouted, starting bid, $100,000. Many people made bids immediately. 1,100,000. 120,000. The price was soon called up to $220,000 before stopping and being auctioned off to a collector. The second lot, a Ming Dynasty Jade Goddess of Mercy, auctioned off by a boss for $120,000 to give to his wife. Third lot, auction items were shot out. The price basically maintained at $100,000 to $500,000. This auction is an ordinary auction, not a high-quality goods auction. In addition to the bottom of the box, a few items will not have any precious auction items. Xin Jiang is very calm. Whether in his last life or this life, he has little interest in antiques. He is not the kind of powerful protagonist in the novel. Can remember what each auction has what pick up antiques. Besides, antiques this line of water is too deep. Really want to play thousands of millions of dollars thrown and even a splash cannot splash up. Relative to antiques he prefers real gold. Of course antiques are not completely off limits. For example, antique swords, antique knives, antique bows and crossbows. Open-bladed swords are illegal. Open-bladed ancient swords are legal. Modern bows are illegal. Ancient bows are legal. Next is the 10th item in this auction, the only official kiln of the Ming Dynasty, the Dragon Vase. Starting bid, $100,000. This item came out. Mengyu's body shook. That's right. The dragon bottle is his auction item. Is when he left from the family treasury by the way out. Although the family is nothing but the auction of the old ancestor items is always bad. But currently he was the family food cuts. The side does not give him money. I heard that there is still a mess he cannot help. To live is not. Xinjiang's eyes narrowed as he looked at the vase, and then at Mengyu. Who could have the Meng family's ancestral trigger finger in the vase? It is said that the Meng family believes that the trigger finger is lost. Open $10 million to find, unfortunately did not find. To say that the scene of the biggest leakage, then it's this vase, the trigger finger inside the base. He looked at Mengyu. Recognize? Mengyu nodded awkwardly. Xinjiang no nonsense to Zhu Zhang make a wink. Zhu Zhang nodded to hear the price has been called to 200,000 when raised. 250,000. The words fell silent. Many bosses behind the whole stop bidding, the so-called auction field no size, only money on the winners and losers. But the words so say things are not so do. This local auction unspoken rules or have, can come to the auction by far the majority of local bosses. They naturally have the upper and lower positions, not to mention the Qin Jiang and those bosses indifferent. He has social attributes plus young and vigorous. These bosses in the absence of absolute interests do not dare to offend him. Brush, brush, brush. The bosses have put down their hands to raise their cards. Even a few headliners in front of them did not choose to fight for only a few foreign bosses left in the clueless to raise the price. Zhu is under the authorization of Qin Jiang initiative to increase the price. The last few bosses are not how to increase the price of Zhu Zhang but hard to pull up. 500,000. The out-of-town owner also saw that something was wrong and didn't dare to add more. And that price far exceeded the vase itself. At this time a lot of bosses looked to the few foreign bosses a little mockery. Cannot help but whispered exchanges. Where is the foreigner so brave? People Qin first bidding even dare to raise the price to fight, but also hard to raise the price to 800,000. So that Qin spend money in vain. According to the legendary temper of this one, I'm afraid these foreign bosses can't be sunk in the river tonight. No chance. A beating is inevitable. Obviously think the foreign boss to be unlucky. After all, this vase is not even worth 800, 000, 300, 000 or 400, 000 capped, in favor of a few foreign bosses to hand over the price, and even they suspected that a few foreign bosses should not be drag it. Above, auctioneers are frozen as insiders clear auctions there are TOs, but remember not these few. A couple of toes down there are confused too. I hadn't heard they had any accomplices. So what? Toe are on sale these days. A moment. The auctioneer just reacted. $800,000 a time. 800,000 twice. 800,000 three times. Congratulations to Mr. Qin for winning the dragon vase. The staff will vase it later. She revealed what she thought was a very friendly smile, fearing that Qin Jiang would hold a grudge against her as well. Mengyu was also stunned and looked at Qin Jiang. Brother Jiang, you like this vase? Qin Jiang, average. Mengyu, then why auction? He is mine. No, I'm not arguing. I mean he's my auction item. Qin Jiang, Mengyu, he's not worth 800,000. I've inquired about this thing and it's only 200 or 300,000. So, wait for them to give me more money, I'll return the money to you. Qin Jiang, a mere $800,000. And then again, someone is giving it away. Mengyu, someone sent it? Who? Soon he realized exactly who it was. I saw a few staff members bring the vase to Qin Jiang and the others. The head manager said, "Hello Mr. Qin. I'm the manager of the Songjiang branch of the Four Seas auction. I can assure you that the auction just now was free of any foul play, and there were no of our people involved." Obviously he is also afraid of Qin Jiang misunderstanding. The auction is also considered half of the grey industry naturally do not dare to offend people like Qin Jiang. The entire Four Seas may not fear Qin Jiang, but here is just the club. Seeing Qin Jiang's face didn't look angry and unhappy, he took out another gold card. The card specially made for General Manager Qin. In the future, come to the Four Seas auction to enjoy VIP treatment directly. Finished matters, several staff to the vase to Qin Jiang desktop, pointing to the vase said, "This is the Ming Dynasty Dragon Vase. After inspection to ensure that it is authentic, there are our Four Seas certificate of authenticity. In addition to the auction fee of 800,000 by the General Hua, is the next to this paid on behalf of the said to give the Qin General meeting gift." He gestured to the Zhou Hua position next to him. Zhou Hua picked up his desktop wineglass and nodded to Qin Jiang with a smile, his conciliatory attitude already speaking for itself. The manager's voice wasn't small, plus the new auction items weren't sent up fast enough for most of the bosses to hear. Unable to help, his face was shocked. "Good guy, is Qin Jiang so powerful?" It slapped the Huasheng group in the face, and Huasheng boss Zhou Hua even came to make amends in person. Come up and spend $800,000 to buy a vase to give away, not to mention whether it's worth it or not. The face given is really enough. I've heard that Huasheng's Zhou Hua is very fond of making friends. It seems that in the future, these two bigwigs are going to turn their differences into friendship. This statement was made. The rest of the bosses all nodded their heads. They also thought that Zhou Hua had given face up to this point, smiling, making amends and giving gifts to Qin Jiang in public in front of so many bosses. Anyone who cannot take advantage of the slope. Moreover, the two sides originally did not have to fight to the point of life and death. There are steps certainly down. The human condition. Just when all the bosses thought that Qin Jiang would admit it with a smile. Just see. Qin Jiang slowly got up and grabbed the tabletop dragon bottle, looking at Zhou Hua dangerous smile, in all the unbelievable gaze under the very natural loosening of the hand. Chapter 163, Vase not just a sound. The crowd was shocked. Boo! Sound of a crash. The dragon pattern bottle fell in free fall and shattered on the ground on the spot, turning into pieces all over the ground. Mangyu. Other bosses, Sigma degree. Oh. Mangyu was very confused. Originally just recognized the boss said someone will spend money he did not believe but instantly really someone to pay the bill. But $800,000 to buy the dragon bottle. It just fell to the ground and shattered. The bottle is nothing. But what exactly is the contradiction? Why is it so? Other bosses cannot understand. Obviously steps are put so low. Obviously Huasheng so give face. As long as Qin Jiang accept the dragon bottle, two families can be turned into peace. And outsiders would say that Qin Jiang was so powerful that he forced even the oldest social bigwigs to personally apologize and make amends. So, the reputation of Qin Jiang will not be reduced but increased. But Qin Jiang so did not hesitate to put the vase shattered in public. 800,000 vase is nothing. But this move completely in the face of Huasheng. In the end, how much hatred? Young and foolish or too vindictive? The auction manager as well as a few attendants looked horrified. And the special auction manager looked at the vase on the ground. Mumbles. Oneself in the end counts the handover completed or handover failure. To count the handover failure, oneself will not want to lose money. $800,000. What to pay for it? Damn it. What are you doing with me in the middle of two social bigots against each other? I'm just a little stuck-up Mimi. Don't take such a big pot, for me. He was genuinely afraid. There's no way to ask the other bosses to pay for it without him. Whoever falls will pay for it anyway. But who is Qin Jiang? The North District Big Brother. Foresees auction will certainly not offend. He has to say that he did not send to the position of the auction manager to be the scapegoat. Several people around Zhou Hua's side were about to get up with wildly changing faces, but they were stopped by Zhou Hua reaching out his hand once again. Qin Jiang took Zhang Qi handed wet wipes, gently wiped his palms, looked at the shivering auction manager and then looked at Zhou Hua. Sorry, hand slip. A vase only. You care? Zhou Hua looked at Qin Jiang and laughed. Ha ha. Mr. Qin is right. A vase? Isn't it just a sound to listen to? Qin Jiang did not speak, turned around and left. Before leaving did not forget to explain. Sweep the ground clean. Do not let people say that I Black Dragon is not rules. Clean ground. Things can only be clean. Yes. A couple of minions sweep the floor for broken vase pieces. Qin Jiang directly with Zhu Zhang. For 9 and other rapid departure. Today to do has been all done. The rest of the auction items as well as confrontation with Zhou Hua is completely unnecessary. A few minutes later, Zhou Hua also led his junior to leave the auction. 20 minutes later, auctions are being held one after another. But many bosses are exchanging information in private about what they have just seen. What do you think, they just played dumb? I can't understand it. Whether it's right or not. Why didn't they just fight when they were clearly wrestling vases in public? Instead they laughed at each other and broke up. I don't know how to mix with the society. Maybe there are black words we don't understand. Anyway, it has nothing to do with us. These owners in turn attended the auctions one after another. Only a few just with Qin Jiang bidding. Field bosses look a little bad, but also finally clear who Qin Jiang. More from these local bosses to learn from the exchange that they are likely to be involved in the two local Big Brother in the confrontation. Not from the face of the wild change. 2010. Socialites are still scary and I wonder how many bosses have suffered big losses. Not to mention the fact that the foreign households were really sunk in the river without anyone realizing it. And there may be no place to talk about it. These people did not dare to wait for the end of the auction quietly and secretly leave. Leaving Songjiang overnight, did not dare to stay for a long time. The next day there are many rumors circulating about these foreign bosses because of offending Qin Jiang. That night was sunk in the river. Corner position. Chang Lu, Chang Yu, and Qin Qing witnessed the entire situation, each with their mouths wide open and closed. Chang Yu, an $800,000 vase. That's worth $800,000. It was just dropped. Chang Lu, just for the sake of selling a good direct take 800,000 yuan to give gifts. 800,000 yuan themselves have to earn how many years? Qin Qing, that person seems to have a grudge against his brother. Isn't it dangerous for his brother to mix with society? Each of the three said their own, but all adhering to the whispered exchanges, but also never people with the proclaimed relationship with Qin Jiang. After all, Huasheng gang looks with Qin Jiang do not deal with. In case the two really collision, Qin Qing is Qin Jiang's sister may be the loophole. Of course it was Qin Qing who thought. Qin Qing muttered, it seems that he should keep a lower profile in the future, and try not to let people know about the relationship with Qin Jiang outside, or else it's not good for Qin Jiang or himself, and he should be careful with his words. As for whether to persuade Qin Jiang to go straight, she did not have this idea. Not that she thinks Qin Jiang rauta, but note a Qin Jiang temperament disposition he simply cannot persuade. and persuaded to persuade their own home how to do. Surface. After Zhou Hua brought people out, someone on the sides couldn't help but say, "Brother Hua, that little brat is also too damn arrogant. Who does he think he is playing the big tail wolf in your face? Brother Hua, as long as you say a word I'll cancel his account tonight. He doesn't Xinjiang. I'll sink the river for him." Wah! These people are filled with righteous indignation. They are Huasheng old man, once who is not full of blood overbearing rampant, but also these years Huasheng gradually transformed in the Zhou Hua suppression rarely revealed. "Shut up," Zhou Hua chided. "How many times have I told you that the Jianghu is not about fighting and killing, and the Jianghu is about people? Now is the rule of law society. You can kill who? Do you really think that the law and order is vegetarian? How much money and how many contacts did I spend to simply erase what happened to you? Now that you're being watched in Deseret, pulling out the carrot brings out the mud, and Watson has to go in with it." In the face of Zhou Hua reprimanded these people shut up, but in the end to listen to a few who is not clear. Zhou Hua can do nothing about it. These left arm in the Jianghu time is too long ago used to the Jianghu, simply cannot adapt to social development. More cannot see the real development trend of today's society. Has long been not the era of fighting and killing, so sooner or later will be crushed by the wheel of the times and death. He didn't say anything more than that. It was a waste of time to say anything. He'd wait until he'd taken himself out of the picture before letting these people toss him around. Not by the way. The fact that he just dropped the vase really tells us that he's angry and wants to vent his frustration with Huasheng. This is normal. Small Shine united several big night market against him. Black Dragon night market is his fundamental. This hate to say big or small, not to mention that he is young and vigorous, cannot be immediately eased. He really smiled today to speak rather uneasy. When he was leaving, let people sweep the vase shards on behalf of the gift he does not receive. Things can be turned over. 800,000. Can turn the small Shang things are not bad. As for the next, pull him on board to be bigger chips, to find a suitable opportunity to do, said Zhou Hua. Got on the car, the convoy slowly left. Chapter 164 $10 million trigger finger gift. Zhou Shang, I want Xinjiang to die. Crashed to death. Xinjiang fleet. Inside the car, Xinjiang and Zhu are sitting in the back row communicating. Xu Zhang, I think with Zhou Hua's temperament, he will pursue the attack and find a way to pull us on board. Is Zhang planning to use this to cooperate with the security on board, or, since the confrontation with Huasheng, Xu Zhang has investigated Huasheng everything? No Zhou Hua, Zhou Shang two brothers temperament. Zhou Hua love to make friends is very sophisticated. A lot of once rivals are Zhou Hua pulled on board. Apparently today, Zhou Hua was going to pull them on board, and his own Jiang hadn't exactly refused. Xinjiang did not say anything. He came today for Mengyu against Zhou Hua can only be said to be unexpected in the circumstances. He did not publicly with Zhou Hua intensified contradictions. Completely unnecessary. He does not intend to mix with society. There is no need to meet with the Huasheng. This is about to be overthrown gang hard. His heart planned to let the natural demise of Huasheng, not with the law and order to dabble in too deep. As for the future of the specific, how to look at the development of the only. A junior handed a wrapped item through the car window. Brother Jiang, found it in the base of the vase. Xu Zhang face shocked. Package is a jadeite trigger finger. Looks like the color crystal clear, obviously non-extraordinary goods. Of course he was not shocked. Jade trigger finger. This thing again expensive, can be worth how much money? And then even if the value of money is an antique. He was shocked to let his brother Jiang in advance to sweep out the debris and account for the base to look for. Seeing Xu Zhang was shocking. Xinjiang, I have seen this vase in an ancient book. It is said that the Ming dynasty Meng sex parent tokens hidden in the war has left the descendants to look for. The ancient book recorded in the dragon vase base inside. I did not think it is really this vase. Xu Zhang, Meng family. Wait a minute. Isn't this vase what Meng Yu put up for auction? Xinjiang, he should be the Meng family disciple. It looks like the dragon-marked bottle was not valued in the Meng family from the beginning to the end, or else it wouldn't have been stolen by him for the auction. Xu Zhang, brother Jiang, is the Meng family rich? Xinjiang, in ancient times, is a large family later relocated abroad. The entire family worth more than 10 billion, but also just the surface assets. Such inheritance of long family who know what the heritage, maybe hide how much gold and silver treasure. Mysterious family. Xu Zhang couldn't help but nod his head. These days there were countless various mysterious families in popular novels, so of course he thought of the Meng family as one of those hidden families. Xinjiang did not correct him. Nonsense. Where what mysterious family? Is some inheritance Long Point family? It was fine to let Xu Zhang think in this direction, or else with his intelligence he would easily ask about other situations. Why Xinjiang knew that the vase would be at this auction. Why he could recognize Meng Yu at a glance when he saw him. Why? How could Xinjiang answer? Coincidence can be a little too much. Qin Jiang did not dwell on this matter. To his position sometimes keep mysterious more deterrent. Zhu Yung, this wrench. Qin Jiang, since it's a Meng family heritage trigger finger, give it to him. Xu Zheng, the inheritance trigger finger is more symbolic than practical, and the Meng family is a mysterious family. Giving it to him for free? Qin Jiang, since I accepted him as a disciple, I can't covet a trigger finger from him. Give it to him. Zhu Yung, I got it. Apparently he thought Qin Jiang was planning to use this trigger finger to hook up with the mysterious family behind Meng Yu. Qin Jiang did not explain. What can be explained? It says that Meng Yu is about to become the heir to the Meng family. Speaking of Meng Yu, I do not know whether to say life is good or bad. His father is the third son of the old man Meng, born stupid 4 years old to speak. Adults are also stupid, not the old man valued. Meng lousy total of 4 sons of the remaining 3 very smart, especially the eldest son of young talent. Grandchildren up to more than 10, also have outstanding ability to go out early to take charge of a party. Just Meng Yu, too, because of his father's sake, although not born stupid but learning ability is not very good, coupled with fat from childhood is not valued by the old man. Even if he pleases others all day long is also useless. Of course, the big family did not appear inside. What does not value the son cannot eat. Meng Yu from childhood than the ordinary people live too much better. Eat and drink without worrying about the car to take the car to send. And now the old man is about to abdicate to share the family property, was sidelined by the brothers in the country. It is reasonable to say that Meng Yu so probable will be able to share 1,000 or 8 million later in the country to enjoy their old age. The premise is not tainted with vices. Qin Jiang understands that changes are going to happen soon. The Meng family has a 1,000-year-old scandal, and the incident of 3 of Meng's 4 sons not being his own is about to come to light. This matter was very sensational in foreign countries. Also let the Meng family has undergone a sea change. 3 sons, a dozen grandsons were all expelled from the Meng city group overnight, and Meng Yu, the grandson of the childhood unappreciated, in turn into the only orthodox heir to the Meng family. Meng Yu, at the helm of a $10 billion conglomerate. In his previous life, he was not simple. Although the failure of investment in Huasheng was not implicated, visible means extraordinary. Soon to invest in a lot of high-tech industries. In the last life of Qin Jiang, released from prison after the investment group has control of hundreds of billions of capital, hidden in the back of the world. Shake your head. Qin Jiang wasn't thinking further. A wrench. Can you get in touch with the Meng family? Oh, it's a waste of time. At most, the Meng family can owe a personal favor. Give once promised 10 million funds even if the benevolence is complete. Such a big family is the most inhumane. Simply cannot maximize the benefits. Giving it to Meng Yu maximizes the benefits. If you give something, you have to give it to the person, not the collective. Collective rewards are easy to pass the buck to each other, while individual rewards must be put into practice. Now is in Meng Yu low period. The other side, as long as non-gratuitous, will remember this favor. Is Meng Yu ungrateful? Definitely not. If he was, he wouldn't have funded Huasheng in his last life. As for why it's free, free is the most expensive. Buckingham. Zhou Sheng glared and questioned. What? Say that again? The little brother quickly said what happened inside the auction house once again, and did not add fuel to the fire. But Zhou Sheng was incomparably angry. He grew up with Zhou Hua. Zhou Hua was his scales. Anyone who dared to offend Zhou Hua then offended him would make him angry. And now Qin Jiang had offended himself and his brother altogether. As the saying goes, if you can tolerate it, you can't tolerate it. Boo! He slammed the tabletop hard. Qin Jiang, there is a way to heaven that you don't go. There is no door to hell that you break into. Seeking your own death. Unforgivable. Scream at me and I'll have some fun with you. Scream at my brother and I'll show you what Hades looks like. This scene will be a few to report to the little brother scared to shiver. They are clear. Zhou Sheng to reveal this expression means that he is going to play hard to get. These years I do not know how many people in the Zhou Sheng to reveal this expression after the song Jiang has not appeared. Snap. Zhou Sheng picked up the phone to find a hidden number in the address book, which is not labeled, only red asterisks. Dial out. Ryoko. The phone was answered by a voice from inside. What is it? Zhou Sheng didn't hesitate to chop it up. Run Qin Jiang over. I want him dead. Chapter 165. Meng Yu shocked. Qin Jiang scared people crazy? There was a moment of silence on the other side of the phone. Immediately, a calm voice came from inside. Yes. Snap. Zhou Sheng hung up the phone. Face is still cold. He swept in front of a few little brother face one by one. Today you did not hear anything. Do not know anything, including my brother cannot say anything. Understand? He is clear that his big brother these years means more and more soft, likely to face humiliation, still do not care to go back to continue to communicate with the good, but he did not allow this to happen. His big brother cannot be a little aggrieved. who do not want to step on his big brother on the throne. Understood. A few minions nodded and left quickly. Zhou Shang looked at the dark night outside and revealed an evil smile. Qin Jiang, I will burn paper for you on the anniversary of the death next year. Black Dragon Night Market. Meng Yu followed Qin Jiang and others back and did not follow upstairs, but also let Zhang Qi lead around the company. Different from Qin Xing and Shang Yu's surprise, Meng Yu naturally will not be shocked by the scale of Black Dragon Company. Even with his knowledge, Black Dragon Company is only a fledgling company. The management contract is a novelty, but it's nothing compared to the $10 billion Mengshire Group. But he was immensely curious about the nature of the Black Dragon, always sensing that it might not be some business conglomerate, but if it is true that he chose to fear to be miserable, Zhang Qi only briefly introduced some information to him, the rest rely on their own comprehension, and finally brought him to the night market before letting it alone to see. In the night market, Meng Yu looked at the incomparable hustle and bustle of the scene, could not help but nod. The mainland is to be more lively than abroad, more people. He enjoyed the fireworks, and often saw Black Dragon personnel patrolling the night market, attracting attention as he traveled through it. Black formal dress. The face is cold, pure and simple social dressing. He came to a stall where there were few people to buy a water belly, and while eating it, he pretended to be unaware of it and asked, "Who are these people? They look very powerful, as if you are all afraid of them." The vendor glanced at Meng Yu. "Not a Songjian local." "Meng Yu, how do you know? There's nothing wrong with my accent? I learned standard Mandarin abroad since I was a kid. It doesn't sound any different to me than it does to you." The vendor waved his hand. "It's not the accent. It's the fact that I came to the Black Dragon night market to shop." "Not sure who the Black Dragon personnel are?" "They are the inspectors of the Black Dragon Management Department. That is, the people who inspect the stalls for rip-offs, incivility, indiscriminate use of materials, and other problems, and have a lot of power. And the stalls have to be shut down at their word." "Meng Yu, how about turning it off?" "Vendor, it's not closed." "Who dares not to turn it off? They're Black Dragon's people." "You know Black Dragon, right?" By the look of you, you shouldn't know, or you wouldn't be asking that. Let's put it to you this way, the Black Dragon's word is the rule around here, and anyone who doesn't follow it, see you in the river." "See you in the river? See you in the river?" Meng Yu was even more clueless and incomprehensible. "Vendor, literally. Who in Songjiang doesn't know that if you offend Xinjiang, you'll sink tonight?" "Meng Yu, seriously? Really?" The vendor looked at Meng Yu's disbelief and firmly said, "Let's not talk about the distant ones. Let's just say not long ago. Just this." Said. He pointed to the spot where Meng Yu was standing. "It used to be a stall as well. His name is Li San. He sells ice powder. And just because he went against Jiang not long ago, he brought quite a few vendors to cause trouble. Guess what?" "Meng Yu, what's the matter?" "Vendor, now I guess I've become an icing powder." "So what? Still don't believe? I'll give you a call to ask." The vendor was seen pulling out his phone and dialing directly. Tootsie. A busy signal came from inside. The vendor pointed to the phone. "See? Busy signal. He's the most stingy guy. I still owe him $500, but he hasn't shown up since the night he offended Xinjiang, and he can't get through on the phone, so where else would he go? He just disappeared?" This year the Micro X did not listed. People still can only rely on the phone, text messages, QQ basic circulation in the students. So basically, as long as the phone is lost, unusual people then want to find it, is unlikely that there will be a variety of legends. Meng Yu's face was astonished. Offending Xinjiang gave him a sunken river. Jiang is so powerful? Brush. He pulled out $100 bill and handed it to the vendor. "You're giving me 20 copies of this, and tell me about it by the way. I'm curious about the Black Dragon story." Vendor carefully looked at Meng Yu and the other side to determine the probability of no problem before charging money to make egg burger and tell up. Northeasterners love to blow awesome. He kept telling Meng Yu about the various Black Dragon legends he had heard and guessed about. What Xinjiang at the behest of Kuka hit the principal of the nursing home in the mouth. What offended Xinjiang? A few night markets invested a few $1 million the same day was shut down. All demolished. What with someone walking and comparing themselves to Xinjiang twice? They were directly arrested as wanted criminals about to be shot. What? Anyway, how exaggerated. How to listen to the Meng Yu face more and more shocked, more and more surprised. A time are not clear in the end, cannot believe. The vendor said is too evil. While thinking about it, suddenly a crying and laughing voice came from one side. "Ha, ooh, it's over. It's all over. Brush." Meng Yu looked to see a middle-aged man dressed in rags, with a head full of white hair and seeing people. "I was wrong. Ha ha ha. You dare to offend Brother Jiang. You're looking for death." "No, I didn't offend Brother Jiang. It's all Lu Bo. All Lu Bo. Huashun. I didn't offend." I'm a loyal follower of Jiang. See, the Black Dragon Night Market is the upgraded version of Tianhua Night Market, and the Black Dragon is Tianhua's father. The lack of logic in what he said caused many tourists to duck and look at him strangely. Mengyu, crazy? Vendor, he's the night market boss who went against Zhang not too long ago. It doesn't seem like he lost everything. His daughter-in-law ran away, took his son with him, and rolled away the money. Now, completely crazy. I guess it's just that he's crazy. Otherwise he would have been sunk in the river if he had a temper. Mengyu. Soon 2 law enforcement officers came to the Tianhua boss to take away to send him home inside. His home is empty. See, law enforcement officers left originally crazy Tianhua boss eyes awake. That's right. He is not crazy. The reason why pretending to be crazy is to avoid law enforcement officers. He still has a lot of fines have not been paid. Those people are not likely to force him to a crazy person. And secondly, but also the main fear of Qin Zhang retaliation to the sinking of the river. So pretending to be crazy for a few days so that Qin Zhang see him poor may not bother to pay attention to him. So far it seems to be very effective. Fortunately, I am clever in advance to let the wife with part of the property to leave. Otherwise all seized on the waist. Now no longer in the pretending to be crazy continue to be necessary. The next to go to meet with his wife. He instantly picked up the phone and dialed. Dodo. Chapter 166, Increasing the Trigger Finger. Mengyu worships the Black Dragon. Target appears. Half an hour later, Mengyu walked out of the night market with a face full of shock. His mind pondering over the stall owner's words. He was clear that even if the stall owner was talking big words but no wind can't make waves. Qin Zhang, absolutely ruthless. Thousands of juniors under his door are not simple even if they are put in Shangjiang. And he joined the Black Dragon by mistake. No wonder when he joined Qin Zhang said that he was not allowed to quit after joining, and that he could not help himself once he entered the Jianghu. Is up. What are you? Jiangqi asked, a bit puzzled to see Mengyu carrying dozens of water-popping tripe in her hands. Mengyu, buy it for the brothers to eat. Jiangqi, brother Jiang said for you to go there. Mengyu, that is the Black Dragon. Changqi, what? Mengyu, just brush that. He compares to the constant chopping posture in Groucho. Jiangqi, what are you thinking? Black Dragon is a regular company. Mengyu was slightly relieved, but his mind still recalled about what the vendor had said. He followed Jiangqi into the Black Dragon company with trepidation, and just as he stepped onto the 3rd floor, he saw the Black Dragon rules on the wall. Criminal law. Mengyu, Black Dragon employees still have to memorize the criminal law? Jiangqi, of course you have to memorize it. Those who can't can only be bottom small. Employee. Mengyu, did you just say that, little brother? Jiangqi, no. Mengyu. Mengyu turned her head to the other side to look even more shocked, and saw that there was a sentence written on that wall. Black Dragon is a regular company. Jiangqi, look. It's written. Our company is formal. Right. Mengyu, whose family writes formal on the wall? Dang. Jiangqi pushed the door to let Mengyu in and left himself. Mengyu just entered the room to see Qin Zhang. Zhu Zhang, for 9 was sitting in a triangle at the main seat, with the back of the dragon out of the river painting so that he did not feel a kind of sheep into the tiger's mouth feeling. Qin total. You look for me. Qin Zhang smoked a cigarette and pointed to the seat in front of him, and Zhu Zhang waved his hand. Brother Jiang asked someone to come over and talk. Mengyu came over to sit down with trepidation. He even had the impulse to turn around and run. Martyr. How the ghost is obsessed to join the Qinjiang company, at least to first inquire about it. This social group cannot easily into. He was afraid that he was recorded in the bottom of the sea book. Secretly thought, I heard that the rules of the Jianghu more. Being constantly thinking when, snap, a crisp ringing sound appeared in his ears, and he subconsciously looked down and froze directly on the spot. See in front of the desktop on the emerald green jadeite trigger finger. Trigger finger engraved with a lot of strange runes. Born in the big family of what treasures he has not seen can see this trigger finger when he completely lost his voice and opened his mouth to speak. This, wrench, brush. He trembled with a hand to pick up the trigger finger, carefully checked the trigger finger inside the graphic beyond certain. It is a family heritage trigger. Meng family bounty also did not describe the inside details of the trigger finger out, for fear of others' imitation bounty. Only the family core disciples can know, even if he also learned by chance. Gulp. He swallowed and forced himself to calm down to look at Qin Zhang. Brother Jiang, this trigger finger. Qin Zhang, unintentionally get. In the vase you sell the base inside the inlay. Both intend to give away for free. Why cover up the situation to save you from knowing the situation later to make trouble? Mengyu's eyes widened. In the vase. He did not expect to be looking for decades by the Meng family heritage trigger finger in the hands of the Meng family themselves, but also by him to steal out to sell. Simply slippery. Things to be known by the people inside the family have to be peeled. A few layers of skin cannot be. Mengyu, this trigger finger. Xinjiang, there you go. What? Mengyu, Sigma, surprised face, winky face, did you give it to me? Do you know what the trigger means? How much is it worth? Meng Yudo had the idea of picking up the trigger finger and running away, but he was not this kind of person. He calmed himself down and looked at Qin Jiang and said, Brother Jiang, I won't lie to you, this is my family heirloom trigger finger. He is worth a lot. There is a reward. Ah, you know. He hadn't finished his sentence. Zhu Zhang placed the tablet in front of him, and the computer appeared to show the Meng family posting bounty information around the world. Reward amount, $10 million. Meng Yu looked at Qin Jiang's gaze became shocked. The other party even knew the value of the trigger finger? He also knows the amount of the reward, but still chose to give himself $10 million worth of trigger finger, which has exceeded his knowledge so that he cannot understand. As if he could see Meng Yu's doubts, Qin Jiang exhaled a smoke ring and calmly said, Since you have already joined my disciples, consider it your introductory gift for joining the Black Dragon. Take it. Meng Yu, Brother Jiang. He had just been planning to find a way to escape from the Black Dragon, and now the other party was even gifting the introductory gifts. Zhu Zhang, Brother Jiang values love and righteousness also looks favorably on you, and you're the only one of the thousands of people in the Black Dragon that Brother Jiang values at first glance. Meng Yu, actually, Seijio, what a, Jiang brother to you on the nasty put away, is not a with seed. Meng Yu's face flushed red. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about whether Qin Jiang was plotting something, but who was he? A disciple who had been abandoned by his family. Even if you take the trigger finger back it's nothing more than an extra share of the property. How much can it be? Thousands and $80 million. The trigger finger, seemingly powerful is also symbolic meaning. Other core disciples get maybe a little bit of use to compete for the patriarch, but he got simply white. Rather than plotting against him as well as directly give the trigger finger to the Meng family to collect the bounty. That is to say, Qin Jiang did not count him. Today's gift of the trigger finger is entirely to value him as a person. Wow. Meng Yu hot blood crazy surge. He would not be old. Coupled with the family does not pay attention to the childhood longing for recognition, and now is so recognized by the Qin Jiang cannot dare to move. Not to mention the Qin Jiang to the 10 million trigger finger are free to him. At this moment Qin Jiang was bull in his eyes. It is the Lord of Light. It is the light of his future. Boo! Meng Yu got up and took 2 steps back actually kneeling on one knee. Meng Yu. I would like to worship the peer of Brother Jiang, and from now on, I will swear to be loyal to the end. Abide by the rules, but if I have any second thoughts, I will be 3 knives and 6 holes. He uttered the various Jianghu black words he had heard overseas, his face incomparably hot and exuberant. The voices are a bit hoarse. What a social mixer with no future. What Jianghu road? There is no retreat. Out of the mix always have to return. What Jianghu status low he all forget. There was only one thing he was thinking about right now. Qin Jiang thought so highly of himself that he had to show something. After all, he wasn't a very goal-oriented person by nature. See this. Not to mention Zhu Zhang and 4-9. Even Qin Jiang froze slightly. No. Is Meng Yu so middle-aged? 10 billion legacies. Though it doesn't count now. But it's worth $10 million. And now you're worshipping your big brother like this. Offbeat treadmill opens the door to Offbeat. Offbeat arrives home. Qin Jiang calmly said. Black Dragon is a proper company. Meng Yu, I understand. I understand the rules. Is this the mainland? Definitely need to keep a low profile. Qin Jiang. That's all. Meng Yu officially joined the Black Dragon. 3 days later, Team Black Dragon departs from Vocational University. Opposite. Concealed a duck-tongued youth took out the phone and dialed out. The target appeared, a total of 4 vehicles. A cross-country in the front, the rear of the 2 sedans. The target is in the center of the left side of the backseat of the Benz C. Is expected to reach the designated location in 10 minutes. Chapter 167, Preparing for an Ambush. Meng Family Chaos. A moment. A voice came over the phone. Continue to monitor and maintain optimal coordinates at all times without any errors. Having said that, a rough-faced man in a certain truck hangs up the phone. He pulls out the city map from the passenger seat and keeps analyzing and checking various routes and checking the time from time to time on the map. Finally using his hand to briefly gesture twice on the map. Dang. The index finger falls at a certain intersection crossing position. Murmured, can rush in front of the vehicle passed when pretending to make brake failure hit. With the volume of the car and loaded items even if the million luxury car can be crashed on the spot. This angle target must not hope to survive. Soon, he folded up the map and twisted the key to fire it up. Boom. The big truck started right up slowing down and moving forward. All the while voices came out of his phone from time to time. Target to first intersection. Target to second intersection. According to the sound constantly go out of the big truck. Speed is also changing when fast and slow. Fortunately in 2010 Songjiang vehicles did not reach the ladder that much, or else there must be someone jammed cursing. The flowers are divided into two, each with a single branch, while various changes are taking place in Matsue, overseas Mengfu Manor. Inside the main hall, an old man on crutches was sitting on the sofa, and he was staring at the test report in front of him. DNA test report. Confirmation of unrelatedness. Boo! The old man gripping the walking stick hand are a little tight. This Helm's 10 billion group in the overseas Meng family led to a higher level. Tarzan collapsed in front of the face does not change color. Even if you see their own cancer diagnosis list can calmly smile old man as if being drained of vitality. Not long ago, his eldest son, the next heir to the established Meng family, is seriously injured in a sudden car accident. When he got the news, he was incredibly angry that someone inside the family to see his body cannot. Several sons in the power struggle. First of all, the oldest three can be ruled out. He's stupid. The remaining three sons' probability is that they all want to inherit the identity of the helm of the Meng family, that it is normal to take a shot at the rightful boss. Therefore, he personally sent someone to transfer his eldest son to the Meng family to establish their own private hospitals. Originally the eldest son is not in a big way to make him a lot of comfort, is ready to start investigating who did it in the end. But the hospital inadvertently inquired that the eldest son has very little white blood in his body, and the Meng family has never had any white blood in their ancestry. Meng's son ordered a paternity test. The result is that it now turns out to be non-parental. How could it be acceptable to Elder Meng, who was his eldest son that he had nurtured as an heir since he was a child? Dang! There was a knock on the door from outside. Grandpa! A youth pushed the door in and saw Elder Meng and said, "Why hasn't the helicopter you promised to buy for me arrived yet? I'm all set to take your heavy grandson out to see the world." He was none other than the eldest son and grandson of the Meng family, and to give the Meng family a long generation grandson in the family, very much by the Meng family old man favorite. From childhood to the usual lawless character, Elder Meng looked up at his once immensely favorite eldest grandson. Once the other party's likable face now looked immensely disgusting and even made him a little nauseous. "I'm not your grandfather. Get the hell out of here," Elder Meng said with an icy face. Youth equals smiley face. Grandpa, don't be angry. I know my dad is still lying in the hospital. It's not good for me to go out to play. I've heard that my dad is almost well. Besides, I want the helicopter is also intended for my dad. As the future helmsman of the Meng family, it's not safe for him to take the car. It's still better to take the helicopter in case of being intentional, he said, not forgetting to pull hatred to a few uncles. But Elder Meng couldn't hear him at all, and only felt his brain confused with his blood rushing up in anger and roaring. "Get out! Get the hell out of here!" One side, the butler's gaze towards him was also not respectful. "Master told you to go out. Didn't you hear me?" He is clear that from now on the big young master of this line of all the people all abolished simply did not and the bash necessary. The youth was scolded with a face full of confusion, nerdily ran out of the room, and just happened to see his own second uncle outside. The second uncle is not far away from the door position, naturally also heard just inside the voice cannot help but inner dark joy. That's right, Big Brother's car accident was his doing. As early as 2 months ago, a chance opportunity, he heard his mother and a person conversation, learned that the elder brother is not at all the old man biological, so deliberately arranged a car accident. The car accident is not the purpose, and not really want to run over the elder brother but to borrow the hand of the hospital to let the old man know the truth, so that he can get rid of the suspicion. Nor was he so completely offended by his mother that he didn't care at all as to what would happen to her. The extended family, the only things that matter are legacies, and fishy bloodshed is common. It seems that his plan was perfect, Meng Lao Er muttered. The old master has obviously gotten the results, so Big Brother including his offspring no longer have the qualifications to stay in the Meng family. What to talk about inheriting the family business? According to the order, I'll be the firstborn son. The Meng clan is mine. Uncle too. The youth sought his second uncle, looking at himself with incomparable contempt. Are you talking bad about me to Grandpa? Humph. Don't think that if my father is injured the Meng family will take your turn. Even if my father dies there's still me, and if I die there's still my son. The Meng family has never set up the eldest but not the youngest. After saying that, he was going to leave. Snap. Meng Lao went up and got a mouthful. How dare a bastard talk to me like that? Youth, how dare you call me a bastard? Meng Lao, you're a bastard. And so is your father. Youth, my father is. You are not also. I see you really. Even scold yourself? Meng Lao, stupid. Stupid fools who don't know anything. Beating you would dirty my hands. Youth, you are also foolish and unable to speak intelligently. The two kept cursing at each other, being pulled away by a few other Meng family members before calling it quits. Many Meng family elders couldn't help but sigh when they saw this. They were clear that a new round of the Meng family's struggle for power was about to begin again. Sure, still in favor of youth mostly. The eldest son and grandson status is still very solid. And for this Meng Lao heir does not care. He believes that soon these people will regret it. Inside the room, Elder Meng also vaguely heard the commotion outside. With his wisdom naturally clear about what probably happened. But he simply does not care about these. No matter how the eldest son is not biological has been a fact. Knock. He tapped his cane to comb his insides. Butler, go and clear up the situation of the second, third, and fourth oldest, as well as their descendants. I'd like to see just how many more bastards the Meng family is hiding. The butler nodded. Understood. A moment. The butler immediately went out to investigate. 2 days later, the housekeeper personally sent several DNA identification reports to the front of Elder Meng and accompanied by 2 bottles of fast-acting heart-saving pills and 1, the Oxwang and Gong pill. Reporting results. The second is not biological. The oldest 4 are not biological. Only the oldest pro-life who grew up stupid. The room was filled with bursts of crackling and slamming sounds as well as Elder Meng's incomparably angry growls. Listen, you're a tough guy. Chapter 168, Accidental Car Accident? Truck Crash. Motorcade. The front cross-country open road. Inside just learned to drive 4-9 is practicing driving. Behind the 2 sedans follow. Mengyu sat inside to communicate with the Black Dragon personnel. Mengyu, do we have any cuts or anything in our company? What earthquake Takoaka? Black Dragon personnel. Have you been watching too many TV shows? Cut out. Where's your heaven and earth star? Mengyu, what are you doing out this time? To ask for a debt? Black Dragon personnel. To what debt? Mengyu, is that going to cut someone? Black Dragon personnel. Cut who? Mengyu. He was very clueless and confused. He heard from outsiders that the Black Dragon was totally social gangs often sinking people in the river. But after joining for so many days, I found that Black Dragon is very formal in all aspects and not different from those big groups. There is also no little brother to go out all day to cut people's situation. Not to mention a private sentence to sink the river situation. The only difference is that there are indeed a lot of little brother employees. And these employees all treat Qin Jiang as a big brother. Could it be? Mengyu muttered. He heard wrong or those people are too able to exaggerate. Black Dragon is really a regular company. One time, he didn't know whether to be relaxed or frustrated. Although mixing with society was not what he wanted. It was normal for a young man to be a bit hot-blooded and middle-aged. At the same time, he couldn't help but touch the trigger finger in his arms. This trigger finger he had already sent the photo to the Meng residence. It was not clear if the Meng family would make any noise because of the trigger finger, regardless of how the family reacts. I'm going to fight for the greatest possible benefit anyway, and to return the favor to Brother Jiang. To return the favor, people value themselves. How can ye not return the favor? He, Mengyu, is not that kind of person. Shake your head. Mengyu no longer continued to talk about these topics but pulled the topic to the wind and flowers, instantly opening the topic box. Men, there are a lot of topics that can bring friendship closer, not to mention that Mengyu is the king of the strong mouth, coupled with the world and the foreign world to say that the head of the road. You guys don't understand that there's a technique to picking up girls. Not with your heart. With your heart you don't always get a response. With your force, you definitely get an echo. Youth doesn't last forever. Fall in love quickly. Relationship tips, make sure you do it before it's too late. There's no such thing as a heart for a heart, only a posture for a voice. Ha ha ha. The back of the car resounded with obscene laughter. Suddenly Mengyu's gaze slightly condensed as he looked into the rearview mirror position and nervously said, "There's a vigilante car behind us." This statement was made. Several Black Dragon personnel froze and drove the youth. What? You have a record. Mengyu, no? Black Dragon personnel, asterisk 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 asterisk. What are you afraid of if you don't have a record? Mengyu, you guys don't have any either? Black Dragon personnel, nonsense. The criminal law is memorized for nothing. What's the point of having a criminal record? Mengyu, I actually didn't know how to retort. It just sounded weird. Central, Zhu Sheng, Jiang, Overlord T. Snowy Night Ice City around the location of the business district to determine the completion of the unified decoration. Unified trademark. Unified brand name according to your instructions. The decoration team is all in, of which the Black Dragon is only responsible for part of the decoration remaining subcontracted out, is expected to be able to open more than half around New Year's Day. Qin Jiang nodded, not surprised. Black Dragon transportation renovation is in its infancy and is unlikely to take on such a large project in a short period of time. outsourcing is an inevitable event. As for the decoration time, milk tea store does not need luxury decoration. With the latter day can easily be 1 or 2 months renovation period is different. Only simple scraping white, tiling and other field decorations only 10 days and a half months to open. Xu Zhang, our large sum of money has surprised a lot of people, and they are all staring at us. During this time some people have been deliberately spreading words of misappropriation of deposits in the Black Dragon night market, and fortunately that incident not long ago deterred the vendors from making trouble. Or else I'm afraid there will be problems this time. Anyone can see that the Black Dragon all of a sudden such a large investment to get milk tea brand cost is certainly not small. Where does the money come from? Is the Black Dragon profitable enough on its own? Of course not. Must be the use of stall deposits. Also not long ago Qin Zhang forcefully fired hundreds of stall owners and let other night market yellow stalls. Otherwise, the stall owners know that their deposits have been misappropriated. Coupled with outside rumors will certainly have to make a fuss. The moment Xu Zhang looked at Qin Zhang with a bit of admiration. He suspected that when Zhang forcefully evicted hundreds of stall owners he was setting up an authority for today, so that other forces would not dare to make trouble even if they messed with the stall owners. Qin Zhang remained calm. He is not concerned about who in the end behind the waves. The Black Dragon has now volume unintentionally has robbed people of the cake. Milk tea at present. Although there is no big brand, but coffee there. The rise of milk tea will eat into coffee profits. Then coffee merchants have long taken the Black Dragon as an enemy. Plus some miscellaneous enemies simply cannot say. But for these people who cannot be on the stage Qin Zhang does not care. Business empire rising. It's not going to be a breeze. Drop. Several sheriff's cars whizzed by. Qin Zhang, Xu Zhang face calm. Yesterday just under the snow transportation department busy very normal. Suddenly, Qin Zhang looked to the other intersection a big truck eyes slightly condensed. According to reason in broad daylight these big trucks easily will not enter the city. Even if into the city will be a little more cautious. But that big truck in the sight of the police car actually did not slow down and do not according to the rules of the road driving forced left turn. No good. Qin Zhang picked up the front intercom. 49, turn left and drive out. Hurry. His voice was urgent and full of disbelief. The front is driving 49 although the situation is not clear can still directly step on the gas left turn out. At the same time, Zhang Qi also drove the car out with a kick of the gas at Qin Zhang's command, and the two cars behind him subconsciously followed. The sudden roar of several cars left the surrounding cars confused, but soon they dissolved into shock. Just see. A large truck as if out of control like a rampage to this. The target is precisely the location of the Qin Zhang fleet. However, because the Qin Zhang convoy drove out 2 seconds early, the big truck continued to move forward only to hit the fence. Misty grass awesome old driver. Some car owners cannot help but think Qin Zhang team must have discovered in advance that the big truck's out of control to drive out. At the same time on the big truck drivers to report sympathy. Winter these trucks' risk factor is really very big. And then the next moment, these car owners cannot help but lose their voices. See the big truck violently turn to the target is still Qin Zhang fleet. See this even if they understand that the big truck is not out of control skidding. Clearly is intentionally crashed into the Qin Zhang fleet. Accurately said to hit the Qin Zhang seat luxury Benz C. See the big truck is about to hit Benz C. Many nearby car owners lost their voices and screamed. Behind the two sedan minions have shouted, Jiang, Jiang, inside the car. Qin Zhang did not hesitate to drink at the moment the big truck turned. Jump out of the car. Brush, brush, brush. Window open Qin Zhang 3 people to jump out of the car. And in the nick of time in front of the 49 open cross-country adrift in place to turn around the throttle boom to low slanting into the big truck. Boom. Chapter 169, The Mighty and the Mighty. Get him out of there. Just see. 49 driving buggy turn drift and big truck oblique side impact and go. This year's cross-country horsepower plus did not collide with the front but the oblique side impact was actually borne to the big truck offset. Issued a huge roar. Boom. The direction of forward travel of the big truck changed. Even if the driver is constantly adjusting the direction is still not able to do straight to Benz C, but the tonnage of the big truck there, even with off-road collision did not let him roll over only offset orientation to the end of Benz C impact and go. 1,000 pounds. Qin Zhang yelled, stop jumping cars and blasting gas. Coax STH. Benz C let out a violent roar like an arrow out of the string and shot out, staggering the fate of the trunk crash only to be cut to the rear by a large truck. Bang! Ka! Steady me! Zhang Qi only felt a huge pulling force from the steering wheel. He tried his best to stabilize, and saw several 7 screws and 8 increases of Benz C smoothly stopped in front of the position of 7 or 8 meters. At the same time, the out-of-control big rig behind him continued to crash. Boom! Rumble! It cut through 4 or 5 cars in a row before the big truck crashed into a street bollard before coming to a complete stop. Wow! Gouts of black smoke rose from the front of the big truck. A scream rang out. Ah! Serial got into a car accident. Misty grass. This big truck feels like it's purposely headed for that luxury Benz. It's scary. 7 or 8 cars in a row. In the meantime, 7 or 8 Black Dragon personnel poured out of the 2 sedans that had also been cut into, and all of them ran toward the running sea. Jiang! Jiang! A parade of anxious calls resounded through the crossroads. The scene. Many of the faces of the car owners watching were stunned. Obviously anyone who can see the existence of Benz car is unusual. And look at the Black Dragon personnel appearance as well as call 80% of the people in the Jianghu cannot help but have shaken their heads. Looks like the legendary jungle vendetta. It's true that once you enter the world, you can't help it. And being in society is like licking blood from the tip of a knife, or losing it when you say you've lost it. There's no chance that the car is the legendary social big brother. At the same time, there are also a small number of car owners recognize Qin Zhang's car. His license plate number is very iconic. Coupled with this period of time, Xinjiang in the North District and even Songjiang reputation is relatively loud. North of 3/8, Xinjiang's car. How dare someone mess with him? Who's got the guts to do that? Hua Shang. Think it should be him. Xinjiang shouldn't have. He hadn't finished his sentence. Just see the voice coming from inside Benz. 49. Boom. Benz rear door open. Full of cold and solemn, Xinjiang rushed out from the inside, did not have any stay, rushed to the direction of the SUV. Behind Zhu Zhang, Zhang Qi, as well as other juniors also rushed to follow. Just crash. 49 open cross-country drift impact truck to let the truck to shift direction. Otherwise even if Xinjiang and other fast-jumping car is bound not to be unscathed. While the active impact of cross-country also bear most of the truck's power directly was flown more than 10 meters. Overturned in the middle of the road. The wheels are lost too. The side of the collapsed very serious. And even a little bit of light smoke. See this. Zhu Zhang as well as other juniors secretly bad. This kind of impact situation, car all dried up inside, the people will not. Xinjiang a little more calm. The last 49 has a strong driving talent. He does not believe that 49 will really be stupid, not self-protection. And he saw the car deflated as the passenger side of that side of the main driver did not deflate, coupled with the 49 physical. But guessing is one thing. As long as did not see with their own eyes, Xinjiang also the same immense worry. Brush. Running to the cross-country before the Xinjiang cannot think of anything else to go forward with bare hands to the car apart. Zhu Zhang and others have to go forward to the car to find a way to get to open. Just then, boom, 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 there was a dull thumping sound from the car. Breaking or snapping. Boom. The SUV's dried out passenger door ejected from it, falling and flying a few meters out of position. Wow. 49 incomparably burly body from the passenger seat stood up. His body clothes broken a lot, also have a lot of scratches. A lot of blood stained red broken clothes. With his incomparably ferocious face and the steering wheel in his hands, as in hell rushed out of the god of killers, let out a heavenly roar. Brother Jiang. His red eyes scanning the whole field, where with his eyes all cannot help but a cold shiver. Until see the front of the Xinjiang unharmed, when the 49 eyes only slowed down and relieved. Who? He gasped. Brother Jiang. I'm glad you're okay. Phew. Xinjiang also breathed a sigh of relief. With his eyesight experience in the last life, a glance can see that the 49 all skin trauma. A few of the minions rushed forward to assist. Brother Sijio. Mengyu froze in place for a long time, unable to speak. Obviously, being subdued by the scene just now. Whether it's suddenly someone intentionally driving a big truck to crash or the 4-9 mighty breaks his cognition. Could it be that? Is this the jungle? Not that Black Dragon is a regular company? Why would a regular company have a jungle feud? Come up so hard. Fear and at the same time immense anger. Just now the big truck is close at hand, almost he also want to die. The mud man still have 3 points of fire. Not to mention his hot-blooded young man. The threat of death led him completely on the head. Who the hell is it? Mengyu, straight up murder in broad daylight. Is there any king's law? Outrageous. Zhang Qi and other little brother the same rage. Just under their noses nearly their own boss reimbursement. They cannot accept. A fist clenched as if to eat people. The owners were shocked beyond words when they saw the 49er come out of the car. Is this a human being? So much for drifting and crashing. After all, in such a serious car accident inside their own kick-fly shriveled door stand out. And look, did not suffer too much injury. This, fear of a fatal car accident on anyone else. Didn't see a couple of people who were cut off to the inside of other vehicles in the chain of crashes were crying that they didn't come out. Nima? Is he still human? So dried out the car door just kicked right off. I saw such a car accident scene last month with my own eyes. The 7th day of the human head has passed for a long time, but he did not have anything. The menacing-looking man wouldn't be a gold medalist, two-flush red stick or anything like that in society. Many owners also believe that Qin Jiang is a big man in the Jianghu. 4-9 is a gold medal fighter. Otherwise who would be desperate to save people and followed by so many minions? Phew. Xu Zhang also breathed a sigh of relief. Today counted as no danger and the same as also incomparable anger. If it is not their own brother Zhang early detection. If it is not 4-9 sensitive reaction directly hit the big truck. If it is not, just a car accident will be a big deal. Really Zhang brother out of something afraid just rise Black Dragon will be crumbling. This is something that Zhu Zhang absolutely cannot accept. He looked in the direction of the big truck with an incomparably cold gaze, and with a big wave of his hand he drank. Get him out of there. Chapter 160 Goal, Huasheng. Qin Jiang, Yardman. Zhu Zhang gave an order. Wow. Several juniors rushed to the big truck despite the smoke from the truck and pulled the door open, dragging the truck driver out of the truck with his head covered in blood and throwing him to the ground. Boo! The big truck driver was dropped, constantly coughing. Shaking his head slightly awake, he subconsciously glanced at the whole field and the see Qin Jiang intact standing there, face color is sinking. It was clear to him that he had failed in his mission. The target of the mission is intact rather than dead. This is afraid to give a big discount on the cost. Mud. What the hell? How did he realize he was coming out ahead of time? And that off-road, holding up the old man's money. Goo. A few Black Dragon minions surrounded the camera to block it, and a few people inside went wild with flying kicks and nesting feet. Boom, boom, boom. Straight up, the truck driver was kicking and screaming constantly. Ouch, ouch. Stop fighting. What are you doing? You are willfully assaulting someone. You. The driver's constant threats can be met with harder kicks. Of course the owner of the car outside didn't even see what was happening, only that the truck driver was yanked down and surrounded. Then screams came from inside. Apparently the truck driver was beaten, but no anyone's sympathy. Just now even if the little cute can see that the truck driver is intentional. Intentional homicide exists even if killed on the spot is not too much. Cough, cough. Zhu Zhang coughed twice. Chang Chi stepped forward and stripped the truck driver of his clothes and took him away. Soon, drop. The sheriff's car that had just whizzed by drove back again, and several sheriff's deputies froze at the sight. 7 or 8 cars crashed in a row, and one of the SUVs flipped right over, as well as a $1 million luxury car was damaged. Definitely counts as a mega car accident. Magistrate A, what's the situation? Who's involved? Are there any injuries? Has an ambulance been called? He went up and kept asking questions and also found the truck driver lying on the ground who was screaming in agony and couldn't help frowning. What's going on? Chang Chi, this truck driver committed premeditated murder, drove his truck through a red light and ran right into us. He stated what had just happened and didn't add to it. The ground. The truck driver rushed to his defense. No, the brakes just failed and I had to take control and didn't. It wasn't even premeditated murder. Don't listen to him. I killed them for what? Zhang Qi glared. You dare to say you're not? The truck driver shivered in fear. You. In front of the security guards you want to beat me not? Security uncle, you look at him. You guys didn't come just now. They beat me up like crazy. Look at me. I'm covered in wounds. Where are the wounds? He jacked up his clothes. He realized that there was nothing on his body that was kicked and bruised, so it was obvious how professional the Black Dragon personnel's nesting feet were. The sheriff coldly glared at the truck driver. Even if the preliminary judgment that the truck driver is not intentional is the culprit of the crash, he naturally will not have a good face. But looking at Zhang Qi, he said, we'll have to investigate whether it was intentional murder. What were you guys just doing? Hitting people? Zhang Qi, what beating? He is talking nonsense. Ungrateful. Just now we see the truck smoke, afraid of spontaneous combustion. I have to save him out. He even hit a rake. Do not believe you can access the security video. The sheriff nodded and didn't say anything more, ordering someone to go ahead and investigate the area's surveillance. Again, who is the victim? At this moment Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, 4-9 also came over. Zhu Zhang pointed to the ground SUV and pointed to 4-9. He just came out of this car. You say who is the victim? Sheriff Zhu Zhang, not too friendly attitude, did not care. Just experienced a car accident and look very strange. Car accident cannot have grievances. He once again simply asked a few questions, then summarized, do you want me to call an ambulance? The matter will be investigated and your car will be temporarily impounded and investigated for murder. Don't worry, we will give you an account. You have to have a need to use the car can be identified after the completion of the application to drive away. Zhu Zhang shook his head. No need. At this point, cards. 7 or 8 cars came from a distance and stopped near the scene of the crash, and 30 or 40 people came down. The only head is Zhao Shanhe, who was cursing from a distance. Who the hell dares to touch Jiang looking for death? Wow. He led the people to rush to Qin Jiang's face to confirm that Qin Jiang was alright. They nodded their heads in greeting. Brother Jiang. X dozens. Seeing this, those who watched the fun did not leave the car owner more sure Qin Jiang is certainly the social big brother. Don't say car owner. Even if all the vigilantes also face a stunned, looking at Qin Jiang changes, leading vigilantes, come so many people to do what? Subconsciously let the people to protect the truck driver. At the moment the truck driver saw again dozens of fierce and vicious people also scared to hide in the security car did not dare to speak. Zhao Shanha and the others looked at the truck driver with anger. It was this person who almost didn't run his own Jiang over. Outrageous. If it wasn't for Jiang pressuring them on the side they would have to go up to Cam without a second thought. Qin Jiang did not answer but said, "Go." This statement was made. Zhao Shanha and other reluctant to follow the order to get on the car. Zhang Qi opened the door of the sedan. Qin Jiang on the car. Boom. 7 or 8 cars left the scene of the crash. Several sheriff's deputies couldn't help but be relieved to escort the truck driver away and direct traffic to evacuate the vehicle. 10 minutes later, the scene returned to calm, and only the broken fences on both sides reminded others that a large car accident had just occurred. Inside a cafe across the street, the duck-tongued youth, who had witnessed the entire situation just now, picked up the phone and dialed. Mission failed. Target unharmed. Old card captured. Do we need rescue? For a moment the phone responded. Tell him to bite the bullet and never leak any information about Huasheng, or he'll know the consequences. Duck-tongued youth understood. Soon, the matter of Qin Jiang's car accident spread quickly through the upper echelons of Songjiang. Songjiang is so big, there are only so many powerful people, and Qin Jiang is the man of the hour. Naturally a lot of eyes on him. He was suddenly involved in a car accident who could not be concerned, and after ascertaining the situation began to inquire about the reaction of Qin Jiang. Inside the car, Zhu Zheng's face was grim. Brother Jiang, law and order should not be able to ask anything. Since he dared to do so, certainly think of a good speech in advance. It is unlikely that the big truck is really out of order. He wasn't referring to the coincidence of the crash, but that the people who did it would certainly make today's events look like a coincidence, and that even if they found out what went wrong the odds are that the truck driver would be the one to top the thunder. Zhu Sheng, it should be Zhou Sheng who did this. He's the only one who can do this in Songjiang at the moment. Is driving. Zhang Qi angrily said. Right, it must be Huasheng. See Jiang not give him face to play underhanded. Not to mention Zhang Qi, other cars and the Black Dragon personnel all hold a stomach of fire cannot vent. Those who get the news and waiting for Qin Jiang reaction. The same Black Dragon personnel are also waiting for Jiang reaction. They do not believe that their own Jiang can tolerate this shame, and all the first time the target is locked in the Huasheng. After all, it's unlikely that anyone but Watson would do so. Inside the car, Qin Jiang looked at the front with an icy expression, and the co-pilot, who was all bruised in 4-9, was applying medicinal water. Knock. Qin Jiang tapped his seat fingers to stop spitting out 2 words. Yardman. Chapter 171, Qin Jiang's order, all Black Dragons assemble. Coder. This statement was made. Let the front driving Zhang Qi are a little slightly stunned, holding the steering wheel hand involuntarily clenched. 49 is as calm as ever. One side. Xu Zheng's eyes slightly contracted, likewise spitting out 2 words. How much? Qin Jiang, Han Xian points his troops. Xu Zheng, understood. Then directly in the core group sent out a message. Nothing complicated words, only a simple sentence. Jiang order, all members of the assembly. Back. Full of gloom, Zhao Shanha's face reddened at the sight of the assembly order and slammed his seat hard. Cam. I told you that Jiang wouldn't be able to endure this humiliation. Asterisk 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 asterisk. His mother Huasheng. Dare to Jiang brother unfavorable. Today I have to get him dead. Code people. Security department, all staff assembly. Quick, quick, hurry. As the head of the Black Dragon's security department, he could not be angry when he saw his own brother Jiang being almost run over. It was only because Jiang suppressed it that he didn't go berserk on the spot, and now that Jiang had spoken, how could he not go berserk? One side. Mengyu looked at Zhao Shanha in a bit of a daze. Shango, what do you mean? Zhao Shanha, what do you mean? Since people have bullied to the door, we can't not give him some color. Yardman, KAM him. Mengyu, didn't you say that Black Dragon is a regular company? It doesn't look right. But he didn't say anything more. And when he joined Black Dragon again, he didn't care if Black Dragon was formal or not. Anyway, the soldier for a friend to die. Just now their own bowl as well as their own were almost run over. He was also very angry. And now since there is a chance of revenge, also will not say more, but instead said, have a weapon? Machete or something? Zhao Shanha, machete? We don't need that. We'll give you a baseball, social worker. Then we'll use a baseball bat. As for now, I'll get you a black umbrella first. Black umbrella. Weapons. Menu, equals smiley face. In front of the Black Dragon night market. Changlu looked at the incredibly busy night market, cannot help but nod. Not ashamed to be able to make a fuss in Songjiang known to all. It seems to be stronger than other night markets, do not know how many. The flow of people is also more than outrageous. To be clear that it is now winter. In the -20-degree weather can still have so many people to stroll through the night market can be seen in the degree of the Black Dragon fire. The same can be in such a cold day to stroll through the night market is also very difficult not to buy things. Not to mention that the day is too cold not to eat, a little bit easy to be even colder. One side. Chang Yu said, brother, awesome right? I'm telling you there's really a lot of delicious food inside, and it's absolutely hygienic. All of them have been tested, and the raw materials are purchased by Black Dragon. Absolutely no problem. Chang Lu nodded in renewed amazement after listening. He is different from Chang Yu as a businessman. Think more. Understand that unified procurement to grasp the quality is only a certain aspect. More can expand the company's efficiency, and profits will not be very low. Upstream and downstream connectivity. The Black Dragon and these stall owners can't be considered a partnership. Instead it's more like a hiring relationship. The Black Dragon hires the stall owners to cook. Everything else is provided by the Black Dragon. The stall owners only contribute to the craftsmanship. In this way the Black Dragon could fire any stallholder if he wished, and the initiative was completely in his hands. As long as the Black Dragon night market stays hot, or doesn't lose too much heat, it's a solid win. Brush. His gaze narrowed slightly when he saw a group of patrols passing by, and he couldn't help but look at Chang Yu and say, you really think the Black Dragon is formal? Chang Yu nodded, brother, I think the outside are rumors. Black Dragon seems to be a social property. In fact, the internal harmony, everything is all business, and did not appear to cut people's sinking incident. Those things I think are blackmail. I met with Jiang too, looks not so ruthless, and Jiang's favorite words are, Black Dragon is a regular company. Chang Lu nodded half-heartedly. Obviously, not all believe. After all, Xinjiang's social big brother status is known to everyone. The North District, famous. It was also that he was well aware that his own sister would not lie. Otherwise he would definitely think that his sister was cajoling him. Could it be? Chang Lu muttered. Everything is a rumor. Xinjiang is not as ruthless as the legend. Black Dragon is really a regular company. No way. The authorities must be obsessed. The younger sister received preferential treatment due to her relationship with Qin Cheng, and she is not a core staff member who is not aware of the internal specifics of the matter to have such naive thoughts. Who's the regular company that says they're regular? Brother Chang Lu. You. Qin Chang walked out of the night market to Chang Lu. Chang Yu waved up and said, the management department. Mr. Wang is in the office. I've already talked to him about the campaign. You can go first to talk briefly. This is not Qin Cheng pretending to be big, nor is he meddling in the management department. But in the meeting Wang Tao openly said to campaign for some design and construction companies to take over the project. Asked the middle staff have no acquaintance. Recommend the right one can also give bonuses. Due to her again and again before the Chang Lu set out. Chang Lu nodded. Great. Qin Cheng, it's just that the expansion project is at an advanced stage and there won't be any major work, just some tail ends. Brother Chang Lu, you don't mind, do you? Chang Lu, of course I don't mind. My company's volume can do some of the tail project. Really contracting big can't do. A little bit of side project is enough. He wasn't arrogant and wouldn't think he could swallow the project whole in one fell swoop with his Qin Cheng connections. Let's not talk about the fact that he can't even finish it without that volume. But let's talk about what he'll do if he doesn't have a good grasp of a big project and has problems. The Black Dragon shall not seek him out. Xinjiang shall not sink him in the river. As for his sister's comment about the Black Dragon being formal, well, it's easy to listen and get carried away. Cheng Yu on the side as if to see Chang Lu heart cannot help but speechless skimming, muttered, do not believe me. The Black Dragon is the family is positive. She didn't finish her sentence. A growl was seen coming from the management office directly in front of him. What? Outrageous. Hua Shang is looking for death. Martyr. All hands gather. Immediately. Quick. A growl emanated from the Ministry of Management. Immediately. Just saw 7 or 8 Black Dragon personnel rushed out from inside. They rushed to all directions, 2 fingers in their mouths. Bursts of loud and clear whistles resounded in all corners of the night market. In the meantime, the same yell came from within DSS. KAM mother asterisk her, even bullied to John's head. Dare to 2-year-old on the ground. Gather. Copy the weapon. Ministry of Transportation. Feng Lin yelled. Transportation department all gather. Empty the trucks for me to load people. Quick. Load people. Marketing. Sun Yuan put down his computer and stood up directly. Put down your hands and assemble. All hands on deck. Downstairs and in the car. Finance department. Bai Lu's eyes went ice cold when she got the news. She looked at the other financial officers who were working and said, "Continue to inventory the accounts. I'll be back to check." Having said that, scanning the house and seeing some broken stool, I went straight up and kicked the legs off the stool and rushed downstairs with it. Chapter 172. Several truckloads of people. Shock from all sides. Phew. A loud and clear whistle resounded in many places, and a large number of formally dressed Black Dragon personnel were seen rushing out from various locations. Wang Tao strides out of the management department. His gaze is cold. Looking at the opposite froze Qin Qing. "Three people. Today something, you let him come back another day. You two stay to guard the night market." He said that he no longer cared about Qin Qing's 3 people but instead went towards the front of the night market, where hundreds of management department personnel had already gathered. Cards. Card pool. More than a dozen cars were parked in front of the night market, along with many large trucks behind them. After the development of the Black Dragon, new vehicles have been purchased for a long time, and there are no less than 10 cars under the Department of Management, as well as other departments, among which the Department of Transportation has the largest number of vehicles, mainly trucks. Of course, Wang Tao saw Feng Lin and Sun Yuan nodding across the room, and when he saw Bai Lu carrying the legs of the stool, the corners of his mouth twitched twice before he could speak, but in the end he didn't say anything. Wang Tao, Sun Yuan, Feng Lin, Bai Lu full color icy cold. In getting their own brother Jiang suffered a car accident when they all a little crazy, but Jiang really out of anything who can accept. They all treat Jiang as their big brother. Boo! Wang Tao's fists clenched. Brother Jiang, his own good big brother. The big brother who brought him out as a human being was almost hit. He couldn't wait to get the culprit killed to relieve his hatred. Without any nonsense he shouted aloud, "Depart!" Boom! 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 Some juniors had already opened the car door. Wang Tao and Sun Yuan got into the sedan, and some core members quickly got into the car. Boom! The back doors of several large trucks were opened. Some Black Dragon personnel drank. Go! Brush! 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 A large number of Black Dragon personnel boarded the back of the van and threw bundles of baseball bats and black umbrellas inside the van. Soon, a couple of trucks loaded about the same. More than a dozen cars sped away with the trucks, and it didn't take long at all for everything to flow smoothly. This shocking scene let many witnesses froze on the spot. Cannot help but be surprised. Misty grass? What's going on? So many people on board at once, all out of the trucks pulling people? What the hell is going on? I'm not sure of the specifics, but it looks like they're clearly out to do battle, with a vengeance. A few hundred people going out to war. That's outrageous. At the same time, there were also stall owners whose faces changed slightly, and they had just heard some words due to their proximity to the Ministry of Management. It's like Qin Jiang had a car accident and Huaxing did it. So, it was self-evident what the Black Dragon was going to do with the sudden gathering of people, and it was surely to go and settle the score with Huaxing. I'm afraid something big is going to happen in Matsue. The moment. Chang Lu looked at the picture of the hundreds of people who had just gotten on the bus in an aggressive manner, before looking at Chang Yu. Are you sure Black Dragon is a legitimate company? Chang Yu, they probably went out to reason. Chang Lu, he felt that something big might have happened. A county town. Incomparably depressed to go home to accompany the old man. Yizhe heard the phone inside the message, incomparably exuberant. What? Qin Jiang had a car accident. Great. It's really time. I told you that it's impossible for Huaxing not to do something? Wait a minute. You said he was fine. He's so tough. The truck couldn't even kill him. Snap. He hung up the phone and called the secretary of the nursing home. You keep an eye on the situation of the Black Dragon and see if Qin Jiang is injured or not. What? You said that the Black Dragon had just tumbled over and gathered hundreds of people to drive away. Misty grass. Looks like Qin Jiang got real. A moment later he hangs up and paces back and forth in the room. For a long time he picks up the phone with determination. Hello? I'm reporting an impending mass brawl in Buckingham. Yes, inside a villa. Uncle Long was equally shocked to hear that he had just gotten the news. Qin Jiang was in a car accident? Who did it? A young man on one side blurted out. Who else could it be? Huaxing's Zhou Shang. He's got a temper like that. He'll do anything. It's just a shame we didn't run Qin Jiang over. This statement was made. Uncle Long did not reprimand. Can do this kind of thing only Zhou Shang. Other social bigwigs cannot do it. Nothing else, just rules. Each circle has its own unspoken rules. To their level in doing things cannot be too underhanded. Otherwise it will be pierced to attack. After all, you can let people truck to run over people. that others can also let people drive a car to death. You do not all messed up. Youth, uncle. Qin Jiang is fine. What do you think his reaction will be? It should make war on Huasheng. Uncle Long, to Qin Jiang before the character certainly will not rest. As to what extent is not clear. It is likely that they will be the same way to do the same thing, or on the Huasheng business. And his background is not simple. Another message arrived half an hour later. The Black Dragon had gathered hundreds of men toward Buckingham. What? To Uncle Long's old age and to elaborate can't help but be shocked to get up. Really the news is too out of his expectations. He thought Qin Jiang will make all kinds of means. Only did not guess that Qin Jiang choose the most primitive means of frontal hard work. Take hundreds of men to kill Buckingham. How wild and dominating. A long time Uncle Long lamented. Song Jiang, how long has not come out so fierce youth? Really fierce. Simultaneous orders. Go and send someone to check around Buckingham. I want to get first-hand information and everything first. Yes. Someone promised to leave quickly. Other Songjiang bigwigs had also gotten the news that Qin Jiang had been involved in a car accident, as well as bringing people to kill Buckingham, and had asked people in the vicinity of Buckingham to report on the situation in the first place. Wu Yu got the news earlier. His face was gloomy. Damn, is Huasheng crazy? Dare to do so. Qin Jiang, he's gone crazy too, making such a big commotion. Brush. He picked up the phone and called to Qin Jiang. Always pay attention to the Qin Jiang information. Xiao Sun also received the news at the first time, weighed the pros and cons and reported to Bai Weiguo. Out of his expectation, Bai Weiguo did not say anything after hearing the news, although his face was gloomy. Xiao Sun, leader. Bai Lu's classmates also went. White Guardian, Sonny, why don't I go and bring her back? White Guardian, she's an adult with her own choices. Little Sun. After waiting for Little Sun to leave, Bai Weiguo put down his fountain pen, picked up his eyeglass cloth to wipe his eyes and muttered, "It seems, you have made your choice." Suburbs. Zhou Hua, who was just about to get out of the car and go back to the villa to rest, changed his face slightly when he heard the news on the phone. He wondered if he had misheard or if his subordinates had reported false information, but he knew that he had not misheard and that his subordinates would never dare to report false information to him. Snap. Hanging up the phone, he didn't hesitate. Turn around. Go back to Buckingham. Now. Inside the car, Xu Zheng hung up the phone and said to Qin Jiang, "Brother Jiang, people to code all. 30 minutes later can arrive in Buckingham." Qin Jiang nodded slightly, picked up the phone and searched the directory for a multiple rejected call number to dial, and was soon connected on the other side. Qin Jiang, cooperation. Begin. Chapter 173, Qin Jiang's caution. Take Xiao Sheng away. Soon, the message came back on the phone. Have fun working together. Meanwhile, a second message follows. No innocent people shall be harmed. No lives shall be lost as well as serious injuries. No 8 major crimes shall be committed. And all the rest shall be within the scope of cooperation. Qin Jiang looked at the 3 warnings, did not have any change in expression, but instead looked to one side at Zhu Zhang. Zhu Zhang, don't worry, brother Jiang. Our men are almost here. We'll get everything back. Qin Jiang nodded silently. Cooperation. It can never be done with just one message. Jingle. Caller ID, Lao Wu. Qin Jiang hung up the phone. He can guess the other party to call himself for what, but today he must set up the authority. Cannot be turned into a good thing? Otherwise it will only make the situation worse. Rather than so, not as the following ruthless hand once and for all, deterred all the people. The other side. Wang Feng put down his cell phone and sat in the office and tapped the desktop. It's true what the leader said. Such a person will inevitably meet with Huasheng. Cooperation is a matter of time. This Qin Jiang is really difficult to deal with. Communicate with himself for such a long time, ultimately rely on his own initiative to cooperate. Good thing. Everything went well. It's just not clear what kind of commotion he's going to make this time when he leads hundreds of people to kill Buckingham. I don't think the action will be too small, and it shouldn't be too outrageous judging by his past experience. He also made calls to deploy the work. Dang, dang, there was a knock on the door from outside, and a youth pushed the door and looked at Wang Feng and said, "Leader, there are people outside looking for, saying that they have come to take the commitment documents." Listen to this. The corners of Wang Feng's mouth couldn't help but twitch twice. Mud. This Qin Jiang do things really cautious. Verbal promise is still not assured. Have to sign. Video recording to do. And in such a critical emergency immediately send someone to take. How much importance he really attaches to the laws and regulations to such a degree of reverence. How he mixes into the big brother. That's outrageous. But there is no delay in refusing. First of all, he is very impervious to Qin Jiang. He is afraid of his side delay. Qin Jiang will also choose to delay, or even put down the challenge to go back to not in the cooperation. That is completely unacceptable to him. Secondly, He did not want false cooperation. Qin Jiang is not one of those suspected criminals, but a fair and square businessman. White. This kind of person's security can be friendly cooperation. Also do not need to violate the principle can be written in the file. Also because Qin Jiang is incredibly special and perfectly meets all the requirements. Otherwise the three Wang phone would not have been personally mobilized in the first place. Shake your head. He said. Take him to the conference room. Said to go to the other two leaders. Qin Jiang demanded that must be the same day three people collective commitment. He had just left the house when someone else came to report. Captain, we just received a call from the local area that a large-scale armed fight is about to take place in Buckingham. Look, Wang Feng frowned, not sure who would choose to report it this time, but did not think too much. Let them do not have to pay attention to. The precinct has my orders in the departure. 10 minutes later, a duck-tongued young man left the conference room, and just as he walked outside to his car he plugged a flash drive into his computer to copy multiple backups and started backing up the copies as well. The duck-tongued youth said, Jiang order, a type of 6 copies, one of which sent postal, not allowed to open the seal. Understood. Someone took a copy of the document and solemnly put it away to be mailed out when they got up early the next morning. After the duck-tongued youth distributed the remaining copies, taking out his cell phone, he sent out a message. Brother Zhang, everything is in order. Boo. Were you angry to the phone or smashed on the table? Why do not answer the phone? Cannot get through? All cannot get through. He has just called more than Qin Jiang, including Zhu Jingdu, and the result is obvious that all of them cannot be reached. Later, he even let people find Wang Tao and other people phone. The results of his call to the opposite side of the first time they all play dumb. The second time simply do not answer. The meaning is self-evident. Grandma, Wu Yu couldn't help but burst into foul language. Zhou Shang, what are you doing messing with Qin Jiang? Is he a good person to mess with? And Qin Jiang, haven't you always been careful, never feared the law? And what are you doing out here with hundreds of people? Reasoning? How in the world do you make me feel? After a few months of contact with him, early Qin Jiang is the future development of the University of the rise of important people, but also Qin Jiang as a confidant and friend, cannot watch him fall into the abyss. What's the point of getting involved when you're doing good business? Wu Yu cursed and ran downstairs, directly starting the vehicle also quickly toward Buckingham Nursing Home. Yi Jikai stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows looking at the gradually darkening down the night. Could not help but smile slightly. Many enemies in this world do not need you to go out. Sometimes you just need to wait quietly. He will make his own death. Wow. Drivers offsetting turns to turn in place. Inside the car, Yingnan looked at Zhou Hua, who hung up the phone with an incomparably gloomy face, and asked directly, what happened? Zhou Hua, Qin Jiang was just in a car accident. Yingnan's eyes slightly condensed, subconsciously blurted out, Xiaosheng did? After all, today's juncture can make such a bad thing as Zhou Sheng can do out. The rest of the people have the ability to not do so, do not have the ability to also dare to do so. Zhou Hua, eyes slightly closed, helplessly sighed, it's him. As of now, other than that brother of his, only a purely rash person could have done this, but there was basically no probability. Yingnan also cannot help but twitch the corner of his mouth 2 times. Before the rise of Zhou Shang so dry can say bold dare to do, but now the scale of Huashing Zhou Shang is still so dry, can only say that the head to let the donkey kick will be so stupid. This, you can't play like that. Yingnan, what's the situation? Qin Jiangyi, Zhou Hua, Qin Jiang was not injured. It is said that his brother Sijou was injured, and now Qin Jiang gathered hundreds of people to kill Buckingham? Young Nam, she didn't know what to say, saying that Zhou Shang was too much of a vegetable who had clearly made the first move but hadn't killed the person off, but instead had caused Qin Jiang, the Black Dragon, to have a seizure. Qin Jiang seems to have gone a little crazy and is taking several hundred men directly to Buckingham. What is he going to do? What's he going to do? Zhou Hua frowned. The visitor is not good. Although it is unlikely, but he is young and vigorous, anything is possible. Hideo, what now? What to do? Zhou Hua, no matter what, we can't let Xiaosheng meet up with him. Otherwise Qin Jiang is really prone to do something big. Said. He didn't hesitate to call Zhou Shang, Tutsi, showing a busy line in progress. Perennial cultivation. Zhou Hua also could not help but burst a foul mouth, and then directly called the Buckingham manager. This is Chao Hua. Have someone take Sheng away immediately. Where to? Wherever you want. Don't let him take him in Buckingham. Come on, get him straight away. A moment, Qin Jiang, to you try to delay. I will immediately rush back. Fast. Chapter 174, Zhou Shang, how dare he? Qin Jiang arrives. Buckingham. Zhou Shang likewise received the news of the mission failure, and was furious as he cursed madly in his office. Wastes, a bunch of wastes. The Zhou family raised him for so many years for nothing. What else does he need to do if he can't even finish off Qin Zhang? Crackle. A gust of falling and breaking sounds resounded inside the box, scaring the few waiters outside into trembling. Ryoko. It took a moment for the inside of the box to quiet down. Zhou Sheng sitting on the table is thinking about the next step, how to get Qin Zhang. Not to get Qin Zhang dead, he was not willing to think half a day, did not think of a better countermeasure. After all, Zhou Hua ordered not to let him call Huasheng's people, and now the old generals do not listen to him at all. The only card A Bao also lost, and now he's more like a head of the loss of claws of a leopard, immensely violent, can be no killing power. Ryoko. He didn't bother to think about it anymore. Even if he didn't run Qin Zhang over today, I guess he was scared enough. It's sure to keep him scared for a while, and I'm glad when he's down. Boo! He pushed open the door of the box and shouted, "Get some new good-looking ones, I want to get high today." Several waiters nodded and left. Something suddenly came to mind. Brush. Zhou Sheng turned off his cell phone, afraid that his big brother would call him to question him after getting the information. As for tomorrow's questioning by his own big brother, he will just shrug it off and pretend he doesn't know anything about it. Whatever. Even if he did, who could do anything about it? Soon inside the next box came a burst of clamor, as well as incomparable Zhou Sheng's trademark psychopathic shouts. Get high. Buckingham. As a famous entertainment venue in the North District, the daily traffic is very large. A lot of local bosses, foreign bosses are willing to come to the place. Parked cars than before the auction are more luxurious. Doorway. On either side, the welcome guests stand up respectfully, and as soon as the owner enters, they all shout, "Welcome to Buckingham. It's going to be a great night." There will just be a lot of bosses who will give unique rewards. See only. A middle-aged man with a big belly wearing a manager's suit came out from inside, and he was none other than Buckingham's deputy general manager. It's also the old man Watson, on whom the vast majority of the business on the ground in Buckingham turns left all the time. Look at him down. A large number of service personnel have respectfully greeted. The vice president only calmly nodded his head and said, "All hands on deck. There will be consequences for anyone who tries to cheat. Buckingham wants to make its guests feel at home, and the doorman will keep the cars in good shape, brushed and waxed, to keep smiling. 8 teeth smile, understand. That teeth are not straight. What happened? Front office manager, give him to the back of the reception. Deduct your wages for a day. Will not arrange." A scolding plus a reprimand made all of them dare not speak. The vice president was in the middle of saying something when the phone suddenly rang. Hearing the words coming and constantly, he blushed furiously. Understood. I'm on it. Snap. He hangs up the phone without bothering to reprimand the others and rushes inside Buckingham, his large stomach shaking, pushing several buttons in the elevator before getting on. Downstairs, there was the unmistakable sound of a siren. The vice president rushed towards box 888, and just as he arrived in front of the box, he heard incomparable shocking music coming from inside. Boo! He pushed open the compartment door and entered. All the people inside looked at him, and Shang at the table also looked at him and shouted, "Come on, give manager you an XO." Snap! A little girl starts a drink and hands it to the vice president. The vice president yelled, "What a time to be drinking. Come down and follow me, come on." But the box was too noisy, plus the crowd drank a lot. Even if his voice was loud, did not hear much. Zhou Sheng, what did you say? VP, hurry up. Zhou Sheng, I don't want wine. VP, it's too late. Zhou Sheng, to eat a banquet? Who gets married and doesn't go? VP, he yelled frantically, turn off the music for me, and picked up the bottle and slammed it down hard on the floor. Snap! This kind of movement to the scene of the crowd stunned. Immediately someone went to turn off the music box. Quiet down. Everyone looked at the vice president, face fear. This is the Buckingham establishment. But Zhou Sheng is not afraid. He was not very satisfied with the vice president. The other side only listened to his big brother's words. Do not put him in the eyes. Cannot help but frown and said, "What? You all dare to wrestle with me?" The vice president of the face of speechless. He naturally clear. Zhou Sheng dissatisfied with him can simply do not care. You listen. You dry. Qin Zhang's matter has been exposed. He is now with a few hundred people to kill over the obvious rush to you. Your brother asked you to immediately leave Buckingham. With me to go. He said that he was going to go forward to pull Zhou Sheng. What? Zhou Sheng dodged his grasp and looked at the manager with a face full of incredulity. You said, Qin Zhang brought people to kill over? VP, yes. Asterisk. Zhou Sheng's anger was unstoppable. Grandma, how dare he kill the door? How dare he do that? Has he put Hua Sheng in his eyes? Outrageous. Zhou Sheng was a bit flustered inside. It was clear to him that things might have really gotten out of hand. And in his perception Qin Zhang shouldn't have been like this. What makes a newly risen kid dare to bring people to kill the door? And hundreds of them. Where are all these people? How could those people dare to mess around with him like that? Qin Jiang. What makes his accident think I did it? Does he have proof? Ah. The vice president looked at Zhou Shang's expression as if he was looking at a little cutie. Like a little cutie. Evidence. You think playing gentleman's agreement with you? You send people to run people over and expect them to talk to you about evidence. VP, whether or not you did it, and whether or not Qin Jiang has any evidence, it's obvious that he's already put things on your head. Come with me, don't meet up with him to widen the conflict. Your brother will be here soon. Go! He pulled. Zhou Shang intended to leave but could not pull. Zhou Shang shook off his hand, raw face arrogant. I'm not leaving. I want to go. Will not let the world think that I am afraid of him. Here is Buckingham is not his Black Dragon night market. Here is what I say. Here who ing dare to move me, Zhou Shang. VP, wah. Zhou Shang, don't hold my brother over me. It's useless. The VP had to say something else. Suddenly, a voice came from the walkie-talkie on his belt. Below, all the service staff watched the vice president left only to breathe a sigh of relief. Working in Buckingham, although the salary is quite a lot of, often have tips. Naturally, also very tired to always keep the best state. And there's always some drunk and rowdy. Just as they were about to get back to work, suddenly one of the attendants pointed into the distance. Missed weed? Brush. The others looked. They saw more than 20 cars traveling in a convoy followed by several vans. Front office manager heard the roar of vehicles outside, came out to see. Looked at the crowd of cars and trucks, froze. I did not hear that there are good sent today. And then send also to send the back door. Why get in front of still so many cars? More than 20 cars and several trucks rushed to stop in front of the Buckingham front door. The two sides of the vehicles are driving straight from the crowded honk. The front office manager subconsciously let the service staff to go up to check the command. But the next moment, the service staff stops coming forward. The front office manager is dumbfounded. And the squeezed cars don't dare to honk their horns. See only. Chapter 175 Under the Buckeye. The Black Dragon Gathering. Boom, boom, boom. The doors of more than 20 sedans opened directly. And hundreds of youths in formal attire came down from inside. Their faces are cold and they are obviously hiding something in the cuffs of their arms or behind their backs. See this. A number of just honking car owners lost their voices. Foggy, what's going on? So many people are getting out of the car. Obviously not for the right reasons. But isn't this Buckingham? Is it hard to believe that these people are going to cause trouble in Buckingham? Maybe it's really possible. After all, anyone could tell that the hundreds of people who got out of the car were not normal Buckingham consumers, but rather more like socialites. So, what can a large group of community members do when they come to Buckingham? I'm afraid something really bad is going to happen. Opposite. The front office manager looked solemn. He looked at the sudden appearance of hundreds of people, likewise feel that the visitor is not good. But how to say is also the existence of the current hall manager. Naturally seen the world clear Buckingham bottom. Although Buckingham has been a long time not mixing the world does not mean that Buckingham no one. Not to mention the security around. Plus some other miscellaneous personnel also have dozens of people. Even if the 100 or so people in front of him did come to make trouble, Buckingham wouldn't be able to wait long enough for help to come. Think about it. He wasn't too flustered, but instead pretended to be calm and collected as he berated the other waitstaff. What's the panic? Look at you, have not seen the world. Not just come more than 100 people. In Buckingham is a dragon also have to lie down. Is a tiger also have to lie down? No one cannot make it understand not. The service staff are still a little bit scared, but they are no longer so afraid. They also more or less know some of the background of Buckingham, and understand that not everyone can come to make trouble. Cough, cough. The front office manager looked at his own sentence to suppress the scene, could not help but feel pleased with himself, did not hesitate to go forward to look at the hundreds of people from the rip surged down and asked, I am the front office manager of the Buckingham. I do not know what you come to Buckingham. Can have a reservation? Can. He was calm and collected, calmly dealt with the appearance of a number of blocked car owners, have to give appreciation. Worthy of Buckingham, Songjiang's top entertainment center. Even a random ex-manager has this kind of vigor. To be so calm in the face of such a thing, it seems that you don't take the 100 or so people in front of you seriously at all. How to say is also the old top social forces. Who knows how much Buckingham has the bottom, may not be more security people, and has been washing bottom can soon call in hundreds of people to save the scene. One time, these car owners couldn't help but all look at the hundreds of people coming down from within the caravan. They wanted to see what these people were going to do. Are you really going to make a scene? Buckingham will do a reaction again. At the same time, they were more interested in knowing who in the end had the guts to come to Buckingham to cause trouble. They are not the top people in Songjiang. Plus they are not so particularly well informed, so naturally it is impossible for them to learn about Qin Zhang's car accident in such a short time. Ran. Just as the manager of the front office was congratulating himself and the rest of the crowd was watching. But see, from the car down hundreds of people simply did not look at the front office manager. Headed Zhao Shanhe face cold smile. Come to do what? To do you. Of course. What the hell? The front office manager was stunned, just about to get angry. Brush. Zhao Shanhe waved his hand between a few juniors, rushed to the back of a few vans to open the door. Under the unbelievable gaze of all the people, a youth in formal dress constantly jumped down from the van. 10, 50, raw hundreds of people got down from inside the van. Hundreds of people, what a concept. Hundreds of young people, what a concept. Standing there gives people indescribable oppressive feeling. Anyway, even if just incomparably confident front office manager or wildly changed face, and even a little panic, body slightly trembling, he understands that the manpower inside Buckingham simply cannot stop the impact of more than a few hundred people, not to mention that in front of the more than 300 people look unusual people. Who is unusual people ferociously dressed in leather? And the men looked in Buckingham's direction full of anger. That's right, it's anger. Visible anger. The kind of anger that makes you want to eat someone. Gulp. Gusts of swallowing mouth water sound endless. A time the whole room lost their voices, atmosphere scorched to the apex. Immediately, all eyes subconsciously looked to the middle of the SUV. This car in the center of the fleet from start to finish, inside and no one. There are currently more than 10 youths around the car to run over the erection of the guards. It looks like all of those erection of youths and all the status of extraordinary. Inside the person is obviously the big brother. Brother Jiang. It's here. Zhang Qi said quickly out of the car to the back seat orientation to open the door, and reached out to cover the carport. In the limelight, a Qin Jiang, dressed in black formal attire and with a face that was cold to the core, slowly descended from the car. At the same time, outside the gathering of hundreds of young people, all subconsciously scanning up and down, a glance to determine that Qin Jiang and no injuries, cannot help but all have to breathe a sigh of relief, and then brushed their heads. Jiang! Jiang! Although only comma dress cannot hold the crowd, more than a few hundred people shouted. The scene is incredibly shocking. Wait! Suddenly someone recognized Qin Jiang, brother Jiang. So many people, black formal dress, nearly 2 meters strong man, pig-tailed youth. Isn't this the North District's newly risen social bigwig Qin Jiang? This statement was made. Others had also recognized Qin Jiang's identity. To be clear, that Qin Jiang was currently famous in Songjiang. The reason why I didn't recognize it at first glance just now was because Qin Jiang didn't take the iconic Ben C888 this time. Recognizing it now does not come with horror. Qin Jiang brought several hundred people to Buckingham. What is he going to do? It's hard not to. I had heard that Qin Jiang and Huasheng have conflicts, but I did not expect the conflict is so outrageous. This is to go to war? Songjiang hasn't had a grand scene like this in how many years? Likewise, the front office manager also recognized Qin Jiang's identity at the first time. Where can he still show calmness? Body subconsciously backward a few steps. Was a few service personnel up to assist. Manager, are you alright? Manager, are you hypoglycemic? Low, my ass. But the manager of the front office could not say so much. Immediately shivering and pulling out the walkie-talkie from his pocket. Report, report. Something happened downstairs. Qin Jiang. It's that Black Dragon boss from the North District. He's bringing a few hundred more people to kill the door. Back up. Request backup. Quick backup. Zira. A surprised voice came over the intercom. More. How many? Front office manager. Hundreds of people. All big, strong guys. Zira. The intercom was silent for a few moments before the vice president's voice came through. Hold on. 10 minutes is all I need. Front office manager, Sigma degree. Hold on. Me. Take the front desk attendant against the hundreds of Black Dragon personnel gawking across the street for 10 minutes. Can you stand it? Chapter 176, Qin Jiang, smashing. Buckingham panic. Jiang. Wang Tao looked at Qin Jiang. We have gathered all our men. All of them are brothers who know their roots. Everything will wait for Brother Jiang's command. Both sides, Sun Yuan, Feng Lin, Bai Lu and other have voiced the situation in tone of voice full of impatience. Not only their Black Dragon senior, hundreds of Black Dragon personnel also all clenched fists. In their eyes Jiang is the supreme existence. Untouchable existence. Now someone openly get Jiang, how can they not be angry, do not want to retaliate back? Not to mention that they are all a very long time have not been out of the hand-long itchy hands. Tap, tap, tap. Qin Jiang walked towards Buckingham step by step, followed by several hundred juniors at the back of the top brass such as Zhu Zhang on the left, 4-9 on the right, Wang Tao, Bai Lu, Feng Lin, Zhao Shanhe. and Sun Yuan on both sides. Qin Jiang as if back to the last life. With the rear of the hundreds of little brother aura reached its peak. Gulp! The front office manager shuddered and forced himself to step forward again. Welcome, Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin, are you here to play? There are so many people here at once that it may not be possible to entertain them, so I'll have the inside cleared out to make room for Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin, you see, look at your horse. Zhao Shanhe went up and grabbed the front hall manager neck collar to pick him up and bring him inside. At the same time, the back of the little brother hula rushed up to scare the front service personnel scattered and fled. Tread! Qin Jiang arrived at the Buckingham plaque calmly spitting out a word as his minions in the front opened the way and flanked by his minions in the back. Smash! Zhu Zhang shouted aloud. Blockade the 4 directions. Anyone who is not from Buckingham will be expelled. And if you dare to mess with Zheng, you will have to pay the price. Smash me. Yes, yes. The crowd of mid-level personnel brush should be quickly divided into batches to lead the brothers rushed to all directions. A large number of weapons from the sleeves fell out rushed Buckingham various decorations to open smash. Anum. Crackle. Anum. Crackle. A deafening smashing sound came out of Buckingham, as well as a large number of surprised calls. Who are you people? Do you know where this place is? Goo. Who hit me? I'll see who dares. I'm a lawyer. How dare you? Hey, I'm not a Buckingham lawyer. Don't push me. Who's pushing me? Scram. Brother Jiang is on business. All roll, or else suffer the consequences. In the countless people dumbfounded, a large number of lousy guests from the Buckingham inside rushed out. Can come to Buckingham consumption or what people? Who is not a bit of status? Who can be calm today with the dog out of the people like? The vast majority of them, however, only kept muttering and swearing at Buckingham not daring to do anything. No one is stupid. With hundreds of people rushing Buckingham, obviously the North District rising big brother Qin Jiang moving real anger. Even if it is not clear what is happening but no one will be at this point in time to anger Qin Jiang to draw fire on themselves. Asterisk. How in the world did you mess with this maniac? Don't you think about the consequences of making so much noise? Who can cover it if something goes wrong? The young man is reckless. This young man, until a well-informed person said that not long ago, Qin Jiang almost died in a car accident. It is clear why Qin Jiang is so angry. The moment. Looking at the Buckingham, which constantly emits violent smashing sounds, as well as the noisy heckling and angry cursing inside can't help but wonder. It's not possible that Qin Jiang is going to die with Huasheng. Shouldn't Qin Jiang sink Zhou Sheng in the river today? Shouldn't. One time, the crowd did not dare to continue cursing and swearing have gotten into the car to hide, and did not leave to prepare for the hilarity. Buckingham. In front of the stairs Zhu was waving a folding fan in his hand. Push up horizontally. Yes. Wang Tao led his boys to rush up the stairs and soon occupied the second floor. At the moment of rushing up the stairs, a large number of boys raised their slingshots and started to attack the cameras in all directions. Pop, pop, snap. One camera shattered. The other directions of the stairs were also led by Feng Lin and Sun Yuan, who quickly blocked the stairs to prevent Zhou Sheng from escaping. Rushed to the fourth floor only to face the Buckingham blocking personnel. Not Buckingham action is not fast. Really these years dared to make trouble in Buckingham basically no. Even if occasionally there are a few trouble also on a few people, just a few security can block. Can face the Black Dragon hundreds of brothers collective horizontal push. The first few layers of security simply can't hold back the Black Dragon brothers hit the hiding box dare not come out. And even security scared to pretend guests to run out. Only a few dollars a month to play what life. Zhao Shanhe, is this it? Front office manager, yes. He kept fluttering to signal Zhao Shanhe to release his grip on his neck. Boom, boom, boom. Zhao Shanhe grabbed the front office manager neck collar and kicked the door of the room hard. Breaking or snapping. Boom. The main door was kicked open directly. Zhao Shanhe with his minions rushed in to see a large number of monitors hanging on the wall inside. Many monitors have a picture. There are also some dark. Obviously, this is the Buckingham surveillance room. Although the Black Dragons have been instructed by Jiang to have a slingshot team break up the cameras on each floor, the surveillance room has to be cleared as a precautionary measure. Zhao Shanhe, displays are all broken, memory cards are destroyed in place, and check to see if there's a cloud backup. Separate surveillance security for questioning. 8th floor. The manager just ordered the front office manager to top it off then looked at Zhou Sheng and said, hurry up and go. Qin Jiang has killed to the doorstep. He almost didn't get run over today certainly won't stop. Zhou Sheng, I'm afraid of him not. Really bully to the doorstep. Yard man. Give me a yard man. The manager was just about to say something. Zira. Intercom again came anxious voice. Qin Jiang has led people to kill into the Buckingham. Came in to smash. The front hall manager and the first floor of the other personnel life and death do not know. That fast? The manager's face changed wildly. Waste. That bunch of pure and simple trash in the front office can't even make it through a few minutes of maneuvering. Looking at Zhou Sheng anxious, quickly from the back door to go. That Qin Jiang obviously really angry. If you do not go will be too late. Zhou Sheng directly snatched the walkie-talkie. Hello. I'm Zhou Sheng. All the security guards gather. Copy the weapon. Don't be a wimp. Give me a dry. As long as you can hold on to the reinforcements. One person will be rewarded $10,000. He thinks that Buckingham Security Department nearly 100 people, half of the gangster origin and geographical advantage. Even if Qin Jiang's people are more than enough to hold out for an hour or two, Huasheng reinforcements will arrive. As for escape, who is he? He's the number 2 man in Watson. He's been a big shot in society for a long time. Today to escape will not let outsiders say that he is afraid of Qin Jiang, the laughingstock of the crowd. So even if a little afraid of him to do, as long as he can survive, his reputation is still there. The moment. There were bursts of clamor from outside, and it was obvious that Qin Jiang's raid had called with news that alarmed the attendants. Boo! He pushed the box open and droned. What's the point of panicking? As long as I'm here and my brother is here, the sky won't fall. Only after hearing this did the service staff settle down, and the manager followed and rushed out to look at what Zhou Sheng was going to say. Just then, Zira. There was a rush of voices over the intercom. Asterisk. Black Dragon's people are crazy. Too fierce. Can't carry it at all. Have hit the 4th floor. 5th floor brothers folded. 6th floor. Chapter 177. Attacking the top floor. Blocking Zhou Sheng. One time, a burst of urgent and noisy anxious voices kept coming out from the intercom, as well as a lot of quarrels, scolding, and smashing sounds from the intercom. Ding. Clang. Boom. Mud. Who is Zhou Sheng? Dare to hit my big brother's attention. I have to get him killed today? Dry. Who dares to stop me? Beat them all down. Lock them in the box. Gulp. Gulp. A burst of swallowing saliva in the 8th floor resounded. Just when Zhou Sheng suppressed down the service staff once again panic. Some women are shivering cannot help but scream out. How could it be so fast? Zhou Sheng issued the same question as the manager. He could not believe that the headquarters of Buckingham so quickly let people constantly cross. Whether Buckingham is too weak or the Black Dragon is too fierce. Ding. Bam. Snap. Snap. A jumble of crashing noises interrupted his query, causing his face to change wildly as they were no longer coming from the intercom, but from the location of the stairs below. Ah. Ah. A number of teenage waitresses screamed at the sound. Stop yelling. Zhou Sheng growled to stop it. No one paid any attention to his attempts to stop him, but instead, the screams were so loud that it was frightening to hear them. Even if Zhou Sheng, this lawless people are a bit flustered. To escape the impulse to listen to the bottom of the shouts have his name. Obviously Qin Jiang to target is him. Once he fell into the hands of the other side, absolutely no good fruit to eat, but he was not willing to do so, or he can't let go of his face. Just now he was so arrogant in front of the crowd, said that the sky will not fall, but the result of a split second to run away is not a big joke also. He's hesitating, or waiting for the right step. One side. The vice president of the sophisticated people naturally saw Zhou Sheng mentality at a glance, but not incomparably contemptuous. Martyr. Hua brother, why can have such a brother? Really a mother born? In addition to a little reckless, what all dare to do outside the basic, no advantages. Also with those who do not learn, the second generation can play a piece to go. You're obviously scared and ready to leave, yet you're trying to save face. You really think you're somebody. But how can he say that he is also an old man of Huasheng? Plus just now Zhou Hua called him to explain the task. Not by the way. Mr. Sheng, you must hurry. It's not that I'm afraid of Qin Jiang. Rather, it's just that the enemy is outnumbered and we're temporarily avoiding the front line. What you should have done was to hurry up and leave. Gather your brothers from outside to counterattack and come back to block Qin Jiang. This statement was made. Zhou Sheng couldn't help but nod his head. Right. Yes. I'm going to gather my brothers outside before killing back and catching a turtle in a jar. It's scheming. It's a real ploy. It's not that I'm afraid of Qin Jiang. No. Said. He didn't forget to look at the scared 6 godless service personnel. District Qin Jiang is to stare you guys like this. See me go out and lead my brothers to kill back to make that Qin Jiang kneel in front of me. Manager, you can also quickly go. What time is not the time to talk about this? Slippery. He is really speechless. Are now in this situation Zhou Sheng even have kung fu blowing powerful fine face? In the end, how to think? Zhou Sheng impatiently looked at the manager. and did not say anything more. Turned to go down the back hidden stairs. Ran. Just then, flapping, 7 or 8 security personnel rushed up from the stairs in a panic. Saw Zhou Shang and others anxious. Shang, manager, cannot stop them from the stairs to kill up. Too fierce, there are too many people. Covered the sky cannot see all the umbrellas. Umbrella handle? What an umbrella handle! The manager's face was stunned, but he couldn't think about this and looked at Zhou Shang, who was also a bit flustered, and said, "Go through the fire escape." The words just fell, flapping. Once again, a number of security personnel rushed up from the fire escape, followed by a large number of youths dressed in formal attire and carrying black umbrellas. It didn't end there. The main staircase, side staircase and other 3 or 4 passages are also flooded with a lot of security personnel, followed by a large number of black umbrella-carrying black dragon personnel, their eyes red, incomparable rage, where they look at the security personnel subconsciously avoiding the gaze. One by one incomparably panicked back. Pop, pop, snap. A large number of slingshots bounced out, shattering all of the major already darkened cameras on the 8th floor. The moment, all the major staircase positions were blocked by the black dragon personnel. Densely packed black dragon personnel with ants-like constantly pouring into the top floor. To them step-by-step pressure. Soon 30 to 40 security pushed to Zhou Shang. Vice president of the two sides cannot retreat. It's over. The vice president was devastated to see that the passageway was blocked by black dragon personnel, and he realized that there was no way to escape. One side. A look of panic appeared on Zhou Shang's face as he muttered, "How could that be? How could they be so fast?" At the same time, he could not help but curse at the security personnel. Wastes. A bunch of losers. What did you guys do for a living? You couldn't stop them. The security staff couldn't help but be collectively speechless, along with the continuous development of Huasheng. Except for a few lucky ones and those with connections to manage key industries and receive high salaries, the rest are either marginalized or reduced to ordinary security. That's just over 2,000 a month. Plus, they haven't continued to fight over territory for many years, and some have long since started families. So, no money, no motivation, and a nearly threefold difference in numbers between the enemy and us means now 30 or 40 security are considered more than righteous enough. The rest basically just hide in the box and don't come out. Shut up, the vice president cannot help but loudly rebuke. Are on fire, you are still questioning others? Now rely on these people. Top is not clear? Have to let these people also counted as a handful of things, before he could say anything else. Flapping. The black dragon crowd slightly dispersed. Six-face fierce look is not unusual. Little brother youth from the crowd out. Exactly. Wang Tao, Sun Yuan, Zhao Shanhe, Feng Lin, Bai Lu, and the incomparably exuberant Meng Yu. The vice president looked at the 6 people a little frozen. He did not recognize the 6 people. After all, in his eyes, Black Dragon can only say that thing. At most have heard of Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, 49 name, not to mention that even he, Zhou Shang, the master who claimed to be immortal with the Black Dragon, did not recognize Wang Tao's 6 people. Obviously did not put the 6 people in his eyes, but it was the 6 people they didn't put in their eyes that had blocked them hard in their own turf, towing the line. The vice president looked at the 6 and said, Is there some kind of misunderstanding today? What's going on? Why to this? Why to this? Wang Tao's 6 people first incomparably icy cold look at Zhou Shang did not speak, quickly came to the elevator. At this point, the numbers are rising on the elevator. 3 layers, 4 layers, soon it was the 8th floor of the penthouse. Ding! The elevator door opened. 3 people slowly walked out from inside. It is Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, 49. Wang Tao's 6 people and the densely packed Black Dragon personnel on both sides nodded in unison. Jiang! Chapter 178. Beat up Zhou Shang. Crack the telephone. The moment, along with Qin Jiang's trio stepping out of the elevator, the crowd of Black Dragon personnel retreated to both sides to make way, and quickly followed behind to fill in their positions after Qin Jiang's trio moved forward. Tap. Qin Jiang came to Zhou Shang step by step in front of him. He swept the whole field, scared security personnel trembling. With every step forward, those security personnel took a step back, squeezing Zhou Shang right in the center. You, what are you going to do? Zhou Shang looked at Qin Jiang and said, This is Buckingham. Huasheng people are nearby. Believe it or not, they will be here soon. Believe it or not. Oh, boom. Before Zhou Shang could finish his sentence, the vice president ruthlessly covered his mouth and warned in a low voice, Shut up if you want to live. Immediately, taking it, he looked at Qin Jiang and revealed what he thought was the most amiable smile. Mr. Qin, my humble self, Vice President Buckingham, there may be some misunderstanding today. Our Mr. Hua will be here soon. I wonder if we can accommodate him. Accommodate your father basket. Zhao Shanhe went up and grabbed the vice president's neck collar and threw him out, and then looked at Zhou Shang, who was protected inside, and his anger surged. Martyr, just you called Zhou Shang ah, said. He rushed over to Zhou Shang. Seeing this guy is not afraid of fear, Zhou Shang inner-generated fear. He saw killing intent in Zhao Shanhe's eyes. This kind of gaze he is very familiar with. Once someone dared to mess with his brother, he was this look to waste that person. So he was afraid. Keep shouting. Block him. Quickly block him. Unfortunately, before the security personnel could react, just see, Qin Jiang waved his hand. A large number of Black Dragon personnel directly forward. The hands of the Black Umbrella crackling storm-like hit to the security personnel. The face of more than a few times the impact has lost the courage of the security personnel cannot withstand. Only not 2 minutes on the solution. Zhao Shanhe also rushed to Zhou Shang in front of the other side, grabbed the neck collar, is ready to open cam. Zhou Shang, how dare you? Do you know my identity? Do you know Hua Shang's background? Let go of me. Let go of me. Zhao Shanhe, I don't care what your background is. If you dare to mess with brother Jiang, you're looking for death. Wait. Qin Jiang suddenly spoke. Brush. Zhao Shanhe's fist stopped in midair. Zhou Shang had a look of really so expression. He did not believe that Qin Jiang dared to lay down a cruel hand. That is in with Hua Shang immortal, and is not afraid of Hua Shang behind the existence of retaliation. Cannot help but say, Qin Jiang, you immediately let your people stop and release me. I can still consider whether I can forgive. Otherwise, curled up in the corner vice president is full of speechlessness. This big. People are hitting the door still pretending? Scare people? Stupid. Incorrigible. Under Zhou Shang's complacency and the vice president's speechlessness, Qin Jiang calmly said, remember the rules. Be sharp. Zhao Shanhe nodded. Brother Jiang, just watch. Having said that, ignoring Zhou Shang's struggle to drag him into the box, Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, 49 and Wang Tao with a few core personnel also entered the box. The rest of the minions quickly stood outside the box, coldly watching everything. Next moment, there was then a gurgling scream from the box. Ah, Qin Jiang, you dare, how dare you, don't hit, it hurts. Qin Jiang, do you believe it or not? Stop, brother, save me, outside. The vice president listened to the face convulsions, can look at a large number of Black Dragon personnel in front of them, simply did not dare to say anything more. The rest of the security personnel also lying on the ground or box silence. They weren't sure exactly what Zhou Shang was going through in the box, but they could hear the sound was definitely more miserable. Outside Buckingham. At all street intersections where Buckingham is seen, there are Black Dragon personnel hiding in high buildings with binoculars to observe secretly. Voices came over the intercom from time to time. 3 men coming out of the left side of Buckingham. It has been determined that coming out of the small door on the north side is not some hidden door. No one out on the right side for now. Wait, there are a lot of hurried people coming out of the back door of the Pacific Hotel on the left. They get in their cars and leave quickly. Something's wrong. I feel like a couple people popped out of the bushes. One by one. Suspicious places are constantly being reported. That's right. These people are Qin Jiang arranged in advance. Both intend to play a big natural harvest. Outside, there are still tons of people milling about. They looked at the gilded Buckingham in front of them and couldn't help but be inwardly shocked as they listened to the somewhat quiet hustle and bustle inside. The noise is small on behalf of the basic end of the battle inside. While looking at a number of blockade on the first floor of the Black Dragon personnel, he cannot be clear that the winners must be the Black Dragon. And what shocked them even more, from the Qin Jiang raid people rushed in to now has passed more than 10 minutes, but still no one to manage. What it stands for speaks for itself. A boss couldn't help but say, this Qin Jiang's background, it's a bit unfathomable. This statement was made. Many people couldn't help but nod their heads. Buckingham inside. A large number of Black Dragon personnel are secretly searching the major areas. Just see the box. Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, 49 sitting on the sofa face calm, Wang Tao and others standing in the back. Ahead, the 2 Black Dragon personnel deadlocked Zhou Shang. Someone took a magazine and put it on Zhou Shang's chest, and Zhao Shanhe kept waving his fist at the magazine. Asterisk. Who gave you the guts to bump into brother Jiang? Boo! This punch is for you scaring Jiang. Boo! This punch is for the injuries of brother 49. Boo! This punch for your arrogance. Boom! 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 These punches. Mud! I would have hit you earlier. Boxing iron fist hit Zhou Shang, constantly screaming, voices a little hoarse. Late call out. Xu Zheng got up and came to Zhou Shang in front of the other pocket to take out the cell phone, slapped in the face of the other disdain. Look at you, look very unconvinced. Remember, even if you and the high and mighty mess with the brother of the life and death of Jiang is also difficult to predict. Don't blame us for bullying you. Give you a chance to call and shake people? We will wait here. Said. Signal to release Zhou Shang's left hand. Zhou Shang took the cell phone. Eyes flashed a trace of resentment as well as a cold smile. Humph. Qin Jiang. Really think that old me stupid? Calling remote people. Give me this opportunity you guys counted waste. Immediately. He unlocked it straight away, about to dial out. Ran. Xu Zhang directly snatched the phone, looked at the unlocked screen and did not pay attention to the face full of confused Zhou Shang to check the contents of the phone. Soon saw the address book, read numbers, and even text messages have not been deleted. Text message content. Zhou Shang angrily scolded Ah Bao for his incompetence and other words. Seeing this information, Zhu Zhang looked at Zhou Shang gaze as if he was looking at TSK. No wonder they all said you were stupid. Now it seems like they're still underestimating your stupidity. He handed his cell phone to Qin Zhang's face. Qin Zhang, get Xiao out here and tell him to call Ah Bao to set up a conversation. As many as he can. Zhu Zhang, understood. Immediately. Qin Zhang got up and slowly came to the floor-to-ceiling window, listening to the back of Zhou Shang screaming, overlooking the bottom. Just saw Zhou Hua rate to the downstairs, cannot help but jeopardize a smile. Chapter 179, Phone Recording. Zhou Hua's Single Dagger. 1 minute later. Under Zhou Shang's incredulous gaze, a youth took his phone and called Pao with his voice. Sound. It's basically no different from him. Even the tone of voice is somewhat similar. Plus the fact that phones these days are a bit garbled makes it even more difficult to tell the difference. The youth is none other than Hao Li Ho. Qin Jiang was one of the core team in his last life, and is also the current Black Dragon name ranked in the top 30 exist. His skill is to mimic the sound. All hear the sound almost can mimic 7 or 8. Unless the kind of people who are very sensitive to the sound or else simply cannot hear. And he even learns the tone of voice quickly. Li Ho dialed the phone. Buzz. For a moment the other side of the connection did not speak. Li Ho took the lead and opened his mouth to directly scold. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you a waste basket. Let you get a person are not good. You can still do something. So many years. Spend so much money to raise you. Whoa. 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 Whoa, 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 whoa. The opposite party remained silent but did not hang up. See this. Li Hao mouth corners showed a smile in the scolding tired before saying, your hands and feet are not clean. Law and order can be found through the clues to Qin Jiang car accident is not an accident. And even directly to find Ah Bao Yu. A moment of silence across the street. Can't find it. Li Ho, do you promise? Verso, do you want to hear if my plan is well thought out? Li Hao, I don't care what exactly you make backhanded to prevent things cannot be implicated in you. I just have to tell you absolutely cannot be implicated in me. Cannot let others know as my Zhou Shang in the back of the instructions. Qin Jiang has led people to come to find my trouble. This thing absolutely cannot sit on my head. Opposite, I promise that the Qin Jiang car accident thing won't involve. Li Hao, you go to the outskirts of Lu village to hide, and then come back when things settle down. Opposite, yes. Ooh-hoo, ooh-hoo. Zhou Shang crazy struggle to speak, at the same time eyes full of panic look, not only because Li Hao to his voice tone imitation is too much like, after all, although such things are rare is not too outrageous, he was terrified of Li Hao said Lu village. Lu village is a secret base of Huasheng, outsiders cannot be known. Why? Li Hao could just say it like that. He can't think of Qin Jiang from the latter-day news broadcasts and some Jianghu legends. His brother was arrested hiding in Lujia village, and Lujia village is their hidden secret base. There's a deep underground cave that has everything you need to survive for dozens of people. Inside, there are enough supplies of all kinds to keep a person alive for a year. Snap. Li Hao hung up the phone. Whoops. Zhou Shang is still struggling. Boo. Meng Yu went up and kicked, kicking Zhou Shang's face pale and open mouth dry heaving unable to speak. At this moment, Meng Yu's face is incredibly excited. Today's scene gives him a great impact, so that he has a deeper understanding of the Jianghu. The Jianghu should be so fast and furious, with a few hundred people to kill the door directly into the dragon, the other side of the boss. No, I don't know. Tie up the other guy and beat him up. It's just great. Besides, he was also one of those who experienced the car accident, and he was equally incomparably angry at Zhou Shang, the culprit. Most of all, he is worried that he does not know how to give Qin Jiang to hand over the pitch by not going crazy to Zhou Shang to open the fight. Sure, he also maintains the fine Black Dragon tradition of hitting all through the magazine. Card pool. Zhou Hua arrived in front of Buckingham in a flurry of wind, while a portion of Huasheng's men had also arrived. They're rampaging. Aha! Blocked in halfway on the spot. No way traffic was completely paralyzed in front of Buckingham. Boo! Zhou Hua got off the car and led the people to run toward Buckingham. Just as he ran downstairs, Zhou Hua's face was already very ugly. Ahead, the black dragons have blocked off the first floor, and there's no clamor coming from inside, so the odds are that Buckingham is out of control. And he could see the entire first floor of Buckingham littered and broken as if it had been shelled. Many of the old men of Huasheng had angry faces. Grandma, Downhill Tiger, vice president nickname, his mother won a few years as vice president is so waste. This black dragon's talent to come how long already lost. What a joke. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Beating the door to smash outrageous. No, not a single one of them can be let go today. Brothers. Immediately, a Watson elder was going to lead a charge inside. Brush. Zhou Hua waved his hand to stop it. Wah! A couple of elderly Washingtons were puzzled. Zhou Hua pointed at Buckingham and said, there are at least a few hundred people from the Black Dragon inside, but we've only gathered 100 or so people, so it's not wise to rush in like this, as we're outnumbered and outclassed. And don't you guys see anything wrong? Washington Sr., what's wrong? Zhou Hua, no one has come to take care of it for such a long time. Do you think it is possible that they don't know about it? This statement was made. Huasheng old men have changed their faces greatly. They are not stupid, naturally clear what this represents. It means that there is someone behind Xinjiang. It means that even if they knew that such a mess was happening in Buckingham, no one was there to take care of it. On behalf of Zhou Hua, if we really start fighting, we are afraid that we will not only suffer a loss in numbers, but also a bigger loss. Watson Seniors. Wah, what should we do? Zhou Hua, you guys gather the people first. I'll go up and take a look first. Elder Huasheng, no, it's full of their people. Wouldn't Hua go up there and get into a tiger's mouth? Zhou Hua, it's fine. Even if Qin Zhang's background is deep, he wouldn't dare to break the net with me. Not to mention the rules of the Jianghu, he always has to abide by. I'm going to the meeting alone. He really dares to do something to me. This is China, not a foreign country. I'm sure. Wait for me. If you don't hear from me in 15 minutes, you'll bring your men in. Elder Watson, but, Zhou Hua, there's nothing to it. He looked at Yingnan, who nodded to him and whispered, the people underground have already withdrawn. Those inside didn't dare to come up for fear of exposure, and the transfer of various items is almost complete. Listen to this. Zhou Hua completely relieved. He was really afraid that today not only to Xinjiang face and to be policed a pot. With that he went straight ahead. Young Nam, I'll accompany you. Zhou Hua, no, I'll go myself. You call old Zhou and ask him what's going on over there with the law and order. After saying that, he walked towards Buckingham alone despite the obstruction. Outside, the crowd looked expectant when they saw Zhou Hua leading the way. Zhou Hua is here. This is the real man who carries the weight of Huasheng, a real old social bigwig. What do you guys think Zhou Hua will do? What can be done? Surely the first time to bring people back to kill back. Black Dragon are riding face to face to fight. The battle is going to fight again. However, just when the crowd was looking forward to it, they found that all the people of Huasheng had stopped at the same place and did not move. Instead, Zhou Hua went to Buckingham by himself. Everyone could not help but think of 4 big words. Single knife to the head. Chapter 180, the outside world is terrified. Zhou Hua goes upstairs, waiting for a body search. Gulp. A burst of swallowing saliva when resounded. Many people looked at the preparation of a single knife to Zhou Hua more surprised. No, it's full of Black Dragons people. He dares to go up by himself, really not afraid of accidents. Worthy of being a former big brother of the North District and having guts. Can't be afraid to go soft. Nothing else. Xinjiang is so powerful. It's only been a short time since we brought down Buckingham. Brush. Several Black Dragon personnel blocked in front of Zhou Hua, and they looked at him with an incomparably cold gaze. This man is the boss of Huasheng. He's the one who put Jiang almost in a car accident and hated to go up and fight. Just as well. Zhang Qi pressed things so that nothing happened. Zhang Qi looked at Zhou Hua. What are you doing here? Zhou Hua was stunned, sad face. What am I doing here? Not that I'm a bit baffled by you asking. This is Buckingham, my place. Why are you asking me what I'm doing here? But he didn't say anything. He just said, I want to see Qin Zhang. Zhang Qi looked at Zhou Hua twice before picking up the walkie-talkie to report. Brother Jiang, downstairs Zhou Hua has arrived with people. He wants to see you. Shall we hold him back? Before getting the brothers to scrap the entire outside blockade. Listen to this. Crashing. The Black Dragon personnel are holding black umbrellas and look ready to strike. All of them are hot-blooded and exuberant. Today, not only did he succeed in avenging his own brother Jiang, but he also succeeded in beating Buckingham and couldn't help but feel proud of himself. Also more frenetic. Zhou Hua internal Arin. He found Huasheng really a little outdated. Once upon a time Huasheng brothers also incomparable vitality. but now early over the world era in the experience inside the calm period. Plus he intends to transform the Hwashing structure change. Only a small number of brothers responsible for grade production to maintain combat power. The rest of the brothers early with the ordinary workers no difference. It can be said that now Hwashing can fight only 100 or 10 people. The rest are just laborers. Compared to the Black Dragon's tendency to pull out hundreds of people who all dare to fight, completely out of touch with the times. The moment. Zhou Hua a little regret. Their original choice in the end the wrong right. If not for the transformation of Hwashing on the basis of the Black Dragon, a few hundred people do not say so quickly hit the Buckingham. Who lost, who won is not known. Shake your head. He eviscerated the idea. I did the right thing. The world has long since changed, is not the era of fighting and killing. Transformation is the only way out. And it may not be a good thing that the Black Dragon of Xinjiang still gathers so many fighting brothers. Was thinking. Zira. Zhu Zheng's voice came over the intercom. Jiang said to let him up. Understood. Zhang Qi waved his hand for the Black Dragon crowd of personnel to make way. And Zhou Hua did not hesitate to step into Buckingham. Just came in and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth twice. And what he saw was a mess. And the whole hall was smashed and broken. All stairways were guarded by Black Dragon personnel. And two cold-faced Black Dragon personnel brought him to the elevator. See this. Zhou Hua is clear that Buckingham is completely knocked down. If the upstairs is still in the firm is unlikely to allow him to take the elevator. He placed in the sleeve of the phone did not choose to press. That's right. He hadn't lost his valor. He had planned for the Black Dragons to let him take the stairs to mean that the roof was still standing. Then he would have just let the outsiders fight their way in. But now he didn't have to. Outside, everyone watched as Zhou Hua walked to Buckingham. At the same time, a number of people quickly spread the word about this place. The old family cottage. Yi Zhe's face changed wildly as he listened to the message on the phone. What? You said that Qin Jiang had knocked down and smashed up Buckingham in just over 10 minutes, and that there was a lot of screaming and a lot of people living and dying inside. How dare he do that? How dare he? What about the policing side? The answer came over the phone. Not seen. He was completely shocked by the information on the phone. Originally thought that Qin Jiang killed to the Buckingham will certainly eat the door, or else it will be a fight between the dragons and tigers, and thus be arrested by the security forces. He even thought about Qin Jiang being arrested by the security forces just after he arrived, and in the most fortunate case Qin Jiang was scared off by the security forces and didn't dare to go. But then I didn't expect Qin Jiang to be able to kill Buckingham straight away and have everything safe so far. What the hell? Yi Zhe muttered. Obviously I called and reported it. Why didn't that side do anything in response? Could it be? No way. His background is really that. Think about it. He said to the inside of the phone. Keep an eye on me. I want to know exactly what Buckingham's reaction is. The prize money is not an issue. I don't believe that Zhou Hua would not make any moves at all in the face of this matter. It's impossible for Qin Jiang to completely crush it. No problem. Snap. Yi Zhe hung up the phone with an icy face and said, Qin Jiang, even if you have a background. But Hwashang is not a vegetarian. Hwashang and you hard to touch, absolutely lose. I don't believe a scum like you can still fight me. Surely you will die on the social road. At that time I will be able to return to the university town with honor. And I will be able to continue to be elected as a young entrepreneur and become the only young man of the hour in the university town or even in the North District. Dang, dang. Uncle Long pounded the table with an incredibly grave expression. Both sides, many of the team executives were similarly stony-faced. Obviously also received the news of Qin Jiang occupation of Buckingham, but also know that the security did not go out information. Either one of the two information to bring them a very deep impact. Ryoko. The youth opened his mouth to break the silence. A little background are not clear how to get good. Ultimately young and vigorous. Such a person has a background, so what? Today he is so farce will be with Hwashing fish death net broken. Watson isn't a dry run. If two tigers fight, one will get hurt. We don't have to do anything, just wait for them to hurt each other. Whoever goes down, the other one won't be any better off. And when they do, they'll just pick up the ready-made cake. Listen to this crowd of high level and did not say anything. Obviously more agree with the youth words. Just shock the mind to settle down. Only, Uncle Long's face is still gloomy. He always felt that things are not simple. Really, will two tigers fight? From the information that Qin Jiang is not a stupid person, could it be true that the fact of the car accident was so angry that he was overwhelmed? Anything. What's not quite right? Wu Yu heard the news and sat in his office chair for a long time without words. Yi Jikai heard the news and took out his treasured cigars. Wang Feng heard the message, frowned, constantly thinking about what. Suddenly his cell phone rang up, the message sound. Look down. Source, Qin Jiang. The message is in 7 words. Murderer Pao. Lose village. Snap. He picked up the phone and dialed out. Third team out to target. Buckingham. 8th floor. Ding. Along with the elevator sound, Zhou Hua walked out of the elevator. He looked at the top floor in front of the densely packed, surrounded by the Black Dragon personnel. Looking at the side to pretend to faint, the manager's face again ugly for a few minutes. In the eyes of the crowd towards the box location ready to go in. Suddenly some Black Dragon personnel stopped him. Wait. Search. Chapter 181, Zhou Shang's Folly. Zhou Hua, isn't it enough? A body search? What do you mean? Zhou Hua looked at the Black Dragon personnel in front of him who stopped him. The Black Dragon personnel's face was incomparably cold and said, "Put your hands up." Zhou Hua hesitated for a moment before raising his hands, and 2 Black Dragon officers went up to search him, quickly retrieving a pistol from his body, a dagger from his boot, and a cell phone from his sleeve. Search complete. The Black Dragon officer looked at Zhou Hua with an even colder gaze. "You're carrying a gun. What are your intentions?" Zhou Hua's face was calm. "It's just a habit." The Black Dragon personnel looked at each other without saying anything, knocked on the door and pushed open the box to let Zhou Hua in and put the things on the table in front of Qin Zhang's 3 people. Cell phones, dagger, guns. 3 items appeared in front of Qin Zhang's trio. The cell phone and dagger were nothing, but the gun was different. In China, even in 2010, it's not for everyone, and it doesn't look like the most common kind. The Chinese man, born with an unquenchable thirst for this weapon. But neither Qin Zhang nor Zhu Zhan was too surprised. Huasheng is not unusual to have a gun. No gun is odd. After all, not everyone is as law-abiding as the Black Dragon. Ah, Zhou Hua just came in to hear the sound incomparably familiar screams. It is his own brother Zhou Shang voice, so that he cannot help but internal a rinse. Just see the box. Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, 4-9 sitting in the box sofa, in which Qin Jiang is smoking. Zhu Zhang is drinking. 4-9 body wrapped in gauze gaze cold stare at their own. On both sides, Wang Tao, Sun Yuan, Bai Lu and other high-level executives were erected. Corner, his own brother was being held up by several Black Dragon personnel, and Meng Yu was throwing constant strikes at his own brother. I fight, bullying my big brother? See if I don't beat the out of you today." And his own brother was beaten with a pale face, from time to time issued a painful grunt. More often only grunt, obviously beaten badly. Even the screams are not quite sustainable. What amazes him more, every time Mingyu strikes in the magazine through the magazine to beat his brother. What do you mean? To leave no trace? Should we be so cautious? But what's the use of being so cautious when you're known to have brought people to your door? Totally superfluous. Brush. His brother heard the door open and saw Zhou Hua. Brother. His body steeply agitated as if seeing his savior, immediately said, "Brother, you finally brought people to kill up. Qin Jiang, this asshole smashed our Buckingham, and even dared to hit me. I want him dead. Brother." He stopped abruptly halfway through his shout. He suddenly realized that only his brother Zhou Hua came in by himself and did not follow other Huasheng people behind him. Instead, there were Black Dragon personnel outside closing the box door after Zhou Hua came in. Zhou Sheng's brain had an unbelievable illusion. Is it any wonder that? How is it possible that my brother was captured instead of being killed? Is it true that Watson can't beat Black Dragon? Why? It shouldn't be. It can't be. He looked at Zhou Hua incredulously and asked, "Brother, you've been arrested as well. Did Huasheng lose?" Tone full of despair. Unbelievable. At this moment his essence seems to be drained. Huasheng invincible faith is also collapsing. Unknown fear makes him afraid? Boom, boom. Meng Yu went up and went bang bang 2 punches. Asterisk. Still dare to blow up. Still dare to say get killed Zhang. Good. Today I will kill you first. Give me death. Tianma meteor fist. Meng Yu like a maniac to fight Zhou Sheng hit each other straight rolled eyes. Brain a mess. He ignored the body pain staring at Qin Jiang incomparably maniacal said, "Qin Jiang, if you've got the guts, come at me." "That's right. I'm the one who got pow to get you. I'm going to run you over. I just want you dead." The rules of the Jianghu. One person does things for one person. What I do has nothing to do with my brother. My brother also warned me not to let me conflict with you. All my own initiative. If you have the ability to do so, you can kill me by 1,000 cuts. Release my brother. The Jianghu never implicate family rules. Let brother go and come at me. Come on. He was mad at Qin Jiang yelling to vent his inner anger and fear, but the same constantly to take his brother out. I have to admit that Zhou Shang, although no courage and tactlessness, but his brother Zhou Hua is really nothing. The first time in danger is intended to take his brother out, can be described as a brotherly love. At this moment, Zhou Hua's face was complicated. He didn't know whether to call his brother sentimental or stupid. Admitting in person that he had done the car accident, This, totally adding fuel to the fire and arching the fire. Sure enough, they saw Wang Tao, Zhao Shanhe, and the others looking at Zhou Shang become even colder and ready to strike collectively. See this. Zhou Hua hurriedly stepped forward and looked at Qin Jiang. Mr. Qin, my brother is still, alas. Look, he wanted to say that his brother is too small and unintelligent, but halfway through, he remembered that Qin Jiang is only in his early 20s, then his own brother is smaller than around. Saying that his brother is small is not an insult. Silence. A long silence. Qin Jiang did not speak, just smoked so quietly. Wang Tao and the others gathered towards Zhou Shang. Just as Zhou Hua was about to say something, Qin Jiang exhaled a smoke ring, spitting out a word. Sit. Sit? Zhou Hua, just to rejoice after all, let him sit on behalf of things have slowed down. But he suddenly found that the box only opposite Qin Jiang 3-people position has a sofa. Other places do not say sofa, even chairs are not. Qin Jiang messaged this, but let him sit. Let him sit on the floor and talk. Can I sit? Sitting would be a head lower. If you don't sit, then you have to stand equally low on your head. Completely blocked at both ends. Zhou Shang's eyes widened in anger. Qin. Wretch. Vomit. Ah. He was just about to say something when he was struck speechless. Zhou Hua looked at Qin Jiang and calmly said, I don't really like sitting, so let's stand and talk. Qin Jiang, say what? Chaua, tell me how things worked out today. Qin Jiang, who are you to talk to me? Zhou Shang, Qin Jiang, don't board the nose. Ah. Zhao Shanhe went up to the nesting foot and said to Mengyu, you have to be forceful in hitting people, so that they can't say anything. Remember this position, a kick only hurts. Your whole body hurts gasping for air, and you don't get hiccups. Mengyu, equals smiley face. Fogweed, how many people have you beaten? To be able to summarize so clearly and just outrageously, but he immediately very modest to seek advice. And Zhao Shanhe constantly discuss how to beat people more painful, more ruthless, and as a test subject Zhou Shang is completely in deep water. The pain of the face constantly twitching. Zhou Hua watched his own brother suffered a deep gasp, 2 breaths to calm his mind. Looking at Qin Jiang solemnly said, Qin, always to do what point? Draw a road out. I admit that today's things are my brother reckless, but you people are killed up to my Buckingham to smash. People also all to beat, but also my brother to get half dead. So is not enough. Chapter 182 Qin Jiang, wanting to talk, drinking gunpowder wine. Is that enough? Boo! Qin Jiang slammed the table and picked up Zhou Hua's cell phone and slammed it out so hard that it hit the wall. Boo! The cell phone simply shattered. Your brother injured my Qin Jiang's brother, and now I didn't beat him to death. Is that enough? Brush! Zhou Hua looked at the 4-9. He also received a variety of information when he came naturally clear 4-9 car was knocked over. But whether from the scene to get information or now see with their own eyes can only say that the 4-9 did not suffer any injuries. At most, it's just a little broken skin. Instead, even though his own brother didn't have any injuries on his face, he now needed the Black Dragon personnel to even stand. It's clear who was worse off when comparing the two, but he saw from Qin Jiang gaze each other really incomparable anger. He had a kind of illusion, if not the other party due to what the situation to suppress their own, otherwise really want to kill their own brother. He was really angry to such an extent. It wasn't even anger for himself but for Siku, for someone who had only suffered superficial injuries. Why on earth? He looks right. Qin Jiang really incomparably angry, as if there is a volcano in the heart ready to erupt. Hate to ignore everything. He can't forget. In his last life 4-9 yelled at him as he fell into a pool of blood. Jiang, hurry up. Go away. I'll be your brother in my next life and still hang out with you. We'll be brothers for 3 lifetimes. He can't forget. A diary he saw among the remains of the 49. A diary full of bits and pieces with him. That day Qin Jiang cried. Crying beyond words. Crying beyond words. Crying beyond words. Crying beyond words of childish words that do not befit his status. Even at that time materialistic Qin Jiang believed in ghosts and gods and prayed for the gods to manifest themselves. God have mercy. He, Qin Jiang, had been reborn. In this life, Qin Jiang has never put the memory of his past life, the future chances in the first place. The real mercy of heaven is to return his brother to him, to return his 4-9 to him. He swore at the time that all his life, money and status were not as important as his brothers, and that his brothers were the foundation of his life. Otherwise, he would not have chosen such a difficult route for industry, nor would he have swum upstream to lead his brothers in battle. But having just returned for only a short time, his most important brother, 4-9, almost died in front of him, and the 2 worlds of the city could barely suppress his agitation. At the moment, Zhou Hua was a little afraid even looking at Qin Jiang's crimson eyes, a look he had only seen on the outlaw. He couldn't help but be thankful. Luckily, no one was really killed. or else I'm afraid today can't be undone. Think about it. He looked at Qin Jiang and said, Mr. Qin, it's my brother who doesn't know what he's doing, so talk about whatever you say today. He started to show weakness by retreating, and anyway, it was up to him to decide whether or not to agree to Qin Jiang's conditions specifically. How to talk? Qin Jiang raised his hand and grabbed the pistol that was placed on the table of the counter to fall into his hands, opened the wrist, loaded the gun, aiming directly disliked to Zhou Hua's face in one fell swoop. Zhou Shang's eyes were wide with rage at the sight. Qin, you, dare, charge me, charge. Zhou Hua stood in place without moving, face calm as if then in their foreheads did not firearms. He didn't believe that Qin Jiang could kill him, and Qin Jiang has no reason to kill him. Today made such a big commotion Qin Jiang dared to shoot him too much influence. Even if he was behind the people and the hard fear cannot be suppressed, to Qin Jiang to take the dagger anti-more can let him fear 3 times. The moment. Qin Jiang was not surprised that Zhou Hua was calm. I can bare hands dragging Zhou Shang such a burdensome still Hua Shang development to such a point, and can be dangerous situation to maneuver more than 2 years before falling into the net is certainly not simple. Can see that they do not have the heart to kill, or temporarily do not have the heart to kill is very normal. Next moment, Qin Jiang's hands flew to work on the gun. Crackle. The gun disintegrated at a fraction of a second. In a mere blink of an eye it was reduced to a table of parts that fell to the tabletop. This scene let Zhou Hua's eyes deep flashed shock. This kind of means cannot be unusual people have. According to the theory that Qin Jiang just rise even if contact with the gun should not be so skillful. Likewise, even Wang Tao and other Black Dragon executives are incredibly shocked. Looking at the scene with the TV picture almost in the hands of their own brother Jiang staged, cannot help but shout, Brother Jiang powerful. Shiru, that's awesome to the max. To say that today is the most enjoyable is none other than her. Personally lead hundreds of people to kill through a staircase than she once fantasized about mixing society are more powerful, are domineering, coupled with today's flush Lu sister constantly reporting to make her even more blood boiling, and now see their own brother Jiang so powerful more with honor. Ding, ding. In full view of everyone saw Qin Jiang holding 6 bullets one by one on the table. Only the last one left. Qin Jiang, pour the wine. Crashing. Xu Zhang picked up the bottle and poured a full glass of wine, which looked like it was at least about 7 or 8 taels. Qin Jiang used his dagger to spill gunpowder from the bullet into the wine, causing it to turn a light red color. Brush. Knock. Qin Jiang stuck the dagger on the table and looked at Zhou Hua. 2 choices. First, you drink this glass of wine. And second, you go and cut off one of his fingers. And only then can we talk about this. Zhou Hua's face was stunned. Zhou Shang's eyes cracked again. Qin Jiang, on the other hand, sat on the sofa and smoked a cigarette, looking at Zhou Hua as if he were in a superior position and then looking at the inferior. Boo! Zhou Hua supported his hands on the tabletop and looked at Qin Jiang. You plan to go on and on with Huasheng. Phew! Qin Jiang exhaled a smoke ring to blind Zhou Hua's eyes. Immortality? Good. Then today, the fish is dead. You let your people kill up. We will have a dark dawn in your Buckingham. I dare. Do you dare? Zhou Hua frowned slightly. He really does not intend to die with Qin Jiang. Today really bring people to kill up as the next choice. That would have brought the 2 sides to a point of no return. And law and order would have been bound to intervene, at which point a lot of Buckingham stuff would not have been able to be hidden, even if that stuff had been moved. But this was an important time for Buckingham, and he didn't want to be quiet for very long over this. And he was still unsure about what kind of existence existed behind Qin Jiang, and the unknown often meant terrifying. For a while Zhou Hua kept thinking of countermeasures. Boo! Qin Jiang leaned on the sofa chair calmly said, You come up before you should have had a time limit with the people below. You want to delay down can. As for waiting for external forces to intervene, the truth to tell you will not come so soon. You do not have to wait. Unless, there's been a death here. This statement was made. Zhou Hua was inwardly shocked. Of course he knew who the outside forces were referring to. He is not sure what Qin Jiang actually have the courage to say this sentence. But looking at the outside still no movement means that everything is just as Qin Jiang said, which makes him even more afraid. If you really let the people from below kill you, there is a high probability that someone will get killed. And then today, Huasheng will probably be in trouble. Not accurate. It would be a straight-up building. How to say it? Now Qin Jiang is as if wearing slippers. He wore leather shoes. The other side is now not rules to die with him. Really outrageous. Mud. Zhou Hua cursed. This Qin Jiang really ing crazy. He is not clear really in a big mess he cannot eat and go? What gives him the audacity to be so emboldened and maniacal? I can't do anything about him. Shasta. Zhou Hua's face was resolute as he crossed over to the dagger and picked up the gunpowder-filled wine. Looking at Qin Jiang, this cup is to make amends for my brother. Asterisk 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 it. Chapter 183 Black Dragon Caution. Demolition Contract. Gulp. Gulp. Seeing the white wine was Zhou Hua directly finished. See the side of Zhou Shangai's three cracked whimpering words. Oh, ooh-hoo, boo. Zhou Hua ruthlessly put down his wineglass to stop coughing twice. Ahem. Ha ha. Gunpowder is wine. The more you drink, the more comfortable you are, he said aloud. Not without self-deprecation, as if he had just drunk not the ingredient wine but a truly fine wine. Listen to this. Zhu Yang then pours the wine again to remove the bullet. Zhou Hua. No, I'm just pretending. As for you to do so decisive, also drink. You are not afraid to burn me through the intestines. He really a little out of shape. Today things are too sudden for him to calm down. However, he only lost his composure for an instant before returning to normal. After all, he didn't believe that Qin Jiang would continue to take things to the extreme. Really do that. It wouldn't have been superfluous just now. Not to mention the fact that people who can mix it up aren't so stupid and don't really do things the straight and narrow way. Sure enough, Zhu Yang finished pouring the wine without adding gunpowder and drank it himself. Zhou Hua looked at Qin Jiang and said in a hoarse voice, "Can we talk now? Tell us your demands. Time is running out." He returned Qin Jiang's words in their original form, which is to warn the other side. When he came up, he did let the people under him be ready to take action at any time, and no one can end it if it really comes to that. He admits that his family is too big to give up, but he doesn't believe that Qin Jiang is willing to give up a great situation. Qin Jiang calmly waved his hand. Boo! Xu Zhang put Zhou Shang's cell phone on the table and turned on the recording. Inside, it begins to play the contents of Li Hao's conversation with Pao, even naming him several times. Listening to Zhou Hua's face slightly changed, incredulously looked at Zhou Shang, his own brother when stupid to such a point, and even dialogue so targeted, and also recordings saved. What? You're leaving evidence for yourself. But he thought for a moment and realized that it is not right. His brother, he is clear, is with the impulsive no city, but does not mean that stupid. So leave the handle of things will never do. And he listened carefully to find the conversation inside Li Hao's tone of voice a little different. It's not my own brother. It's someone with a very similar voice. Zhou Hua quickly made the correct judgment, but he was not relieved but more horrified, because it means that Qin Jiang in such a short period of time not only attacked the Buckingham, captured Zhou Shang break to unlock the other side of the cell phone, and contacted A Bao as well as mimic the voice of the set of words. The most important conversation actually led A Bao to Lu Jia village. There, it's his secret base. How could Qin Jiang know that Zhou Shang couldn't carry the word? That's not true. It's a guess. That's not true either. Or maybe Qin Jiang investigated it in secret. One time, Zhou Hua kept guessing at the possibilities. Whichever represents Qin Jiang terrible degree, represents Qin Jiang unfathomable. Even he suspected that Qin Jiang early stared at Buckingham in the secret investigation. So, what did he find out? Only Lu's village. Will you find out more secrets? It's a lot easier to find out information about each other among peers than others. And so on. Lu Jia village. Bad. Zhou Hua's face changed wildly. He subconsciously had to go to get his cell phone on the table, but he was snatched by Zhu Zhang. Ugh, you don't know any better, do you? Zhu Zhang looked at Zhou Hua with incomparable teasing. Here, this is the Black Dragon's territory. You, don't be wild. Zhou Hua's face was undulating. He was worried that A Bao had been caught, even more worried that the items hidden in the underground space of Lu Jia village had been discovered. Then the loss to Huashang would be incomparably large. He was worried. He guessed that Qin Jiang might have guessed that there is a problem in the Lu family village, but he believes that the real secret passage of the Lu family village will not be easily exposed, and he is afraid that it will be indirectly disclosed by Pao today, while his own cell phone was dropped, and his brother's cell phone was controlled by the other party for a meal. Crunch! Zhou Hua clenched his fists and looked at Qin Jiang. Draw a line. I'll take it. Qin Jiang was still sitting there calmly. Dang! Dang! There was a knock on the door from outside. See the Black Dragon personnel to take 2 contracts come in and respectfully placed on the table before respectfully closing the door to leave. Qin Jiang pointed to the contract. Sign it and this day is over. Contracts. What a contract. Zhou Hua looked down at the desktop contract. Just see. Contract cover. Renovation and demolition agreement. Open up. In view of the fact that our company, Huasheng Group Buckingham Place, intends to redecorate due to business needs, we have hired Black Dragon Limited to carry out the demolition work. Cost, 200,000. Looking at the contents of the contract, Zhou Hua face complex to the extreme. Looking at Qin Jiang, gaze are changing. Shameless. It's shameless to the core. Obviously led hundreds of people into Buckingham, smashed it up beyond recognition, and now has a demolition contract. He signed this contract, Buckingham losses can only be borne by themselves, a rough estimate of $1 million, and the contract signed down to let outsiders know that Buckingham absolute disgrace, being vandalized and having to pay people back. On the contrary, Black Dragon can easily convert today's vandalism incident into a demolition incident, even if the outside world does not recognize the behavior it most defined in the economic sphere. It's just outrageous. And Xinjiang do not want to be so cautious. Obviously the two sides to reconcile without stabbing out on the line in favor of Xinjiang to get a contract. He did not know what to say the other side of the prudent or sick. What? You sign a contract and you're cleared. Will outsiders believe it? Who can believe that? Farting with your pants down, redundant. Contracts. Sign it or not. He also did not hesitate much, not to sign the contract to be delayed, although he is not clear why Xinjiang emboldened. But Huasheng cannot drag on nodded. Good. I'll sign the contract. Xinjiang nodded, don't worry. This Black Dragon demolition service is not complete. Also counted as economic disputes. Demolition costs to you exempt. Xinjiang does not intend to have any economic dealings with Huasheng. There are times when it is always right to be cautious. Not to mention that the district of 200,000 was not necessary at all. Is not it? Zhou Hua, What? I'd like to thank you for that. He was tempted to say that there was no need to dispense with it, but he thought that it would be a way to get some face back for Huasheng, so he didn't say anything. Immediately. Signed at the bottom of the contract. Under his incredulous gaze the Black Dragon personnel again brought Indonesia for him to fingerprint. Even he saw the word Buckingham on the red seal. Apparently the very same Buckingham item. So, it's not likely that this contract was fought in Buckingham as well. Prudence. It's still frugal. Opposite. Xu Zhang did not pay attention to his thoughts. Also signed and drew on the contract on behalf of the Black Dragon, and handed one of the copies to Zhou Hua in duplicate. One person, one copy. The contract is in effect. The waiver of fees I put inside the supplemental agreement, and today Buckingham demolition comes to an end. The words are gone. Zhu Young picked up the walkie-talkie. Hey, all hands stop demolition. A moment. A gurgling voice came over the intercom. Roger that. Chapter 184, Xinjiang's attack. Downstairs storm. Opposite. Zhou Hua face more ugly a few points, but did not say anything more. Looked at Xinjiang said, today's events? Today? Xinjiang got up, a mouthful of smoke spit in the body of Zhou Hua, fascinated by the other side cannot open their eyes, and then slowly got up and walked out. On both sides of the Zhujiang, for 9 to follow the rear. Zhao Shanhe and so on also followed. Wait until the door. Xinjiang looked at was racked. Zhou Sheng the other side of the barely opened his eyes. Look at the depths of the eyes of Xinjiang, flashes of anger. He was so humiliated, both physically and mentally. He suffered great harm, and Xinjiang even bullied his brother in front of him and forced him to drink gunpowder wine. This, for Zhou Sheng, it touches the scales. However, he is clear that things have come to this point. Today his brother has paid such a large price, is not possible to pick a fight. Can only bow his head to hide the grim gaze. Pretending not to raise his head, murmured secretly, Xinjiang, you wait for me. Sooner or later I will get you killed. Sooner or later I will make you pay 1,000 times over. Sooner or later I will. I'm so mad at you. Pissed off. While Zhou Shang was cursing madly inwardly, he suddenly squinted and saw his brother Zhou Hua's face change wildly, subconsciously following his brother's gaze. Just see. Xinjiang stood in front of him, stopping to hold out a hand. One side. Wang Tao pulled out black gloves and handed them out, and Xinjiang took them and put them on his own right hand. The next moment Zhou Shang's face changed wildly and he opened his mouth to say something, but he didn't wait for him to say it. Xinjiang has moved and even did not turn back to the right hand, swings round to the back. Zhou Shang on the hard pumping past. Snap! The huge slap carrying the air whistling sound smacked on Zhou Shang's face, deforming the other party's face. Clunk! Huge force so that the two Black Dragon personnel did not hold. Zhou Shang flew out on the spot, fell to the ground. The table on the teacups are knocked over. Wine spilled on him, but Zhou Shang simply cannot care about the drink. Face pain so that he cannot help but open his mouth to scream, but the face swelling speed so that he cannot open much mouth, can only emit muffled grunts. Ahem, ouch, head. Xinjiang did not look at the back, slowly removed the glove and handed it to Wang Tao, calmly said, today. Got it. Listen to this. Zhou Hua's face shifted several times without speaking. Looking at the imminent departure, Xinjiang said, Xinjiang, now the Jianghu is not the Jianghu that it once was. Fighting and killing is not the way out, only money is king. No money who will not mix with you. Your night market is not small, but it is difficult to maintain so many brothers. Righteousness can't last long, only profit can last forever. Black Dragon Night Market. Zhou Hua investigated. The annual water flow is hundreds of millions. Pure revenue should be able to maintain $30 to $40 million. However, the number of Black Dragon is too much. The official staff are 1 to 200 people, plus the peripheral staff also need to open the salary, as well as some other basic costs to maintain. That is to say, every month just pure expenses will be 1 to 2 million. 1 year, the remainder is just about also in the 10 or 20 million range. Much? It seems very much so. But established in the Black Dragon night market can maintain the situation. May maintain how long? But business deviation in a very short period of time can eat all the profits and thus into the dilemma. As for the Black Dragon to get the milk tea chain, he is not optimistic. Ahead, Qin Jiang was incomparably calm. He knew exactly what Zhou Hua was expressing, which was nothing more than cautioning him that Black Dragon had too few channels to earn money and couldn't count on the night market. So, how to expand earning channels? It's nothing more than cooperating with him, laundering money for Watson, and thus opening up avenues for Black Dragon to earn money again. It seems, Qin Jiang muttered, Zhou Hua still intends to cooperate with himself, and rightly so. He shall be laundering difficult periods. The collapse of several night markets coupled with strict security control has left him with no way to launder money on a large scale, and his brothers are important to him, but so are his interests. Qin Jiang did not think much about going out and leaving. Today is not the time to cooperate, nor is it the time to directly take out Hua Sheng. The 4-9's vendetta. It's not over yet. Rear, Zhu Zhang, 4-9 and so on followed. The rest of Zhao Shanha and so on also have to leave. Before leaving the box, Zhu Zhang pointed to the table on the pistol. Immediately there are small brothers will pick up the bottle of wine to spread the wine on the pistol and the dagger before leaving the box. See this. Zhou Hua eyes shrink slightly. He is not without consideration of the next three things. Pistols, daggers Qin Jiang held above there must be his fingerprints can be utilized. But now, outside, Qin Jiang and so on up the elevator. The rest of the Black Dragon personnel quickly down the stairs. The Buckingham service personnel to breathe a sigh of relief. Zhou Hua immediately used his hand to catalyze vomiting. A moment out to look at the vice president went up to a foot, scolded, do not pretend to be asleep. Roll up. Fluttering, the vice president got up from the ground. I'll fight you all. If you want to hurt Mr. Shang, step over me. Zhou Hua, *M. He admits that the years of stability have made his men only know how to enjoy themselves and have lost the courage to fight. The VP isn't the only one. Today things are going wrong on behalf of Watson. No matter his decision-making reasons or other reasons are not a good sign. Who let Watson's main income remains informal. Arrange for someone to take my brother to the hospital. Zhou Hua directly ordered. In counting down Buckingham's men, as well as checking the damage. The VP nodded awkwardly. I understand. He pushed his way into the box, seeing a fathead fish on the floor trying to get up. Fogweed. What the hell? Zhou Shang looked at the impassive vice president. Manager, you. Zhou Shang, ma. What the hell? Ryoko. The vice president was sure that the ground was Zhou Shang could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. And he was 3 times more clear about Qin Jiang's viciousness. Outside, numerous car owners are waiting in anticipation. And the Watson people are already preparing to rush out as they watch the clock. Dropping. Drip. Several sheriff's cars came out on 1,000 calls and parked in front of Buckingham. Quite a few sheriff's deputies came down. Young Nam hurriedly stopped the Huashing people who were about to rush. And the rest of the car owners could not help but marvel at this. Good guy. The steward is here. This is really big, not clear how to solve. Who knows? Qin Jiang brought people to storm Huashing even if he has the background to fear that he will suffer a great loss. The crowd of vigilantes came to the entrance position and the leading captain asked, what's the situation? Aren't you aware of the fact that so many cars are blocking this place and causing traffic paralysis? And, what are so many of you gathering here for? What? Pretending to be some kind of socialite. The Englishman said, here's the thing, we're Huashing employees, and we've just gotten word that someone with a few hundred people smashed up Buckingham before we came over to see what's going on. They are social elements. Look at the Buckingham to blockade, not let out, not let in. There may be what the situation. My husband, the boss of Huashing, just went and do not know whether it is dead or alive. My husband is a decent businessman. You must save him. Do business. Why this is so difficult. She dumped the pot all over the Black Dragon. Listen to this. A lot of people watching the news scoffed at Ingnan's words. Huashing is a serious businessman, that Songjun there is not serious? At the same time, also look forward to Qin Jiang how to respond. Just then, the elevator opens in the center of Buckingham's first floor lobby. Ding! Chapter 185, believe what he says, it's dark in Songjun. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, and 4-9 walked out from inside the elevator. with a large number of Black Dragon personnel following vertically on both sides, while at the same time a large number of Black Dragon personnel were continuously pouring down the major staircases of Buckingham. Zhu Xiang drank. All the items are put away without missing anything, and you guys are responsible for checking and making sure that nothing gets past the geese. Understood. Wang Tao and the others nodded and led the way. It's just a matter of taking all the stuff they brought with them, baseball bats, black umbrellas, and the like, while destroying some of the stuff to try to make sure they have the least trace of the event. These early moments in the Black Dragon memory simply do not need to command the lower side of the person is doing. They also simply check one or two ahead. Qin Jiang had already led people slowly out of Buckingham. Outside, all eyes on Qin Jiang, that today led the crowd to the North District standing top entertainment center, a broken existence. At the moment, with the back of the Black Dragon personnel continue to emerge, as well as the back of the broken and unbearable platinum Han, Qin Jiang set off a majestic, as if glowing in the darkness of the night, dazzling others are a little bit unable to see his face. Back, Wang Tao and the others couldn't help but puff out their chests and raise their heads as if they had won a battle. At the same time, Manhwa Shang and other old people also saw Qin Jiang down. They continued to search in the crowd but did not see Zhou Hua. Zhou Shang cannot help but the overall color of the wildly anxious, but in the way of the side of the security guards do not dare to act rashly. It can only be madness to law and order. It's them people. The leader is Qin Jiang. He's the one who led the people to kill in. Our chairman Zhou Hua is also inside, did not come out. The will not. You quickly bring people in to rescue Ah. What are you waiting for? Do you still have questions? Isn't it all obvious? Among them, Yingnan took out her cell phone to call Zhou Hua, but it showed that it could not be connected, making her face hard to see the extreme. Zhou Hua's cell phone is dropped on the spot by Qin Jiang to prevent eavesdropping. At this point, Qin Jiang slowly led his men out of Buckingham, and all eyes were focused on him along the way. Soon, the large group then came across to the Watson crowd. Yingnan directly stepped forward and said urgently, Qin Jiang, where is Hua? What did you do to Hua? Speak ah. She simply does not care about Zhou Shang dead or alive, dead or not whose son, but she cares about Zhou Hua, that is her true love. Said. He then rushed out towards Qin Jiang, but was blocked by two Black Dragon personnel who racked up in front of him. Qin Jiang didn't even look at Yingnan, his gaze fell on the vigilante, the same way the other was looking at him. Tread. The sheriff's captain steps forward to stop young Nam from continuing his madness first, and young Nam barely calms down. Then he looked at Qin Jiang and asked, what's the situation? What did you bring so many people here for? Qin Jiang calmly said, package a project? Captain, what project? Qin Jiang, demolition works. Captain, what demolition work? What do you mean? Why can't I understand? Zhu Zheng took over and said, given that Buckingham is going to be renovated and upgraded, so Black Dragon was specially hired to carry out the demolition, which is not Black Dragon Company in the first instant to receive the project to come to work. The back of several hundred people are all Black Dragon employees. Today is to come to Buckingham to do demolition works. You also see Buckingham inside has been demolished almost. When these words came out, the entire room could not help but fall silent. Everyone looked at Qin Jiang and the others incredulously. Demolition works? No. Purely for laughs, I guess. Bringing a couple hundred people over to demolish the project is not exactly opening your eyes. Who demolition works with baseball bats? Black umbrellas? What large machinery is not good for chanting? And it's not like hundreds of people are coming at once. This, can you afford to pay for the work? Isn't that pure bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Who can believe that? You fart. Elderly Hua Shang rushed out on the spot and retorted. What do you mean by dismantling the project? You have to speak logically. We just renovated Buckingham not long ago. How could we upgrade? And even if we did, how could we use you guys to demolish it? How can you be so sophomoric in the face of law and order? I see that you are clearly teasing law and order and want to be punished severely. Rear. The other Hua Shang elders spoke out. Yes, be severely punished. Must be severely punished. A slip of the tongue. The moment. The security captain also frowned, apparently also by the Black Dragon, said to get speechless. Really cannot say. He looked at Qin Jiang again. You said they came to do demolition works. Can have any evidence? Who can prove? Evidence? Qin Jiang waved his hand. Immediately, Wang Tao stepped out and put the contract up in front of the law and order. The demolition contract signed between Buckingham and us, with Buckingham's president Zhou Hua's signature on the top. The evidence. Is it enough? Brush. The security captain looked over to see the contract, clearly written demolition works on the two sides of the main body, although still very outrageous, but think of the top to convey orders to him, cannot help but nodded. Well, since there is a contract, it is not a mob fight. but economic disputes. You have any problems can be resolved through the law. If not resolved that there is any loss can go to court, and any objections can be reacted upwards. Having said that, to Qin Jiang said, you this side of the demolition project is done immediately take people to leave. In the future so many people gathered to report, shall not continue to stay here, dispersed. He waved his hand with the intention of closing the group. What? Young Nam, Sigma, surprised face, winky face, elderly Hua Shang, Sigma degree, underscore, oh, are you kidding me? He makes up such a false lie and then comes up with a false contract that you believe. No, when did it get so dark in Matsue? Young Nam rushed right out and shouted, can't go, how can we let them go? The contract is fake, my husband wouldn't sign a contract like this, it's not even remotely logical or questionable. My husband must have been forced to do this. You need to investigate. You need to find out what is going on in there. Other old men of Watson also gathered to shout for the police to take charge and for the Black Dragon to give an explanation, and stop the Black Dragon out of the way to keep clamoring and shouting. Qin Jiang, what the hell did you do to Hua? We can't let you go today until we know what's going on inside. Hua, get Hua out. One time, the incomparable Chaos watched the onlookers in disbelief. The moment Qin Jiang looked at the constantly clamoring Huasheng personnel in front of him with a calm face, while the Black Dragon personnel in the back were fully loaded. Some people had already pulled out their camera gear and were ready to shoot, while others were mouthing the Black Dragon penal code at the ready. Aha! Primarily, self-defense applies. In a flash, the atmosphere is tense and the battle is about to start. The captain of law and order is about to order the law enforcement officers to enforce the law on the spot without any conflict. Just then, ding! The Buckingham first-floor lobby elevator opened again. Just see, a figure stepped out from within Buckingham and drank. Stop it all. Chapter 186, The Dust Settles. Qin Jiang leaves in style. Zhou Hua is different. That bang, like a thunderbolt from a clear sky ringing in the ears of the crowd. Wow. The old men who were frantically clamoring for Huasheng stopped one after another, and they all looked at Buckingham's front. Just see, a middle-aged man slowly walked out from Buckingham. His face calm and calm precisely. Zhou Hua. Wah! Young Nam rushes over to Zhou Hua and keeps checking, only relieved when he is sure that Zhou Hua is not hurt. Hua Sheng old man also have to breathe a sigh of relief. Zhou Hua is the backbone of Hua Shang. Zhou Hua accident Hua Shang will fall apart. At this critical moment will absolutely become other forces to eat object. At that time they all have to be miserable. The vigilante captain looked at Zhou Hua and said, Zhou Hua's voice was hoarse. Zhou Hua, head of Huasheng and owner of the entertainment center. Sheriff's captain, Black Dragon said he came to do demolition work with a contract signed by you. Is that true? Chaua, real. What? Both Young Nam and the other old men of Watson were all frozen. The contract was really signed by Chaua? Hua was coerced by force? Can't now has come out. Not to say they have Huasheng manpower in, say security face Qin Jiang still dare to use force not. So what's going on? They were going to say something but when they saw Hua's gaze cast they also caved in and closed their mouths. Yingnan was surprised for a moment before focusing his attention on Zhou Hua's voice again. He seemed to hear Hua's voice was not right. Did he just Hua 1v a few hundred on it? Tongue. Sheriff's captain, are there any injuries inside? Zhou Hua shook his head. Not really. Demolition project set in advance. Only some people just not clear before making a little noise. At present everything is normal. Security captain, since the contract between the two sides is valid and there are no casualties, then any further disputes or economic disputes to be resolved by negotiation cannot be negotiated to solve the lawsuit. Disperse yourselves, and do not linger in this gathering lest you cause a disturbance. At the end of his speech he led the men to close the group. Drop. Several sheriff's cars sped away. Zhou Hua's gaze stared slightly at this. How deep is Qin Jiang's background? The security forces come and just close the queue without even going in to check. What does it stand for? That speaks for itself. Thinking about it, Zhou Hua looked at Qin Jiang with a more complicated gaze. This in the end with whom to get on the line. Is it really the? His gaze couldn't help but fall on the Bai Lu and the crowd that stood behind Qin Jiang and was like a small leopard. Go! Qin Jiang waved his hand. Boo! Zhang Qi opened the car door to let Qin Jiang enter. Boom! 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 The van door was opened again and Zhao Shanha drank. Go! Crashing. A large number of Black Dragon personnel once again boarded the van. Boom! The convoy roared away from Buckingham, which can be described as coming and going in a hurry. But together with the wreckage of Buckingham, many onlookers just feel unreal. Don't talk about them. Even the old men of Huasheng felt that it was unreal. Wah! What's the situation? What happened to the demolition contract? Wah! They need an explanation badly. Zhou Hua did not explain and directly ordered. cut off contact with Ah Bao. Have someone tell him not to disclose anything? His family Huasheng will take care of it for him. Ingnan, brother Hua you mean Pao. I can't. He's so cautious. How could he? Zhou Hua, don't ask so many questions. Tell the Lujia village side to always be on guard, and immediately transfer the items when the wind passes. And, he hadn't finished his sentence. I saw the vice president and a few service personnel helping a fathead fish out of the Buckingham. Elder Watson was astonished. Fogweed. Who is this? No one's walking around like this? Who did this to you? Black Dragon. Damn. Wait. He's Mr. Shang. This statement was made. Washing old man all stagnant. They looked at that stand up all the effort. Face swollen with the fathead fish. The body is not stable. Young people simply cannot be associated with the impression of untamed Zhou Shang. But the other side wearing in roughly face and the vice president of the support and on behalf of him is Zhou Shang. Chao Xing. Being beaten so badly. Qin Jiang dared to lay such a cruel hand. The most important thing to make his own Hua admit to get a demolition contract. This, just outrageous. Zhou Hua saw his brother look cannot help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Just to say what the face slightly changed quickly turned around and walked toward the Buckingham. Back. The crowd of elderly Watsonians did not understand. Why on earth? Outside. The vice president of the Zhou Shang sent to the car and ordered people to send to the hospital also immediately to Buckingham Run. Today he lost face to immediately go back to make up for it. Otherwise the status of the fear of unprotected. The surrounding countless onlookers saw Qin Jiang raid troops left, and saw Zhou Hua with people into the Buckingham for a long time speechless. Eyes are full of shock. Obviously just happened a series of things to break their cognition. No, if I'm not mistaken, the one that didn't even look human just now couldn't be Zhou Shang. That's him. I recognize him instantly. Rotund legs plus bald head, and a birthmark tumor on his arm. Qin Jiang is also too fierce to beat Zhou Shang to such an extent that he can barely see his human form, and still managed to make Zhou Hua soften. I count this as an eye-opener today. Originally, they thought that today would be a battle between the dragons and the tigers, Qin Jiang versus Buckingham, but they did not expect Qin Jiang to lead his men to kill Buckingham directly in a short period of time, and beat Zhou Shang beyond recognition. Zhou Hua brought people to dare not rush up only single-handedly, but also be forced to sign what demolition contract. The vigilante comes and still has to bow down and admit it. Buckingham gets smashed up all over the place. The second in command gets beaten half to death. And this is the result. It's completely different from what they guessed as a dragon fight. It's almost as if the Black Dragon is fully crushing Huasheng. Most of all, the Black Dragon escaped unharmed in its entirety. It's so dark in Matsue. Soon, these people watching also have to leave. Paralyzed traffic is also quickly returned to normal. At the same time about Buckingham things also spread out in all directions. Buckingham Lane. Zhou Hua hurriedly rushed inside with a somewhat pained face. Rear. Young Nam and Wasung anxiously follow and keep asking questions. Brother Hua, it's smashed. What the hell? Honey, say something. Ran. Zhou Hua head also did not return to the teeth dead bite the pace of rush but do not dare two big clamped buttocks to run forward. The British mail chase last Hua grabbed his arm. Husband. In the end, what is wrong? What things we face together. I am not afraid to die. Zhou Hua turned around with a reddened face, and Ingnan was shocked. Hubby, are you alright? Don't scare me. Zhou Hua forcibly broke away from her arm, no longer walking forward, but pushed open the door of the next box, quickly scurrying in and closing the door. Next moment, a gurgling sound came from inside. Put. At the same time, a suppressed and hoarse angry voice came out. Paper. Chapter 187, Zhou Hua's intention. Wu Yu's speechlessness. Paper? What paper? No way. Put. Listening to the box inside the box constantly sound, Hua Shang old man comprehensive color odd subconsciously closed his breath. Ingnan was equally ugly, but seeing other people's faces still couldn't stop roaring. Get the paper. Clear out. Soon the crowd outside the box have dispersed. A waiter handed the paper to Ingnan. Ingnan carefully pushed open the box, a smell straight to the sky. You. Vomit. She subconsciously dry heaved twice. Snap. A large, frail hand snatched the paper from her hand, quickly closing the compartment door and locking it instantly. 20 minutes later, Buckingham. The top floor pale-faced Zhou Hua sitting on the boss chair. Ingnan, as well as a few washing old men sitting next to him. The vice president stood in front of the report situation. According to preliminary estimates, this Buckingham injured in the number of 30-40. But it is not a big deal, is basically punching and kicking. Obviously that Qin Jiang also did not dare to do things. This statement was made. Elder Watson was furious. It's not done yet. He's led men through Buckingham. That's not done. What is? What do you do? That's how you guard company property when you're made VP of Buckingham. If you can't do it, give up your seat immediately. A few elderly Watsonians snapped. Not only for today's things angry, the same is also thinking about the vice president career. Buckingham is the fundamental industry of Huasheng. The monthly flow of water more frightening. Vice president position is naturally also important and also a lot of oil. Huasheng old man who do not want to think about. The vice president was angry. We are outnumbered by the enemy. Xinjiang with hundreds of people. I only a few people. Can I hold back? Besides, haven't I already weakened the enemy to make the underground safe? And this time the damage is only business above ground. The initial projection of the damage is just over $1 million. Over $1 million? Much? It's nothing to Watson? To put it bluntly, Zhou Shang is blindly signing more than this amount of orders in Buckingham every month. You can earn it back by casually exchanging some fake alcohol, or by a handful of random big dogs in the underground. Elder Hua Shang, not much money. What about face? Today completely let Qin Zhang's little child step on his neck and dismantling contracts. How ironic. How outsiders may laugh at Watson after today. The VP was going to say something else. There. Zhou Hua waved his hand to stop not let in the quarrel. Things have come to this. Is small Shang work is unfavorable. Do that kind of thing still leave a handle? And now Huasheng is in a critical moment. A few big fish just on the hook with the black dragonfish death net broken lead to the law and order for a moment and a half can't stop. It's easy to put a few big fish to scare away. And Qin Zhang's background is not simple or easy to get. Listen to this. Several Huasheng old man also face deep. They are not stupid naturally from today's things to see Qin Zhang background is very deep. Otherwise it will not make such a big dramatic end. Zhou Hua continued. The next thing you guys need to do is to be cautious and go out less to cause trouble these days. The few big fish first eat down. As for what reputation? Reputation do not have to care. The Jianghu competition is not a moment but a lifetime. And so in a few years Huasheng climbed the peak again. The black dragon sank into the river. Who will care about the Buckingham today things? Elder Hua Shang, then the outside channel. Zhou Hua, I'll think of the channels. You're only responsible for getting the money. I'll make the money go out openly. By then you'll all be rich and become social celebrities. The faces of several elderly Huasheng people eased. Then Zhou Hua waved his hand before they all left. Zhou Hua looked at the vice president standing below with a face full of apprehension. The vice president lowered his head. Brother Hua, it's all because of my incompetence. Why don't you hit me? Zhou Hua, I don't blame you for what happened today. You've done your best. Don't worry, your VP position won't be shaken. Go down and deal with getting Buckingham up and running as soon as possible. VP, thank you Hua. I promise to do a good job. He thanked him profusely before leaving quickly. Ingnan, Hua, he's no longer fit to rule Buckingham in this condition. Why? Zhou Hua, Huasheng can't continue to be turbulent. It needs to be smoothed out as soon as possible and eat those big fish first. As for later, say more. Said. He took a file out of the drawer. Sign it. Brush. Youngnam looked to see that the document was a real estate, a foreign property transfer agreement. This. Zhou Hua handed the contract in front of Ingnan, directly got up and picked up a packet of paper toward the bathroom and went faster and faster. Card pool. Were you a footbrake stopped on the side of the road to pick up the phone? Listening to the information coming from inside, face shocked. What did you say? It's over? Zhou Hua single-handedly reached a demolition agreement with Qin Zhang. The security has evacuated the traffic. Zhou Shang was beaten up and sent to the hospital, and Buckingham was smashed up inside. Seriously. Snap. Hanging up the phone, Wu Yu was speechless for a long time. Obviously, the result is completely out of his expectations. First of all, he did not expect Qin Zhang to move so quickly, before he arrived to solve the matter, the Buckingham to smash. Secondly, he did not expect Qin Zhang and the Zhou Shang beat the situation. Zhou Hua chose to reconcile. What demolition work contract to sign? In the end, the police didn't clamp down but just evacuated the traffic. It can represent so much inside. Wu Yu muttered. Qin Zhang, what means did you use to force Huasheng to such a state? And who exactly is behind you? To be able to pocket such a big thing? Could it be? Unable to help it, the figure of Bai Lu also appeared in his mind. Shake your head. He didn't think any further about it since things didn't appear to be at their worst, then naturally it was for the best. After all, Qin Zhang basically locked the top 10 young entrepreneurs quota. The end of the year selection. Early next year will be able to receive the award. At that time, Vocational University will be able to appear in the same page with those top universities. For Vocational University is absolutely historic moment. The promotion of the university will also have a few more certainty. Buzz. Yesterday. Gone forever. Oi. Being happy is more expensive than anything. The phone in his pocket constantly vibrated, making Wu Yu pick up his cell phone to watch. Caller ID, Qin Zhang. Woo you mouth corner twitching. Mad just give you a phone call dead or alive do not pick up now and call me back. Snap. He picked up. There is no way who let Qin Jiang is his key care object. His own students can only own spoiled chant. Hey, it's me. Woo. Just called me. Woo you nodded his head, his brain running fast, and said, this is not to remind you. There will be final exams soon. Don't forget. Failing a class as a representative of the best students at VU is not a good thing and must be taken seriously. I'll have Director Wang contact you later. Nothing much. I'll hang up. Chapter 188 Final Exam. Fear from all sides. Giving orders. Final exam. Qin Jiang hung up the phone with a stunned face. Look at the date on your cell phone. 12/25/2010. Just 6 days before New Year's Day. There are likewise not many days left before winter vacation. That was fast. Qin Jiang couldn't help but murmur. Unconsciously he has been reborn back for more than 3 months and is about to finish a semester. After the final exams will be to the winter holidays. The Black Dragon night market will also enter a stable period. To the 2010 Songjiang heat for travelers will not be too much. Even if the Black Dragon night market can be crazy to absorb, the flow will not hit a new high, as long as it can be maintained not to fall too far on the line. Next year is the power period. The same is also the time when Songjiang Night City appears. Qin Jiang couldn't help but look at a certain location. It was the location of Lotus Township in Wood County under Songjiang, and also his old home, which he hadn't gone back to after being reborn. New Year's Eve, to go back to meet his parents. This life he didn't want to make his parents scared like in his last life. Reborn back he wanted to make his brother complete, and more importantly his own parents complete. As for those relatives, TSK, let's take it as it comes. Jiang, Zhu Zheng said to Qin Jiang, all the departments have been inventoried, and there are only a dozen or so of us who were injured this time. All traumatic injuries, as well as 2 broken feet from rushing too fast up the stairs, have all been sent for treatment. The Black Dragon on the Buckingham comprehensive victory. Not only the Black Dragon brothers too fierce, also Ming Buckingham name is not real. Inside the real fight not a few, and can fight to see the Black Dragon people are too many and powerful. Also scared to dare not front to fight. So there is such a great victory. Qin Jiang is not surprised. The Black Dragon occupies the time, place and people. To not be able to battle fruitful is not too wasteful. Qin Jiang, did you leave with clean hands and feet? Shu Sheng, Jiang don't worry. The cameras are all damaged. The 2 surveillance rooms are all done. There will be no traces of us. Everything is in order. Having said that, his gaze toward Qin Jiang was also a bit odd. Not sure why Jiang was being cautious to such an extent. Obviously cooperate with the official legal compliance, but after doing things still do not leave any handle. Approach STH. It's really kind of prudent to the extreme. Qin Jiang did not think. With the memories of his last life in him, it was clear that a lot of things it was always good to be cautious. Qin Jiang, how are things looking up? Zhu Zheng, found a few suspicious locations. By brother Jiang command and did not let the brothers hit the grass to scare snakes, only simply mark 1 or 2. He pulled the paper out of his pocket and inscribed the top of it with a rough map of Buckingham, marking suspicious locations at several elevator locations. At the same time also took out the paper and said, outside the brothers found that there are in the impact of the Buckingham when these positions people pour out. Some of them are very panicked. It looks like Jiang said the transfer of people. The speed is very fast. There's a car waiting outside and as soon as it comes out it's all spread out very stealthy. The brothers under the hand only get a general view. Qin Jiang didn't care as he looked at the suspicious locations on the map, which he vaguely remembered. A news feature after the knockout of Watson in his last life, which told of Buckingham setting up a casino underground, how he hid from other people's ears, and how he moved when he was in danger. That's right, Buckingham has a casino underground. The big kind. Daily water flow is very high, and the annual profit is very optimistic, which is the reason why Watson wants so many money laundering channels. So much dirty money non-Buckingham himself can wash out. So, Buckingham targeted many cash transaction businesses and began various money laundering operations. After many years of development has formed an industry a dragon, but also to be watched carefully. This time, Qin Jiang with people to kill to Buckingham so that the other side is completely unprepared, thus causing a certain panic, that the underground casino inside the people will be in a hurry to transfer. And Qin Jiang in advance to send people to the outside of the various hidden location with binoculars to observe, to see what area of the transfer of some people, and ultimately lock a few locations. Brush. Qin Jiang received 2 pieces of paper that were both important and unimportant to him. Unimportant because he knew the general location in advance, and important because he had to have a reasonable explanation for Wang Feng. You can't just tell Wang Feng about the locations of Buckingham without doing anything. It will only make the other side suspicious. and sometimes it's not good to be too mysterious and unknown. It always has to be in the realm of the reasonable. To put it bluntly, he's putting on a show for Wang Feng and the people behind him by bringing people to kill Buckingham to find out the various locations. His goal is 2 words, revenge. He wanted to make it clear to everyone what would happen to those who touched Qin Jiang's brothers. Brush. Qin Jiang drew 2 more circles on the Buckingham structure map, after which he used his cell phone to take pictures and send MMS to Wang Feng. As for drawing the outside location paper straight away, there are things you can't give all at once. Let's not talk about the uselessness of giving it. After all, it's not the time to close the net and take down Watson. Let's just say that right now it would be too easy for the club to show up in a collaboration. And sometimes easy is not a good thing. Difficulty is king. As regards STH, Washington, extinction for sure, but only when the evidence of money laundering is in hand, which is why Wang Feng and others are looking for themselves. Zhu Zheng, brother Zhang. What's next? Qin Jiang, prepare for final exam. What? How can that be? Qin Jiang took Buckingham down, beat Zhou Sheng half to death and straight away, and the security doesn't even care? Yezer stood in the house and jumped to his feet. No? On what basis is he? On what grounds? Exactly? The moment. His voice was full of fear. Obviously, Qin Jiang today all kinds of has broken his cognition, so that he began to doubt life. He even thought if today Qin Jiang target is his own, he can block it. The result is unstoppable. After all, then their own powerful Zhou Sheng'an because of the opposition to Qin Jiang have been beaten half dead, behind the Buckingham are smashed, and more so Zhou Hua Qin Jiang to sign an incomparable humiliating demolition agreement. What is oneself? Boo! He sat paralyzed in his chair for a long time. Villa area. Uncle Long got the complete news after the same long time speechless. Follow him equally speechless. There are 2 old people. One side. The very shouty youth also completely lost his voice. There was no way Qin Jiang was too powerful, too domineering and too decisive today. Not only did he take down Buckingham and beat Zhou Sheng half to death, but most importantly, he even retreated in one piece. Ryoko, Uncle Long's side. There are talents in the Jianghu, and there is a new generation. I'm old. The old men on both sides could not help but let out a sigh of relief, their eyes filled with scorn. That of Qin Jiang. Zhou Hua. Unusual too. Uncle Long murmured, a man can bend and stretch, but how many can really do it? Can be in such a situation to soften not only proves that Qin Jiang powerful, also proves that Zhou Hua this person has a city. He did not look down on Huaxing today, but very much appreciated. Ask yourself if today Qin Jiang hit them, they may be more unbearable. More can not resist, not accurate, can break them down. Think about it. Uncle Long cannot help but enter in direct serious order, notify down. No one in the future do not mess with Qin Jiang. If someone dares to disobey, do not blame the old man nonchalant. Personally take him to open the knife. The old men all nodded in agreement as well. Same time, the other Jianghu power talkers made the same decision. Spread the word. Our people should never set foot in the university town again, let alone mess with the Black Dragon. Whoever messes with Qin Jiang's Black Dragon, I will sink him without Qin Jiang's action. Chapter 189 Wang Feng speechless. Qin Jiang returns to school. Inside the office, Wang Feng was sitting in his chair, and a subordinate in front of him was reporting the situation to him. Chief Team, according to our preliminary investigation, Buckingham Lane was indeed vandalized, and the damage is expected to be in the millions. But it's unclear why Zhou Hua would sign a demolition project agreement with Qin Jiang to rationalize everything. This is the report of the investigation of this incident. Said, present a document up. Wang Feng looked at the document, recorded Qin Jiang in a short period of time to kill through the Buckingham, inside even have Buckingham resistance situation, and then saw the Black Dragon personnel in the first time to the destruction of all the damage to the camera as well as that completely outrageous dismantling of the agreement cannot help but twitch the corners of the mouth 2 times. This Qin Jiang, still so cautious, really do not want to have a little risk. Wait, are there casualties inside? Subordinates shook his head. There are no casualties. The vast majority of security is traumatic injuries. The conflict is not as violent as rumors. Basically the Black Dragon crushed up the situation. The only injury focus is also Zhou Sheng has been sent to the hospital. There is no injury on the body, but the face is swollen beyond recognition, need to recuperate for a period of time. Wang Feng did not care, as long as the unusual people were fine. As for Zhou Shengben was one of the ultimate targets to target this time. Sooner or later, such a person will be judged. And it is obvious what will happen to him as long as he has the evidence. So, getting hurt or not is nothing at all. If this matter is pursued in the future, who will still cooperate with the security forces? For fear of spreading the news will be laughed off by the security forces in the provinces. Tell the people inside not to be exposed. Wang Feng ordered. You can't put eggs in one basket. That's right. Buckingham has their people inside, but the individual is too small. Coupled with the fact that Zhou Hua is very cautious. Underground casinos do not allow non-core people to contact. Even though they've created a couple of opportunities for the guy to get credit, they've only been promoted to a small foreman. And it's already conspicuous not to continue. Inside, the person said that according to the current development of his contact with the underground casinos need at least 2 years of climbing and rolling to completely grasp the casino, as well as evidence of money laundering is even more. I do not know how long it will take. So, it was what made them target Qin Jiang. But Wang Feng is a detective chief, naturally clear what things cannot count on a person. Otherwise the person out of the problem is easy to lose the whole plate to be more than one party to bet. The subordinate continues to report. In addition, our people Drymeal found a few Black Dragon people from the neighborhood a few floors down. What exactly they are doing did not find out. As ordered also did not care. Listen to this. Wang Feng slightly frowned. Could it be? If that's true, this young man is not simple. No wonder he can have such achievements at such an age. No wonder he can. Ryoko, he waved his hand. Go down and keep an eye on Buckingham, but tell our men to relax properly and see how Buckingham reacts first. Subordinate, understood. Wait a few minutes for the subordinate to leave. Ding. Wang Feng's cell phone received MMS tone. Take out a look at it as Qin Jiang sent him Buckingham internal drawings and a few emphasis on marking the place. Brush. Wang Feng took out a book from the drawer, opened the book to a page of the same drawings, and Qin Jiang sent him almost, except that the drawings on the book only 2 marking position. In Qin Jiang sent the MMS on the full overlap. Be clear. These 2 positions were obtained by the insiders after a great deal of effort, and now they were easily found out by Qin Jiang. And there are many more where the insider is not even aware of the place. For example, his eyes fell on a certain circle location, where it was clearly a wall, a dead wall, on the internal architectural plan, but the fact that there was a circle meant that there was something surprisingly wrong with that wall as well. Wang Feng couldn't help but nod his head. It's true that cooperating with Qin Jiang is the right thing to do. These just rely on the insiders may not be able to find out what time it is, while Qin Jiang will figure it out as soon as he strikes, and by him it won't disturb the Zhou Hua inside. It will also do something to prepare for what comes next. All we have to do now is paralyze Watson and loosen him up. The next step is to find evidence of his money laundering, as well as finding out exactly how many exits there are from the underground casino. And it's important to find out who's really in trouble so that we can do a lightning strike. The words are gone. He finished organizing the various matters into a document out of the office to go out and report to the leadership. Boom! Qin Jiang's convoy returned to the vocational Black Dragon night market in full view of the public, attracting numerous onlookers. This time, although Qin Jiang did not ride a million luxury car, can be used with hundreds of people down from the van more powerful, let a person look at a glance on the feeling of fear and trembling. With that, Qin Jiang returned to Black Dragon under the security salute, while Wang Tao and the others led the personnel to their positions. Soon, the Black Dragon restored order all as if nothing had happened. However, after today's battle, Black Dragon's personnel have reached the peak in terms of momentum and cohesion, and at the same time, they are also more full of admiration when they look at the top floor of the Black Dragon Company. It's their brother Jiang. Not only lead them to earn money but also lead them to fight down the status. Hard to pull down the old power of Huasheng. It can be said, who is young and not crazy. Today's blood is fresh. Killing through the old Watson and Black Dragon is unstoppable, mighty and dominant. At the same time, with the passage of time, Buckingham's side of the news also reached the night market. Once again attracted a sensation. Good guy. I told you it would be a big deal to send out so many people, but I didn't expect it to be this big. Watson versus Black Dragon. Black Dragon wins. Whether Huasheng falls short or Black Dragon is too fierce. In the future, the Black Dragon is afraid to be even more imposing by 3 points. Zhou Hua has gone soft. Who will dare to touch the Black Dragon in the future? One time, they look to the Black Dragon management personnel are also more cautious and obedient. The heart of the cats and dogs all pressed down. These days, stalls for a long time will not be simple-minded. Especially food inside the doorway is very deep. The profit can be large or small. Who have thought of using poor ingredients to earn more money? And already some vendors intend to bribe the Black Dragon management department to secretly get a few poor ingredients. And now all of them will be driven out of these thoughts. They all spoke up as Wang Tao passed by. Oops, Mr. Towers, look at all the fresh ingredients from the transportation department. No substandard ingredients. Mr. Towers, I'm used to making baked cold noodles with disposable gloves. Look, it's even faster. Wearing a mask is hygienic. I'll wear it every day. I wear it when I go home now. Wang Tao nodded. As the winter vacation is approaching, the customer flow of the Black Dragon night market will be shifted from students to tourists, and the issue of food is very important. Word of mouth is also more important. Jiang said, Black Dragon is doing is the word of mouth. To make the Black Dragon name, no matter what, as long as the Black Dragon label should give people a kind of value for money, fair and square, will not be wrong feeling, such STH. It's the only way to make one step go smoothly. Previous life. Qin Jiang knows all too well how much traffic word-of-mouth messages can generate and how much hidden value they can add. Concomitant message. Chapter 190. Shock continues. Preparation for tea. Letter from Mengyu family. Nursing home. Yi Jikai got the news very late. He is just an ordinary school principal. Contacts all rely on the big brother. At present, the school has just been upgraded to the new People's Network has not been opened, so inquiring about the news outside the university town is almost. Plus, he dared not inquire openly. The fear is for Qin Jiang to notice, so that Buckingham doesn't get him down first before he gets down. Snap. Yi Jikai hung up the phone and muttered. It seems that he was folded face counting not to get back. Who the is this hooking up with and who's standing behind it? It's all right to make such a scene. Luckily, let Zhe go back to his hometown. No, in the future, I will try to avoid. Do not one day to see the bad eye and then give myself to do it. Damn, why he is getting more and more powerful. After a long time Yi Jikai did not continue to work, but at home remote control command. It's end of term time anyway. The most important thing for the current nursing home is to build, develop, and get the school footprint up. As time goes by, the nursing home is constantly building. The Black Dragon night market is in full swing, and the two main tea drink brands in particular are tightly packed. The top floor of Black Dragon. Qin Jiang sat upright on the sofa chair. Ahead, the executive vice president of the student union stood very modestly and respectfully in front of Qin Jiang and said, President, today's final exam class sorting has been completed and everything is ready. Said. He handed Qin Jiang the document form to be handed to him. Qin Jiang waved his hand. No need to show me. Just decide. He was simply too lazy to chance the school messy things. If not Wu Yu got him to do the president, he was too lazy to be the president. Once he took office, he pushed all the things to the executive vice president. Opposite. The executive vice president withdrew the document. He was initially a little reluctant to Qin Jiang to take away the president. After all, the president of the real power. Not to mention, the file resume will also write a heavy, may be helpful in the future. But Qin Jiang in the school's reputation so that he did not dare to say anything. But with the passage of time, Black Dragon has grown wildly and in a short time has grown into a large company with hundreds or thousands of employees. This, let him have a change of heart as well as new ideas. The moment. Qin Jiang as if he could see his heart said, after New Year's Day you hang a position in the Black Dragon on the night market management department, still dealing with school things, but also can assist the security department on the training of newcomers. This statement was made. The vice president's face was ecstatic. He was at a loss for words and right. He had long planned to join Black Dragon. Anyone could see that Black Dragon had a great future. This time is the good time to get on the boat, to wait for the Black Dragon inside the overcrowding. The younger siblings are mounted on the high position will be too late. Did not want a Qin Jiang initiative to open the mouth. He bowed his head instantly. Jiang, I don't have much to say. Just one thing, from now on, whatever you say. Qin Jiang is not a person who just let people work without giving benefits. Benefits plus big stick to win people's hearts. The big stick was shown to everyone back in Breaking Buckingham. The next thing to do is to give the benefit of the doubt. Vice President. By the way, Brother Jiang, Director Wang called me and said to arrange for some teachers to give you a focused course. Apparently the focus he was referring to was for the upcoming final exam. Drawing focus is not new to college students, and many teachers will draw focus for their students before the final exam. But like Qin Jiang, so that the director personally arranged for the classroom teachers to draw the key points. It's outrageous. One side, Xu Zhang in 49 couldn't help but look odd. Hearing this, Qin Jiang directly refused. Tell him no need. It's not that Qin Jiang pretends to be upright. These things even in 10 years later is nothing. The final exam was originally the school's own questions, and has the right to give the students package over. But Qin Jiang didn't need it. 2 lives had given him not only leading information, but also a lot more memory. Coupled with the first Qin Jiang learning ability is not bad, but did not put on the study, so still on the college entrance exam. Zhu Zhen, needless to say he has a very good brain, is never a bad student, and has a very high level of 4 to 9 focus. 3 people each with their own skills on the college. Even in the last life Qin Jiang exams did not fail. 10 minutes later, the vice president left with joy. But he replied to the message so that Director Wang very difficult, pacing back and forth in the office, although he did not fail the first 2 exams. But this semester he was busy and the company simply do not have time to review. Which to fail I will not be able to complete the principal account. How to do. In the end, how to do it Why is it so hard for me? Penthouse. Zhu Zheng, Brother Zheng. This is the 2 major tea drink brands are currently progressing. Basically all the decoration is almost the same. It has been scheduled to open en masse on New Year's Day. The operations department is running full steam ahead, advertising to the city's cab drivers, all over public transit. Internet forums go all out with discussions. Many threads become hot and discussions are very high. Even the TV stations will go live with ads tomorrow. Offline. After listening to the report Qin Jiang's face was satisfied. Tea drink brand fire is the trend. But the last life has not done similar industries. Can now have the momentum has been very good. 2010. So the promotion of second-tier cities is not common. At least the tea drink brand has not seen. These days many college campuses are discussing the 2 major tea drink brands. That slips the Night King more well known. Buckingham. Inside the office, Zhou Hua sat in his boss chair signing papers, and a humanoid fathead fish sat on the sofa opposite him. It is from the hospital was sent back to Zhou Shang. His head was wrapped in white cloth and dumplings can only see an eye. Eyes are still full of hate, anger, bang. Zhou Hua finished signing and put down his pen and looked at Zhou Shang and said, I know that you are unconvinced and unwilling, but defeat must be recognized. In the end, you took the initiative to provoke the others to bring Huaxing to such a state. Do not feel stupid? How many times have I told you that the Jianghu is not about fighting and killing? The Jianghu is about human feelings. Qin Jiang has an extraordinary background and is now at a critical moment. You must not be messing with him. Crunch, crunch. Zhou Shang's teeth gritted and creaked for a long time before he squeezed out a word from between his teeth. Good. Zhou Hua did not think. From today onwards you should not leave Buckingham. Mainly responsible for the decoration. Remember not to default on the project in the future. Your last default people have come to the door to ask for how to behave. What? Zhou Shang got up with an angry look on his face. That old thing came to the door to ask for it? He also dares to bully me. He also dares. Zhou Hua, shut up. You owe people money and do not let them want? Don't think of black for any money. It's not easy for them to contribute a little to earn money. You forget ever. A few minutes later, Zhou Shang from the office out of the white gauze wrapped eyes flashed a trace of resentment. Qin Jiang cannot be touched. You a small contractor also dare to clamor with me. The other side was chatting with Wang Tao and other chatting and farting and bragging. Meng Yu was stunned to receive a text message from the old family housekeeper. The content is very brief. Something happened to the young master and the family. Come back quickly. Chapter 191 Meng Yu leaves. Chang Lu words. Car returns. Young master, something's wrong with the family. Come back quickly. Meng Yu looked at the message full of doubts. To be clear, he had not been valued in the family. Even if there is something going on in the foreign family, he will not be allowed to participate. Not to mention the right to make decisions. Even the right to participate is taken away. What's more, he's in the country now, and the family is in a period of power change. So even if something's wrong, shouldn't he hide it from himself and casually give him something when the dust settles? Why would the old housekeeper personally send himself a message? Meng Yu murmured secretly. And what does it mean to be a great young master? The old housekeeper at home usually pays little attention to himself. And even if he does occasionally, he will at most address himself as the 9th young master. And the great young master is the eldest son and eldest grandson who can only have a title, representing the rightful inheritance. Did the steward send the wrong person in a hurry? Or did the steward make a typo? Meng Yu replied to the message. I'm not convenient in the country. Just give me a notice if anything happens. He replied in a measured way, so that no matter if the butler sent the wrong person or typed the wrong words, he would not lose face. And he did not intend to get involved in the family's interests. Since he was a child, he knew that he was not qualified to be the heir, and that delusions of grandeur would only lead to disaster. Besides, even a change of power is a paternal thing, and his father is a cutie pie. There's no possibility at all. Butler Ran quickly wrote back to him. Young Master Meng Yu, you must return immediately. This is an order from the old master. See this. Meng Yu's eyes widened in even greater disbelief. But both as the old man order also dare not resist in and Qin Jiang farewell after booking a plane ticket to fly abroad. Meng family. He had no idea that a power struggle, a heavenly benefit was about to befall him. The top floor of Black Dragon. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, Qin Jiang looked at the departure of Meng Yu face calm. he is clear that the Meng family has been exposed. The old master of the Meng family drastic reforms. The non-biological offspring of all eliminated. Of course, this scraping will bring a lot of sequelae so that the Meng family loss is very large. After all, the second generation of the Meng family, many of the third generation has been in power. To the Meng master's risk to eliminate a few easy, but all of them can be eliminated is not a simple matter. The Meng family, it's obviously going to be turbulent for a long time, but no matter what, Meng Yu is bound to become the sole legitimate heir of the Meng family, and his identity will change. So, Qin Jiang murmured, their own investment will also have a return. With the Meng family volume in the future can also be used 1 or 2. Exactly, it's just 1 or 2. Meng family is a long tradition of deep heritage. 10 billion volume and industrial investment-based volume is not small, but that's only for the present. And the next decade or so of development will depend on domestic in tens of billions. It's really nothing. Not to mention, the market value of tens of billions of dollars on the light catering milk tea brand. Not to mention those technology network companies. Market capitalizations are in the hundreds of billions or even trillions of dollars. The most important thing is that the Meng family's main business is abroad, and there is not much business in the country. Even if you want to borrow too much, profit cannot be whipped. Shake your head. Qin Jiang did not continue to think but lowered his head to read. Accurately said the study materials. Even if his memory in this life to a higher level but does not mean that you cannot read books on the test. Likewise, not only Qin Jiang, Zhu Zhang, 4-9, as well as the Black Dragon, many personnel are grasping the book. As the saying goes, the pro forma sharpening, not fast also light. Maybe read a little book will be able to rise a few points. And they work so hard is because Qin Jiang ordered that all exams qualified Black Dragon personnel will be rewarded 1,000 each, and counted as merit. Card pool. A brand new sedan parked in front of the Black Dragon night market. Full of overflowing exuberance, Chang Lu walked down from the car. Opposite. Cheng Yu couldn't help but open her mouth wide when she saw it. Brother, you're bird dogging. Not. You won't tamper with the Black Dragon building. You won't cut corners. Chang Lu, shut up. In your mind your brother is such a person. Don't worry about your brother. I contracted the Black Dragon construction project, absolutely no problem. Materials, construction I personally check. Yesterday someone from Black Dragon came to inspect the work and said I was at the top of the list of contractors and paid me for the work the same day. Cheng Yu, then this car of yours. Chang Lu, loan to buy. Since contracting Black Dragon construction, many companies have approached me for contracting. The size of my company is also expanding to have a facade. Looking at the car brand new, in fact, turning the wheel gun, northeast to describe the poor car words, in order to face, so it seems to have the strength to receive more work. Listen to this. Cheng Yu nodded her head in confusion. Chang Lu, where's Qin Chang? Cheng Yu, brother? You wouldn't be. Chang Lu, what's going on in your little head? I'm old enough to say I have a favorite. I'm telling you she's nice. You should get along with her. And I don't care what you get along with. Treat her more often and don't let her spend all your money. Said. He took out $10,000 from his bag and handed it to Cheng Yu. Spend it first, don't have enough and then ask me for it. A girl's family needs to dress up more and buy more cosmetics. Cheng Yu, it's too much. I can't spend it all. Chang Lu, no need to return. Cheng Yu, can you give more? Chang Lu, downstairs. Zhang Qi wiped Bensi against the biting cold wind. After dealing with the accident, the car was sent to the 4S store today. He picked up, although Bensi is brand new as ever. But Zhang Qi still heartache. He watched this million luxury car tail was hit very bad. So come to Bensi value dropped a lot, not to mention that he also do not want to sit in his own big brother's car is out of the car accident. To this, he reacted with Zhu Zhang whether to give Zhang change car. Zhu Zhang also have this idea is not immediately. The vast majority of the Black Dragon funds are pressed in the two major tea drink brand. To buy luxury cars in the capital chain may be a problem. Everything will ultimately have to wait until the two major tea drink brands enter a plateau, and until the Black Dragon night market eats up the tourist traffic. Qin Jiang also agree with this. Pretend to be appropriate. Change the car is not necessary at this time. 10 minutes later, after Zhang Qi wiped the car and waxed it, ding 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 ding, the phone in his pocket rang and directly connected. Smashed. Mom, are you coming home for New Year's Day? No, I'm a little busy here at work. You say you get an internship. What exactly? And what do you do? Just normal units. Zhang Qi did not say more about their own and the Black Dragon, not to feel unable to speak, and intends to completely mix their own head and then say. Northeast children very often have the psychological success and then say. He changed the subject. By the way, Mom, how is my dad doing? Still moping around? It's good. Come back in the evening with a drink and a song. The money for the work has been asked for. I heard that in the past 2 days and contracted to a new project. Pull your old family uncles and uncles all over to work together. Our old Zhang's family life is really getting better and better. Your father said yesterday that you do not continue to internship directly back to work together. A project down to earn tens of thousands of it. I'm not going back to. Chapter 192, Hot Pot City Bragger, What's Xinjiang? December 28th. VU final exams begin. 333 exam room. More than 20 candidates sat there with solemn and tense faces, not only nervous about the imminent start of the examination, but likewise could not help but look towards the first row, where a straight back stood erect. It's none other than Xinjiang. To Xinjiang in the status of vocational university is not Big Brother 2 words can describe, but look up to. More nervous than the students taking the test are the two invigilators, who look at each other and make eye contact. What's wrong with him? How could he be so unlucky to get caught up in this? So many test centers and he just happened to be there. I've been a dedicated teacher for all these years and I haven't done a single bad thing. So why is God making it so hard for me? Do you think we care if he copies? No matter what. It's still not working, but it's still a problem. One time, the two invigilator teachers are incomparably entangled, and obviously think that Xinjiang has a high probability of not being able to pass the exam for such a student. Even if the results of the first 2 times the test is qualified can also tell it, who knows how much water in the end. At that time Xinjiang is not particularly powerful, but also in the school a bit of status. But this semester Xinjiang's status has undergone a sea change. From the campus punk students to the social company boss, worth hundreds of millions of dollars, night market valuation of hundreds of millions of dollars long ago, with the principle of the brotherhood, the legend of the immovable sinking of people in the river, lawless and arrogant to the core. They are afraid of Xinjiang's bright copying in the exam. Whatever, violation of campus rules, as well as teacher ethics. 2. Not to mention whether the principal can just say Xinjiang will not be angry to give him 2 sinking river. Eventually in the 2 invigilator teacher incomparable apprehension under the test began, and Xinjiang from beginning to end did not plagiarize, to say how good his studies are not to, but get a pass no problem. Not to mention really pour a few points. I think the teacher will also give some friendship, humane points. 2 days time final exams end. Xinjiang walked out from the examination room, outside Zhujiang. 49 and other people waited early in advance. Xinjiang got in the car. Boom. The convoy pulled out of the vocational university. Jiang, what are you going to eat? Xinjiang, hot pot it is. The front Jiang Qi said. Brother Jiang, the university city near the newly opened a size of not small hot pot city reputation is good. They say that their hot pot to eat once will not forget. Zhu Young, then go there. Jiang Qi, okay. Fondue City. The city is actually just 2 floors up and down, but it covers a good amount of space and has a welcome on both sides of the entrance. Xinjiang's convoy stopped in front of the hot pot city. Jiang Qi got off and opened the door. Xinjiang slowly walked out from inside, and then led Zhu Zhang. 49. Jiang Qi and several other Black Dragon personnel toward the hot pot city. Inside, incredibly loud and lively. The first floor is full of people, the vast majority of which are mainly students. Now the upcoming vacation, many students will choose to party before the vacation. Xinjiang and others just went in and did not cause a sensation. A lot of people in the dinner and chat did not pay attention to. The welcome guest at the door said, Sirs, there are no more empty tables downstairs. We can go to the second floor. After leading Xinjiang and so on up to the second floor and eventually arranged in the second floor of a position near the window, there is a box. Said box is actually just a layer of half a person high fence. As long as you stand up can see the general situation inside. Xinjiang and the others took their seats and finished ordering. Immediately, a gurgling sound could be heard coming from the box. Not with you to blow. I went to climb Mount Everest a few days ago. Invited the Sherpa with a professional team to the summit, just to buy equipment to spend millions. The rest of the cost more to go. Everest no. The highest peak in the world. The view from up there is great. I'll take you there sometime. What a look. Disbelief. I'm not going to brag to you. I opened 300 bathhouses in my old county at 16, and panned out in a flash. Guess how much money I make? $800 or $900 million. Inside the voice is not small. Xinjiang and others heard clearly, but not all dumbfounded. Apparently someone in there is blowing awesome. And in the Northeast it's basically the default to say I'm not blowing it with you. And the words that follow are blowing awesome. And even a little farther away at the table someone hears a straight grin. What? The county all go to his bathhouse to bathe earn 700 or 800 million a year. Zimbabwe Everest? My old man didn't hire a professional team, didn't hire a Sherpa, didn't spend a dime a person, and didn't go 3 years ago. Ha ha ha. Brothers are honest. Come and drink. Box. See the chubby man sitting there in the mouth. The rest of the several people with different colors. Chubby man see himself blowing powerful no one believe. Especially opposite the beauty of the young girl reveals impatience color cannot help but incomparable annoyance. He is this treat is to chase the opposite girl. That is his goddess. Ranked 5th in the top 10 schoolgirls on the North Campus. Wang Yueling. Can't help but say, Hot Pot City you also see? He is my home industry. I am the legal person. You know it. Also I'm in school only by the third uncle to take care of. These are only my home industry 9 cattle a hair. Listen to this. It took a few people to react a bit. And then how to blow Hot Pot City here. Turnover every day tens of thousands of profits is not low. Really if his family industry microfat boys are barely counted second generation. And then listen to the microfat boys words mean that his family is more than just a little bit of industry. There are other industries. The moment. Even if Wang Yining looked at the chubby man also changed. Chasing him a lot of boys, but not many rich second generation. Can be more than rich second generation licking dog happy to see it? And then later to explore the probe in case it is really hidden diamond bachelorette. She couldn't help but smile at the slightly chubby man, holding her chin up as she looked at the other man with a vaguely worshipful gaze. This glance left the slightly chubby man's soul is almost lost. Inner thumping, heart accelerated blowing awesome rhythm even more. What in the county winter buttoned up greenhouses to grow watermelons? What with opening hundreds of cafes in the county? What's in the county? Blow a few people out of their minds. Finally, someone couldn't help but taunt. No, you're so good. Why do you still come to the North District to go to a Thai junior college? Slightly chubby man, I'm here for the exercise. You are the most powerful in the university town. You can be as powerful as Qin Jiang. The chubby man's face was stunned, subconsciously swallowed his saliva, and he was naturally clear about who Qin Jiang was, that he couldn't afford to offend. But looking at Wang Yining projected back to worship gaze cannot help but a slap on the table. Not with you guys blow Qin Jiang is nothing, but also I have been too low profile lazy out. Otherwise on Qin Jiang, on his little black dragon to my shoes are not worthy of. Easily pinch. Inner meditation, immediately after graduation. The second half of the internship will go out, and then will not stay in Songjiang. As long as today to pretend to be good may be able to hold a beautiful woman. Inside meditation, immediately on graduation. The second half of the year will go out for internships, will not stay in Songjiang, as long as today's pretend to be good may be able to hold a beautiful woman, and then blow a grate is not a crime. Just as he was about to receive a more adoring gaze from Wang Yueling, suddenly the sound of slapping the table and rising came from outside. Boo! Asterisk. I'd like to see which little pussy brat is so powerful that he dares to touch Brother Zhang's mold.